My 18-year-old girlfriend who has been in love with me for 7 years broke up with me on the awakening stage, saying that I am not good enough for her and she wants to find someone better. It's all because she awakened an S-level healing monster, Xingyu Linglu, which attracted everyone's attention. Because people in this world can all transform into monsters, and the healing type is a very popular type of monster in battles. I thought even if I didn't awaken a powerful monster, it wouldn't be too bad. But who knew a dim palace was floating above my head, D rank. Others awaken as monsters, while I awaken as a house. When everyone was mocking me for not being good enough for the S-level school flower girlfriend, a prompt sounded in my mind: congratulations, host, for successfully binding to the 10th District Temple. The 10th District Temple has issued the first trial. Please swallow the awakening stone in front of you within 10 minutes. Failure to do so will result in mission failure and automatic unbinding from the temple. Success will lead to the first trial of the SSS level gluttony in the 1st district, where the host can transform and gain the power of the gluttony. The inheritance talent of the gluttony is infinite devouring, infinite plundering. I looked at the awakening stone with a big head in front of me, feeling a bit silent. What a waste. No, Wanqing must break up with him immediately. Break up immediately, can't delay for a moment. Seeing this scene, Wanqing's father, Su Daqian, stood up abruptly on the stage, waving his hands very exaggeratedly, his voice loud. At this moment, Su Wanqing walked with her art-like long legs. I have carefully considered it. We may not be very suitable. Forgive me for being blunt. I have awakened an S-level monster, while you have awakened a useless D-level thing. We may not be people of the same world in the future. You should find someone suitable for your level, and I will also look for someone who can reach my level. You can't stop me from pursuing a better future, right? So let's break up. Su Wanqing smoothed her hair and turned to walk down the stage. This guy, he cracks me up. His awakening level is low. He dropped out of school now. Broke up with his ex-girlfriend. If it were me, I would have jumped from the 10th floor. But it's normal. Someone like him with a love brain. If you have the ability, it's fine. Others say you're affectionate. Without ability, you're just a fool. Women are disgusting too. As soon as they get ashore, they cut down their beloved. To be honest, although I think the school and this woman are too materialistic, in this kind of situation, you can only blame yourself for not being capable. This is a world of the survival of the fittest. Weakness is the original sin. There is 1 minute left. Please complete the trial immediately. Otherwise the 10 evil temple will automatically unbind. Okay, swallow it. Start a new life. I don't want to be looked down upon by anyone again. I directly slapped away the withdrawal notice in the head teacher's hand, then turned and ran towards the stage. What's wrong with this brother? Has he gone crazy? Is he trying to commit suicide? Don't hit your head against the awakening stone. No. Someone catch him. Send him to the mental hospital. Another crazy one. This kind of thing happens every year during the awakening ceremony. In front of everyone's eyes. I picked up the awakening stone, then stuffed it into my mouth. Taking a desperate measure, I felt a surge of energy and immediately started devouring it greedily. This lunatic is eating awakening stones. What kind of mental illness has he got? Why are his teeth so hard? That's an awakening stone. Why is he biting it like a biscuit? Could this guy be a monster turned human? Someone stop him quickly. The awakening stone has been swallowed. How will the others awaken? He's really gone mad, wanting to seek revenge on society, right? Such poor quality. When the headmaster, principal, and some teachers realized what had happened, I had already crushed and swallowed the awakening stone in a few bites. Lu Oming, why are you like this? A middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking skinny rushed to the awakening platform. He is my homeroom teacher. In the whole school, among 10 classes, only my class has such a waste like me. Now I even ate the awakening stone. You are giving up on yourself. Can you not drag me down with you? Wang Chaosang could already foresee that after this incident, as the homeroom teacher, he would have to bear the blame. My bonus for this semester is definitely going to be deducted. All because of me? This useless person. He even wants to crush my heart. At this point, I was already staying in place. My consciousness had completely sunk into the 10 evil temple, which is a void space covered with stars, with 10 huge stone statues shrouded in darkness in the distance. Just then, one of the stone statue's eyes suddenly lit up with a crimson light, and the next second, my vision blurred, and I saw a huge blood-red beast standing among the stars. The 5 players nodded to each other before Pegula attacked again. Then they scattered in all directions and fled. They know that if the whole squad is wiped out tomorrow, then the mission would be meaningless. If the composition of the temporal rift can be probed, or maybe a general understanding of why time rifts occur would be of great help to humans around the world. Maybe simulate the construction of a temporal rift and go forth to seek the help of the giant of light. Or maybe a way to close the temporal rift could be worked out. Wipe out this crack that plagues the world. Seeing that the Tomorrow Squad had scattered and fled, Su Ming did not show his face, instead, burying himself in a snowdrift, as he had just done, leaving only a hole in the used to view the sky. Pegula, wounded from the attack of the Tomorrow Squad, flapped her wings in the air and, seeing the tiny group of humans scatter in all directions, they didn't go after them. After all, with 4 people, there was no way to catch up. Letting out a shrill cry, Pegula flapped her wings and slowly landed on the ground. It landed on the ground with a bang, shaking all those ice sculptures on the ground and rolling them down the mountain range. Su Ming looked at the crotch of the monster at the top, not daring to breathe a single breath. Who knew Pegula would fall and land directly on his face? Had he known this, Su Ming would definitely not have buried himself. It wasn't to see if there was any salvation for the frozen crew. Now it's good. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming tried his best not to make a sound, but Pegula stood above herself, turning her crotch to her. It's like they're mouthing off for something. Asterisk asterisk, it didn't come here to take a dump, did it? A thought flashed by, and Su Ming once again looked at Pegula's crotch, then recoiled a little. Gotta be, to be pulled in the face by a monster. That Pegula made a strong, pouting ass aimed at Su Ming, and slammed it. A round egg dropped. Su Ming, who had been squinting his eyes and didn't want to look, was confused when he saw this scene. Pegula is here to lay eggs. No wonder he didn't go after the fleeing squad members. So this Pegula, it's a monster in waiting. But if this guy lays eggs here, won't I never be able to leave? Here comes the most crucial question. Su Ming couldn't get out. Just as Su Ming wanted to make a good plan on how to leave, a sudden change occurred. It just felt like something was arching up underneath me. The next thing Su Ming saw was that he was thrown up into the middle of the sky, and then he ruthlessly smashed into the snow. Also, the loss of protective clothing is in place and the snow is soft. Otherwise Su Ming would have been paralyzed if he didn't die from such a blow. Just like that, Su Ming also felt like the organs in his body were displaced. It was hard to roll over and look to where he had just buried himself in the snow. Nice guy, a dinosaur-like monster with Pegula's newly laid egg in its mouth. And as Pegula reacted, her eyes, which were originally black and white, instantly turned a scarlet color. Chapter 4, Why does a monster know how to martyr itself? Pegula was furious on the spot about the fact that her eggs were being stolen and eaten in front of her eyes. This anger was 100 times stronger than attacking the Tomorrow Squad. Good chance to slip away. Su Ming didn't have time to distinguish the egg-stealing dinosaur monster and turned to run. However, the wind swirled up behind her, and Pegula levitated into the air, flapping her wings wildly. It swept towards the dinosaur monster and Su Ming with a large amount of ice and snow. That dinosaur monster was not willing to show weakness, and swallowed the monster egg in its mouth directly, and then its mouth spewed out flames. Attacking towards Pegula. However, the wind was strong, and in the midst of the ice and snow, this bit of flame attack couldn't do much at all, and it died down in no time. Su Ming didn't fare so well. Amidst the cold, gusty winds of the, leaning in as hard as he could, he grabbed at the chunks of snow on the ground and stayed close to the ground so he wouldn't be blown off. But in the end, Su Ming didn't have a firm grip and was caught within the storm. Black smoke and dust scurried in all directions in the middle of the storm. Su Ming's eyes were dark and he only felt the sky spinning. At that moment, the members of the Tomorrow Squad went and returned, having heard the sounds of another fight taking place here. That's why I've come here specifically to find out what's going on. The 5 surviving members of the team regrouped and discussed what had happened here. Why are these 2 monsters fighting? I don't know. Wasn't there just one Pegula's? Do you guys know what the name of that dinosaur monster is? I don't know. I lost my monster identification device, and this one is relatively rare and I don't recognize it, said one of the team members, pointing to the storm in the sky with a wisp of doubt. Wait, do you see someone in that storm of black smoke in the sky? It seems so, but the captain and the others were sacrificed, and there are only a few of us left. Who else would there be? The captain of this mission did tell me that there would be a mysterious figure protecting us in the shadows, and the captain has spoken to me. That mysterious figure seems to be the big man who sacrificed hundreds of elite squads to be resurrected not long ago. I've also heard that the big guy was reincarnated from the M78 Nebula Kingdom of Light. Existed on Earth 30 million years ago. It was the first light in the world, the most powerful light giant in the universe. Asterisk asterisk, so powerful. I was a little skeptical at first, but, is the big guy flying right now? Yeah, flying inside a tornado. So strong. Looks like the big guy's got a shot at the monster in the dark. We mustn't intervene, so as not to interfere with the big man's plans. Yeah, I think so. I agree. Su Ming only felt dizzy now, and it was hard for him to force himself to come to his senses, only to find that the storm around them disappeared. Then the body went into a freefall motion, reflexively reaching out to grab it. Su Ming realized that he had actually grabbed something. Looking up, His hand almost loosened a bit. What he had grabbed himself was, surprisingly, Pegula's tail. At some point, Pegula took to the air again, her mouth gathering energy in all directions. Aimed at the dinosaur monster on the ground. The dinosaur monster seemed to know that Pegula was about to unleash her big move, and hastily started punching holes in the ground, trying to make an impromptu escape. This scene was watched by the Tomorrow Squad. The big guy is so strong. Sure enough, he's been planning to deal with that monster all along. Yeah, casually grabbed Pegula by the tail. First, we'll let the two monsters fight each other, and then we'll finish off the one that's left. High, it's really high. Hope. A thing called hope rose from the hearts of the people. Ever since the monsters invaded Earth, mankind has been in despair. Families were broken and corpses strewn about, especially in those first few years. Everyone is underwater. Now, a mighty being, a giant of light, a savior appeared who made the crowd feel like they could save the world. This is definitely good news that uplifts all of humanity. It's just that, at the moment, the superintendent hasn't given the order to announce the news of Su Ming's resurrection to all mankind. Otherwise, humanity around the globe will go into a boiling state. Su Ming didn't know what state the others were in. He only knew that his current situation seemed to be dangerous. Pegula's freezing ray fired straight at the beast that was digging a hole to escape. With a swish sound, without the slightest surprise, the beast was frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot. That's not all. Pegula, who had lost her eggs in her youth, let out a mournful cry and charged up Everest. Su Ming had to hold onto Pegula's tail to prevent it from coming off as it landed above the ground. Look, Diggy's controlling Pegula and charging toward Mount Everest. So this is the big man's means, to be able to control monsters. The big man's plan is to have Pegula take him to Mount Everest. The fact that the big man is able to do all these things without changing his body is simply admirable. The Tomorrow Squad looked at Pegula and Su Ming, who were gradually disappearing into the clouds. All of them had a look of adoration in their eyes. After a few moments, he also hurried in the direction of Mount Everest. Su Ming thought that Pegula was crazy. After experiencing the pain of losing his eggs and eliminating his enemies, it seems like this guy wants to be martyred. Martyrdom for an egg? Well, even if this egg is your child, is it okay if you put me on the ground first? As Pegula pierced through the clouds, Su Ming was already above the clouds, 10,000 meters high. Even Mount Everest is below itself. Looking down, Su Ming could see a huge gap on Mount Everest as if it had been torn open, constantly flowing with dark red arcs of electricity. Extremely unstable. Black mist layered around Mount Everest, accompanied by purple lightning flowing. And, after breaking through the clouds, the color of the world seemed to produce a change. Originally above the clouds should be a clear sky with white clouds. Now Su Ming only felt that the world presented. It was a shade of blood red. This is that legendary crack. Of course, this was only the approximation of what Su Ming saw among the high altitude. For a closer look, you'll have to see it up close. Only at this moment there was no room for Su Ming to think so much. Pegula swooped downward just as she was about to touch the atmosphere. ***. Really kill yourself, Su Ming shouted, his hand gripping tighter. The airflow from a downward dive is not at all less than an upward one. One accidental dislodgement, and it's a fall from 10,000 meters. Mind you, there was no parachute on Su Ming's body right now. Pegula seemed to have discovered Su Ming, who had been grabbing her tail, but there was no other movement, because now it's all about seeking death. Crashing like this, Pegula didn't believe that Su Ming, a tiny human, could still be alive. Just then, a bird-type monster rushed out of the temporal rift. Chapter 5, I'd rather die than go through this again. Bang! No one noticed how the strange bird rushed out of that dark red temporal rift. Su Ming only felt as if Pegula had suffered some kind of heavy blow. His own hand then disengaged Pegula's tail. During this time, Pegula's mouth was also seen bubbling with mouth water. The extremely difficult to understand expression like a look of disbelief. However, Su Ming didn't have time to understand what was going on in Pegula's head anymore. His body was in a state of suspension. Then it was going to drop down. After making a messy grab in the air, Su Ming grabbed another thing. Looking up, it was the huge claws of the bird-shaped monster that had just rushed out. This monster is struggling to climb into the claws of this huge yellow bird. Su Ming looked at the feather in front of him. Volcano monster bird Barton. The 5 members of Tomorrow Squad were running out of stamina by the time they climbed above the clouds. However, being able to notice that it's a blood-red world up here, it's already a particularly important piece of intelligence. Looking upwards, one of the crew spotted Barton in the sky, flapping his wings, as well as the Pegula that was plummeting downward in a parabolic fashion. The big man he took care of Pegula. So strong, how did the big man do it? Wait, Biggie seems to be on that Barton right now. Yeah, look at Barton's left foot. Barton, the monster is no stranger to the Tomorrow Squad. and in past battles just engaged Patton a couple times. As a relatively famous monster, the crowd didn't even need to look up the information. Su-ming held onto Barton's giant claw tightly so as not to dislodge it again. This feeling of coming back from the dead. I don't want to go through it again. Although he had already died once, Su-ming felt that playing this kind of exciting game high in the air was a good idea. It's simply not for the average person. This Barton had just come out of a time rift and found the whole world very new. Although he accidentally bumped into Pegula, Barton didn't think anything of it. After hovering over Mount Everest for a few moments, Barton flew away from here with Su-ming. The Tomorrow Squad saw this and looked at each other. Another beastly roar was heard coming from the top of the mountain, matching the dark red world that the 5 squad members couldn't help but raise their chills. There should be a monster coming out of the spacetime rift. Let's retreat. Yes, bringing the information from here back to headquarters is the most important task. The big man has taken control of Barton and withdrawn, and the situation up there should be straightened out. So let's go. In the end, the 5 unanimously decided to retreat, and they headed down the mountain. Barton is flying around the surface of the earth. One day it's weaving through the Zoga swarm, the next it's dotting the water in the Pacific Ocean. Su-ming smeared the seawater from his glass mask onto Barton's bird feathers. With that, he removed the hood again and let out a deep breath. The oxygen in the suit had run out, and wearing it again wouldn't do any good. Taking some time, Su-ming unzipped the protective suit and threw it into the sea. Only the first aid kit that I had brought earlier was left behind. The rest of the day is a matter of life and death. The airflow kept blowing against Su-ming's face, and Su-ming could only squint his eyes slightly. Barton was finally tired of flying in the sky after half a day of. Stopped on the banks of a large river, Su-ming took the opportunity to jump off Barton's paw and rolled into the reeds aside. The sky also gradually darkened. Su-ming just so quietly stay lying in the reeds. Only a slight breathing sound was made, and Barton flew away from the area after just a few moments of perching on the riverbank after taking a sip of water. It looks like it's flying off to the east. Finally, it's gone. Su-ming moved his exhausted body and walked out from the reeds. Except for early in the morning before he left, Su-ming hadn't eaten for a day. By now the stomach was in an uproar and rattling. If I don't find something to eat, I'm afraid I won't even be able to lift the strength to go back. But luckily, this is Riverside. The current season is in the summer, and it's also the season when animals are active. You should be able to find some meat here, but it's best if you don't encounter some poisonous animals. Let's see if there are any fish. Taking out the small waterproof flashlight he carried with him, Su-ming shone the light onto the river. There is no shortage of phototropic fish in the rivers. At night, when they find the light, they can't help but swim. Not long after the flashlight shone, several fish came to Su-ming. Su-ming's hand was quick and grabbed it. The water splashed and chopped, and a small fish was caught on the spot and grabbed by Su-ming. The other fish that swam by were frightened and scattered in all directions. Finding a relatively sharp rock at the riverside, Su-ming handled the small fish for a while. There's just no source of ignition. Looking at the little fish, Su-ming held back and eat it as sashimi, scraping out pieces and pieces of fish. If you can't even endure this hardship, how can you talk about saving the world? Su-ming smiled to himself, then continued to eat while enduring his discomfort. Looking at the riverbank, Su-ming fell into deep thought. It was ridiculous that he had suddenly resurrected himself in this world and became the savior for no apparent reason. Adults have to take responsibility for their actions, though, right? Who let themselves get into so many funeral services on a whim at the time? Walking along the riverside, Su-ming did find a wooden sign that had fallen to the east and west. It looks a little old. This wooden sign has 3 words carved crookedly on it. Manhwa River. Feeling like I've been taken to the northeast by Barton? Su-ming froze and muttered to himself. 100 years have passed and things have changed here. The original skyscrapers by the Manhwa River have long since been destroyed. Now all that's left is a patch of reeds. However, since there is a wooden sign here, there could be human habitation. If we find the living, then there's a way to get back. Continuing to walk along the riverside, Su-ming had unknowingly arrived at the widest part of the Manhwa River. At a glance, you can't even see the other side of the river. It was night, but the moonlight did shine down with a glow. It was just that the river was somehow foggy and horizontal, as if it had formed a circular encirclement. Seeing the strange sight, Su-ming shone the torch in his hand over to the, yet it was unable to penetrate the thick layer of fog. This moonlight. Looking up at the moon, Su-ming could clearly see that the beam of light shining down from the, it seemed to be drawn to the center of the fog. There seems to be something under the water. With a slight gaze, Su-ming looked into the river. Suddenly, a light suddenly flashed out under the water and quickly faded, and the shape that the light converged into made Su-ming freeze in place on the spot. No way. Could it be? As soon as he took the clothes off his body, Su-ming jumped into the Manhwa River holding a flashlight. Chapter 6. My home is really in northeast China. The cool river water surged towards Su Ming's body, washing over the body that had just been reborn for 10 days. Opening his eyes in the water, Su Ming looked in the direction of the flashlight's illumination and a familiar silhouette could be seen faintly. Fish swam by, and were scared away by the splash of water from Su Ming's swim, and in no time, Su Ming, who was familiar with water, had already arrived next to his destination. The moonlight in the sky pierced through the river and shone on the behemoth in front of Su Ming, or rather, it was shining on the jewel-shaped bump on the behemoth's chest. Under the water, Su Ming held his breath, unable to make a sound. But long ago, he had been stunned by the giant stone statue lying at the bottom of the river in front of him. That's right, the giant stone statue. The stone statue of the Giant of Light. The stone statue of Ultraman. After this world was invaded by monsters, Ultraman was slow to show up. Everyone hadn't expected that there was a stone statue of a Giant of Light, lying quietly at the bottom of the center of the Manhwa River. This stone statue of Ultraman, based on Su Ming's level of knowledge of it, and its facial contours, the chest tattoo appears to be identifiable as Deja Ultraman. For some reason, the stone statue of Deja Ultraman would appear at the bottom of the Manhwa River. But Su Ming couldn't care less about other messy reasons at the moment. Right now, Su Ming only wanted to know if this stone statue could be revived. In the movie and television series, two methods of reviving the stone statue of Deja Ultraman have appeared. One is that the protagonist, Daiko, uses the rod of divine light to transform himself into light and enter the stone statue, bringing the stone statue of Deja back to life. Two, it's during the Deja TV finale, when Deja is defeated and petrified by the evil god, Gatanjio. Rescue teams use light to shine on the stone timer to channel light. It was now obvious to the eye that the stone statue of Dia seemed to be absorbing the moonlight that shone down on it. That is to say, this stone statue is very much revived. If, perhaps, I can be transformed into light to enter the stone statue, I may succeed in reviving Deja. A bold thought appeared from Su Ming's mind, and then, Su Ming swam towards the stone statue. The process went smoothly and didn't encounter any obstacles. Su Ming came to the timer jewel illuminated by the moonlight. After a few moments of quiet waiting, no miracle happened at all. I can't hold it to the limit. Su Ming's face flushed red as he quickly swam towards the river. The water broke with a crash, accompanied by the sound of Su Ming breathing heavily. It seems I was being whimsical. Shaking his head bitterly, Su Ming broke the fantasy in his mind. Without the rod of divine light, one simply cannot convert one's body into light. So reviving the stone statue of Deja is a pipe dream. White mist surrounded the area, and Su Ming dived into the water once again, taking a look at the stone statue before. Then he swam towards the shore. The fog here is supposed to be formed to protect the stone statues, especially at night. No one likes to come to creepy places like this. As for monsters, Su Ming hadn't seen any monsters in the Manhwa River yet. Maybe gone, maybe sleeping, but why is the stone statue of Deja in this place? After putting the clothes on, Su Ming pondered for a moment. Then a strange expression appeared on his face. I think there's a line in a song. What's it say? My drop home is in the northeast on the Manhwa River. My drop home? Me Deja? In any case, the stone statue of Deja is indeed on the Manhwa River in the northeast. But even knowing that couldn't revive him either. Su Ming didn't intend to tell anyone about this, because the stone statue of Dia seems to be absorbing the essence of moonlight. Perhaps one day the statue will suddenly revive. On top of that, some cosmic people will be lurking amongst the human race. If it leaks out, maybe this last hope is gone. As the sky dawned, Su Ming headed in a direction where a smoldering fire emerged from. There seems to be a living presence in this post-apocalyptic world. It's good enough to say that we don't run into people who are sinister at heart. Su Ming did not expect others to help him enthusiastically. So, before setting out, Su Ming fought a few fish and carried them in his hands tied with reeds. It didn't take long for Su Ming to arrive at the place where the smoke and fire were coming out. Not far from the Pine River is smoke coming from a hole in the ground. After taking a closer look, Su Ming realized that there was a piece of dry reed laying on the ground. It looked out of place with the surrounding mud. Crouching beside this dry reed, Su Ming tentatively opened his mouth and asked, "Is anyone underground?" "Who?" A shout came, and the dry reed was instantly lifted away from Then a head emerged from the ground. Before Su Ming could react, the shiny silver blade was across his chest. "Take it easy, bro." Hastily raising the handful of fish in his hand, Su Ming opened his mouth and said to the pudgy head in front of him, "What are you here for?" Seeing the fish in Su Ming's hand, the blade retracted, but his tone remained unkind. With a swish, the pudgy-haired man emerged from the hole in the ground. "I'm here to ask for directions." Su Ming carefully sized up the man in front of him and handed over the fish in his hand. His clothes were dirty and full of dirt, and even his head was a pile of mud clumps. It looks like it lives in this hole in the ground. Asking for directions? The man said as he nonchalantly took the fish from Su Ming's hand. Where do you want to go? I want to go to the headquarters of the anti-monster organization. Su Ming opened his mouth. The man raised an eyebrow when he heard Su Ming's words, then said, "What are you doing there? You won't get there in a year on foot. There's monsters on the road. Maybe it's dead on the road. It seems that this place is far away from the headquarters." Pressing his temples, Su Ming asked again, "So around here, is there a branch of the anti-monster organization?" "Yes, there is a branch at the Pine Blossom Survivor Base, about an hour's walk away." The man was truthful and said as he pointed a direction towards Su Ming. "Thank you, big brother." Seeing this, Su Ming opened his mouth and laughed. "But big brother, you're living underground?" "I'm here to fish in the Songhua River." The man answered Su Ming directly. "I dug this hole in the ground a long time ago to hide from the monsters. Every day I fish till night, and I live here in the... I woke up the next day to continue catching. My family is also at the Pinehurst Survivor Base." "I see." Su Ming nodded, then made a farewell to the man. Then, "See you around." After walking for an hour in the direction the man pointed, Su Ming did find the Songhua Survivor Base. When the anti-monster organization squad guarding the base's gate asked Su Ming about his identity, Su Ming directly reported Jing Zhe's name. This time, it could make the squad scared and unclear, but they still asked Su Ming carefully to clarify the situation. For example, what does Kajikawa look like and what are his features? Su Ming naturally described Jing Zhe's image directly. In a state of alarm, the squad contacted their superiors, the Pine Blossom Division. And then the division superiors contacted headquarters. In the end, Su Ming returned to the headquarters, Dragon City, under the leadership of a small team. Chapter 7 Rumors are powerful enough to set all of humanity abuzz. Greeting Su Ming were the 5 surviving members of the Tomorrow Squad. "Big brother." Sure enough, it's big brother Su Ming. Just after getting off the airplane, Su Ming heard a cry of surprise. Then 5 people from the Tomorrow Squad swarmed over. "You are members of the Tomorrow Squad." Having been in contact with this team for a day, Su Ming also recognized the appearance of these 5 people. The 5 people didn't expect Su Ming to recognize them, and they became excited. "Biggie, I saw you tear Pegula apart with your hands. It was really strong." Yeah. And that dinosaur monster that got frozen by a shot of light from the big guy. And Barton, I can't believe I'm being ridden by the big man and flying wherever he points. So awesome. Not bad for a big guy transmogrified from the M78 Nebula. Biggie deserves to be the strongest light giant. The 5 of them were talking to each other. Where was the image of an elite squad? In Su Ming's eyes, these 5 players had become obsessed. What the hell? I'm tearing up Pegula with my hands? I'm firing a ING freeze ray? I'm riding Barton wherever I want to go? It seems like these things happen, but not quite. I'm that good? Almost Su Ming fell into self-doubt. Luckily, Su Ming was a person who was awake in the world and quickly came to his senses. To say that I'm really good at something, that's surviving a nasty fight with 3 monsters. I'm still alive. Smiling, Su Ming walked towards the interior of the base under the leadership of the Tomorrow Squad. Along the way, many people took this scene in, and there was a lot of private discussion. I heard that Lord Su Ming blew up a dinosaur monster with 1 punch. Right. I've also heard that Lord Su Ming is grilling Pegula in the Himalayas. What are you guys doing here? I know more. What do you know? I know. Lord Su Ming crushed Barton's poison sac with 1 claw and poured it into his own mouth. Drink it and say another bottle. Asterisk. For a while, there were all sorts of rumors, any version of them, in the base. It was all about Su Ming blowing up 3 monsters in the Himalayas, with a fellow Tomorrow Squad as a guarantor. Everyone agrees that these happenings it's the fact that it's real. Soon, news from the base reached the outside. It spread first from the headquarters to the surrounding chapters and then from the chapters to other chapters. In the end, humanity around the globe was abuzz. The news that had been hidden from headquarters could no longer be concealed. Transmogrified from the M78 Nebula, the land of light, which existed on Earth 30 million years ago, the world's first light, the most powerful giant of light in the universe, has been resurrected, and it's at the headquarters of the anti-monster organization right now. Hope is born from the heart of every human being, and in the midst of these last days, the heart of mankind. There was a hint of comfort because of Su Ming's presence. At long last, the giant of light has not given up on Earth. Now is the time for Earth to fight back. The day to rebuild our home begins with Su Ming's return. That's it. A time rift on Mount Everest. It's like it's in an unstable state, and every now and then a monster will come out this way. Was sitting in front of a standing Kajikawa. Su Ming opened his mouth to describe to him the sight he saw on Mount Everest. The surviving members of the Tomorrow Squad have also spoken to me. Above the clouds is the blood-red world. I really don't know what kind of mutation has happened there, so much so that a time and space rift has appeared. Sighing, Kajikawa nodded and said, "Thanks to you, Lord Su-ming. Otherwise where would the Tomorrow Squad have survived? I was already prepared for all of them to die, but I didn't expect that there would still be 5 of them back. I'm really grateful to Lord Su-ming for risking being exposed to help." Saying that, Jingza once again bent down to Su-ming. "Come on, Superintendent. I wasn't much help." Su-ming hurriedly stood up and tried to help Jingza up. "Jingza, shame on Lord Su-ming." However, Jingza bent down tightly and there was no movement to get up. "Because of this mission, your identity has been completely exposed. My lord, by now those cosmopolitans must know all sorts of information about you. My lord, as well. It goes against your plan to hide your identity and strength. My lord, please punish Lord Su-ming." Su-ming was dumbfounded by this series. What's the point of the cosmos knowing their information? It's true that I'm not Ultraman, right? I'm hiding? What identity? My identity as an Ultraman? Didn't some laboring Hippolyte say that the old man said giants of light? What's the point of hiding? Intergalactic joke. If I were really a giant of light I would have plucked it out of the elephant clam long ago. It's not a big problem. Superintendent, before you get up. Su-ming used a little bit of strength to force Jingze up. It doesn't matter. Even if the universe knows of my existence. What can I do? Anyway, I'm not I can't transform right now, so it's no different than not knowing. After thinking about it, Su-ming changed his tone. After all, the whole world now thinks they are Ultraman, the savior. If you say you're not an Ultraman, imagine the consequences. You have to know that the potion that resurrected himself was obtained by sacrificing hundreds of elite squads. This is the only one of its kind in the world. Instead of disappointing all of humanity, Su-ming felt that he simply admitted this identity. They got this life back anyway, so they might as well make a contribution. It's not like it's hard to be a fake Ottoman, so you can't transform right now. Su-ming-sama, it seems that your strength has been damaged after being resurrected. When Jingza heard Su-ming say this, he immediately became a bit worried as well. However, even though Lord Su-ming couldn't transform, he wasn't the one to take on the 3 monsters alone yet. Wipe them all out. Worthy of being the strongest light giant in the universe, it was surprising that it could be so strong without changing its body. Ah, yes, the strength is damaged. Most of all, after I was resurrected, there are no more transformers. Su-ming simply continued to make it up. At least it looked real. I don't know where those changelings from my life are scattered anymore. Transformer. That's a problem. Jingza's brow furrowed then, as if he thought of something, if you regained your transformer, Lord Su-ming, wouldn't you be able to transform into a light giant? That's right. Su-ming nodded and said, it's not like there's going to be a shifter out there anyway, so this kind of talk is just random. Okay, I'll have the global team keep an eye out for things shaped like shifters when they go on missions. Jingza spoke up. By the way, Lord Su-ming, I wonder what kind of shape your transformer is. Chapter 8, the barbarians can't get rid of their name. When it came to what the transformer looked like, Su-ming's brows furrowed. Here's the deal. Take a sample of all the Ultraman transformers that appear in movies and TV shows. As soon as I can find one of them, I should be able to use it. After thinking about it, Su-ming opened his mouth. This world has the stone statue of Deja, so maybe there really is a god's light rod. If we do find the shifter, maybe it will actually work? However, the chances of this were basically non-existent, and Su-ming didn't hold out hope. Alright then, I'll have all the squads keep an eye out. Jingza nodded and said, right, Lord Su-ming, while you were away we captured a cosmonaut. We've never been able to pry any useful information out of him, though, I thought that perhaps you, Lord Su-ming, could get him to talk so that you could obtain some information. Cosmic man? Su-ming froze and said, alright, I'll go take a look. Su-ming was not expecting that the anti-monster organization had the ability to capture cosmic people, but even Undead Wizard Redpath and the others have fought and captured a Cosmoback. It's still possible. As Jingza walked toward a closed basement in which Jingza pressed a hidden switch, then a door automatically opened. It's an elevator. This is the institute where we study all kinds of monsters. Some of the monsters or cosmonauts that are captured and returned are sent underground for deeper study. Seeing Su-ming's somewhat surprised look, Jingze explained, because in movies and TV dramas, there's no lack of props about monsters appearing. We're trying to make these props, like the monster deck from Axe Ultraman, and the secret key to the monster in Triga Ultraman? Su-ming asked suspiciously. That's right. Jingza nodded and said, if you study the Victory God Light Rod from Triga Ultraman, maybe you'll be able to successfully transform. Lord Su-ming. A few imperceptible cold sweats appeared on his forehead. Su-ming said with a forced smile, the Victory God Lightstick from the world of Triga Ultraman is a very useful prop indeed. The likes of Zeta Ultraman and Libertarian Ultraman have used this transformer. As long as there is a secret key that contains its own energy, you can use it to transform your body into light. Libertarian Ultraman once said, in a movie or TV show, once the Ultraman clan takes on human form, they must use a prop that transforms their bodies into light in order to transform back into light giants. At this point, Su Ming maintained a skeptical attitude, even though it was Libertarian Ultraman himself who said that. But, jack-o'-lanterns don't seem to use transformers, do they? It's a good thing no one thought of that one. A drop of cold sweat broke out once again, and Su Ming looked over at Jing Zhe and smiled weakly. There were no words along the way, and as the elevator descended, Su Ming and Jing Zhe arrived deep underground, opened the elevator door, and instead of pitch blackness, there was a rather wide, lights are open in the lab. Big job. 3 words popped into Su Ming's mind, and then he and Jing Zhe walked in. This expansive laboratory is home to researchers of all shapes and sizes, yellow-skinned and, there were blondes and blue-eyed and dark brown-skinned scientific researchers. In Jing's words, the best scientists in the world have converged here. In order to make weapons against monsters by studying them. The scientific researchers were all in the middle of their busy schedules, and even if Jingzi came, there was no need to say hello or anything like that, because time is too precious to them. Lord Su Ming, the potion that resurrected you was developed by them, Jingzi said as he introduced himself in front of Su Ming. Be sure to thank them for me sometime. Su Ming was slightly stunned, then spoke. I didn't realize that such a group of people, the savior who developed the potion that brought him back to life. Indeed, before Su Ming appeared, this group of researchers was the last hope in everyone's heart. This is their duty and responsibility. Jingzi spoke up. Resurrecting you, my lord. It is the most important step in saving the world, which is what they should do. Hearing Jingzi say that, Su Ming shook his head, but didn't say anything else. The place where the cosmonauts were being held was in a room next to the lab, not a dimly lit dungeon, but on the contrary, a relatively open field. Inside a specialized cage, a man with a head of straggling yellow hairs and 2 long, sharp, thin horns. The cosmonauts in barbed leather armor are shriveled up and locked in them. It looks like it's been tortured for a long time. Barbarians? Su Ming did recognize this cosmic man. After all, this guy was relatively famous, has shape-shifting abilities and has pitted a number of Ultraman. That's right, it's the barbarians, Kajikawa said, nodding. He used his shape-shifting ability to disguise himself as a staff member and was caught using his fingerprints to unlock the gate. How did you find out? Su Ming asked. Because he can only shapeshift into someone else's likeness, but he can't mimic the lines of human fingerprints. Jingzi smiled, then knocked on the blast glass of the cage. Barbarians, tell me what you know. All of it. With both hands behind his back, Jingzi spoke directly. This Babar alien has been tortured for a long time, and there's no use in torturing him any longer. Jingzi's question to him was just to show Su Ming the attitude of this cosmic man. Frustrated, the Babar alien shriveled up and looked up, glancing at Jingzi with those dark red eyes. He then gave a disdainful laugh, then lowered his head again as if nothing had happened. Torture me any more than you have to, and you won't pry anything of value out of me. Die, Earthlings, perhaps by releasing me, I might even be able to put in a good word for you before that lord. Save you a whole body. The Babar alien said in a low voice with his head bowed. That lord? Su Ming and Jing Zhe looked at each other, then frowned slightly. It seemed that there was an even more powerful presence behind this Babar alien. Who is that lord? Jing Zhe tapped on the glass and continued to ask. This time, however, the Babar alien was just laughing like a madman and didn't answer Jing's words. It seems that a bit of useful information was obtained after all. Fiddling with his chin, Kajikawa recorded this interrogation on the device he was carrying. Why don't you let me try? Su Ming was silent for a moment and opened his mouth to say to Jingzi. Then I'll trouble Lord Su Ming. Jing Zhe's face showed delight when he saw that Su Ming was going to interrogate him personally. Su Ming nodded, walked over to the cage, cleared his throat slightly, and was silent for a few seconds. And then he yelled, Babar aliens, you son of a. Chapter 9, why is that lord so mysterious? What? Not only Jingzi, but the barbarians heard Su Ming roar this out. He looked up in amazement. After seeing Su Ming's unfamiliar face, he fell back into confusion. Lord Su Ming, what is the meaning of this? Confused, Jingzi asked Su Ming. When did the Babar aliens offend Lord Su Ming? Why did Lord Su Ming have to scold him like this right after meeting him? Could it be a grudge between Lord Su Ming and the Babar aliens in his previous life? It can be confirmed at this time that this Babar alien is from the world of Leo Altman. Su Ming opened his mouth to explain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly to that comment just now. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Su Ming's gaze looked straight into the dark red eyes of the Babelstar man. Worthy of being Lord Su Ming, he actually recognized the Babar alien's origins as soon as he spoke. looking adoringly at Su Ming. Jingza hurriedly recorded this message. Wait, just now he called you Lord Su Ming? At that moment, the Babel star reacted, his eyes looking towards Su Ming. Well, I'm Su Ming. Su Ming nodded, and looked at the Babar aliens, suspiciously. It always felt like this guy knew himself. So you're Su Ming. The Babar aliens looked horrified, and the arrogance they had just shown instantly disappeared into nothingness. You know me? Raising an eyebrow, Su Ming opened his mouth and asked, aren't you that universe's strongest light giant reincarnated in the M78 nebula? The Babar alien pointed at Su Ming and said with a trembling body, humans can't do anything about it. But Ultraman, the giant of light, you can make it go up in smoke with the lift of a hand. Su Ming, gotta. Another cosmic person who says he's an Ultraman. How do you know who I am? Su Ming pretended to be mysterious and said in a deep voice, except for those unenlightened monsters. Who doesn't know that the giant of light that existed on Earth 30 million years ago has come back to life? Hands still shaking, the Babar alien said in horror. Hiss. Su Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. When was he so horrible as he was? According to the barbarians, all the universe knows they are Ultraman? The question is one really an Ultraman? Not at all. Predictably, the cosmopolitans who are now invading Earth, all of them see themselves as their greatest potential enemies. According to the Babar, the lord behind him, I guess I consider myself an enemy as well. Hard. Too hard. Sighing in his heart, Su Ming covered his face with one hand, trying to escape reality. However, when the Babel alien saw Su Ming raise his hand, he thought he was going to release light rays to extinguish himself. Hastily, he took a defensive stance. Seeing that the Babar alien was scared like a dog, Jingza who was on the side couldn't help but lament. Worthy of being Lord Su Ming, to have such a powerful deterrent amongst the cosmopolitans. The cosmonauts, who had not been willing to say a word more. How dare you act like a dog in front of Lord Su Ming? Su Ming's mouth twitched when he saw Jingzai's expression. It seems that he is sitting on his own as an Ultraman. There is no escape. Who is that lord you just spoke of? With an unrefusable tone, Su Ming asked the Babel star hostage. Anyway, I'm going out on a limb, so Su Ming will make a mistake to the end. The identity of Ultraman is played out to the fullest. Who would have thought that the Babar alien snapped and knelt on the ground, begging Su Ming for mercy. My lord, I can't say it. If I tell you, I'll lose my life. Can't say? Su Ming raised his eyebrows again. What can't be said? What do you think? Will I let you die first? Or will the so-called, that lord, let you die first? Slightly bending down, Su Ming's face revealed an evil smile. Opening his mouth, he addressed the kneeling Babar alien. The Babar alien trembled and said not a word. His mind was indeed in a heavenly battle. Like they were making some big decision. That's scary? Seeing this, Su Ming thought in his heart, the so-called that lord is probably one of the bosses in the Ultraman world. Otherwise it couldn't have terrified the barbarians so much. You know, this Babar alien has a lot of guts. If not mistaken, he's the one who stole Otter's key. How could a cosmic man who even dared to attack the kingdom of light head-on be scared like this? In order to force the barbarians a hand, Su Ming flung his hands, then crossed his two arms and, in the shape of a cross. No! The Babar alien saw this and shouted out. I say! Jingza, who was on the side, sighed slightly. If this Babar alien was a bit more stubborn, maybe he could see Lord Su Ming strike with his own eyes today. That pose just now was clearly a pose in preparation for releasing a light attack line. Being able to see Lord Su Ming releasing light. What's the loss of a captured cosmonaut? Say it. Su Ming lowered both of his arms, eyed the barbarians, and opened his mouth, only to see that Babar alien struggled again inside, then looked at the ceiling and said, My lord, please forgive me for making such a decision against my ancestors today. If I don't say something, he could really set me back on my feet. Cut the crap and talk. Su Ming said coldly. Yes. The Babar alien nodded his head in a hurry, and then said, That lord is. Before the words were finished, only a bang was heard, and the Babar alien in the middle of the cage exploded on the spot. The loud noise startled the entire underground laboratory, attracting many researchers to check out the situation. Su Ming and Jingzai were also confused. This Babar alien suddenly exploded? If it wasn't for the fact that the cage was a specialty item, the explosion might have affected Su Ming and Jingzai. One of the researchers learned the situation, opened the cage and took a closer look at then he shook his head. Superintendent, he's completely blown to dust. Why did it suddenly explode? Jingza asked suspiciously, having previously examined his body. There were no bombs or anything like that found. This would be a special tactic of some cosmonauts. The researcher replied. According to what just happened, he is willing to confess. Su Ming spoke. So, what made him explode was certainly not himself. It's that lord. Hearing those 4 words, Jing's expression also stared. If the one is really that strong, being able to make one person explode without being there makes everyone dangerous, including yourself. It should be some of the tactics that Lord has been practicing on the barbarians from the very beginning. If the warning is violated, it will cause it to explode and die. Yuzhou thought about it and guessed. Chapter 10, Enough is enough. Everything is enough. What happened at the Underground Institute? It soon spread from one researcher to another throughout the headquarters base. In particular, the part where Su Ming used light to force the Babar aliens to confess was widely circulated by all. Lord Su Ming can actually release light directly without changing his body. I've heard about it too. That Babar alien was scared to pee by Lord Su Ming at first. Then everything was said. Yeah. Lord Su Ming's cry of son of a brought the Babar aliens back to their conscience. It's simply awesome. In the end, however, the Babar aliens were unwilling to name the names of the men behind the being looked over by a single glance from Lord Su Ming. He directly burst into flames. If anyone's eyes can kill, it's only Lord Su Ming. Su Ming had gotten a bit used to the various rumors at the headquarters. Even if you hear some strange talk about yourself on the way, or if he saw some marvelous eyes, Su Ming's heart wouldn't show great waves. I've been forced to recognize Ultraman's identity. Those rumors might as well be the more exaggerated the better, and if they can be spread out, they may be able to scare off some small people. However, a message from the Babar aliens, whether it was Su Ming or Jingzhe, all very much in the eye of the beholder. That is, where the Babar aliens came from. If Su Ming hadn't guessed correctly, this Babar alien is from the world of Rio Ultraman, and it's still one of the key players in it. If so all the other cosmic people and monsters came from the world of Leo Ultraman? Lying on the bed, Su Ming scratched his head and fell into doubt. Obviously, no. Soon, Su Ming dismissed this idea. If the other end of the spacetime rift connects to the world of Rio Ultraman, is that where the other monsters came from too? For example, the Zoga group that I encountered the other day. In terms of monsters like Saga alone, within Su Ming's knowledge, it's only ever been seen in the Judasia Ultraman worldview. To say whether or not there was a Zuga in the world of Rio Ultraman, this Su Ming did not know. Maybe there is, but the probability of that is minuscule. In addition to Zoga, and the many cosmonauts and monsters that have popped up on this planet, Su Ming had roughly understood them all. In short, the likelihood that all of these guys are from the Rio Ultraman world is almost zero. Forget it, I can't think about it. Go to sleep. Closing his eyes, Su Ming entered dreamland. Su Ming was shaken awake. Looking at the clock on the table, Su Ming realized that the time was 2 a.m. and it was not yet dawn, but the vibrations were continuous, and Su Ming realized that something was wrong. This is the headquarters of the anti-monster organization, and basically, such an anomaly would never happen. If it does happen, it can only mean that danger is coming. Knock knock. There was an urgent knock on Su Ming's door, followed by a shout from outside the door. Big brother Su Ming, I'm Blue Eagle from Tomorrow Squad. Wake up. HQ is under siege by Cosmo leading an army of monsters. Blue Eagle? Su Ming froze slightly as the image of a person appeared in his mind. One of the 5 surviving members of the Tomorrow Squad. And that's how he knew that the 5 people in Tomorrow's squad would call themselves bigots. The key point, however, is not Blue Eagle, but what Blue Eagle said. Headquarters is under siege. Reacting, Su Ming quickly put his clothes back on, and in the process, he put on the monster information recognition bracelet, opened the door to the room. The door had just opened, only to see Blue Eagle panting and heaving his chest. The short hair on his head was half charred off, and his face was a shade of black, as if he had just returned from battle. The superintendent sent us to inform you of your avoidance. My lord, my teammates, they are waiting for you on the road. That the superintendent has prepared a war machine, and we will be relocating to the capital branch. When Blue Eagle saw Su Ming open the door to his room, he quickly opened his mouth. How? Su Ming was still a bit confused at this point, but he continued to follow Blue Eagle as he quickly walked towards the front of the road. Sparks popped up from time to time along the way, and sometimes some building debris fell and hit the ground. We don't really know, but according to the words of those cosmonauts, they said they came to arrest you, big brother Su Ming. Walking forward at a fast pace, Blue Eagle replied to Su Ming, arrest me? Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes widened. How did these cosmonauts get so bold as to come and capture themselves? I thought we agreed I was Ultraman, the giant of light? How dare they? The leading Hippolyte said. Damn Su Ming, since you don't know how to behave, just leave me alone to make the first move. Blue Eagle relayed to Su Ming. Hippolytics, again. This name had appeared in Su Ming's ears a total of 2 times. One was the harsh words the Hippolytics brought to themselves at the beginning. The second time is now. This cosmonaut, if you want to be awesome, is pretty awesome. Even the Otter brothers have been killed by it. How am I being insensitive? Su Ming scratched his head and couldn't figure out why the Hippolyte Star people would say this. However, now was not the time to think about that. Big brother Su Ming, the superintendent has told us that your strength was damaged after you were resurrected. It's not like there's a shifter on it, so we can understand. Seeing Su Ming with a tight frown, Blue Eagle couldn't help but speak. However, I'm sure you'll regain your strength one day and avenge us. Big brother Su Ming, avenge the martyrdom of those who died under the hands of the cosmos and the monsters, said Blue Eagle, his eyes reddening. Revenge? For you? Suddenly, Su Ming reacted. You're not retreating with us? Not going. Blue Eagle let out a breath, smiled, shook his head, and said, Lord Su Ming, our squad will open a bloody path for you. There will be an elite squad flying the fighters to take you out of the siege and head to the capital branch later. Listening to Blue Eagle's words, Su Ming gradually stopped and fell silent, and when Blue Eagle saw that there was no more sound behind him, he also turned his head suspiciously to look at Su Ming, who had his head lowered. Big brother Su Ming, hurry up and go. It'll be too late if you don't leave. Seeing this, Blue Eagle couldn't care less and pulled Su Ming's hand to move forward. Enough, Su Ming said in a deep voice as he shook Blue Eagle's hand off. At this point, the members of the squad, including those in the Tomorrow Squad, appeared in front of Su Ming as they protected Jingze. Lord Su Ming, hurry up, the cosmos are going to attack. Jingze saw Su Ming and anxiously said to him, Boo! There was a loud pop and a thick steel pipe fell aside, splattering a great deal of dust. It was obvious that the enemy's offense was getting more and more violent. If it wasn't for the fact that the base's defense system was quite sound, it would have fallen in a moment. Chapter 11, maybe it's a relief to die again. Superintendent Jingze, slowly raising his head, Su Ming revealed a smile and opened his mouth, saying, You guys go, I'll take it from here. Lord Su Ming. When the crowd saw this, their expressions all became colors of surprise. Everyone already knew that Lord Su Ming's strength was damaged and he couldn't transform, because Jingze knew that if he didn't tell the people the truth, then Su Ming's identity would be questioned in this disaster, and even the hope of this world would be lost in the rumors. As long as Su Ming was alive, there was hope for the world. With this thought in mind, Jingze said that he must protect Su Ming in this disaster, but at this time, Su Ming said to let himself stay. Is Su Ming's strength restored? Impossible. Jingze shook his head. Lord Su Ming just told me last night that it's impossible to wake up from a nap and regain your original strength. A glance saw through that Su Ming hadn't regained his strength, and Jingze became even more anxious. Lord Su Ming, run! I said, you guys go, I'll take it from here. Looking at the top floor of the headquarters building that was penetrated by a ray of light, Su Ming spoke. Lord Su Ming, you haven't regained your strength. It simply can't deal with that many cosmic people and monsters. Jingze's eyes reddened anxiously as he cried out to Su Ming. Lord Su Ming, please, come with us. Lord Su Ming, there are already 10 elite squads fighting the enemy in a bloody battle. If we don't leave now, the bloody path they opened with their desperate efforts will be in vain. Blue Eagle also pleaded to Su Ming with red eyes. I said, you guys go, I'll take it from here. Don't you get it? Lowering his head, Su Ming roared out on the spot. Go? Su Ming admitted that he wanted to go too. But what about these blood-soaked warriors? What about the fierce warriors who guarded their homes? And what about the innocent people in Dragon City who suffered from the war? What does it matter to them that the cosmos are here to get themselves? One's life is retrieved. The big deal is to die back. If the cosmic people want to capture themselves, just give it to them. Why bother? Anyway, from the beginning to the end, himself is just a fake, not an Ultraman giant of light at all. Everyone was stunned by Su Ming's roar, especially Jingze, who had the most contact with Su Ming. Jingze had never seen Su Ming get angry, and now this gesture was the first time he had seen it. Su Ming da. Jingze was about to say something, but Su Ming stepped forward and slashed above his shoulder and neck in the shape of a knife hand. And then, Jingze fainted. Superintendent. The crowd saw this and cried out eagerly. The superintendent is fine. He's just passed out. You guys take him out while you can. Su Ming opened his mouth and said to the crowd. Su Ming has learned a few tricks to stun a person in his last life, but I didn't think it would come in handy here. Lord Su Ming, stop it. If you don't leave before it's too late, you don't want to see the superintendent sacrificed here too. When Su Ming saw that someone still wanted to speak, he snapped. Good. Blue Eagle clenched his fists tightly. Everyone, take the superintendent and evacuate the... I'll take the blame if there's any. The crowd hesitated for a moment, and figured out what was at stake between the... With that, he left the place with the fainted Jingze. Su Ming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he saw the crowd leave, looking at the sparks flying around, feeling the ground that was constantly shaking, but feeling incredibly relaxed. Perhaps it is indeed a relief to die back. Clenching his fist, Su Ming took a big step toward the headquarters beyond amidst the sparks flying. The hippolytics are letting out an eerie laugh. Constantly firing light attacks destroying the buildings in Dragon City. People on the ground are fleeing out of the city, only to be attacked by all sorts of monsters, dead and wounded. The headquarters building braced itself against the ragged shields of a monstrous. Gradually it became fragmented. Eventually with a crash, the building collapsed in half. The members of the elite squad were in the sky flying their fighters and constantly attacking the surrounding monsters. However, it was a two-fisted attack, and with the lack of firepower, it did not pose much of a threat to them. And with some monstrous counterattacks, the force keeps dwindling. There was also artillery fire on the ground against the monsters and cosmonauts. But this attack, as soon as you expose your position, you may be attacked by a ray of light or a light bomb in the next second. Su Ming came to the vast practice field and faced the leader of the Cosmopolitans, the Hippolytes. Straight on, at its side, there was another Imperial alien. Listening to the wailing and crying coming from all around, Su Ming gradually closed his eyes. After calming down for a while, Su Ming opened his eyes and spoke. Hey, there's the Weevil alien over there, and the Hanging Face alien. Look over here. Putting a megaphone he picked up on the road in front of his mouth. Su Ming's shouts directly reached the ears of the two Cosmopolitans. At once, the two cosmonauts looked toward the practice field. Ignorant earthlings. The Hippolyte flung out a light bomb that exploded in front of Su Ming. However, Su Ming did not change his face and continued to look straight at the Hippolyte. Ignorant earthlings. Su Ming laughed coldly twice, his gaze carrying a full hostility that, so, you guys don't know who I am either. That's it, and you're here to arrest people? At this moment, Su Ming understood. The Hippolytics coming to get themselves with an army of monsters was a complete excuse. If he really knew he was an Ultraman and had just seen his own, the Hippolytes would not have been able to say ignorant earthlings. So it's under the unwanted pretext of arresting me. Come to exterminate the headquarters of the anti-monster organization? Sneering once again, Su Ming raised the megaphone in his hand. Me, it's the Giant of Light. It's Ultraman. It's the Su Ming you're looking for. What? At that instant, the two Cosmopolitans both turned their gazes towards Su Ming, scrutinizing him carefully. And, are you really Su Ming? Do you think other people would talk to you like that? Su Ming laughed. That should do it. The Imperial said to the Hippolyte, after a moment's hesitation. That lord didn't tell us why Su Ming looks like that. Since he admitted it himself, he might as well be captured and taken back to repeat his orders. Fair enough. Having destroyed the headquarters of humanity against humanity this time around, catching another Su Ming is almost enough. The Hippolyte nodded in return, and then waved a large hand. A transparent cylindrical cylinder cover descended from the sky, enveloping Su Ming in it. Su Ming wasn't intimidated, but instead showed a liberated expression. Maybe it's good to just die. The conversation between the two Cosmopolitans was heard by Su Ming. Since he would evacuate if he was captured, he had died a good death and had not wasted this life. Just pray that no one else brings themselves back to life. Chapter 12, Humans are not as cunning as the cosmic ones. Chapter 12, Humans are not as cunning as the cosmic beings. White mist emerged out of thin air from the glass cylindrical cylinder, and Su Ming looked ahead with a calm expression. It wasn't dying. The scenery in front of his eyes gradually darkened, and then Su Ming lost consciousness. The glass cylinder disappears in a gradient, leaving a bronze figure in its place. The Hippolytus reached out with his hand and took the bronze figure into his hand and, with that, he laughed a couple times with the Imperial alien and flew off to the west. The monsters that attacked Dragon City also left after the two cosmonauts, left here in their own way. There are those who hit a hole in the ground and disappear, and there are also those who fly away to the sky. At the end of the day, a wasteland of ruins was left behind. An anti-monster organization warrior, lying amidst the wreckage, lowered his scarred arm to. The device on its wrist recorded what had just happened. Breathing heavily in the air with the lingering odor of smoke and fire, the warrior closed his reddened eyes and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. He knows that mankind's last hope, Lord Su Ming, sacrificed himself to make the cosmic people and monsters stop attacking, and died as a bronze stone statue. Lord Su Ming, we will definitely remember you forever. Lips trembling slightly, the warrior struggled to rise from the rubble. I can't let Lord Su Ming die in vain. I want to live. I want everyone to know that Lord Su Ming died for us. Lord Su Ming must want us to live. All of us. We must live well. Hang in there until the day of victory. The news of the evacuation of the cosmonauts and monsters soon reached Jing's ears. It was Lord Su Ming who repelled the cosmos and the monsters? Properly so? Lord Su Ming is truly our savior. That's not right. It's not like Lord Su Ming's strength hasn't recovered and he can't transform at all. How can you fight so many enemies? It seems a bit reasonable, but Lord Su Ming is powerful, so maybe he'll shock them at once and, so they retreated. On the Warbird, Much discussion was going on about the evacuation of the cosmonauts and the monsters, and more. Still mentioning Su Ming, most people kept an optimistic mindset, believing that it was Su Ming who had repelled the enemy. A very few people expressed concern because Su Ming's strength hadn't recovered. The evacuation of these cosmonauts and monsters may have something to do with Su Ming, but the situation may not be good. Jingza sat in his seat and sighed continuously. Blue Eagle sat beside him, having been reprimanded by Jingza but not otherwise punished. Superintendent, have a drink. Bringing a glass of water over to him, Blue Eagle opened his mouth and addressed Jingza. No drink. Shaking his head, Jingza let out another sigh. The Cosmic Man was targeting Su Ming, a matter known only to Blue Eagle and himself, for it was the Blue Eagle who heard the Hippolyte say this. Jingza wanted to fight to the death to protect Su Ming, whose strength had not yet recovered, but Su Ming did not think so. I should have thought of that. Lamenting, Jingza looked out the window at the rapidly receding white clouds. Lord Su Ming is a giant of light, so how could he let us die for him? He knows the truth and will surely stay and trade his life for our safety. By the way, Superintendent, the survivor bases near Dragon City's headquarters have already started rescue efforts for Dragon City. Many survivors have been rescued from under the rubble. How should they be settled? Blue Eagle also secretly lamented, and then explained the situation in Dragon City to Jingza. Those who want to move to other survivor bases, let them go. Those who are willing to stay and rebuild Dragon City will stay. Dragon City HQ was targeted once, this time by the cosmonauts. FaZe won't care too much about this place in the future. What about the evacuation arrangements for the researchers? With a worried face, the superintendent asked Blue Eagle. They are our backbone. If we can get a little more material, maybe Lord Su Ming. The researchers were the first to take refuge and leave. Superintendent, you can rest assured that they've reached the capital branch by now, Blue Eagle replied. Kajikawa nodded and didn't say another word. Instead, he put his thoughts on the undead magician, Reboldus. If we can get a little more material from Reboldus, we can search for resources again, develop a resurrection potion to revive Su Ming. But, not to mention the fact that it is simply impossible to find Reboldus now. When for that material? But having wiped out hundreds of elite squads, all the elite squads on Earth now, it is simply not enough for Reboldus to eat alone. So hope is dashed. At that moment, Blue Eagle let out an exclamation of surprise and, with that, he placed the holographic computer in front of Jingza. Superintendent, look. This is the image transmitted by one of the surviving fighters. What picture? Jingza fixed his eyes and then also exclaimed in shock. It's Lord Su Ming. At once, the sound attracted everyone's attention. Jingza didn't say that he watched it alone either, but operated a bit. Transmitted this video to the fighter's public screen. In the screenshot, only Su Ming looked at the Hippolytes and Imperials with a calm expression, and then a glass cylindrical tube descended from the sky, enveloping it. A white mist rose, and Su Ming gradually turned into a bronze statue that, it was then collected by the Hippolytes. After that, there is the image of the two cosmopolitans leaving. Lord Su Ming, he gave his life for our safety. Jingza closed his eyes, shook his head and sighed. Lord Su Ming, Lord Su Ming, Lord Su Ming. On the warplane, everyone unconsciously recited Su Ming's name from their mouths. More people had sore noses and fought back tears. Blue Eagle, on the other hand, looked at the image and clenched his fists, making a decision in his heart. Your Honor, we've brought Su Ming back. My lord, please take a look. To a black boulder, the Hippolytics and Imperials bent slightly. Very respectfully. Among other things, the Hippolytus also put on display a bronze figure in the hands of the. It seems to be for this black boulder to watch. This is Su Ming? The black boulder let out a sound as low as a beast's roar. My lord, it should be. He said so himself. The Hippolyte said, pointing to the bronze figure in his hand. Stupid. The black monolith, however, said, with some anger, to the Hippolyte, is he saying yes? This, the Hippolyte hesitated. Humans are no more cunning than you fellows, the black boulder said. Did you feel the power of light in him? No. The Hippolytics and Imperials shook their heads, suddenly feeling cheated. End of chapter. Chapter 13, becoming the object of human prayer. Chapter 13, becoming the object of human prayer. It's pretty stupid to believe in a random person coming out to fill in for you guys. The black boulder let out an eerie laugh, followed by a dark red glow. The Hippolytics and Imperials were blown away on the spot. Continue to look for traces of Su Ming. No big attacks are allowed so as not to frighten the snakes. The voice of the black boulder came from the darkened palace, ordering the two guys who had been blasted out. Yes, sir. The two cosmopolitans who had been blasted out of the Great Hall looked at each other in disbelief and stood up from the ground. But in the end, Your Honor didn't tell me what Su Ming really looks like. The Hippolyte was slightly speechless and spat. Aren't you stupid enough? the Imperials cursed, pointing at the Hippolytics. Do you think the adults will know what Su Ming looks like? And rightly so, the Hippolyte said, scratching his weevil. Your Excellency has been within the boulder and has never come out, so how would you know what that Su Ming looks like? It's your fault I got blown out together. Patting the non-existent dust from his body, the Imperial alien simply left the area, flying towards the dark red sky. The Hippolyte, also feeling quite stifled, came to the edge of this vast palace and, looking down into the bottomless dark red space below, he flung the bronze figure in his hand and threw it away, and as he threw it, he cursed the cunning human to death or something like that. A vortex appeared out of nowhere, above the atmosphere at the top of Mount Everest. Then the Imperials flew out and headed farther into the depths of the universe. It wasn't long before an incomparably tiny bronze figure also appeared from within the vortex. Unlike the Imperials, this bronze figure is under the gravity of the Earth's, dropping straight down, through the middle atmosphere, stratosphere, top of troposphere. Eventually, it came to the dark red space over Mount Everest. Without any fluctuation, the bronze statue fell into that spacetime rift without any notice. Amidst the reddish-purple lightning arcs flowing around, the bronze statue disappeared into this world, the capital city branch of the anti-monster organization. Since the arrival of Director Jingza, it's completely become the headquarters of the anti-monster organization. The original Dragon City then became a branch and went into reconstruction, as the organizational division of Plan 2, which has always been built as a headquarters. The size of the capital base was as large as the original Dragon City branch. It's a good thing that when you, Superintendent, made the proposal to build 2 headquarters, now the base in the capital is indeed used to the hilt. On the side, the former division minister followed Jingza's side as he walked. Li Yuan, old brother, in the future, the headquarters will have to rely more on you to plan and arrange. Patting the former branch minister on the shoulder, Jingza spoke. To have you inducted as a minister in the capital branch, it's to prevent the day when it will be like today. The associate superintendent's promotion and transfer has been issued, so come with me later to pick up your job tag. In the future, I won't be the only one who bows down for humanity. Superintendent, where is this coming from? Li Yuan sighed and said, letting mankind achieve a great renaissance. Isn't that why we established the anti-monster organization in the first place? Originally, by bringing Lord Su Ming back to life, humanity had one more ray of hope, but I heard that the Lord Su Ming has. There's no need to say anymore. Jingza waved his hand and said, I've already given the order to send a squad every month to conduct a search to the west, and make sure you find any sign of the Hippolytics. Superintendent. Li Yuan was shocked, not expecting Jingza to make such a decision. What? Not quite understanding the significance of this order of mine, is it? Jingza smiled and said, I know, you guys don't understand, but, Lord Su Ming, that's the last hope in the hearts of mankind. You know, when all of mankind knows that we still have the Giant of Light. And what was it like when Ultraman was a scene? Jingza said to Li Yuan, I know. At that time, after Lord Su Ming's identity was spread out, humans across the globe are abuzz with. I received countless reports on that day alone. There are survivor base populations in the West that have applied to have that day as the new New Year's Day, and the populace in the East, with lights and firecrackers. How long has it been since I've seen a sight like this? It turns out that Lord Su Ming is so important in people's eyes, said Li Yuan. Silence. What the humans in this world lacked the most was all made up for because of Su Ming. Security, hope, and now that the news of Su Ming's death had gotten out, what would be in people's hearts and minds? When two armies fight, one thing is essential, morale. When morale is low, even if there are thousands of troops, it is difficult to defeat the opponent's soldiers with high morale. When morale is high, you are in a position to charge all the way to the end. If the monsters and cosmonauts go on a rampage now, attacking human survivor bases, easily capable of destroying a city, because the hope in people's hearts had vanished with Su Ming's death, and in the face of the invasion, most people would just choose a quick death to free themselves. Superintendent, I think it could go something like this. After some thought, Li Yuan opened his mouth beside Jingza and spoke his thoughts. Jingza nodded frequently as he listened. Within a few days, a stone statue of Su Ming rose in survivor bases around the world. The superintendent had given the order, a few days before, build a statue of Su Ming in each survivor base for prayers, claiming that with enough wish power, Su Ming can be brought back from the dead and emerge from the light, save the people from the fire. People around the world heard the news. Prayers and invocations have been made to the statues at their respective survivor bases, hoping that one day the Giant of Light will reappear and wipe out the monsters on Earth. When the people of the East learned of this, many of them turned out incense from nowhere, and an altar of incense was set up in front of Su Ming's statue and incense was burned in worship. Kajikawa nodded happily as he realized the reaction of the people. This is a very good method for old brother Li Yuan. In his delight, Jingza could not help but praise Li Yuan. Already as an associate director, Li Yuan doesn't have a look of pride on his face. That's the only way to keep hope alive in people's hearts. And I don't want everyone to live with a heavy heart. Himalayas. A traveler came to the foot of the mountain and put the special protective suit on his body and put the helmet on the head that only had half the hair again. Lord Su Ming, you must be in this place. Right. Blue Eagle looked at the top of the tallest mountain and took one step upward. P.S. New book begging for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 14, There's another world on the other side. Chapter 14, There's another world on the other side. This was a world that Su Ming was familiar with yet unfamiliar with. In this world, there is a huge international organization, TPC United for Peace on Earth. Its mission is to protect mankind from unexplained strange phenomena as well as natural disasters. The organization has branches and research centers around the world. There are also lunar surface bases and cosmic exploration stations. And the one who oversees these branches and cosmic stations is the headquarters base in the Far East. The Victory Team is a special operations group of 7 commissioners in the United Peace on Earth organization. Being responsible for investigating anomalies is their first task. And this mission, it is through the information foretold by a time machine that landed on Earth from outer space that the legendary pyramid that housed the giant stone statue was found in the midst of these vast mountains. Just as a group of team members were searching in vain, all thinking it was nonsense. The giant pyramid formed by that light, however, slowly came into view. No way. Hori's mouth grew as he looked at the pyramid that appeared out of the realm of science. Beside him, New City and Lena were also filled with shock, though one has also imagined what the so-called pyramids would look like. But it was not expected to be such a grand and sacred giant tower. Wait, that's Daiko. Lena suddenly noticed that on the mountain stream drawbridge, there was a young man also wearing a white Victory uniform. The man named Daegu stared at the pyramid for a long time, then ran like the wind in the direction of the pyramid. Daiko! The crowd hastened to shout in anxiety. And, despite the prophecy of the time machine, but then approaching that pyramid rashly, something dangerous might happen. Seeing that Daegu had disappeared, the crowd had to rush to the pyramid. It's good to block Daiko before he makes any dangerous moves. Daegu didn't hear his teammates' shouts of. In his ears there was only a mysterious calling voice that repeated his name over and over again. It wasn't long before Rina, Hori, and Shinju arrived on top of the mountain plains. Zongfeng, who was in charge of the command, had also arrived at the scene, only for Daiko to have stood at the edge of the pyramid and begun to reach out to try and touch it. Under the anxious and incomparable gaze of the crowd, Daegu's hand unexpectedly passed through the pyramid. Immediately afterward, the entire group walked in as if divinely guided. Seeing this, the Victory crowd quickly ran over and, following Daegu's example, touching in the glow of the pyramid and then entering it, white light filled every corner inside the pyramid. After a few moments, the crowd adjusted to the glow of this space and saw a sight that shook their lives. 2 stone statues of giants stood silently to the right and left of that high white platform. Even in its statue-like state, it exuded a sense of mystery and solemnity. Daegu stood beneath the high platform, staring vacantly at the 2 stone statues. The mysterious voice that had been calling out continuously in his heart also came to a screeching halt, as if interrupted, after Daegu entered the pyramid. Look, guys, what's that? That's when Lena noticed the 2 stone statues in the center of the. Surprisingly, a small bronze statue stood. It's a statue. Horii reacted as well, looking toward the bronze statue that. It looks to be almost 2 meters or so, and judging from a distance, the material looks like bronze. Bronze, said Zanfan, rubbing his chin. Perhaps the same as the giant gargoyles. Is it left over from an ancient civilization? But, how can I see that this center was originally supposed to be a giant stone statue as well? How come it's a bronze statue? Newtown also voiced his own doubts, and the doubts in everyone's mind. No, this bronze statue shouldn't be from an ancient civilization. At this time, Lena noticed a hint of something. The bronze figures are wearing modern clothes. A modern man? Everyone was confused, not understanding why a bronze statue of a modern man would be within this pyramid. It's also not clear where the 3rd gargoyle stone statue that might have been in the center went. Just as the crowd was about to observe further, the ground shook violently. No good. It must be the monstrous Golzon that was just monitored heading this way. Horii responded and spoke up. And the monster Melba, who made the sky crumble, is coming to this place. Zongfang's brow furrowed slightly as he said, Lena Newtown, pilot the Fei Yen and prepare for combat. Understood. Having gotten their orders, Lena and Metro are preparing to exit the pyramid. Instead, he saw Daegu rushing out like he was crazy. No, we can't let them. These were the words Daegu left for the crowd as he left. Soon, the flying swallow-eye fighter flew under Daegu's activation, and the monstrous Golzon, who walks upright like an ancient dinosaur, is walking slowly towards the pyramid with heavy steps. The crowd of the victorious team in the tower also rushed to leave this place of wrongdoing, seeing that Daegu disobeyed the order to, is angry and anxious. By now Golzon was slowly approaching, and Lena and Metro couldn't get to the Flying Swallow 2 in time to pilot it. Then they scattered in all directions to hide at Zhong Feng's command. A beast in the shape of a dragon and bird whistled through the sky and then landed next to the pyramid. It was the ancient pterodactyl monster Melba. Golzon also came to the pyramid at this time, and with Melba chirping and roaring at each other. With that, they gathered their energy and both unleashed their respective light attacks on the pyramid, starting from the top of the pyramid, which was gradually dissolved by the light attacks of the two monsters. The light particles kept scattering into the air and then disappeared into nothingness. A moment later, the entire pyramid was reduced to nothingness under the light of the two monsters. Two stone statues and a bronze figure inside the pyramid were also exposed to the monsters. Seeing the two giant stone statues, Golzon couldn't wait to slap his palm down at one of them. The stone statue fell to the ground at once, splattering a great deal of dust. Then came a heavy fling that crumbled the fallen stone statue into pieces. Melba swept directly over the head of the other stone statue and pulled it to the ground. It then landed on this stone statue, and its sharp beak violently pecked at its chest. With a bang, the second stone statue also became broken pieces. No! Stop! Daegu, who was aboard the Flying Swallow 1, saw this scene, and his eyes widened in horror. Piloting the fighter, he then charged at the two monsters. Aiming at the monster, it released a smoke bomb, because on the current flying swift, it was indeed loaded only with smoke grenades. Daegu's actions had done little good, and the two stone statues had been destroyed. The two monsters also then targeted this Flying Swallow 1 flying in the sky. With a swish, Melba's mouth released several streams of orange light. Flying Swallow No. 1 was instantly hit in the tail, sending up a plume of black smoke. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd on the ground, Flying Swallow 1 lost control of it fell downward at great speed. The final boom filled the sky with flames. End of chapter. Chapter 15, Horii may be a fellow Hippolyte. Chapter 15, Horii may be a fellow Hippolyte. Dropping, drop. The sound of the heart monitor kept ringing out in the middle of the hospital room. Mayumi, Shinjo's sister, is watching the unconscious Daikoku as a nurse. The statistics of his body are very bad, and all his organs have suffered considerable damage. If it hadn't been rushed back for surgery, I'm afraid. Mayumi looked at the report in her hands while frowning at Newtown, who was beside her. This kid Daiko. Ugh. Sofan wanted to say something, but Daiko had already become like this. What I wanted to say became a sigh. Flying Swallow 2 has damaged the wing due to overrunning the speed limit. Metro. Turning his head, Sufan closed his eyes and said this. Without any explanation, Newtown nodded and said, I'll take care of the repairs. It's nothing for the sake of Daegu. In order to quickly return Daiko to the base's medical center, Metro is the one who damages the Flying Swallow 2. Lieutenant, the situation is urgent, so I won't issue a punishment for Newtown this time. As the captain of the victory team, Megumi Izumi was also more sympathetic to her subordinates, so she spoke up from the sidelines. Daiko. Rina's eyes were wet at some point, and she sat on the edge of Daiko's hospital bed, just looking so quietly at that scarred face. If he hadn't managed to parachute in at the last minute, Daiko would have been by now, but even if he did, it was also affected by the explosion of Fian 1. Newtown was a little remorseful as to why he hadn't followed Daegu earlier and piloted the Flying Swallow 1 together. If we had gone, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Horii. Sokata was silent as he walked out of the hospital room and turned on his palm-top microcomputer. The PDI. Opening his mouth, he said, has anything come out of the research on that bronze figure? As of now, there's nothing substantial, Horii said, shaking his head. What's the situation with Daegu? Not optimistic. Ugh. Horii sighed, then said, Nori and I will decipher that time machine again and see what we can find out. Well, it's up to you two. Nodding, Zhongfeng closed the PDI up. It was all so sudden. No one expected that Daegu would be so badly injured in this mission. If he can't recover, then Uku will never be able to fight on the front lines again. It will also be withdrawn from the winning team. It's a harsh truth. The two giant stone statues are completely destroyed by the two monsters, and the prophecy of the super ancient human phantom Mercy comes true. It's just that the method of reviving the giant gargoyle was never deciphered. And now there was also no longer a giant stone statue, only the small bronze figure in the center. The stone statues that became broken pieces were sent by the TPC to be recycled. It was given to a doctor in the headquarters named Queen Dan to study, and the bronze statue was sent to Horii's lab within the mysteries are examined by Horii and Nozui. As for the two monsters, after destroying the giant stone statue, one burrowed into the ground and the other flew off into the sky, going nowhere. Team Hurry! I seem to have discovered something remarkable. In front of the computer, Nuri suddenly exclaimed. Hori, who was using a microscope to look at the bronze statue's powder, was startled for a moment and babbled. Don't yell like that even for what's going on, you kid. Hori, while walking towards Nozui, while saying, my old man can't afford to be so intimidated. Team Hori, look. Nozomi, however, still looked very surprised that, pointing at the screen, he said to Hori, this bronze statue, it just showed a hint of life activity. Hiss. Seeing the records on the computer, Hori couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, looking again at the bronze statue with horror in his eyes. That is to say, this bronze figure, is a living one. You could say that. Wait, Nozomi had just replied, but then she pointed at the screen and shouted, Hori, look, how? Looking to the screen, Hori turned his gaze back to the bronze figure, because on the screen, life activity has covered the entire bronze statue. It won't come back to life. Hori pointed at the bronze statue, a little frightened. Command, call command. The various members of Team Victory soon returned to the base. The bronze figures have been placed in the middle of the Victory Team Hall. Each man held the Victory Hyperion tightly in his hand in case anything out of the ordinary happened. Although there was life activity in the bronze statue, it was very weak, and just a little stronger. Like what they always say, back in the day? Wildry spoke as he projected images of life activity onto the hall screen. Returning to life? That describes someone who was about to die. Nuri, are you sure? Hori's eyes widened as he looked over at the bronze statue. I'm just guessing, but it could very well be. Nuri nodded and spoke. Team Hori, is there any way to melt the bronze away? At that moment, Megumi Izumi spoke up. This bronze statue looks like a modern-day man that, maybe, it's really a person bronzed in the pyramids, or maybe it's a so-called super-ancient. It's just that now the vital signs are weakening, and without resuscitation, perhaps the only lead to research is then broken. Izumi said so, and was beating a dead horse. Could try using an extreme oxidizing device. After thinking about it, Hori said, Extreme Oxidizer is a technological product developed by Hori. The ability to double the rate of oxidation of some slow oxidizing metals. In fact, it's usually not useful at all, but I didn't expect it to be used now. The bronze figures were moved to the lab. The extreme oxidizing device looks remarkably similar to the Hippolyte's glass cylindrical cylinder. Also a glass cylindrical cylinder. Once the bronze statue was in this cylindrical tube, Hori activated maximum power. Begins to oxidize and decompose the bronze statue. A mist of unknown composition emerges from the top of the glass cylindrical tube, filling the entire unit. Bit by bit, the greenish liquid dripped from the bronze statue as the crowd watched. After about 3 or 5 minutes, the bronze statue was completely disintegrated, and in the glass container, a naked man appeared in front of the crowd. The man was so weak and pale that he couldn't even feel his breath at all. With a bang, and without the rigid support of the bronze statue, the man, like a corpse, was leaning against the top of the cylindrical glass. He went limp. It's a person. It's really a person. Quick, open the container and move him out. Hori, you move it. Ha, why me? Cut the crap quick. I'm with you. Send it to the medical center. Get it there now. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Am I resurrected or alive or? Chapter 16, Am I resurrected or alive or? I'm still alive. Vaguely, Su Ming regained consciousness, but it was pitch black in front of him, and there was only a chirping sound in his ears. Trying to open his eyes, he couldn't muster the strength to even think much. After knowing only that he was alive, the whole realization darkened again. He's in a less favorable situation than Daegu. Lena glanced at the data from the various tests and frowned. Think about it, how much better can a person be when they've been sealed in a bronze statue for who knows how long? Newtown spoke up from the sidelines, crossing her arms. It's a miracle he survived. Horii spoke up as well, but the tests show that he's just a regular guy. But why is he inside the pyramid? All three had this doubt in their minds that, perhaps we can only wait until the dying man in front of us comes to life and tells it himself. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ming's eyelids were finally able to move a few times in his efforts. A faint glimmer of light was seen, and the eyelids, which had just opened a slit, closed back quickly. I'm really alive. Who brought me back to life again? Kajikawa? The only thing Su Ming could do now was to think in his head. That's already a big step forward. With a little more recovery time, the eyelids would probably be fully open. Only now, with his ears still only chirping, Su Ming wondered if he could be deaf. Although he had regained his consciousness, Su Ming was not aware of his body in any way. It's like being paralyzed and not feeling anything. Originally, Su Ming thought that he had become a vegetable, and this feeling was no different from being dead. But then when there was some feeling in all the limbs, That heart-rending pain was conveyed to his mind, almost causing Su Ming to lose his consciousness once again. It's also thanks to Su Ming's strong willpower after all he's been through. Stiffen your whole body to take the pain. However, Su Ming could feel that his pores were sweating all over his body. The nurse in charge of looking after Su Ming also noticed that the hospital bed Su Ming was lying on was completely soaked. As a last resort, a professional caregiver was asked to wipe Su Ming's body and change the bedding. The patient is doing much better and his heart rate is gradually returning to normal. The doctor who came to visit the room looked at the data of Su Ming's body and nodded. Then it left. I can hear voices now? In his mind, Su Ming snapped. One can already hear voices, so is it possible to open one's eyes and talk? So much time has passed. I don't know how much time. When Su Ming thought that he should have almost fully recovered, only to find that he still couldn't open his eyes, let alone move his mouth to speak. However, it's kind of extremely important to have ears to hear people. As just stated, for example, he is doing much better and his heart rate is back to normal. This should have been said by a doctor or a nurse. In other words, one is now in a hospital. Or maybe Jingza had placed himself in the base's medical center? It's not right. Su Ming, whose heart was originally settling down, reacted. What that doctor just said was Japanese. Long before his own resurrection, Su Ming had studied a variety of minor languages, and just after hearing it is the automatic understanding of the meaning of it without being conscious of it. Now it seems that I've left the Dasha region? Is it hard to believe that I've been secretly transferred? All sorts of conjectures sprang up from Su Ming's mind, but how could he not understand what the truth was? There's no way around it. To get more information, Su Ming could only listen to the sounds of the outside world with 12 points of concentration. Daegu sat in his automatic wheelchair and breathed in the fresh air in the hallway outside the hospital room. Even outside the ward, it is much more breathable than inside the ward. After being hospitalized for so long, my body, gazing at the blue sky, Daiko sighed. I'm afraid it will be hard for me to return to the victory team and fight alongside them again. Daegu didn't know much about the outside world. Whenever teammates came to visit Daegu, they said that all was well and told Daegu to relax and recuperate from his injuries. Like Rina said, she's still waiting for Daegu to get better and go to the movies together. Although they don't say it, Daiko learns something through Mayumi. These are bad news. First, Golzan and Melba reappear and unleash massive destruction on a city. It took Team Victory 5 days and 5 nights to knock Melba out of the air and successfully kill a monster. As for Golzan, he dug out again after Melba's death and left. In the underground world, satellites can't track Golzan either. Then 2 monsters named Gakuma appeared in the quarry. The victory team conducting the mission lost to Flying Swallow Eye, which was turned to stone, and dozens of guardsmen. It also became stone under Gakuma's attack, but the Swift Tooth's newly loaded laser cannons were so powerful that they managed to wipe out a Gakuma, and one fell away. And, anyway, a lot of things happen in this time frame. There are things that Daegu knows and things that Daegu doesn't know. Controlling the automatic wheelchair, he walked along the corridor, and before he knew it, he came to the end of the corridor. The room here, a special ward. MS. Nurse, can I come in and take a look? Daegu had long ago learned, in the mouths of the victory crowd, that bronze figure that had been in the pyramid had been transformed into a real person, and it's in this ward. To think that at the time he went up to protect the giant stone statue, except for that voice in his head, there is also the effect of its own general restlessness ingrained in its genes. Now, instead, Daegu wanted to see, in the middle of those 2 stone statues of giants, the bronze statue of a man that, what's so special about it? You are a member of the victory team and have permission, of course. The nurse nodded and motioned for Daegu to enter within the room. Am I still a victory team member? Daiko chuckled to himself, his mood a bit low. He had disregarded orders and acted without authorization. If he had done so in the past, he would have been fired. It is assumed that Captain Izumi, seeing that he was severely wounded, couldn't bear to add another layer of hurt, which is why the order of dismissal wasn't given. Victory team? It didn't matter that this sentence was said, but it exploded in Su Ming's mind. The guy who just came in he said victory team? Victory team. Is it one of the division squads? No. Impossible. Su Ming ruled out all self-deluding thoughts and somewhat couldn't believe this. Because, the victory team, before the Japanese translation came over, just the letters guts. P.S. New book begging for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Humans Need Hope, but I'm human too. Chapter 17, Humans Need Hope, but I'm human too. A temporary gap appeared in his mind, and Su Ming straightened his thoughts out, then passed. If what I just heard about the winning team is true, then, the world I'm in now is the world of Deja Ultraman. But, how did I come to this world? Is it, say, a temporal rift on Mount Everest? According to Su Ming's hypothesis, It was only the temporal rift that was the most likely. 4. As can be demonstrated through the Babar aliens, the other end of the spacetime rift, definitely the world of Ultraman. And there's more than one. Su-Ming was able to come to the world of Dija Ultraman through a rift in time and space. It also means that those monsters and cosmic people in the real world are most likely from a different universe. But the main thing now is that the man who just spoke, he sounds like he's on the winning team by the sound of his words. I don't know which one. Daegu entered the hospital room and came to Su-Ming's bedside, carefully examining Su-Ming's appearance. It doesn't look like anything special, like a young man in his 20s, but it looks like a good face, so it must not be an evil person. The first time he met Su-Ming, Daegu got a hint of goodwill through his facial features. But, after all, you can't read people's hearts by looking at their faces, and that's just how Daiko felt. Why would a youth be transformed into a bronze statue inside that pyramid? Daegu looked at Su-Ming and whispered, "If you are truly related to the giants, please wake up quickly. Monsters are already on their way to destroy the world. Miracles, why the delay?" Daegu thought back to that inexplicable sense of loss he felt in the pyramid. Again, as well as the voice in my head that came to a screeching halt upon entering the pyramid. It always seemed that at the bronze statue, there should have been a giant stone statue as well. So many doubts to be answered. Sighing, Daegu's gaze coalesced on Su-Ming's face again. In the pyramid, are there really only 2 stone statues of giants? If there is a third, where is it located now? Is it possible that you removed that third stone statue and that's why it was turned into a bronze statue? Asking 3 questions in a row, Daegu shook his head absently. Not to mention that these questions are all conjectures of their own, and that the young man in front of him is still in a comatose state. And how could he hear himself? What? I was found in a pyramid after I was turned into a bronze statue by the Hippolytics? That pyramid in the world of Deja has only 2 stone statues? I'm still in the original position of the third stone statue? At this moment, Su-Ming was a bit confused. It seemed as if his arrival in the world of Deja had created a very powerful butterfly effect. Currently, Su-Ming didn't know which stone statue was the one that had disappeared. I also wonder if any of the other 2 stone statues were destroyed at the hands of Gulzan and Melba. But based on the size of the man beside him, Su-Ming could tell that the world of the seems a little bad. By the way, who the hell is this guy? Suddenly, Su-Ming realized that he hadn't understood the identity of the suspected Victory Team member beside him. Just then, the nurse's voice came from the ward. "Mr. Daiko, Mayumi asked me to inform you that it's time for the change." "Okay, I'll be right back." Daiko nodded to the nurse as he snapped out of his slightly sad mood and, with that, he took control of the automatic wheelchair and left the room. "Mr. Ogu, he's Daiko." Su-Ming was so excited at the moment that his fingers moved violently. A nurse noticed the difference and quickly called the attending physician. "Chief, the patient in the special ward." His finger just moved. Su-Ming didn't have time to pay attention to the nurse's voice right now. Knowing that the man who had just been there was Daegu, countless thoughts popped into Su-Ming's mind. Daiko, he's Daiko. It's Deja Altman. Finally, I see. No, here a live one. No, no, no. Since I can come into this world, isn't it also possible to return to the real world? Can Daiko come back with me? If we can go back together, then the real world will really have light giants. If we can take Daiko back, with Deja Ultraman we still need to be afraid of those monsters and cosmic beings? At last there's help. Although, Su-Ming was a person who died 100 years ago in the real world, he was still human after all. Not to mention, being resurrected as a light giant 100 years later. Ever since his resurrection, Su-Ming had felt pressure like a mountain. Press down hard on your own shoulders every day. Humans need hope, and so does Su-Ming. And now, Su-Ming had finally found his hope. That would be Daiko. Su-Ming would like to wake up quickly, used his whole body strength, all how can not move, and in the eyes of the chief physician who rushed to the special ward, Su-Ming's 2 fingers were frantically drilling the quilt on the bed. "What's wrong with the patient?" the nurse asked carefully. "It appears to be characterized by a progression toward epilepsy." The head physician was silent for a moment, and replied that but it's also possible that it's about to awaken. Notify the Victory Team. No Ultraman exists and monsters frequent the world. The Victory Team was too busy to care if Su-Ming was about to awaken. But Daegu was also hospitalized at the medical center. The Victory Teams then conveyed the information and various recent messages to Daegu. He also gave Daegu a few questions to ask when the sleeping beauty woke up. Daegu was in his hospital bed, reading article after article of the various materials that had come in from the victorious team. The frown grew tighter and tighter. Sure enough, just as I thought, the information, some of which is a record of missions undertaken by the Victory Team in the recent past. Some of it is information about monsters that were destroyed by the Victory Team. Some, too, are information on monsters that failed to be destroyed. The world, judging from this information, is in deep water. Without reviving the giant of light prophesied by Uri, the disaster begins. Closing his eyes and resting for a moment, Daiko proceeded to read on. That youth's code name, is it, Sleeping Beauty? Daiko saw this, showing a long-suffering smile. I don't think it's the name the command came up with. And the questions to ask when he wakes up. Emergency avoidance measures if hostile. After reading all the information, Daiko took the Victory Hyperion out of the drawer of his hospital bed. He then got out of bed, got into an automatic wheelchair and headed straight for the special ward at the end of the corridor. Mayumi, seeing this, hurriedly greeted down and called for many security personnel to come and be prepared to prevent emergencies outside the ward. This is what Mayumi's brother, Metro, delivered. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Sitting Up in a Dying Sickness. Chapter 18, Sitting Up in a Dying Sickness. Drip, 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 drip. The rapid heart rate beeps on the heart monitor, and the doctors and nurses on the sidelines are nervous as hell. Bean-sized sweat on his forehead kept falling down like beads on a broken string. Doctor, this is him. Daegu looked aside at the pattern on the cardiac monitor, and then at the tense cry of, unable to help but wonder. The patient's consciousness seems to be struggling with something. The doctor replied, or rather, he's regaining control of his body. I see. Uku nodded, then set his eyes on the hospital bed. Su-ming's originally pale and incomparably pale face. A lot of blood color had been restored under the nutrient delivery in this period of time. Now it was even more full of suffocating redness. The pounding of heartbeats filled the quiet hospital room of the, even more than the sound the heart monitor makes. Director, it's moving, it's moving. The nurse pointed to Su-ming's hand and said excitedly. Daegu looked with him, and saw that the two hands, which had regained the color of blood, was clinging to the bedding on the bed. Take it easy, the doctor spoke, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Now is the key to the patient's awakening. Whether he has an epileptic seizure or wakes up, it's all in the making. Epilepsy. The corners of Daegu's mouth twitched when he heard the doctor's words. If this, Sleeping Beauty, really had an epileptic fit, then there would be no need to ask the next question. Little by little, time passed. About 5 minutes later, under the gaze of the crowd, only to see Su-ming sitting up in shock from his dying illness. Then came the hoarse cry. Master came alive. Cough. The nurse was so frightened by Su-ming that she directly screamed and rushed out of the ward, not knowing where to run. The security personnel outside the ward thought something strange was happening inside. Straight away the fish rushed in. Then came a scream, trying to get used to the blinding light that came with opening his eyes. Su-ming could easily see the scene in front of him. One is indeed in a hospital room. However, there seemed to be a bit too many people in this cramped hospital room. The main thing is, what is this one and one guy dressed like a security guard doing here, pointing an electric baton at himself? Why does this doctor in a white coat look so confused? Why is there an empty wheelchair? Is it for yourself? This is too thoughtful. It's just that how this wheelchair is upside down and the wheels are actually spinning. Wait, why is there someone lying on the ground? Kinda good looking. Look familiar? Quickly, help Mr. Daiko up. You dumbass. You stepped on Mr. Oku's hand. You're still talking about me. You're the one who knocked Mr. Daiko down. A group of security you and I were talking about. And Daegu was helped up in the midst of the silence, back in the wheelchair position. Daegu? He's Daegu? Hearing the words of this group of security guards, Su-ming turned his gaze to Daegu and carefully looked around. Only Uka's leg was tied with layer upon layer of bandages, as if he had suffered a considerable injury. How did you get hurt so badly? With a slight frown on his brow, Su-ming then tiptoed his feet on the ground, planning to get out of bed and see how Daegu was doing. As a result, just as he stood up, he realized that he was weak and went straight to his knees. Daegu, looking at the young man in front of him, who gave himself a big salute just after meeting him, Daegu was momentarily speechless. But the next moment, Su-ming's words warmed Daegu all winter long. What happened to your foot? Will it hurt badly? Will it still recover? Hearing Su-ming's words, Daegu's face held surprise as well as a hint of happiness. This youth who had slept for so long was actually concerned about his injuries the first time he woke up. It was important to realize that the youth was still in a kneeling state and had not yet recovered physically. In a world where people's hearts are growing cold, it's amazing that such people still exist. Daegu felt some small touch at once. I'm fine. The doctor said it'll be a week before the medicine is removed. The pile of words that he was going to ask Su-ming were all left behind by Daegu, with a smile on his face. Daegu said in direct reply to Su-ming. Seeing Daegu's smile, Su-ming only felt worthy of being Daegu. He was so gentle even when he smiled. With the help of a group of security guards, Su-ming was helped up and returned to the hospital bed. After doing so, the security guards cursed and exited the ward. The only ones left were Su-ming, Daegu, and the 4 doctors and nurses. Daegu is going to ask Su Ming some questions, and the doctors and nurses, it's staying behind to observe Su Ming's situation. May I know your name? Daegu's gaze was on Su Ming, but he realized that Su Ming was looking at himself the whole time. Right, oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Su Ming. With a pat on the head, Su Ming replied. Su Ming? Daegu was a bit puzzled when he heard the name. Is it a super ancient human name? In a style that doesn't seem too different from ours? Ultra ancient? Su Ming froze before reacting, feeling that Daegu was treating himself as a super ancient human, just because a bronze statue of yourself appeared inside a pyramid? No, I'm from Disya. Su Ming shook his head and said, Dasya? Daiko opened his mouth slightly in surprise. You're a modern day, but why is it inside the pyramid? Hearing Daegu's words, Su Ming fell silent. Various original. Su Ming has already understood in the unawakened state, just why it appeared in the pyramid. Su Ming himself didn't know. Honestly, I don't know. Shaking his head, Su Ming spoke. But, I was turned into a bronze statue by a cosmonaut named Hippolyte. Lost consciousness after I became a bronze statue. Maybe this Hippolyte put me there. Hippolytes? Daegu heard another new name. Hastily recording it on the PDI. Where did you come across it? Oh, in Dacha. It descended a glass cylindrical tube, and shut me up in it. Sprayed a lot of mist and then it turned me into a bronze statue. Su Ming replied. These sayings, too, are true. Why does that sound familiar? Daegu scratched his head and thought back carefully. It seemed like Lena had told herself just a little while ago. Horii covered the bronze statue with a cylindrical glass cylinder and sprayed a mist to disintegrate it. Is it hard to believe that the Hippolyte is Horii? The idea popped up and was immediately dismissed by Daegu. How can that be? If Horii is some kind of Hippolyte, he himself is the giant of the pyramid. Now, however, the identity and origin of this youth, and why it's in the pyramid have been given. Daegu's mission is also largely accomplished. It's just that, listening to what the youth said, that he was unconscious during the transformation into a bronze statue. So whether or not there is a third gargoyle statue, asking won't get you anywhere. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Daiko can't turn into light. Chapter 19. Daiko can't turn into light. The doctors and nurses had withdrawn outside, giving Daegu and Su Ming a private space. According to the observation just now, Su Ming's condition has basically stabilized without any accidents. You'll be able to get out of bed in a few days. After a few more casual conversations, Daegu also introduced himself to Su Ming. The conversation ended and Daegu sat in his wheelchair, just looking at Su Ming in silence. Because, the most crucial clue was broken. The question of whether or not there was a third stone statue of the giant was something that the other side simply couldn't know. Just as Daegu was about to turn around and leave, Su Ming spoke up. Mr. Daiko, what's the problem? Daegu once again converged his gaze on Su Ming. I would like to ask about the 2 stone statues of the giants in the pyramid, and what are the 2 locations of each? Su Ming thought about it and asked Daegu. Daegu was a bit surprised that Su Ming would ask this question, but after thinking about it for a moment, originally, Su Ming had found it in the pyramid, so it didn't matter if he told him. Left and right sides respectively, with your bronze statue in the center, Daegu replied, and mentioned in passing, I was going to ask you if there wasn't originally a giant stone statue in the center of the, but now it seems that you shouldn't know either. No, I know. Su Ming gazed straight into Daegu's eyes and opened his mouth. In the pyramid there originally existed a third gargoyle. My guesses turned out to be true. Daegu was so excited that he almost sat up from his wheelchair and, but how did you know? And where did the third stone statue go? Controlling the wheelchair forward, Daegu asked Su Ming next to the hospital bed. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. At this point, Su Ming's mood had dropped to freezing point from the high it had been when he had just woken up. The third stone statue of the giants is that of Deja. The other 2 stone statues of giants have been destroyed, and the stone statue of Deja is missing. In other words, Daiko is not able to transform into Deja Ultraman right now. It would also not be able to return to the real world with itself and defeat the monster. I should have noticed in the beginning why Daiko was in a wheelchair at this time. Su Ming understood. Because of the disappearance of the stone statue of Deja, the original plot of this world has undergone a drastic change. Not only did Daiko fail to turn into Ultraman, but he was also quite injured. Based on the casual conversation that had just taken place, Su Ming had learned that the injuries that Daegu had received at the beginning of the, not worse than yourself. At least he'll be able to get out of bed and walk in a couple of days. Daegu will not be well for another week. However, where would the stone statue of Deja be if it wasn't in the pyramid? Wait a minute. That stone statue of Deja on the Songhua River. Suddenly, Su Ming was struck by a sudden shock, and the giant stone statue that was hidden deep in the bottom of the river appeared in his mind. It can't be. It's just from the past of this world. Indeed, there are great possibilities. If that's true, Then won't Uku never get a chance to turn into light? Looking towards Daegu, Su-ming couldn't help but have a look of regret appear on his face. But there is a glimmer of hope. Just as Daiko was wondering why Xiaoming was looking at him like that, Xiaoming spoke up, smiley face. Daiko, do you have a divine light rod? A rod of divine light? What is that thing? With a puzzled look on his face, Daegu looked at Su-ming and asked rhetorically. It's not like faking it. Su-ming watched Daegu's facial expression carefully and could roughly conclude that it's true that Daiko doesn't have a divine light rod. Otherwise, with one's knowledge of Daegu's character in the plot, hearing the words God's light rod, some other look was bound to appear in Daegu's eyes. Originally, Su-ming had thought that if Daegu possessed the divine light rod, you can also find a way back to the real world with yourself, and with the Dija stone statue around, Daegu should be able to transform. But, right now, Daegu didn't even have a divine light rod. This last ray of hope was dashed. Daegu left the special ward with doubts. He didn't get the information he wanted to know, and Su-ming didn't answer the whereabouts of the third stone statue. However, Daegu didn't give up and planned to come back another day to have a good conversation with Su-ming. To get some important news, the lobby of the Victory Team headquarters. Everyone received the message conveyed by Daegu. Su-ming answered the origin, identity, and reason for entering the pyramid. There was also a third gargoyle statue that would have existed in the pyramid. Is this Hippolyte, a cosmic being who lives on the planet Hippolyte? Horii said curiously. But where in the universe is Hippolyte? I think that if we can find that Hippolyte, it might be possible to find out what happened to the third giant stone statue. Zhong Fong said as he fumbled with his chin and sat in his seat. But the New Frontiers program is just now getting into its infancy. We haven't even flown out of the Milky Way yet. And how could we possibly find Hippolyte in the middle of a vast universe? Lena felt that Sufan's approach was impractical and shook her head. Indeed, let's not even talk about exploring the universe. There are a bunch of monsters on Earth right now waiting to be dealt with, Newtown said with a sigh. If the giant gargoyle statue can really be revived like Yu Iren said, perhaps we'll have a much easier time. Zhong Fong also sighed. Over at the headquarters research center, they're planning to reorganize the giant stone statue, and I don't know if they'll succeed. At this time, Megumi Izumi spoke up, but even if it succeeds, no one knows how to revive the stone statue. The most important thing right now is still the current problem that should be solved, Megumi Izumi said. Looking to the side, Nori, pull up the situation on MT. Misty Montake, understood. Nori nodded and worked on the computer. It didn't take long to bring the image up to the main screen. It was only on this dead volcano, the Misty Gateu mountain, that rolling smoke was coming out, and under close scrutiny, there seemed to be some red color, like flowing lava. Misty Gateu mountain, isn't it a dead volcano? How come there's lava flowing out? Newtown asked suspiciously. Based on the geologist's surveys there, it is not likely that Mt. Kiramandake will erupt at this time of the year, and it has been heard from the surrounding residents that terrible hissing sounds are often heard coming from the mountain. Megumi Izumi spoke up. Sagittarius must have a monster up to no good. Zhong Fong stood up and said, Captain, now move. Well, Lena's flying number 1, and Vice Captain Sakata and Shinjo are flying number 2. Horii ground watch the situation and stay in contact at all times with the number 1 and number 2 planes. Giving the order, Megumi Izumi stood up. Nozui, you're at the base. Keep in contact with the crews. I'll move in with Horii. The crowd was stunned, as the captains generally sat at the base and seldom made personal appearances. There's no need to be so surprised. It's a different situation now, and besides, I'm part of the winning team. End of chapter. Chapter 20, All Hands on Deck. Enemy in the rear. The lobby of Team Victory's headquarters was left with only Nori sitting in it. This operation, as usual, basically took a week to fully resolve the issue, because monsters are just too hard to deal with. But the research center is already hard at work on new weapons and equipment. Some weapons were put to use before they could be tested in their entirety. Only, no one expected that, with the Victory team at almost full strength, a massive corpse that was drifting with the flow of the ocean towards the TPC sea base. Daiko didn't get the answer he thought he would, and after a few days he headed for the special ward again. Su-ming has been able to walk on the ground, but he can't get out of the hospital room, because although Su-ming's identity was handed over, he was still in the range of suspicious characters. When he opened the door to his room, Daegu saw that Su-ming was quietly leaning on the bed thinking about life, the brow furrowed and unfurrowed at times, like he was thinking about something very deep. Indeed, Su-ming was thinking about a problem. Since there's no more Ultraman in this world, it's a real world-like sight to behold. Monstrous cosmonauts are rampaging around, animal plagues are everywhere, and people all over the world are suffering. Similarly, this world has an organization that fights monsters, the TPC. Then there's no shortage of clever cosmic minds who would think that if they were to encroach on Earth, or destroy the human race, then the TPC as an organization must be destroyed. So if there's anywhere in the world that's the most dangerous place right now, it's here. TPC headquarters, base in the sea. While TPC HQ is certainly the place with the most defense forces, but were there fewer invasions in the original episode? Quite a few. Moreover, the consequences of the real-world anti-monster organization's headquarters. This was something Su Ming had seen with his own eyes. Those cosmonauts were fully aware that to attack, they would attack the headquarters. No, gotta get out of here. The deep-thinking Su Ming nodded and suddenly opened his mouth. This startled Daegu. What outta here? With a puzzled face, Daegu asked Su Ming. You're just in time. Daegu. Su Ming looked back. Then he saw Daegu in his wheelchair next to the hospital bed. Let me ask you a question. If you were to invade Earth, who would be your biggest enemy? Invade Earth? Why would I invade Earth? Daegu laughed, thinking Su Ming was joking with himself. However, he suddenly realized that Su Ming had a serious face and did not look like he was joking. Daiko then thought carefully and replied, if I'm going to invade Earth, then the biggest enemy is surely our victory team. Huh? And secondly? Su Ming continued to ask. No, you're not trying to invade Earth to get information from me, are you? Daegu reacted. With a wary look, he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming was momentarily speechless. If I had that power, wouldn't I be able to walk out of this ward? Besides, what good would invading Earth do me? That's true. Daegu nodded approvingly, then continued to answer Su Ming's question. If we were to invade Earth, the enemies we'd have to face besides the victory team would be the rest of the TPC's forces. Anyway, the primary enemy is the behemoth that is TPC, right? Behemoth, said Su Ming as he shook his head. Perhaps in our human eyes, the TPC is indeed a behemoth, but monsters and cosmonauts don't see it that way. They'll just treat the TPC like a rock in the way. Seems reasonable. Daegu nodded again in recognition, then asked, after all that, what are you trying to say? Wait, I seem to understand. Before Su Ming could reply, a look of horror then appeared on Daiko's face. You're trying to say that the cosmonauts, or the monsters, will pull out the TPC, the organization that's in the way. First, that means they will be the first to attack the headquarters. Right. Seeing that Daegu understood, Su Ming spoke, but you don't have to worry so much. It's not clear when the offense will take place, but it's best to have everyone ready for defense. Don't think that the base is safe in the deep sea. Quite a few monsters don't have bad water skills. Since there was a member of the victory team who was clear about this, Su Ming was relieved. Now the monster won't necessarily attack TPC HQ. Daegu will make sure he gets the guard up though. Su Ming, when do you think Cosmic Man and Monster would pick if they were to pick a time to attack? At this time, Daegu, however, rarely called out Su Ming's name and asked Su Ming with a frown. If it were me, I'd have picked the time when the victory was out there, right? After all, the victory team is the main force against monsters and cosmic beings. Su Ming thought about it and replied, oh no. Daegu suddenly said something bad. The other day the victory team was out in full force. Even the captain has gone to Misty Gate Mountju, leaving only Nozui to sit at headquarters. If there's any time for an intruder to attack the headquarters, it's bound to be within the next few days. What? Su Ming jumped off the bed when he heard that and, what are they doing in Misty Gate Mountju? I've heard that in the past few days. I've been investigating in Misty Gate Mountju, and I've found traces of Golzon. Daegu replied, don't worry about it if Golzon doesn't come out. If you want to manage it, you should come out and then manage it. Su Ming was a bit anxious that Daiko informed the victory team. Daiko nodded, then quickly opened his PDI and reached out to Norii. What can I do for you, Team Daiko? It was almost a second pass, and the PDI came straight out with the young voice of Wildray. Nori, please check if there are any anomalies around or inside the base. Daiko said to Nozomi in a hurry. Ha, good. With confusion, Nuri worked on the computer. Checking out the neighborhood through satellites and ground waves was a trivial matter for Nuri. Soon enough, Norii had scanned the entire interior of the base and, then the sea where the base was located was swept again. Suddenly, Nori realized that a huge black shadow appeared on the computer screen that, it's slowly drifting towards the base with the ocean currents. If it was not stopped, the massive black shadow would surely hit the base. What is this thing? Letting out an exclamation of surprise, Nori transmitted the pattern to Uku. Nori, notify the captain and the police department. Daiko saw the massive black shadow and, hurriedly, he said, this thing, it's extremely likely to be a monster. Understood. Nozomi also snapped at Daiko's words. The message was then quickly conveyed to the Police Force Bureau, which was asked to send out manpower to investigate. In addition, the message was also sent to Megumi Izumi, who was far away in MT. Karamendake. What? Megumi Izumi similarly tensed up when she saw Nozomi's message through her PDI. Surprisingly, a monster attacked the headquarters base. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only heard a loud, rushing sound of bang in front of him. Thick black smoke rose from the top of Mt. Wu Menu, and lava splashed down in all directions. The long-dormant dead volcano erupted at this time. Chapter 21, Uri was really called in for questioning. Rolling darkness drifted across the sky, mingling with the thick, dark clouds that were momentarily indistinguishable from each other. Megumi Izumi watched the scene in a daze, clenching her fists. The beast's roar that carried out heaven and earth came from the crater, spreading over 100 miles in a condescending manner. Inside Flying Swallow 1, which had avoided the volcanic lava splash in the sky, Lena looked incredulously into the crater. In that rolling lava, a fiery red figure slowly emerged. He stepped out of the magma with heavy steps, as if he didn't care about the scorching temperature of the magma. Lena, did you get a good look at the crater? It looks like a big guy crawled out of it. At that moment, Metro's voice came over the helmet's communication system and asked Lena, "See, it's Golzon." Lena's gaze remained fixed on the fiery red figure but it seems to have gotten even better. Great guy. Let it run away twice. Turns out it's hiding in the volcano. Never let it get away this time. New town. Don't be impulsive. All Lena could hear was the voices of Shinjo and Sufan coming through her helmet again. The Flying Swallow 2 was then seen reducing its altitude in flight and hovering next to the crater. Go to hell. On the Flying Swallow 2, Metro aimed at Golzon and then pressed the phaser fire button. At once, an attack was launched from the Flying Swallow 2 and a snapshot lands for Golzon. Hit. Seeing this, Newtown slapped the main board of the airplane in front of him, and Flying Swallow 2 almost fell. Luckily, Sufan was in the rear pilot seat to assist and stabilize the plane. Newtown, get out of here. At that moment, however, Zhongfang realized that Flying Swallow 2's attack didn't seem to have any effect on Golzon, and Golzon looked up in Flying Swallow 2's direction. What? Shinjo also noticed that Golzon's head was coalescing with a purple energy that, hastily, he operated the Flying Swallow 2 to rise high into the sky. No! Newtown! Parachute! Parachute! The perceptive Zhongfang, poorly sensing an aura of danger that concerned life and death, hastily shouted to the new city. With that, he tapped a button to his side. Newtown reacted and quickly pressed the eject button next to his seat. The top of the Flying Swallow 2 opened instantly, and the two tiny figures were ejected with a swish. In the next second, the purple stream of light hit Fian 2 and exploded in the air with a loud bang. The flames are all over the place. Shinjo and Sukata successfully parachuted and landed on the slopes of Mt. Kiram and Dake. Unhooking their parachutes, the two of them both looked up into the sky, momentarily distracted. If they were half a step later, then the two of them would have to share the same life and death with Fei Yinno. 2. It's a big loss this time. Newtown let out a sigh and spoke. It's good that life is still alive. Zhongfang said as he patted Metro on the shoulder. Next time don't be so impulsive. Understood. Nodding, Metro was embarrassed. Lena, go back to HQ for backup. There's a monster crashing through towards the base. Lena, who was debating whether or not to attack Golzon in the sky, received an order from Megumi Izumi. There was a pause. But Captain, Golzon it. Before Rina could finish, Megumi Izumi spoke again. Swift let one's attack is largely ineffective against Golzon. Return to HQ for support. That's the best option right now. Leave this to the vice captain, Shinjo, and Hori, and I'll be on my way back later as well. Understood. Inside the Flying Swallow 1, Lena nodded, then shifted her direction and flew off into the distance. Lieutenant, are you guys okay? Inside Sufan's helmet, came the voice of Megumi Izumi. Captain, we're fine. Sukata and Shinjo replied as they ran quickly down the mountain. Come back down to Mt. Magate and prepare to use ground artillery to fend off the Golzon. Understood. In the hospital room, Su Ming could only wait quietly in bed. There were monsters crashing towards the base in the sea, and this situation wasn't even the worst of it. At least the monsters don't have high IQs like Cosmic Man or something. Otherwise this base, there's simply not enough for everyone else. Dagu's wound had not yet healed enough to land on the ground, and although he wanted to go to the front line, but there was no way to participate in the battle, so there was nothing to do but wait quietly for the results. It was a wait anyway, so Daegu waited in the special ward with Su Ming. By the way, do you know where the third giant stone statue is? While waiting, Daegu asked Su Ming seemingly offhandedly. This question was asked to Su Ming last time, but Su Ming didn't answer and avoided the question. Daegu, why are you so obsessed with the third giant stone statue? Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but ask. Because Uri said that the only ones who can deal with monsters are giants. Uku had a straight face, replied, so the third gargoyle statue is really important to us, to humanity. But even if you find the giant stone statue, how are you going to revive it? Su-ming shook his head and asked to Daegu. Daiko didn't have a rod of divine light, and even if he had a Jed statue, he couldn't transform himself into light. Yu-ren knows. Yu-ren has mentioned it. Daegu instantly became agitated. She mentioned that there's only one way to revive a giant. What is it? I don't know. She didn't go on when she said that. Daegu spoke without a sound, because Daiko wasn't sure what Yu-ren was going to say after that, but Daiko was certain that Yu-ren knew the way to revive the giant stone statue. Why don't you call that Yu-ren and ask? Su-ming said, half jokingly. If you can get her here, I'll tell you what I know about the whereabouts of the third giant stone statue. But you said so. Daegu gazed straight at Su-ming and spoke. I'll say. Seeing Daegu do so, Su-ming also nodded seriously. If we can really talk to Yuri, maybe even get the divine light rod for Daiko that was supposed to be his. Daegu went out. Su-ming probably knew what he was doing. It didn't take long for Daegu to slide in on his wheelchair, holding a metal tub-like device. The door was closed by Daiko and Seo-ming signaled that there was a camera, but Daiko shook his head and indicates that this camera was turned off a long time ago, placing this device on the hospital bed. Su-ming touched it curiously, and there was no reaction. This is a time machine from the universe. Daiko spoke. Yui-run. It is within this machine. Okay. Su-ming nodded, then tapped at the time machine and opened his mouth to ask. Is anyone there? Daegu. That's not how it works, Daiko said, pressing a button on the time machine, and then an illusory projection was projected next to the hospital bed. It was a white-robed woman with long white hair who looked a bit senile, and at that moment, Megumi Izumi, who was watching the ground troops' artillery fire against Gorzen, oblivious to the fact that a figure in black robes was floating in the air behind him. Chapter 22, Kirilord Save the World? Gentlemen, I am the head of the Earth Guard. Yui-run. The arrival of this time machine on Earth means that the Earth will undergo a lot of huge changes one after another. In the projection of the time machine, Yui-ren spoke word for word. However, in Su-ming's ears, he couldn't understand anything at all, because Yui-ren was speaking a language from 30 million years ago, and even the victory team had only been able to translate that language using the black technology Horii had invented. It's just a projection. How are you supposed to talk to her? Daegu pointed at Yu-ren and said to Su-ming. That's it. Let alone a conversation. I can't even understand what she's saying alright, Su-ming said as he spread his hands helplessly. Wait, you said you couldn't understand? Daegu suddenly reacted. It was only by using Horii's voice translator that he understood Yu-ren's words, and now, has no voice translator at all. But how did one understand it? Daiko, you understand? Su-ming's eyebrows raised as he looked at Daegu and said, I don't know. Daegu shook his head, a little overwhelmed for a moment. Just then, Yui-ren's projection suddenly blurred, flickering like a ghost. Then the time machine simply shut down and that projection disappeared on the spot. But a much clearer figure with long white hair that, however, he did not know when he appeared in front of the duo. Seeing this white-haired woman who had suddenly appeared, Su-ming and Daegu were both startled for a moment. It's a bit like watching a ghost movie. Yui-run? Daegu recognized the woman in front of him at once, except that this phantom mercy is not a projected state. Rather, it's an entity. Uku. At that moment, Yui-ren spoke up, with echoing special effects that, the sound echoed through the small room. To Su-ming's surprise, this time he had actually understood Yu-ren's words. Daiko, you have the genetic factor of light within you, and are the successor of light. On the face of Yui-ren, it was a look of compassion. The way to revive the giants is to make Daegu, light. Successor of light? Become light? With a shocked look on his face, Daegu looked at Yu-ren. Soon enough, Daegu suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke the most crucial question to Yui-ren. But both of the giant stone statues in the pyramid were destroyed by the monsters. The third stone statue is nowhere to be found again. Yui-ren, do you know where the third giant stone statue is? The third giant stone statue disappeared. Yu-ren heard Daegu's words, then lowered his head and, again, he set his eyes on Su-ming. Su-ming couldn't help but frown when he saw Yu-ren looking at him. By asking Daegu to move the time machine over, Su-ming did want to meet Yu-ren and ask something. Before Su-ming could say anything, Yu-ren spoke up first. You, who touched the stone statue of Deja? A sentence that made Su-ming's eyes widen. Su-ming did come into contact with Deja's stone statue, but that was in the real world in the Songhua River in the northeast. If Yui-ren had confirmed that she had touched the Deja stone statue, so, that stone statue in the Pine River is the one that disappeared from the pyramid. Deja's stone statue. When Daegu heard those words, he also turned his gaze towards Su-ming. Indeed, I made contact. Having reached this point, Su-ming had no choice but to nod his head and, I wanted to revive the stone statue of Deja, so I tried to touch it, but nothing miraculous happened. So you were turned into your bronze statue after you touched the stone statue? Left inside the pyramid? And no hippolytics at all? Daiko wondered. No. Su Ming shook his head. It's true that I was turned into a bronze statue by the hippolytes. Nor was it within the pyramid that I came into contact with the stone statue of Deja. Where is that? Daegu pursued. As for Yu Ren, she also kept her gaze on Su Ming, waiting for his answer. In another world. Su Ming exhaled and looked out the window. Another. A world invaded by monsters and yet no light giants. Originally, Su Ming didn't want to reveal his identity as an otherworldly visitor. But now, Su Ming is planning to show his cards. After all, if one could obtain the divine light rod from the hands of Yu Ren, if one could find the way back to the... It also allows Daiko to go with him and revive the stone statue of Deja in the other world. With Daegu's character, he certainly wouldn't watch the real world be full of monsters and people. Another world, eyes full of incredulity. Daegu looked at Su Ming, his mouth slightly open. Yu Ren's expression fluctuated slightly, but did not change greatly. I'm telling the truth. Su Ming opened his mouth and said, as to how I came into the world, I am not sure, for I was already a bronze statue. If what Su Ming said is true, then it will be impossible to revive the giant stone statue, Daegu said, falling into silence. Yu Ren stayed quiet and didn't say anything. 100 years after the stone statue of Deja is not in this world and the monsters have invaded on a massive scale, this human civilization will perish and cease to exist. The battle was fought at the foot of Mt. Nujamendake. Cannon fire raged on, constantly attacking the Gorzon dripping down through the lava. That originally dead volcano, Mt. Misty Gateu, at this point in time, continuously flowed magma from the crater of the volcano. Toward the mountains. Megumi Izumi watched the scene, gripping the Victory Hyperion in her hand tightly, waiting for Golzon to move further into the defense. She knew that with an artillery attack of this power, is simply not going to be able to deal with this fire-red Golzon. Well, isn't that desperate? At that moment, a male voice came from behind her, and Megumi Izumi jerked back and then he took a few steps back in a row and aimed his Victory Hyperion gun into the air. I only saw a man in a black robe, who was hovering in the air laughing and smiling, revealing an eerie and evil aura. What are you? With the gun pointed at the black-robed man, Megumi Izumi sternly questioned. Oh, long time ago, my door came to this planet. That black-robed man let out an evil laugh and said, finally, let us wait for this opportunity. Savior's qualifications, those guys don't even deserve it. It's been 30 million years, and they've all gone up in smoke. Ha ha ha, come, and let the great Kyria Lord be your protector. After saying that, the black-robed man landed on the ground. Then, a flame rose up to the sky, completely wrapping its body. In the midst of the blazing flames, the black-robed man's body giganticized, and eventually, it turned into a black and white giant with a grotesque appearance. Everyone on the battlefield was attracted by the strange black and white giant, and their gazes looked over the Kyrielodians. Megumi Izumi looked at the figure and slowly pronounced the giant's name. Chapter 23. Does the qualification of a savior need to be based on face value? Inside the special ward, both Daegu, as well as Yu Ren, fell into silence, not saying a word. At that moment, Su Ming however, opened his mouth towards Yu Ren, breaking the silence. Yu Ren, I have a question. Yu Ren's head, which was originally lowered, slowly lifted up and looked at Su Ming, like he was waiting for Su Ming to speak. Do you have a divine light rod? Su Ming spoke. It's also known as the spark prism, but she saw Yu Ren shake her head and said, the spark prism, only after the Daegu becomes light. It's only then. But how can Daikoku become light without a sparking prism? Su Ming wondered. The giant stone statue is no longer in this world, and Daikoku cannot be turned into light. However, Yu Ren let out a sigh, and then his body gradually disillusioned and disappeared into the air. Hey, don't go? Su Ming was dumbfounded, not expecting Yu Ren to leave just like this. Daegu, on the other hand, was looking at the silver-colored time machine in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. She said that the divine light rod would only appear once Daikoku had turned into light. Now that I think about it, the first time Daiko crashed and transformed, it was straight into light. Su Ming tapped his head and recalled the movies and TV shows he watched in his last life. So will Daikoku can still be turned into light? By traveling to the real world, TPCC Central Base C area, there were already police department combatants and submarines ready to take on the drifting monstrosity. Chief Gigantier, based on observation, it looks like what's floating around is a monster corpse. A police officer reported to Chief Gigantier in the police department office on the base. Do not take this lightly. Gigant spoke seriously. Don't let it get close to the base. The TPCC base was arguably the most valuable thing in Yoshi Kon's heart. There is a large part of the heart and soul that has been put into this by Gigantier. For Jigong, this base, it's like his child. If someone had to make a move on his child, Gigantier would never be lenient. Understood. The police officer retreated, leaving Yoshi Kong alone in the office. The corpse of the beast is approaching the base, and everywhere it passes, there are dead fish. The stench that was supposed to emanate from this corpse had merged with the waters of the sea. Polluted the waters into a toxic sea. The submarine prepared by the police department surrounded the body, fired its powerful hook and claw, and hooked on the body. With that, the body was pulled in the opposite direction, but without pulling for a while, the surface of that corpse directly shattered with a crash, oozing out a large amount of rotting juice. It made the police officers in the submarine gag again and again. So disgusting, this monster, dead and still coming out to disgust people. Someone sputtered and said, if it wasn't in the sea, a fire would have burned it. Someone said, this grappling hook isn't working, what should I do? One member voiced the most critical query. No, Chief Gigantier won't let it near the base. Fire torpedoes and smash it, that's as good as it gets. The submarine formed a semi-enclosure around the corpse of the monster. Then the torpedoes were fired at it one by one from the depths of the bottom. However, the imagined explosion did not occur. That one torpedo stuck directly into the body of the monster, and was then swallowed under the subtle writhing. What? Everyone was stunned at the sight of the torpedo. It was swallowed. This monster, is it alive? The monster is alive. When Yoshi just got this news, he gave the direct order. All guns, aim at the beast and blast. DDT. Dago's PDI rang at that moment. Sighing, Daiko seemed to figure something out and then turned the PDI on, only to see several unread messages on it. One is Lena back at the defense base. One is that the base has launched an attack on the sea monsters. There is another one at Kiri Lords? Dago's brow furrowed slightly. Also a type of giant? The message was conveyed from Newtown, saying that in the struggle with Gulzin a giant named Kiri Lord Man appeared and struck out at Gulzin. Kiri Elrodians? Su Ming was also a bit surprised to hear that name. And he's not some giant saving the world. Then why did he deal with Gorzin? Daiko wondered. Because the Kiri Lords want to be the protectors of the people of Earth? Su Ming laughed. You'll know this guy's ambition when his battle with Gulzin is over. A race that came to Earth in the time of the ancient era and held back for millions of years. Normally, with the aid of a human body, they hide among the crowd and come out at the right moment. Become a so-called savior. Su Ming should have thought of it long ago, when the world was without Dija, without the giant of light. Then the Kiri Lords will surely jump out and present themselves as angels saving mankind. Seducing humans in order to gain faith. In the original plot, the Kiri Lords had always wanted to be the god that humans believed in. Now, it was the perfect time for them to become gods. Needless to say, the Kiri Lords do have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. Facing Gorzin with his enhanced abilities, without the slightest fear, spreading his fists and feet, he then attacked it. However, when the Kiri Lords realized that it was only when the fireballs in his own hands couldn't do any damage to Gulzin that he realized he had run into a tough one. How could a Gorzin coming out of lava be afraid of a fireball? Unable to use flame attacks, the Kiri Lords had to fight the Gulzin in close quarters. The battle between the two giant creatures had the crowd on the ground marveling in awe as there was more constant clapping as the Kiri Lords gained the upper hand. But I don't think this Kiri Lord person looks like a good person. Horii watched the fight and the big truth came out of his mouth. Whatever. He helped us fight Gorzin. That's a friend of mankind. Shinjo smiled and said to Horii. The chain of legs kept kicking at Gulzin as the Kiri Lords kicked the prehistoric beast to the ground, then sat up hard and resumed using his fists to hammer away. Quickness of hand. That was the Kiri Lord's advantage against the Gulzin. But Gulzin also has the advantage of being thick-skinned and resistant. Growling out violently, Gulzin pushed the Kiri Lord away from his body with all his might, then quickly stood up. It was a tail sweep at the Kiri Lodger. With a thud, the Kiri Lord was smashed out of the way. By the time he was on his feet again, Gulzin was already in front of him. Oh mankind, watch how the great Kiri Lords devour this monstrosity. The Kiri Lord took advantage of the situation and wrapped his arms around Gulzin. Then purple-red flames violently rushed out from the soles of his feet, completely engulfing the bodies of the two. Chapter 24, The Kiri Lord's faithfulness is crooked. The Kiri Lord. There's a name for it. It's called Inferno Warrior. This purplish-red flame was the representation of their identity. Of course, the purplish-red flames that rushed out of the ground were no ordinary flames. The rootless fires of the earth had flushed the surface of Gulzin until it was scorched. However, that wasn't enough to tackle the Gulzin who was able to survive the lava. With a rumble, the earth shook, and under the feet of the Kiri Lords and the Gulzins, the cobweb-like cracks appeared. With that, the rift grew bigger and bigger, and from above, you could see endless hellfire. A searing fire emanated from deep within the earth. Monster, receive the judgment of the god Carrylord. Only a great cry was heard from Carrylord, and then, together with the body of Gorzon, together, they plummeted toward the huge crack. All that could be heard was the constant hissing of the Gorzon, and then the sound got smaller and smaller until it could not be heard. Wait a long time. As the crowd watched, the Carrylords flew back up through the rift, and the crack closed as if it had never existed. Humans, see, only we Carrylords can save you. Suspended in the sky, the Carrylords spread their hands and arms outstretched. Said to the crowd on the ground. Then, only the Carrylords were seen to glow with a white light, and to be transformed into gigantic angels. Radiating holy light. Many people on the ground froze at the sight, then fell to the ground and prayed for angelic refuge. When Newtown saw this, he was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Angel, I only believe in science. Hori shook his head, then turned to Metro and said, Newtown, why don't you try praying? Maybe you'll get out of being single sooner. I'll be damned. Why don't you go? As soon as Shinjo heard that, he patted Hori on the head and said, Egu, why are you hitting me? It's just a test, Hori said with a pout. On the sidelines, Zongfeng, quietly looking at the angel hovering in the sky, his brows furrowed as he, silence, this angel, perhaps, is our greatest enemy. At that moment, Megumi Izumi came over, her face unreadable, and, he just looked at the angel and said, the dolphin has been preliminarily assembled, tested twice, and is now ready for combat. TPC headquarters base, Dr. Yatsuo, dressed in a white robe, was making introductions to Lena, who had returned to help. Last time or so you tested it yourself, Lena, and now it's just loaded with extra laser cannons. If I had to say who could drive skillfully, it would be you, Dr. Yatsuo. Then I'm off. Lena nodded and put on her helmet and headed for the Dolphin combat submarine. It must be said that, in response to the dramatic changes in the world situation, the TPC has accelerated the pace of weapons and equipment development, and some results do appear. A lot of equipment and weapons that hadn't been developed in the original storyline in the early days of, all made ahead of time as well. If the Megas power system could be perfected, a lot of problems would be solved. Dr. Yatsuo sighed quietly as he watched Lena's distant figure. The Megas power system, which is antimatter annihilation, is capable of completely converting matter into energy, expressed as visible light. If this energy can be thoroughly applied to carriers and weapons, then not only can intergalactic travel be realized, but weapons loaded with this energy are enough to destroy most monsters. Lena set off. Daegu, however, lets himself out of the special ward at Xiaoming's urging. Through his conversation with Yuri, Daegu believes that Su Ming is from another world. It is also believed that the third giant stone statue exists in another world. In a few days, when I can get off the ground and walk, I'll join you in finding my way back. Making this decision, Daiko was forced to do so. The world is in danger everywhere right now, and at any moment, a monster or a cosmonaut could show up. The TPC and Victory team alone couldn't handle that many monsters. Above all, it's still that Carrier Lord. According to Su Ming, the Kyrie Lodges weren't any saviors, but a bunch of demons. The day the so-called Kyrie Elohim comes, is the day when mankind will become slaves. If it had been before, Daiko would have wondered why he was the successor to Light, would be the most crucial person in the recovery of the giant stone statue. But now, the stone statues are gone, and the world is in a countdown to doom again. Daiko thinks that he should do what he can. Find the giant stone statue, revive it and save the world. Said as if it were easy, Su Ming's heart laughed bitterly. It's harder than hell to find your way back, unless the passage back that day just appeared in front of you. Otherwise, where would one look? By the way, Daegu, can you check out any anomalies on MT Everest? On second thought, maybe there's a temporal rift in this world, too, on Mount Everest. Su Ming then wanted to see if there was this passage back home. I'll have Wildry pull up the satellite surveillance. Daiko nodded and contacted Nozui via PDI. Soon after, Nori sent over the picture of the. It states that there are no aliens, not even monsters, on Mount Everest. It doesn't seem to be there. Sighing, Su Ming shook his head. By the way, that Carrioloid turned into an angel. A lot of people have bought into the so-called savior. That's when Daegu saw a message through PDI. Images of angels appeared in the skies around the world, radiating holy light. It has led many to believe that the Carrylords are the gods that will save the world. Now that there have been mass gatherings in many cities, prayerful worship to the angels in the sky. What about Dasha? At that moment, Su Ming raised his eyebrows and asked Daegu. Let's see, said Daegu, working on his PDI. With that, he pulled up the intelligence on Dasha. On the video, a group of people set up incense altars underneath the angel and burned incense. There were also people whose mouths kept chanting Buddhist scriptures, listening to the garbled words in the video. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched, for most of the people of Dasha thought that this holy light that sprang up in the sky, it's a bodhisattva, a Buddha, a god coming down or something like that. What's going on here? Daegu, who understood some Chinese, also froze, then asked Su Ming. The Kiri Eladites did their work in Dasha for nothing. Su Ming smiled and said, the power of faith runs to the vain gods and goddesses. There are certainly none in this world. Otherwise mankind is already in crisis. Gods and Buddhas and all that. And how could it not come out to save the day? Chapter 25, Finding a way to abduct Daegu along with me. Closing the PDI. Both Daegu and Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly, though parts of it didn't quite convince the Kiri lords. But at this rate, sooner or later, humanity will be enslaved by the Kiri lords. Because, right now, the only people standing up to fight monsters and save the world are the Kiri lords. With Su Ming's guesses about the Kiri lords, the next step in getting a foothold on Earth, they will then open the gates of hell and release the god Kiri Elrod. By the way, what's the TPC stance on the Kiri lords? Suddenly, Su Ming asked Daegu, from what the captain is saying, don't trust this guy. Daegu spoke up. Smart people think alike. Su Ming listened and nodded. Apparently, the TPC executives aren't stupid. It's impossible to consider such a guy who opens his mouth to be the savior of mankind as a friendly force. But there is not just one Kiri lord. From super ancient times to the present, there are many Kiri lords lurking amongst the humans. If the TPC had such intentions, it would surely be a prime target for the Kiri lords to eliminate. However, the hierarchy is not proposing to target the Kiri lords at this time, because for the moment, the Kiri lords can be a tool against the monsters. Daegu continued to say to Su Ming, a tool for dealing with monsters. The Kiri lords have become toolmen instead. Su Ming smiled and said, however, sooner or later, the Kiri lords will find out the TPC's true intentions, and when they do, it's when it's most dangerous here. There's already a monster out there attacking the base. Isn't this the most dangerous time yet? Daegu smiled helplessly, unable to do anything on his own at a time like this. By the way, speaking of saviors and people who are tools against monsters, I suddenly remembered someone. I'm sorry. Su Ming suddenly turned his head and winked at Daegu. Ha! Daegu looked confused, not knowing what Su Ming was trying to express. Daegu, in a couple of days you'll be able to land so you can come with me to find this guy now. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more excited he became, and he opened his mouth to ask Daegu, available. In a daze, Daiko agreed. Toolmen, that is, giants or other cosmic beings like the Kiri Eladites? Is it hard to believe? It's a hippolyte? The battle outside the base in the middle of the sea lasted for a day. The beast was lured out to sea after Police Commissioner Gigantier devised a plan to. The explosion of a large gas tank was then used to burn him to death. It was reduced to flying ash in the blazing fire, and not a bit of it was left. The Golzon of MT. Mistygate Yakuza was wiped out by the Kiri lords. The winning teams also rushed back to base. The attitude of headquarters towards the Kiri Elods was to ignore them for the time being. After all, being able to easily destroy Golzon, an opponent with that kind of strength wasn't something that could be messed with right now. The main thing is that the other side hasn't really shown any hostility towards the humans yet, just trying to be the savior. All the medicine was removed from Daegu's body and the cast was removed from his leg. After half a day of acclimatization, it was possible to walk a considerable distance. Afreed Ogo soon returned to Victory Hall in his Team Victory uniform, seeing his teammate captain whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Daegu's nose soured a bit for a moment. Daegu, welcome back. With a smile on her face, Izumi Megumi spoke first to Daikoku. Rina, on the other hand, joyfully took Daiko's hand and sat him down in his seat. You kid, you're back at last. A victory team without Daegu is soulless. The ever-serious Sakata also cracks a joke at this moment, surprising Hori and Shinjo. Nori looked at the amicable group of teammates with a smile on his face, as if he was living in a big family. Alright, Team Daiko. At that moment, Megumi Izumi looked over at Daiko and spoke up. And, you've had a hard time recovering from your illness, so to celebrate, you've been given a week's vacation. Captain? Daegu's mouth opened wide in confusion. One is here to return to the team, not to take a vacation. This body of yours, you still need to get well and don't worry about it when you can't move around outside. Megumi Izumi smiled and shook her head at Daikoku. After a few moments of silence, Daiko spoke up. Thank you, Captain, for your kindness. By the way, during the days of my hospitalization, I've been interacting with Su Ming from the special ward. It was discovered that he is indeed just an ordinary human. Then, Daegu brought up Su Ming again. So Team Daegu, What do you think should be done with this Su-Ming person? Megumi Izumi's gaze went to Daikoku as if she was reading something. I think that since Su-Ming is an ordinary person, perhaps it's time to restore his freedom? Dago scratched his head, unsure. I think Dago is right. To the crowd's surprise, after being lost in thought for a moment, Izumi surprisingly agreed with Daiko. What do you guys think? The crowd didn't react for a moment. Then one by one, they nodded in agreement. Daiko looked bewildered, having expected the captain to utter a refusal. I didn't expect to just agree, a little too smooth? But since Izumi Megumi had expressed her agreement, Uku didn't say anything else, just laughed nervously and chatted with the crowd again. Late night, the staff quarters of Izumi K. A white figure detached itself from Izumi's body, and then the silhouette of a woman with long white hair appeared in front of Megumi Izumi. Looking at the white-haired woman in front of him, whose face looked exactly like his own, Megumi Izumi wasn't the least bit scared, but spoke up and said, Yurin, did you learn anything about Daegu and Su-Ming? This world can only be saved by the revival of the giants. And Daikoku is the successor of light. I don't know, Yuirin said slowly. This you told me, but it seems that the giants' recovery and that Su-Ming also have a lot to do with it. Megumi Izumi gazed straight at Yurin. Otherwise you wouldn't have reminded me to let Su-Ming go. That man has the scent of having touched the Dija stone. Dija stone. In his original world. Yuirin lowered her head and spoke. The original world? Could it be that Su-Ming isn't from this world? Izumi Megumi instantly read Yuriai's words. The mutation is transverse, and if there is no Deja, human civilization will perhaps disappear into the river of years earlier. As if sighing, Yurin said, let Daegu follow him and perhaps it will be possible to successfully retrieve the stone statue and thus save the day. I see. Megumi Izumi nodded rather thoughtfully. My offspring, be precious. After saying the last sentence, Yuren's silhouette turned into white particles and disappeared into nothingness. Only Megumi Izumi was left alone, quietly thinking in the room. Chapter 26, Kigo Masaki wants to kill someone. Early in the morning, Daiko then came inside Xiaoming's special hospital room and waited for Xiaoming, ready to go. It's only natural to leave the headquarters base with someone to see them out. Otherwise the vast ocean would not be able to travel to land at all. Su-Ming didn't have much luggage in the first place, and when he heard Degas say that he could leave this place, and quite surprised, your captain, just let me go? Scratching his head, Su-Ming always felt that something wasn't right. She's the captain of the victory team. How could she let me, an officer of dubious status, leave? I told the captain you were a regular, and then she agreed. Daiko explained to Su-Ming. Just this? Su-Ming's eyes widened. Yeah, I feel weird too. The process seems to be going a little smooth. Daegu nodded. There was some confusion, but since the captain said for you to leave, you can leave. Don't worry about it. Aha. After thinking for a while, Su-Ming nodded. If there was a reason why Megumi Izumi would let herself go, Su-Ming could only think of one possibility. That was when Yui Ren told her something. In order for Daiko to find the giant stone statue, Megumi Izumi must let herself go, and gave Daegu a vacation. It seems that in this world of great change, Yurin can't sit still either. Smiling helplessly, Su-Ming and Daego left this place together. Izumi Megumi is the spokesperson for Yurin, and only Su-Ming should know about it in this world. You know, the Phantom Mercy has two molds. One is the aged and pale version, and the other, it is the interim benefit version. The way things are now, it should be that Uriai has been honest with Megumi for a long time now, and it provides a lot of useful intelligence. Originally, Daegu wanted to drive Su-Ming out through the undersea tunnel in a dram patrol car, but monsters could appear at any time, and Daegu didn't want to take up resources. So, they took Su-Ming on a staff bus and returned to land through the undersea tunnel. Where are we going next? Standing on the side of the road, looking at the road of traffic, Daegu opened his mouth and asked Su-Ming, Daegu, find out what city the Setic group is in. Su-Ming exhaled a breath, looked at the turquoise blue sky, and opened his mouth. This was the first time he had stood under a blue sky and white clouds since he came to this world. Good. Daegu took out his cell phone and consulted it. Then he found the information about in Kumamoto City. We're on our way to Kumamoto City. Su-Ming said to Daegu after hearing this. Kumamoto? That's where the person we're looking for is? Daiko wondered. Exactly. Su-Ming nodded. What we're looking for is the president and CEO of the Setic group, Kigo Masaki. Kigo Masaki? Daiko hastily checked the information about the name. One look at it was a big shock. This man, Kigo Masaki, is only 28 years old. He was already a physicist, a professor of mathematics, a professor of aeronautical and aerospace engineering, and the president and CEO of the C-Tech group. To summarize, this man is a genius. The trip to Kumamoto City was fast, After arriving by train, Su Ming and Daegu stopped a cab. Then they headed for where the Sedgwick Group's company was located. Kiri Elrodians, angels, saviors, ha, inside a minimalist office, a stocky man that, looking at the angel on the screen, he let out a sneer. Stupid humans. Snapping the screen off, the man stood up and looked out the window. Not far away in the sky, a huge angel was floating, emitting holy light, and below, a crowd of people praying to the angels. Foolish, eyes narrowing slightly, the man shook his head. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and the assistant's voice from outside the door. President Masaki, you've been approached by someone from the TPC Victory Team about a mission. Something to ask you. Got it. Let them in. The man froze for a moment and nodded to the door. The Victory Team? What are they doing here? Su Ming and Daegu, in order to meet the CEO of this SETIC group, had to let Daegu borrow the name of the winning team. Though not in uniform, Daegu carries a Victory Team work permit with him. Soon, the two arrived at Kigo Masaki's office. The environment was carefully surveyed, but nothing special was found. Daiko also paid special attention to Kigo Masaki, and realized that the man was plain as a bell. However, the body was extremely fit and looked like it had specifically gone to work out. May I ask you two what is the matter? Kigo Masaki sat nonchalantly in his seat, a cup of green tea in his hand. After that, he savored it. Kigo Masaki, you want to become light, don't you? However, Su Ming's single sentence directly caused Masaki Kigo to spray out the tea in his mouth. You, how did you know? Pointing at Su Ming, Masaki Kigo said in surprise. Turn into light? Daiko looked at Su Ming and then at Masaki Kigo, and his eyes were also filled with surprise. Masaki Kigo stood up from his seat, his eyes staring straight at Su Ming. Not many people know about turning into light, and it was also a program that Kigo Masaki had launched only a short time before, called by him, Program F. It all began when Golzan and Melba appeared in the world. That night, Kigo Masaki had a dream. In a dream, Kigo Masaki saw a super-ancient civilization 30 million years ago, saw powerful giants of light and the destruction of this civilization in the pollen and darkness of ecstasy. Later, news that the Victory Team had found the pyramid stones reached Kigo Masaki. It left Kigo Masaki quite shaken. I didn't realize that the dream world was real, and it was most likely super-ancient history. It must be said that the memories awakened through the genetic factor of light. Kigo Masaki is much earlier than Daiko, at least for now. Daiko hadn't dreamed of the super-ancient world, or of light giants. Kigo Masaki is a man of action and a powerhouse to boot. In dreams, knowing that the monsters will gradually awaken and that darkness will gradually descend to consume the earth. He then moved on. Plan F, which begins with finding the Colossus and then creating the optogenetic factor transformer. Turn your body into light. More importantly, another option, making your own stone statues and reproducing them in bulk. Led humanity towards the evolution of light lifeforms. But now, his plan had been inadvertently exposed and known by the Victory Team. Danger arose in Kigo Masaki. And now, Kigo Masaki was considering, should I kill the two people in front of me to silence them? You don't need to care how I know. At that moment, Su Ming spoke up. I think that you should be looking for the giant stone statue right now. Chapter 27, there's still a rod of divine light, but I don't dare to take it. You too, do you really think you can walk out of this office alive? Hearing Su Ming's words, Masaki Kigo sneered. With that, he ripped the shirt off his body, flung it aside, and, revealing an explosive mass of muscle. Mr. Masaki, I think, you should think again about whether or not it's appropriate to do it now. Seeing that Masaki Kigo wanted to make a move, Su Ming hurriedly opened his mouth. Do you think it's possible for me to let you walk out this door after all you know? While rubbing his fists together, Masaki Kigo slowly walked in towards Su Ming's duo. Though a scientist, Kigo Masaki never fell behind on his physical exercise. There's even learning various physical arts. At first it was to strengthen the body and prolong life, and later, instead, he hammers his body in order to become a giant of light. Just as Masaki Kigo was about to throw a punch at Su Ming, his feet suddenly stopped stiffly, only to see that in Su Ming's hand, he was holding a kitchen knife that emitted a cold light. At that moment, this kitchen knife was pressed against Kigo Masaki's defenseless chest. With just a little movement, he would be able to unleash a fatal blow on it. And I said why you got out of the car and went straight to the convenience store to buy a kitchen knife. Daiko also took out the Victory Hyperion gun in his arms and aimed it at Kigo Masaki and spoke. Just in case. Su Ming smiled and looked at Masaki Kigo. After all, Mr. Masaki is no pushover. You're threatening me. Masaki Kigo's face was a bit ugly as he opened his mouth to Su Ming and Daegu. No, we're taking emergency shelter. Su Ming said. After all, if we don't make a resistance, it would have been silenced by you, Masaki-san. Damn. A drop of sweat appeared on Kigo Masaki's forehead, although Kigo Masaki knew that there were some peculiarities within his own body. In a nutshell, still flesh and blood. If you get stabbed, not to mention Plan F, Plan A B C D E is useless. I'll say it first while I'm at it. Su Ming shook his head and spoke. Aren't you looking for a stone statue, Mr. Masaki? And I know where else in this world there are stone statues of giants. What? Not only Masaki, but even Uku was shocked, because before that, Su Ming had not been talking to himself, and that Yu-Ren appeared. Nor is there any mention of the other gargoyles other than those inside the pyramid in half a sentence. Where? In his excitement, Kigo Masaki almost stuck a kitchen knife into his chest. Seeing that the other party had put away his hostility, Su Ming put the chopper down and then said, I can tell you, but on one condition. What conditions? Kigo Masaki wondered with excitement. That's about the optogenetic transformer you developed, after you managed to turn into light, to be used once for Daegu. Su Ming spoke. Wait, how do I know if you're telling the truth or not? At that moment, Masaki Kigo also regained his composure and questioned Su Ming. Though I don't know how the other party knew they were working on an optogenetic factor converter, but the lure of the giant stone statue was, indeed, great, believe it or not, but I'm the only one who knows the location of that giant stone statue. I'm sure, Su Ming replied. I believe that you, Mr. Masaki, are still willing to take a gamble for this opportunity. Hearing Su Ming's words, Masaki Kigo was silent for a moment and then spoke. Yes, I promise. How could Daegu not have realized that? In addition to the stone statues inside the pyramid, surprisingly, there are other stone statues of giants. However, Su Ming was interested in the optogenetic factor transformer that Kigo Masaki had spoken of in his words, much to Daegu's interest. For this reason, Daiko even made a point of asking Su Ming about it. Su Ming didn't hide it, but rather, everything he knew about Kigo Masaki. It was all told to Daegu. According to you, that giant stone statue everyone can turn into light and enter it? On the way out of the Setic group, Daegu asked Su Ming suspiciously. No, by all accounts, only the successor of light can enter it, although Masaki Kigo is also the successor of light. His light has deteriorated. Su Ming replied. If the denatured light enters the giant stone statue, can it revive the statue? Daiko continued to ask. It can be. Su Ming recalled the Dija movie in television that he had directly watched and said, it's just that when a giant revives, it also goes into a rampage and becomes an evil giant. Surprisingly, Daiko's mouth grew slightly in surprise. What if we could get a head start on turning into light and getting into the stone statue? Hearing Daegu's words, Su Ming stopped in his tracks. Then he looked at Daiko and said with a somewhat strange look on his face, Daegu, you're brilliant. What do you mean? Daegu froze and asked. I mean, that's what I thought from the beginning. The corners of Su Ming's mouth rose slightly. Now, we can only wait for Kigo Masaki's research on the optogenetic factor converter. But, according to the plot that Su Ming knows, although Kigo Masaki had developed the optogenetic factor converter, it was still missing one last thing to make it work. That would be the rod of divine light. Wait. Su Ming was rendered speechless for a moment as he thought about this. What was he looking for in Kigo Masaki? It's still not about turning Daiko into light? What does it take to turn Daegu into light? Requires an optogenetic factor converter. What is the most critical part of the optogenetic factor converter? It's the divine lightning rod. If I had the divine light rod, why would I need to find Masaki Kigo? Su Ming was dumbfounded. Daegu was also confused, not knowing why Su Ming looked so lifeless when he was fine. What's wrong? Daegu patted Su Ming's shoulder and asked suspiciously. Daegu, I think I've lost my way a bit, Su Ming said, through clenched teeth. One can only hope that Kigo Masaki can develop an optogenetic factor converter that doesn't require the divine light rod. In fact, Su Ming knew that there was not just one divine light rod in this world. In addition to the one that should have appeared in Daiko's hand at the beginning, there was another one in a person's hand. That is, sealed within the ruins of Lului, deep within the ocean, in the hands of Carmilla. Carmilla, 30 million years ago, the dark giant, Dark Deja's love interest. It was also one of the main factors that destroyed the ultra-ancient civilization. However, Su Ming didn't dare to put his attention on Carmilla at all, because, in order to find Carmilla, you have to touch the ruins of Lului in the depths of the ocean, and in the midst of the ruins, with the exception of Carmilla, an evil god capable of destroying the world was also sealed. Gattenjos, if we piss this guy off, in the absence of Daeju Altman, then it's a straight-up grand finale. Chapter 28 Carrying Daegu and being chased by a bear. The optogenetic factor transformer. How did the victory team know I was working on this? Back in the lab, Kigo Masaki looked at the unfinished apparatus in front of him and start thinking about it. In addition to having more connections to Dr. Queen Dan, the man in TPC who keeps the broken pieces of the pyramid giant stone statues. Kigo Masaki realizes that there isn't any other person who knows the contents of his F-plan. Dr. Dan Queen is an important part of the equation, and if we can get his support, the broken pieces of the giant stone statue will be there. With a long, languid sigh, Kigo Masaki looked at a drawing of a monster on the lab screen, clenched fists in his hands. In a world facing Armageddon, mankind must have a great light to guide them. Su Ming and Daegu didn't stay in Kumamoto City all the time. Instead, he traveled to the outskirts of Kumamoto under another of Su Ming's plans. Maybe we can go ahead and head to where the stone statue is and try to see if you can turn into light. Daegu. While heading up the mountain, Su Ming said to Daegu. Daegu was too ill to walk more than a short distance up the mountain, and had to, during this climb, walking around. Su Ming, do you think I can really become light by myself? No need for that godly rod of light you were talking about? While catching his breath, Daegu asked Su Ming. Daegu, I believe you. Su Ming patted Daegu's shoulder and told him to sit on a rock aside to rest. In the original episode, Daiko's first transformation was to become a light by strong intention. And, in the episode finale, Daegu said something else. Everyone can become light on their own. If only that were true. Shaking his head mockingly, Su Ming did not feel that he, an ordinary person, could turn into light or anything. It would be nice to get some outside help for the real world. Now, bringing Daegu to find the giant stone statue was also something Su Ming wanted to try. Since Kigo Masaki was able to turn into light and enter the stone statue, so Daegu should be equally fine? By the way, since like Goliath Stone Deja, both have their own names. So what's the name of this giant stone statue we're looking for now? After resting for a while and standing up, Daegu asked Su Ming. I don't really know about this one. Su Ming scratched his head and replied, because this stone statue, unnamed by the original plot and official, it's just called Evil Tiga, which means Evil Tiga. Daegu, you can start by naming this stone statue. Su Ming opened his mouth and said, though not yet found. He is indeed the third gargoyle stone statue known to be in this world at this time. Daegu nodded and began to think. Trekking and walking. The duo also had a hard time inquiring about an ancient relic in the mountains at a certain farmer's house. The ruins are relatively hidden and have not been officially examined, known only to the locals. That was why Su Ming decided to head to the relic to explore it. Now, while naming the gargoyles and walking the road, the two of them had arrived in front of a dilapidated temple in the mountains, where they rested for the time being. The duo still hadn't been able to come up with a decent name for the giant stone statue, so it seemed that they were both wasted at naming it. As the sun set and dusk fell, Daegu's PDI also received two messages from the victorious team on their mission. One is that a monster attacked the angel when it was floating in the air and emitting holy light. Hori's language translator tells him that the monster's name is Gazat. Currently the Kirilords are fighting this beast. The other piece of news that Daegu took more seriously was that a cosmic being named the Reaculanian, having brazenly kidnapped Lena's father, Officer Nanace, the main force of Team Victory, is now searching for this cosmonaut ship. Lena. Seeing this message, Daegu couldn't help but worry. In the hands of the Raichurans was Lena's father, Officer Shichaseki. If this Cosmo had any grudge against Officer Nanace Kakai, he certainly wouldn't let go of his daughter Lena. Daegu, if you really want to protect Lena, finding the giant stone statue is the best option. Su Ming sighed and spoke. Now, not to mention the fact that Daegu is recovering from a serious illness. It's not a matter of time before he wants to go back. I understand. Daiko clenched his fists and closed the PDI up. It's not too late. Let's not rest. It will be dark if we go on. Well, let's start looking then. Seeing that Daegu was so anxious, Su Ming also stood up. The sun had set in general, and in no time it would be dark. It seems that tonight, it is a must to stay in this dilapidated temple. Just as he walked out of the gate of the temple, a little yellow-haired dog came bounding over the side of the, sniffing around Daegu's feet all the time. He kept wagging his tail. Are there still wild dogs in these mountains? Maybe it was lost by a farmer down the hill. Su Ming squatted down and took out a piece of dried meat he was carrying in his pocket. That puppy sniffed and then bounced to Su Ming. Here, eat. Put the dried meat in the puppy's mouth and, Su Ming said while stroking the puppy's head. Maybe so. This puppy doesn't look like he's been hungry for very long. Probably just got lost not too long ago. Daegu, too, crouched down and looked at the cheerful puppy. Brings a touch of relaxation to these days of tension. Su Ming stroked the puppy's head, and originally had a hint of a smile on his lips, but gradually the facial expression changed from a grin to a wide-eyed stare. What's wrong? Daegu couldn't help but wonder. Daegu, I think we found the giant stone statue, Su Ming said excitedly as he hugged the puppy. What? Daegu looked at Su Ming with a confused look on his face. The yellow-haired puppy, a key dog. As far as Su Ming knew, there was another monster statue next to the evil Deja statue. This monstrous stone statue, named Getty. It was the fighting body of this little yellow-haired dog. This dog? I'm afraid it's a dog that has lived for 30 million years. Su Ming hurriedly stuffed more dried meat into the puppy's mouth, and then placed it on the ground. 30-million-year-old dog? Daegu looked over at the pup, a little unsure. That puppy got another piece of dried meat and was excited to eat it. He circled around Su Ming 3 times, then headed towards a shrubbery. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly told Daegu to follow along. The two followed the dog closely through the undergrowth, only to see a mountain wall that there was a dark cave. Turning the prepared flashlights on, Su Ming and Daegu looked at each other and then walked straight in, and the little dog stood outside the cave, looking with humanized puzzlement at the duo who had walked into the cave. For a moment it seemed like he was a bit overwhelmed. Not a moment later, a beastly roar came from inside the cave. Then he only saw Su Ming carrying Daegu in his stride, and behind the duo, chasing after an angry brown bear. Chapter 29, Can the power of the mind alone become light? Su Ming carried Daegu and ran. The bear chased after him, and the puppy woofed. Quick, Daegu! The gun! Su Ming hurriedly reminded Daegu to shout. If it wasn't for the fact that Daegu couldn't run, Su Ming wouldn't have been willing to carry one. And to be honest, it's just too much to carry, not to mention a bear chasing after it. Daegu reacted in a hurry, fumbling for his victory hippogriff and firing it at the brown bear. With a swish, the brown bear was hit on the spot, and his body fell to the ground and convulsed for a while. Then there was no movement. Nice one! Su Ming put Daegu down, gasping for air continuously from his mouth. Daegu also wiped the sweat from his forehead, momentarily distracted. This bear is dead? Coming to the brown bear, Su Ming carefully kicked it. I suppose. Daegu nodded, then asked, Isn't that cave headed to where the giant stone statue is? How? At this moment, Su Ming caught a glimpse of the yellow-haired puppy wagging its tail at him. Another few woofs in the other direction. Looking in the direction of the barking puppy, you can see another cave. The corners of his mouth twitched as Su Ming said to Daegu, We got it wrong. That cave is the real thing. Daegu. The duo took a short break and followed the pup on the road again. This time, Su Ming learned the hard way and waited for the puppy to enter the cave before going in with Daegu. This cave is small and echoing. Su Ming and Daegu shone their flashlights ahead of them, and after following the puppy for some distance, then it reached the end. Daegu looked at the stone wall at the end and then at Su Ming, indicating that he asked what to do. Su Ming only saw the puppy wagging its tail back, and then plunged headfirst into the stone wall. It went straight through. What? Startled, Daiko tried to reach out and touch the stone wall, which was no different from the original. The hand, however, penetrated straight through. Let's go, Daegu. Su Ming nodded, so he passed through this stone wall with his eyes closed along with Daegu. As if traveling through space, the two opened their eyes again and found within a grotto covered in light. An ancient aura came over him. Daegu only felt that it was the same feeling when he entered the pyramid as it was now. The duo gradually adjusted to the light and then surveyed their surroundings. Almost simultaneously, both Su Ming and Daegu's gazes were placed on top of the giant stone statue that was on the left side of the grotto. Found it, Daegu. We found it. Su Ming walked forward and stroked the giant stone statue longingly. The last time I came into contact with a giant stone statue was in the real world in the Manhwa River. Daegu's hand stroked up as well, his gaze fixed on the stone statue that had been sleeping for millions of years. This will be the only hope for people. There's another monstrous stone statue there, Daiko said as he pointed to his right. Su Ming nodded and walked over. The puppy was spitting its tongue at Su Ming underneath the stone statue, its tail wagging continuously. Here, puppy, you can have all of these. Placing all the dried meat on his body on the ground, Su Ming excitedly touched the monster's stone statue, and the puppy happily ate it. There you go. The stone statue has it. Next, it's up to Daiko. Daegu, turn into light. Coming to Daegu's side, Su Ming said excitedly, if Daiko could revive this stone statue, it would be equally Ultraman. If he could go back, he could likewise bring Daegu back to save the day himself. Turn into light? Daegu said with some difficulty. How do I change? Su Ming, indeed, it was still quite difficult to turn into light without the divine light rod, a transformer. For a while, both Su Ming and Daegu were in deep thought, sitting on the ground and thinking. In this way, you first. For a bit, Su Ming thought for a long time and said to Daegu, after all, a lot of Ultraman is materialistic, and as soon as some special feelings are aroused, you can just get stronger and transform or whatever. Mind only. Daegu was filled with doubt. To be mind only how? It's when you keep thinking that you're going to become light. You must become light or something like that. Su Ming thought about it and replied, honestly, how it was going to change. Su Ming didn't know. This situation could only rely on Daegu himself. Daegu listened to Su Ming's words, nodding plausibly. he said. Then I'll try it. Then, Su-ming saw Daegu close his eyes. I will become light. A word was shouted out of Daegu's mouth, but nothing miraculous happened. I must become light, Daegu shouted out again, and the surroundings remained calm. Su-ming, seems like this materialistic approach doesn't seem to be working, but is that materialistic of Daegu? Suddenly, a small dog barked at a spot in the grotto. Su-ming and Daegu were slightly startled, then they turned their heads toward that spot. Only a man was standing next to the stone wall with an evil grin on his face. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he looked at the two. Masaki Kigo. Daiko stood up nervously. How did you find this place? How can I find it? Masaki Kigo laughed and said, if I hadn't left my hand out of the... I'm afraid I don't realize you're in front of a stone statue now. A machine as miniature as a beetle flew out from behind Kigo Masaki and then landed on the ground. Looks like a Microsoft monitor. Damn, Daiko said, taking out his victory hippo gun and aiming it at Kigo Masaki. What's wrong? Masaki Kigo, however, was not the least bit afraid, but sneered. And, so you, Daiko, are allowed to turn into light, but not me, an ordinary person? Uku, you really do think of yourself as a special being. Smiling and shaking his head, Kigo Masaki spoke. At the time Su-ming said that he wanted the light genetic factor transformer for Daegu to use. Kigo Masaki then thought of that. With that, he realized that the root factor of the genes in Daegu's body was exactly the same as his own. Not really, Daiko retorted immediately upon hearing this. I just, trying to do what I can. What can be done? Kigo Masaki laughed again. Something you can do. That's pointing a gun at an heir of light who can also revive giants? Daegu was speechless for a moment, then slowly lowered the hand holding the gun. Oh, Su-ming stood in front of Daegu and opened his mouth to Kigo Masaki, saying, since you have a way to revive the stone statue, Masaki-san, please try. After saying that, Su-ming pulled Daegu aside to make way for Masaki Kigo. Su-ming didn't believe that even Daegu couldn't turn into light, and Kigo Masaki can revive the giant stone statue without the help of the optogenetic factor transformer. Besides, even if Kigo Masaki could pull it off, with so many monsters invading, he can only properly be a toolman too. Chapter 30 on whether ultra-ancient monsters and giant stone statues have a feud. Kigo Masaki smiled and stepped towards the giant stone statue. Stone statues? Giant stone statues? Since awakening to the dreams of the super ancient, Kigo Masaki just kept imagining what he would look like when he became light. And now that Kigo Masaki has finally found it, the world's last remaining giant statue, with an agitated heart and a trembling hand, Kigo Masaki came to the stone statue and caressed it. Laughing madly, I'm about to evolve from this diminutive human, the great light. I saw Kigo Masaki with both arms spread out, looking up to the sky and shouting, how can it be? Daegu watched this with wide eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. It has always been Daiko's belief that the light will choose the righteous at heart. Instead of choosing the person who is scheming inside. However, Kigo Masaki is not a good person, yet he is able to possess the genetics of light. Now, even more so, it was going to turn into light and merge into the giant stone statue. In this dark world, humans need light to guide them. Kigo Masaki laughed madly, closing his eyes and preparing himself for the evolution his body had produced. Only, after it shouted, the entire grotto fell silent without any reaction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Su-ming and Daegu looked at each other, and then at Kigo Masaki, who was standing under the giant stone statue, showing a strange expression. What's going on? Kigo Masaki patted the giant stone statue, unwilling to believe what was happening in front of him. Why didn't I turn into light? And what's with that look on your faces? Pointing at Su-ming and Daiko, Masaki Kigo held his red face and shouted, nothing, just a sudden happy memory. Su-ming held back his laughter and replied to Masaki Kigo, as expected, the giant stone statue would never choose this guy Kigo Masaki, although the giant was officially named Evil Deja, but he was indeed a proper giant of light 30 million years ago. In the original storyline, if not for the fact that after Kigo Masaki became light, having forcibly entered the giant stone statue, it was simply impossible to make the giant stone statue revive on its own accord. As for why Daegu didn't resonate with the stone statue, Su-ming guessed that it was because Daegu could only resuscitate the Deja stone statue, and that was why this statue didn't react. In other words, right off the bat, Daiko was bound to Deja. I thought that he could really revive stone statues. Daegu sighed in relief and whispered to Su-ming, the giant stone statue, it won't choose someone with a wrong heart. Su-ming shook his head, aloud, as if speaking deliberately to Kigo Masaki. Sure, if Mr. Masaki can change the wrong ideas in his mind, he may be able to gain the approval of the stone statue. Poof, Kigo Masaki grunted when he heard that. What I think is never right. I want to guide the evolution of mankind. What's wrong with that? How can you, ignorant mortals, know the enemies that mankind will face in the future? How powerful. There's no way to defeat it with just one giant. Su-ming couldn't help but freeze when he heard Masaki Kigo's words. I didn't realize that Kigo Masaki could already see the overthrow of a super-ancient civilization in his dreams. It's no wonder that this world doesn't have a Jed now that it's out there. How could Kigo Masaki learn all sorts of things about the Giant of Light? It's also just a memory that has been passed down through the genes of light. Boom! Just then, the whole cave shook, and the three of them swayed and, unable to stand still, and the puppy was barking like there was some kind of emergency going on. What's going on? The crowd was in awe. Suddenly there was a bang, a loud bang on the side of the grotto, and then a huge dark gray beast's claw reached in from outside. This hand is monstrous, Daegu cried out anxiously. You know, back in the day, when the giant stone statues inside the pyramids, it was one by one that was destroyed by the monsters right under Daiko's nose. How could a monster appear here? Su-ming's brows furrowed. By all accounts, no monsters would appear in this place. But, there's no telling. After all, there are giant stone statues hidden here. If a super ancient monster were to awaken, it would surely be like Golzon and Melba. Find the gargoyle statue and destroy it. Damn it, I won't let you destroy the giant stone statue. Masaki Kigo saw that giant claw and also understand the current situation. There were two stone statues of giants in the pyramid. Both were destroyed by monsters. This is something that Kigo Masaki is aware of. Now that this monster has appeared here, its target must not be the three tiny humans. Instead, they are stone statues of giants. It's not fully made yet, but it's only up to you. Ozak, pulling out a remote control from his pocket, Kigo Masaki pressed the only button on this remote. Then, Su-ming and Daegu felt that in addition to the vibration caused by the beast with its claws sticking out, there was an additional vibration of a smaller magnitude. What did he do? Daiko wondered. And Su-ming just quietly looked at the ground without answering. If I'm not mistaken, there was another thud, and a great deal of debris scattered over the walls of the grotto. It was also good that this grotto was big enough that the splashed rocks didn't reach the three. However, it was possible to make out the figure of the beast, dark gray in color, able to walk upright on two legs. The whole body looked like it was covered in armor. Garella? I can't believe it's this monster. Su-ming couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't realize that this super ancient monster, which was supposed to appear late in the episode. Surprisingly, he woke up early, and also found out where the giant stone statue was. Garella, a super ancient monster of the same family as Golzon and Melba, with steel-like armor all over his body. His defense is extremely high, and the weak point, a throat not covered by armor. Daegu, try to blast it in the throat area. Su-ming pulled Daegu and said to him. Daegu reacted immediately and fired 2 shots into Garella's throat. The laser strikes Garella's throat with unerring accuracy. It made Garella feel a twinge of pain. Of course, it hurts just a little bit. The Victory Hyperion gun is not powerful enough to destroy such a large beast. Feeling the pain, Garella was enraged, and after completely breaking open the grotto, the teeth and claws came towards Su-ming and Daegu. Finished, run. Seeing this, Su-ming pulled Daegu and ran, and the puppy ran away with the two of them. It was just that the grotto was this big, and the 2 men and the dog couldn't get out of the range even if they ran again. Just then, the vibration of the ground grew stronger. A shark monster breaks out of the ground as Kigo Masaki shouts. It crashed into Garella's crotch and there was a splash of mud and dust. All of a sudden, Garella was knocked out of the room by the powerful impact of this. Back to where he had just broken through the grotto and come in. Daiko and Su-ming turned around to see Kigo Masaki wearing glasses and, like he was maneuvering that shark monster. It's a monster made by Kigo Masaki. Gayazak. Chapter 31 The Gradual Outrageous Power of Materialism. This Ozark is not a finished product, but a half-finished one, recognizable by the piece of mechanical body visible on its exterior. It's a mechanically crafted monster. However, it was very impressive that Masaki Kigo had made it this far. At least TPC hasn't made a mechanical monster for combat yet. If we can go back, we can have Superintendent Jingza develop the tech tree a bit in that direction. Su-ming thought about it, and it was indeed a very useful science and technology. Better yet, he could get his hands on this technique of Kigo Masaki's before he went back. Gayazak fought Garella under the control of Kigo Masaki. It was not a match for this ultra-ancient monster, but it was a good fight. This beast's weakness is its throat. Su-ming could only yell from the sidelines, alerting Masaki Kigo. Throat? Good. Maneuvering Ozak, he aimed the tip of his nose at Galliola's throat. Kigo Masaki had it slam a blue laser. There was a snap as the laser struck Garella in the throat, but only a few sparks were splattered. It didn't do any substantial damage to Garella. Su-ming took a closer look. and Garrula had actually scrunched her neck up. Keeps the throat under the protection of armor. The beast has learned its lesson. This situation was unexpected, and Su Ming hadn't expected that because of Daigu's attack. Make Garrula realize that she needs to protect her weaknesses. Damn it! Naturally, Kiko Masaki noticed this, as Garrula scrunched up her neck and movement is not as flexible as it was before. Bang! Suddenly, beyond the broken walls of the grotto came the sound of heavy stepping again. Hearing that voice, the hearts of the three sank to the bottom. Another monster, with a roar of the beast and heavy steps. Another Garrula came in from outside. 2 Galula. That's what no one expected. How can you beat 2 super ancient monsters with just one yet to be finished Gayazak? Snap, only to see the later one, Garrula, slap Ozak in the face. It knocked it to the ground in an instant, then stomped heavily on Gearsak's body. A trail of sparks and arcs of electricity collided, and black smoke continued to rise and splinter from Gayazak's body. Then, with a boom, it exploded under the trampling of this Garrula. Masaki Kigo disconnected the link with Ozak, and also some of the force all. Glasses off. Leaned against the giant stone statue. The 2 Galulas slowly made their way towards the stone statue, letting out roars of excitement at the sight of the giant stone statue that, as if he was about to get his revenge. I will never, ever let you break the stone statue. Kigo Masaki stepped in front of the giant stone statue and held out his hands in a last-ditch effort. One of the monsters noticed Kigo Masaki, and the sharp horns on his head coalesced with fiery red energy that, then the blazing, incomparably hot flames were launched toward Kigo Masaki. Kigo Masaki's forehead was constantly sweating. The eyes looked viciously straight at the flames that were launched at him. The heart was filled with resentment and hatred for the 2 monsters, daily fantasizing about becoming a giant of light, always searching for the whereabouts of the giant stone statue. It was hard to find the stone statue, and before he could develop his own optogenetic factor converter, the monsters then appear and the stone statue is going to be destroyed. Kigo Masaki knew that if he missed this stone statue again, I guess there will be no more giant stone statues. For in the dream, a battle took place between darkness and light. A battle that, dead and wounded, few giants survive. Get out of the way. Although he didn't really like Kigo Masaki, Daiko was always a kind person at heart. Seeing the flames coming at Masaki Kigo, he hurriedly shouted at him. However, Masaki Kigo still had his arms open, blocking the stone statue, his eyes tightly closed. A ray of light emanated from Kigo Masaki's chest without warning. Then, under Su Ming and Daigu's astonished gazes, Masaki Kigo's entire body turned into a ball of light and entered the giant stone statue. The 2 Garulas looked at the scene in confusion, not understanding what was happening. As for Su Ming and Daigu's gazes, they were firmly fixed on the head of that giant stone statue. At the forehead of the giant stone statue, white light emanated from the crystal. The brightness flashed violently, causing Su Ming and Daigu to involuntarily close their eyes. When it opened again, the giant had transformed from a stone statue into a silver, red and black body. He made it. Daigu stared wide-eyed at the giant, wrapped in light. Unbelievably, he said, how did he do it? Forget about that for now. Su Ming pulled Daigu back, taking cover behind the monstrous stone statue along with the puppy. Stay hidden to avoid the battle spilling over to us. In fact, Su Ming was also shocked inside. There have been sightings of real monsters, but the real Ultraman, the giant of light, it was the first time Su Ming had seen it. Blue eyes and timepieces, bodies wrapped in light. Looking up at this giant of light, it was only then that Su Ming felt how similar he was to Deja. But the fact that Kigo Masaki was able to turn into light in this situation was unexpected. Did the giant stone statue choose Kigo Masaki? Su Ming recalled the image he had just seen and guessed. Kigo Masaki became a giant and was extremely surprised himself, constantly surveying his body. His heart was extremely satisfied. The priority, however, was the 2 monsters in front of them, 2 that had nearly killed themselves. The monster that destroyed the stone statue. Squeezing his huge fists, Kigo Masaki attacked the 2 monsters in a less than skillful manner. 2 thuds and a hard slam on Garrula's body. Kigo Masaki only felt like he had smashed his hand on steel. Before Kigo Masaki could react, another monster grabbed his shoulder and throw it out, throwing himself hard in front of Su Ming and Daiko, splattering dust. Kigo Masaki quickly regained his footing. The way some moves were used appeared in his mind as if his memory was revived. Masaki Kigo nodded to himself after he realized it. Immediately afterward, both arms gathered energy, and both arms were in the shape of an L. Unleash a powerful ray of light at one of the Garulas. The ray of light attacked straight at Garrula, spattering a large number of sparks. However, there was still no damage done to Garrula, which caused Kigo Masaki to panic a bit. I didn't expect that the first time I turned into a giant, I would encounter such a difficult opponent. The 2 Garuda were no slouches either, both shooting flames at Kigo Masaki. For a while, The temperature inside the grotto was raised. What to do? He can't beat these two monsters. Daegu clenched his fists tightly and said with some anxiety, Daiko. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Daegu's mind as if it had traveled through space. This caused Daegu's entire body to be stunned, and then he lost his voice and said, Lina. Ha? Suming looked at Daegu inexplicably, not understanding what Daegu was talking about. Lina, she's in danger. Daegu opens his PDI and tries to contact Lina, but there's no response. Lina, clenching his fists. Daegu couldn't wait to move instantly to Lina's side. Maybe you can get the puppy to take you there? Suming rubbed the puppy's head and said to Daegu, it stands to reason that this puppy could revive the monstrous stone statue if it wanted to. It should be possible to take Daiko to the place where Lina happened. However, this inexplicable voice of Daiko feeling Rina's cries for help. And what an operation. He said he was asking the puppy to take Daegu over. Yet when he looked at the puppy, he just woofed twice, wagging his tail and not much else. Kigo Masaki gets knocked to the ground by two monsters again. It was indeed too difficult to meet these two guys with extremely high defense for the first transformation. Expecting Kigo Masaki to save Lina was out of the question, and Daiko gritted his teeth, touching the monstrous stone figure that it seemed to be trying to turn into light and enter it like Kigo Masaki. It's no use. Suming shook his head and spoke, unless, Daiko, you can turn into Dija. As the words fell, Suming was dumbfounded, only to see light suddenly appear out of nowhere around Daegu's body. Then these rays of light gradually coalesced in its hands, a short, glistening rod with a golden pattern of two closed wings. It just appeared in front of Suming's eyes. This Tama. Without holding back, Suming exploded. Chapter 32. It's good to become anyone as long as you can fight. Does that make sense? Seems reasonable. My ass. Suming had never thought that the power of the only mind could be so powerful. First, Kigo Masaki turns into light to protect the giant stone statue. Later, Daegu is bent on saving his wife by summoning the rod of divine light on the spot. What's next is the puppy turning into a stone statue of a light-recovering monster. Right? Even dogs can change. And I can't. Suming's heart received a 10,000 point blitz. Regardless of what Suming did, he only saw Daegu with a mission-like expression that, silently, he gazed at the rod of divine light in his hand. With that, he raised it high and spread the two wings with golden patterns amidst the flashes of light. Like the sound of clear water flowing, crystal clanking, etched in DNA, it penetrated Suming's heart. Daegu disappeared in front of Suming's eyes, but a white beam of light fell from the sky and it landed between the two Gororas and Kigo Masaki. Silver, purple and red body. Two golden striped decks spread out from beside the azure timepiece on his chest, from his shoulders to his back. Cha popped Deja as he kicked a Garrula in the face. It was immediately knocked out. Then, another punch was thrown at another Garrula, again knocking it to the ground. Kigo Masaki was also relieved to see a new giant in sight. Though I don't know how Daiko turned into light without a giant gargoyle, but it's always nice to have a helper. Just as Kigo Masaki gets to his feet and tries to get back into the fight, he sees Daiko clenching his fists with both hands and, girded at the waist, he then radiated white particles of light all over his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kigo Masaki was confused. Suming was also confused. It didn't need to be said that Suming knew that Daegu was using his teleportation ability to go forward and save Lina. As for why Daegu knew how to use it just after he transformed, Suming didn't know. That said, why hasn't this kind of thing happened to me? Suming said, passionate too. Why don't I try it too? Maybe I can turn into light too. With that, Suming stood up under the puppy's dumbfounded gaze. Then he reached upward with one hand and looked deep into the top of the grotto. Then, yell, Gaia dash. Kigo Masaki, still in a daze, couldn't help but turn his head to look at Suming. Thought another miracle was about to happen. The two Gallulas also reared up and looked at Suming warily, prevent any further special circumstances. However, a cool breeze blew from nowhere and no sign of a miracle occurred. Suming, needless to say, the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Suming's face turned red as he lowered the raised hand and sat down on the ground, buried his face in his legs like an ostrich. The puppy next to him woofed twice, as if he was laughing at Suming. Turning back around, Kigo Masaki and the two Garrulas wrestled again, and needless to say, the monsters all kept getting the upper hand. However, because of his constant physical exercise, Kigo Masaki's stamina was not bad and he could still carry on. But Suming knew that if this continued, Masaki Kigo would have to lose the battle in his first transformation. Raising his head up, Suming's cheeks thickened a bit, then he said to the puppy beside him, "Puppy, why don't you go help him? At least your master's fighting body." Woof woof. The puppy wagged its tail and pounced when it heard Suming's words. Then he licked Suming's hand and barked again. Suming was about to persuade the puppy again, but suddenly realized that the puppy's body, it is gradually being covered with light. Yes, that's it. Get back inside your fighting body. Su Ming stroked the puppy's head and spoke, but after touching it, Su Ming's hand gradually stopped. Looking at his glowing arm in surprise, Su Ming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then, Su Ming realized that his body, which was like that of a puppy, was wrapped in a rich glow. Could I turn into light too? Trembling with excitement, Su Ming was surprised and delighted. How one has come over since the resurrection. Live every day in fear, guilt and shame. Every day, I think about how great it would be if I were really a giant of light. However, the reality is cruel. One is indeed a mediocre and ordinary person. It's simply not possible to become an Ultraman. However now, I can finally become light. On realizing that his body was wrapped in light, Su Ming's level of elation that, not worse than Kigo Masaki. Sure enough, there is light in my body right. Excitedly hugging the puppy, Su Ming stood up. I don't know what kind of Ultraman I'll turn into with my own light. Is it Dyna? After all, the world of Dyna Ultraman is the same world as the world of Deja. Or maybe it's Gaia, representing the will of the earth. Or is it a Guju, who turns into the light of the ocean? Is it hard to believe it's the two stone statues that shattered? No more. The Otter brothers will do. No way. Am I going to become a whole new Ultraman? The mind keeps thinking about what kind of giant of light he'll be. Su Ming only felt that his body was gradually turning into particles that emitted light. Slowly, Su Ming felt that all that was left in front of him was a blinding and incomparable light. With that, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. Once the scene in front of him was restored, Su Ming realized that his perspective had become higher. I successfully transformed. Which giant of light have I become? Before he had a chance to survey his transformed body, the sound of woof from the side made Su Ming lower his head in confusion. Only in this space filled with light, the yellow-haired puppy was wagging his tail and sticking his tongue out repeatedly at himself. The puppy changed with me? No. Aren't puppies supposed to turn into Getty the monster? Wait. Gradually, Su Ming realized that something was wrong. With that, he surveyed his body after the transformation. Hands that are two beastly claws. The legs are also thick beastly legs. With a light sweep, Su Ming realized that there was also a long tail trailing behind him. When he tried to make a sound, there was a woof sound, which scared Su Ming so much that he quickly covered his mouth. Su Ming, feelings aren't puppies along with themselves turning into giants of light. Instead, he himself turned into a giant dog of light along with the puppies? I turned into a giant dog of light? Su Ming helplessly glanced at the puppy wagging its tail at the side for a moment before. Then the reality was accepted. Anyway, it's finally transformed. Even if it's a giant dog of light, then I'll fight to the end. Fist pumping, Su Ming took control of Getty's monstrous body and walked towards the two gorillas. For the sake of peace in the real world, for the hundreds of elite squads that were sacrificed for resurrecting themselves, these two Garuda would be the objects of Su Ming's first battle. So what if it's a monster? As long as I can fight, I, Su Ming, recognize it. Chapter 33 Puppy has more combat experience than me. When Kigo Masaki saw the man and the dog turn into light together, kind of want to go back and smash the unfinished optogenetic factor converter. When did turning into light become so easy? It's okay if other people can change. Even dogs can change? Su Ming thumped and stepped heavily, rushing in front of a Galula. A fancy free punch slammed into it. As a super ancient kraken monster, Getty's fighting ability isn't bad. A punch to Garrula's body doesn't break its defenses, but it's still effective. Nakamura retreated back and forth, eventually hitting the stone wall and making the mountain shake for a moment. Kigo Masaki was no slouch, knowing that now was the time when he needed to team up for a fight. Hurriedly, he rushed over and slammed the Garrula, who had crashed into the stone wall, to the ground, and sat up with a death hammer. After being abused for so long, Kigo Masaki was holding a fire in his heart. The method of attacking now had no moves to speak of at all. It was a rogue's fight. Su Ming is no exception. Ben is just an ordinary person. How would he know any physical art moves? At best, it resurrects the military-style boxing that I learned before and still try to use it. But a dog monster using military-style boxing seems a bit awkward. Without giving it much thought, Su Ming turned around in a hurry when he saw another Garrula charging towards him. A god dog swing swept him to the ground. Woof! Woof! The puppy beside Su Ming seemed to have sensed the burning battle spirit in Su Ming's body. Autonomously maneuvering his fighting body, he lunged at the fallen Garrula. Wait puppy, what are you doing? Su Ming only felt his perspective on Garrula's face, then involuntarily opened his mouth wide and then he bit down on Garrula's throat. Su Ming could only watch as he bit into Garrula like a dog. Click! A cracking sound came from Getty, still tearing at Garrula's throat, and Garrula let out a roar of pain. After Getty had gotten off of Garrula's body, the armor that had covered Garrula's throat, it has completely shattered. What a mouthful of teeth. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. It's worthy of being a super ancient K9 monster. The teeth that bite hard bones are really something. Seeing this, Kigo Masaki, who was on the sidelines, hurriedly got off of that garrula and, then the arms were in the shape of an L, releasing the light directly. With precise and rapid fire, the light went straight through garrula's throat, leaving a big charred hole, gradually losing its life signs. This garrula collapsed to the ground without a sound with a bang. There's another one. Bite it. Taking out one monster, Kigo Masaki points to another garrula, gesture Getty forward to chew through his armor. Still think I'm a dog? Su Ming inwardly refused, but nay, the puppy saw the giant commanding then it went straight for it. Another wild bite. The throat of the other garrula was also completely exposed to Kigo Masaki's gaze. After Getty got up off of Galula realized that something was wrong, trying to dig a hole in the ground to escape. However, Getty has a death grip on Garrula's leg. This angle, it's weird. Su Ming only felt that his whole body was lying on the ground, and kept eating the dust that Garrula was picking at the bottom of her feet. Kigo Masaki moved at that moment. Both hands were clenched into fists, pulled back, then quickly opened and closed in front of his body. The last two arms gathered energy and released light with a swish. Unsurprisingly, the light penetrated Garrula's throat, again leaving a charred hole. Garrula gradually lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After finishing off the two monsters, both Su Ming and Masaki Kigo breathed a sigh of relief. The two glanced at each other, and there was no intention to continue fighting. A mountain plain above. A spaceship is stationed here. Outside of this ship, Horii used his instruments to detect a total of 3 lifeforms. One of them was a Rachuranian, and 2 others were Lina and her father, respectively. Officer Shichiseki. Action. Zongfang issued a command into his helmet's communicator. Shinjo and Horii then quickly rushed under the airship. Then the laser cutter in Metro's hand went into operation and start cutting into the bottom of the ship. Soon, a round-shaped spaceship chassis was dropped off and the duo quickly passed through the cutout hole and entered the ship. It was just that the two of them had just boarded the airship when they realized that the location they were in was in the middle of the airship's hall. The Raichurans are torturing Officer Nanes and Lina. Seeing the duo who suddenly came in from below, they couldn't help but stare. Damn Terrans, how dare you sabotage my ship? Realizing that their ship had been drilled with a large hole in it, the Raichuranian was enraged and, directly 2 light bullets were fired at Horii and Shinjo. Startled, Horii knocked over Metro in a sideways motion, and they both went sprawling to the ground. The light projectile also struck the wall of the ship, punching 2 holes right through it. The Raichuranian looked at the holes punched through the walls of the ship, and then at his hands. There was a moment of silence. Damn it! You guys get up there too! With a swish, 2 more crosses appeared beside Lina's. Horii and Shinjo's bodies were bound to it uncontrollably, and no matter how much they struggled they couldn't get out of their bonds. Looking toward the 4 Terrans, the Raichuranian coalesced a larger light projectile in his hand. All of you, must die. Just as the light bullets were about to be fired out, white particles of light appeared out of nowhere in front of the Raichuranians. Then the light grew stronger and stronger, and a silver, purple, and red body that, it appeared in everyone's eyes. What? The Raichuran alien was taken aback and threw the light bomb straight at Deja, and the crystal on Deja's forehead flashed red and the body instantly transformed into a silver and red color within 0.5 seconds. Catching the thrown light projectile with one hand, Deja looked coldly at the Raichuranian. The other hand grabbed it with one hand, then violently pressed the light bomb into its face. Boo! The press produced a sizable explosion, and the crowd was stunned by the sight. What is this sudden appearance? Is it some other cosmic person? Or is it an enemy of the Raichurans? Before the crowd could think much about it, the Raichurans, after receiving a violent blow, it directly turned into streams of light to the outside of the airship, and its figure giganticized. Seeing this, Deja turned his head slightly and glanced at Lina with his afterglow to make sure nothing was wrong. Before, it also turned into streams of light and left within the airship. Boom! The silver-red Deja's form giganticized up and landed in front of the Raichurans. Splash a lot of mud and dust. Without further ado, both of Deja's hands crossed downward to the left and right sides. A fiery red energy coalesced in all directions. How dare you hurt Lina? You must die. Chapter 34, as expected. Face value is very important. Under the dark night sky, Deja wrapped his hands around a hot ball of light that glowed a fiery red. With a violent fling of his right hand, this ball of light, under the impacting thrust of the stream of light, it blasted at the Raichurans who were silent in their rage. The Raichuran alien hadn't even expected that his opponent would unleash a mandatory kill right out of the ring. Under this furious energy attack, the Raichuran alien only felt his body being seared by extremely high temperatures, and then his whole body convulsed and exploded violently. After releasing the mandatory kill, the timer on Deja's chest also flashed red, and indicates that the energy is up to the alert level. Looking at the Richuran aliens blown to pieces in front of him, Deja nodded and, turning her gaze again to Lena, who had escaped from within the airship, she then stomped on both feet and swished into the sky. This giant just seemed to be looking at me? Lena looked quizzically at the night sky, where a line of cloud was left behind in the looming as the giant flew away. Who is this giant? It doesn't look like it should be in league with the Carry Lords. Horii scratched his head and said beside Rena, he's so strong, he took out the Richuran Starman in one move. Newtown appeared on the sidelines, too. Opening his mouth, he said, but Horii, if you hadn't just knocked me over, the Richuran alien would have been shot by me. Hey, if I hadn't knocked you over would we even be standing here talking right now? Horii pouted in anger again. This giant, and the stone statue of the giant we saw inside the pyramid, seems to be in the same category. Only Sufan, who was present at the scene, slightly widened his eyes and stated the most crucial question. TPC HQ base. In the Victory Team lobby, Nori placed an image of Deja on the big screen, where there is a video that was recorded by the mission recorder in Newtown within the ship. This giant can become the size of a human equivalent and also switches body colors. Nozomi said to Megumi Izumi as she manipulated key clips on the screen. The original color of his body would have been silver, purple, and red, gold decking on the chest. Also, said Nuri, pulling up pictures of the two stone statues inside the pyramid. This giant, I believe, is of the same class as the stone statues of the giants in the pyramids, in whose breasts the all-existed jewel. After releasing the stream of light, the jewel in the giant's chest, it then changed from a blue light to a blinking red light, which, in my analysis, is supposed to act as an energy warning. After listening to Nozomi's various analyses, Megumi Izumi's gaze never left the cold, unmistakable figure on the screen. Beside him, Yuri, who could only be seen by Izumi K, lowered her gaze and then spoke. He is the third giant in the pyramid, Deja, also known as Deja Altman, Deja Ultraman. Megumi Izumi fumbled with her chin, staring intently at Deja on the screen. In a low voice, he said, that is to say, has Daiko turned into light and revived Deja? That's right. Yui Ren's tone remained calm as she spoke. This Deja, it's what Daiko became, but isn't the Deja stone statue in another world? How did Daiko transform successfully? Megumi Izumi wondered. However, in response to this question, Yurin only shook her head, indicating that she was not sure. But it's always a good thing that monsters have been in the world for so long. Finally, a giant big enough to save the world has appeared. That giant's name was Deja Altman. Inside the grotto, Kigo Masaki, as well as Su Ming and Puppy have all been released from their transformations. The two were panting and crawling on the ground, obviously physically exhausted from their first battle. The puppy was perky and didn't feel as tired. Emotionally, it's my stamina that's consumed after the transformation. Su Ming was speechless as he looked at the bouncing puppy. He was just a dabbling light changer himself, and as a result, he was the one with the most stamina. Although Kigo Masaki was tired, his heart was unusually excited. Dragging his tired body, Kigo Masaki leaned against the stone wall. Both stone statues had disappeared, but in Kigo Masaki's hand, he held a red and black rod of divine light, similar in appearance to Daigu's divine light rod, with the same closed two wings with patterns. However, the color of the lines was a bright red color. Ha 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 ha, came the breathless laugh of the Kigo Masaki held the rod and said, is this the thing that will turn me into light? Ha ha ha. Su Ming also let out a breathless laugh, stroking the puppy's head. Is this the dog that turned me into light? Woof, woof. The puppy barked twice in a very cooperative manner. Su Ming did not expect that Masaki Kigo would turn into light and revive the stone statue at the critical moment. And now you've got the shifter. The giant gargoyle didn't go into a rampage in this fight, as it usually does in the original episode, either. That means Kigo Masaki isn't out of control. At least, this time Masaki Kigo fought to protect the stone statue. Su Ming looked at Masaki Kigo with a complicated expression. Or maybe the light inside him hasn't completely disappeared yet. While the stone statue of Getty the monster has also disappeared, but Su Ming didn't realize that he had a transformer or anything like that. In other words, this time it was indeed the puppy who brought about his own transformation. I thought I could turn into a giant dog of light to fight later as well, but now it seems I was overthinking it. With a bitter smile, Su Ming rolled over and lay on his back. At that moment, a ray of light flew into the grotto and landed on the ground, revealing Daigu's figure. Daiko was similarly sweaty, but in much better shape than Su Ming and Kigo Masaki. You are standing up. Daigo looked at the exhausted Su Ming with a puzzled face. Did Seo Ming and Kigo Masaki have a fight? I just transformed. Su-ming slowed down and explained to Daegu, a little tired after the battle. You turned into a giant of light? Uku was obviously a bit surprised. Which giant was it? No, what I changed into was a giant dog of light, pointing to where the monstrous stone statue originally existed. Su-ming said, it changed with the puppy. Daegu's eyes widened after hearing Su-ming's words. Victory Team Hall. All the players have returned to the team and are back in the middle of the base. This operation, in addition to rescuing Lena and Officer Nanes, also took delivery of a cosmonaut ship. The spacecraft will be put into the New Frontiers program to contribute to the development of autonomous vehicles. Of course, what impressed the crowd the most was the sudden appearance of the giant. According to Nori's analysis, it has been possible to confirm that this giant is in the same category as the one in the pyramid. In other words, the revival of the giants predicted by Yui Ran had really revived. As to how it was revived, the crowd is not sure. On the basis of believing in the Phantom Mercy, this giant is the key figure in saving the world. In the middle of the meeting, Zongfeng spoke up. Indeed, he's really good. Newtown nodded in agreement. The Raichurans were wiped out by the giant in one fell swoop, and compared to the Kirilords, he looks cool and handsome. This time I think Newtown was right about what the Kirilords were up to. It's becoming the god of mankind. Cootie. It's only then that you feel he's the protector of mankind. Horii nodded similarly and spoke. What do you mean this time? Shinjo instantly wanted to punch Horii in the face. This giant, shall we name him? Even the Kirilords have their own names. Would it be too much to ask if we keep calling them giants? At that moment, Lena offered. Chapter 35, the giant mountain super power buster that can't be avoided. Name dropping is not new to the victory crowd. And after Gorzon and Melba, the monsters that appear are basically scouted for names, or codenames developed by the winning team. Now it was time to name the giant, and the crowd began to think about it. Only seeing Zongfeng pondering for a moment, he then opened his mouth and said, he's as tall as a mountain. He must have a lot of strength. Why don't we call him Giant Mountain Super Strength Buster? For a while, everyone fell silent and didn't speak. Even Megumi Izumi just lowered her head and didn't look at Sofan. Giant Mountain Super Power Buster sounds stupid. Horii's face was big and wide as he opened his mouth. He has eyes like eggs. How about Salty Superman? At this point, Newtown offered. This one sounds worse to me. Horii said unflinchingly. Why don't we just call it Giant Mountain Ultra? Sofan hadn't finished his sentence when he heard Megumi Izumi speak. I'll give him a name. Let's call it Deja Altman. Unable to resist, Megumi Izumi blurted out Deja's real name. Nozomi listened, as if she had thought of something, and added, this giant stone statue is most likely the third stone statue in the pyramid. The place where the pyramid is located is called the Land of Deja. Ultraman, with another reference to Superman. That's a great name. Yes, how did the captain come up with that name? Horii couldn't help but marvel. I think Deja sounds pretty good too. Lena nodded in agreement. Nice name for a captain. Newtown was likewise a bit surprised, not realizing that the captain was so good at naming names. There was even less to say about Sofan. Since Megumi had spoken, he naturally listened to Megumi. Su-ming regained his strength and came to Kigo Masaki. Under Kigo Masaki's surprised gaze, he extended his hand. Masaki Kigo hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand and shook Su-ming's. It feels like you're a little smarter than Daegu. Standing up with Su-ming's help, Kigo Masaki spoke. There's nothing smart about it. People are made to be smart. Su-ming smiled with a hint of bitterness. Maybe it's because of Kigo Masaki, or maybe it's because he's become a light. A warmth flowed through his own body, sweeping away his physical exhaustion. I hope you're not going to do something bad with being a giant. At that moment, Daiko walked over and said to Kigo Masaki, bad things? Kigo Masaki chuckled. What you think is bad, it may not always be a bad thing in the eyes of mankind. And in the same way, what you think is a good thing may be a tenfold thing in the eyes of mankind. In a word, Su-ming spoke. Mr. Masaki, at the moment, monsters are running rampant. You and Daegu are both the hope of this world, and it is only when you join forces and walk together that you can save people from themselves. In addition, I understand what you have in mind, Mr. Masaki, that the future enemy is very powerful. There's no way to defeat it with two giants of light, but you shouldn't underestimate the light in people's hearts. With that said, we take our leave. After Su-ming finished speaking, he took the puppy and left with Daegu. In the large grotto, only Masaki Kigo was left, savoring what Su-ming had said. The light in people's hearts. Interesting, the appearance of Deja Ultraman didn't trickle out of Team Victory very far. At best, TPC employees know something about it. After all, there were only a few people from the winning team present. Daiko returns to the team after a few days have passed, and after becoming a Deja Ultraman, the body's ability to heal itself has also become stronger. and it has been able to move freely. It's just that Daiko noticed that Captain Megumi Izumi would often flick her eyes to herself. It made Daegu always think he still had rice in the corner of his mouth. Word has come from the Cosmic Development Center that Ryosuke Sanada, the supervisor in charge of research on Ebrin cells, abnormalities occurred during the injection experiments, and from time to time they turned into vicious monsters. In the middle of the Victory Team Hall, Wild Rue suddenly received a distress message and hastily relayed it to the crowd. What? Horii stood up when he heard the name, his eyes widening as he, Ryosuke? What? You know him? Shinjo asked Horii as he prepared to head out. He was my classmate. Horii's gaze was filled with the color of memories that, when he was in school, no matter what, he was always number one. A very rare genius. So powerful. Newtown was a bit surprised. Yeah. Horii nodded and said, in high school, there's really a lot of good people around me. Besides Ryosuke, there's a guy named Kigo Masaki who's also a genius. Horii, I may have to rely on you for this mission. Sukada approached, patting Horii on the shoulder. I'll have a sample of Ebrin's cells sent back, so you can grab them and analyze them at the base. See if you can make an antidote. I understand, Horii said with a very solemn nod. I'll make sure to analyze it and make Ryosuke normal again. The research on Ebrin's cells was supposed to be under embargo, but at a time when monsters keep popping up and are already seriously affecting people's lives, the study was ordered restarted by TPC executives, trying to make a power strong enough to fight monsters by studying Ebrin cells. However, the first injection experiment was ultimately a failure. Ryosuke Sanada, on the other hand, is the failure that results from autonomously agreeing to inject Ebrin cells. The victory crowd was soon out in force. Only Megumi Izumi and Nozui were left to sit on the base. Horii, on the other hand, was in his research lab getting ready to receive the Ebrin cells at any time, and quickly dissect them. After Daegu's return to the team, Su Ming lived a life of displacement. It's really hard to live in this world with no identity, no money, and no shelter, unlike in the real world, where everyone thought Su Ming was a giant of light, a savior. Treat them with respect. The only consolation was that the puppy was still following Su Ming around. Every day, Su Ming is able to obtain some money to fill his stomach by relying on his smart puppy to sell on the streets. Daiko, why don't you leave your contact info when you leave? Su Ming knew that it wasn't that Daegu was heartless, but that Daegu's hadn't even thought about it. Just as Su Ming was sitting on a park bench, feeding his puppy a hard-earned piece of chicken thigh meat, a man sat down next to Su Ming. The puppy let out a woof, and Su Ming turned his head, unable to help but be stunned. Su Ming, right? How about coming to work at my company? The man's face wore a smile of unknown meaning as he opened his mouth and said to Su Ming. Chapter 36, believed in order not to be displaced. It's you? Su Ming looked at the man sitting down beside him in surprise and grew his mouth slightly. The man was no other than Kigo Masaki. How did you find me? Without immediately answering Kigo Masaki's question, Su Ming frowned and asked him. It's hard to believe that some high-tech means were used to track me again? No, I didn't do that. Kigo Masaki smiled and shook his head. With that, he pointed to the puppy. For some reason, I could sense its location through the shifter, so I came over here. Puppies? Su Ming was a bit surprised and stroked the puppy's head. It seems that after Kigo Masaki turned into a giant of light, he also made a connection with Getty. Now you know I didn't install any surveillance tracking devices. Kigo Masaki spoke up. Can you answer the question I just asked? Would you like to come work for my company? Kigo Masaki re-asked to Su Ming. Why do you want to recruit me into your company? Su Ming kept his guard up, his gaze coalescing slightly on Masaki Kigo's face. I did my research when I got back, and it's not like your identity is classified in the TPC. I know all the information about your identity. Kigo Masaki smiled and replied. You know, I'm just a regular guy. Su Ming's tone was devoid of any emotion. Yes, an ordinary man who bizarrely appeared in the pyramid. Nodded. Kigo Masaki said, but you seem to know quite a lot of things that others don't. Like, for example, how did you know I was working on an optogenetic factor converter? And how do you know where the stone statues are besides the pyramids? And again, you seem to know exactly who the future enemy is. With a curious tone, Kigo Masaki said, just for this? Su Ming's but had slightly left his chair and, be prepared to run away from this place with your puppy in your arms at any time. That's right. Kigo Masaki nodded again. I think you're a smart man, Nat. The knowledge and information you know will be of great help to me. If you want to go, I won't stop you. After all, it's such a small world. We'll meet again soon. Masaki Kigo stood up and said to Su Ming, if you believe me, I think we'll be great partners. Su Ming was silent for a long time after hearing this. Now displaced in the world itself, Kigo Masaki does offer a chance to make a peaceful life for himself. However, there was a real question as to whether or not one could trust Kigo Masaki. Thinking back to the time at the grotto when Kigo Masaki held his hand, that warm current flowed through his heart, and Suming suddenly felt that Masaki Kigo should not be as bad as he thought. Let's go. Suming picked up the puppy and opened his mouth to Kigo Masaki, saying, I can work with you, but never for you. Kigo Masaki was slightly surprised. Then he looked at Suming with a smile on his face. Not that it makes much of a difference. Then, welcome to my vast CETIC group, Center for the Development of the Universe. The Victory crew had already arrived here in 2 Victory Swifts, and into the research building. This was Daegu's first mission after recovering from his injuries, and in general, less experience with monsters than the rest of the team, but that didn't affect anything. After all, Daiko already had the Divine Light Rod. You can transform into Diga to fight. The first time he transformed, Daegu didn't feel nervous. All those fighting methods and moves appeared in his mind as if his memory was revived. Relying on these memories and instincts, Daiko then fought. Most of all, it was when Lina was in danger. Listening to Nori's analysis later, Deja is able to transform his body color to inspire different powers. Daiko was under the impression that after transforming into Deja, when his body transformed into a silver red color, the power then increased dramatically. This is the powerful type, and in the memory of being able to turn into a silver purple form, the enhances one's speed as well as airborne flight. This is the aerial type. However, Daiko, who had used the powerful type once, felt that the form was really strong. The Rachuranian was resolved straight away with a sure shot of his own, without even much of a fight. Just use this form for all future transformations, right? Uku thought as he walked inside the building. Daegu, what are you thinking? At that moment, Lina noticed Daiko beside her wandering off and asked, I was wondering if we should shoot Ryosuke Sanada if he mutates and hurts someone. Daegu said as he looked back and made an excuse. That does seem like a problem. Lina nodded as she listened and, Ryosuke Sanada is a self-sacrificing scientist for the world, and if we shoot him, won't we? Sighing, Lina couldn't help but think of the moment when the giant Deja had locked eyes with her own. A few moments later, he said, if we had the power that Deja has, there would be no need to experiment on such dangerous experiments. Daegu looked a little odd when he heard this. How did it come to be about you? However, the first half of this mission was considered a success. Ryosuke Sanada had already recovered after the Victory Team crowd arrived at the lab site. And conscious, Ryosuke Sanada was filled with disbelief at the failure of his experiment. Overall, though, it's certainly an improvement. After all, after the mutation, it's possible to transform into a monster for combat. This power is countless times higher than that of an ordinary person. Zongfang also immediately had Metro send a copy of the Ebrin cells back to the base. Horii is told to develop an antidote in case Ryosuke Sanada has another attack. Horii is it? It's quite nostalgic. Hearing Sufan mention Horii, Ryosuke Sanada said as he sat breathlessly in his seat. Horii was also good at school at the time, but not the top one. I didn't realize that he made the winning team that I've been pining for. Sighing, Ryosuke Sanada looked at the team victory uniform on Sakata with some reluctance. You want to be on the winning team too? When Zongfang heard this, he asked suspiciously. I used to go to the enlistment test for victory, but I came up short when it came to physical fitness. Didn't pass. Ryosuke Sanada shook his head, caught up in his memories. So, why can't the Ebrin cells, which are capable of giving humans great power, be effectively controlled? You shouldn't be in such a hurry. It's imperative that we first address the side effects brought on after the experiment. How else can you continue your research in this area? Sakata said something sensible that made Ryosuke Sanada calm down completely. Chapter 37, No Genetic Properties. So not interested. CETIC. In Kigo Masaki's underground laboratory. Seo Ming held the puppy and came here along with Kigo Masaki. It had to be said that Kigo Masaki's underground laboratory was wide enough to make even Su Ming marvel at it. After accommodating the mechanical monster Ozak, surprisingly, there was room for no less than 10 more monsters. After you guys left, I found a way to bring Ozark back. Masaki Kigo led Su Ming to Gayazak and spoke. It's not a finished product yet, and when it's fully crafted, it can also deal with some monsters. Taking on the monsters. Repeating Masaki Kigo's words in a low voice, Su Ming looked at Masaki Kigo's gaze and, with a hint of doubt, originally, Ozak was used to find the giant stone statue in the ground, but now Kigo Masaki is saying that to use it against monsters? Is he really converted? Before Su Ming could think more, the duo had already walked up to the 2 monster corpses. It was the same 2 gorillas that were tackled in the middle of the grotto. These 2 monsters have good armor. I think they could be used to modify Gayazak's appearance. Increase its defense, so bring it back. Kigo Masaki opened his mouth to explain. Waste to use. It's okay. Nodding, Su Ming didn't say anything. Normal scientists, when they come across a monster corpse or something like that, more or less all of them should be studied. But in this world, scientific researchers who utilize monster bodies or monster abilities to create invasion-resistant weapons are few and far between, because most ambitious people have their sights set on the path of how to become a giant of light. It seems you're not very interested in monsters, Kigo Masaki said, as he walked along, but you should be interested in this. With that, the duo came to a device half a man high. Around the device lay 4 prisms of light, and in the center of the device, like it could house some kind of key. This is. Suming looked at the equipment in front of him and his eyes widened. Optogenetic factor transformer. Kigo Masaki spoke up. It's something you said yourself a while back. If it were before, this device might not have done much, but now, Masaki Kigo said, taking a short, crystal clear rod out of his arms. It was the transformer, an important prop for him to become a giant of light. Just plug this in, and the optogenetic factor converter will kick in. Transform humans who have the gene of light in their bodies into light. The tone of his voice was not as demented as before, and Kigo Masaki said very plainly, then I won't need it. Spreading his hands, Suming had no feelings for the device after listening to Kigo Masaki's introduction. The previous interest in the optogenetic factor transformer was due to the need to turn Daegu into light. Now that Daegu had the divine light rod, there was no need for it. As for myself, it's not like I have the genes for light in my body, so I can't change at all. Masaki Kigo was a bit surprised to see Suming's disinterest. I had thought that Suming was as eager to become a giant of light as he had been before. After all, within the grotto, Suming was still quite excited when he turned into light. But now, is there anything else important to say? If not, I'll go back to rest. Suming rubbed his shoulders and spoke. It's been a really hard few days of displacement, and it's been hard to get a comfortable place to live. Naturally, you have to take a break. No need, since we'll discuss it next time if you're tired. Kigo Masaki waved his hand and spoke. Although Masaki Kigo still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Suming, there was no rush. After all, Suming already had a place to live under his own arrangement and wanted to deal with the just come back later. Suming didn't make polite conversation with Kigo Masaki. Then he was led by his secretary and came to a residential neighborhood near Sedgwick. At a glance, it's an upscale neighborhood. Soon, the secretary brought Suming inside one of the villas, which made Suming a little surprised. Looks like Kigo Masaki has quite a bit of money. Surveying the villa's well-stocked facilities, Suming hugged the puppy and said, but yeah, how can you do so much messy research without money? Without much thought, Suming found some food for the puppy and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower himself. Kigo Masaki is still in the middle of the lab. On the lab table in front of it, within a huge beaker, the strange cells were proliferating in it. Ebrin cells were so easy to control. Shaking his head, Kigo Masaki said to himself, Ryosuke Sanada is still a bit too impulsive. In fact, Kigo Masaki was, in the past, extremely supportive of research on Ebrin cells, because this cell, if actually used, could give humans a powerful fighting force, thus evolving into even more gigantic creatures. When he was in high school, Kigo Masaki knew about Ryosuke Sanada, a no-nonsense out-and-out man who must come in first in all sorts of subjects and competitions. In contrast to Ryosuke Sanada, Kigo Masaki kept a lower profile in high school, but even so, it's also hard to hide his reputation as a genius. Actually, it would be nice if we could successfully transplant the Ebrin cells. Sigh, Kigo Masaki said. At least it will add a few points to the odds against future enemies. Watching the uncontrolled mutation of the Ebrin cells in the giant beaker, Kigo Masaki took the transformer out of his arms and pressed the transform button. In an instant, Kigo Masaki's body transformed into light that. Then the silver, black and red body appeared in the middle of the lab. After transforming, Kigo Masaki reached his hand towards the beaker and released a ray of light energy. These Ebrin cells, after touching the light, as if it had encountered something terrible, it began to rapidly dissolve. By the end, only a small mass of cells remained, quivering slightly in the corner of the beaker. Seeing this scene, Kigo Masaki deactivated his transformation and came to the beaker. Ebrin cells capable of merging with light. That should be what's appropriate for some of the human evolution. Closing the beaker, Kigo Masaki left the lab. Inside the Institute of the Center for the Development of the Universe, Ryosuke Sanada mutates once again and becomes a terrifying monster. But fortunately, Ryosuke Sanada had been restrained in advance with his chains as soon as he was awake. That's what keeps it under control for now. No good, Commander, Lena said nervously, her victory Hyperion in her hands. He's too powerful. The chains are going to break. Lena, tell the people in the Institute to evacuate quickly and leave this place to me and Daegu. Sufan gave the order in a hurry, and then blocked the door with Daiko after Rina left. P.S. Starting point in Q read recommendation period. Ask for votes. Chapter 38, still like dealing with naive Daegu. There was a snap of golden iron. The chains swished off of Ryosuke Sanada, and at once after the mutation, his body scurried directly towards Daegu and Zongfang. That's a tough one. Sukata looked at Ryosuke Sanada, who had come barreling over, and wanted to pull the trigger, but hesitated. Then gritting his teeth, he pulled Daiko out of the door of the lab along with him. Then it closed with a bang. Bang! Ryosuke Sanada, who had become an Ebrin monster, crashed heavily into the lab door. That gate was bulged out on the spot. Come on, Daegu. The door to the lab was having trouble withstanding the onslaught of the Ebrin monsters, and Sufan spoke to Daiko, rushing downstairs in a hurry. The entire experimental building shuddered as the people in the building were pretty much evacuated. Then, one by one, the stone bricks splattered in all directions as the building exploded with a loud bang. The surrounding electrical system is completely paralyzed at this moment, and the collection of electrical energy in one place. It's the Ebrin monster after it's been giganticized. How did it mutate so quickly? Daegu looked at the scene with disbelief and raised the Victory Hyperion in his hand. Slowly put it down again. This Ebrin monster is still Ryosuke Sanada and can't be shot. Suming took a very comfortable shower and had just come to the living room on the first floor when he heard the doorbell ring. Looking out the window, it was no other than Kigo Masaki. It's okay to talk about something tomorrow. There's no need to rush it, right? With some helplessness, Suming came to the villa's front door and opened his mouth to Masaki Kigo. I'm just here to see if you're living appropriately. Kigo Masaki spoke up. By the way, my family lives next door to you. After saying that, Masaki Kigo pointed to the villa next door and said to Suming. Suming. There was silence for a few moments. Suming tried to hide his embarrassment by scratching his head, but he didn't expect Masaki Kigo to speak again. I heard that the Ebrin cell experiment at the Center for the Development of the Universe failed. Now that we've got a monster, are you interested in coming along for the ride? With that, Kigo Masaki pointed to his villa and, I have helicopters there that have flight privileges. Ebrin cell? Suming was a bit surprised. Did the Victory team go there? Went. Kigo Masaki nodded. Deja Ultraman. And Daiko went too. Okay, I'll go with you. Not knowing what Kigo Masaki was playing at, Suming nodded and promised to go with one of them. After all, it's still necessary to get in touch with Daegu. If he found out how to get back to the real world later, he'd still have to pull Daegu as outside help. Of course, Kigo Masaki is also an alternate whiteout. And as for why he's an alternate, it was because Suming wasn't yet sure if he had a change of heart. With Daiko and Masaki Kigo around, Suming let the puppy stay home and get some rest. The helicopter took off slowly and the pair headed for the Cosmic Development Center. Giant monsters appear and begin attacking the surrounding buildings. Although they knew it was Ryosuke Sanada, the Victory team had no choice but to use firepower against him. Because if he is not stopped, there will be more deaths and injuries. Slap! Several consecutive lasers fired out of the Victory Hyperion gun and struck the Ebrin monster. But, apart from throwing up a few sparks and enraging the monsters, it didn't do much at all. It's not working, Commander. With an anxious look on his face, Daegu said to Zongfang, causing him to be angry with us is what does it. Sufan said as he withdrew backward, for the Ebrin monster had come toward the place with its anger. Lina had activated the Flying Swallow too and was ready to launch an attack on the Ebrin monster. The Flying Swallow I, on the other hand, was driven back to the headquarters by New City to deliver cell samples to Hori. Gradually, the battlefield was shifted to the beach next to the Cosmic Development Center. There are no ordinary people here, and the Ebrin monsters can't hurt anyone else. It's just that Daiko and Sufan are in a bit of danger. Electricity coalesced around the Ebrin monster, then invaded the duo with a swish. Zongfang managed to dodge the attack, while Daiko was blown out of the sky. It fell into the bushes by the beach. Daiko! Worried, he shouted in the direction where Daikoku had fallen over and Zongfang also couldn't get over to check on Daikoku's condition, and started dodging the attacks of the Ebrin monsters again. Just as the electricity coalesced around Ebrin, a huge figure descended from the sky. A flying leg kick lands straight for Ebrin. Only a thud was heard, and Ebrin was kicked to the ground on the spot, and the huge figure fell to the ground. It's Deja! Lina gasped out in shock as she saw the silver, purple, and red figure appear on the Flying Swallow too. This is the second appearance of Deja, and the target seems to be the Ebrin monster. Deja! Zongfang looked up and was also a bit awestruck. The second time I saw Deja, that huge body always gave a reassuring feeling. Commander, but does Deja know that the Ebrin monster was transformed by Ryosuke Sanada? Will it just wipe him out? It was. Lina's voice came over the helmet intercom. Zongfang also froze slightly when he heard this, and could only attempt to send a message to Deja that shouted out. Deja! This monster is human. It was only supposed to be a trial run for Zonfan. After shouting this only to see Deja lower his head to look at himself and then nod. Did ya he seem to get what I mean? Somewhat incredulous, Zongfang opened his mouth. Lena was also a bit surprised, and forgot to attack the monster as she swept above the Ebrin monster. Deja Ultraman has appeared, not far from here. On the beach, Kiko Masaki watched the scene and, calmly, he spoke. Is that how Daiko uses the power of light? You don't understand, Daegu. On the side, Suming shook his head and said, he just wanted to do something he could do. You've only been in contact with Daegu for how long and you know him so well? Masaki Kigo looked at Suming with a smirk on his face. It seems that you had your eye on him a long time ago, right? Suming listened and looked at Kigo Masaki and huffed. Sure enough, I still like dealing with Bean. People like you are too smart. Thanks for the compliment. Without blushing, Masaki Kigo returned Suming's comment, then continued to look at the battlefield. Faced with a human mutated into a monster, Kigo Masaki was eager to see that what is Daegu going to do about it? Whether you are on the side of justice and destroy the monster, or you are on the side of emotion and allow the monster to be destroyed. If it were you, what would you do with the Ebrin monster? Masaki Kigo suddenly asked Suming. Me? Suming thought for a moment and replied, first I'll beat him up, then I'll purify him and, isn't that the end of it? Chapter 39 Cardiac Arrest, Rune Aperture. Masaki Kigo gave Suming a strange look. From Suming's words, it seemed like he had known that the Giant of Light possessed the ability to purify, but Daiko did think like Suming. First, you over the Ebrin monster, then you restore its cells with the light of purification. While Daegu rushes towards Ebrin, who is lying on the ground, is pretending to be dead. A bolt of electricity directly attacked Daegu's chest, snapping and sparking while Daegu retreated back and forth. Being the Deja Ultraman that he is, Daiko doesn't back down from this, but steadies himself and, once again, he charged at Ebrin. The two exchanged blows back and forth, and there were many more cameras along the beach. These are journalists from some news channel or newspaper. It was hard to hide something like what had happened at the Cosmic Development Center, and word quickly spread. But when these journalists arrived, they found giants who dealt with the monsters. So the cameras have been pointing at Deja, taking the cool, handsome figure that, it got out into the public eye. In this short period of time, Nozomi and Megumi Izumi, who were sitting at the Victory Team base, then noticed the overwhelming news pointing to Deja. Soon after, Megumi Izumi made the decision to publicize Deja's identity, so that everyone would know that Deja is a giant revived from the ancient past, the true protector of mankind. But, Deja he's not a god or a god. Megumi Izumi looked at the clip of Deja being broadcast on the hall screen with some guilt in her heart. He's just an ordinary man, one of the most unassuming players on a winning team. A news article with the headline, Deja Altman, the resurrected giant, this one. It went viral to all the major news channels with Nori's release. There's an official certification. It's still TPC's winning team. The crowd for the most part recognized Deja Altman as the friendly giant. Of course, many of them are based on the Kyrielodians. It's what accepted Deja so quickly. After all, a giant had stepped in to help defeat the monster earlier, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that another giant has now appeared to help humans fight monsters. Feeling that the power of faith has been partially taken away, the Kyrielords soon learned the truth of the matter. Damn, how did a light giant revive? Didn't they leave Earth 30 million years ago? This is a big deal for the masses, but it was indeed a great thing for the people of Kyrielod. The Giant of Light, a formidable enemy that existed 30 million years ago. The Kyriellods never imagined that after 30 million years it's amazing that the Giant of Light would still be in this world. After holding back for so long, it was decided to take the initiative after a discussion among a group of Kyrielords. The Giants of Light have declined and are not as strong as they were 30 million years ago. There is only one light giant revived. Take this opportunity to destroy him. The faith of this planet belongs to us. The Kyrie Elrod clan. Daegu is still fighting hard against Ebrin. Little did he know that word had spread around the world of the emergence of Deja Ultraman, the new giant. A punch is thrown at Ebrin, while Ebrin claws Daegu away. The two, after a bit of a struggle, roughly figured out each other's strength and capabilities. Crossing both arms under his forehead, Daiko transformed himself into a power Deja. After tasting the power of the potent type, Buko had fallen in love with the feeling of crushing. Ebrin didn't know how his opponent changed color as he fought. In his confusion, he saw a fist gradually enlarging in front of his eyes. Then a wave of dizziness hit, and his entire body flew backwards. Deja can switch forms, but I can't. Kiko Masaki spoke up next to Suming, obviously having tried out the various abilities that come with turning into a giant. To each his own. Every giant of light is different. Suming simply said so, and then continued to look at the battlefield. After transforming into a power type, the battle between the two becomes a crushing game. Daegu pushes hard all the way through, knocking Ebrin to the ground again and again. Even the opponent's electric light dared to catch it with his bare hands, until Ebrin was so exhausted that he lay motionless on the beach. It was only then that Daegu stopped his attack, converting back to his silver, purple, and red composite form. Daiko pulled both arms back and it then stretched out to the left and right, gathering soft light energy. Then one hand released this light energy toward Ebrin, only to see Ebrin's body grow smaller and smaller in the midst of this light energy, eventually changed back to Ryosuke Sanada's form, and after doing so, Daegu only felt an emptiness in his body. It was like being hollowed out. The timer on his chest also kept flashing a red light, indicating low energy. I can't believe I turned Ryosuke Sanada back. Zongfang was surprised to see this scene. Lina was also quite shocked, and for a while both of them forgot about Daikoku, who was at the very bottom of their existence. Having solved the problem of the monsters, Daiko had no intention of staying here, either. The swish flew into the sky. Suddenly, an angelic silhouette appeared above the dome without warning, emitting holy light. Then a black figure rushed out from the angel's silhouette. A kick to the departing Deja in the sky. Only a miserable scream was heard, and Deja's body instantly disintegrated into light particles and disappeared into nothingness. What? Whether it's Sufan or Lina, or Su Ming and Kigo Masaki, both were shocked by the suddenness of the scene. What's that? Zongfang looked up at the sky, only to see the black shadow rapidly coming towards the ground. There was a loud thud and a splash of sand and mud. The Kiri Lord's body slammed down onto the sand. Kiri Lords. Megumi Izumi saw the scene on the screen in the victory team lobby and Deja appeared and affected their plans to become a protector. So they struck out at Deja. Damn it! Lina piloted Flying Swallow too. He couldn't help but be enraged at the sight of this scene. Well, at least Deja was his savior. Surprisingly, the Kiri Lords just broke it up into particles. With two swishes and swishes, attacks were launched from the Flying Swallow too, striking at the Kiri Lords. Two sparks snapped and splattered across the Kiri Lord's body, but his opponent was not affected at all. A fireball swished out from its fist, hitting the Flying Swallow 2's tail on the spot. As a last resort, Lina had to make a forced landing. Daiko, he's okay, Su Ming said with extreme nervousness as he saw Deja being broken up into light particles. I think that we should care about ourselves now. Masaki Kigo looked ahead, his brows furrowed slightly as he spoke. Su Ming followed Kigo Masaki's gaze. Instead, they saw the Kiri lodges staring intently in that direction. It was not humanity that the Kiri lodges saw in their gaze, but light. Surprisingly, more than one light giant has revived. Fists clenched, the Kiri lodges quickly scurried in the direction of Su Ming and Masaki Kigo with flames, intending to eliminate the hidden danger on the spot. Heart pounding as he watched the Kiri lodges charge toward him with flames of. Su Ming could only feel the aura of danger descending upon him. A warm current flowed through his heart, while his heartbeat grew heavier and faster. It's directly beyond the realm of ordinary human heart rate. Gradually, everything became slower in Su Ming's eyes. Kigo Masaki beside him stood still, and the Kiri lodges rushing ahead were as if frozen in place. The only thing that stays the same is your own heartbeat. What's going on? Covering the area of his heart, Su Ming only felt that something was about to gush out from it. Is it blood, or is it? Flop! An extremely heavy heartbeat ended, and light rushed out from the area of Su Ming's heart. Then, a huge circle-shaped runic aperture was formed in front of Su Ming, and within the aperture, it's an image of evil Deja. What's going on? Su Ming opened his mouth slightly, quite shocked. Under Su Ming's shocked gaze, the aperture rune passed through Su Ming's body at an even speed, fusing its body completely within the aperture. P.S. Thanks for all the recommendations. Still asking for votes today though. Chapter 40, since I have no fighting skills, I can only use military boxing. The frozen time flowed anew in this moment, as the Kiri Lords came running with flames, on the verge of hitting the target. A silver fist wrapped in light rushed out from the runic aperture, and under the blinding light, the Kiri lodger was knocked out on the spot. An explosive cry stunned everyone. In the midst of the light, a huge body in silver, black and red was revealed. It landed heavily on the beach. What? Off to the side, Kigo Masaki stood by this giant, staring blankly at the transformer he held in his hand. Another look at the giant in front of him, desperately rubbing his eyes. What's going on? The giant that suddenly appeared out of the light was none other than evil Deja. Su Ming disappeared in the light, and the giant of light reappeared in the light. Masaki Kigo could think with his toes about what had happened. Su Ming, turn into light. But I'm supposed to be the one who changed into this giant of light. Puzzled, Kigo Masaki pressed the transform button on the transformer in his hand. However, there was no response. Masaki Kigo once again looked at the giant in front of him with a feeling of being turtled up. became a giant of light. Su Ming also noticed a change in himself at this moment. After the aperture passed through his body, he became light, a changed giant or evil Deja? After surveying his body for a while, Su Ming froze. With that, he subconsciously looked toward Kigo Masaki's position on the ground. All I see is Kigo Masaki clicking the transformer one moment, and then tapping and blowing on it the next. It seems that this shifter has lost its usefulness, and it goes without saying that his face looked like he had eaten a fly. Su Ming came back to his senses, remembering the pattern he had seen on the aperture runes. It's evil Deja. Why it's evil Deja? Without having time to think more, Su Ming subconsciously lowered his head and a wind of a fist with flames swept over his head. The Kiri Lords attacked again. It's not the first time he's fought, but not too long ago he used the body of Getty the monster. So Su Ming was also a little less comfortable. However, the little bit of military boxing that I learned before I was reborn could kind of be used. Facing the Kiri Elridites who rushed over with anger, Su Ming took a bow step and steadily crossed out. Then a punch slammed through. With a thud, the punch landed hard on the chest of the Kyrialoid. Smash it out hard. A new giant has appeared. Zongfang looked at the giant that was fighting the Kiri Lords, said to Lina, who had landed and returned aside. This giant, it looks like Deja. Lina stared for a moment and spoke. It does look similar. Zongfang nodded, then responded. Where's Uku? Lina's cheeks instantly went white when she heard the word Uku and then sprinted off in the direction of the beech bushes. Zongfang couldn't care less and hurriedly went forward with Lina. When the duo arrived, they saw that Daegu was already lying unconscious within the bushes. Luckily, though, the breath survived. The lobby of the Victory Team headquarters. Megumi Izumi would have been anxious to see Deja broken up into light particles. It wasn't until the new giant appeared that the inner man regained his measure. This new giant, who is it? Letting out a voice that was faint and not to be heard by the others, Megumi Izumi said. However, Megumi Izumi was delayed in waiting for Yui Ren's reply. Turning his head to look, he saw the phantom Mercy Void on the side, surprisingly looking at the figure on the screen. A slow tear fell. How? Megumi Izumi was very surprised, not realizing that Yuri, as a spirit body, would even shed tears. Looking again at the new giant that had appeared on the screen, Izumi understood something. Yuri and this giant had a special relationship. The battle between Su Ming and the Kirii lodges continued. Between grapples, a waistlock is applied, locking the Kiri Lord's head directly to his chest. The controlled Kirii lodges desperately grabbed Su Ming's arm and began to struggle. I always feel as if this giant's moves seem familiar. Zongfang blinked, his brows furrowing slightly as he began to think. It didn't take long for Sufan to recall the giant's moves. Military-style boxing? Lina looked at Sufan with wide eyes, meaning to ask if there was any mistake. Su Ming wasn't mistaken. After the body was giganticized, fighting the Kirii lodges all by himself in close-body military style. I have to say, this way of fighting worked, at least for so long. Su Ming, who knew a move and a half, hadn't fallen into a disadvantage so far. Even the Kiri Lords are in a chokehold, struggling to no avail. The Kiri Lord's entire body flared up and burned. Su Ming was burned by the fire and hurriedly let go of the hot potato. Based on previous observations of Ultraman fighting monsters in movies and television, now it's time to unleash the mandatory kill while the opponent is exhausted. With that, he stomped on both feet and levitated in the air. Is this what flying feels like? Feeling what flying was like for the first time, Su Ming was a little slightly excited. It was imperative, however, to unleash certain death on the Kirii lodges. Wait, what's with the must kill? Su Ming froze slightly and paused in the air for a few seconds. I had no idea about the skills of evil Deja. The only one that rings a bell is the time Kigo Masaki killed two Garrula in the grotto. Once the energy was condensed, once it was released directly, then just release it and see. Having made the decision, Su Ming's two silver arms directly assumed the L stance, aimed at the Kiri Lords on the ground, and the Kiri Lords, seeing this, hastened to brace a barrier in front of them, and, trying to fend off Su Ming's attack. It's time to unleash the mandatory kill. Seeing this, Zongfang's gaze tightened on the battlefield. However, after waiting for a long time, not a single bit of light was released from Su Ming's hands. The Kiri Lords on the ground had held up the barrier for half a day, and their bodies were running out of energy. However, seeing that Su Ming was still posing with an L in the sky, he didn't dare to withdraw it, fearing that the other party would fire it out in the next second. To be honest, it wasn't that Su Ming didn't want to launch, but Su Ming simply didn't know how to launch. After half a day of posing in just this position, Su Ming froze and couldn't figure out how the light was coming out. As a last resort, Su Ming threw a look of distress at Kigo Masaki. Perhaps only Kigo Masaki knows how to release the evil Deja kill. What's he doing? Masaki Kigo looked at the sky, confused at the scene. At once, It met with the gaze Su Ming cast down. Chapter 41, So Zhongfang knows everything. Quickly, teach me how to release the mandatory light ray. Urgent, wait online. Just after conveying this intention to Masaki Kigo, Su Ming froze. Is this the legendary idea of communication? Telepathy? Stream of consciousness? Seems like an Ultraman would know that trick though. Masaki Kigo was dumbfounded when he heard Su Ming's heartfelt words. You don't know how to do a kill? Looking at the Kiri Lords who were still insisting on holding up the barrier, the corner of Masaki Kigo's mouth twitched. Luckily, this Kiri Lordian didn't look very smart. To be honest, Kigo Masaki didn't really want to communicate with Su Ming right now. Xiao Ming stole his own number without a second thought. Ask yourself how it works after you steal it. However, if we don't tell Su Ming, this fight can only last until whoever runs out of energy falls down first. It's going to take a while. Kigo Masaki was now anxious to ask how Xiao Ming had taken the light away from him. He also directly told Su Ming about the method of converging energy. Doesn't your mind know the moves like it does when you regain your memory? After telling Xiao Ming, Kigo Masaki asked him about it. No? What would I need to do military-style boxing if I did? Su Ming was somewhat helpless after hearing this. However, now that we know how the light is released, now the Kiri Lords only had the chance to suffer death. With both palms clenched into fists, Su Ming pulled his arms back, then opened them up and, slowly converging toward the front, light energy then coalesced above Su Ming's arm. Then, Su Ming's two arms were in the shape of an L, unleashed a mandatory ray of light at the Kiri Lords on the ground. The Kirids put all their strength into holding up the barrier, but at this moment it happened that the body's energy was exhausted. Vile giants of light. Looking at the light pouring toward him, the Kiri Lord cursed as he, while dodging to the side. But how fast light travels. Before the Kiri Lord could dodge it, the light struck his body. At once, the Kiriloid's body shuddered, then stiffened, and then it exploded under the blue arcs of electricity running through it. It worked! Zhongfang clenched his fists and shouted out with some excitement. Kigo Masaki looked at the exploding Kiri lodges and cursed the stupidity. Then he looked up at the sky, only to see the giant dissipate into particles of light, and Su Ming was wrapped in the light that, falling to the side. If Kigo Masaki felt something, he looked at the shifter in his hand, and felt only that in the short crystal rod full of light again. Let me start by saying that I don't know anything. It was all an accident. Before Masaki Kigo could speak, Su Ming was the first to speak. When one steals someone's number, the other person will surely ask for a statement. The problem was that Su Ming himself didn't know what was going on. I think, you're getting more and more interesting as a person. Looking at the transformer in his hand, Masaki Kigo was silent for a moment and said to Su Ming with a smile, I don't like men. Xiao Ming's goosebumps dropped when he saw Masaki Kigo's smile. This guy just looked like he ate a fly, and now he's smiling again, so I'm afraid there's something wrong with him. I was just curious. Kigo Masaki continued, I'm curious, can you turn into Deja too? Deja? Su Ming froze slightly, recalling what happened when he transformed. First, he felt his life threatened, then his heart beat sharply, jumped violently, and that runic aperture came out as if it were being projected. Then, there was the evil Deja pattern that appeared in the runic aperture. It was that runic aperture and pattern that turned me into evil Deja. Su Ming felt another twinge of doubt in his heart when he became clear about the situation. How did you get the ability to become evil Deja? The only time he came into contact with the evil Deja statue was in the grotto, but nothing out of the ordinary happened then either. Anomalies. Stroking his chin, Su Ming meditated. Go back and think about it. If you don't leave, the victory team will come over. At that moment, Kigo Masaki patted Su Ming's shoulder and, with that, he took the lead and headed for the helicopter near the beach. It's Masaki Kigo. Looking at the back in front of him, Su Ming had a flash of light. He thought of the moment he shook hands with Kigo Masaki in the middle of the grotto. That rush of warmth straight to the heart. It's the power of light. So there was always light in him. With a slight smile, Su Ming walked in the direction that Kigo Masaki had left. Su Ming had a half understanding of the reason for his transformation. Although he knew that it was Kigo Masaki's light that poured into his body that turned him into an evil Deja. He knew that he had become an evil Deja. But there is definitely something wrong with one's heart. 4. The light was projected from the part of the heart. What's the status of Daegu? At the TPC Medical Center, Rina nervously asks Mayumi about Daiko's condition. Shinjo and Hori rushed over as well. After all, Ryosuke Sanada had already recovered. That antidote wouldn't need to be made. He's just physically exhausted. 2 days of recuperation and he'll be fine. Mayumi replied to Rina as she held the inspection report. Sister, hurry up and prescribe a little tonic medicine for Daegu, and give him a good tonic. On the side, Shinjo patted Mayumi and spoke. What do you know? Idiot. Mayumi cursed at Shinjo as she slapped his hand away. Stupid. Hori followed suit and cursed. New town. I'm glad it's okay. I'm going to have to trouble you more to take care of him again, Lena said with a sigh of relief, thanking Mayumi. You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. The lobby of the Victory Team headquarters. Sukata and Megumi Izumi, along with Nozomi, were analyzing the new giant that had appeared on the screen. This new giant that has appeared bears an uncanny resemblance to Dija, but there were only supposed to be 3 stone statues of giants in the pyramid, and the broken pieces of the other 2 are still in the research center. Nozomi enlarged the picture of evil Deja and said to Megumi and Sukata, but you can tell that this giant, who looks similar to Deja, is a friend and not a foe. Zongfang added from the sidelines. By the way, what's the situation with angels everywhere? Megumi Izumi suddenly asked. The situation is bad. Nori pulled up videos of angel shadows that existed all over the world. They have begun to preach devil speak. The devil says? Zongfang wondered. Is to declare to the showman that Deja Ultraman and the other giant of light are the demons that are destroying the world. Nori explained. Now there's been protests by the people in many parts of the. It says to destroy the giant of light. However, the situation in Dasha doesn't seem to be the same. Wildry said, pulling up a video. Below the shadow of the angel, a group of people dressed as Taoist priests, holding a mahogany sword in his hand. He practiced in front of the incense altar, reciting under his breath that he wanted to help Buddha exorcise the evil spirits. As far as I know, Taoist priests are of the Disya Taoist religion. Right, and what does that have to do with the Buddhist Buddha? Scratching his head, Zongfang opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 42. The Kiri Lords are impatient. The first time he transformed into a light giant and fought, it made Su Ming's head stay in a constant state of excitement, and kept studying what was abnormal about his heart. But no matter how much Su Ming summoned, the runic aperture did not reappear. Masaki Kigo didn't bother Su Ming, nor did he mean to study Su Ming's body, because before that, Kigo Masaki had analyzed Su Ming's DNA. There were no genes of light found, and everything showed that Su Ming was just an ordinary person. The fact that an ordinary person could turn into light was an important discovery for Kigo Masaki, because, for the powerful enemies that would appear in the future, Kigo Masaki then wanted to win by volume. If ordinary people can become light, then darkness has nothing to fear. Right now, Kigo Masaki was just waiting for Su Ming to turn into a Deja. Since Su Ming was able to use his battle body, he should also be able to use Daikoko's Deja. TPC, Victory Team Headquarters Lobby. Another important meeting, with the crowd constantly discussing the emerging giants, and the movement of the Kiri Lords. The TPC brass have also made the decision that the Kiri Lords are a ticking time bomb. Now that the giant of light has appeared, there is no need for such ill-intentioned protector toolmen. Tear it up with the Kiri Lords and go straight on the offensive the next time they show up. This is the final extinct case. Newly emerged giants that the Victory Team also foreign named for. Zongfang was the first to speak up. He's as huge as a mountain. Why don't we call him Giant Mountain Super Power Buster? Command, how obsessed you are with that name. Lena couldn't help but spit out. Commander, I think it sounds better to call him D2D3. Horii couldn't help himself. Opening his mouth, he said to Zongfang. Newtown shook his head and stayed out of the naming activity. After all, he was a naming waste. Megumi Izumi didn't seem to have heard the crowd's conversation, and kept her eyes glued forward, like there's something in front of it. Phantom Mercy's vapors, since seeing the new giant of light on screen, and there was silence. Scattered in the air were a few particles of light that were tears that had fallen from Yui Ren. Captain, you came up with Deja's name. Or Captain, think again, a name for the new giant? Horii turned his gaze to Megumi Izumi and opened his mouth with inquiry. Before Izumi could say anything, the Yuri in front of her finally made a sound, smiley face. His name is Shadow. Guy Shadow? Izumi Megumi had a slight look of surprise in her eyes as she repeated the name under her breath. The Victory crowd listened and nodded frequently as they read the name. I always feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Thoughtfully, Nuri typed the name into the computer, and proceeded to. A bunch of information material was then searched. Shadow, which can also be phonetically translated as Cain. In the Genesis chapter of the Bible, he was the first child of Adam and Eve and the third human in the world. Nori looked over the information and explained. On second thought, I searched the computer for Tiga, or Dija. In Indonesian, Tiga also means 3. Nori was a little surprised, because the two giants of light look alike. Is that why the captain named the new giant, Cover Shadow? Megumi Izumi was even more surprised that. Still, it was to Nuri, the resourceful child, who nodded and said, indeed, great detail, Captain. Not bad for a captain. Then this new giant will be called Gaius Shadow Ottoman. The crowd of the Victory Team said in praise, looking at the fading shadow of the Phantom Mercy in front of her. Megumi Izumi couldn't have guessed that the What exactly is the relationship between Shadow and Yui Run? The naming was done, and the meeting was soon over, and the thoughtful Lena brought some fruit that prepare to visit Ogu at the medical center and inform him of the meeting about the new giant. After sleeping until noon the next day, Su-ming got up from the big soft bed. After casually eating some food and feeding the puppy some dog food, Su-ming turned on the TV in the living room. What came into view was an angelic silhouette floating in the sky. On the screen, people stood below that angel, praying something over and over. According to the host's mouth, it was the angel's will to bring down the giant of light. Looking at the compelled masses, Su-ming couldn't help but shake his head. The Kiri Lords now compel humans much more severely than they did in the original plot. Because the giant of light showed up so late, it gave the Kiri Lords a chance to take advantage of the situation. Wait, what's that? Suddenly, Su-ming noticed the angelic silhouette in the sky and the screen dispersing, and then a dense purple-black cloud appeared out of nowhere. In the midst of that purple-black cloud, a huge ancient stone door could be faintly seen. The stone door was in a closed position, and even so, through the screen Su-ming was able to feel that it contained an extremely terrifying aura. Hell's Gate. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Su-ming realized that the Kiri Lodges had been unable to hold back. The appearance of the Giant of Light will be a great shock to the beliefs of the people of Kiri Lord. For this reason, they will inevitably make the decision to welcome the god Kiri Elohim to Earth, ahead of time. Rule the world. Daiko was hurt badly, and is probably still recovering from his injuries. We can only rely on Masaki Kigo. Although Su-ming could turn into light, he didn't know how, so it's not certain if you'll be able to go into battle. If this god Kiri Elrod is released, Xiaoming wasn't sure if Daiko and Masaki Kigo could beat this unknown guy. If we find our way back in the future, Su-ming also want to pull Daegu as a foreign aid. But if this world is ruled by Kiri Lord God, then there is no chance at all. Walking outward, Su-ming however stopped at the main entrance. Masaki Kigo was already standing outside the door, waiting for Su-ming for who knows how long. The stone door on the black cloud. You see. Seeing Su-ming come out, Masaki Kigo spoke. See, Daegu is still recuperating. Are you going to make a move? Su-ming nodded and replied to Kigo Masaki. Do you think Daikoku would not know about this news? Kigo Masaki smiled and said, given Daegu's character, do you think he'd just lie in bed and watch Kiri Lord build a sub? Su-ming's brows furrowed slightly as he listened. Indeed, Daegu has always held a firm belief in doing what he can. As long as there was still a breath left and he could still fight, he would never admit defeat. You'll make a move, won't you? Su-ming asked again. Hold on, let's go to the scene and see what's going on, Kigo Masaki said as a car drove up and turned his head to sit in it. Seeing this, Su-ming had no choice but to get into this automobile as well. Chapter 43, my friend, I've caught 2 more Earthlings. The place where the ancient stone gate appears is in the most densely populated part of the island. The busiest downtown. Here the Kyrioloid faithful were widespread, and under the black cloud a great mass had gathered. All looked up at the sky with reverent faces, at the place covered with black clouds that, it was as if that was the place where angels were born. Xiaoming and Kigo Masaki get out of the car and also see the victory team in action around the perimeter. The rest of the team is on standby in the perimeter, except for Megumi Izumi, Nozomi, and Daiko, who aren't there. The wait was long, and the Kiri Lords did not appear in the skies. Only the purple-black cloud was silently suspended high in the sky. The ancient gates in the black clouds had no intention of opening either. It was just that there were arcs of electricity constantly flowing around this area, and it looked extremely unstable. Until nightfall, the angelic silhouettes that had been floating in the sky changed back to a Kyriolordian, not the second generation. Looking up at the Kiri lodges that appeared in the sky, Su-ming murmured alone. In the original episode, when the gates of hell appeared, it's the second generation of Kiri Lords who want to work on opening it up. The reason it's called the second generation is that, besides being the second appearance of the Kiri Lords, there's another layer to this, which is that he's grown in his abilities. If it's only the weakest of the Kiri Lords that's going to open the gates of hell this time, then it's a lot easier to deal with. Commander, should we do it? Newcastle opened his mouth next to Zongfang, looking at the Kiri lodges hovering in the sky. Wait a minute, see what he's going to do. Zongfang didn't agree to make a move, but planned to wait and see what happened again. It's just that, after the Kiri Lords showed up, the people on the ground all crowded underneath the black cloud as if they were crazy, each shouting things like, the true God has resurrected. Su-ming and Masaki Kigo were also swept away in the crowd and couldn't find each other for a while. Wait, that guy is. After Su-ming had squeezed out of the crowd, he saw a man in a black robe, was watching the scene in silence, unaffected by the Kiri Lords in any way. The black-robed man seemed to have realized that Su-ming was watching himself, turning his head and glancing slightly in Su-ming's direction. He then quickly left the scene. Seeing this, Su Ming followed closely. Carrying a kitchen knife with him, Su Ming was not afraid of the other party rising up and injuring him. Right after Su Ming left, the Kirrilords in the sky began to make a move. One could only see that he laughed a few times up to the sky, and then he flew towards that hellgate. Is it time to open the door? Masaki Kigo had arrived on top of a high-rise rooftop and looked at the scene with a slight frown. Zongfang also gave the order to move at this time, and Metro piloted the No.1 plane that. Horii and Rina piloted the second plane, while she herself was on the ground observing the situation and making commands. The police department arrived at this time and began the mandatory evacuation of the crowd. This act left many members of the police department beaten by fanatics, but soon enough, the area was then cleared. Metro, Lina, Horii, launched the attack. With Zongfang's command, Fian 1 and Fian 2 both launched their attacks, shooting in the direction of the hellmouth. The unsuspecting Kirilord was shot on the spot, sparks snapping and splattering from his body. Looking back, it turned out to be human fighters opening fire on themselves. Damn humans! 2 flames emanated from the hands of the Kirilloid and launched themselves at the victory flyer. The 2 fighters dodged and didn't let the fireball hit. The Kirilords didn't continue their attack when they saw this. Instead, an invisible force was injected within that ancient stone door. With the special power added, the wings of the ancient stone door began to open slowly, and little by little, revealing the dark world inside. Naturally, the victory didn't stop their offense, constantly using the guns and lasers aboard the Flying Swallow to fire attacks against the Kirilords. It was just that, under these circumstances, the attacks of the Fian could not have much effect at all. Su Ming trailed the black-robed man and arrived at an underground passage. The dim light made Su Ming's eyes slightly uncomfortable. It only felt as if the black-robed man in front of him was constantly flashing, appearing in one place one moment, and then in another. Just as Su Ming was considering whether or not to draw his kitchen knife and throw it over, the black-robed man stopped. A jie sound ensued. After following me for so long, what do you want to do, human? Turning around, the black-robed man smiled wryly and made a sound with his mouth closed. You're not human. Su Ming gripped the hand chopper in his hand, instantly feeling much safer and, you're a Kirilord. What's the point of you cutting me with a kitchen knife when I'm already dead anyway? Letting out a jie laugh once again, the black-robed man said to Su Ming, hasn't anyone ever told you that people who make that laugh usually don't live past 2 episodes? Su Ming didn't make a move, but said to the black-robed man in a calm manner, then I'd like to see how long you can live as a worm. The black-robed man stretched out a hand and was just about to launch an attack on Su Ming when, suddenly, a spiral of light with blue particles was launched, enveloping Su Ming and the black-robed man at the same time. Before the two could react, they both disappeared in place, and the blue light spiraled away, caught 2 more earthlings, a man with a raven's head in a dimly lit underground passageway that, with a peculiar lance in his hand, he left the place in the midst of muttering to himself. The Kirilord hovered in the air, 2 fireballs coalescing in his hands. Waiting for the 2 flying swallows to fly over again, the ancient stone door was opening bit by bit, and the evil aura kept leaking out from it. It affects the minds of people on the ground. Just then, another strange cloud drifted by and it flew right over the heads of the Kirilords. What's that? Newtown said suspiciously as he watched the sudden cloud cover from the Flying Swallow one. Hearing Metro's voice through her helmet, Lina and Horii also looked at the cloud in surprise, and a slight frown creased his brow. I always feel as if I've seen this cloud somewhere. Horii thought about it and froze. The Kirillods also looked quizzically over their heads, wondering at the strange cloud of, what in the world? Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out from that cloud of, it crashed straight down on the Kirilords. No way, it's that guy. Horii's eyes widened as he watched the hulking figure slam into the Kirii lodger. The Kirilord lost his center of gravity for a moment, flailing his limbs and falling straight to the ground. Yummy, my friend. Chapter 44, the Kirilords are also kidnapped by the ravens. Gozat, wasn't it wiped out by the Kirilords last time? Inside the Flying Swallow too, Lina looked at the beast that had slapped the Kirilords to the ground. Surprised. Yes, Horii nodded his head back and forth. The last time it was still because that angel, shadow of the Kirilords collided with the clouds of the ionosphere. Wait a minute. In Victory Lobby, Wildry zoomed in on a picture of Gazats. A message was sent to the calm. This Gazat and the last one are not the same one. What? No one expected that there would be more than one Gazat. The fall of the Kirilords on the ground did not hit the citizens. The previous forced dispersal of these crowds worked. Slowly rising from the ground, the Kirilord held a fire inside, being attacked by this monster inexplicably appearing. No one could endure it. Flames rose from the soles of his feet as the Kirilord rushed toward Gazat in the sky. Gazat lowers his head, spits out an electromagnetic light bomb from his mouth, and It was also fired out at the Kiri Lords rushing up from below, and the ancient stone gates in the sky were without the Kiri Lords to keep the energy at bay. The opening has also become more sluggish. Facing Gazat's attack, the Kiri Lord dodged it nimbly. Then a punch was thrown to Gazat's body. Both landed on their feet and then wrestled. It's just that the ancient stone door in the sky is the keystone of the Kiri Lord peoples. It is vital to summon the god Kiri Elrod to earth. The slowing down of the opening was extremely detrimental to the Kiri Lords. Victory's fighters also sustained their attack on the ancient stone gate at this time. A continuous stream of lasers and shells were fired, striking above that black cloud. Though not capable of destroying the black cloud, the scene looked in the eyes of the Kiri Elordians. Yet it is an extremely mind-numbing thing. While engaging Gazat, the Kiri Lords had been keeping an eye on the bearings of the ancient stone gate. This led to it being constantly slapped by Gazat and losing ground. Even more so, he was nearly caught in Gazat's razor-sharp teeth and fell to the ground. Just then, a blazing fire suddenly rushed out from the area below the ancient stone door. Within the flames, an even stronger black figure appeared and, looking to the Kiri Lords and Gazat who were fighting, second-generation Kiri Elrodians. Spreading his purple wings behind him, the second generation of Kiri Lords swished towards Gazat. The powerful impact instantly sent it flying. Seeing this, the primordial Kiri Lodger coalesced a prison flame bomb in his hand. Threw it straight at Gazat. A bone blade appeared in the hands of the second-generation Kiri Elrodites, slashes a purple blade of light at Gazat. The battered and overwhelmed Gazat, still chirping, was subjected to both attacks in an instant. With a brief moment of rigor mortis, Gazat's body exploded violently, turning into an ionized mayfly creature drifting slowly towards the sky. For these mayfly creatures, the second-generation Kiri Lords had no intention of sparing them. A flame shot out and filled the night sky, burning and annihilating all of these mayfly creatures into ash. Having finished with Gazat, the two Kiri Lords looked up into the sky and, setting his sights on the victory team fighters that had been attacking the ancient stone doors. No good. They're on to us. Lena, piloting the flying swallow too, noticed the scene and exclaimed in shock. Rena, Hori, New Town, retreat. Zongfang also noticed this scene and hurriedly issued a command to the three people of the Fei Yin. The three dare not linger. The newly appeared Kiri Erudites had just shown great strength, and it was absolutely impossible to defeat such an opponent with Fei Yin no. 1 and Fei Yin no. 2. The two fighters switched directions, trying to leave in the distance, but the Kiri Lords had risen into the sky, locking their targets tightly in place. No! Lena yelled out as she looked at the Kiri Lords who were getting closer and closer to Flying Swallow 2. Hori, too, looked out the window in horror at the huge hulk of the Kiri Lord. The eyes about to glaze over. Lena, far away in the TPC Medical Center, Daiko instantly woke up from his bed with a start. Without any further ado, he took out the divine light rod and pressed it on the spot. The sound of crystal clanging resounded at this moment, and the light flourished out of Uku's figure just disappeared into the hospital room. The primordial Kiri Lodger grabbed the Flying Swallow 2 with both hands and let out a ghostly chuckle as it seemed to taunt the unsuspecting humans before them. Metro and Flying Swallow 1 saw this scene. Hurriedly, he fired off a laser attack at the Kiri Lords. 2 sparks splattered across the back of the Kiri Elod. Newtown succeeded in angering the Kiri Lords according to their own ideas, except that the Kiri Lords weren't drawn to it as much as they thought they would be. Instead, he stretched out a hand and a fireball slammed towards Fei Yin no. 1. Seeing this, Newtown dodged, but was still hit in the tail. The automatic forced landing button was pressed, and Metro then ejected from its seat. The escaped Flying Swallow 1, grasping the Flying Swallow 2 tightly in both hands. Flames sprang from the Kiri Lord's hands. It seemed to want to use the flames to torture the duo and the fighter to death. Right at this moment, the sky flashed with light, and a silver-purple figure violently sprang out. With a flash of electricity, the Kiri Lodger was knocked out of the air by Daiku and dropped towards the ground. After catching the Flying Swallow 2, Daiko was relieved to see that Rina and Hori inside were fine. Kigo Masaki, who was on top of a tall building, saw the appearance of Deja Ultraman, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, saying to myself, Daiko, it's finally time for you to make an appearance. When Su Ming woke up ghostly, he found himself tied to a glowing white board. After struggling for a while to no avail, Su Ming surveyed his surroundings. Then he realized that the black-robed man was actually tied to the whiteboard right next to his own. Su Ming and the black-robed man weren't the only two people here. A whole space of all humans tied to a board, but most of the others were in a fainting state, not in the midst of waking up. Suddenly, the top of this space was punched open, and to the eye, there was a huge crow's head. The crow's head was seen nodding to itself before closing the top again. Seeing that crow's head, Su Ming grew his mouth and instantly realized what had happened to him. I can't believe I've been kidnapped by the Raven Man? In Deju Altman, there's a kind of crow man from an alien planet that likes to come to Earth to catch Earthlings to go back to work as slaves. This Raven Man, called the Lepicans. Looking again at the black-robed man who was bound to the side, Su Ming was momentarily speechless. Curry-lords were also kidnapped by the Ravens as Earthlings. Chapter 45, Demons Ahead, Humans Behind. That said, it should be considered the devil's trial time now, right? Being kidnapped by the Ravens is outrageous. 2. The most outrageous thing is that a Curry-lord was kidnapped along with it. Suddenly, Su Ming was somewhat looking forward to what it would be like for the Kyrie lodges to be tied back as slaves. At this moment, the black-robed man also turned to look at Su Ming and did not speak for a while. After a fruitless struggle, the black-robed man's hand flashed with electricity and the plasticky rope that bound his body then snapped. Glancing at Su Ming, the black-robed man broke through the top and flew straight out. Then the sounds of a fight came from the outside world. Su Ming's hand struggled to move toward his waist, and as he drew out the kitchen knife, followed by a pirouette of knife blossoms, the plasticized rope clicked off. Standing up and moving his muscles, Su Ming did not untie the others as well. After all, they were just ordinary people with little fighting ability, and if they were frightened, inevitably, this will cause some unnecessary trouble. Instead of loosening up now, we should wait for rescue here, because all of them are in a state of shrinkage. Without special equipment or special means, it simply cannot be changed back to its original form. How should I get out? Surveying the surroundings, Su Ming realized that the only thing that could be used was the plastic-shaped rope that he had just used. Su Ming then untied a few more unconscious people and got a long rope. At the other end was tied a kitchen knife, which was then flung with force and thrown toward the mouth at the top where the black-robed man had crashed through. A gentle tug, and, as luck would have it, the chopper at the other end stuck to the outside world, and with the help of the rope Su Ming slowly crawled towards the outside world. The silver-purple Deja puts Flying Swallow 2 safely on the ground. With that, he turned around and flew towards the purple-black cloud in the sky. The evil aura leaking from the ancient stone door there instantly made Daegu lock onto his target. That's the kind of stuff this Victory Team mission is going to address. Deja Altman has changed another color. Getting out of the Flying Swallow 2, Horii looked at the distant Deja and spoke. That's the third color of Deja Ultraman now, purple. Zong Fong came to the side and nodded his head. Opening her mouth, she said, Horii, Rina, are you guys okay? Thanks to Deja for saving us, Horii replied as he gazed at the sky. This is the second time Deja has saved me. Lena nodded back, looking up into the sky. In front of the ancient stone door, there were second-generation Kyrie lords recharging it, one by one, from the dark forces of the believers on the ground. It was infused in the hands of the second-generation Kyrie Eladites to draw out the evil forces within the gate. Daiko was extremely fast after turning into an air type, and quickly rushed to the black cloud. A slapping leg kick lands for Kyrielord. The Kyrieleid was kicked out of the air before he could react. Then, Daegu arrived in front of the ancient stone door, and looking at the slowly opening doorway, the hand directly hitched up, then pushed back with force, wanting to close this stone door. Before they could close it a bit, though, two Kyrielords flew back at the same time. Seeing that Daegu, a giant of light, was actually pushing the stone door, they were enraged and attacked Daegu. Seeing the two Kyrielords returning to help, Daegu had no choice but to give up pushing the door, turn to meet these two demons. With a punch and a kick, Daegu couldn't do much damage, despite his added speed. Not to mention the fact that the other side had a second-generation Kyrielord that had been enhanced for speed and flight. It's on par with Daiko's aerial type in terms of flexibility and agility. Fighting 1 against 2, Daegu was in a bitter fight. In no time at all, Daiko was falling towards the ground under an attack of flames. It hit the ground with a thud. Daiko, who was already fighting with an injury, simply didn't have enough stamina to fight two powerful opponents. The chess timer soon lit up. The two Kyrielords came to the ground as well, as if they wanted to deliver the final blow to Daiko. Instead of giving up, Daegu stood up and crossed his arms under his forehead, and transformed into a powerful silver-red color. Feeling full of power in himself, Daegu had the confidence to defeat both opponents again. But I didn't expect the purple wings behind the second-generation Kyrie El Radian across the room to shrink. Then in a cloud of green light, the body's muscles skyrocketed. Instantly a muscle-bound man. His power seems to have gotten stronger, Horii said as he stared in amazement at the deformed Kyrie lodger with wide eyes. Seeing this scene, Daiko was also slightly stunned, but he didn't chicken out and, instead, he rushed forward defiantly. Cha exploded, causing Daiko's punching fist to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, blasted at one of the Kyrielords. The primordial Kyrie lodgers don't know what they're doing and throw a punch against Daiko. In an instant, the Kiri Lord felt that he had lost feeling in his arm, and the whole body leaned back and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Daiko's battle spirit rose, and he threw a punch at the second-generation Kiri Elidite as well. However, the Kiri lodges, whose power has been strengthened, have no fear of the Deja power type. A punch was thrown against it as well. Daegu backed up and fell to the ground, unsteady in his weight. I can't believe the other side is so powerful. Demons, Deja Altman is a demon. Get the hell out of here. Get off the planet. Humanity doesn't need you. We only want the god Kiri Elrod. Seeing Deja fall to the ground, the people around who had been compelled to do so shouted in unison. And badmouths Deja. Daegu froze for a moment as he heard the voices. Then, it was followed by a kick out by the Kiri Lord. We don't need any light giants. Get out. Get the devil out of here. All disasters are brought about by the giants of light. A shouting and cursing sound came one after another, making Daegu's heart extremely hard to bear. I just wanted to protect them and do what I could. The timer on his chest kept flashing, and Uku stood up by the obsession in his heart. Resume your starting pose on the Kiri Lord. They're crazy. Newtown heard these mass shouts and broke into a yell. How could you do this? Deja Ultraman is protecting us. Lena, on the other hand, rushed into the crowd and kept shouting at the insane people. However, no one listened to Lena, but continued to hurl insults at Deja. The members of the police department could no longer stop this group of unhinged human beings, and in the midst of the riot, the defense was broken up. All of these humans ran to the perimeter of the battlefield and kept verbally attacking Deja. Damn it. Once they fight, this group is bound to die or be injured. Seeing this, Zongfeng said nervously, such people deserve to die. Newtown spat in a low voice. The two Kiri Lords let out a mocking laugh and came to Daegu. A voice came into Daegu's ears. Behold, this is the human you fought tooth and nail to protect. Ha ha ha. So what if the giants of light? They don't need you. They need it's the great god Kiri Elrod. Two balls of fire coalesced, and under the maneuvering of two Kiri Lords, it was fired in Daikoku's direction. Behind him stood a large crowd, and Daiko did not dare to dodge these two attacks. One could only charge forward hard and resist the damage of these two fireballs. Deja, what is he doing? Horii said, wide-eyed and incredibly surprised. He obviously could have dodged it. Deja, he's doing it for the humans behind him. Zongfeng was silent. Lena burst into tears. Megumi Izumi, who saw the scene in the headquarters base, was even more overwhelmed with pain, because she knew that Deja was not God, nor was he divine. He, too, is only a human. Chapter 46 Giving Light to Deja, Trial of the Devil. Two more fireballs slammed into Deja's body, causing Deja to take a few steps back, and it seemed that someone in the crowd behind them had come to their senses and realized the abnormality of Deja's actions. Daddy, why doesn't he duck? A small boy tugged at his father's coat, looking at Deja with innocent eyes, for the devil is being judged by the angels. The little boy's father replied with a wild look on his face, but what if the demon dodged the angel's fireball? Blinking his big eyes, the little boy spoke. Dodge that fireball, and, when he said this, that father's mind cleared. And what happens to the fireball? Dad? The little boy continued to ask. Son, lips slightly white, the little boy's father crouched down and said, do you think that Deja Altman is evil? I think those two ugly ones are the demons. The little boy shook his head and pointed to the two Kiri Lords. As soon as those words were uttered, the boy's father felt all eyes around him turn to the area, as if a man's back had been broken. The boy's father, however, gritted his teeth and picked the little boy up and then he said, Deja Ultraman, he's here to protect us humans. As the words fell, the faces of the people around them all showed a gloomy color. Deja Altman is the devil. Yes, we must destroy this demon that has brought us disaster. You too, you must be in league with the devil. Shoot them dead. Noisy voices rang out, and then someone was about to make a move on the father and son. Suddenly, a flaming projectile deflected the attack and flew towards where the crowd was. Many people cried out in shock when they saw this scene. Seeing that the flaming bomb is about to hit, just in the nick of time, Deja's massive body stepped in front of it, and with a thud, the flaming projectile slammed into the timer with its flashing red light. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The flashes became so frequent that Deja was completely unable to stand up after taking the blow. Deja! Two tears ran down Lena's face at once. Deja! Shinjo clenched his fists and bit his yap, but couldn't do anything useful. I think that Deja Altman, perhaps, is not so much a demon. Someone in the crowd loosened up. I think so. Demons don't fend off attacks for humans. That fireball just now was. The man said, turning his gaze to the Kiri Elad but not daring to say any more. Daddy, Deja, he's so sad. The little boy, in the midst of his father's arms, looked at Deja unforgivingly. I was wrong. That father shook his head. then said aloud, "We were all wrong. It's Deja Altman who's here to protect us. Kiri Lords, that's evil." A shout brought everyone to their senses. The Deja in front of him fell to the ground to protect the humans, and was about to be killed alive. Everyone was reflecting on what they had just said to Deja. Deja did everything he could to protect humanity. Instead he had to be abused and ostracized. Deja Altman, that's our friend. The Kiri Lords are demons. Demons. Deja, stand up Deja. Can't lose. Deja. The people's afterthought cries were already a bit muffled when they reached Daegu's ears. The scene in front of him, too, gradually dimmed. The lobby of the Victory Team headquarters. The screen showed the frequency of the flashing timer on Deja's chest, growing at breakneck speed. It won't be long before the twinkling jewel on Deja's chest goes out completely, and then Deja should just die. Nozomi looked at the image on the screen and said to Megumi Izumi with a complicated face, "Is there any way to save Deja?" Megumi Izumi stood up excitedly and opened her mouth to ask, and Norai shook his head, not really knowing a way to channel energy to Deja. Only, it wasn't Nozomi that Izumi Megumi was asking about, but the Yuri in front of her. Once a light giant loses its light, it becomes incapacitated, become a body to be slaughtered. Yuri shook her head and disappeared in front of Megumi Izumi's eyes after saying those words. Giant of light. Light. Megumi Izumi reacted and said to Nozomi, "Nozomi, get my PDI into the TV station." Understood. Nori listened, and then worked his way through the computer. The PDI of Megumi Izumi was soon plugged into the TV station. When Megumi Izumi saw this, she turned on the PDI, and at once the public screens in the cities of all of them showed a picture of Megumi Izumi. "I'm Megumi Izumi, captain of the Victory Team. Citizens, wake up quickly. In fact, those who call themselves angels, they are the demons. Deja Ultraman, who has been fighting for his life to protect mankind. Now that Deja is in danger for protecting humanity, please give Deja power. I implore you all, give Deja the light. Give light to Deja." With those words, Megumi Izumi closed her PDI inside. What happens next is left to fate. Good. Give Deja the light right. Shinjo ran straight to the edge of the battlefield when he heard Megumi Izumi's words, and, turning the flashlight he had with him on, he shone it at Deja. Lina also arrived later, giving Deja light in general with Newtown. This light, it's not enough. Sukata Hori also came to the duo and took out the glowing object he was carrying. The shine on Deja. Just then, the roar of an automobile came, and Zhong Fong and the others turned around and a large number of cars converged from all directions and stopped beside Deja, their headlights all shining on him. The citizens didn't freeze in place. They searched for the glowing object and came to Deja's side. Shine the light on Deja. Whether it's a flashlight, a headlight glow stick, or some other illuminating object, as long as there's light, all of it was used by people. Hori looked at one with a lighter in his hand and stared. Suddenly, lights came on in every room of a nearby building, shining Deja in the light. Watching this scene, Megumi Izumi, who was in the lobby of the Victory Team's headquarters, quietly wiped her tears from her eyes. A smile appeared. The timer on Deja's chest flickered slower and seemed to be gradually regaining its energy. In Kiko Masaki's eyes, it was not the light of these irradiators that gave Deja his strength. Instead, a golden glow flowed out of each man's body and into Deja's. Light. In every ordinary person, there exists light. Kiko Masaki froze in his tracks. Looking to Deja, a wave of complexity came over his face. Daegu, you were right. As for the two Kiri Lords, seeing the power of the faith taken from them right before their eyes, extremely angry, the second-generation Kyrielidites even came to Deja, raising their bone blades high in the air and, it's time to take care of Deja before he recovers. Chapter 47 Kigo Masaki Revive. Daikoku. Two more fireballs slammed into Deja's body, causing Deja to take a few steps back, and it seemed that someone in the crowd behind them had come to their senses and realized the abnormality of Deja's actions. Daddy, why doesn't he duck? A little boy tugged at his father's coat, looking at Deja with innocent eyes, for the devil is being judged by the angels. The little boy's father replied with a wild look on his face, but what if the demon dodges the angel's fireball? Blinking his big eyes, the little boy spoke. Dodge that fireball, and, when he said this, that father's mind cleared. And what happens to the fireball? Dad? The little boy continued to ask. Son, lips slightly white, the little boy's father crouched down and said, do you think that Deja Altman is evil? I think those two ugly ones are the demons. The little boy shook his head and pointed to the two Kiri Lords. As soon as those words were uttered, the boy's father felt all eyes around him turn to the area, as if a man's back had been broken. The boy's father, however, gritted his teeth and picked the little boy up and then he said, Deja Ultraman, he's here to protect us humans. As the words fell, the faces of the people around them all showed a gloomy color. Deja Altman is the devil. Yes, we must destroy this demon that has brought us disaster. You too, you must be in league with the devil. Shoot them dead. Noisy voices rang out, and then someone was about to make a move on the father and son. Suddenly, a flaming projectile deflected the attack and flew towards where the crowd was. Many people cried out in shock when they saw this scene. Seeing that the flaming bomb is about to hit, just in the nick of time, Deja's massive body stepped in front of it, and with a thud, the flaming projectile slammed into the timer with its flashing red light. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The flashes became so frequent that Deja was completely unable to stand up after taking the blow. Deja! 2 tears ran down Lena's face at once. Deja! Shinjo clenched his fists and bit his yap, but couldn't do anything useful. I think that Deja Altman, perhaps, is not so much a demon. Someone in the crowd loosened up. I think so. Demons don't fend off attacks for humans. That fireball just now was. The man said, turning his gaze to the Kyrialoid but not daring to say any more. Daddy, Deja, he's so sad. The little boy, in the midst of his father's arms, looked at Deja unforgivingly. I was wrong. That father shook his head, then said aloud, we were all wrong. It's Deja Altman who's here to protect us. Kyrie Lords, that's evil. A shout brought everyone to their senses. The Deja in front of him fell to the ground to protect the humans, and was about to be killed alive. Everyone was reflecting on what they had just said to Deja. Deja did everything he could to protect humanity. Instead he had to be abused and ostracized. Deja Altman, that's our friend. The Kyrie Lords are demons. Demons. Deja, stand up Deja. Can't lose. Deja. The people's afterthought cries were already a bit blurry when they reached Daegu's ears. The scene in front of him, too, gradually dimmed. The lobby of the Victory Team headquarters. The screen showed the frequency of the flashing timer on Deja's chest, growing at breakneck speed. It won't be long before the twinkling jewel on Deja's chest goes out completely, and then, Deja should just die. Nozomi looked at the image on the screen and said to Megumi Izumi with a complicated face, is there any way to save Deja? Megumi Izumi stood up excitedly and opened her mouth to ask, and Norai shook his head, not really knowing a way to channel energy to Deja. Only, it wasn't Nozomi that Izumi Megumi was asking about, but the Urei in front of her. Once a light giant loses its light, it becomes incapacitated, become a body to be slaughtered. Urei shook her head and disappeared in front of Megumi Izumi's eyes after saying those words. Giant of light. Light. Megumi Izumi reacted and said to Nozomi, Nozomi, get my PDI into the TV station. Understood. Nori listened, and then worked his way through the computer. The PDI of Megumi Izumi was soon plugged into the TV station. When Megumi Izumi saw this, she turned on the PDI, and at once the public screens in the cities of all of them showed a picture of Megumi Izumi. I'm Megumi Izumi, captain of the Victory Team. Citizens, wake up quickly. In fact, those who call themselves angels, they are the demons. Deja Ultraman, who has been fighting for his life to protect humanity. Now that Deja is in danger for protecting humanity, please give Deja power. I implore you all, give Deja the light. Give light to Deja. With those words, Megumi Izumi closed her PDI inside. What happens next is left to fate. Good. Give Deja the light right. Shinjo ran straight to the edge of the battlefield when he heard Megumi Izumi's words, and, turning the flashlight he had with him on, he shone it at Deja. Lena also arrived later, giving Deja light in general with Newtown. This light, it's not enough. Sukata Hori also came to the duo and took out the glowing object he was carrying. The shine on Deja. Just then, the roar of a car came, and Zong Fong and the others turned around and a large number of cars converged from all directions and stopped beside Deja, their headlights all shining on him. The citizens didn't freeze in place. They searched for the glowing object and came to Deja's side. Shine the light on Deja. Whether it's a flashlight, a headlight glow stick, or some other illuminating object, as long as there's light, all of it was used by people. Hori looked at one with a lighter in his hand and stared. Suddenly, lights came on in every room of a nearby building, shining Deja in the light. Watching the scene, Megumi Izumi, who was in the lobby of the Victory Team's headquarters, quietly wiped her tears from her eyes. A smile appeared. The timer on Deja's chest flickered slower and seemed to be gradually regaining its energy. In Kiko Masaki's eyes, it was not the light of these irradiators that gave Deja his strength. Instead, a golden glow flowed out of each person's body and into Deja's. Light. In every ordinary person, there exists light. Kiko Masaki froze in his tracks. Looking to Deja, a wave of complexity came over his face. Daiku, you were right. As for the 2 Kiri Lords, seeing the power of the faith taken from them right before their eyes, extremely angry, the second-generation Kiri Eladites came even closer to Deja, raising their bone blades high in the air and, it's time to take care of Deja before he recovers. P.S. It's time for another weekly recommendation for votes. Please lend me your recommendations. Chapter 48, Accidentally Crushed to Death. The Kirids were wrenching at the stone door with all their might when they heard a woof. Then it only felt as if his body had been hit by a meteorite, and a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. With a loud boom, Su-ming slammed into the Kiri lodger and a large amount of black clouds rose up in front of that stone door because of this rush. When the black cloud cleared, the Kiri lords came back to their senses. Looking again at the stone door, it had been slammed shut completely by his own body, leaving not a single gap. The Kiri lords were dumbfounded. Looking back at the culprit, it turned out to be a monster. Where are the wild dogs from? Get the hell out of my way. Enraged, the Kiri lord kicked at Su-ming, trying to kick him off the clouds. Su-ming dodged and turned to avoid the kick from the Kiri lord. Then a tail lashed out. The god dog swings. With a snap, the tail lashed against the Kiri lordians, but the Kiri lord did not move at all, and instead grabbed the tail as soon as he could. No way. Su-ming didn't expect the intensity of the second-generation Kiri lodgers to be so high. It was too late to be caught by the tail. With a swish, Su-ming was thrown down from in front of the stone door. Ground. Kigo Masaki is in the midst of a fierce battle with the primordial Kiri lodges. Having fought for so long, this Kirialoid has reached a state of exhaustion. 2. Under a detail, he was smashed by Kigo Masaki. The energy coalesced in front of Kigo Masaki's chest, and proceeded to aim it at the Kiri lord. The hands were in the shape of an L and released the must-have. Without a doubt, the primordial Kiri lodges exploded under the light of Kigo Masaki's light, turned into broken pieces and scattered all over the ground. How dare you stop the great god Kiri lord from descending into the world? Seek death. At that moment, the black-robed man arrived in front of Masaki Kigo's huge body and said viciously. Then, centered on the black-robed man, purple flames rushed out from the ground, wrapping his body. Under the flames, the black-robed man giganticized and another second-generation Kiri lord appeared before Kigo Masaki's eyes. It's really one fight after another, Horii said, shaking his head as he watched the scene. But Deja Altman had gradually risen to his feet under the glow of the crowds. Sagittarius is sure that with the addition of Deja, everything will be fine. Just as Kigo Masaki prepares to answer the call to arms, clenching his fists at this new appearance of the Kiri lodges. As he set up his starting stance, Su-ming, who had been kicked off, fell from the sky and pressed himself against this Kiri lord. Having suffered such a heavy blow, the Kiri lord reached out a hand under Su-ming's torso and trembled and fainted. I can't believe it doesn't hurt much when you fall this high. Getty's body is really thick. Standing up, Su-ming was surprised and said to Masaki Kigo in front of him, Kigo Masaki, why don't you look underneath you? Masaki Kigo's voice reached Su-ming's ears. When Su-ming heard this, he looked down and was silent for a moment. Quick, patch him up while he's sick. Hastily getting down from the body of the Kiri lodger, Su-ming's mouth unconsciously gathered energy in his mouth. Then it sprayed toward the Kiri lords lying dead on the ground. Boom! Without any defense, the Kiri lodges in their fainting state were just killed by Su-ming in seconds. Kigo Masaki was speechless for a moment at the sight. It took his own desperate efforts to take out a Kiri lord. Turns out the guy sat one out the second he got on the field. Pissed off or not, Daiko also revived completely at that moment. Looking around at the people who kept giving them light, the heart couldn't help but be moved. People are finally coming to their senses. Turning his head, Daiko looked at Kigo Masaki and Su-ming, then nodded to the two. The three of them set their eyes on the last purple-black cloud above. There, the Kiri lords were desperately breaking the stone door, trying to get it open again. Leave it to me. That was all Dega said, and then he transformed back into his composite form and shot up into the sky, quietly hovering above the sky, against the stone door of they. Then the Japeriu line was built up. Endless rays of light converged on Degu's chest, with a few golden particles that the Japeli AO light blasted toward the ancient stone door. The Kirialoid turned and crafted a barrier, trying to ward off the light attack. However, the barrier shattered directly under this powerful energy. Then it blasted over the Kiri lords and the stone door. The firelight rose to the sky, illuminating the entire night sky, and the stars were eclipsed at this moment. The gate of hell exploded with a sound and dissipated in the flames, landing slowly on the ground. Daiko gave a thumbs up as he looked towards the people who were cheering towards him. Then he extended a hand to Kigo Masaki. Seeing this, Kigo Masaki also extended a hand to shake, and the two nodded to each other. Just as Su-ming was scratching his head in embarrassment, Dega stuck his hand over, holding Su-ming's dog paw. Su-ming was slightly stunned, only to feel a warm current surging through his heart, soothing his body. This is gaining the light of the Jinn? Su-ming would believe it, but he didn't know how to check the heart's abnormality. Without lingering too long on the ground, the two giants of light that A giant dog of light just flew into the sky and disappeared from the crowd's view. That flying monster just now seems to be in league with Ultraman. Ha! Horii said with wide eyes as he looked at the three figures disappearing into the sky. What's a gang or not a gang? So hard to hear. Should have said Ultraman's partner. Shinjo patted Horii's head and spoke with a smile. Yeah, right. Instead of disliking Metro back this time, Horii smiled just as much. Back with Kigo Masaki. In the underground labs of Setic, Su-Ming only felt as if Masaki Kigo had gained something more after this battle. Daegu is right. Suddenly, Kigo Masaki spoke up. What right? Su-Ming was momentarily puzzled, not understanding what Masaki Kigo was talking about. Daiko's beliefs were right. Kigo Masaki continued. He always said that to do what he could for mankind. He did. He showed me that in ordinary people, there is light. So, Su-Ming remained puzzled. So, I researched it the wrong way. I shouldn't have just focused on genetic power. Kigo Masaki looked up and sighed. Sometimes the power of the heart is stronger than any power, isn't it? Saying that, Kigo Masaki pointed at Su-Ming's chest, which was Su-Ming's heart area. The power of the heart. Su-Ming placed his hand over his heart area, pondering. Chapter 49, Spaceship Mechanical Island. Eyes wide shut. Daiko's contact information. Su-Ming asked for it through Kigo Masaki. There was supposed to be a position in the TPC for the Cosmic Development Program. It wasn't hard for Kigo Masaki to find out the contact information of a member of the Victory Team. Upon learning that the Victory Team had named the second light giant Gaius Shadow, Kigo Masaki gladly accepted. For some reason, Kigo Masaki thought that the name did fit. Su-Ming was lying on the big soft bed, his hands resting on the back of his head, staring at the ceiling and thinking about life. Himself became giddy for the battle this time through heart projection. Last time it was Evil Deja. It's also known as Gaijin Ultraman in the words of Team Victory. Both transformations were different characters, which made Su-Ming have doubts. However, there was one thing that Su-Ming roughly guessed. When he was in the base of the Raven people, both Deja and Gaius Shadow had appeared, and perhaps because of this, it was the Gaius image that was among the projections of the runic aperture. Can't you transform at the same time? At first when he turned into Gaiku himself, Kigo Masaki also lost his ability to transform. It is enough to show that the projection of one's heart that only light giants or Geti light giant dogs that have not transformed to fight will appear. If the puppy had been there to turn into Geti, then he shouldn't have been able to turn himself. The other thing was the warmth that came into my heart when I shook hands with Deja. Maybe, I can turn into Deja too? Thinking of this, Su-Ming's mind appeared in the real world with the stone statue of Deja sleeping at the bottom of the river. If one could turn into a Deja, would that stone statue still serve a purpose? The appearance of the Giants of Light, the disappearance of the Kiri Lords. It made the world, which had been in turmoil for a long time, peaceful for a while. After the disappearance of the gates of hell, all the angelic shadows in the world became invisible. However, Su-Ming knew that the Kiri lodges had been hiding amongst the crowd. They were able to hold back for 30 million years. They will be able to hold back on Earth for much longer. Victory teams always get a break these days. Those monsters or cosmonauts, after realizing that the Giant of Light existed on Earth, none of them dared to act recklessly, and one of them hid. I mean, Horii, could you improve the weaponry on the Flying Swallow a little more? Now the Flying Swallow was really struggling to fight the monsters, Newtown said as he opened his mouth to spit in the lobby of his headquarters. Flying Swallow 2's Texas rays are only capable of smashing weaker monsters. There's nothing you can do when it comes to the stronger ones. Lena sighed as well and spoke up. And speed-wise, some of the monsters we can't catch up with anymore. There's no point in you guys talking to me, Horii said, scratching his head. But Dr. Yatsuo's Mega's power system is said to be ready to be loaded onto a fighter. Yeah, great. Lena and Daegu couldn't help but cheer. Daegu, who had recovered, learned a bit about the Mega's power system. As long as it's loaded with this kind of power, it'll be able to fly the Swift into the universe, fighting in space at very high speeds. In the universe, a huge island came out of nowhere and hovered silently beyond the Earth. On this island was a gray land that looked like a simple asteroid. It seemed to scan the Earth, and then the island surprisingly made a metallic sound. Extraordinary energy source detected. Prepare for exfiltration. After a few moments of pausing beyond Earth, a single metal arm stretched out from this gray land and crawled out from inside the ground. A single brown mechanical life form appeared in the middle of the island, then took a long leap in the direction of Earth. At that moment, a huge black airship battleship drifted over from the universe. The battleship seemed to have spotted the huge island beyond the planet, and paused slightly under there. But after a few moments, he arrived by the huge island and concealed his form. Then, two streams of green light appeared from where the battleship was and, rushing down toward the Earth. Getting back to the real world is a crucial thing. Su-Ming was worried that if as much time had passed in the real world as it had here, I'm afraid I've suffered far more disasters than this world. Now that Su Ming had the ability to transform and fight, there's no telling when it will trigger, but at least it's there. Finding your way back. It's natural to embark on a journey. This kind of thing, Su Ming searching for it alone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But the only person who knew about himself coming from the real world was Daegu. Whether or not to tell Kigo Masaki, Su Ming hesitated. The more people who know, the more dangerous their situation will be. Just as Su Ming hesitated, the doorbell of the courtyard rang. Su Ming arrived at the gate and was slightly stunned that it was Daiko and Masaki Kigo. Both came to the door at the same time. I think it's time we talked together. Kigo Masaki took the lead, and Daegu nodded. Ring Road. The three of them just walked step by step through the silent night. Though it would be weird for three men to be seen walking together at night, but at this late hour, the roads were largely devoid of pedestrians. I want to ask Su Ming first. Daegu spoke up. I've been wondering ever since I transformed. How did I transform without a stone statue? Faith. Su Ming replied directly. It's conviction that made you become a Deja. If what happened to Kigo Masaki was a miracle, then in Daegu that is a miracle beyond imagination. At least, Kigo Masaki himself possessed the gene of light, and when he transformed for the first time, there are also stone statues behind them. And Daegu? The Transformers all came out of nowhere. This is the power of mind only in the world of Ultraman. But, Su Ming, you said that Deja stone statue is in another world. Daegu continued. I didn't revive the stone statue of Deja. You can leave that stone statue alone. You've transformed successfully anyway. Su Ming spread his hands helplessly. Oh, Kigo Masaki labored to look at Su Ming with interest. It seems that I know a little more. Daegu looked at Su Ming with a slight blink of an eye, an apology on his face. Actually, I had already guessed that. Kigo Masaki said, you know so much. It's not like I have any identifying information in this world. Do I need to be told? Alright, then I'll confess as well. Seeing this, Su Ming no longer had any concerns. I have a favor to ask of you both. Both Daiko and Masaki Kigo looked at Su Ming in surprise. What's all this begging for? My homeland, the other world, is in dire straits. If I'm able to go back one day, I'd like to ask the two of you, Daiko and Masaki, to join me in saving the world. P.S. Friends, it's that crucial time again. This recommendation PK is extremely important. Phantom Moon here on his knees to ask for a recommendation ticket. On his knees to collect. Chapter 50, Vampire releases Mariganiza. By your homeland, you mean the Earth of the parallel world, right? Masaki Kigo stopped and looked at Su Ming and said, that's right. Su Ming exhaled deeply and nodded his head, saying, there were no light giants there, but there was an invasion of monsters and cosmonauts. Mind you, I started out as a normal person too. I see. Masaki Kigo showed a hint of a smile. Actually, I'd quite like to see what's Earth like in the parallel universe. When you find your way back, take me with you. I'd also like to see what happened to the stone statue of Deja that was sent to the other world. Daegu thought for a moment and opened his mouth to say to Su Ming, thanks a lot then, DDT. Suddenly, Daegu's PDI rang. Opening it up, it was a message from the victory team. Daegu, there's been a suspected vampire crime in your neighborhood at Point Beyond Circular Sea Road. Please quickly rejoin them at Newtown. Izumi Megumi's voice came out, causing Daiko to faintly stare. Understood. After closing the PDI, Daiko said goodbye to Seo Ming and Kigo Masaki. Then he quickly rushed to the place of the incident. Vampires? This world is pretty complicated. Shaking his head, Kigo Masaki didn't mean to get involved. Wait. While Su Ming took out a flashlight and pointed it to the darkness in front of him. There seems to be something there. Is it any wonder that it's such a coincidence that we've actually met a vampire? Smiling, Kigo Masaki did a warm-up and prepared for battle. The flashlights turned on and the light shone in the darkness ahead. What came into view was not a so-called vampire, but a brown metal robot. What the hell? Kigo Masaki was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and, planning on checking out what's going on with this robot. Just then, the robot moved. Turning his head, he seemed to be staring at Kigo Masaki, then took a step forward. Kigo Masaki stopped warily at the sight. Then the eyes narrowed slightly, and when the robot was only a step away from a spinning roundhouse kick flung itself at its head. Only a clunking sound was heard, and the robot's head fell right off and landed on the ground, and it itself was incapacitated and stopped in its tracks. Copernicus has appeared. Has the TPC already developed the Magus power system? Su Ming said with a frown after carefully surveying the robot. Copernicus, indeed, is a great foe. In the original episode, the first time Deja Ultraman dealt with this guy, he was almost killed by it in the same way. Copernicus? Masaki Kigo looked at Su Ming. It seems you know the identity of this robot, Magus Power Systems, and I've had discussions with Dr. Yatsuo at TPC. It only entered the experimental stage a few days ago. After a pause, Kigo Masaki continued, listening to you. The robot named Gobnu came into existence because of the Mega's power system. Actually, Gobnu's defense is very strong. Su-ming walked forward and picked up Gobnu's head and, it's just a ploy on his part that you can knock his head off so easily. Oh, Kigo Masaki tapped the mechanical body in front of him. This robot. It's amazing that you have the ability to think. Yes, there isn't just one Gobnu. Most of them should have descended on Earth by now. Su-ming nodded and said, guess what? Team Victory got the body of Gobunu after defeating him. Where it will be taken. Bring it back to the headquarters base. Of course, it's an old tradition of theirs. Kigo Masaki smiled and replied. You mean? Quickly responded Kigo Masaki. Copernicus' ploy to get the Victory team to take them back to TPC? A man in a white robe, walking on a dark night road. A small communicator appeared in his hand and the man spoke. Imai, have you placed Maru Shonaiza 2 yet? It's been resettled. Adamu, where's Maru Shonaiza 1 on your side? A young girl's voice came from the other side of the communicator, asking the white-robed man. It's been placed, and tomorrow this prehistoric museum will open its doors. Let the humans on Earth see the majestic stance of our dinosaurs millions of years ago. The man in white got excited as he spoke. The Naga promised us that it'll give the Earth back to us dinosaur people to rule. Maru Hakaniza, on the other hand, will help us clean up the planet. What are you guys? Before the words are finished, the white man, Adamu, then saw a line of humans in black clothes and robes appear in front of him. Only, at Adam's question, the group of black-clad men didn't respond. Instead, he lifted his head, revealing a purple-hued face and sharp, pointed teeth in the dim streetlight. Mutated humans? Frowning slightly, Adamu revealed 2 sharp green dragon claws from within his robes. It's just that those black-clad men didn't pay any attention to Adam's 2 dragon claws at all. With a few swishes and swishes, he swept towards Adamu and opened his bloody mouth to bite down on his neck. Seeing this, Adam had no choice but to swing out his green dragon claws in response. Adam, what happened? A young girl's voice came out of a communication device that had fallen to the ground. But snapped and stomped in the middle of the fight. Buzz. The moment the instrument was trampled, the biochemical cybernetic dragon that Adam had placed under the prehistoric museum's floor, Maru Shonaiza I, opened its eyes. Then with a loud boom, the prehistoric museum building collapsed completely. The giant dinosaur, Maru Shonaiza, let out a dragon roar and broke out of the ground. The lobby of the Victory Team headquarters. Nozomi pulled up an image of Maru Shonaiza 1 and exclaimed, dinosaurs at the prehistoric museum near the Ring Road. What? Megumi Izumi looked at the screen in surprise, then hurriedly contacted Sufan. Commander, if there's no sign of the E-vampire, hurry to Area A of the Sea Ring Road, where a dinosaur has appeared. Dinosaurs appear? Zongfan's eyes widened as he spoke. I see. After turning off the PDI, Zongfan looked at the black-robed men in front of him who had already scattered and fled. Stomped his foot hard. Commander, let's deal with the dinosaurs first. Newtown walked over and spoke up, saying, we've got one of the vampires as well. Go back and test her body's data properly. Pointing to a woman lying on the ground, Metro looked to Zongfang. Zonata nodded, then said, Rina, Horii, you guys first send the suspected vampire woman back to the base, and then come to support in the flying swallow. Daegu, Newtown, come with me to Area A. Understood. The Victory Team crowd nodded and then dispersed. Copernicus's robots also appeared all over the city at this time. An attack is launched on the bustling city in order to find the Mega's power system. Chapter 51 The vampire who intends to develop from the mountain village is parasitized. Back at Setic, before Kigo Masaki had a chance to do some research on Gobunu, then the news of the appearance of dinosaurs was received. Su-ming was also confused after hearing this. I thought the world would be a little more peaceful with the presence of the Giant of Light, but now it seems that the foreign invasions are still rampant. Gobnus, vampires, dinosaur people, it all comes together. Shaking his head, Su-ming wanted to return to his world more and more. If the world of Deja is so dangerous, what about the real world with its countless monsters and cosmopolitans? Wouldn't it be worse? As for the way back, there is no temporal rift in Everest. Su-ming doubted that there were any cracks on this earth. Could a time rift exist in the universe? However, there was one thing that Su-ming could be sure of. If there was a temporal rift in this world, and it's the same as in the real world, so one can definitely recognize it. According to Kigo Masaki's recommendation, if one were to observe the universe for something like a spacetime rift, you can go to the space station, or the Cosmic Observation Center. Gobnuts, vampires, Dino people, those guys will be taken care of by Team Victory and Deja. After knowing the location of the Cosmic Observation Center, Ming set out the next day in search of his home with an introductory business card from Kigo Masaki. There's no way to get to the space station. Only the Cosmic Observation Center, which is located in the mountains, can be visited. Just as Ming set off, a meteorite passed between the mechanical island and the stealth battleship in the universe, fell from the sky, and landed on a large mountain. And then, in the midst of a thick mist drifted out. An army of vampires is secretly hiding in the middle of the city. After all, it was the abundance of humans in the metropolis that allowed the vampire clan to thrive. But one vampire produced a different idea. He believes that suburban villages are equally important locations for the development of a vampire clan. And the risk is still low. It's safer. So, one dark night, this vampire came to a village at the foot of a mountain. Jie, stupid humans, sooner or later all of them will become one of us vampires. Letting out a laugh that wouldn't live for more than 2 episodes, the vampire, dressed in black, took a step towards that village. As we walked, the vampire was in a hazy mist of. A villager was seen walking slowly. Well, you're my first target for developing a vampire army in the village. Showing 2 sharp teeth, the vampire assumed a menacing demeanor and walked towards the villager. However, after taking a full look at the villagers, the menace on the vampire's face gradually transformed into confusion. The villager was seen with a crooked neck, blackened and stiffened, and on his neck, there also seemed to be one large tumor that looked like a peeled peach. This guy's face color, why is it darker than mine? The vampire froze for a moment, surprised. Then, they watched as the creepy villager slowly raised the axe in his hand and stepped forward again. A white mist drifted in from nowhere and filled the village. It's like a dead air settling at the foot of the mountain. Realizing that something wasn't quite right, the vampire turned around in a hurry, trying to get out of this weird place. However, after turning around, the vampire realized that, behind himself at some point, a group of villagers had stood, again with deathly pale faces and neck tumors like peeled peaches. Ghosts, terrified, the vampire cried out and ran off with a jump. Only, a few strings of tumors suddenly sprang out of that mist and chased after the vampire. Ming came to the foot of the Cosmic Observation Center, carrying a hiking bag on his back. Prepare to travel to your destination, though the sun's not out yet. However, Ming estimated that the personnel of the Cosmic Observation Center should have already gone to work. At the foot of the mountain was a village, and Ming followed the directions on the map and need to pass through this country lane. It was only after entering the village that Ming realized that it was surprisingly quiet. Where is everyone? Ming's brows furrowed slightly. Then he placed his hand on a short blade at his waist. The chopper was too heavy and had to be boarded, so Ming didn't bring it. Instead, he switched to a lighter weapon. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. Ming only intended to pass through this village quickly. However, just after reaching the center of the village, Ming heard light footsteps. Alertly, he turned his head to see a group of villagers, like zombies, standing silently behind themselves, each holding a weapon in their hands. They stared at themselves in deadly silence. This scene did make Ming startled, and he directly drew his short blade out and took a few steps back. The one on their necks is a Magonia parasite. Ming was surprised and looked at one of the villagers dressed in black. In the mouth of this villager, there are 2 sharp teeth. This guy's a vampire? Parasitized by a Magian life form? With a strange look on his face, Ming then turned around and ran. No matter what kind of person it was, if they were caught by this group of villagers after parasitizing, they would surely die. Soon, Ming escaped into the mountains and those villagers didn't catch up. Only, with a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, Ming knew that he had gotten himself into a predicament. Ming just didn't expect that Magonia, the parasitic monster, would appear at this time. This guy is afraid of water and knows that finding a water source should make him safe for now. Hiding behind a large tree and looking at the mist that appeared from nowhere, Ming pulled his legs out and ran. In this mist, several bunches of peeled peach-like tumors rushed out and sped towards Ming. Lena and Hori returned to the TPC HQ base with the unconscious woman. In the special observation room, Mayumi left the room after drawing the woman's blood. The door is guarded only by 2 police officers. Lena and Hori have piloted the flying swallow forward to support Sakata and the others. After there was no one in the room, the woman snapped her eyes open and then rushed out of the special observation room, exerting superhuman strength to put down the 2 guards at the door, then ran straight to the Victory Team members' housing. Although police officers along the way spotted the fleeing woman, and yet it was difficult to catch this guy who had great speed. It wasn't long before the woman found her way to Megumi Izumi's residence. There was a bang as the door slammed right through the woman. In her surprise, Megumi Izumi was tackled to the ground by the woman. Vampires, wide-eyed. Megumi Izumi saw the woman's face darken and then 2 sharp teeth grow. With a loud roar, The vampire woman opened her bloody mouth long enough to bite down on Megumi Izumi's neck. Buzz! A white light suddenly emanated from Megumi Izumi's body. The vampire that had pounced on it was violently impacted away. With a bang, the vampire was swept out by this white light and slammed into the wall. Looking again to Megumi Izumi, there was a glowing white void floating silently in front of her. Phantom Mercy. P.S. The book group has been created. Book lovers can enter the group. No. 460807579. Chapter 52, Daiku, Fian no. 1. Sorry for the transformation. A particle of light swirled out of the psionic mercy scattering's hand and slowly drifted toward the vampire woman. After the light particles came into contact with the vampire woman, the vampire woman only felt a stinging pain on her body as if she had been burned. However, under Megumi Izumi's gaze, the woman's face turned a bit whiter and the two fangs retracted a bit. Unable to bear the pain, the woman staggered out of Megumi's lodging house, made a mad dash in the direction of the deck. Then with a flutter, he jumped into the vast ocean. Captain Izumi Megumi, are you alright? The police officer who arrived late was startled to find the door to Megumi Izumi's room broken open. After seeing that Megumi Izumi was fine, she breathed another sigh of relief. I'm fine. The phantom mercy void had disappeared, and Megumi Kumi slowly stood up and walked towards the victory team hall. I didn't think I'd be attacked if I just went to my room to get something. Vampires are too wild. Shaking her head, Megumi Izumi intended to let Nozui analyze the data through the most likely vampire nests were measured based on where the vampire incidents occurred. Just then, outside the TPC base, electricity suddenly flashed and thundered. An intense electromagnetic wave enveloped the entire base in the sea, paralyzed the entire headquarters' electrical equipment out of control. Megumi Izumi had just arrived in the hall when she saw various devices that were constantly flashing brightly. Nozomi, on the other hand, was anxiously trying to restore the system's facilities, but it was no use at all. No, the whole system is broken, Nuri said in a panic-tight frown. ZZ. Instead, images appeared on the lobby screen at this time, showing the surface of the Earth. The location of the shot looks like it's in the middle of the universe. In this image, a huge invisible battleship was gradually revealed. The Earth will be ruled by us, the Naga. We Nagas are the gods of the universe, so don't put up any more pointless resistance. If you dare to defy us Naga, we will make you regret it. An eerie word came from the screen, warning Megumi Izumi. Then the scene shifts directly to the biochemical electronic dinosaurs that are destroying the city. Is the Naga the one behind the release of this dinosaur? Megumi Izumi looked at the dinosaur that was moving forward on the screen and calmly analyzed it. In the picture on the screen, Team Victory's Flying Swallow 1 and Flying Swallow 2 had also arrived at the battlefield. This time, with Daiko piloting Flying Swallow 1, and the three of us, Lena Newtown Sukata, piloting Flying Swallow 2. Horii, meanwhile, was on the ground analyzing data on the dinosaurs. Daegu, first irradiate this dinosaur with a super telepathic perspective analysis. Have Horii examine its inner workings. After Zhong Fong gave the order, Fian 2 started to attack the dinosaurs, to attract its attention. Daiko nodded inside the Flying Swallow 1, and then drove right up to the dinosaurs. A searchlight protruded from the bottom of the fighter, which proceeded to emit waves of electricity that irradiated the dinosaur's entire body. Soon, the data of the dinosaur's body reached the computer Horii had prepared. Everything in the dinosaur's body was exposed to Horii's gaze. Wait, that red orb in the center of it looks like a neutron bomb. Horii looked at the image in the computer and was shocked. If a neutron bomb of that size bursts into flames, at least half of all life on Earth would be destroyed. Su-ming kept running wildly through the mountains and forests. The fog behind him was in hot pursuit. The parasitic lifeform Magonia's flight speed was extremely fast, and if it weren't for Su-ming's nimble movements, I'm afraid that they've already become zombies like the villagers as they maneuver through the woods. There's the sound of water flowing. Suddenly, Su-ming heard the sound of gurgling water and hurriedly ran in a different direction. As expected, at the end of the mountain forest, a small stream was flowing. Seeing this, Su-ming leapt into it, and that fog behind him couldn't break in time, and went right into the water, too, and the result was an instantaneous disappearance into nothingness, and the flurry of peeled tumors dried up and completely lost their life after meeting the water. That was close. Emerging from the water with a crash, Su-ming greedily breathed in the air. After confirming that the surrounding area was already safe, Su-ming swam to the shore. Now that he had lost his bearings and was soaked to the skin, he could only take one step at a time towards the hill, the Cosmic Observation Center, which is to observe what's going on in the universe and receive signals from the universe. Naturally, it's high up in the mountains. Adamu, are you okay? The young dinosaur girl named Imai, standing on top of a tall building looking at the white-robed man walking over to her. Worriedly, it's fine. Adam shook his head. just ran into a bunch of mutated humans that Marushoniza 1 was inadvertently activated. But it's for the best, said Adamu, looking over at Marushoniza 1, who was on the move. Soon, Marushoniza will purge the earth, and when he does, the earth will then be back under the rule of our dinosaurs. Thanks to the Naga, otherwise we would have died millions of years ago. Imai looked at the sky and seemed to be able to see the huge battleship in the middle of the universe. Activate Marushoniza 2. At that moment, a message was conveyed to Imai from beyond the universe, causing Imai to faintly stare. However, soon Imai pressed the controller that belonged to her, and with a loud boom, another dinosaur breaks out of the ground. What? On the flying swallow too? Metro exclaimed out in shock as he watched the second bioelectronic dinosaur that had appeared. Zongfong and the others also frowned. Feeling tricky. One is fine. Two dinosaurs would be. How did another one appear? Horii watched the scene from the ground in amazement as wait, there's a neutron bomb in the other one too. Commander, if we let the two dinosaurs meet, the neutron bomb's on there. Enough to destroy everything on Earth. Hastily contacting Sukata and the others, Horii said with an urgent tone. They must be stopped. Sukata listened to Horii's words and realized the importance of the matter. Flying Swallow 2 aimed at the head of Maruchinaza I, and then launched an attack. The two dinosaurs seemed to be tugged, and under one step, they approached each other. In the underground lab, Kigo Masaki looked at the two dinosaurs on the screen and shook his head in disbelief. How can the world be destroyed when it is not at the end of its rope? With that, Kigo Masaki raised the transformer in his hand and pressed the transform button. With that, a ray of light rushed out of the Cedric Corporation building and sped toward the site of the incident, and Daegu realizes the gravity of the situation. Then he maneuvered the Flying Swallow No. 1 towards one of the dinosaurs and fired a series of attacks. Fittingly, as Daegu had expected, Flying Swallow No. 1 snapped and was hit by the dinosaur's claw, followed by thick black smoke. Chapter 53, Masaki is happy because he's being punked like Daiko. Suming reached the Cosmic Observation Center with great difficulty, but it was awfully quiet. Looks like the worst happened. Suming gripped the short blade in his hand tightly so that he could give himself a hint of security. The Magonia parasites were spread throughout the mountains and the Cosmic Observation Center was not spared. Slowly, a white mist bubbled up around them. Suming realized that this had become an extremely dangerous place. However, there is definitely water within the Cosmic Observation Center. Without hesitation, Suming directly broke the window and entered, arriving within the Observation Center building. And those fogs were pervasive and also rushed into the building after Suming came in. There, Suming was lucky to see a fire hydrant right around the corner of the first floor hallway. Using his fastest speed, Suming charged straight over. Just as the hand touched the fire hydrant, a tumor suddenly sprang out of the side of the deadly adsorption on Suming's neck. As if electrocuted, Suming cried out in pain and crawled on the ground. Reacting, Suming hurriedly used the short blade in his hand to cut towards the tumor on his neck. It's just that this tumor looks like a sarcoma, but it's surprisingly hard. No matter how Suming chops and cuts it, neither could shake it by half. Water. Standing up from the ground with difficulty, Suming opened the fire hydrant door with a trembling hand. The pump start button was pressed, then both hands struggled to brace themselves against the water valve, but could not muster the strength to spin it open. The flesh tumor on his neck bit tighter and tighter, and Suming's consciousness began to appear blurred. With a bang, Suming sat down directly on the ground, both hands trembling as he placed them on the sarcoma, trying to pull it away from his neck. An arc of electricity ran out at the interface between the sarcoma and the neck. Suming can only feel the pain. It's not going to be just planted here. Clenching his teeth, Suming's eyes snapped open, heart pounding at this point. Flop 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 flop. Time stood still and frozen at this moment, leaving only Suming's rapid heartbeat that could not be stopped. Beneath an extremely heavy heartbeat, a ray of light projected from the heart area of the chest. The runic aperture slowly appeared in front of Suming, opening his eyes in agony. Suming looked at the image of Dija within the runic aperture. Couldn't care less anymore. Using the strength of his entire body, Suming leapt forward and passed through the circle of light. The sarcoma instantly ejected in the light and then dried up and died. And Suming's body was wrapped in light as it passed through the circle of light. It rushed out of the observation center building as a stream of light. Time flowed anew at this moment as a white beam of light descended from the sky and appeared between the mountains. The giant with a huge body showed its silver, purple and red body in the light. Deja Altman. And the fog gradually coalesced into a huge foggy mass. And then in the midst of the foggy mass, it fused into the massive body of the monstrous Magonia. Sure enough, the power from last time. It was Deja. Suming clenched his fists, his eyes like a torch, and struck the Deja starting pose at Magonia. Daegu, are you okay? Sufan's voice came over the helmet's comms and said inquiringly to Daiko, "Command, I'm fine. Swift One has initiated a forced landing. I'm parachuting now," Daiko said in reply to Sufan very calmly from inside the continuously smoking Fianwon. With that, Daegu closed the communicator and took out the divine light rod from his arms. Without hesitation, the transformation button was pressed directly. However, the imagined light did not appear. Daegu looked at the rod of divine light in his hand in amazement and pressed it again. Without turning himself into a Deja at all. What's going on? With a dumbfounded look on his face, Daegu tapped the divine light rod, blew on it again, and then pressed it again. Still nothing happened. No good. Fortunes come in 2s and 3s, and when the rod of divine light fails to work, Flying Swallow I also encountered problems with its forced landing. Daegu exclaimed as he looked at the building that was getting closer in front of him. It was about to crash into the building, but a large glowing silver hand held Fiano. One at that moment. In the midst of the glow, Daegu thought he had successfully transformed, then looked out the window before reacting to what was going on. It's Geikage, Masaki Kigo. The flying swallow I was placed on the ground by Guy Shadow, and Daiko managed to detach himself from the pod. Looking at the huge body of the cover shadow in front of him, Daegu lowered his head again and looked at the divine light rod in his hand, tapped again and tried to transform. Still no luck. Daiko's move was seen by Kigo Masaki, and as sad as it was, but Kigo Masaki found it a bit funny. This guy Su Ming, he finally pitched Daegu once too. How similar Daiko's current behavior was to the last time he couldn't transform himself. How could Kigo Masaki not know what was going on? Seemingly seeing that there was a person who was being punked as much as he was, Kigo Masaki was in a particularly pleasant mood. There was no fear at all as he charged at the two Maru Shonaiza, utilizing more than his usual strength. Kigo Masaki first gave a kick to Maru Shineza I, kicked the stiff-acting dinosaur right back down. Then he ran to Maru Shineza II and prepared to attack, but it didn't realize that a bullet hole had opened up in the chest of Maru Shonaiza II. A succession of artillery attacks were fired. On Earth, is there even such an existence? Adam was on a high building, watching the scene in shock. Adam, can we still live on Earth? I couldn't help but worry at this point. Daegu froze on the ground as Gaiku launched himself at the two dinosaurs alone. Hori, however, walked over at that moment. Daegu, are you okay? Hori asked worriedly when he saw Daiko staring blankly. No, it's fine. Daiko came back to his senses and replied in a hurry. What's that in your hand? Pointing to the divine light rod in Daiko's hand, Hori asked suspiciously. Oh, it's nothing, it's just a regular stick. Hastily putting away the divine light rod, Daegu replied with a smile. Hori looked at Daiko in surprise, always feeling as if something was wrong with Daiko, especially that stick. If it's common, then why did you put it away in such a hurry not to show it to anyone? However, now is not the time to dwell on that. Word just came in from headquarters that the captain was attacked by the vampire woman who brought him back. No injuries though, the vampire got away. Hori opened his mouth and said to Daiko, Dr. Yatsuo at the institute used a little of the energy from the Mega's power system, built a couple UV guns and had them sent to us. I guess now that the dinosaurs are backed up by Gaius Shadow Ottoman, we can go dealing with vampires on the ground. P.S. The book group number is 4608075597. Made a typo last night. The brothers are sorry. Chapter 54, Strong Type and Military Style Fist Go Better Together Chapter 54, Strong Type and Military Style Fist Go Better Together Maraganesa 1 and Maraganesa 2 are completely out of our control. From atop a high-rise rooftop, Adam looked at two out-of-control biotronic dinosaurs it's getting closer. Something was very wrong with this situation, but the duo could only watch the scene from the high platform. The Naga should fulfill their promise and give us back our planet. Imai wasn't confident anymore either. After all, after taking active control of Maru Shonaiza 1 and 2, no more messages came to Earth from the Naga battleships in the universe. It won't. At that moment, a female voice full of majesty came, causing the two to be taken aback and there was a wary turn. Just a long-haired woman in a tight white uniform, was looking at the two of them with a deep gaze. You're the captain of Team Victory, Megumi Izumi, right? Adamu's gaze was somber and, opening her mouth, she said to the woman, I have gotten to know you since I came to Earth. As a human, you are indeed excellent. However, Megumi Izumi ignored Adam's words and continued. The Naga have lied to you. They won't give Earth to you dinosaur people. Your bull ting me. With a fierce look on his face, Adamu extended two green dragon claws from beneath his white robes. But isn't that the truth? Megumi Izumi looked towards the two dinosaurs that were getting closer and closer. As your own kind, these two dinosaurs have been transformed into pathetic bioelectronic weapons. In there were even two neutron bullets installed. Upon hearing this, both Imai and Adamu fell somewhat silent. Indeed, Maraganeza I and Maraganeza II, before they were transformed. It's two live dinosaurs. If those two neutron bombs had made contact, all life on Earth will be destroyed, including you too. Izumi Megumi's words struck Izumi and Adamu like a blow to their hearts. The mind had been shaken, but the mouths of the duo were reluctant to trust the humans who had infested the planet for years. Cunning human, don't even think about straying from us. Looking at Megumi Izumi with a grim face. Adamu stepped forward. The weak are the strong are the unchanging laws of survival in nature. Earth is ultimately the planet of our dinosaur people. After saying that, Adamu leapt forward, his two green dragon claws tearing crosswise towards Megumi Izumi. Megumi Izumi's face did not change, quietly looking ahead. A white light emanated from her body. The Phantom Mercy's silhouette detached itself. Then, a defensive rune coalesced in front of Megumi Izumi's body. Bouncing the onslaught of Adam's back. What? Adam was flicked out in a daze and sat on his ass. Imai reacted and helped Adam up in a hurry. Vigilantly, he looked at the Yurei suspended in the air in front of him. The weak and the strong. Do you know that 30 million years ago? On this very earth there exists a super-ancient civilization that belongs to mankind. Uren's gaze looked straight at the two of them, and he spoke expressionlessly. 30 million years ago, ultra-ancient civilizations? When Adam and Imai heard this, they looked at each other and then shook their heads. The super-ancient civilization of mankind is simply unheard of. But it's true that the weak are the strongest, at least the two of them combined. Nor could he defeat the spirit body suspended in the air in front of him. You win. Adam looked to Megumi Izumi and spoke. If Maru Shonaiza loses to that giant, we will leave this planet. If we have to destroy all living things after winning, then we will live and die with the earth. Megumi Izumi smiled and nodded, and Yurei returned to its body as a particle. Suming didn't realize that he had pitted Daegu because of his transformation. At the moment, it was fighting against Magonia, a monster made up of sarcomas. Compared to transforming into Gaidy and Guy Shadow, Suming still preferred to transform into Dija. After all, Suming knew more about Dija than Gaidy and Guy Shadow. Most of Dija Ultraman's skills, Suming knows in which stance to release them. I don't know if it can be released, but at least I know what the action looks like. Magonia, a beast covered in sarcomas, constantly waving his two large hands and slapping at Suming's body. Suming wrapped his arms around Magonia's waist and lifted her up, falling backwards behind himself. With a thud, the beast then fell headfirst and rolled in mud. However, a stream of light flew from a short distance away and entered Magnolia's body. In an instant, Magonia's fatigue from the battle she had just fought was swept away and her spirit multiplied. Taking a big step towards Suming, Magonia grabbed Suming's arms and threw him out. Suming tried to resist, but it was not helped by the fact that his opponent was even stronger after regaining his strength. Failed to fend it off. No, this guy's mother is on one of the mountain walls, and if the mother is always there, then he can replenish his energy indefinitely. Suming knew that consuming was definitely not enough to wear out Magonia. The most important thing now is to find a way to destroy its mother. Magonia charged at Suming again, knowing that she would have trouble dodging. Suming crossed his two arms under his forehead, and the forehead crystal flashed red and transformed into a powerful type. It worked. I was just going to try it out, but I didn't realize how easy it was for Deja to switch forms. Suming couldn't help but be happy in his heart. With his feet in a bow step, Suming clenched his fists with both hands and impacted against the violently crashing over Magonia. The first form of the military style, the lunge punch. With a loud boom, Magonia was instantly smashed out by Suming's two silver fists. It landed hard on the dirt floor. Powerful types go better with military-style boxing. Clenching his fists, Suming glanced at the fallen Magonia and his confidence skyrocketed. But, a stream of light once again entered within Magonia's body, allowing the beast to stand up once more. Full of power again. Damn it. With a slight blink, Suming realized that he couldn't fight like this. No matter how many times she knocked it down herself, Magonia was able to gain the energy to get back up. Gotta bust its mother first. Leaping forward, Suming flew in the direction where the stream of light came from. However, Magonia was transformed into a fog and caught up with Suming at an extremely fast speed. The fog body will be flying Suming package, in which crackling came the sound of electric arc bursting. Suming only felt his body being attacked by small explosions, and for a moment, his center of gravity was unsteady as he fell towards the ground. Boom! Dust flew, and a crater was instantly smashed out on the land where Suming landed. Shaking the dirt off his head, Suming's chest continued to rise and fall as he stood up. Powerful types are too slow. Looking at the fog rushing down from the sky, Suming's arm once again crossed down over his forehead crystal out. A purple light flashed, and Suming's body turned the color of silver and purple. Deja Altman, aerial type. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Where's my Deja? Deja? Chapter 55, Where's my Deja? Deja? The fog had just landed on the ground, taking the form of Magonia. Suming then flew up into the sky again with a swish, heading towards where the stream of light was emitted from. Magnolia froze before responding, stomping her foot in anger, and it then turned into mist once again and chased after Suming. Only this time, in pursuit, the fog couldn't keep up with the purple body in front of it. Soon, Suming saw a large mass of sarcoma embedded in the mountain wall. A constant flow of energy replenished the fog in the rear. How do you put an airtight must-have? Seeing that the fog was getting closer, Suming hastily relied on his memory of Deja's movements to release the rampart light bomb. Did as they were told. The arms were stretched out flat to the right and left sides, then converged straight upward, and at once the purple light particles converged between Suming's two hands above his head. Suming quickly put his hand down and formed his left hand into a fist behind the right hand, then carries this energy and releases it towards the sarcoma on the mountain wall. The purple light bullets hit the sarcoma with a swish and a loud boom, and the sarcoma exploded on the spot, and the firelight was reflected in this mountain forest even under the white light of day. The fog also arrived on the scene at this point, and Suming could see that the fog became extremely unstable after realizing that the matrix had exploded. Soon the mist coalesced towards the ground, morphing back into Magnia's fleshy tumor of a body. Can you refuel when your mom blows up? Landing on the ground, Suming hooked a finger at Magonia and said mockingly. Although she didn't understand Suming's words, Magonia could see Suming's mocking gesture. After being taunted by Suming, Magonia lost her mind and madly charged forward. Suming is in an airborne type of position and has a more flexible body. Quickly dodged Magnolia's attack, then kicked him in the back. Staggering a few steps, Magnolia flopped to the ground. However, soon the guy turned into mist and spread out in all directions, wanting to escape from this place. Want to go? Suming reacted, but it occurred to him that rampart light bullets might not work on something like fog. How was that move used? Trying to recall Deja's movements in his mind, Suming formed his left hand into a palm and placed it under the timer. The right hand also formed a palm and placed it on top of the timer. Feeling the influx of energy in his body, with a swish, Suming threw out his right palm. However, nothing happened. Mistake? That's how I remember it? Unbelieving. Suming put his right palm back, when the light flashed in front of the timer, and then Yuzhou once again threw his right palm forward. At once, a blue ray of light was fired out, and then it exploded above the fog. Extremely cold ice fog scattered down. After these fogs touched the ice fog, they were all solidified. It then fell to the ground and gradually dissolved. It worked. Sure enough, the freeze ray worked on the fog. Clapping his hands, Suming was planning to lift his transformed state and go to the Cosmic Observation Center to take a look. The people in the Cosmic Observation Center have just disappeared. The odds are that it ran outside after being parasitized by the tumor. Now that Magonia has been wiped out, all those people should have regained consciousness as well. Still, after what happened, I don't think anyone else would let me in to observe. Shaking his head, Suming intended to leave this place. Wait. Suddenly, Suming thought of a problem. That big dinosaur, Marusho Niza 1, was activated last night, wasn't it? Daegu is on this mission. If it is to transform. Suming looked down at his Deja's fighting body and was stunned. You know, you can get occupied by transforming yourself through your heart. Thinking of this, Suming couldn't care less. In an air-type stance, he quickly flew towards the spot where Marusha Kanaiza had appeared. If anything happens to Daegu, the blame must be all on himself. Gaius Shadow Ultraman wasn't afraid to make a powerful light attack on the two dinosaurs. If one accidentally touches the neutron bomb in their chest, then the world is indeed over. That's why, for so long, Kigo Masaki had dared to use only close-quarters combat. To hold the two close. As for the occasional small light arrows released, they only dared to hit the heads of the two dinosaurs. Daiko couldn't transform, and it was indeed a bit too tough to deal with just to cover Shadow. After fighting for so long, it could only be considered a delay for a while, preventing the two from touching each other. Can't Daiko transform yet? Masaki Kigo's chest continued to rise and fall, obviously exhausted. The chest timer also dinged and flashed red. That guy Suming. What the hell happened? Struggling to hold on, Kigo Masaki suddenly felt that being a giant of light wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. At first it seemed like a delightful thing to see Daegu being punked. And now it feels like this Suming guy is a real dog. Based on the results inferred from the current data, it shows that the vampire's home base is located in an old discotheque in the G13 area along the bay at Ring Road. Nozui's message from the PDI reported to Ogu and Hori, saying, "Understood." With a nod, Daiko and Hori prepared to head towards the vampire's home base. By the way, the captain's location is near you. Make sure you keep an eye on the captain, Nori added at this point. Captain? Hori and Daiko were shocked. When did the captain get here? The captain sent you guys a gun, Nuri asked, rhetorically. Don't you see the captain? No. I looked back and saw the gun on the floor. Hori scratched his head and said with wide eyes, Team Hori, Team Daiko, let's go. Just then, Megumi Izumi's voice came from behind the duo. When Daiko and Hori looked back, they saw Megumi Izumi holding a UV gun in her hand. Smiling, he looked in that direction. Just then, a purple stream of light flew extremely fast in the sky. Then with a thud it crashed into Maru Shonaiza 2. All of a sudden, Naraganiza 2 fell to the ground and Kigo Masaki, who was holding on for dear life, also breathed a sigh of relief. The figure in that purple stream of light landed on the ground with a backflip and slowly emerged in front of everyone's eyes. It's none other than the silver and purple Deja Ultraman. What? Dago watched the scene in amazement with a mouth so long it could swallow a goose egg. Megumi Izumi also stared in disbelief at the Deja that appeared in front of her. Obviously Daiko was right in front of us. So why is Deja Ultraman on the battlefield? It's Deja Ultraman. Now there's no need to worry about dinosaurs at all. Only the unsuspecting Horii smiled and said to the duo of Daiko and Megumi Izumi, You're finally here. Masaki Kigo used his best efforts to push Maru Shineza 1 away from him and turned his head to Seo Ming. You'll be in a hurry too. Su Ming joked. It's not me who's in a hurry. Look at the ground. Kigo Masaki finished, riding directly on top of Maru Shineza 1. He then hammered away at him. Su Ming, on the other hand, looked his gaze to the ground, and for a moment, it met with Daigu's astonished gaze. End of chapter. Chapter 56, the coffin board is really quite accurate in choosing people. Chapter 56, the coffin board is really quite accurate in choosing people. Daigu, Captain, what's wrong with you guys? At that moment, the naive Horii also noticed something strange about Ogu and Megumi Izumi. I couldn't help but ask. It's okay, Team Daigu, let's go. Megumi Izumi responded with a smile and replied, then patted Daiko back to his senses. Well, it's okay, let's get going. Daigu smiled, glanced at Deja once more, and left the area with the duo. Su Ming was strangely embarrassed as he watched Daegu leave, but this is no time to be embarrassed. The two dinosaur monsters stood up again and insisted on walking forward with each other. Kigo Masaki's back was against Su Ming, and the timer on his chest kept flashing red. The timer on Su Ming's chest also flashed red, and after releasing 2 skills, the energy is clearly down to the alert level. Should be good for another round. Su Ming carefully observed the distance between the 2 dinosaurs. Prepare to fire the last attack at the right time. You can't attack these 2 dinosaurs with light. At that moment, Kigo Masaki said to Su Ming, or the neutron bombs in them will destroy all life on the surface of the planet. I know. Su Ming nodded. Let's get them closer. First, I'll find a chance to freeze them. In the original episode, Daegu tackles these 2 dinosaurs. It's the freeze ray that restricts their movement and eventually sends the neutron bombs away from Earth. Freezing? Kigo Masaki stared slightly. Deja still has that ability. Deja's capable of so much more. Su Ming said in reply to Kigo Masaki, as he bent down slightly. Does shadow freeze? I can spray water. Kigo Masaki replied, but it doesn't seem to come in handy right now. Su Ming didn't expect Gai Ying to know such a magical skill as otter spray. But now was not the time to think about that. The 2 dinosaurs had drifted together, 2 steps short of touching each other. Without any hesitation, Su Ming instantly released the freezing light at this time. The snap exploded above the center of the 2 dinosaurs. Ice cold, incomparable mist fell in droves, covering the bodies of the 2 dinosaurs. There were clicks and clacks, and in no time at all, they became 2 ice sculptures. Here, send them home. Su Ming was the first to step forward, lifting up the Maru Shonai Zaiki, which had turned into an ice sculpture, and flew off into space. Seeing this, Kigo Masaki also rushed forward and lifted up Maru Shineza 2. Follow Su Ming towards the sky. Soon, the duo arrived outside of Earth. What came into view was the giant battleship of the Naga, and the large mechanical island beside it. Kabunu's mechanical island is there too, so let's take care of that in the meantime. Su Ming stopped flying forward. Both hands of the Maru Shonaiza no. 1 detached out of the, slamming into the giant battleship. As an intelligent person, Kigo Masaki also knew Su Ming's intention. Throw the 2-handed Maru Shonaiza 2 at the giant battleship. I'm out of energy, so get away from the light quickly after you release it so you don't get caught in the wave. After delivering a message, Su Ming pulled away from the battleship. Kigo Masaki nodded and stretched his arms back, storing up the obligatory light. After the 2 Maru Shonaiza touched each other, the light fired straight out and, accurately hitting the 2 bioelectronic dinosaurs. Then a destructive explosion arose before the battleship, engulfing the giant battleship in flames. An explosion capable of destroying all life on the surface of the planet, and on the side of Mechanical Island was not spared, either. Along with the giant battleship, It exploded into pieces and annihilated into the universe. An explosion that kills two birds with one stone. A single transformation had resolved the enemies on 3 fronts, something Su Ming had never expected. However, this transformation allowed Su Ming to determine that as long as one has a warm influx in the heart after touching an Ultraman or a shapeshifter, one has gained new shapeshifting powers. That's where the ability to transform into Gaijin came from. And that's where the ability to transform into Deja came from. As for turning into Getty, Su Ming's first transformation, it is rubbing the light of the puppy to become Getty. There was even a possibility that it was Getty's light that activated the special heart he had never known. After settling these matters, Xiao Ming and Kigo Masaki don't have the energy to help Daiko with the vampires either. Having to undo their transformations, the two of them were both wrapped in light and returned to Earth. Ogu, Megumi Izumi, and Horii sneak inside the old disco. It was frighteningly quiet in this dark and stale setting. However, the trio are Victory Squad members, professionally trained to specialize in dealing with these bizarre occurrences. Naturally, it's a great art. Holding the ultraviolet ray gun in both hands, Megumi Izumi led the way ahead. Horii, fat and broad-minded, looked around in the center to see what was going on. Not at all afraid of these ghosts, Dago was more cautious, walking with his back to the duo in case an enemy appeared behind him. Still a little concerned about not being able to transform, but the mission is more important right now. Daegu didn't think much of it. Soon, a man dressed all in black, the vampire wearing sunglasses then appeared under the trio's gaze. It's in the front, it's on the left and right sides, and it's in the back. Without hesitation, the three of them raised the UV guns in their hands and started shooting at the vampires. I have to say, by the fact that UV light does do wonders for vampires, a ray of light strikes the vampire's body, and a blue flame instantly burns on the hit vampire's body. Then he lost his vigor and lay on the ground. Vampires exist because of the vampire virus hosted in their bodies. The ultraviolet light is able to destroy all those viruses, so that a vampire that has lost the virus is just a normal corpse. Horii explained to Daiko and Megumi Izumi as he shot. So, vampires are the living dead, right? Daiko finished off one of the vampires and opened his mouth. It can be interpreted that way. Horii nodded. With a weapon that specializes in vampire restraint, this battle is a crushing game for the winning team. Soon, the three of them killed their way to the underground floor. Within this negative floor of the noble ballroom, there was only one Western-style pitch-black coffin. On top of this coffin, there is also an image of a cross carved. This is. Daegu approached the coffin and put his hand on it, trying to open it. When Megumi Izumi and Horii saw this, they were ready to fight, aiming their guns at the coffin board. The moment Daegu's hand touched the coffin, the panel suddenly opened and then it swallowed Daegu in and quickly closed again, and the UV gun in Daegu's hand fell to the ground. Daiko crew! Megumi Izumi hurriedly made a strong attempt to break the coffin board. Horii saw this and helped out. Just then, another black figure appeared, and the vampire army attacked again. The two had to pick up their guns and resist, unable to attend to Daiko for a while. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Darkness? Vampires, the end is near. Chapter 57, Darkness? Vampires, the end is near. The foggy atmosphere within the coffin was surprisingly a wide dark space. Daegu dropped slow on one knee, landing smoothly and dark purple light flickered in and out of the eerie space. Lowlife, welcome, a voice came, and Daegu looked up, his brow furrowing slightly, only to see a man in a black suit, standing straight ahead not far from the look at yourself with a look of contempt. We, a beautiful group of nocturnal races, will soon rule the world. The man in the black suit said in a contemptuous tone. So you're the ones who turned humans into vampires. Uku's eyes narrowed slightly as he stood up. The man in the suit in front of me was different from the other vampires. So to speak, the man was a vampire himself, not mutated from a human. The man saw Daegu standing up, but realized that there is a hidden light. It's too dangerous. A moment later, the man spoke up and, there is too much light in your person to be a danger, but you'll never win against our god. With that, the man stretched out both hands and looked into the air of this dark space. Daegu also followed the man's gesture, only to see that in the midst of the rolling mist, a bat-like demon was hovering silently overhead. Vampire beasts, Hiranos. Daegu didn't recognize the beast. He just didn't expect that the man was actually aware of the presence of light on his body. Not so long ago, there was a race called the Kiri Elad, and they too wanted to rule the world. Looking to the man, Daegu spoke. Only, they failed to. Not even the so-called God was released. Do you think that with such a God, can it really shake the foundations of humanity and rule the earth? Uku's rhetorical question caused the man to faintly stare. Annoyance ensued. Kiri Elrodians? That's nothing but jumping jacks, the man said, with anger, to Daegu. Their god doesn't deserve to be on this planet at all. I'd say that you guys are the ones jumping the gun, Daegu said, shaking his head. At least the Kirilords will still help humans destroy monsters and gain their trust. And look at you guys. With one sentence, I want to rule the earth. Talking about how the earth is your oyster. Damn it. In the man's fury, the blood-sucking beast, Huranos, flapped his wings and a fierce wind blew within this dark space. Seeing this, Daegu took out the divine light rod in his arms and was about to transform. At that moment, the man in the suit in front of him laughed. Is this what transformed your body into light? So what if it is? Daegu disliked it back, holding the rod of divine light in his right hand as his arm collided with his left arm. Then it swung back up high and pressed the transform button. However, the light flickered on the rod of divine light for a while, but it dimmed, and it was clear that the transformation failed again. But Daiko realized that this transformation failure was different from the one he just had. Just now, the divine light rod hadn't glowed at all, while now it had at least lit up twice. Useless. The man in the suit scoffed. Jealousy, anger, hatred. These locked the hearts of mankind, and the light seems so pale before them. Ha ha. Asshole. Daegu couldn't help but curse. It's just as well that his transformation was useless before. Now that it looks like it's able to transform, it's surprising that it can't succeed in this darkness. The bat-like demon stopped flapping its wings and landed in front of Daikoku. One step closer. For his part, Daiko doesn't believe it and tries to transform again, still failing. As long as you're human, you're bound to have a dark side in your heart. Even you, the guy with the light, will not be an exception. The corners of the suit man's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a mocking tone, you won't be able to turn into light within this dark space. So what if they are? No one is pure light. Every man possesses a different character it's what makes this world colorful. Daegu said loudly back to the man. Whether it's light or darkness. This is all stuff that is bound to exist in people. Most normal. And doesn't mean that humans and you demons are kindred spirits. Good point. The man in the suit snapped his hands together. But, by what right can you humans resist our gods without your light? Ha ha. There is no light. It's still possible. Daiko indignantly raised the rod of divine light in his hand and the surrounding dark power seemed to be pulled by a powerful gravitational force, using the divine light rod as the center, and pouring into it crazily. Soon, a dark and transparent crystal rod appeared in Daegu's hand. Dark divine rod of light. With a firm gaze, Daiko kept his heart and pressed the transformation button. Purple arcs of electricity flowed out from the dark divine light rod, spreading out in all directions. Under a rainbow-like halo of light, Daiko successfully transforms into Diga. Only after the successful transformation, the timer on his chest once again diffused purple arcs of electricity. The color on his body suddenly disappeared, turning into the color of silver and black. Darkja. What? The man in the suit was extremely surprised, but he saw the silver fist growing larger and larger above his head. With that, there was a poof, and he was directly smashed into a pulp. After resolving the vampire that was the man in the suit, Daegu turned his gaze to the blood-sucking demonic beast Holanos. With a fist in the air, he took one step towards this bat-like demon. South Pacific. Remnants deep under the sea that have been sealed for 30 million years. However, the relics, which hadn't moved for millions of years, trembled slightly at that moment. However, it only twitched so much, and then there was no movement. No creature noticed, for the slightest tremor of the relics, the long dormant darkness. There are signs of awakening. Inside the old discotheque, destroying the legions of vampires that had once again attacked, Megumi Izumi and Horii once again made their way to the coffin. Just as Horii tries to open the coffin panel, a powerful darkness impacted from the coffin panel, knocking Horii out and fainting. As this darkness rippled through Megumi Izumi, white light suddenly wrapped her entire body in a. Then the Phantom Mercy's shadow detached itself. What was that just now? Megumi Izumi looked at the coffin panel in disbelief. What a powerful darkness! How is it possible? Uren's gaze also revealed a look of surprise, looking over to the coffin with the engraved cross. How could Deja? What's with this dark power? What happened? Yuriai's rare loss of composure made Megumi Izumi pay attention. The darkness from 30 million years ago has actually revived. P.S. Let's get a bonus rule out for now. Everyday recommendation over 100 plus 1 more. Over 200 plus 2 more. And so on. Haha. That's it for now. I'll change and add more later. I haven't thought of anything else yet. End of chapter. Chapter 58. How dare you call yourself a god in front of Dark Deja? Chapter 58. How dare you call yourself a god in front of Dark Deja? 1,000 pounds slammed out of Daiko's right fist, and the already abused bat demon. It hit the ground hard. Vampire Julanos, as the man in the suit calls him, God. And yet how it pales in comparison at this moment. Julanos tried to flutter his wings to escape from this place, but was caught by the silver-black palms of his feet and, one ripped back to the ground. Daegu planted a foot on the back of Hirano's and grabbed large swaths of the bat's wings with both hands. There was a stabbing sound and the wings ripped apart in pairs. Black sparks kept splashing out of Huolano's wings. This vicious magical beast had its head stomped on the ground, and opened its bloody mouth with sharp teeth to continuously hiss in agony. "How dare you scream!" With a sharp thrust of the foot, the face of Huolanos was pressed hard into the ground, and only 2 clicks were heard. Those 2 fangs broke off instantly. "How dare you call yourself a god in the darkness? You really don't know what you're doing." Daegu taunted at Hirano's, but suddenly felt a trance in his head. "No, why would I say such a thing?" After a moment of clarity, Daegu kicked the Huolanos off his feet, then pulled his arms back and stretched to the left and right side as you go. Endless forces of darkness coalesced from all directions, converging in front of the azure timepiece. Underneath Daiko's L-shaped arms, it launched itself at the already painful Huranos. With a loud boom, Huolanos died in the midst of the dark power that he was so proud of. Relief in the midst of blue fireworks. His chest continued to rise and fall, and it was only then that Uku looked down at his body. Except for the timepiece, which glowed blue, the rest of the body, all were silver or black, and that silver, too, was grayish silver. "Deja, there's darkness in addition to light." Stunned back to his senses, Daiko spoke to himself. Then, just as Daiko tried to undo the transformation state, he couldn't undo it at all. "No, I've just lost some emotional control, and if I don't get out of my transformed state, I'm afraid the darkness will keep magnifying in my mind." Feeling alarmed, Daiko kept meditating, trying to undo the transformation. However, dark emotions continued to fill Daikoku's mind and, for a moment within the brain the sky was at war. Black mist continued to emanate from Deja's body amidst his struggles, and finally, Daiko still hadn't been able to resist the power of the darkness. Within a space that was already filled with darkness, only a glimmer of light in Daegu's heart, if it existed at all. It's hard to overcome the thick darkness. Mechanical Island was destroyed by the explosion of 2 neutron bombs. The Gabanui robots that had been dropped on the planet became homeless outcasts for a while. However, these mechanical lifeforms possess the ability to think for a small percentage of their lives. The mission to eliminate the Magus power system had been instinctively driven, while Team Victory was busy working on the vampire and dinosaur incident. The robots, which are not very powerful, were handed over to the police department. In keeping with an old TPC tradition, Police Commissioner Jigen was no exception. Both liked to bring things from outside to the base. Piles of Gobnu parts were shipped to the TPC's military engineering department. After analysis by the Ministry of Science and Research, these robots have the ability to think independently of each other, and talking to them learned that their name was Gobnu, and learned their purpose to destroy the Magus power system. However, Gigantier believes that the Gobnu bots have been purged and pose little threat. These lumps of iron have outlived their usefulness. That's why Yoshi just sent all the parts of Gobnu to the Ministry of Military Industry, intending to go back to the drawing board and rebuild it. Using these special metal materials, make a robot strong enough to take on the monsters. The math is good, but it's a pity that director Jigong made a wrong move. When all the parts of Gobnu were gathered together, these guys have regrouped. First, it reverts to one small robot. At the end, merging directly into one, turned into a large robot. No good. We've been tricked. Yoshi just reacted to this and hurriedly sent the police officers forward to fight. Copernicus' target was none other than the Magus power system that the Mike was loading for the fighters. "Commander, I can't reach Captain Hori or Ogu. There's an emergency at the headquarters base right now, and the robot Gobnu has come back to life." A message from Norii came in on Zanfan's PDI. Unsure, Rina Shinjo looked at the grim-faced Sakata and, carefully, he spoke up and asked, "Commander, what's wrong? The headquarters is under enemy attack. Newtown and I will fly Flying Swallow 2 back to support the headquarters." Sufan hesitated for a moment and spoke. "Lena, go to the old discotheque and look for the captain." Wildry said he couldn't reach them. In Sukata's heart, he was still relieved to see Megumi Izumi. Understood. When the crowd heard Zhong Fang's words, they also understood the seriousness of the matter. By the way, the UV gun was next to the force-landed Flying Swallow 1. It was a message Hori left me not too long ago. Zonata looked to Lena and spoke. "Get the weapons before you go forward and make sure you keep the captain safe." Understood. Lena nodded solemnly, then quickly ran in the direction of Flying Swallow 1 on the ground. Seeing that Lena was far away, Zhongfang and Metro nodded to each other, and together they boarded the Flying Swallow 2. It rose quickly and sped off in the direction of the headquarters. Lena arrived at the door of the old discotheque with her UV gun in both hands. He was about to enter when the door was kicked open with a bang. Under Rina's surprised gaze, Megumi Izumi walked out quickly carrying Hori, who had fainted. "Captain?" exclaimed Lena, looking at the scene with incredulity. Horii, what happened to him? Megumi Izumi set Horii down and gasped. Lena, quick, carry Horii away together. Ah, yes, Lena said with a nod after a moment of confusion. Immediately afterward, she grabbed both of Horii's shoulders, and Megumi Izumi grabbed both of Horii's feet. Quickly lifted away from the old discotheque. After the duo had carried Horii 100 paces, the building of the old discotheque, without warning, it blew up with a bang. Lena looked in the direction of the collapsed building in shock, and then looked horrified. Deja, why did he turn black? Only the silver and black Deja was seen hovering silently in the sky after breaking through the building. It seemed to be watching for something. In the midst of his surprise his hand let go and Horii fell to the ground. I'm sorry Horii. Lena reacted and tried to lift Horii back up, but Horii opened her eyes at that moment. That hurts. Why am I sleeping on the road? Horii rubbed his head, looking like she just woke up. Captain? Lena? Didn't I just lift the coffin board? What's that? Speaking of which, Horii noticed Deja in the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 59 Heartbeat. The feeling came. Deja, Shadow, Getty. That's 3 giant dogs of light I've transformed so far. Su Ming, who had returned home long ago, kept analyzing his transformation. I haven't discovered how to control which one to transform into, though, it should be manageable. Fumbling with his chin, Su Ming kept trying to trigger the heart's glow. However, it was impossible to summon that runic aperture. It should only be at a life-threatening juncture. Nodding to himself, Su Ming placed the chopper on his neck. Come out, rune aperture. However, no movement occurred. It doesn't seem like a good idea to threaten your heart like that. Scratching his head, Su Ming put the chopper down. The puppy, on the other hand, wagged its tail at the side and watched Su Ming's tawdry maneuvers. How about a jump? A bold idea appeared from Su Ming's mind, but it was quickly shaken off again. This kind of experiment doesn't pay off, and if you do die, there's no chance of getting back to the real world. Just when Su Ming wanted to try bathtub drowning, his cell phone rang. Masaki Kigo? Didn't you just finish fighting monsters? What's the matter again? Puzzled, Su Ming answered it. Have you ever heard of Deja having a dark form? Just after picking up the phone, Masaki Kigo's sentence made Su Ming confused. Deja's dark form? Where did you know that from? Su Ming hurriedly replied. Captain, where's Daegu? Yeah, where's Daiko? As Rina wondered, Horii also asked Megumi Izumi. Daegu can't still be inside that coffin. No way, I have to go save him. What coffin? I'm going too. Lena felt bad about the situation when she heard. Then we'll go with Horii. Don't go. Megumi Izumi suddenly spoke up, her tone a bit anxious. Captain? Lena and Horii both looked at Megumi Izumi, because the duo had never heard this tone of voice from Megumi Izumi before. Captain Izumi Megumi, who had always been calm, seemed to have lost her bearings at this point. The Uku crew was gone. Adjusting her mind, Megumi Izumi opened her mouth. No way. Lena came forward and retorted with a look of disbelief on her face. Just then, more and more people came forward. Because Deja had been hovering in the sky, this caused a large crowd to gather around. Deja, is that Deja? It's so handsome Deja, but why is Deja black? Yeah, I remember Deja having silver, purple, and red. How come there's a black one? We've only met Deja a couple times. Of course we don't know anything about Deja. I even gave Deja a flashlight last time. I drove the car there when Deja needed the light. Me too. What a coincidence. So you were there too. The crowd, you and I, have been talking about it down there, watching the sky as Deja kept cheering. Everyone get out of here. Izumi Megumi, however, yelled from the middle of the crowd. It's dangerous here. This one is a Deja who has fallen into darkness. Everyone stay away. However, no matter how much Megumi Izumi yelled, the surrounding crowd did nothing. Captain, what the hell is wrong with Daiko? Lena responded, asking Megumi Izumi. Daiko he, Megumi Izumi said, gritting her teeth and looking up at dark Deja. That's Daiko. What? Lena and Horii were both shocked. Then they looked up at Deja with equal vigor. And, Daiku, that's Deja. Daegu. Lena looked at Deja lost in thought, disbelief on her face. Was the previous Deja also a Daikoku? Horii then asked suspiciously. That's right. Megumi Izumi sighed and nodded. Deja isn't exactly a god. Instead, it's an ordinary human being. But, how did the captain know? Horii was once again puzzled. Horii, closing her eyes for a moment before opening them. Megumi Hori calmed down and, the Atriide's Magus power system is loaded right. That's right, Dr. Yatsuo, after testing just loaded up the Yateries with the Magus power system. Unsure, Horii nodded. I received a message from Vice Captain Zhongfeng, Robot Kabunu, Who invaded the base? The purpose is none other than the Mega's power system, Megumi Izumi said, contacting Sakata on PDI. Soon, PDI showed the face of Zong Feng. Captain, it's good that you're okay. Seeing that Megumi Izumi was intact, Sakata let out a long breath of relief. Metro and I are getting ready to back up the police department. Is there anything else you need, Captain? Lieutenant, have Metro be the primary pilot, you be the co-pilot, and Norii take control of the control computer. Bring in the Atreides. Megumi Izumi gave a direct order and said to Sakata. What? Zong Feng froze, then quickly responded. Understood. Shinjo heard Megumi Izumi's words from behind Sufan as well. Couldn't help but jump up and down. That's the Atreides. Such a big guy. Let me, a former ace pilot, challenge you. Su Ming and Kigo Masaki were forced to return to the scene. However, because he had just finished a fight, Kigo Masaki was unable to transform for the time being. So, drove the rushed Ozark over. Against Dark Deja, Ozak has nothing else to do but fight. Su Ming couldn't help but spit from the side and said, it's better than nothing. Masaki Kigo shook his head, but the ultra-ancient memories revived inside the dream appeared in his mind. Countless dark giants, and countless light giants. On the battlefield, the two sides fought fiercely, but in the end, a cold, silver-black figure, ruled the battlefield. The blurred figures in the dream world kept overlapping with the silver and black giants in front of them. Jin Masaki Kigo clasped his hands together. It's just that, this Dark Deja, is it Daegu? Su Ming couldn't help but wonder. In the original storyline, Dark Deja's appearance came much later in the episode. The seal on the ruins of Luli is lifted, and the stone statues of the three dark giants are revived. That's what gave Dark Deja the reason to come out. Transforming into Dark Deja requires the Dark Divine Light Rod. But, it's only right that the Dark Giant isn't revived right now. And if Dark Deja is Daikoku, and how did Daiko get the Dark Divine Light Rod? If you can't transform, let me try. Su Ming went up to him, closed his eyes and began to meditate, trying to sense his heart area. Slowly, in Su Ming's ears, only the sound of heartbeats became clearer and clearer. Then it started getting faster and faster. It's that feeling. Continuing to close his eyes, Su Ming placed his hand on the area of his heart. P.S. Yesterday's recommendation votes did not exceed 1,000. Daily 100 recommendation votes plus one more. 202 more. The screenshot of the recommendation votes I will send to the group. Welcome to the Book Friends into the Book Friends group. 460807597. Chapter 60, The Light Evil Deja vs. The Dark Light Deja. The sound of hearts pounding and pounding became clearer and clearer in Su Ming's ears. And Dark Deja is starting to make moves. Looking first to the masses on the ground, Deja's face was unreadable. Then all of a sudden a fist slammed into the building next to him. The building was instantly blasted out of a large hole and collapsed downwards. Seeing this, the crowd fled in alarm and ran wildly in all directions. Megumi Izumi and the others also hurriedly stepped aside and Lina, however, desperately calls out Daiko's name to Deja. The blue sky grew cloudy and dark clouds from nowhere filled the sky over the city. Then, black chi continued to fall from these black clouds, spreading towards the ground. This darkness, Kigo Masaki couldn't help but tense up at the sight. Su Ming's heartbeat, on the other hand, gradually accelerated under the meditation. Come on, come on, come on. The two words kept reciting in his mind, and his heart beat faster and faster. Puff, until an extremely heavy heartbeat fell and the runic aura projected out from Su Ming's heart area. Time suddenly froze and everything around them stood still. The scattered crowds, the nervous Kigo Masaki, the Dark Deja paused in mid-air. There was also the falling black mist, all of which froze at this moment, becoming a still picture. Su Ming's gaze rested on top of the runic aperture in front of him, within which, constantly replacing one image with another, the three images of Gaiety, Gaiety's shadow, and Deja, alternated in turn, as if waiting for Su Ming's choice. Is this asking me to choose who I'm going to transform into? Su Ming was slightly stunned, and then he selected it. Against Dark Deja, Gaiety is definitely out of his league, being a giant dog of light. Aside from the sharp dog teeth that could break armor, the combat power wasn't as high as that of the giant of light. In the case of Geikich, although he's a light giant, he doesn't have the ability to switch forms like Deja does. Skill-wise you don't really know much about it yourself. In the end, Su Ming's finger reached out as the image of Deja appeared and the image of the runic aperture also framed up. It's better to go with Deja. After all, it's familiar, has more skills, and is more capable of fighting. Just as Su Ming was trying to penetrate the runic aperture, the image of Deja dimmed and Su Ming was also blocked before the runic aperture. What's going on? Subconsciously, Su Ming looked towards Dark Deja and, does that mean I can't transform into a Jin with Dark Jin present? Or did I just turn into a Deja and I'm still cooling off? Although he wasn't sure, Su-ming felt that these two possibilities were very high. The images within the runic aperture began to flow again. Except for the image of Deja in which it is dull, Getty and shadows are still available. Then cover the shadow. Su-ming made his decision and reached out his hand as the image of the cover shadow appeared. And the same. The image of the cover shadow was just fixed within the runic aperture. The runic aperture quickly passed through Su-ming's body under his gaze. Frozen time begins to flow again. And people continue to scatter in all directions. The black mist continued to descend as well. A pillar of light broke a large hole through the black cloud and descended from the sky. Within the pillar of light, the figure of the giant of light, Guy Shadow, slowly emerged, forming a claw with his palm. Su-ming spread his two arms diagonally opposite each other. A Gaika Shadow starter pose was struck toward Dark Deja. The corner of Masaki Kigo's mouth twitched when he saw Su-ming's transformed object on top of the high platform. Dark Deja slowly dropped to the ground when he saw a giant of light appear. It seems, an innate hostility. Without any words, Dark Deja's eyes glowed with a dark purple light that, attacking towards Su-ming. Su-ming leaped and landed behind Djat in an aerial pirouette, and the building behind the original location was shattered with a bang under this dark purple light. It became littered with rubble. Seeing this, Su-ming secretly apologized. In the middle of a battle, it's hard to take care of all the aspects. With its huge size, it can easily spread to the surrounding buildings, and even some innocent humans will be killed in the battlefield. Pounding away at Deja's back with a military-style punch, Deja, however, turns around violently and the two punches blasted straight into the silver armor plate on its chest. A hard and cold sensation came from Su-ming's fists, causing Su-ming to be slightly surprised. Deja stood firmly in place, not moving at all. Instead, Su-ming took a small step back due to the reaction of the force. With 4 eyes, a sense of crisis rose in Su-ming's heart. In the next moment, all that was seen was Deja kicking himself in the chest. Su-ming didn't even see his opponent's movements before his entire body flew backwards, his huge body smashing into a tall building. Clap clap clap. Debris and dust fell like rain, constantly falling on Su-ming's body. Su-ming covered his chest while bracing himself to detach himself from the tall building. Wary, he looked at the Jin in front of him. The opponent struck too fast, so fast that there was no way to react. The power is much stronger, and if it becomes a powerful type or it can still fight with it for a while. But the cover shadow couldn't change its form. Just as Su-ming was planning to continue fighting, a large warship flew slowly and quickly from the distance. Behind this battleship, a large brown robot was in constant pursuit. The Atlantis, New City. On the ground, Megumi Izumi contacted Metro inside the Atreides via PDI. Fly over Deja. Understood. Although he didn't know what Megumi Izumi meant, the team members just had to obey the captain's orders. Piloting the Atreides, Metro flew straight towards Deja. Behind them, Gobniu was in hot pursuit, locked in a death grip on the massive hull of the Atreides. Su-ming watched as the Atreides swept over his head, and then over Djaz. Luckily, Deja had been focusing his attention on Su-ming and hadn't made a move on the Atreides. Otherwise the Atreides would simply be gone without the need for Gobniu's hand. Izumi Megumi was relieved to see that Deja didn't make a move against the Atreides. Kind of a good bet. Copernicus' figure followed, flying over Su-ming's head. Seeing this, Su-ming leapt up and pulled Gobniu down. And before he could resist, one flung it toward Deja. There was a thud, and instead of Copernicus crashing through, Deja hugged the robot with a hand that, with that, he threw it heavily to the ground. At once, the houses were overwhelmed by a large area, and dust rose in all directions. Compared to the Ultra Beasts, Gobniu was even more painless, and regardless of how much he flings himself, standing up again, he walked straight ahead. Metro, always stay in a line with Gobniu. Deja. Seeing this, Zhongfang immediately said to New City, nice guy, got it. Shinjo also knew what Sufan was thinking. As long as the Atreides is behind Deja, the Gobniu will keep moving forward towards Deja. After all, this mechanical lifeform was powerful, but didn't think much, so extremely stubborn. Chapter 61. The wind is very noisy today, aha. Copernicus once again moved forward towards Deja, and Su-ming chose to take shelter at this time. The opponents were too strong to fight themselves. Deja hammered his fist into the approaching Gobniu, but to his surprise, this group surprisingly didn't make this iron lump fall apart, but only dented it slightly on top of its iron skin. It seems that this Gobniu's defense is really high. Kigo Masaki, who was high up in the building, saw this and said, stroking his chin, consider remodeling some of the monsters with the material from Gobniu. If you use Garilla's armor and Kabunu's iron carapace, you should be able to make a large turtle. Copernicus had no sense of pain and simply continued on after being hammered by Deja. When Deja saw this, he couldn't help but get a little angry. and pushed Gobnu straight to the ground. It then stomped hard on its chest. Copernicus started to fight back this time, grabbing Deja's silver and black calf with his huge iron palm, then break it off hard. Naturally, Deja wouldn't let Gobnu do that, and kicked Gobnu out of the way with a hard kick. Rushing forward again, he grabbed Gobnu's iron head and twisted it as hard as he could. Copernicus's head, however, was not screwed off. Instead, he turned in the direction that Deja had screwed. Deja, even more enraged, clutched Gobnu's head and violently wrenched it downward. Under Su Ming's surprised gaze, Gobnu's head clicked and snapped off on the spot. It's a ing Gobnui. Not being able to hold back, Su Ming exploded. Gobnu, among the enemies that appear in the world of Deja, is one of the most powerful in terms of defense. The head was just broken off by Dark Deja. Having lost his head, Gobnu exuded a burning aura, and it seemed to Su Ming that this guy wants to blow himself up. Su Ming hurriedly moved away from this place and flew up into the sky, only to see Gobnu's body, which had lost its head, suddenly embrace Deja in a death grip. Megumi Izumi on the ground also realized that things were bad, but the crowd had already scattered in all directions. Now it's just a matter of retreating with Hori and Rina. The Atreides also hastily evacuated the area at Megumi Izumi's command and flew high into the sky. Su Ming noticed the three members of the victory team on the ground and couldn't help but stare. Gobnu was about to explode, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the three of them to withdraw from the explosion with just their footwork. Folding back sharply, Su Ming quickly returned to the ground, and then quickly cupped the three in his hands, recharged back toward the sky. Boom! Su Ming was still evacuating when Gobnu produced a violent explosion with a loud boom. The burning firelight rushed against Su Ming's back, almost causing Su Ming to fall towards the ground with an unsteady center of gravity. However, Su Ming still managed to stabilize his stance and managed to leave the explosion range. Thank you, Shadow, Izumi Megumi said with a slightly complicated heart as she looked at Gaiku Ultraman's face and Su Ming's hands. The white light on his body flickered, as if something was about to come out, but then it escaped back. Su Ming was slightly surprised, but he nodded to Megumi Izumi. Eventually, the three of them, Megumi Izumi, were sent to the high platform where Kigo Masaki was. Masaki Kigo was momentarily speechless when he saw that Su Ming had sent the three men of the victory team. Truth be told, Kigo Masaki has too many secrets of his own and doesn't really want to deal with the victory team. However, at the sight of Megumi Izumi, an image suddenly flashed through Kigo Masaki's mind. It was a woman emanating a holy light, and while light and darkness were at war, leadership on the battlefield. Sis. Unconsciously, those two words came out of Kigo Masaki's mouth. The next moment Kigo Masaki himself was stunned, slightly embarrassed. She turned her head, red-faced, and his mouth babbled, "Ahahaha, the wind today is very noisy, ah." Yes? Lena looked at Kigo Masaki in confusion, and then glanced at the black clouds in the sky that kept leaking black mist. So what? I mean, the clouds are so white. No, the sky is so big. As he spoke, Kigo Masaki stopped talking and simply closed his mouth. Megumi Izumi's gaze was always on Kigo Masaki. From within its body, a white silhouette that Lena and Hori couldn't see floated out. Yui Ren quietly looked at Masaki Kigo in front of her, the corner of her mouth showing an imperceptible curve, like a smile of relief. Looking again at the cover Shadow, which had resumed its flight toward Dark Deja. The thought seemed to go back 30 million years. Once upon a time, the light was so defiant in its constant battle against the darkness, but in the end, if I'm not mistaken, the sister he just called out to would be you, right? Megumi Izumi didn't open her mouth, but Yuri was able to hear her heart. It's me, but he's not him. Shadow was 30 million years ago. Just leave this world already. Yurin opened his mouth and said to Megumi Izumi, he only inherited the light of the shadow of Guy from 30 million years ago. Passing on the memory of the Ultra Ancient. Surprisingly, Megumi Izumi was puzzled again and looked to Kigo Masaki. But, isn't Shadow Ultraman fighting? Why is he? The one who uses Guy Shadow's fighting body is another person with a bright heart. Yui Ren looked to Guy Shadow and spoke up, though I don't know how he did it as an otherworldly visitor but his ability to face the darkness head-on is a true warrior of light. Otherworldly visitor. You mean, Su Ming? Megumi Izumi was incredibly surprised and he was able to become a giant of light. A large explosion leveled the surrounding buildings, and the flames lasted for a long time before dissipating. Deja's figure emerged from it. After all the explosions, there wasn't a single spot of damage on Deja's body. Just some white smoke wafted out from some parts of the body, and soon faded with the wind. What happened here? Daiko's consciousness was slightly restored. Seeing the ruins in front of him, he couldn't help but say in surprise, was it me? You didn't do it, Daegu. Daiko's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Daiko. It was Copernicus who did it. But what's your current state? When he heard Daega's voice, Su-ming knew that his guess was right. Dark Daeja. The very thing that Daiko transformed into. I don't know by what means, but that's the way it is. Su-ming? Hearing the covered shadow in front of him speak to himself, Daega was slightly surprised and, still, it replied, I'm afraid I can only stay awake for a while now. The power of the darkness. It's too strong. I can't suppress it. Well then, while we're at it, let's go to the countryside. After just a few moments of thinking, Su-ming figured out the best way to do it. Have Daiko head for the countryside when he's conscious, so that even if there's a fight, nor will it spill over into the city and the masses. P.S. Starting point recommendation period. Ask for votes. Get ready to pop in next Friday. Chapter 62, His Excellency the Unhuman is alive. Okay, but I could lose consciousness at any moment. So be quick. Daego covered his head with both hands and said to Su-ming, Go! Su-ming nodded, and then rose up in the air, confirming a direction with mountains before. It flew straight through. Daegu had just taken off when the consciousness in his head suddenly fell asleep and darkness instantly took over control of the body. Daeja's hands pulled back and then quickly reached forward, crossing both wrists in front and behind before, spreading out to the left and right. It gathered a powerful dark force. The two arms were combined into an L shape, and furious light energy was released from Daeja's arms. It blasted at a large building on the ground. Su-ming hadn't flown for a while when he heard a loud boom behind him. Turning his head, he was dumbfounded. Daegu didn't follow at all and unleashed havoc on the city, and it's clear that the darkness once again took over Daikoku's consciousness, which has changed back so quickly. This dam simply does not follow the set plot. Breaking into a curse, Su-ming returned the way he came. As Daeja was releasing the darkness Japarayu light, Su-ming didn't hesitate to kick down from the sky. The thud interrupts the release of the light and kicks it to the ground. The sneak attack was successful. Su-ming didn't dare to be careless. This guy is capable of ripping the head off of even Gobnu. Standing up from the ground, Daeja's gaze locked onto Su-ming. Although his mind is full of dark consciousness, Daeja also possesses emotions, and the emotion Daeja was feeling right now was anger, letting out a battle roar from hell. Daeja's silver-colored body swished and rushed towards Su-ming. Where could Su-ming, who was a rookie, resist Daeja's attack? All that could be seen was Daeja's double fists constantly slamming into his abdomen, followed by the intense pain that reached his mind. With a final fierce punch, Su-ming's body was once again sent flying out. Just like that, it wasn't enough to quell Daeja's anger. Lying on the ground in agony as he watched Daeja take a step towards him, Su-ming could tell that the Daeja was trying to eliminate himself as a nuisance once and for all. Walking slowly to Su-ming, looking down at the giant of light that existed amongst the memory fragments, black flames coalesced in Daeja's fist. Su-ming only saw that the fist with black flames was infinitely enlarged in front of his eyes. At the last minute, Su-ming yelled, Daiko! The yell reached Daeja's ears, causing Daeja to freeze for a moment. Right at this instant, Su-ming forced himself to endure the pain in his body and quickly climbed up, flying towards the sky. Daeja quickly came back to his senses and shook off his head, looking towards Su-ming, who was flying away in the sky. Swish chased after him as well. Both Daeja and Gaia's shadow have flown away. Horii looked at the sky and then at Megumi Izumi and spoke. Let's land the Atreides and let's get up there. Megumi Izumi looked towards the Atreides, which was still hovering in the sky, and spoke. But Lena wanted to say something, then closed her mouth. Now that Daiko has turned into Dark Daeja, there's only so much one can do to protect people. Mr. Masaki, would it be possible to travel together? Megumi Izumi set her eyes on Kigo Masaki, addressing it with a polite tone. I'm sure you don't want the world to be ruined in darkness. That won't be necessary. Kigo Masaki turned around and spoke. Me tagging along would only interrupt the victory team on their mission. And besides, I like to go it alone. Alone? Megumi Izumi smiled. I don't know. Are you interested in the broken pieces of the gargoyle statue in the secret box? Kigo Masaki's heart snapped when he heard the word secret box. However, the surface was indeed calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. Hitting the broken pieces of the giant stone statue. That was before. Since the incident with the Kerry Lords, Kigo Masaki has given up on the F program. No longer prepared to increase the number of giants by making stone statues of giants. Because, on that day, he saw a light of his own in people. Human beings do not need guided evolution because they are themselves light at heart. Well, since Mr. Masaki doesn't want to go along, we'll retreat first. With a smile on her face, Megumi Izumi bids farewell to Kigo Masaki. The Atlantis landed out of the sky, and the three of them descended the tall building. Got on this huge battleship again. Sis. Oh, Megumi Izumi, the captain of the victory team is really something. Kigo Masaki had thought that he had contacted Dr. Dan Queen about hitting the attention of the stone statue debris. No one will know. But I can't believe that Megumi knew about this at some point. It was just that the other party seemed to have deliberately concealed this matter and did not act against himself. Boom! Dark Deja fell from the sky with Su Ming in his arms and crashed into a large mountain. Then, the two just fought on top of the big mountain. Mostly it was Su Ming who took the beating unilaterally. Think of it as exercising my resistance to beatings. After being kicked off by Deja, Su Ming stood up once again. The timer on his chest had begun to flash red, and his stamina had begun to fail him. A dilapidated temple within this great mountain, but it was buried in mud because of the battle between the two giants. Then the great mountain began to tremble, and with a few loud thumps, from all four directions of the mountain, the four huge red limbs extended. No way. Su Ming resisted the attack of Deja in front of him, noticing these limbs sticking out of the mountain. This is actually Mount Suna, Sukuna-san, the place where the ancient swordsman, Kanryu Ida, sealed the ghost of Sukuna. Su Ming didn't expect that because of his fight with Dark Deja, destroyed the temple of Inuyasha. The black cloud spread as Dark Deja moved, and the black fog filled the area of Mount Sukuna. In the middle of this mountain forest, a muddled man in black was stumbling along. Above its neck, there were signs of having been parasitized by a Magian parasite. Is it the Gi god of our vampire clan that has descended? The man looked up at the endless darkness in the sky with a pious face. However, soon the man's gray face showed a look of bitterness. But I've been parasitized. I'm not clean anymore. I'm no longer a nocturnal race. I'm actually able to act during the day. Walking over to a pile of mud, the man in black crouched down and sighed continuously. Being a vampire who's been parasitized by some other weird life form, then the life form inexplicably disappeared and mutated itself. It was distressing for the vampire. Suddenly, a samurai sword breaks out of a pile of mud and the swish plunged in front of the man vampire. The movement startled the vampire and he sat on his butt in the dirt. What the hell? Where did the sword come from? Staring wide-eyed at the samurai sword in front of him, the vampire cried out in panic. At that moment, a shadow slowly emerged in front of the vampire. When the man looked at it, he realized it was a middle-aged man dressed in an ancient samurai uniform. Chapter 63, Hand over your body to me and be reincarnated. Your Excellency, not a human being. The man in the samurai suit said bluntly once he saw the vampire man. I'm not human, but you're a real ghost. The vampire was startled. The man in the samurai suit in front of him was clearly a spirit being. Also known as the legendary ghost. My humble self, Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha, would like to use your body for a moment. The samurai man saluted the vampire and spoke. Your Excellency appears to be dead, so go in peace and reincarnate. With that said, Inuyasha's silhouette disappeared in front of the vampire. The next moment, as if by a shock of some kind, the vampire's body shuddered violently and then he stood up with a calm face. Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. I will definitely treat this body well. Giving another salute to the air, Inuyasha stepped forward and one drew the sword that was stuck in the mud. After looking up at the sky and seeing the endless darkness, Inuyasha shook his head. It seems that this time, I am afraid that my humble servant will have difficulty in dealing with the demon. Such a strong black gas. It's a big demon. Boom! Su Ming was knocked to the ground by Dark Deja with overwhelming force and proceeded to receive a severe beating. The timer on his chest flashed madly, and Su Ming knew that he couldn't fight any longer. Otherwise you're bound to get trapped because the timer stops blinking. Knocked away once again, Su Ming lifted his transformation status in the air and landed on the dirt floor. Dark Deja looks around but doesn't see Gaijin's body. A few moments later, Deja took to the air and flew south. Su Ming landed on the ground with a bruised nose, incapacitated by his physical overdraft, fainted on the spot. The three of them, Megumi Izumi, had returned to the Atreides, while the main pilot of the Atreides was replaced with Lena. The co-pilot was given to Newtown. Dark Deja flew in the direction of the South Pacific after defeating Gaia's shadow. Nori tracked down Dark Deja through a satellite map. The South Pacific. What's Dark Deja doing there? Horii asked suspiciously. In the last few days, there have been earthquakes on the bottom of the South Pacific Ocean, which have been getting stronger and stronger over the last few days. There are volcanic eruptions deep under the sea. Waldry's brow furrowed as he operated the computer. Located satellite imagery to the South Pacific seismic zone. What's that? Zhongfang's eyes widened as he saw a black mist on the sea on the screen. How can there be such a thick black fog on the sea? Aren't black clouds only found wherever Dark Deja goes? Horii said in surprise as well. Megumi Izumi didn't say a word. She just kept staring at the black fog that surrounded the South Pacific on the screen. I don't know what I'm thinking. His Excellency seems to be dead. And not quite dead. When Su Ming woke up, he saw a man in black with a samurai sword in his hand. standing in front of himself. Who are you? Su-ming stared blankly at the black-clothed man in front of him, then reacted and, you're the vampire who was parasitized by Magonia. Though the dark man in front of him had a much rosier complexion. However, Su-ming recognized that particular vampire at once. A vampire? Is it also a type of ghost? Inuyasha wondered. Your Excellency is talking about the original owner of this body, right? He has already re-entered the wheel of reincarnation under my guidance. Su-ming looked confused. Only then did he focus on the samurai sword in the black man's hand. Your Inuyasha? Your Excellency is indeed not a human being. Surprisingly, you can tell the true identity of my humble self. Inuyasha nodded and said to Su-ming, my humble self is none other than Inuyasha Koshiro Inuyasha, here to get rid of the Sukuna ghost. Su-ming's mouth twitched as he listened to Inuyasha's words. How did it feel like cursing, even though you knew the other person was talking to you in a very serious way? I'm so sorry, the battle just now accidentally affected your temple, Su-ming said with an apologetic face. You shouldn't mind, right? Despicable. Temple was destroyed by you? Inuyasha was about to reply, but suddenly responded that, you're one of the two giants that were just there? Yes, and not exactly. Su-ming nodded and said, in a nutshell, I'm still counting on you for the lodging of that ghost. I still have some business here, so I'll take my leave. After Su-ming finished speaking, he arched his hand toward Inuyasha, and then he wanted to bolt. Is your Excellency trying to evade responsibility? As soon as he stopped the samurai sword in front of Su-ming, Inuyasha spoke up. My humble self can no longer deal with the Sukuna ghosts that have been absorbing the grudges for so long. Its heart has yet to be fully revived and is still buried and sealed in the mountain. If your Excellency had made a move, there would still be a chance to destroy it now. The location that sealed its heart is where my temple was originally located. After saying that, Inuyasha pointed to a mound of dirt in front of him. Underneath this mound was the very temple that was destroyed. Is that so? Then I'll introduce you to someone. His name is Kigo Masaki, and believe me, I'm sure we can take care of that ghost of Cebu. As Su-ming's words fell, only a bang was heard as the mound of dirt instantly broke open, splashing with mud and dust. Then in front of the duo, the figure of Gyozak, the shark in the middle of the earth, burst out from where the mound of dirt had been and landed heavily on the ground. A hidden mechanical door opens in the forehead area of Gyozak's. Then Kigo Masaki stepped out from it. This time, Kigo Masaki enters Ozak and pilots the beast fully manually. Are you okay? It took half a day of searching for me to sense your location. After Masaki Kigo saw Su-ming, he spoke. Just now I saw a fluttering and jumping thing inside the ground. It's kind of like a heart to be honest. Su-ming was silent as he listened to Masaki Kigo's words and looked at the large pit in front of him. Inuyasha also looked like he was frozen in time. The eyes never took their eyes off the large pit that Ozark had drilled. Deja came over the South Pacific. Black clouds spread all the way here. The black mist on the surface of the sea and the black mist falling from the black clouds in the sky gradually connected and an eerie picture was formed. Lulu. Looking at the black fog on the surface of the sea, Deja subconsciously uttered those three words. Then, dark purple light emanated from his eyes, probing the ocean floor. What comes into view is the fiery red lava that appears because of the seismic fissure layer. At the bottom of the sea a column of bubbles continued to rise towards the surface, and above the lava, a land mass had risen, resting at the bottom of the ocean. It takes a lot more power to go fully upward. A purple beam of light shone on the rumbling land of but it was blocked by a layer of light unable to enter halfway. Dolphin. Out. Understood. The Atreides drifted out to sea as a ship, with Hori and Sukata piloting the dolphin. From the bottom of the ship, he dropped into the ocean and dove toward the confines of the black fog. P.S. Starting point recommendation period for votes. Bursting with more next Friday. Chapter 64. In fact, Zhongfeng doesn't know how to drink at all. Your Excellency. Not yet a human being. Inuyasha took a half-hearted look at the drilled and broken seal, then said to Masaki Kigo, who approached him, still not human? What do you mean? Masaki Kigo was confused, then looked at Su-ming. This is Inuyasha, the ancient swordsman who sealed the ghost of Sauna, and who, having no body left to, that's why it's someone else's body that's being used right now. Su-ming opened his mouth and introduced himself. Masaki Kigo nodded. No wonder he looked at the man in two ways. Oh, yeah. Cebuana Ghost has just unsealed the limbs in the middle of my fight with Deja. Originally the heart seal is not fully unsealed yet. Su-ming said, looking behind Kigo Masaki. What do you mean? Masaki Kigo followed Su-ming's gaze, then turned his head and, could this be the seal of Cebuana's ghostly heart? That's right. At that moment, Inuyasha spoke up and, I think your excellency will be held accountable for his actions. Kigo Masaki. Just then, the mountain trembled again. This time, because the seals of the heart were thoroughly contacted. So the ghost of Cebuana was also fully revived. A huge head silhouette appeared out of thin air in front of the three. This head was full of loose, yellowed, white hair, and on its head grew two stout red horns. One eye, one mouth full of fangs. It's the head of the ghost. Oh, Inuyasha, just you wait, this time you definitely won't be allowed to live. I only heard the shadow of the head of the Hasta ghost say these words, and then it disappeared. Is this the true face of Sebra's ghost? With a calm expression on his face, Kigo Masaki opened his mouth and said, the looks are pretty bluff. On this return, my humble self does count as living again in this world. Inuyasha smiled and opened his mouth. But Cebuana ghost is still 20,000 years too early to defeat my humble self. Su-Ming scratched his head as he listened to the inexplicably familiar mantra. So, Masaki, you pick one, there's always one of the Sebra ghosts or the Dark Deja for you to deal with. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Ming gave his choice. If I'm not mistaken, you can't turn into a Deja anymore, can you? Masaki Kigo looked at Su-Ming and spoke. Do you think that Getty alone can defeat Dark Deja? How will I know if I don't try? Su-Ming opened his mouth with a look of not being afraid of death and said, it's fine to become anyone as long as you can fight. You haven't experienced the despair I've experienced. Interesting. Laughing, Kigo Masaki said, I'll take care of Dark Deja there. Cebuana ghost this side is not yet you first released. Getty should be enough to deal with it. You have already fought twice today. Can we get back on? I don't know, but you've regained your strength? Su-Ming shook his head and asked Masaki Kigo, almost ready for another game. Masaki Kigo said with a nod, what your excellencies are saying is completely incomprehensible to my humble self. Inuyasha shook his head from the sidelines and said, it seems that my humble self is indeed out of touch with the times. Well, Mr. Inuyasha, I'll take care of the matter of the lodging that ghost. Su-Ming arched his hand to Inuyasha, then closed his eyes and began to meditate, sensing the heart area. Sure enough, is he going to be the man who fights 4 fights a day? The sound of pounding heartbeats gradually appeared in his ears, and Su-Ming let out a deep breath. I never thought that I would be able to transform again after transforming twice in a row. The heartbeat was coming clearer and faster. Under an extremely heavy heartbeat, the runic aperture projected out from Su-Ming's heart area. Time froze instantly at this moment. The fallen leaves fluttering in the air, the black clouds rolling across the sky, the birds and animals fleeing around. It all froze at that moment, and time stood completely still. Opening his eyes, Su-Ming saw the constantly rotating images in the runic aperture. Gaius Shadow, Deja, both became dull, and only Getty was in a completely open mold. The Deja image and the cover shadow image are the same case. Cooling, perhaps, and it's not because Dark Deja showed up that he can't transform. Su-Ming was a bit surprised, but it was an unexpected pleasure. Holding out his hand, Su-Ming made his choice as the runic aperture rotated to Getty's image. Then, Su-Ming ran into the runic aperture and crashed into the Getty image. Time began to flow in an instant. The fallen leaves continued to flutter away downward. The birds and animals fled as if they were off their leash. The black clouds roll in again. In the light, a huge beast appeared under the eyes of Kigo Masaki and Inuyasha, giant dog of light Getty. I really didn't expect him to be able to transform. Kigo Masaki shook his head and sighed. What a surprise. He's actually a dog demon. Inuyasha also shook his head and sighed. After Su-Ming transformed, Kigo Masaki didn't freeze. The news of Dark Deja's arrival in the South Pacific had been received long ago, and there was no time to hesitate now. First, we'll get Ozak to self-start and return to the underground lab the same way we came in. Then he took the transformer out of his arms and quickly pressed the transform button. Instantly, the light shot up into the sky, and the silver, red, and black-colored giant flew straight towards the south at extreme speed. So, Your Excellency is the man of light. Looking at Masaki Kigo, who was flying away from Mount Sukuna, Inuyasha nodded. Then looking again at the glowing Getty, he shook his head again. So, Your Excellency is the dog of light. Su-Ming controlled Getty's body and walked step by step to the place where the heart broke the seal. Then a fist slammed into the hole in the ground that Kigo Masaki had drilled through. At once, the limbs of the lodged ghost sticking out around the mountain stiffened violently and then it softened again. With a bang, Cebuana ghost's head also broke through the ground in the middle of one of the mountain's directions. Damn you Inuyasha, are you the one moving my heart? After the head of the Hasta ghost appeared, it hissed, you demon, you really don't have eyes, but my humble self didn't even touch a single hair on your head. Inuyasha said as he looked to the sky and disliked Cebuana ghost back. That's who moved my heart. Cebuana ghost growled. Soon, though, there was another thud, and Cebuana's ghost's limbs stiffened again for a moment. The whirlwind immediately softened back. Damn you! I'll break you into pieces. The Cebuana ghost roared even harder, its body drilling the mountain frantically. The entire Mount Suena began to crumble at that moment, and Su Ming saw it. Another ray of light was launched toward that hole in the ground. A small explosion was created within that hole in the ground with a bang, and all of a sudden, the entire ground's dirt was blown away, revealing part of Cebuana Ghost's constantly writhing body. Ah, I can't spare you. A voice of the utmost ferocity emanated from the mouth of the ghost of the lodging, followed by a boom that the huge red body of the Kuner ghost popped out completely from within the mountain. Chapter 65. Where did Zongfang buy the wine from? The mountain exploded and dirt and rocks were pounded in all directions. Most of the living beings that originally existed within the mountain were dead or injured. Kuner ghost leapt up and landed violently on the broken mountain. The mold of this guy's head doesn't look any different than it did just now. The top half of his body showed horrible red muscles, while the bottom half of his body wore woolen pants. Su Ming saw the hairy pants on the lower half of the ghost's body and laughed out loud. What had been a stout, brawny, evil ghost was ruined by the living hell out of those hairy pants. You're the dog that's attacking my heart, Kuner ghost hissed, and the glowing white fluttered windlessly. Then he flipped over towards Su Ming with a heel, and quickly grabbed onto Su Ming's shoulder with both hands. Su Ming similarly grasped his two giant claws onto the ghost's shoulders. The two tested each other's power on this. A moment later, both sides pushed each other away, and then Cebuana ghost threw a roundhouse kick at Su Ming. Su Ming, as a monster, was really not as agile as Cebuana ghost, and was kicked in the face on the spot, a few steps back in a row. Then the ghost of Cebuana lowered his head and the two large red horns on top of his head then rushed towards Su Ming. With a bang, the two large horns slammed into Su Ming's chest. Su Ming also took this opportunity to hold onto the head of the Swana ghost, and then leaned backward by the inertia brought about by the impact, and pressed the Swana ghost onto the ground together, turning into Getty. Su Ming can only win with this kind of melee. After all, monsters really aren't as nimble as humanoid-type enemies sometimes. The ghost holding Cebuana rolled over and over on the ground, overwhelming a patch of trees. Sada ghost doesn't mind this style of fighting, either. The aura of philosophy gradually emanated in the middle of the battlefield. Dark Deja became enraged when he realized that he couldn't break Lily's seal at all. Then, turning around and looking into the distance, setting his sights on the Atreides drifting in the distant waters. Dark Deja seems to have found us. Nuri zoomed in and out of the screen, only to see Deja disappear into the sea. Lena, new town, get in the air. Megumi Izumi's pupils shrunk slightly as she suddenly shouted. Lena and Metro reacted quickly and maneuvered the Atreides away from the surface, rapidly rising toward the sky. Only the black clouds in the sky filled the place with great speed, and in an instant this sea, which had not yet been polluted by darkness, was completely deprived of light. With a loud bang, the sea where the Atreides had been adrift suddenly exploded. Dark Deja's body shot up into the sky. Get out of here, Lena. Newtown. Megumi Izumi hurriedly gave the order. Newtown and Lena operated quickly as well, and the Magus power system kicked in instantly. The Atreides rushed out at near light speed under great power. 1 instant, 1,000 miles. Dark Deja didn't expect the giant battleship to be this fast, either. After the reaction, the Atreides had lost sight of the ship. Still, compared to Ultraman's speed, the Atreides was a bit short. No good. Dark Deja is approaching the Atreides fast, Nori reported eagerly, then pulled up the screen. A red dot was seen rapidly approaching the speeding Atreides. Just as the red dot was about to hit the Atreides, it suddenly stopped. What happened? Newtown asked suspiciously as his forehead was covered in sweat and he looked at the screen. The screen changed to show the rear of the Atreides. Only the silver, black, and red Colossus stood in the way of the Atreides, and with it stalemated It's Dark Deja, Gaius Shadow. It's Gaius Shadow Ultraman. Lena let out a breath and opened her mouth after the robbery. Scared the hell out of me. Shinjo kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, equally relieved. Being chased by Dark Deja is so much more exciting than a flying Swift 1 crash. Gaius Shadow stopped Dark Deja and violently brought him into the ocean. With a bang and a huge splash, the two were lost. Contact the dolphin and tell them to evacuate quickly. Megumi Izumi gave the order then. Dark Deja is too powerful. With our strength, we can't deal with him at all. Captain, came Nuri's voice, with a hint of panic. The dolphin lost contact. What? Captain? Nori, this is the dolphin. Come in. This is the dolphin. Come in if you hear me. Zanfan kept sending messages to the Atreides, but couldn't get through. Commander, we can't rush to the surface. It's blocked by the black fog up there. Horii leaned back in his seat breathlessly and said to Sakata, It's okay, we've still got power. And while the black fog is obscuring our signal, but we can still drive out, Zhong Feng said very stoically. Commander, not necessarily. This black fog seems to have trapped us. It's completely out of this ocean. Horigi pointed to the massive black mist beyond the glass. The dolphin's powerful searchlight light was completely engulfed in black fog and had lost its way. Drive down. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Feng made the decision to. There's not so much black fog down there. Let's drive down. But, the source of the black fog seems to be down there, Horigi said with some concern. If we drive on like this, it's like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. No buts, Zhong Feng said firmly. Instead of being trapped and dying here, might as well find a way out. Saying that, Zhong Feng pulled out a bottle of wine and set it aside. This is, Horigi stared at Sakata in confusion. Commander, I remember you can't drink at all. Ha ha, precisely because we won't. So if we make it back alive, I'm going to drink this bottle of spirits completely. Zonata laughed out loud and patted Horigi on the shoulder, then began piloting the dolphin. Horigi picked up the bottle and saw that the alcohol level was only 2.5. It's just a bottle of light beer, and it's in Chinese. Being a good scientist, Horigi saw the meaning of these Chinese words at a glance. Snowflakes, braving the elements. Gaius Shadow and Deja wrapped themselves around each other and rolled up a lot of mud and dust in the depths of the sea. All of the deep-sea fish were scared by the battle between these two giants and scurried around, leaving the waters. Amidst the immense darkness of the ocean floor, only the bright lights of the two giants' eyes and timers could be seen. Uku, won't you wake up? With the help of the impact of the sea, Kigo Masaki shouted at Dark Deja as he pinned him to the ground. Aren't you going to do what you can? Is this the best you can do? Destroy cities and attack teammates? Have you forgotten the people who gave you light? You hateful bastard. You led me to the light, and now you've fallen into the darkness yourself. Masaki Kigo said as he cursed Daiko while he huffed at Dark Deja's face. P.S. The title of the last chapter was mistyped. Chapter 66, Human capabilities are limited, so I'm not a human being. Kigo Masaki knows more about cover shadows than Su Ming. Not only did he know more about the covering shadow ability, but he was also higher and more durable in terms of physical strength than Su Ming. With the help of the impact of the seawater, Kigo Masaki managed to suppress Dark Deja. Instead, he was quickly pushed out of the way by Dark Deja and slammed into the undersea cliff wall. In the midst of this seawater, both of them were slowed down, and you attacked each other back and forth. Overall, to fight in the sea, Kigo Masaki would have the advantage. Masaki Kigo knew that if he were on the ground, he would have a hard time dodging his opponent's attacks. But, even so, Kigo Masaki was stomped down hard by Dark Deja. Trample hard. You guys. Enduring the pain, Kigo Masaki put both arms in an L shape and the light was released directly without storing power. With a snap, the light exploded into Dark Deja's chest, sparks flying and sending him flying. Kigo Masaki is also back on his feet. Although he knew that Dark Deja was difficult to deal with, Kigo Masaki never thought it would be this difficult. If he fought like this, Kigo Masaki knew that he would definitely lose to his opponent. And the downside won't be good. Kuna Ghost broke away from Su Ming's bear hug and stood up from the ground. Su Ming also quickly got up and prepared to rejoin the battle. However, the Cebuana Ghost did not move, only locking its one eye onto Su Ming's monstrous body. Suddenly, the fanged maw of the Cebuana Ghost snapped open, and a blazing ball of flame erupted from it. Su Ming reacted and was already unable to dodge, so he had to stretch out his two giant claws to fend it off. With a bang, Su Ming was blown out in the midst of these flames and fell hard to the ground. Mud and dust splattered all over the place. In addition to flaming attacks, the Cebuana Ghost will also spit out poisonous mist, so your excellency should be careful. Inuyasha's voice reached Su Ming's ears, and Su Ming turned his head to look at. Turns out this old guy had been watching the show from the sidelines. Are you really not going to take a shot at him? He's too nimble. I'm sorry, Su Ming woofed out, addressing Inuyasha. What did your excellency say? I don't know dog language. Inuyasha raised his eyebrows and said to Su Ming, begging for help. Su Ming stood up and charged towards the Kuna Ghost with all his might. As long as they tackled the Hasta Ghost to the ground, they still had the advantage. The flames of the Kuner Ghost attacked again, and Su Ming had already prepared for it. Opening his mouth wide in the midst of his run, a destructive death light shot out from it, charging against the flames. Boom! An explosion arose from the middle of the flames and light, offsetting the vision of both sides. Just before Cebuana's ghost could react, Su Ming's figure suddenly appeared from the aftermath of the explosion, and then with a woof, he pounced on it. Bang bang! It was hard to overwhelm the lodged that ghost. Su Ming quickly and forcefully slapped his head, trying to knock it out. However, the explosive muscles on Zebra's body are not for ornamental purposes. His power is indeed strong, pushing Su Ming up violently. Cebuana Ghost grabbed him as soon as he was. Then he opened his mouth full of fangs and bit down on Su Ming's shoulder. Asterisk asterisk? A feeling of pain came from his shoulder. Su Ming looked at the head of the ghost of Cebu in pain. Beneath its fangs, light particles continuously emanated from it. And at that moment, the timer on Getty's chest began to flash its red light. Damn it! Looked viciously at the head of Cebuana's ghost. Su Ming tried to break it off with all his strength, but he couldn't move it by half at all. Regardless of punching and kicking the ghost's body, the guy just bites down and won't let go of his mouth. Sometimes, the ability of creatures like humans is limited. With his eyes gazing at the neck of Swanna's ghost, Su Ming summoned up his courage. So, I'm not going to be a human. In the next second, Su Ming woofed, opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and, a bite on the neck of Cebuana's ghost. Only a click was heard, and Cebuana's ghost's body stiffened, then lost its vigor. Only, the head of Cebuana's ghost was still biting Su Ming's shoulder to death. Releasing the big mouth that was biting the neck of the ghost, Su Ming looked at the head of the ghost in the hostel. Then another bite. With a click, a large red horn snapped. There was another click, and another large horn snapped in response. That doesn't even let up. The neck of the Swanna ghost had been broken, and the body below the head had lost all signs of life. The head, however, remained alive and unaffected. Though my humble self is not a man, your honor is a real dog. At that moment, Inuyasha's voice reached Su Ming's ears. Then, a samurai sword suddenly appeared above the head of Sebra's ghost and slammed into it, only to hear a hissing sound from the ghost of Sukuna, its head bursting into flames. It then perished above Su Ming's shoulders. The rest of the body, with it, fell to the ground. Finally dead. Relieved, Su Ming looked towards Inuyasha. This old guy finally stepped up to the plate, and as in the original episode, destroyed the head of Sunia's ghost. In his words, Cebuana's ghost has been building up a grudge for a long time, and he can only deal with one head now. Look out! Suddenly, Inuyasha Jinlong shouted and looked behind Su Ming. Su Ming quickly turned around, only to see the body of the ghost that had lost its head in Cebu unexpectedly stand up. One drew the samurai sword buried in the mountain. Surprisingly, it can still move. The timer on his chest kept flashing, and Su Ming knew that he was just about to run out of energy, only to see the body of Sunia's ghost holding a samurai sword, charging straight towards Su Ming. Su Ming didn't dodge, but sank down, the horns on his head gathering energy and, a swish radiated towards the body of the Sukuna ghost. The yellow ray of light accurately shot above the body of Cebuana's ghost, only to see it pounce on the ground and, along with the samurai sword, it exploded with a bang, completely dying in front of Su Ming. Finally solved. Getty's body gradually turned into a shadow and disappeared, and Su Ming was wrapped in light and landed on the ground. Just this wound. Kneeling down on one knee, Su Ming realized that there were 2 extra rows of bloody teeth on his shoulder. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Inuyasha came to Su Ming's body and checked Su Ming's wounds. A wave of energy then appeared from its hands. Pressing his hand on Su Ming's wound, that wound healed within a minute. The shoulder became intact. God? Su Ming moved his shoulders and found that they were flexible. Looking at Inuyasha again, his gaze became curious. Do not look at my humble self with such eyes. The wound from the bite of the ghost of Cebuana. My humble servant is better at healing. Inuyasha wrapped both hands around his samurai sword in front of his chest as he opened his mouth and said to Su Ming, Mr. Inuyasha, so you have existed in this world for the past 100 years? Su Ming looked at Inuyasha and asked the most wanted question. Chapter 67, If I can't stop it, then let me die. My humble servant has lost his body, but his soul remains. Inuyasha replied to Su Ming, it's just that my humble soul hasn't always been in this world. What do you mean? Su Ming froze and asked Inuyasha. I don't know when I realized that the world is bigger than just demons. There are also countless stars. Inuyasha raised his head and looked towards the sky covered in black clouds and said, also, my humble self has even traveled to another earth to cut down demons. What? Su Ming's eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly remembered that, in the episode of Gauss Ultraman, there is a monster called Oni, which was sealed by Inuyasha in ancient times. Now it seems that the original Inuyasha seems to have traveled to other universes in the intervening century. Commander, we seem to be nearing the source of the black fog. Hori looked at the underwater world outside the glass window and opened his mouth to say to Sakata, it's so dark in here, but there's not much black fog. Look at the black mist all floating upwards. Zonfang's eyes narrowed slightly, staring carefully ahead. Then he spoke, be vigilant. Crank out the deep-sea torpedoes in case any enemies show up. Understood. Hori maneuvered, and 2 poised torpedoes appeared on the bottom of the dolphin. Then, instead, the searchlight shone on the land ahead of them rising up into the middle of the ocean. What's that? Horii's eyes widened as he poked his neck forward and, looks like a very large ruin? Like an island in the sea. Zongfang also looked ahead and spoke. It could be a squeeze triggered by an undersea quake that's causing the land to bulge. Horii said speculatively. Wait. Horii, stop. Sukata said suddenly, stopping the dolphin's forward progress and, look at that island. What is it? Horii hastily brought the dolphin to a halt and looked above the ruins. Only a crooked stone pillar was seen sticking above the ruins, and in the midst of these, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared vaguely, looking extremely terrifying. It is the source of the black fog under the sea. With one hand, Deja grabbed Gaius Shadow's neck in a death grip and lifted him up. The timer on Shadow's chest also changed from azure blue to flashing red. With constant struggle, Gaius Shadow was unable to break free of Deja's large, powerful hand. Both hands desperately wrenched Deja's hand outward, and it didn't move at all in the slightest. Bang! The boundless sea suddenly exploded into a raging wave of dark blue. Then Deja flew into the air, carrying the cover's shadow. Giants of light. 4 words came out of Deja's mouth, followed by a grip on Gaijin's hand, squeezing it tighter and tighter. But, damn it! Kiko Masaki struggled with all his might, trying to escape from Dark Deja. It never occurred to him that he hadn't waited for the Dominion of Darkness to show up. It's about to fall apart in the middle of the road here. But that so-called Dark Dominion is nothing compared to Dark Deja. Drake Cannon. Fire. Amidst Lena's shouts, light cannons were fired from the gun ports of the Atreides. It blasted straight into Deja's back. There's an explosion as Deja takes a sneak attack on his back from a Drake Cannon. For a moment the figure was unsteady and lost its center of gravity, loosening its grip on Gaijin's palm. After stabilizing his stance slightly, Deja turned back and clenched his fists, clearly moved with anger. And Kiko Masaki took this opportunity to pull away from Deja in a hurry, his chest rising and falling, heart palpitations. At that moment, however, Deja let out a battle cry from hell, followed by a black mass of light coalescing around his fist. With a clenched fist, he charged at the Atreides. Hurry, Lena! Seeing this, Newtown yanked up the joystick and shouted with a twisted face. Lena also tried desperately to change the direction of the Atreides. However, Deja's speed was so fast that the Atreides would not have had time to shift direction and accelerate to escape. Only the fist with the dark energy was seen enlarging in front of the glass window. It was about to blast into the Atreides. Daiko! Lena looked at the fist that was getting closer and closer and subconsciously shouted out Daiko's name. Then the tears came. It is said that the name a person calls out in a moment of crisis is the name of the most important person in his heart. And now, the name that Lena shouted out was none other than Daiko, the Dark Deja who wanted to bring himself to his death. The sulfur, the wind of the punch struck the Atreides, causing the massive battleship to tremble slightly. And that silver fist with dark energy, it came to rest as if in a freeze frame in front of the main window of the Atreides. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the dark energy on that fist gradually dissipated. Then the fist slowly opened as if to touch the Atreides. Ray, nah. A voice was like a stone falling into calm water, stirring up waves in Lena's ears. Looking out the window at the silver fingers, Lena's teary eyes widened slightly and, incredulous mouth open, Daiko. The voice didn't come out of Rena's mouth, but it reached Dooku's mind. Lena. Daiko's consciousness instantly took over Dark Deja's body. Looking at the tear-filled Lena inside the Atreides in front of him, Daegu's outstretched hand trembled slightly. What exactly was one just doing? Daegu is awake? Kiko Masaki was watching this from high in the air, reacting to this would be the perfect time to fix Dark Deja, and Daegu brought his hand back up, squeezing his fist and looking up at the dark clouds that filled the sky. If he keeps this up, I'm afraid the world is going to be destroyed at his own hands. If you can't stop this, then find a way to make me die. Forcefully controlling his consciousness and keeping himself in a state of wakefulness, Daiko took one more look at Rina and it then rushed up into the sky with a swish. Masaki Kigo looked at the black cloud that had been broken through a hole by Daikoku's impact. Also reacted, this guy is looking for death. With the same swish, Masaki Kigo hurriedly chased after Ruku along the route he flew away from. The crowd inside the Atreides froze, staring at the only beam of light shining down from the black cloud break. For a moment, I don't know what happened. It was only after a few minutes that Metro said in a puzzled voice, by the way, where did Daegu go? Lena was silent, though knowing that Daiko was Deja, but Lena and Horii didn't tell anyone else. Megumi Izumi was silent for a moment, then replied, when Daikoku was destroying the vampires, got a little hurt and have been taken to a hospital near there for treatment. Nuri, for his part, looked at Lena and then at the beams of light from the black clouds breaking in the sky, pondering, this kid, Daegu, why does he go wrong at every critical moment? But it's a good thing he's not on the Atreides, or we'd have someone to collect our bodies for us even if we died. It's been a long time coming. Newtown wants to make a joke to liven things up, only to realize that no one was laughing with them at all. Chapter 68, The light of mankind can dispel the darkness. If anything can destroy darkness, it's light. With a death wish, Daegu flew out of the Earth's atmosphere and sped toward the center of the solar system. As long as he plunged into the sun, Daegu couldn't believe that Dark Deja would still be able to survive. Stop it, Daegu. At that moment, Daegu sensed a shot behind him and turned his head to see that it was Gaiku. Only it didn't sound the same as the last time he was awake. Sounded like Kigo Masaki's voice. Masaki, I have to die or this world will be ruined in my hands. Daiko didn't stop moving forward, but responded to Kigo Masaki. You idiot. Kigo Masaki cracked up when he heard that. You're going to leave me to clean up the mess you made. Do you know what you conjured up in the South Pacific? What? Daiko stopped before the sun in confusion when he heard Masaki Kigo's words. The intense burning heat of the sun was a little too much for Daegu. Ever since you turned into Dark Deja, the South Pacific has been constantly bubbling with black gas. Masaki Kigo caught up with Daiko and cursed directly at him. You bastard. Do you want to release the dominion of darkness to destroy the world? How? Daiko looked at Kigo Masaki in disbelief. I had no idea. You're going to dump this mess on me by saying you don't know. In a fit of rage, Kigo Masaki rushed over and slapped Daiko. Go to hell instead. Death to the entire human race of the planet to bury you. With his chest rising and falling, Kigo Masaki felt that he had thrown this slap in the face. After being abused by Dark Deja for so long, it's finally time to take a breath. But, if I don't die, and Dark Deja revives again, this world will be destroyed just the same. Daiko said to Kigo Shishiki with his head bowed. I don't know what to do. Daiko, you're a light. Kigo Masaki said to Daiko as he looked over at him. Have you brought me into the light and forgotten that you are light too? You forget the day when countless people converged from every direction just to give you light? Masaki Kigo's words brought Daiko to his senses. I am light, Daegu said slowly, looking at the fiery sun in front of him. I'm a member of the human race, too. The power of darkness invaded Daikoku's consciousness again at this moment, and Daikoku forcefully put up resistance. Like a little blow in the tide of darkness. It struggles, only, this little light, after all, was not as powerful as the darkness, and gradually the glow was cornered by the darkness. Just then, Daegu only felt his hand being held, and then within the darkness of space, a little extra glow. Let me help you. Masaki Kigo's voice reached his ears, making Daiko's will even stronger. Even if it's only a little glow, I will overcome the darkness. As the words fell, only a little bit of firelight emerged in the darkness and these rays of light appeared strangely and in a hurry. In the eyes of Daiko and Masaki, these little bits of starbursts, gradually taking over the positive darkness, and face after face appeared. It's human. The human who gave Deja light when Deja was defeated. Face after face flickered by as Daegu watched the scene with relief and emotion. A star can start a prairie fire. This is the light of mankind. Wow! The darkness was completely washed away, and Deja's entire body, too, was wrapped in light. The colors of the body gradually turned back, silver, red and purple, gradually appearing on the body. The silver deck of the chest, too, was tinted gold under the rays, and under the scorching sun the dazzling Deja Altman. In this moment of metamorphosis and rebirth, you're back, Daegu. Masaki Kigo watched the scene and spoke in fatigue, then dispersed as particles of light. Seeing this, Daiko turned his hand over and hastily crafted a ball of light, protecting Masaki Kigo within it. Cupping the ball of light in his hand, Daiko nodded to Kigo Masaki, who had passed out. With that, he headed for Earth. Aboard the Atlantis, the crowd just stared at the sky in silence, not knowing what they were waiting for. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in light pierced through the clouds and came under the black clouds. It's Deja, Newtown exclaimed. It's not Dark Deja. It's Deja. It's the giant of light. Deja. Megumi Izumi was relieved to see this, and a smile appeared on her face. Deja returned to the light, and this crisis, at last, was survived. Daegu. Lena wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked up to Dee's form in the sky and smiled slightly. No talking. As the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, a ball of light flew out of Deja's hand and vanished into the distance. Deja's body is starting to turn into particles of light. At that moment, Nuri exclaimed. The only thing that could be seen in the sky was that Deja was slowly disappearing, turning into particles of light that drifted away in all directions. The black clouds in the sky gradually dissipated under the diffusion of light particles. Those black mists that were scattered on the earth also gradually disappeared in the light. Soon, the black fog on earth was eliminated as much as possible, and between heaven and earth, light returned. Just over the ruins of that bulging sea in the South Pacific, the black fog still surrounds, but it didn't spread to other places, it just wrapped the main piece of the ruins, Commander, the black fog up there seems to have dissipated. Horii looked at the shimmering light revealed down from the surface of the sea in surprise and said to Sukata, "See, come on, let's get the hell out of here." Seeing this, Sukata said to Horii, "Understood." The duo then took the dolphin and headed out to sea at breakneck speed. As for the scarlet eyes in the middle of that relic, the two of them didn't have time to explore it, nor did they dare to go forward to explore. But the duo had a 99% probability of being sure that the eye was the monster that released the black mist. That part of the South Pacific is indeed still shrouded in black mist. Only, it was just a black mist that didn't spread everywhere. The TPC held a quick high-level meeting once the Atlantis returned to HQB. There was a heated discussion about Deja Altman. Most Hawks believe that Ultraman possesses a dark side, even though he is protecting humanity. That's why it's important to be wary of Ultraman as well, and even to analyze Ultraman completely. Instead, the Dove's top brass argue that, as of now, only Ultraman can protect mankind better, and mankind should believe in Ultraman, in the Giant of Light, even if sometimes there are accidents but the Doves argue that these surprises are, as they are now, temporary. The meeting broke up unhappily, but the strategy for the South Pacific was certainly settled. Build defenses to seal off the sea surrounded by black mist. Chapter 69, The course of the world has changed. The duo of Ida Iryu and Su Ming, carrying the unconscious Masaki Kigo down from Mt. Sokuna. It took a long time to get a cab in the suburbs. It's really quite a long way back to Setik from here, but Kigo Masaki's got plenty of money. Wouldn't have to care about that amount of money. Judging from Inuyasha's experience, Kigo Masaki is overexerting himself, and suffered considerable internal injuries. Damage that wasn't caused by a demon couldn't be healed by Inuyasha. Mr. Inuyasha, you are now considered to have a body and live in this world again. In the car, Suming opened his mouth and said to Inuyasha, if you don't mind, you can stay at the place I'm staying at. It's pretty big anyway and there's plenty of room. Inuyasha had been to the middle of the universe and had seen a lot of things, and after Suming planned to settle him down, ask if there's such a thing as a temporal rift to be found. I didn't expect it, said Inuyasha, sighing. My humble self has been drifting for 100 years. Surprisingly, I'm still able to relive in the world, but these times have changed, and my humble self still has to adapt. Nodding, Inuyasha sort of agreed. The world is a big place, and swordsmen like to travel around and see new worlds. Inuyasha is no exception. Back into this colorful world, Ida Iryu also wanted to explore his new hometown. Daiko returned to the team and had a complicated look on his face after seeing his teammates in the victory hall. I didn't realize that I almost killed my teammates without realizing it. Daiko. Lena's face showed joy when she saw Daiko standing in front of the door, holding his helmet. If there hadn't been other people around, I'm afraid I would have just pounced on them. Megumi Izumi also looked at Daiko with a smile and spoke. Welcome back, Team Daiko. This wasn't the first time Megumi Izumi had said this to Daikoku. The same words were uttered by Megumi Izumi when she was convalescing from the giant stone statue crash and after Daiko returned to the team. You kid, where did you get hurt? The vampire bit you on the body, ah? Shinjo said with a smile as he walked up and examined Daikoku's body everywhere. Daigo looked confused and showed a puzzled look. But suddenly, she realized that Megumi Izumi was looking at herself with a meaningful smile. Captain. Daigo realized that his identity, it seemed, was already known to some people. Suddenly, Daiko fixed his gaze on Sakata and Horii, who were lying on the table. Commander and Horii, what happened to them? Megumi Izumi shook her head, bravely went to the end of the world. A bottle of snowflake beer rolled to the bottom of Daigu's feet, and Daigu picked it up and, looking at the bottle, then at Sakata and Horii, come on, Zashin Eagle, one more. Suddenly, Sufan's head tilted up and he slumped back down on the table after saying something. When I invent the enchanting medicine, I'll find a date for you. Horii's voice broke off, then turned into a continuous grunt. I don't want, right, object, I just want team. Before he could finish, Zongfong was completely dazed and unconscious. Crowd. The night sky was silent and starry. Everyone has returned to their dormitories to rest. Instead, Daegu was alone, lying silently on the railing of the deck, listening to the sound of the waves rolling in. Unzipping the top of his shirt, Daegu took out the divine light rod from it. Under the illumination of the starlight, the golden streaks of the divine light rod gave off a sparkling light. Only, Daegu would not forget that this rod of divine light had once become pitch black. Gathering the power of darkness. What's going on, Daegu? Lena's voice came from behind her, and Daiko nervously took the divine light rod into his arms. The zipper. However, I forgot to zip up. Don't catch a cold. The sea breeze is strong. Lena stepped forward and zipped up Daegu's zipper for. Opening his mouth, he said, if there's something on your mind, you can talk to me, maybe I can help you out. No, Daegu said with a red face, shaking her head. Really? Lena moved her face closer to Daegu. Not at all? How could I possibly have something on my mind? Don't you know that, Lena? Daiko smiled and said to Rina. Lena, for her part, had been watching the smile on Daiko's face and smiled back. Cosmic Observation Center. I have to say, Kigo Masaki's name still works. After presenting Kigo Masaki's business card, Dr. Izaki of the Observation Center graciously allowed Su Ming to enter the observation room and observe the universe. Dr. Izaki? Su Ming entered the middle of the observation room in a daze before reacting. Dr. Izaki, a man who, in the original episode, was involved in the flight test of the Gypta 3. It then turns into a monster. Rigadron. In the middle of the universe with the ship. Did Ligadron not show up on Earth? Su Ming was slightly surprised. If so, Dr. Jiangqi, I have a question that I don't know if I can ask you. Su Ming looked towards Dr. Izaki, who was in the observation room, and spoke. It's okay, just ask me any questions. Dr. Izaki nodded kindly and said to Su Ming, that's Gypta 3, you didn't participate in the flight test? Su Ming cautiously opened his mouth and asked, Gypta 3? Dr. Jiangqi heard the name and looked towards Su Ming. I didn't think you knew about the Gypta 3. Before it was supposed to be a test flight test, just that monsters appeared frequently, and the Earth was plagued with disasters, and this was delayed. Now, Dr. Yatsuo of the TPC has worked on the Magus power system. It doesn't matter if Gypta 3 is flight tested. With the powerful Magus power system, flying out of the galaxy is just around the corner. Dr. Jiangqi said to Su Ming with a smile, his eyes filled with yearning for the universe beyond. So it is. Su Ming nodded and didn't ask any more questions. It seems that because there was no Ultraman to fend off the monsters in the first place, so all aspects of research on Earth focused on the weapon and did not test fly the Gypta 3. Now that we have the Magus power system, Gypster 3's power will have to be replaced. It wouldn't matter if it was a test flight. It's better this way. At least the monster that is Rikadron won't show up. But the thing that turned Gypta 3 into a monster should still come to Earth, right? Su Ming knew that the cosmic mystery substance that turned Ligadron into a monster was not simple. That mysterious substance is capable of fusing with other substances and becoming monstrous. It's the Sphinx spherical life form, the main enemy that Dinah Altman will have to deal with in the future. Chapter 70, Fleeting Rift in Time and Space. Dr. Jiangqi was alive and well, and from his mouth, Su Ming learned that the fog of the last not so long ago that it did almost kill him. Su Ming secretly smiled. It seemed that he was still Dr. Jiangqi's hidden lifesaver. The Cosmic Observation Center has very advanced equipment. It doesn't require the direct use of tools such as astronomical telescopes, but simply being in front of a computer screen allows you to explore various images of the universe in real time. As for the observation distance, it can also be tuned within the appropriate range. Su Ming just sat in front of the computer, under the teaching of Dr. Jiangqi, watching picture after picture in the universe. To get up close and personal with the universe, Su Ming had only been there once last time when he had solved the biochemical electron dragon. At other times, both before and after the resurrection, Su Ming had never been in the universe. One by one, the camera moved in front of Su Ming at an even speed. The distance of the observation was also constantly changing under Su Ming's control. In this way, Su Ming watched for a whole day. With the exception of dabbling in a Cosmic Observation Center lunch at lunchtime, he never left the observatory. Dr. Jiangqi also had no intention of letting Su Ming leave, and for a young man with such an exploratory spirit, Dr. Jiangqi loved it. Listening to your name, you should be from Daxia, right? Dr. Jiangqi was working in the observation room, while asking Su Ming. That's right. Su Ming nodded and replied, currently, I'm working for the CETIC group. It should all be settled here from now on. Su Ming naturally wouldn't say that he was from another world, and that it was also true that Su Ming wouldn't leave this place before going back. By the looks of you, you're only in your early 20s. Dr. Jiangqi took a closer look at Su Ming and then nodded. He was indeed a talented man. Well, regarding age, Su Ming didn't know how he should define it and could only nod in response. After all, in the real world, one would have been in the ground 100 years ago. He was resurrected 100 years later, or 120 years old if you want to really count the age. Of course, Su Ming is now the age he was before he once died. Still a youth. I have a daughter your age. But, since coming to work here, I haven't cared for her in a long time. Sighing, Dr. Jiangqi spoke. You guys can get to know each other when you have time. Her name is Chizuru. Ha? Su Ming was instantly confused, feeling that Dr. Jiangqi is choosing his future son-in-law after talking for half a day? Dr. Jiangqi's daughter. She must be very good too. In order to change the topic, Su Ming had to open his mouth and ramble. Although this world is much more peaceful than the real world, Su Ming's heart, it's still in the real world after all. There were still thousands of lights there, waiting for Su Ming, the giant of light, to return. But Chizuru Eki, Dr. Eki's daughter, it seems to have become Hori's bride in the original episode. It's just that now, because of the change in the plot, the duo likely won't be able to get together. There were too many things that had been changed in this world, and Su Ming had no way to fix them, and there's no need for this amendment. What Su Ming had to do, as a matter of urgency, was to find the temporal rift and find his way home. What's that? Just as Su Ming was thinking about his homeland, a stream of light crossed the computer screen like a shooting star. Let's see. Dr. Jiangqi walked over and tracked the observation lens to the stream of light that. It looks like a glowing meteorite or something, like it's falling toward Earth. Before the two had time to react, another stream of light flashed by. Dr. Jiangqi hurriedly zoomed in on the image, but found that the stream of light was not quite the same as the one just now. It's a spaceship? Su Ming said in surprise as he saw what the stream of light looked like magnified on the screen. Cosmonauts. Dr. Jiangqi's brow furrowed slightly. We'll have to report this to the TPC Victory team. Dr. Izaki was just about to contact Team Victory when the in front of that airship suddenly tore out a crack that was constantly flowing with dark red arcs of electricity, directly swallowing that airship. After the airship was swallowed, the crack disappeared in a collision of dark red sparks that, like it didn't appear in the universe. What swallowed the ship? Dr. Jiangqi looked at the screen, puzzled. It doesn't look like a black hole. And at that moment, Su Ming's eyes stared blankly at the computer screen in front of him, his mouth open and, trembling slightly, he tried to speak but simply didn't know where to start. What is it, young man? Seeing this, Dr. Jiangqi gently patted Su Ming's back and asked him. No, it's fine. Su Ming's voice trembled as he returned to his senses and, Dr. Jiangqi, just now that crack. You saw it. I see. Dr. Jiangqi said, nodding. It's sort of normal for such strange phenomena to occur in the universe. After all, there are still a lot of unknown things waiting to be explored. Doctor, I'd like to stay in the observation room at night too, please. Staring tightly at the screen, Su Ming pleaded with Dr. Jiangqi. Dr. Jiangqi froze, not expecting Su Ming to make this request. No problem, but you don't want to stay up too late. Thanks a lot. After thanking Dr. Jiangqi, Su Ming's eyes once again looked at the computer screen. Instead, the two hands clasped each other tightly. If I'm not mistaken, the crack that just appeared and quickly disappeared, it's the same rift as the spacetime rift on Mount Everest in the real world. Su Ming was probably certain that the other end of this temporal rift that it could very well be Mount Everest. The moon was infinite, but a shadow on a broomstick swept past before its shadow. Well, except for the meteorite that fell from the sky and destroyed a factory and sent the Victory out of the. And then there's the annual Halloween season. I heard there's gonna be a lot of demons and ghosts out in the night, wearing an ancient samurai uniform and holding a samurai sword. Inuyasha went out to prepare to fight demons. However, when he arrived at the square where Halloween was being held, Inuyasha looked at the demons that filled the street, lapsed into contemplation. It seems that my humble self is indeed out of touch with the times. Shaking his head, Inuyasha didn't leave this square either. Now that he was here, might as well have a good time experiencing a contemporary human playing the role of a demon. Though a swordsman walking around by himself looks like he's here to trash the place. Ajushi, your sword is so handsome. At this point, a group of children dressed as little devils came to Inuyasha tugging at Inuyasha's samurai uniform in adoration. I also want such a handsome sword, but we're going to play ghosts today, aren't we? Why is Ajushi dressed as a samurai? The other child looked at Inuyasha innocently and spoke up as well. Despicable. Her uncle dressed up wrong today. Had no choice but to go out like this. Inuyasha was quite fond of seeing a group of adorable children surrounding him. Crouched down and interacted with this group of kids. Chapter 71, Inuyasha, the world is unrivaled. So, what kind of swordsman are you playing, Uncle? Is it the legendary Miyamoto Musashi? I know. Uncle plays Hattori Hanzo. A group of kids guessed the role played by Inuyasha, but none of them mentioned Inuyasha himself. This caused Inuyasha to laugh bitterly, and then opened his mouth and said, boys, it's not some Musashi Hanzo that Uncle is playing. Instead, it's an ancient swordsman named Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha Ryu. Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha? Never heard of it. Yeah, I've never heard of it either. But I know Momotaro. What's Momotaro? I know Kojiro. The children discussed it again, which made Inuyasha lament that the life is so much better now that kids can play outside and discuss all kinds of stuff in such a carefree way. Okay, kids, wanna hear the story of Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha? Inuyasha smiled and asked the children. Think, children are interested in stories. Hearing Inuyasha say he wants to tell a story, one by one, they were all pumped up. Good. Then Uncle will tell you the story of Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha's demon slaying. Inuyasha found a public seat and told the children to sit down, then stood in front of them himself. Where to start? Either with Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha's archenemy, the devil head Onishiro, talk about it. Inuyasha cleared his throat and then told the children the story. The victory team crowd rushed to the scene of the meteorite crash, where the factory was already ablaze. This fire was successfully extinguished by the efforts of firefighters. Fortunately, the factory had been abandoned for a long time, so there were no innocent casualties. But after the victory team went in to explore, they couldn't even find anything strange at all. For a while, everyone thought it was outrageous. However, 2 fainted ones were eventually found in the vicinity of the explosion. Oddly dressed people, a man and a woman, whose bodies appear to be bleeding from injuries caused by the blast. The victory teams took the pair back to the headquarters base. Because the blood they shed, it was green. Ajushi, Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha is so powerful. I also think he's so powerful. He even beat such a powerful spellcaster. I'm going to be a swordsman too. Me too. Then I'm going to be the swordsman's princess. The children's innocence made Inuyasha quite pleased, and it wasn't in vain that he had told the story for so long. The kids did listen. You can get lollipops over there. Let's get them too. Yeah. After listening to the story, the children's eyes were instantly drawn to a cart of colorful lollipops in the plaza. At once the boys were all over the place. And asked the lollipop delivery which for candy. A full night. Stretching his back, Inuyasha was about to go back. However, in an unintentional moment of glancing at the witch at the lollipop stand, but stopped dead in his tracks. There's a demonic aura. Frowning slightly, Inuyasha took a step towards the witch. If this witch is a demon, then the lollipops these kids received, there's definitely something wrong. To think that this demon was preying on these innocent children. Inuyasha Ryu's anger rose with each step. Children with dreams come quickly. If you have many dreams, then I have many candies to reward you all. The witch's voice, with its seductive power, kept calling the children to come. When the surrounding children saw such a nice-looking colorful lollipop, one of them couldn't help but run over, asked for candy. Inuyasha walked up to the booth and spoke in a hushed voice. A lollipop for my humble self as well, please. I only give it to kids. The witch glanced at Inuyasha, and then went back to distributing candy. Your Excellency is looking down on your humble self, Inuyasha said, his hand gripping the hilt of his katana. The sorceress only felt as if she had a mane on her back. Then she looked at Inuyasha and reacted in a hurry. Ah well, that's it for today. Move over. With that, the witch pushed the cart one step at a time away into the distance. Some of the small children who didn't receive lollipops saw this and had to leave without joy. Gloomy underpass. The witch let out a shrill laugh as she, while pushing the cart forward. Suddenly, a swish of swordlight flashed through the Inuyasha's figure stepped in front of the witch. Forced to do so, the witch had to stop. I can tell at a glance that your excellency is not a human being. The cold aura of the samurai sword still bloomed in the gloomy underground passageway, and for a time it chilled the temperature around them a bit. What are you from? How dare you obstruct me from collecting my dreams? The witch put down the cart in her hands and extended her dry palm, pointing at Inuyasha. A child's dream? Inuyasha froze slightly, then looked coldly at the witch. Demon! To do this to children! Ha. The witch looked at Inuyasha and let out another shrill laugh. So what if they are? Kids don't need to dream, until they grow up, just like dolls and toys just be at the mercy of the people. Shut up, you demon! With a swish, Inuyasha pointed his sword at the witch and, let my humble servant reclaim their dreams for the children. Inuyasha Ichiban Ryu. I only saw Inuyasha's figure disappear into place, followed by a flash of his sword. The trolley the witch was pushing exploded with a bang, instantly cracking in half and scattering lollipops all over the place. You wretched human! Seeing this, the sorceress also became angry, and her hand reached out, and a flying broomstick flew from nowhere. Then, with a sweep of the broom in the witch's hand, a projectile of light was shot at Inuyasha. the sword in Inuyasha's hand swung straight out, directly dispersing the light projectile. Then, the figure disappeared again. The witch, if she felt something, turned violently and swept backward, only to hear the sound of gold and iron clanging out of Inuyasha's sword blade clashed with the broom in a shower of sparks that splashed down in all directions. Demon, with 2 skills, it seems that my humble servant will have to show some real skill. With another swish, Inuyasha returned to his original position, suspended in the air. Seeing this, the witch also tightened her grip on her broom and coalesced a larger light bomb that, sweeping toward Inuyasha, the way of the sword, boundless and endless so-called nothing, endless sword flow, cut down evils and remove demons. I only saw that samurai sword as Inuyasha swung it out. Instantly, dozens of sword shadows were split out to attack the witch. Boom! The light bullets collided with the sword shadows, creating a not-so-small explosion, and smoke and fire filled the area between the two. Suddenly, within the fireworks, a huge sword shadow chopped and came, accompanied by the popping sound of Inuyasha's voice. The world unrivaled. P.S. I have news for you all, haha. I'm going to explode on the shelves on Friday. Chapter 72, Earthquake in the Sea, Island Rising. Boom! The witch had no time to dodge. One could only crosswise batch the broom in his hand to parry the attack of this infinite sword. As the broom clicked and broke, the huge sword shadow also slashed down fiercely, chopping a deep, bottomless trench out of the path of the underpass. The witch, on the other hand, had been wounded all over by this attack, and her witch hat had been destroyed in the swords. Lying there in the middle of the ditch, gasping for air constantly. You are no ordinary earthling. Seeing Inuyasha's figure appear beside the ditch, the witch spoke breathlessly. My humble self is not changed in my line of work, but I am also Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha Ryu. Inuyasha sheathed his sword, wrapped his arms around his chest and spoke. Demon, cut yourself. ******************************************************************* Earthlings. The sorceress roared. Then, under the slightly surprised gaze of Inuyasha's, the body gradually giganticized, slowly, bracing the ditch and toppling the underpass. Then, it became a giant monster. Bizarro freak, Kalanbo, if you don't cut yourself, then I won't blame my humble servant for being impolite. Inuyasha's figure hovered in front of Kalanbo, the blade of his sword glowing in his hand. Jia. Kirin burst into a laugh that wouldn't last more than 2 episodes and shook his body in front of Inuyasha. Then, a detachment separated from its main body and surrounded Inuyasha in the center. With that, it spun and moved quickly. A mere split spell can't help my humble self. As Inuyasha's words fell, the sword light flashed. In an instant, all of Kalanbo's detachments tore apart and gradually dissipated into particles. At once, Kalamber was startled, although he knew that the human in front of him was strong. But this was too strong, wasn't it? Just as it froze, an explosive shout came from Inuyasha's mouth. Secret technique, Divine Dream 1 / Swish. Just seeing the silver blade swing by, in front of Inuyasha, Kalanbo looked like he was frozen in his tracks, no longer moving. Then it exploded violently with a boom and disappeared into the night sky as flying dust. Going against my humble self, you demons might as well wait another 20,000 years. Resheathing his sword, Inuyasha landed on the ground with a wave of his sleeve and walked off into the distance. Captain, the electromagnetic waves around Halloween Square have disappeared. Wild Ray had a puzzled look on his face and, looking toward the computer screen, it's like it was suddenly erased. What? Megumi Izumi froze. All the team members had just returned from investigating the meteorite. Another anomaly in Halloween Square. I was going to send the crew out to investigate again, but now that doesn't seem to be necessary. Then go and ask good questions of the pair brought back to you. Try to know where they came from by tomorrow night. There was no choice but for Megumi to tell her team to disperse. Head to the medical center to see the alien visitor who bleeds green. The 2 alien visitors, who were supposed to be 2 characters used by the Mujin aliens in a game of chase and kill. However, now that the Mujin aliens were no longer in the world, the duo were in a state of, safety. Due to the difference in language, the crowd could not understand the words of the 2 alien visitors for a while. Even Hari's voice translator doesn't work. Because of this device, can only translate sounds from Earth. Cosmic Observation Center. Su-Ming spent the whole night in the observation room. And yet, the temporal rift that had appeared earlier was never found again. Why wasn't I in that place when the time rift appeared? This gradually made Su-Ming chagrined. But there was nothing that could be done about it, because the temporal rift was like fireworks, passing by in an instant. Noting down the coordinates of the spacetime rift as it appears in the universe, Su-Ming made another copy of the record that appeared, and then he said goodbye to Dr. Jiangqi. Dr. Jiang Qi did not find Su Ming really look at the night. He could also only tell Su Ming to be safe and go home to get some rest before he left. South Pacific. The black fog still fills the sea, already after the TPC has made a decision to. Then it was completely blocked. Battleships of all kinds surrounded the ocean and were covered with weapons of all kinds. Fighter planes flew through the air every now and then, always ready to fight. It's just that, after all this time, the black fog has been circling the sea and the seabed was even more of a constant source of energy from the black mist, which was never cut off. Orders had been given from on high to get the drones into the black fog to probe the situation. It turned out to be a complete loss of the drone and no message. When will these days ever end? The crew of the Australian branch of the TPC said with a sigh from the deck of the battleship. Why don't you look too smart for your own good? If the black mist really has changed, that's when the terror comes. A teammate on the sidelines tapped the player on the shoulder and said to him, "You're right, too." The player froze, then admired his teammate's insight. Eyes habitually looking above the ocean surrounded by black mist, this crew member stared his eyes out. What was that? The black fog is swelling up. Quick, pull the alarm. For a moment, the sound of a level 1 alarm rang out above all the battleships, only to see that above the surface of the sea, the black mist was expanding rapidly, rising straight up into the clouds. The moment it touched the clouds, the black mist was like ink staining clear water. It spread out in all directions. The entire sky darkened rapidly at this moment, and the world was plunged into darkness. Huge waves churned over the sea, rolling and slamming down again, like the deep sea roaring in anger. Within the ocean, the land, which had risen halfway up, also began to continue to rise. The black mist spewed out from the island in the sea and rolled in all directions. Earthquakes of magnitude 12 or greater occurring on the Indian Ocean plate and in the South Pacific Ocean. TPC Victory Team Lobby. Wild Ray looked at the message on the screen and rushed to report to the crowd that the source of the quake was the New Zealand waters in the South Pacific. The same waters surrounded by black fog. Transmit the image in now. When Izumi Megumi heard that, she quickly said to Nozomi, "Got it." Nuri operated it, but realized that he couldn't see the screen at all. Satellite communications are down there. I'll try using the ground analog wave system. Soon, the image appeared on the big screen that Nozomi had manipulated. There was only a darkness and dimness, a howling wind, and a battleship under a huge wave of swept out to sea. The sky was filled with lightning and black fog, and above the sea that was originally surrounded by darkness, a pillar-shaped rock slowly emerged. The island in the sea, with the top already showing. It's that undersea ruin we found earlier. Horii saw the stone pillar and spoke in a hurry. Yes, the source of the black fog is in the ruins. Zhongfang also nodded and spoke. For her part, Megumi Izumi's eyes were fixed on the screen, both elbows propped up on the tabletop. The fingers interlocked. Chapter 73, The Dominion of Perdition. Darkness. Again. Daegu shook his head incredulously as he saw the image on the screen. For this darkness, it seemed, was what he himself had drawn out after transforming into Dark Deja. If anyone is to blame, it's yourself. Seeing Daegu's stony face, Lena quietly took Daegu's hand and smiled at him, shaking her head. Daegu's mood gradually eased as he saw Rena's smile. Once again, he looked at the image on the screen, a look of determination in his eyes. Since I caused the darkness myself, it is up to me to take care of it myself. Sadik. Kigo Masaki's gaze tightened on the darkness of the screen, his face equally grave. Images from the dream are starting to appear. Endless darkness, terrifying demons, dominators who destroy the world. Only, the yellow flowers that intoxicated people in their dreams did not appear. Zajera blossoms, darkness descends. This shouldn't be wrong. While Kigo Masaki was wondering, the secretary suddenly pushed open the door to the lab. Frowning slightly, Kigo Masaki wanted to ask the secretary why she had suddenly pushed her way into the room. However, he was seen holding a yellow flower in his hand with a mesmerized look on his face, and then he leaned over to the ground. Zigella. Ah ha ha ha. Zigella. Like a nervous wreck, the secretary lay on the floor and laughed nervously at the words kept coming out of his mouth. This flower. Kigo Masaki stepped forward and snatched the yellow flower from his hands. Looking at it closely, cold sweat then gradually emerged on his forehead. Give it to me. Give it to me. The secretary, who had lost her yellow flower, looked like she had gone mad and kept tugging at Kigo Masaki's pant leg. Kigo Masaki dropped the yellow flower in his hand, then quickly ran and left the lab. Su Ming is still resting in bed. A night of observing the universe had left Su Ming physically and mentally exhausted. Inuyasha, however, knocked on Su Ming's room door at that moment, and then directly opened the door and walked in. Your Excellency is sleeping so soundly, so I'm sure you must have labored last night. Inuyasha stood in front of Su Ming's bed. Opening his mouth, he said, however, Your Excellency is aware that the world has been mesmerized by the flower demon and the earth is in chaos. What flower demon? Confused, Su Ming woke up, but the little dog ran in through the door, and with a sprig of yellow flowers in his mouth, threw himself on the ground and woofed at himself twice. It is precisely this demon. Inuyasha picked up the yellow flower on the ground and said to Su Ming, "My humble servant learned from the mouth of the madman of madness that the demon's name is Zigera." Zigela? Hearing those 3 words, Su Ming instantly jumped up from the bed. You say this is Zigela? As soon as he snatched the yellow flower from Inuyasha's hand, Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Zigera. What a day it is. There was some confusion in the mind that. Su Ming jumped out of bed in his bare feet and ran to the calendar. It was only Halloween yesterday. But what's up with Zigela? Su Ming panicked and was at a loss for words. Zigera will inevitably bloom all over the world before the Dark Dominion descends. It's a constant setup from the original episode. If Zigera was showing up now, then it was about time for the Dark Dominion to arrive. Did anything happen yesterday on Halloween? Su Ming suddenly turned his head and asked Inuyasha. Last night my humble servant decapitated a broom spirit that specializes in eating children's dreams. Inuyasha replied after some thought. A broomstick spirit? Eating children's dreams? Su Ming froze and reacted. Wasn't it a witch? Your Excellency anticipates things. Exactly. Inuyasha looked a little surprised at Su Ming's gaze and nodded and said, "That's why it's Halloween. Gatenjos is coming out?" Su Ming couldn't help but crack up. One's search for a temporal rift had just gotten a little bit of a head start, only to have the world end in the next second? Counting up the number of times Daiko has transformed into a Deja and fought so far, it's like not even 5 times, right? Is this going to be the grand finale? What about the other monsters that haven't shown up yet? Where's Cosmonaut? Surprisingly appearing so early in advance. It really caught people off guard. Su Ming gritted his teeth and said to himself. However, the early appearance of the darkness is presumably related to Dark Deja related. Su Ming knew that Dark Deja flew to the South Pacific that day. A black fog then filled the area. But then Dark Deja disappeared, and the black mist went silent. Originally, Su Ming thought that this black fog would be able to survive until the grand finale before continuing to diffuse. But I didn't realize that I was wrong. Big mistake. Gatenjio is not a Dark Deja, able to be purified into a light form by the light of humanity. In that case of Daikoku, it was a total eruption of mind-only power that. It took the addition of the human light that had originally coalesced in the fight against the Kiri Lords to resist it. No, contact Masaki Kigo first. Su Ming slowed down and found his cell phone and was about to dial. Just then, the door clanged open and Kigo Masaki rushed right in. Good lord, you did keep the key yourself. Pointing at Kigo Masaki, Su Ming spoke. The darkness that destroys the world is coming. Masaki Kigo panted and said as he sat his butt down on Su Ming's bed. South Pacific. The defenses that had been placed here were instantly destroyed. The ships that didn't escape were all swallowed up in the darkness. Then a pair of red eyes appeared within the black mist that. Then came a chorus of mournful birdsong. One by one, the owners of the red eyes broke out of the black mist, revealing their true forms. Dark Vanguard Zoga. This flock of dark and evil monstrous birds flew in all directions, centering on the South Pacific Ocean. Their goal, the destruction of the human environment and the destruction of human civilization. The victory team members put on their helmets after being ordered to go out and prepare to go forward and fly the fighter. At that moment, the yellow flowers appeared in the middle of the TPC base at some point. The pollen spreads with the wind and breaks into everyone's mind. The victorious players were also controlled by the scent of this strange flower and fell into ultimate bliss. In addition to Daiko, there's also Megumi Izumi. Lena. Daiko panicked, shaking Lena in quick succession. Lena, what's wrong with you? Horii. Shinsengumi. Command. Nozui. One by one, shaking through. Instead, Daiko realized that their state seemed to be caught in some kind of hallucination. Captain, what's going on with them? Out of all of them, only himself and the captain were not abnormal, and Uku nervously asked him. However, Megumi Izumi shook her head and spoke. I don't know, but she does. After saying that, white light flooded from Izumi-K's body, followed by a humming of the shadow of Yuri eyes, hovering in front of Megumi Izumi. Yui run, Captain? Chapter 74 Testimonials on the Shelf, Explosive and Extra. This book is my second book to hit the shelves. The last book was Ultraman's Deja to the Heavens, and it's almost 2 million words in. I'm sure you've seen pretty much everything. It's definitely not as good as the Proximity to the Heavens one. The recommended PKs also lose one by one halfway through the game and don't reach the final finish line. But this is a book that Phantom Moon is definitely taking very seriously. This book might be a bit more mature than the juvenile Proximity to the Heavens one, because the Proximity to the Heavens one was sort of Phantom Moon's initial work. and maybe a little lacking in all aspects. To this day, there are less than 200 subscriptions per day, and a subscription is only $0.03. That's why, in order to support my family, I put my weight down and wrote Monster Invasion. I was resurrected as a giant of light book, frustrated all the way through. I just hope it gets better once it hits the shelves. Without further ado, I can only ask for support from all the reader dads out there. Some of the guys in the group took a screenshot. I told you, if we ever get over 10,000 orders, live women's clothing, do what you say, don't tell my wife. The new book group number is 4608075797, so feel free to join. I'll put out a full subscription group when it hits the shelves, so feel free to harass me. BTW. The rules for adding more work have been modified to increase a little bit, because 100 referrals doesn't seem to reach it. We'll see what happens and revise it later. Provisional. Daily referrals 800 plus one more chapter. Monthly votes, plus one more chapter for every 80 monthly votes, which are cumulative. Starting point in QQ reading monthly votes stacked calculation. I'm not sure about the bounty. I've read that other big guys are adding 5 more chapters to an alliance, I think. I'm really not sure because I've never had an ally. Let's leave it at that for now. If you have any suggestions you can say them here in the broken review. I'll come and see and make changes, especially the bounty part. Alright, it'll be up at 12 noon tomorrow, so I'll pop in 5 chapters then, and add 2 more in the evening. A total of 7 chapters. Everyone subscribe. 1 chapter isn't worth enough for 1 chili bar. Chili fries are a dime a piece to say the least. Anyway, thanks for all the support. Chapter 75, my humble self will go and eradicate the flower demon. It never occurred to Daiko that Yuri would be related to Captain Megumi Izumi, and it didn't look like the two were lacking in communication. If Yui Ren has been by the captain's side, that means my identity. Daiko's mouth opened slightly as he looked at Megumi Izumi in surprise. It was Yuri who brought the message of the light giant in the first place. And since Captain Izumi Megumi and Yuren actually had such a close relationship, then I'm afraid that his own identity as a Dija Ultraman would have been exposed a long time ago. Only Captain Izumi Megumi nodded to herself and didn't say anything more. Captain, what do we do now? Daiko was silent for a moment and opened his mouth to ask Megumi Izumi. The team is in a trance, and a large flock of strange birds appear again from the black mist of the attacks on cities around the world. Is human civilization about to be destroyed today? Megumi Izumi didn't answer Daiko, while Yuri, who was suspended in the air, looked at Daiko and slowly spoke up. Daegu, the darkness revives early, ziggurats are blooming all over the world, and human civilization is in danger. The super-ancient humans are addicted to the blissful world brought about by Zijera. The giants of light could not interfere with human choices, so they left Earth. Yui Ren continued to speak. But Daegu, you're different. I'm different? Buko looked at Yui Ren suspiciously. You are both light and human. A slight light emanated from Yui Ren's eyes as she replied. Looking into Yui Ren's eyes, a memory snapped back into Daiko's mind. That's the ultra-ancient human metropolis that blossomed in Zijera, consumed by darkness in the midst of a roaring fire. All die in bliss, without any pain. This is the demise of the ultra-ancient civilization. Daegu's eyes closed up, his hands trembling slightly. Will the present human civilization, too, perish in darkness? I started out wondering how I was going to stop the downfall of human civilization in the future, against that horrible enemy. Kigo Masaki sighed and spoke slowly, but I hadn't thought of that. It's amazing how quickly the darkness comes, though there is a connection to the dark Dija that Daiko turned into earlier, yet he can't be blamed. Sooner or later the Dark Dominion will revive. It's just a matter of bad timing. Standing up, Kigo Masaki looked out the window at the commotion that was going on. People are already fighting for Zijila. If anyone's awake right now, it's the 3 of us. There's also Daiko and Megumi Izumi too. Suming opened his mouth and analyzed. One person's power can't defeat an enemy that powerful. After all, contact Daegu first. Megumi Izumi? Kigo Masaki stared slightly. Could it be that Megumi Izumi is also a giant of light? Not really. Suming shook his head. In her body, inheriting the genes of the ultra-ancient Earth Police Corps leader Yui Ren, she shouldn't be affected if Yui Ren appears to take refuge. Yui Ren-san? Kigo Masaki blurted out, but covered his mouth in confusion. And, what am I talking about? Suming looked at Kigo Masaki in surprise and raised an eyebrow, smiley face. Sister? Ahaha, today's wind is very noisy, ahaha, Kigo Masaki said as he looked out the window and played dumb. From what you two have said, it seems that humanity has encountered an apocalyptic catastrophe, right? At this time, Inuyasha spoke up. That's right, it can be said to be hellishly difficult. Suming nodded and sighed. If the original plot had been followed, Zijera would have been wiped out by the time the darkness appeared. And now the darkness has fallen and Zijera is in full bloom. All the people in the world have lost their minds. If the giant of light had been petrified by Gatanger in battle, the humans who are addicted to bliss can't produce the light of hope that will revive the giants and make them shine. Is there anything I can help you with? Inuyasha sullenly got up and, it was not easy for my humble self to return to my hometown, but I don't want to see the humans of the current world destroyed in this way. Mr. Inoue. Suming's gaze went to Inuyasha, there really is one more thing I need your help with. By all means. Inuyasha spoke up, however, if you want me to deal with the Dark Dominator that your excellency is talking about, I'm afraid that I will have to fight to the death. Of course not. Suming shook his head, then said, look, can this flower demon that confuses the minds of the world be dealt with? In the case of the flower demon, perhaps my humble self can handle it. Inuyasha said with a nod. However, my humble servant was unable to find out where the flower demon's original body was. I'll find it, Masaki Kigo said, and turned on the computer in Suming's room. Then a flurry of operations on the computer. It appears to be connected to equipment in the underground labs of Setic, where the same magnetic field emanates from the Zigera flowers. This is the largest. Kigo Masaki marked a point and said to the duo, Zigera's main body should be in this place. My humble servant will go forward to eradicate the flower demon. Inuyasha said as he was about to go out the door. However, it was stopped by Kigo Masaki. Does your excellency want to go by yourself? Inuyasha said with a puzzled look at Masaki Kigo. No. Kigo Masaki shook his head and said to Inuyasha, I'll go with you and, Zigera's roots are all over the world, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to eliminate it completely with you alone. Woof. At that moment, Getty ran up to Masaki Kigo's feet with a woof and kept wagging his tail. The little guy seems to want to fight with you. Suming opened his mouth with a slight stare and said, raising it for so long for nothing. In the end, it still likes the original owner nah. Woof woof. The puppy heard Suming's words and woofed back a few times. Alright, you guys go together. Suming spread his hands, then looked at Kigo Masaki. I'll contact Daegu. Well, go. On the screen, the vanguard of darkness, the giant monstrous bird Zoga, has destroyed a human city. Many people die painlessly indulging in the ultimate bliss of Zigera. The other half of the screen, Zigela's own body. A huge flower-shaped monster also appeared on the plateau, slowly waiting to open. Daegu clenched his fists and took out the divine light rod from his arms, just as Daegu was considering whether to deal with Zoga or Zigera. Instead, the phone suddenly rang. Both Daiko and Izumi Megumi froze slightly, and then something occurred to them. There are two other people in this world besides the two of you who shouldn't be confused by Zigera either. Kigo Masaki, Ming Su. Daegu picked up the phone, and came Su Ming's voice. Daiko, are you and Captain Megumi Izumi okay now? Hearing this, Izumi Megumi was confused for a moment. Why would this Su Ming ask if she was still okay? Why did the other side know that they were not under the influence of Zigera? Chapter 76 The Special Airplane Ozark. Luckily, both you and Masaki Kigo should be fine, Daiko asked, opening his mouth. He himself was able to turn into Deja, and Kigo Masaki was able to turn into Gaiku. As for Su Ming, Daegu only learned about it after the Dark Deja incident. This guy is a number stealer. This caused Daegu to spit on Su Ming for a while. We're fine, but Kigo Masaki and Puppy went to deal with Zigela, Su Ming said, adding, there was also an ancient swordsman, Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha Ryu. Inuyasha Kojiro Inuyasha? Don't recognize. Daiko was confused for a moment, and then he saw two huge figures on the screen. It landed in front of Zigera, Gaius Shadow Ultraman, and Getty the Giant Dog of Light. As for Ida Kojiro Iryu, the swordsman, he is not in the screen. I saw it, and they've already started to do it. On the screen, Gaius Shadow and Getty attacked towards Zigela, and the fight was on. Daegu realizes that he can't just sit back and wait for the end times to come, even if they do. Something must be done about it, too. Well then, I'm going to do what I can to go. Su Ming, goodbye. Daiko solemnly finished his sentence, then put his cell phone down. Then, looking to Megumi Izumi, Captain, if I don't make it back alive, please tell Lina that I like her. With a determined look on his face, Daegu opened his mouth. With that, he came to Lina, who was caught in the illusion, and kissed Lina's forehead. Team Daiko. Megumi Izumi came to Daiko and, eyes locked on the young face before him. Tell her that yourself when you return. It has to be a win. As a human. Yes. Golden arcs of electricity emanated from the center of the divine light rod, and Daiko pressed the transformation button slapping the right arm holding the divine light rod onto the left arm. It then spiraled in a circle and raised it high in the air. At the sound of a silver bell, light flashed out, and Daiko rushed out of the HQ base as a stream of light. turned into Deju Ultraman, the giant of light. Deja Altman, silver, purple, and red body, sprinted forward, and before it, it's the rolling black fog that drifts in from the South Pacific. In the midst of that black mist, several pairs of red eyes appeared, followed by the mournful sound of birds chirping and a group of Zuga rushed out of the black mist. Seeing this, Daiko hovered in the air, looking at Saga, who was flying in front of him, and then he thought back to all the misery he had just seen on the screen, and for a moment his anger was born. This group of Saga also spotted the giant of light hovering in the air in front of them, and kept letting out shouts of, seems to be organizing an attack. Seeing Sagatsuki flying closer and closer, Daiko clenched both fists, and then with one hand, he threw out his palm. Several consecutive light arrows were fired from his hands, attacking the flying Saga in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. Under Daigu's anger-laden strike, the Saga gun instantly exploded, turning into flying dust and annihilating over the ocean. Feeling the light energy in his body that was agitated by his anger, Daigo rushed off into the distance with a swish. Deja, he's going to win. Under the active operation of Megumi Izumi, a picture of the outside of the base appeared on the screen. The darkness is closing in, and if they are allowed to enter the base, then everyone, looking at the black mist that was gradually approaching on the screen, Megumi Izumi couldn't help but tense up. There were so many people at the headquarters base. If they were affected by the black fog, the consequences would be unimaginable, mainly because everyone is now under Zijera's spell, caught up in the blissful world of, completely incapable of escaping, or else they could still get on the Atlantis and leave the base. Uren's silhouette emitted a strong white light, followed by the release of golden particles of light from his hands. It flowed toward the base beyond. Soon, the entire base in the sea was surrounded by particles of light these light particles gradually formed a pyramid of light, completely wrapping the headquarters base. The black mist drifting on the surface of the sea disappeared instantly after touching this pyramid. The TPC base is sort of strongly protected. Everyone's out for battle. Su Ming realized that he didn't seem to be able to transform. However, Su Ming didn't just stay salty at home, but ran straight towards Setic. All along the way, people have become addicted to the scent of Zijera's flowers and can't help themselves. There are those who lie in the streets, those who sleep in the flower gardens, and those who are as mad as drunkenness. The sky, however, gradually darkened at that moment, a sign of the impending arrival of the black fog. If an ordinary person touches the black mist, they will either die or be injured. Su Ming's brows furrowed when he saw this. It was more fortunate, however, that the Zoga guns had not yet attacked the city, and before the black mist fell, people are still safe. Without pausing, Su Ming continued to run towards Setic. Soon, Su Ming rushed into the company and arrived at the underground laboratory. In the wide-open lab, a geozak, a shark in the ground that has been remodeled, lies quietly on the ground. Where are the remote control glasses? Su Ming looked around, but couldn't find the glasses that manipulated Ozark. Just then, there was a loud explosion outside, causing Su Ming's heart to tighten. Looking towards Geozak, Su Ming gritted his teeth and directly entered the body of this mechanical monster. Haven't flown one of these Gundams before, but it can't be helped. Su Ming surveyed the cab, but realized that there was only one seat, and some simple buttons on the console. Sitting on the seat, Su Ming buckled the seatbelt all the way up. With that, he pressed the start button labeled on the console. With just a snap, Geozak's dark blue eyes, which had been dull, instantly lit up and a slight movement of the body followed, indicating successful activation, and Su was clearly shocked in the cab. Kigo Masaki is brilliant. After activating the Ozarks, Su Ming was then able to clearly sense every part of this mechanical monster's body, and with just a thought, he could easily control Geozak. Visual field synchronization. As soon as the words fell, Su Ming's vision was synchronized with Geozak's, but this bottom short view looks generically pretty tough. Su Ming changed his vision to third person again. It looks much more comfortable this way. Now, in front of Su Ming's eyes was an Ultra HD 4K screen with the figure of Ozark in it. There are also images of the surroundings. It's kinda hard to get used to not having a gamepad though. Looking at the image in front of him, he sighed slightly. However, just use it if you can drive it. The whole Sedgwick building vibrated with the rumbling of the top of the lab was opened like a skylight, and then blue fireworks shot out from underneath Geozak and slowly rose into the air. Awesome! After the remodeling, sharks can fly too. With a gasp of surprise, Su Ming turned his vision to the direction from which the explosion had just come. Instead, they saw a huge, pitch-black bird that was chirping continuously in the sky. Chapter 77, Warriors, Often Lonely. Zoga. There was no doubt that this pitch-black monstrous bird that swept across the sky was none other than the vanguard of darkness. Zoga. Once in the real world, Su-ming had also encountered an attack by Zuga, and at that time, if he hadn't parachuted in time, I'm afraid I'll die in the line of duty along with the fighters. Let me, Ozark, meet you. Su-ming was so excited that he slammed the console in front of him, and ended up slapping the switch button that Ozakton stalled out and dropped to the ground. Making a slight adjustment, Su-ming restarted the Geozak, and then quickly flew into the air, charged straight at Saga. The original tip of Ozark's nose wasn't particularly hard, but under Kigo Masaki's modifications, a new offensive nose tip was created using materials from Gobnu's body. Seo Ming aimed the Ozark's head at Zoga's abdomen and took advantage of the situation to slam it. There was a stabbing sound and sparks flew. Saga, who never thought he'd be attacked by a sneak attack, took a considerable amount of damage to his abdomen. By the time he came back to his senses, Ozak had already slipped out a long way. It's so exciting to just stick it in and go. Su-ming adjusted his vision and looked back, only to see Zuga chirping angrily in the air. The other side is the Vanguard of Darkness, and Gearsak is just a man-made monster. Although it had been modified, Su-ming didn't dare to use it in a firefight with the Zuga side, unless Su-ming was able to know the full capabilities of Gearsak after his transformation. ***. Turning back again, Su-ming exclaimed out in shock, only to see that Zuga, who had originally been thrown off by a long distance, was already close at hand. Letting out an angry chirp, Saga slapped a claw down at Geozak. With a bang, Su-ming only felt that the entire space began to spin up, and then fell downward. With a loud thud, Ozak hit the ground with a massive splash of dust, but since the surface of the skin has been changed to the hard armor of Garrula, so there was no damage. It was just that Su-ming, who was in the driver's seat, was a bit sick to his stomach. Forcing back his nausea, Su-ming looked his vision high into the sky, only to see that Zuga had already fluttered his wings and, coming to the ground, it seems that Ozak is trying to destroy Ozak completely. Above the plateau, a group of people surrounded a short distance from the giant Ziggurat, their faces filled with indignation, because, just moments ago, Gaius Shadow Ultraman appeared and attacked Ziggurat with a monster. Stop it, Gaius Shadow Ultraman, you can't attack a Ziggurat. It's our Ziggurat. Stop, you monster, don't hurt Ziggurat. A voice came, causing Masaki Kigo to huff a bit in his heart. It is clear that he is saving humanity, but he is subjected to humanity stopping him. Getty turned his head to look at the human not far away, his mouth slightly open in a menacing manner, and trying to scare the poor bastards off. Monsters! Damn monsters! Gaius Shadow Ultraman is actually in the company of monsters. Sure enough, Ultraman is the enemy of mankind. Right, if you don't just fight monsters a few times, you're a savior. More vicious abuse came, causing Kigo Masaki to throw a punch at Ziggurat in a fit of pique. At once, Ziggurat let out a shrill scream. Getty was still trying to be mean to the group when Kigo Masaki called out, "Getty, ignore them." Woof. Getty was a bit exasperated, and then turned his anger into motivation, attacking frantically on Ziggurat. This scene was so similar to the one 30 million years ago. Unconsciously, a memory also appeared in Masaki Kigo's mind. From memory, Gaius Shadow and Getty were attacking Ziggurat. Instead, he was spat upon by a group of humans dressed in ultra-ancient clothing. In his resentment, Gaiku lost his heart of light and was transformed into a stone statue. Is this why Shadow turned into a stone statue? Kigo Masaki looked back to the Ziggurat in front of him and made up his mind. This time, this flower of extinction must be destroyed no matter what. So the attack of one man and one dog intensified. Gaius Shadow ripped one of Ziggurat's tentacles straight, and Getty took a bite out of it, clicked the tentacle off. Then as he did, he broke the other root tentacle out of Ziggurat's body as well. Ziggurat, who had lost both of her tentacles as if she had lost both of her arms, let out a shrill cry of grief. When the people saw it, one of them spat and cursed, pointing at Shadow and Getty. Curse how hard it is. Just then, a man with a samurai sword in his arms appeared at the back of the group, only to see it spit out the green leaves in its mouth and slammed the sword with its scabbard across. Suddenly, a shockwave spread out toward the crowd. Then one by one, the individuals fell down in the midst of the shockwave, all fainting. Warriors are often alone, Inuyasha said as he stood on the ground and looked over at Gaiku. The warriors have to fight continuously and keep winning battles, so it becomes very lonely. Alone. Kigo Masaki mouthed those two words uttered by Inuyasha. Shaking his head, he said, "I'm not fighting alone. All the warriors of the world, loneliness combined with solitude, are not alone anymore." After saying that, Kigo Masaki looked towards Ziggurat and charged straight ahead. A hug ensued as the monster, which kept spewing yellow pollen, was embraced. Besides, I'm human. Just as Masaki Kigo's words fell, blazing flames raced out from his body. It burned from Ziggurat to the ground. Well said. Inuyasha drew his katana and thrust it into the ground with one hand. Then, with both fingers together, an obscure mantra was recited from his mouth. Soon, the mantra was recited, and the air seemed to have dried up a few more points. Snap! Both hands gripped the hilt of the sword fiercely, and a single red particle converged from all directions. It blended into the sword. Heavenly fire pours into the earth, and the sword enters the 8 wastelands. Boom! In an instant, with the flames that Kigo Masaki had passed into the earth, the Ziggurat and its roots inside the ground all exploded and went up in smoke. The ziggurat rhizomes that have spread across the globe perish at this moment, burning in the fiery flames of heavenly fire. This guy, why is he so powerful? Kigo Masaki came to Gaijin's side, the timer on his chest blinking. Apparently, the energy had been depleted to the bottom in order to destroy Ziggurat. Undoing the transformation with Getty, Masaki Kigo brought the puppy along to Inuyasha. Inuyasha-san, your swordsmanship is quite impressive. From the mouth of Kigo Masaki came a heartfelt compliment. This was the first time Kigo Masaki knew that humans could become this strong. My humble servant has dived into the practice of along the way to cut down the demons and remove the devils, has learned quite a few tricks in the demon's hide. Inuyasha said humbly, it's all just small tricks that don't make the cut. Just then, a flock of strange birds flew through the sky, hissing continuously. This caused Masaki Kigo's face to sink slightly. Chapter 78, Getting Out of the Illusion. Full-scale combat. I can't transform for a while, and if these monstrous birds continue to wreak havoc on Earth, sooner or later, human cities will be destroyed by them. Having just gone through a battle, it would be difficult for Kigo Masaki to turn into light again to tackle Saga. What's more, Zoga has been attacking humans all over the world. My humble self is not good at high-altitude combat. Inuyasha glanced up at the flying Saga and said, we can only wait for your excellency to recover slowly. As for the words of these people, the flower demon has been destroyed and the illusion will disappear with it. After saying that, Inuyasha's gaze went to the crowd on the ground who had just been stunned by his own sword chi. A palm struck a powerful aura that shuffled over the crowd. Soon they'll wake up. We'd better get going. Good. Victory Team Headquarters Base. The screen showed the ziggurat, which had been burned and exploded. Megumi Izumi turned her attention to her teammates. Sokata, Horii, Rina, Shinju, and Nozomi have all slowly awakened. Detachment from the midst of Elysium. What did we just do? Newtown scratched his head, unsure. It's as if I've fallen into some kind of very pleasant hallucination. Sokata said with a slight blush on his face as he looked towards Megumi Izumi. Head hurts a little. Nuri also patted the back of his head, looking like he'd just woken up. Where's Daegu? Lina froze, only to realize that Daegu was not within the base. When did this flower appear here? Horii picked up a wilted yellow flower from the ground and frowned. It seems that everyone has recovered under Ziggurat's mesmerization. At that moment, Megumi Izumi spoke up. Nozui, bring up the South Pacific Ocean screen. Understood, though it was confusing to know what was going on with the ziggurat that Captain Izumi Megumi was talking about. But the crowd reacted immediately, turning their attention to the screens in the hall. Images of the waters of the South Pacific soon came into view. Only the black fog gradually dispersed, as if giving way to a wide path. Countless zoogas flew out of that black mist frequently and swam in the air. Amidst the churning of the waves, a giant black shell slowly surfaced from the bottom of the sea. It stopped above the remains that had not yet surfaced inside the water. From that black carapace, rolling black mist was spewed out, filling the ocean. The sky was thick with black clouds, lightning and thunder. The owner of the black carapace slowly opened his scarlet eyes and opened his bloody mouth, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. It's those eyes on the undersea ruins. Sokata recognized it at a glance and said in shock along with Horii. The Dominion of Darkness. Megumi Izumi clasped her 10 fingers together, unable to help but feel a little nervous inside. On the surface, however, he remained calm. It looks a little like a hermit crab and a little like a nautilus. Lina never took her eyes off the screen, because she knew that if Daiko transformed, he would definitely go forward to deal with this guy. The dark dominator on the screen let out a roar shaped like an elephant's roar. It ebbed and churned over the sea, gradually spreading darkness across the world. Daiko kills a Saga in a second in a fit of rage, simply because the city had been reduced to rubble under Saga's fireball. Thunder rolled from the sky, and a mighty rain fell, washing over the blood-soaked city of. A touch of unease for countless restless souls. Daegu hovered in the sky and looked up towards the sky, only to see a large area of black mist encroaching. Dominion of Darkness. Eyes to the south. Daegu crosses both arms down at the forehead crystal. Turned into an airborne type. It then turned into a purple stream of light and flew extremely fast in the direction of the South Pacific Ocean. Zuga lunged and Su Ming slammed into it. In the sky, perhaps Zoga has a greater advantage. But on the ground, indeed the perfect time for Ozak to destroy Zoga. Bang! After the two collided, Gayazak, who was at a height disadvantage, was straddled by Saga, riding on the back, despite the razor-sharp shark fins on its back. For a fierce bird like Zoga, it doesn't count for anything at all. Suppressed, Su Ming kept maneuvering Gayazak, trying to topple Zoga, but he couldn't do it at all. Well, in that case, Su Ming said and pressed on the skill button on the console. Hyper-vibrational waves. At once, energy was released from Gayazak's body and flowed over the fins. A powerful vibration wave boomed out from the fins, striking Saga right in the crotch. The sound of a punch rang out, and Saga was sent flying out by this sudden and powerful energy. It ended with a bang in the sky. A gorgeous big explosion. Solved. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. This Gayazak was well remodeled. It would be nice to get the design. Su Ming didn't realize that Kiko Masaki had put a vibrational wave attack on Gayazak. Mind you, super vibration wave is a surefire way to kill Gomo. What the real world needs is supposed to be this kind of special air machine that can fight monsters. There's a monster. Run. Help. Why am I here? Run. Run. Su Ming came back to his senses, but he saw that the people nearby who were originally intoxicated in the illusion had already awakened. Then they saw Giozak, and one fell away. Zijera was taken care of? 2 men and a dog are really efficient in their actions. Seeing this situation, Su Ming also roughly understood what was going on. Just then, a few Zogas flew through the sky, bringing with them a darkness. Su Ming was about to head out again in his Gayazak when he saw a fighter fly by and, constantly attacking Saga in the sky. Under the fighter's nimble and sustained attack, the Zoga was knocked out on the spot. Who is so powerful? Su Ming froze, his first reaction ruling out New Town. It doesn't look like the Victory Flyer. The entire Victory team is out. The crowd pilots the Atreides and prepares to go to various cities to destroy the invading monstrous bird Saga. As for the Victory Flyer, it was given to members of the police department. I have to say that the police department does have a lot of people in terms of numbers and a lot of talent. For this operation, all of the Victory Flyer backups in the headquarters base were deployed, because the fighting ripples around the world. Of course, after Zijera was wiped out, TPC branches around the world also launched a counterattack against Saga. However, the branch's equipment wasn't as advanced as HQ's, and it struggled quite a bit against Saga. Just then, Captain Blast, back from the TPC moon base, joins the fray, and, with his great fighting skills, he has killed many Zogas and saved many cities. The Black Mist and Saga invade the city, and members of the police department take refuge in the people. One by one, they entered the underground shelter. For a while, wails and cries continued to emanate from the underground shelter. Despair sets in the minds of people who do not see any hope for the future. Chapter 79, Becoming the Savior of the Otherworld once again. Elephantine roars emanated from the mouth of the Dark Dominion, seemingly wanting to dominate the world. The waves rolled in and lapped at the massive monster but it didn't shake its black carapace by half. The black mist was unending and never stopped being released. The darkness that had revived ahead of time, Gatangia, was preparing to swallow the world in darkness. Swish! A lavender ray of light fired from the sky. The attack was on the black carapace of Gatanjeo. It snapped and splashed a spark on the back of Gatangia, not causing it to Shanghai. Daegu, who was flying quickly, saw that the rampart light bullets were surprisingly ineffective against Gatanji in the slightest. Not by a long shot. Wow! The silver-purple body landed in the middle of the sea, splashing a large wave that soaked Deja's body. There was no fear in Dega's mind when he faced the demon before him. There was, just to defend the heart of human civilization. Cha popped out, and Daegu's feet left the surface of the sea. A heel flip toward Gatangia, followed by a heel kick to the head. However, it was only a spark that sputtered out, and Gatangio was not affected in any way. Daegu formed a sword with his hand and kept slashing at Gatangio's body, but found that his opponent was not moving at all. His own attacks were as useless as overrating a tree. Taking a few steps back in a row, Daiko's arms crossed downward from the forehead crystal. Transforms into a powerful silver-red color. Then once again, he charged out at Gatangia. Back in the underground labs of Setic, Su Ming opened the screen that monitored the waters of the South Pacific. Only the powerful Dega had fought with Gatangio. No, there's no way Daegu can beat Gatangio on his own. Su Ming frowned slightly. On the screen, even if it was a powerful type of Deja Ultraman, it also kept falling into a fight with Gatangio. From the beginning until now, Deja Ultraman didn't appear to fight in the public eye as many times as he usually did in the original storyline, and even turned into Dark Deja once, leaving a bad taste in the mouths of humans. Su Ming's concern was that if people didn't believe in light in their hearts, then how should Shining Deja appear? How can you deal with this powerful darkness without shining Deja? It's not well publicized. Shaking his head, Su-ming continued to place his gaze on the screen. The tentacles of Gatangia had reached out of the sea and swept towards Deja. Su-ming realized that he couldn't rely on humans to deal with Gatangi now. In the minds of humans, Ultraman is not particularly important. So, the only people who can help Daikoku are Kiko Masaki and himself. Masaki has just been through a battle, and his stamina is bound to be low. Otherwise, it would have already gone forward to support Daegu. So, Su-ming said, placing his hand on the area of his heart, it'll help Daegu. The heartbeat in his ears grew clearer and faster. Closing his eyes and meditating on feeling the rhythm of his heart, Su-ming fell silent into the world of light. Both Deja and Gatangio, who were fighting on the screen, were frozen in time at that moment. Time froze at this moment, and everything in the surroundings became silent, leaving only the sound of Su-ming's rapid heartbeat. Puff 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 puff. Puff 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 puff. Under an extremely heavy heartbeat, the runic aperture projected out from Su-ming's chest. Within the aperture, an image is constantly rotating. The image of Deja Ultraman is dim and Su-ming can't use it because Daegu is fighting. Getty's image was bright, but Su-ming had no intention of using Getty's body to fight. After all, it's too difficult to fight with Getty against Gatangio. Finally, the image within the runic aperture rotated to the cover's shadow. Su-ming held out a hand to stop the rotation of images. The runic aperture then passed through Su-ming's body at an even speed. The light rushed out of Sedic's underground lab and headed in the direction of the South Pacific. Daegu is in a bitter fight. Although after becoming a powerful type, he was much more powerful, and under the punching and kicking attacks, it can also do some damage to Gatangio, but the damage was only skin deep, completely unable to pose a fatal threat to it. A tentacle tightly bound Daiko's left hand, and Daiko's right hand became a sword that, the left hand backhanded the tentacle and straightened it, then cut down. Fear la! Sparks flew. One of Gatangio's tentacles was successfully severed by Daiko. It was also the first time Daegu had done substantial damage to Gatangio. Feeling the tentacles break, Gatangio leaned back and opened his bloody mouth to chirp and roar. In its fury, more tentacles came at Daikoku. Purposefully, it curled towards Daegu's arms and legs. There was even a huge pincer that broke through the water behind Daegu and slammed towards Daegu. For a while, Daegu was surrounded by enemies on his back, making it difficult for him to fight. The thud was met by a giant pincer attack behind him, and he lunged down into the water ahead of him. Daiko fell into the water with a crash, and the tentacles quickly wrapped around him, binding his arms and legs. Once again, Gatangio let out an elephantine roar, as if proclaiming his victory. Damn it! Constantly struggling, Daegu couldn't make it under the tentacles' control. Then, a red glow emanated from Daiko's body, and bubbles continued to rise from the sea around him. Surprisingly, it was boiling over. The temperature was getting hotter and hotter, and Daegu, with both hands clinging to the tentacles of Gatangio, leapt forward and lunged at it. Hold on to Gatangio's. Super high temperatures traveled from the middle of Daiko's body into the top of Gatangio's torso. Boo! With a popping sound, the tentacles that bound Daegu instantly exploded and burned away under the heat. The timer on his chest began to blink, and Daiko, who was out of the tentacles' control, backed up in a row. Unbelievably, he looked at the Gatangio in front of him. A mere scorched mark was left on its black carapace. Aside from the few tentacles that exploded, the whole of Gatangio was not fatally harmed. High heat blast, already a powerful must-have ability for Deja Ultraman. The fact that the opponent hadn't blown up after making that move spoke volumes about the strength of Gatangio. Unable to believe the spectacle, Daiko crossed his two hands down his body, gathering the power of light, and both arms were then released in an L shape toward Gatangio. Mighty Japeliu rays. It was the highest intensity of light that Daikoku knew of. So far, the red light impacted on the carapace of Gatangio, exploding a shower of sparks across its body. The Gatangio still ravaged the sea, and there was no explosion as Daegu had imagined. After a moment of stunned silence, Daiko composed himself, clenched his fists and, with a death wish, he charged at Gatangio. The energy had been depleted, and next, it was all about using your fists against the enemy. Just then, a stream of light rushed down from the sky and it slammed into Gatangio's body with a bang, dispersing a black mist. P.S. 5 more chapters are done, and there are 2 more chapters in the evening, which I'm coding now. Chapter 80, because I'm not skilled, I've given all my energy to Daiko, aboard the Atlantis. After the crowd saw that Deja had failed to destroy Gatangio after using his must-have kills, the mood had sunk to the bottom. The timer kept blinking, and with no more energy left, Deja lunged at Gatangio with his fists clenched. The scene was heartbreaking to watch. Such behavior is tantamount to moths to the flame and self-defeating. What in the world is Deja fighting with his life for? Zhong Fong clenched his fists and opened his mouth. The crowd was silent, and only Lena's gaze held glittering tears, for she knew that the Deja is Daiko. Hori's heart clenched as well, wanting so badly to tell the truth about Deja's true identity. But Captain Izumi hadn't even said anything, and Hori didn't dare to blow Daiko's cover on his own. It's got to be a win. Daiko. Megumi Izumi silently looked at the screen and whispered. Just when everyone thought Deja was going to die from Gatangio's attack, a stream of light broke through the black mist and slammed into Gatangio. With that, the stream of light slowly revealed itself beside Deja. Gaius Shadow. It's Geikage Ultraman. Hori, with a surprised look on his face, spoke up and, Gaius Shadow has come to support Deja. Seeing the cover shadow appear, a big stone suspended in the hearts of the crowd finally fell to the ground. One by one, they breathed a sigh of relief. 2 Ultramen, can't they handle one monster? Daegu. Hold on. Su Ming looked at Daegu and pulled him aside. Gatangio took a blow of his own from the sky and nearly toppled over. The Dominion of Darkness would not be so simple to deal with. However, and soon Gatanji smoothed his body again and looked his scarlet eyes towards Su Ming, another giant of light. The timer on Daiko's chest was flashing rapidly, and Su Ming saw it. Recall the method of transferring energy from Deja and try it out. Both hands formed palms and stroked down slightly at the forehead crystal. Soon, a shuttle of light energy flowed out of the crystal on Shadow's forehead. Into the crystal in Deja's forehead. It worked. Seeing this, Su Ming said to Daegu, ding, 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 ding. A sound came out, and Su Ming looked down to see that his timer had flashed a red light. Speechless for a moment, Su Ming then looked at Daegu and said, accidentally passed it all over. Daegu. Needless to say, Daegu knew that the cover shadow was changed by Su Ming, because Daiko was convinced that someone as smart as Kigo Masaki would never do such a thing. Having no choice but to do the transfer of energy all over again, Uku returned half of the energy to Su Ming. What's this guy up to? Kigo Masaki had returned to the lab at Sadiko and saw the scene on the screen. The corners of his mouth twitched, having already videotaped Gaius Shadow's various abilities himself not long ago, copied on a USB flash drive and handed it to Su Ming. This guy doesn't even look at it? The crowd of the victory team looked at the image on the screen and were momentarily speechless. Ultraman makes mistakes too. That should be kinda normal, right? Zhong Fong broke this awkward silence and spoke. Commander's right. We've all crashed at some point in our flying swifts. Ultraman certainly has had his share of accidents. Newtown nodded and spoke up as well, not caring if the duo had stored it or not. Gatangio sprang out of the sea once again with his tentacles. It then rolled towards Su Ming and Daegu. He has so many tentacles. Daiko couldn't help but spit out the words, and then charged up against one of the tentacles. One grabbed it trying to rip it off. I had just taken care of several tentacles myself, and I didn't realize that Gatangio still had them. Su Ming, on the other hand, rushed straight to Gatangio's body, and thumped both fists a few times, only to find that it didn't work at all. Gatangio's shell is too hard. However, this was just Su Ming's way of trying to feel out his opponent's level of fight resistance against Gatangio. Su Ming then set his eyes on the upside-down head of Gatanji. This guy's head is weird. It's really upside down. The mouth is on top and the 2 eyes are on the bottom. Su Ming wasted no time in slamming his fist on Gatangio's head with a thud. Blow up some sparks. After the smash, Su Ming realized that the hardness of the head of Gatangio that, not lower than a big shell on the body. What a monster. Su Ming didn't believe it, and with 2 fingers together, poked straight down into the scarlet eyes of Gatangio. However, when Su Ming poked down, he realized that this guy's eyes were as hard as rubies. Being attacked by Su Ming in such a manner, Gatangio was furious. Thick black mist emerged from his body, quickly winding its way towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming tried to back away, but he was wrenched down by the tentacles of Gatangio that reached out at some point. It fell into the water with a crash. Then, the black mist filled Su Ming's body and crackled and exploded. Daegu rushed into the black mist and dragged Su Ming out. It's no use. It's too hard. Gently shaking his head, Daegu said to Su Ming. Su Ming stood up and looked at Daegu, saying, since using brute force won't work, then win with skill. Tricks. I'll try. Daiko thought about it and shifted into his silver-purple aerial type once again. Then a frozen ray of light was launched in the direction of Gatangio. An icy, unbelievably cold mist exploded above Gatangio's head, and quickly wrapped around the body of Gatangio. Gradually, the tumbling waves froze into a sea of ice, and Gatangio was sealed into an ice sculpture. It worked. The crowd of victory couldn't help but cheer at the sight. However, in the next second, cracks appeared on top of that ice sculpture. Suddenly, mournful birdsong came from the sky, and a saga swept in from the sky and, spitting fireballs, he blasted at the ice sculpture of Gatangio. In an instant, having been restricted in his movements, Gitangio lifted the frozen blockade of the clatter slapped the frozen waters apart with an elephantine roar. There are still the vanguard of darkness in the heavens, Zoga, and with them, the difficulty of dealing with Gitangio has risen again. Su-ming looked up into the sky as a Zugar kept flying across the sea. It has taken over the whole area here. Magus cannon, fire, boom, with a loud bang. A swarm of Zoga in the sky was wiped out by a ray of cannon fire. Su-ming and Daegu looked in the direction the light was emitted from, and it was none other than the victory team's Atriides. Dr. Yatsuo's temporary modification of the Magus cannon is pretty strong. Newtown couldn't help but laugh out loud inside the Atlantis. Just then, a group of Zorgas came in fast from behind the Atriides. It was too late for the victory crowd to see it. It looked as if the group of Zogas were about to crash into the Atriides when, suddenly, a crack streaming with dark red arcs of electricity appeared in front of the group of Saga with a piercing sound. The Zoga guns couldn't break in time and all rushed into the bottomless chasm. Chapter 81. Let me too if I can. What is that thing? Not only the hijacked victory team crowd, but Daegu was also surprised and puzzled. Su-ming, on the other hand, quickly rushed over after seeing the crack that was flowing with dark red arcs of electricity. As a result, before Su-ming could fly over, the crack disappeared in front of Su-ming. Stopping at the original location of the crack, Su-ming touched and probed and, it turned out to be nothing. Only the just disappeared Zoga group can indicate that the crack had just appeared. A temporal rift. Su-ming's chest continued to heave. I should have thought of that. There were monsters like Zoga in the real world as well, and Su-ming had even seen a bunch of them with his own eyes. The odds are that the only place Zoga gun would show up would be in the middle of the world of Deja Ultraman. So Saga is the most likely monster that will be transported to the real world. Is that the spacetime rift Su-ming was talking about? Kigo Masaki looked at the image on the screen and opened his mouth and said, traveling to the cracks of another world. Your Excellency is talking about, but other Earths? Inuyasha. Beside Masaki Kigo, opening his mouth, he asked, if so, my humble servant has traveled to other worlds as well. Kigo Masaki looked at Inuyasha in surprise. I didn't realize that this ancient swordsman had been able to travel through the universe. The spacetime rift had disappeared, and Su-ming, after losing his head slightly, saw Daegu being dragged by the tentacles of Gitangio. Turning his head, Su-ming fired a hand-fisted arrow of light, attacking the tentacles of Gitangio's. Daiko also converted into a powerful type once again, slashing at the tentacles with one hand. Click! Sparks flew as another one of Gitangio's tentacles was cut off. Growling out angrily, Gitangio seemed to be giving orders to Zoga in the sky. The roaming Zoga have launched fireball attacks in the direction of the ruins. Daegu blocked in front of Su-ming and held up the otter barrier with both hands, blocking these fireballs. Su-ming, on the other hand, was storing up energy behind Daegu. Both hands are in an L-shape firing rays of light at Saga in the sky. With a swish, the light wiped out a single Zoga as Su-ming's even speed turned. A violent explosion was created in the air. Even after eliminating some of the Zoga, the number of Zoga in the sky still hadn't decreased much. When Su-ming's light was released, another temporal rift appeared and swallowed a Zugar. Before Su-ming could react, the temporal rift disappeared once again. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, Daegu asked Su-ming. If they continue to be so out of shape, the duo would be defeated by Gitangio sooner or later. The rift in the sky that swallowed Saga is my way home. Su-ming clenched his fists and said to Daegu, so it is. Daegu was silent for a moment and said to Su-ming, a hard-earned opportunity to return to Su-ming's hometown. Naturally, Daegu would not let Su-ming miss this good opportunity. Therefore, the Dominion of Darkness can only be left to deal with itself. Boom! As Daegu turned around and was dealing with Gitangio, Su-ming brought light energy that a jab lands to the side of Gitangio's head. A spark flew up, sending up a large amount of smoke and fire. Daegu froze slightly, then quickly followed suit as well. The duo just attacked Gitangio on all fronts. As important as the time rift is, we have to take care of Gitangio's too. First, how else are you going to get back with me? Daegu. Su-ming flew up into the sky with a swish, storing up the obligatory ray of light. With that, it launched itself straight at Gitangio below. Daegu pulls away from Gitangio in the middle of the ocean, shifts back to a composite that both arms were pulled back and then stretched out to the left and right, and the J-Pelio ray was released. The two obligatory rays of light shot in unison above the carapace of Gitangio. A steady stream of flower fire exploded out. All those who could see the scene tensed at this point. Yet, Gitangio just made a huge wave in the midst of the churning waves that let out a bishop's call. No good. Su-ming saw the scene in the sky, and immediately felt some familiarity. Daegu run. It's going to release the light. However, it was too late. Daegu just reacted. Purple petrifying rays swished out of Gatanjia's head. The light went straight through Daikoku's abdomen. A rainbow halo emanated from where it was attacked to its entire body. The timer kept blinking, signifying that Dija Ultraman's life capacity was continuing to decline. Slowly, from feet to head, gradually petrified. Even though he was petrified, Daiku still extended one hand, trying to fight the evil god in front of him. Just, God forbid. Daiko! Suming rushed down and came to the Daegu stone statue, wanting to transfer energy to Daegu. However, the timer on Suming's own chest had already turned on to blink and there was no way to transmit his light to Daegu. The tentacles of Gatanji attacked, and Suming turned around and lunged at the tentacles. Inside the Atlantis, the crowd was silent for a moment as they looked at the petrified Deja. Lena, her face already full of tears, eventually couldn't hold it in and hissed out Daegu's name. Everyone turned their eyes to Lena, before reacting to the fact that Daiko was Deja. No way. He won't lose. No way. Megumi Izumi kept shaking her head, looking at the scene in front of her with disbelief. Horii secretly touched the tears in his eyes with a complicated look. Daikoku, said Metro, with a look of indignation on his face, and then said, is there any way to revive the stone statue of Deja? As I recall, in dealing with the Kiri Elad, it's in the light of the people that Deja stood up. Zongfang opened his mouth. For a moment, the crowd woke up. To give Deja light, give the light to Deja. Except, that's when another large number of Zuga surrounded the Atreides. The victory crowd had no choice but to fight back. In his anger, Suming ripped off Gatanjia's tentacles and flung them in the middle of the seawater. That Daegu would be turned into a stone statue in front of himself was something Suming had never thought of. I had thought that with such a helper as myself here, even without the light of humanity, it should also be easier to deal with Gatanjio. But, wrong. Totally wrong. The tentacles of Gatanji were endless, and after Suming finished solving one, another one wrapped around. Another tentacle appeared next to the stone statue of Deja, pushing it into the deep sea with one hand. The timer on his chest was already blinking rapidly. Suming felt that his own energy would also be about to run out. Barely shaking off the tentacles, Suming pulled away from Gatanji. If you can, let me too, Suming said, placing his hand on his chest. The churning waves were frozen in place at this moment, and the rampaging evil god stopped moving, and the Zoga group in the sky, and all of them have stopped in the air. Time, frozen. Chapter 82. 3 consecutive changes. Everything is frozen in a time stop. For a moment, silence fell over the noisy sea of. All that was left was the sound of Suming's heartbeat coming from his heart area, pounding and pounding. Under an extremely heavy heartbeat, the giant runic aperture projected out from Suming's chest. The light illuminated the darkness and reflected on Suming's face. Sure enough, it's still possible to transform like this. No, I should say, change the object of transformation. Suming looked at the runic aperture in front of him, which was as huge as Gai Ying's body, and said to himself, with that, the gaze was set on the alternating images in the runic aperture. Shadow is bleak, Getty is bright, and Deja is bright. As the runic aperture rotated to the image of Deja, Suming extended his hand and made his choice. Then, the runic aura quickly passed through the cover shadow body, transforming Suming into a ray of light that, straight to the timer of the Deja stone statue. The waves lashed out into the sea with inertia, and the Zoba guns once again swam through the sky. The Dominion of Darkness continues to wreak havoc in the sea. Look, the crowd of victory was shocked to see this scene on the Atlantis. Gaius Shadow Ultraman surprisingly transformed himself into a node of light and entered the stone statue of Deja, only to see the stone statue of Deja gradually lifting its petrification after the infusion of light. It changed back to a silver, purple and red-colored giant. The timer on his chest, too, returned to its azure color. Deja, revived. Daiko, in the middle of the stone statue, Suming once again experienced the feeling he felt when he transformed for the first time. At that time it was the puppy who took himself to become Getty, and one man and one dog fought together. And now, Suming was fighting with Daegu. Suming's hand touched on top of the crystal that imprisoned Daegu. The crystal broke apart with a thud, and Daiko regained his freedom. Suming? How did you do it? Daegu was saved by Suming's light and was a bit confused for a moment. Never mind all that. Let's fight together. Suming pulled up Daegu and spoke. Got it. Cha burst out. Revived in the light, Deja resumed his starting stance toward Gatanjio, and Gatanjio let out an elephantine roar as countless tentacles scurried out to sea, twisting and waving, carrying Suming and Daegu's will with him. Deja leapt up and a flying leg kick lands directly on top of Gatanjio's torso, perhaps because of the power contained in the duo. After Gatanjio's was kicked, surprisingly, he backed up a bit. It works. Seeing this, Suming and Daegu directly converted Deja into a powerful type. compound powers were able to shake the behemoth before them, and perhaps the potent type of power that, it will be even better. The silver and red Diga stepped heavily and rushed over the seawater-covered ruins. Punching with both hands, he slammed down on Gatanjo's torso. And the swish and lash of Gatanjio's tentacles came down at that moment. Boo! With a powerful force that caused Gatanjia's body to move backward a broken distance once again, a large amount of blossom and fire exploded out of the. It's clear that the punch managed to bring damage to Gatanjio, and one by one, those tentacles lashed against Deja's back, splattering an equal amount of sparks. However, as a powerhouse Jed, it's going to be more resistant than it normally would be, so even though he was hurt, he only grunted twice. Time and space cracks appeared in the sky every now and then, devouring one or two Zugas. Su-Ming only wanted to work with Daegu to quickly resolve Gatanju before returning to reality through the time rift. Only, as an evil god, how could Gatanji be so easy to solve? It only undulated and churned and let out a chirping roar, and then the purple light once again fired from its head, trying to petrify the Deja in front of it once more. This time, with Su-Ming around, and with Daegu's experience of being petrified once, Deja managed to dodge out of the way without being hit by the petrifying light. With a two-legged leap, Deja flies into the air and palm light arrows continued to be fired at Gatanjio. The slow-moving Gatanji couldn't dodge either, and was continuously hit by palm light arrows that, snapping and blowing up flowers and fire, controlling the tentacles towards the Deja in the sky. Gatanjio opened his bloody mouth and, letting out an elephantine roar, clearly enraged by this attack. Deja kept dodging through the air and eventually landed back on the surface of the sea, pulling both arms back and coalesced with the Japeryu light. And seeing this, Gatanjio also tilted his body up, and then purple light was launched from his head. Boom! Two rays of light, one purple and one white, clashed in the air, creating a powerful energy impact that, it made the waters under the light boil. Su-Ming and Daegu, pouring out all of their own power into this Japeryu light. I only hope that the Dominion of Darkness can be defeated once and for all. However, the duo still underestimated the power of Gatanjio. Only the purple light gradually engulfed the Japeryu light, getting closer and closer to Deja's body. Seeing this, Su-Ming and Daegu used all their strength and let out a roar. Gotta win. I have to get back to my world. Aboard the Atreides, everyone's heart was in their throats, only to see that the purple light engulfed the white light fired by Deja step by step, and was about to completely engulf it. Kigo Masaki was also watching the scene nervously from in front of the screen, his fists clenched in his hands. Swish! In the end, Deja couldn't resist the evil god's attack. Purple light engulfed Deja's body. Su-Ming felt his body petrify inside Deja. Used the last of his energy to send Daiko out of Deja's body. The crowd aboard the Atreides only saw a ray of light rushing out of Deja's body. It landed in the middle of the ocean not far away. Nozomi locked the camera on the figure on the surface of the sea, then exclaimed, "It's Daiko! Quick! Rescue the Uku crew!" Megumi Izumi quickly gave the order, and Sukata and Horii rushed into action. As much as Lina and Metro wanted to go to the rescue, the Atreides still needed the duo at the controls. Inside of Deja, feeling his body gradually petrify, Su-Ming moved his palm to the area of his heart with great difficulty. Time froze again as the heartbeat thumped in his ears. The runic aperture projected out from the heart area, and Getty's image was displayed in front of Su-Ming. Su-Ming smothered his head and crashed into the runic aperture. Another ray of light, rushing out before Deja was completely petrified. It then formed a monstrous beast in the air and landed on the sea with a crash. Giant dog of light. Gaddy! Kigo Masaki saw this in front of the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Su-Ming this guy smart. Otherwise it will have to and Daegu double stone sealed in the body of Deja. And Gatanjio, seeing a monster appear before him, did not respond, for as far as Gatanjio could remember, the only enemy was the Giant of Light. Chapter 83, Return to Reality. The appearance of Getty, the giant dog of light, stunned the victory crowd. For Getty, the dog-like monster, the crowd only had the impression of what they had seen when they first dealt with the Kirilords. That monster seems to have come out of Deja's body? Zongfong said suspiciously. But the stone statue of Deja was revived by Gecko Ultraman? Not understanding the relationship between the three, the crowd could only make blind guesses. After Su-Ming turned into Getty, he saw that Gatanju had no intention of attacking him, and a sigh of relief. Turning around, he tried to save Daegu, who was in the middle of the sea, only to find that Team Victory has sent a submarine to rescue Daiko. It was obvious that Daiko's identity was exposed, but that's all irrelevant now. Just now if anything, to ask Getty to deal with Gatanjia, that's more than a hell mode. Is Gatanjio only hostile to the Giants of Light? Su-Ming said, looking to the sky but Getty is also the embodiment of light. In the sky, the spacetime rift was still flickering. One moment it appeared in one place, the next in another, taking one saga away. That takes the pressure off the Dija world. The real world side is in trouble. Shaking his head, Su Ming, however, saw that Gitanji once again began to emit black mist. It filled the air in all directions. Now that there are no more ultras to fight, is this world really about to be destroyed here? Su Ming closed his eyes for a moment, then turned to Gitanju. By assuming the military style, he prepared to use Getty's body to fight it. Just then, a space-time rift flowing with red arcs of electricity suddenly appeared beside Gitanji, and immediately afterward, a powerful suction force was created, wanting to swallow it in. However, Gitanjia is huge, and not simple in its own right. Faced with the sudden appearance of an unknown rift, pulling the relic dead center with his tentacles made it difficult for himself to be sucked into it. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately reacted. We can't let this guy get teleported. Quickly rushing towards Gitanjia, Su Ming grabbed the guy's head with a hand and, with force, he yanked it in the opposite direction of the temporal rift. Gitanju, however, released a black mist that filled Su Ming's body at that moment. It crackled and exploded with sparks. Su Ming's actions were just futile. How powerful was the suction force of the spacetime rift? Gitanji let out an elephantine roar, and his tentacles actually snapped in the middle of this tugging. In the end, the entire massive body was swallowed by the spacetime rift, and Su Ming, who was grasping the head of Gitanji, was also swallowed up by the temporal rift along with Gitanji. Eventually it disappeared. Silence, deadly silence. Everyone was stunned by the phenomenon. The difficult-to-deal-with evil god of extinction was just swallowed by a crack? The black clouds in the sky faded away and the sun shone again over the earth and ocean. The black fog also dissipated at this time, and the whole world returned to the light. The stone statue of Deja stood still above the ocean, illuminated by the sunlight. Motionless, the Zugas around the world lost the dominion of the evil god and all flew back to the ruins. Had it not been for the cities that had been in ruins, all would have thought that nothing has happened. Kigo Masaki froze in the middle of the lab, not knowing what to say for a moment. Was the evil demon sent to another world? Inuyasha asked, holding his sword in his arms. If that's the case, then so is His Excellency Su Ming. Gitanjio sent his scent. Kigo Masaki said helplessly. It's just that Su Ming's world is going to suffer. The real world, Himalayas. Ever since Su Ming had disappeared, the Blue Eagles of Hope Squad had been exploring this place for half a year. These days, Blue Eagle had been searching for Su Ming's whereabouts, but never found any clues. Blue Eagle, however, has traveled all over the Himalayas, already roughly understanding the situation of the various monsters in this mountain range. Even the blood-red space of Mount Everest, Blue Eagle had gone forward to explore it a few times. Although he nearly died several times during this time, Blue Eagle felt that it was all worth it. Originally, the Blue Eagles were sneaking away from the team and going it alone. But then, after discovering a lot of information and useful intelligence that was not yet available at the headquarters, Blue Eagle contacted the headquarters and reported the useful information. Superintendent Kingser specifically granted Blue Eagle a transfer in the Himalayas, and he was awarded the title of Honorary Warrior I. Blue Eagle didn't care about that. All he wanted to do was to retrieve the hope of humanity, Lord Su Ming. On this day, as usual, Blue Eagle went out of the cave after a simple breakfast. The cave was a shelter that Blue Eagle had carved out of his equipment at the bottom of the Himalayas. Blue Eagle had lived in this humble cave for the past 6 months. I wonder what monsters will come down from the mountains again today. Rubbing his temples to clear his head, Blue Eagle sighed. Through these days of observation, Blue Eagle realized that from the cracks in time and space monsters appear daily. Some of these monsters will settle on the mountains, and some will choose to go down and leave. Some will also fly towards the sky universe. That is, some of the monsters aren't interested in Earth. They're interested. It could be this piece of the universe. Step by step, up the mountain range, taking the familiar route that Blue Eagle dodged the monsters' stray points along the way. Going up this high mountain was now like a family affair for Blue Eagle. Only, the protective suit on Blue Eagle was already a bit worn out and it does need to go back for a new set in a few days. Easily coming below the blood-red space of Mount Everest, Blue Eagle looked up toward the top of the planet that separated the world in general. It was still a bloody color, with no sign of change. I wonder what monsters will show up today. Hanging silently above the cliff face, the Blue Eagle didn't move a muscle. All the monsters that have appeared in the past 6 months have been recorded by Blue Eagle. Pass it on to headquarters as intelligence. That's no small feat. Just as Blue Eagle was still guessing what the next monster would be, a dog-like monster fell through a rift in time and space. With a loud boom, the beast slammed into the rubble in front of Blue Eagle and, flying the already existing debris all over the sky. ***. Blue Eagle, who had been composed for so long, had a momentary heart attack. If this monster doesn't smash well, he'll be mincemeat today. However, this monster in front of him, Blue Eagle didn't quite recognize it, as it looked like a cold monster. Aiming the monster recognizing device on his wrist at the beast. Soon Blue Eagle then learned about the beast. Getty? Looking at the identifying information on his wrist, Blue Eagle froze slightly. And a monster of radiant revival. A battle partner of the ultra-ancient light giant? For the first time in such a long time, Blue Eagle had seen a monster belonging to the light camp. Chapter 84, The Evil God's Disappearance. But the beast is passed out, right? Blue Eagle's brow furrowed slightly as Art took a step next to Getty. Suddenly, a gleam of light emanated from Getty's body, which then slowly disappeared as particles of light. This mutation scared Blue Eagle so much that he almost ran away straight away. However, it wasn't long before Blue Eagle responded that, surprisingly, there was a man lying still on the ground where Getty had disappeared. With a puzzled look on his face, Blue Eagle cautiously stepped forward, and after seeing the familiar and unmistakable face of the whole thing was baffled. Lord Su-ming! A cry of alarm came out from Blue Eagle's mouth, and then Blue Eagle hurriedly crouched down and helped Su-ming up. Passing through the temporal rift in the midst of the Black Mist's attack, Su-ming took constant damage from the, coupled with the full load of fighting, Su-ming's physical strength was now at its limit. Not being able to care so much, Blue Eagle was worried about other monsters appearing and hurriedly carried Su-ming on his back. Quickly run down the hill. Headquarters. I found Lord Su-ming. Superintendent Jingza. I found Lord Su-ming. The hope of mankind is back. Blue Eagle in the Himalayas. Requesting support from HQ. A ministry of fighters whizzed through the sky, speeding off in the direction of the Himalayas. This is the latest fighter plane developed by the research department in 6 months. The ability of the monster's gaudy shields has been researched to completely protect the fuselage in flight, rendering it invisible. The name is the Flying Shadow. The fighters were perfectly maneuvered by the elite crew, avoiding the monsters that wandered through the air, straight into the Himalayas and, guided by the Blue Eagle, stopped in a zone where monsters were rarely seen. Superintendent Jingza personally arrived at the cave where Blue Eagle resided under the protection of one of the elite. After he opened the door and saw Su-ming lying on the humble bedpan, he burst into tears. 6 months? It's been 6 whole months. Mankind lived a half-decade of decadence amidst the loss of hope. Had it not been for the strategy of building a stone statue of Su-ming at that, I'm afraid the hope in people's hearts is gone. Lord Su-ming, you finally returned. Personally stretches Su-ming onto the warplane. Jing Zai's gaze never left Su-ming's body. Medical department. Quickly see what's going on with Lord Su-ming and if there are any physical abnormalities. I heard that Su-ming is in a coma. Jing Zai directly brought the best medical team from the headquarters on board the fighter. In order to be able to give Su-ming effective treatment in the first place, the medical staff from the medical department nodded and then proceeded to examine Su-ming's body. It was finally concluded that the shock was due to physical exhaustion and overwork. It needs good rest and will resume awakening after about a day. Lord Su-ming, what on earth have you been through? Kajikawa shook his head intolerantly and then he turned to look at Blue Eagle. Oh Blue Eagle, come with me and tell me properly how you discovered Lord Su-ming. Understood. Blue Eagle nodded, then left with Jingza. After staying in the Himalayas for so long, Blue Eagle was there to find Su-ming, and now that Su-ming had been found, there was naturally no need for Blue Eagle to stay there, so it went back with the troops from headquarters. Soon, Blue Eagle told Jingza what had happened, but the Blue Eagle, however, deliberately erased the fact that Su-ming appeared as Getty, because Su-ming is the faith that Blue Eagle has been searching for half a year, the legendary giant of light, the most powerful ultramarines. Most importantly, Su-ming sacrificed himself in order to block the attack of the Cosmopolitans in the first place. Blue Eagle has reason to believe that Su-ming's transformation into Getty was an accident, and did not want to see the crowd misunderstanding Lord Su-ming because of this incident. When Jingza finished listening, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Lord Su-ming actually appeared from a space-time rift? With the Blue Eagle's loyalty to humans, Jingza knew that the other party would not lie to him. Truly, Su-ming must have traveled to the other end of the space-time rift. That is to say, the space-time rift connects to another world. Lord Su-ming's guess is correct. When the Babar aliens were first interrogated, Jingza recorded the results of Su-ming's interrogation. One of the articles in there is a great possibility that the other side of the time rift is a world where Ultraman and monsters exist. The barbarians, on the other hand, are from the world of Leo Altman. As for why Su-ming came out of the space-time rift after being captured by the Hippolytes, that would have to be asked after Su-ming awoke. A day and a night passed. Su-ming slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, Su-ming's head ached a little. Trying to recall, Su-ming only remembered that he was taken away by the temporal rift along with Gatanji, then woke up here. It was an exquisite room with all the amenities and a comfortable stay. Sitting up on the bed, Su Ming was about to get off the floor when the door snapped open. Next, Su Ming then saw a middle-aged man and a young man walk in sharply and excitedly. Lord Su Ming, you've finally woken up. Jingza was extremely excited and, trembling, she held Su Ming's hand. Her eyes slightly reddened. Do you know, this half year I can't think about tea or rice. Countless squads were sent to scout for you, but they were never able to find you. But I didn't expect that this child, Blue Eagle, has a future, said Jingza, looking towards Blue Eagle. He spent 6 months in the Himalayas and finally found you. Superintendent Kingser, and Blue Eagle? Su Ming looked at the two of them while listening to Jingza's words, his face slightly pleased. At the same time the heart breathed a sigh of relief. At last, one was finally back in the real world. Looking at the duo's condition, the real world shouldn't have suffered any major hardships. Right. Suddenly, Su Ming thought of something extremely important. Superintendent, you just said Blue Eagle found me in the Himalayas? And then what? And then what other monsters showed up yet? Seeing Su Ming's face a bit tense, Jingzai and Blue Eagle were both a bit puzzled. However, Blue Eagle shook his head and replied, Lord Su Ming, I didn't find anything other than you. According to the reports of the retained crew, which came down from the Himalayas in the last few days, there's the monster Gamara, King Airy, and a Jaden. Jingza also answered Su Ming and said, surprisingly, no? Su Ming's eyes widened slightly, somewhat surprised, having entered the time rift with Gatanjos himself. And yet, Gatanjio is not on Mount Everest? Where's Zoga? Did Zoga show up? Su Ming asked again. No. Around the time of your return, Lord Su Ming, there was no sighting of Zoga on Everest. Jingza replied to Su Ming once again. Lord Su Ming, is there a problem? With doubts on their faces, Jingzai and Blue Eagle asked Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head and looked at the duo of Jingzai and Blue Eagle and said, first tell me what has happened in the last 6 months. Chapter 85, The Missing Rune Totem. After Su Ming was taken away by the Hippolytes, a statue of Su Ming was built all over the world. The headquarters of the anti-monster organization moved to the capital, while Dragon City was restored and built up again. There were some minor invasions of monsters launched during this period, but thanks to the efforts of the Ministry of Science and Research, the shielding ability of Guddi was developed through the use of a killed monster. Guddi. The major survivor bases then quickly activated the Guddi shields. Protected the entire survivor base. Some of the less threatening monsters were unable to destroy the shields and gave up on attacking the humans. As for those monsters with more powerful abilities, when they saw the group of monsters leave, they left together. In addition to Guddi's shields, the Ministry of Science and Research has developed Gamara's hyper-vibrational wave ability. Loading it on top of a weapon gives a considerable boost to combat ability. Beyond that, the Ministry of Science and Technology is also imitating the special air machine from the Zeta Ultraman movie, and if it is successfully produced, combatants will be able to fight in Gundams. All in all, in the past 6 months, because of Su Ming's death, in addition to causing many people to lose hope, it also puts a lot of pressure on anti-monster organizations, and those pressures that, most of it was converted into power. These high-intensity research products are born from this combination of pressure and motivation. Looks like we're still pretty good in the research department. Su Ming nodded his head after hearing this and said with unstinting praise. Originally, Su Ming thought that the research department was very powerful. After all, the potion that revived him was made by the Ministry of Science and Technology from the body of the undead magician Reboldus. If we can research the abilities of more monsters, humans would also have more power to deal with the monsters. In reality, the development of the research department is still restricted. Jingza sighed. We can't get the bodies of more powerful monsters, and we can't do research on those that are stronger. Don't worry, it will come later. In response, Su Ming just looked out the window and said, later. Jingza froze slightly, then said, could. Su Ming smiled without saying anything and nodded. On the side, Blue Eagle frowned, worried that Su Ming's being a monster would be exposed. The matter of Su Ming's return, although it had gone through a news closure, had spread quickly. To go out to the Himalayas in such a large formation, such a thing could not be concealed at all. In response, Jingza asked for Su Ming's permission before officially announcing Su Ming's return. After all, paper can't hold fire. Sooner or later it's going to get out to people, so we might as well boost morale about it. Restore hope to people's hearts. After the official announcement, the world was once again abuzz. Countless people have gathered under the statues of Su Ming all over the world. Cheers to that huge statue. There was joy and celebration amidst the cries in all languages. The Giant of Light is back. Once again there is hope for the world. Humans will one day be the masters of the earth again. As for how Su Ming came back, the word is spreading like wildfire within the headquarters base. I heard that Lord Su Ming's capture by the Hippolytes was his plan. Use this to infiltrate the other side's base and subsequently kill them all. Right. I heard that Lord Su-ming has already killed all 8 generations of the Hippolyte's ancestors, and lifted the graves of the Hippolyte ancestors. I heard that Lord Su-ming transformed on the spot after arriving at the other side's base, turning directly into light to burst the mountains of monsters. An endless stream of messages spreading to each other inside the base and outside. People are convinced that Su-ming's capture by the Hippolyte was a ploy of his own. It was actually to infiltrate the enemy camp and kill them off. Su-ming didn't know what the news was from the outside world. Inside his room, Su-ming closed his eyes and meditated, constantly sensing the sound of his heartbeat. Flop, 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 flop. A heartbeat grew clearer and jumped faster in his ears. The clock on the wall stopped running under the sound of an extremely heavy heartbeat. The time and space froze. The runic aperture projected out from the heart area, and the light reflected above Su-ming's face. Phew! Seeing that the runic aperture was still there, Su-ming couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he hadn't lost his shapeshifting ability by returning to the real world. Looking at the images that were constantly rotating in the runic aperture, Su-ming, however, was slightly stunned. A frown ensued. Gaddy, Shadow, why isn't there a Deja anymore? Where did Deja go? Constantly sliding the image in the runic aperture, Su-ming never saw what Deja looked like. The Deja image disappeared. With a thought, the runic aperture in front of him dispersed, and Su-ming's heartbeat returned to normal. The clock on the wall retraced its steps, and Su-ming sat down on his butt on the bed. The disappearance of the Deja image meant that Su-ming lost the ability to turn into Deja. This was bad news for Su-ming. Deja Ultraman's ability. Su-ming was more familiar and clear. Losing the ability to turn into a Deja is also losing a big part of the battle. Could it be because of the petrification of Gitanjio? Thinking about it, Su-ming felt that this was the only possibility. In the world of Deja against Gitanjio, Daegu was petrified once by Gitanjio after he turned into Deja, and Su-ming was petrified once when he and Daegu fought together, but that time Su-ming turned into Getty and escaped from the stone statue and dodged a bullet. It seems that the price for dodging this is losing the ability to turn into a Deja. Sighing, Su-ming shook his head. The unfortunate part of this is that one can still turn into Getty and Gaius Shadow to fight. Taking out a USB flash drive from his arms, Su-ming looked towards the computer placed in the room. Looks like we'll just have to learn more about Gaiku's fighting abilities. This flash drive, which Kigo Masaki gave to himself earlier. Inside, Kigo Masaki himself demonstrates the various ways in which Gaiku can unleash his skills, complete with commentary. Su-ming hadn't had the time to read it before, but now he finally had the time. Inserting the USB flash drive into the computer, Su-ming opened it, only to find 2 folders, one copy of the Gai Shadow combat ability and one copy of the Gai Ozark design. Su-ming couldn't help but stare after seeing it. This guy, Masaki Kigo, is really meticulous. Su-ming only remembers that he happened to mention that he wanted to bring Gayazak back to his hometown to fight the monster invasion, but he didn't expect to be remembered by Masaki Kigo. But it's better to learn Gaiku's fighting ability first. After clicking on the folder and opening the video, Su-ming began to watch it carefully. In the real world, where everything must be ready for the mountain, fighting at all times. Chapter 86. What people need is faith and hope. 3 days passed calmly, and Su-ming got a good rest. It's just that the disappearance of Gitanjio has been worrying Su-ming a lot. If this evil god suddenly appears, I'm afraid the world will be engulfed in darkness. Fortunes and misfortunes, I guess. It's good that Gitanjio's is missing. At least this planet is safe now. Sighing, Su-ming walked towards Jingzei's office. Along the way, there were staff members who saw Su-ming and marveled at all of them, even looking back at Su-ming 3 steps at a time. Su-ming can only express helplessness. Who let his identity here so special? It, the first light in the universe, the world's strongest light giant. This kind of name is really impressive. Secretly mocking himself, Su-ming stroked his heart area, though it's not that strong. But it's always possible to turn into light. Soon Su-ming arrived in front of Jingzei's office door and then knocked. Come in. Jingzei's voice came from inside the door, so Su-ming pushed the door straight in. Lord Su-ming? What brings you here? After seeing that it was Su-ming who came in, Jingzei hurriedly stood up and came to Su-ming. Su-ming closed the door behind him smoothly and smiled at Jingzei. Said, I'm here to deliver a gift to Director Jingzei. A gift? Jingzei was slightly stunned, then laughed. Lord Su-ming is joking. How can I ask for a gift when I have already failed in my duty by failing to guard the rift in time and space that you once suppressed? Take a look and see. Su-ming handed the flash drive to Jingzei. Insert it into the computer and what's in there is still more useful for now. Jingzei was slightly stunned. Then he inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. As Su-ming had said, opened the folder. Ozark Designs? Surprised to read the name of the only file on the flash drive, Jingzei looked at Su-ming incredulously. Monster Ozark. Does Superintendent Kajikawa still have any recollection of that? Su-ming saw the surprise on Jingza's face and asked him. It's a mechanical monster made by Kigo Masaki in the Deja Ultraman movie and television. It rings a bell. After all, we've studied it before in order to create artificially controlled monsters but it failed. Jingza replied to Su-ming. But what we researched, mostly in the style of the special air machine in the Zeta Altman movie and television. This drawing of the Ozark design, it is able to allow us to make a mechanical monster Gayazak that we can control. Su-ming spoke up. It's good that Director Jingza knows that it's best to be able to quickly research it will be ready for battle when it is manufactured. I understand, Lord Su-ming. Excitedly, Jingza shut the computer down and drew out the flash drive. Although he didn't know where Su-ming had gotten the design drawings of Gayazak from, Jingza knew that, as soon as Ozak is created, humanity will gain even more power in battle. Jingza took Su-ming and headed to the research lab once more. This was Su-ming's second trip to the research lab. The first time I went was when I was at Dragon City HQ. Although the headquarters has now moved to the capital, the lab is still built in the middle of the ground, and also activated the Guardi Shroud to wrap the entire lab, down to the -50th floor of the earth. Su-ming and Jingza walked into the vast and incomparable underground laboratory together. This place is much larger than the underground experimental site of Kigo Masaki's Setic. As usual with last time, Su-ming and Jingza walked all the way in without a few researchers greeting them, because they are just too busy. In the midst of these post-apocalyptic times, they are the true mainstay. Jingza came to a scientist in charge of researching physical machinery and handed over the flash drive, and a few words were delivered to it. That scientist's eyes opened wide, and then he quickly opened the USB flash drive to look at it, and then became more and more excited. In no time at all, this scientist had assembled a group of people who were ready to get to work on making Ozarks. Jingza returned to Su-ming's side and introduced himself to Su-ming, saying, "That's Mori, the scientist who was in charge of the development of the special airplane before. The Geozak design is in his hands and should be able to be made soon. It's good to be able to produce it." Su-ming nodded and said, "The power of science is still strong. Even the Land of Light was created by the power of science." The Land of Light, Kajikawa said, shaking his head as he laughed. If humans had really been able to develop the plasma sparks of the Land of Light, then it wouldn't be like this now. Su-ming smiled back. Science was actually about exploration and discovery, reorganizing the matter in the world. Use all sorts of wonderful laws to make useful things. Suddenly, the communicator on Jingza's body rang. Only Jingza opened his communicator and frowned when he saw the message on the screen. "What's the matter, Superintendent Kajikawa?" Seeing this, Su-ming asked suspiciously. "The Dragon City survivor base was attacked by monsters," Jingza said, hastily issuing orders to each unit on his comm. Rushing to the Dragon City. Dragon City, as the old headquarters, is naturally very important in terms of location. Jingza was still waiting for Dragon City to be rebuilt before relocating its headquarters there again. But the Dragon City survivor base should be loaded with Guddi's shields as well, right? Su-ming's brows also frowned slightly as he said in doubt. The one who attacked Dragon City was none other than Guddi. Who was attracted to the shield? "I don't know," Jingza replied to Su-ming. Dragon City's shield was probably recognized by some Guardi as a barrier made by its own kind. As of now, Dragon City is still under construction, doesn't have much of a strong combat reserve, will have to rely on the neighboring survivor bases for support. Saying that, Jingza led Su-ming towards the elevator. The attack on Dragon City was a big deal to say the least. To say it's small is to say it's small. The main thing is still the issue that the shields will be golly considered to be of the same kind. Kingser needs to hold a meeting to analyze the way the guards are protected. "Superintendent Jingza, for this operation, I'll go too." Su-ming was silent for a while and said inside the elevator, "Lord Su-ming, you've only just returned, you should get some rest. And in case the cosmic people are made aware of it again," Jingza said, and then thought of the image of Su-ming fighting against the legions of cosmic people all by himself. "Lord Su-ming, you can't go." "No." Su-ming shook his head and spoke. "The cosmic people want to know if I exist. That was an easy thing to do, and I'm sure they've gotten word of my return by now. Whether or not it's known by the cosmos, that's not even a question. If they want to find out, they came a long time ago." Su-ming finished and looked at Jingza. "What humanity needs now is a belief that, a hope." "I understand, Lord Su-ming." Jingza was silent for a long time. As he stepped out of the elevator doors he said, "I'll have Blue Eagle travel with you. If you need anything done, just let Blue Eagle do it." Chapter 87 Ultraman finally appears before the eyes. Riding on the Dark Eagle, Su-ming and Blue Eagle traveled to Dragon City together. The reason for flying an older version of the Darkhawk, it's because the Blue Eagle spent 6 months in the Himalayas and doesn't know how to fly the latest Flying Shadow. However, with the speed of the Dark Eagle, The duo soon reached Dragon City. The shield at the Dragon City survivor base has been removed, and it is because of this shield that's why Guddy was drawn to it. Su-ming and Blue Eagle disembarked from the warplane and rushed to the front line at a rapid pace. One by one, the elite soldiers drove up their cannons and attacked the underground Guddy. However, this Guddy didn't show its head. It just hid in the middle of the ground. Everybody didn't expect that. Guddy's tentacles had crept underground and reached inside the survivor base. Su-ming and Blue Eagle entered the city and were met with a tightly closed portal. People have trouble putting up limited resistance when monsters invade. One can only hide in the house and listen to the sky, waiting for news that the warriors have succeeded in fending off the monsters. Guddy isn't easy to deal with. At that moment, Blue Eagle sighed and said, "Once a branch wiped out a Guddy, but at great cost. The minister of that branch sacrificed himself, dying under the tentacles of the Guddy. But the Minister of Divisions did not die in vain. The shields developed by the Ministry of Science and Research are the best proof of this," Blue Eagle said, leading Su-ming towards the front line. "Guddy, is it even that hard to deal with?" Su-ming surveyed the portals along the way. All of them were tightly closed and locked. None of them were open. Walking along, suddenly a mournful cry came from a portal of A. Su-ming and Blue Eagle stopped in their tracks at once. "Something's up." Blue Eagle reacted with great speed, and rushed ahead of the others to the house where the shouts were made. A foot kicked the door open. What came into view was actually a slimy flesh-colored tentacle. Save my child." The person who sent out the plea for help was a mother, who at the moment had a kitchen knife in her hand, and was slashing at the tentacles. And curled around Guddy's tentacles was a 5-year-old girl. Seeing this, Blue Eagle quickly drew a handle from his belt and pressed the button on the handles. A laser sword appeared instantly. With a swish, the laser sword in Blue Eagle's hand slashed down on Guddy's tentacles. A spark flew, leaving a white mark on Guddy's tentacle, but not cutting it off. Su-ming was about to go forward to help when suddenly, another cry for help came from another portal. This time, that door was opened by someone inside, and a father pushed his child out the door and then blocked the door panel with his body. Yet it was of no avail, and the door panel was lifted with the father by the tentacles of the Guddy. As the father looked on in despair, the tentacles curled around the bawling little boy and dragged him backwards. Su-ming quickly rushed over to the tentacle and tried to pull the little boy back, as he held onto it. However, it was simply not as powerful as the tentacles, and the whole person was brought back into the middle of the ground by the tentacles along with the little boy. "Lord Su-ming!" Blue Eagle let out an exclamation of surprise at the sight, and then the little girl beside her, but in the tugging and dragging of the tentacles, being brought down to earth. "My baby!" That mother made a heartbreaking sound, and was about to jump into that bottomless pit, but he was stopped by Blue Eagle. "Going down there will kill you." Blue Eagle grabbed the frantically crying mother as hard as he could in case she did something stupid. "Lord Su-ming has also been dragged down. Don't let anything happen." Although he knew that Su-ming was able to turn into Guddy, Blue Eagle was still extremely worried. If something happened to Lord Su-ming, Blue Eagle knew that it was all his responsibility. Su-ming held the little boy in his arms as he was yanked and dragged by the tentacles in the middle of the earth, and soon, then he came within a hole in the ground. Within the hole in the ground, the little girl who had just been dragged away was also here, wailing and crying. "It's not life-threatening." After putting Su-ming and the little boy down, the two tentacles rushed out again. Not a moment later 2 more children were brought back who kept crying. "This monster is trying to spawn." Su-ming gritted his teeth as he watched the scene and, with that, he placed his hand over his heart. "All Guddy, be damned." Using children to hatch their own offspring, such monsters deserve to be broken into pieces. Closing his eyes, Su-ming sensed his heart through meditation. The pounding heartbeat was getting closer and clearer in his ears. The beating is also getting faster. The cries of the children around them ceased in a freeze of time, and under a very heavy heartbeat a runic aura was projected from Su-ming's heart. On the runic aperture, images of Guddy and Shadow flowed. The image of Deja, still not present in the runic aperture. Then choose cover Shadow. After the runic aperture rotated to the image of the cover Shadow, Su-ming made his choice. With that, the runic aperture passed through Su-ming's body at an even speed. Time resumes its flow. Blue Eagle was on the ground, holding his laser sword in his hand, listening to the cries for help and screams coming from all over the place, and there's nothing to be done about it. Suddenly, a ray of light shot up from the earth, and under the gaze of the people, the silver, red and black colored giant appeared on the ground. Looking up at the huge body, everyone was stunned amidst the flashes of light. "Oh, Ottoman, Ultraman has appeared." Ultraman actually showed up. "It's the Giant of Light." "Great, saved." Surprised voices came out of everyone's mouths, and their gazes were filled with excitement and disbelief. "How long has it been? How long has the monster invasion been going on?" the world has finally seen Ultraman. The Giant of Light has appeared. Seeing that magnificent body, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. That is, the world is saved. Though it was known beforehand that the Giant of Light had been brought back to life. But the crowd never saw Ultraman appear, and it was inevitable that their hearts would be lost in disappointment. And now, seeing it with their own eyes in front of them made everyone's insides boil. Ultraman finally showed up. Blue Eagle's eyes locked on the tall Giant of Light. The worries in his heart were swept away at this moment. Lord Su-ming doesn't only turn into Getty, he can also turn into Ultraman, become a Giant of Light. With a smile on his face, Blue Eagle looked into the face of this Giant of Light. It seems that the Ultraman that Lord Su-ming turned into is the Deja Ultraman. Slowly, though, the smile on Blue Eagle's face froze. No, this isn't Deja Ultraman. Pupils shrinking slightly, Blue Eagle swallowed a mouthful of water and, this Giant of Light is Evil Deja. Evil Deja. Those words appeared in his mind, and Blue Eagle couldn't help but take a few steps back. If this is really Lord Su-ming's change, it's fine. If it's an intruder, the Dragon City survivor base will be completely finished. Chapter 88, The Reason for the First Captain's Promotion. A ray of light fell from the hands of the so-called Evil Deja onto the ground. The bold Blue Eagle rushed over to check on the children who had just been dragged away. These children were now in a peaceful slumber, as if soothed by the glow of, hypnotized in general. People saw that the child had been brought back, and a crowd rushed over amongst the, cried out and carried his child back. With that, the crowd got louder for Ultraman. Ultraman got the baby back. Great, my boy. Mom almost thought. Ultraman, take down the monster. Right, down with the monsters. After putting the child down, Su-ming leapt and flew outside the survivor base. This is the front line, where the troops fighting the monsters ride the guns of a bombardment of deep pits ahead. That deep pit was what Guddy had dug, hiding his body deep in the ground. Su-ming descended from the sky and landed in front of that deep pit. All eyes were instantly on the Ultraman, who had suddenly fallen to the ground, and for a moment the artillery all stopped. I'm not blind, am I? That's Ultraman? It's the Giant of Light? It really appeared. The Giant of Light. Ultraman really showed up. Quickly, get this message to the minister. No, report it directly to headquarters. Wait, if it's true that Ultraman appeared, the one in front of me, it can't be the legendary Lord Su-ming. Su-ming couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that the artillery fire around him had stopped. The worry is that the fighters will not attack themselves as evil Jin. But so far it seems okay, they don't see themselves as enemies. Gazing toward the deep, underground cavern before his feet. Su-ming swished and threw two small light blades inside. It was a long time before two subtle explosions of popping were heard. It looks pretty deep, but it shouldn't be a problem. With a measurement in his mind, Su-ming jumped directly into this bottomless pit. The elite fighters on the front line couldn't help but tense up when they saw the scene, staring intently in the direction of the cave entrance. First Captain, do we continue the attack? At that moment, a squad leader asked the first captain. All squads pause their attacks and wait and see what happens. The brigadier held out a hand and gave the order to go down. For a moment all the gun ports were closed. Brigadier, the minister's reply is here. At that moment, the team member in charge of communications said excitedly to the first captain. The minister said that the headquarters has just issued a notice that there's no need to panic if they see a light giant, because that's Lord Su-ming. There was an uproar at this statement, and each of them discussed it excitedly. Lord Su-ming finally made his move. I've seen Lord Su-ming before, when he was still in the Dragon City branch. It was only from a distance, but I think he's full of divinity. Me too. I've also served food to Lord Su-ming, and Lord Su-ming is really kind. When Dragon City was attacked, Lord Su-ming even blocked the Monster Legion with one man. I was at the battlefield. I was going to die at the feet of the Hippolytes. As a result, Lord Su-ming sacrificed himself after appearing so I could survive. I also participated in the Battle of Dragon City. After Lord Su-ming's sacrifice, honestly, I hid in a corner and cried all day. Silence. At that moment, the first captain snapped. What's all the noise about? This is a battlefield, not a place to play around. Captain, but Lord Su-ming. One squad member was unconvinced and tried to retort, but was interrupted by the first captain. So what if Lord Su-ming? The first captain said, his eyes gradually moist. At first, I was lying next to Lord Su-ming when he was turned into a bronze statue by the Hippolytes. I was already deeply wounded. Seeing Lord Su-ming, whose strength has yet to be restored, sacrificing himself to save Dragon City, but unable to save him. Do you know how remorseful I am? The brigadier, red-eyed, spoke up and I could only convey the video from the recorder to the headquarters, so that everyone would be alerted that the lives of our people in Dragon City were exchanged for the lives of Lord Su-ming. Everyone was silent as they listened. It had not occurred to the crowd that the first captain had had this experience. It is also true that this very first captain fell on the battlefield 6 months ago. The warrior who had watched Su Ming being turned into a bronze statue had gotten great credit for it. After all this time, he had now become the first captain commanding each squad on the battlefield. Just when everyone was silent, an explosive cry suddenly came from the hole in the ground. Then the ground began to rumble and shake. In no time, Su Ming rushed out of that hole in the ground with his hands up on his guddi, straight up into the sky. Guddi kept twisting his body above Su Ming's head, waving his 2 tentacles. However, Su Ming is controlling him tightly and it's hard to get out. Then he chose a wider surface and slammed the guddi hard into the ground. The crowd only saw Guddi's huge body fall from the sky, and then fall heavily to the ground with a loud bang, splash a lot of dust. Su Ming also flew back to the ground after GA hit the ground. In the middle of the underground cave, Su Ming had already fought with GAD. Although this monster had strange abilities, a function such as a shield was only able to protect its territory from invasion. Therefore, in front of Su Ming, Guddi could only take a beating. After hammering Guddi half to death, Su Ming propped Guddi up. It was dropped from a great height again and fell half dead. Indeed, Guddi was completely incapacitated after he smashed into the ground. The tentacles tried to swing out, but they couldn't make any effort at all. Su Ming pulled back his 2 arms, and then he clenched his 2 hands into fists to spread his arms out, slowly crossing them directly in front of him. Light energy coalesced from all directions, eventually converging on top of Su Ming's arm. With a swish, Su Ming's 2 arms were in the shape of an L, unleashed the light at the already half-dead Guddi. In the name of Kigo Masaki's video, this ray is called Ryo Yap Ray. It's Deja Altman's Japella Ray backwards. Because the direction of storing power is reversed, is the name also reversed? Su Ming secretly spat out a sentence, and then the light violently impacted on Guddi's body. With a loud boom, the Guddi exploded in the midst of the firelight, turning into broken pieces and scattering all over the ground. After resolving Guddi, Su Ming turned around and a nod of affirmation was given to the group of warriors who did not attack themselves. With that, he stomped on both feet and flew into the boundless sky, disappearing into the clouds. Chapter 89, The Monster Army is back. Guddi just died? A group of team members said in disbelief, looking at the crushed pieces of Guddi scattered on the wide ground not far away. So strong. Lord Su Ming is so strong. That's all it took. One move to finish off Guddi. Worthy of being the strongest light giant. Everyone was startled by the sight, and the Guddi, which the multitude had fought so hard against. Surprisingly, it exploded under Lord Su Ming's move. The power of Ultraman, the power of the Giant of Light was just on display. At this moment, a powerful confidence arose in everyone's hearts. Earth, surely, will return to the Age of Peace. Quickly, collect the broken pieces of Guddi and send them to the Headquarters Institute. The Brigadier General hastened to give orders for the warriors to rush to the battlefield. The collection of debris from the Guddi. Though shields have been worked out for the Guddi, but Guddi's body is still very much a study. Su Ming turned into light and returned to the middle of the survivor base, stepping out from an unoccupied corner. Seeing this, Blue Eagle greeted him with an excited look on his face. Before Blue Eagle could say anything, there were residents in the surroundings pointing at Su Ming, their eyes glaring at him, shouted, Su, Lord Su Ming. This shout immediately converged the gazes of the people around them on Su Ming. Lord Su Ming, it's really Lord Su Ming. It looks exactly like the statue in the square. Finally, after all this time of worship, I see a live one. So the Ultraman just now was changed by Lord Su Ming? Definitely. It was Lord Su Ming who saved us just now. Identity recognized. Su Ming was drowned by the sea of people in a daze. Lord Su Ming, give me his autograph. Lord Su Ming, give me a hair as an amulet. Lord Su Ming, I want it too. Lord Su Ming, thank you for saving us. More and more people crowded towards Su Ming, enthusiastically extending their hands and shouting. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a pain on his head, and a piece of his hair was ripped off. Asterisk who pulled my hair? Just as these words were shouted out, Su Ming's head felt another pain, and his hair was yanked out again. Take it easy. Don't do anything strange to Lord Su Ming. Blue Eagle protected Su Ming's side and kept opening his mouth to shout. However, it didn't work. Asterisk. What are you pulling my hair for? Blue Eagle suddenly felt a pain in his head and realized that a poke of his hair had been ripped out. Su Ming only felt that the hair on his head was constantly being pulled out. Soon another magic grip reached for the clothes on the body. There is no mistake. Su Ming couldn't take it anymore, and as soon as he covered his face with his clothes, he pointed in one direction and shouted. Lord Su Ming went that way. With that, Su Ming drilled into the crowd in the opposite direction. People listened to the wind and rushed over in the direction Su Ming pointed. Dark Hawk Fighter. Su Ming and Blue Eagle sat inside the fighter jet, panting. The duo never imagined that the populace would go so crazy. Su Ming touched the top of his head. Luckily his hair hadn't been ripped out. Blue Hawk rubs the top of his head. Wanting to cry, smiley face, why is my hair being pulled too? Well, let's go back to headquarters first. Sighing, Su Ming said to Blue Eagle. With a nod, Blue Eagle piloted the Dark Eagle and flew back towards the capital's headquarters. The video of Ultraman's appearance at the Dragon City branch quickly traveled around the world. Some of the people who had doubts in their minds, doubts were instantly dispelled the moment I saw the video. With Su Ming's return, Ultraman, literally, appeared. The best evidence of this is the garlands where Dragon City was wiped out, and the people and warriors of Dragon City are the best witnesses. And the video of Su Ming's single ray of light blowing the monster Guddy out of the sky spread all over the world. After seeing the video, the crowd marveled at Ultraman's formidable strength. As a result, more people went to pray in front of Su Ming's statue, all hoping for the end of the world. Humans are able to return to a normal life. The capital's headquarters also issued a call to arms, constantly proclaiming the return of Ultramans. For a time human morale soared. Xiao Ming-sama actually turned into Evil Deja, inside the director's office, in front of which Jingza sat. It's Li Wan, the deputy director who was promoted after relocating to the capital. Evil Deja is just an official designation. Actually, Evil Deja is a giant of light that exists in the super ancient. Superintendent Jingza, as superintendent, naturally knows a lot about monsters and Ultraman. Opening his mouth, he said to Li Yuan, isn't Lord Su Ming the strongest light giant? Is Evil Deja the strongest? With a puzzled look on his face, Li Yuan said to Jingze, no, old brother Li Yuan, you probably don't know. Jingze shook his head and said to Li Yuan that, once Lord Su Ming told me that his strength was 10-1 and that he had no more transformers. When I asked Lord Su Ming what his transformer looked like, do you know how Lord Su Ming answered me? Kajikawa said, standing up. How did you answer? Li Yuan said curiously when he saw Jingze like this. Lord Su Ming said, that those transformers from that life of his are gone, and I was told to use the transformers that appear in movies and television as a blueprint for my search. Jingze said, so, do you understand, old brother Li Yuan? You mean, Lord Su Ming didn't just have to turn into an Ultraman? Li Yuan reacted. He can turn into all Ultraman. According to my guess, that should be the case. Jingze nodded and said, so old brother Li Yuan, Lord Su Ming will definitely lead humanity to victory. Guardi is wiped out, and news of Ultraman's appearance naturally reaches the ears of the universe. The Hippolytics and the Imperials were on one knee above the Great Hall, reporting back to the huge black crystal in the middle of that Great Hall about what was happening in the human world. My lord, I heard that the giant of light that appeared was that Su Ming who changed. The Imperial alien said respectfully to the black crystal, it seems that the human we captured earlier was indeed not Su Ming. My lord, don't listen to him, the Hippolyte echoed, addressing the black crystals. I heard that it was Su Ming, who was captured earlier, who returned and turned into a giant of light. You two losers, you can't even inquire about a message. The black crystal made a heavy sound and reprimanded the duo, saying, no matter what, the light giants on this planet must be completely annihilated. Understood, my lord, we'll lead the Monster Legion and go get the real Su Ming back. When the Imperial Star finished speaking, he exited the Great Hall. Not to be outdone, the Hippolyte gave close chase. Chapter 90, Protecting Lord Su Ming. While the entire human population of Earth was celebrating the fact that the giant of light had finally appeared, the sky of the capital city, however, suddenly darkened. Report. A large number of unidentified fluctuations have been detected 1,000 meters from the base. Suspected hordes of monsters are heading for the base. Report. Hordes and hordes of flying monsters have appeared in the skies over the base. Report. Cosmonaut Hippolytes and Imperials have appeared outside the capital's shields. Report. A large number of monsters have burrowed out of the ground and are on their way to the capital. Report. The swarm of monsters in the sky is trying to break through the base's shields. Report. For a while, there was an endless stream of reports sent to the headquarters in the capital, and the people of the city were on edge. Superintendent Jingza gave the first order to send out all the city's troops to defend the capital to the death, and at the same time, they sent out distress signals to other divisions to rush to the capital. It must be because of me. Su Ming stood up and walked towards the door. What the cosmos wants is my life. Just as Su Ming had just opened the door to his room, he saw Blue Eagle standing in the doorway. Lord Su Ming, Superintendent Jingza instructed me to persuade you. Blue Eagle's gaze was firm and, looking at Su Ming, he said, because Director Jingza knows that you will definitely go. Blue Eagle, get out of the way. Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he opened his mouth and said, if I don't go at this time, How can I face the world? Lord Su Ming. You're right. Blue Eagle directly stepped aside and said to Su Ming, Blue Eagle, don't you stop me. Ha! Su Ming just wanted to retort, but he froze, then looked at Blue Eagle with a confused expression. According to the plot, isn't it because Blue Eagle stops himself 5 or 6 more times and then gets a tough attitude out of him? Straight up combat? What the hell is Blue Eagle compromising so quickly? Am I right? Am I really that right? Damn, why don't you follow the rules? Lord Su Ming, I think you're right. If you don't fight it this time, I'm afraid that people's hopes will be disorganized, and it will not be good for your speech. Blue Eagle spoke up. No, that's right, Blue Eagle, you're smart. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched as he opened his mouth. Not bad for a member of an elite unit. Dealing with smart people is easy. Without Blue Eagle's obstruction, Su Ming directly rushed out of the headquarters, all the way to the edge of the shroud of the survivor base. The people at the capital survivor base are sheltered by a shield. Not all of them hid in the houses. More than that, they were on the streets looking up into the sky. The black mass of flying monsters, Zoga, Melba, Barton, Demonstein, and more. There are so many different kinds and so many of them that it makes it difficult to count them all at once. The capital, as headquarters, uses a stacked version of the Guardy shield. That's why it wasn't broken up so quickly by the monsters outside. The one who just ran over there is Lord Su Ming. I saw it too. It's Lord Su Ming. Lord Su Ming has gone to deal with the monsters, but there's only one person, Lord Su Ming, and there are so many monsters. The people who had been relieved in their hearts were tense again when they heard these words. Lord Su Ming. Can he really deal with so many monsters by himself? Su Ming came to the edge of the shield. Here, countless elite warriors have set up a defense line, waiting for the last moment when the shield won't hold. As the headquarters, all kinds of weapons and equipment are naturally state-of-the-art. Even the super vibrational waves, which were in the experimental stage, were loaded into the artillery. Lord Su Ming. Soon enough, someone noticed Su Ming's arrival, and immediately exclaimed in shock, like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Many people turned their gazes towards Su Ming, their hearts becoming more determined. With Lord Su Ming here, what are these monsters? For Lord Su Ming, who killed Guddy in one move, any more monsters that come will just be cannon fodder. Standing 100 meters away from the shield, the Hippolyte stroked the nose of the long strip on his face. Laughs. Human. Hand over Ultraman. Hand over Su Ming. I can leave you guys with a whole body. After the Hippolyte had finished speaking, patches of monsters behind him hissed and, like a demonstration, hearing the Hippolyte's words, everyone's gazes looked toward Su Ming, their target. It's me. In response, Su Ming was generous enough to speak out on his own. Lord Su Ming, I will protect you. A warrior came in front of Su Ming and said furiously. Right, we have to protect Lord Su Ming. Cosmic Man's target is Lord Su Ming. As long as the only Ultraman in this world is resolved, there would be nothing to stop them. That's right, we mustn't let Lord Su Ming fall into the hands of the cosmos. For the sake of Lord Su Ming, I will die in battle. A shout came out, causing Su Ming to faintly stare, and then his heart was somewhat moved. Humans, what a lovely creature. So how could I let such lovely people die for me? Su Ming stood in front of the shield, looked up at the Hippolyte, and spoke. I, Su Ming, am right here, to capture me, then do it on your own. Oh, the Hippolyte saw Su Ming faintly. And, aren't you the human I turned into a bronze statue last time? Surprisingly, you're still alive? He really is Su Ming. The Imperial alien on the side said. Humph, not bad for a cunning human. However, the Hippolytes, scoffed at the Imperial's words. I can't believe they sent the exact same guy to fool us last time. Maybe the Su Ming this time is also a fake. With that, the Hippolyte alien fired a light bullet in Su Ming's direction. With a bang, the outermost layer of the shield was blown apart, and the defense mechanism of the inner layer activated. Trample this human city. I don't believe Su Ming won't come out, the Hippolyte said, with a big wave of his hand. The monster behind him took a step toward the shield. Everyone tensed up, gazing intently at the approaching beast. It was obvious that any more shields would be useless in front of so many monsters. Su Ming did not expect the Hippolyte alien to be a sand sculpture. Finished shaking his head and no longer hesitate, placing his hand over his heart area. His eyes closed, he began to meditate. The heartbeat was getting clearer and faster in his ears. Time freezes at this moment. The monsters all stopped their advance. The Hippolytics and Imperials who kept stroking their proboscis were also fixed beyond the shields. Under an extremely heavy heartbeat, a ray of light projected out from Su Ming's heart area. The runic aperture formed in front of Su Ming. Chapter 91, The Question and Answer Star. The images of Getty. Shadow alternated among the runic apertures. Su Ming stretched out a hand and made his choice as the runic aperture rotated to the image of the cover shadow. With that, The runic aura quickly passed through Su Ming's body. Time flows anew, and the monster's march continues onward. The Hippolytics and Imperials were still stroking their respective proboscis. Su Ming, who had transformed into light, rushed out of the protective shield, and then landed in front of the thousands of troops with a swish. The giant's magnificent body held the people back. Those warriors who had witnessed Su Ming transforming into light and turning into Ultraman were in awe. They all looked at Su Ming with reverent eyes. I didn't expect a real one this time. The Hippolyte jaggedly laughed. But yes, if the real thing doesn't come again, there's no need for this city to exist. Su Ming did not pay any attention to the Hippolyte's words. Instead, he locked his eyes directly on the Hippolyte. Facing such a right army of monsters, Su Ming still understood the reasoning of capturing the thief first. Keeping the Hippolytes or Imperials under control is the best way to do that. Legions of monsters, give it to me. Without further ado, the Imperials and Hippolytics, direct orders were given. Wipe out Ultraman once and for all. As the duo gave their orders, all the monsters have turned their target to the one and only Ultraman, Su Ming. Soldiers, at that moment, a shout came from inside the shield. Are you afraid to die? No fear. The unison roar that answered said. Deafening. Good. We can't watch Lord Su Ming fight alone. Follow me. Kill. Kill. The entire survivor base's shields unraveled in an instant. The warriors within the shield rushed out immediately, one by one, carrying bazookas and setting up cannons. They launched an attack on the swarm of monsters. Boom boom. An explosion arose from the swarm of monsters. While cannon fire's attack power doesn't work against many monsters, it can at least do some damage and disruption. For the first time, facing the attack of so many monsters, Su Ming knew that the himself is in jeopardy again this time. With a leap, Su Ming flew into the sky, but was attacked by various bird-type monsters in the sky. Having no choice but to do so, Su Ming charged towards the ground again. The target, however, was not the original location, but the Hippolytics in the group of monsters. Bang! The Hippolyte Starman didn't expect that Su Ming would come directly to him. He fell to the ground in response to Su Ming's impact, just as the Hippolyte was trying to stand up and fight back. Instead, they were trampled by hordes of monsters. Seeing this, a whip of light swept towards Su Ming as the Imperial Star on the side of the room. The swish binds it. Su Ming kept struggling, but he was unable to break free from this light whip no matter what. Underestimated these two guys. Su Ming then reacted to the fact that the Imperial alien was one of the bosses of the Showa-era Ultraman. Possesses extremely strong fighting skills, even cracked Zophie Ultraman's M87 ray. Struggling to no avail, the surrounding monsters surrounded him again, and Su Ming crashed headlong into the Imperial alien. Collapsed to the ground with one of them. With that, it was plunged into the trampling of the monstrous horde along with the Hippolytics. Come on, stop, the Hippolyte cried out as the heavy stomp of all monsters, stop attacking. I have to say, these monsters still listen to these two guys. As the Hippolyte gave the call, all the monsters stopped and the sky began to hover. But the attacks of the human warriors never ceased, as a single volley of artillery fire came. Explode in a swarm of monsters. All, load the Gamara Ultra Vibration Wave. With a command from the captain in control of the situation, a device with a technological touch was wheeled out. Then, the firing port was aimed at the swarm of monsters. Gamara Hyper Vibrational Wave loading complete. Fire. Swish. A powerful wave of hyper-vibration emanated from the launching port and attacked among the group of monsters. The monster being used as a living target is hit by a wave of super vibrations that monsters with less resistance exploded on the spot. It worked. The soldiers couldn't help but cheer at the sight. It was the first time mankind had ever wiped out a monster at minimal cost. A single hyper-vibrational wave can take care of massive monsters. This filled all the warriors with confidence to fight the monsters. The light whip that bound Su Ming unraveled amidst the waves of explosions, and the freed Su Ming did not leave directly. Instead, he continued to lock onto the Hippolyte who had just gotten to his feet and lunged, tightly grasping the Hippolyte's two arms. Su Ming stomped on both feet and quickly rushed into the sky. Seeing this, the Imperial alien pointed at Su Ming in the sky and then shouted, "Shoot him down for me." With that, the monsters raised their heads and took aim at Su Ming, who was constantly moving in the sky. One by one, they unleashed their must-haves. Countless rays of light and light bullets were fired from this one monstrosity. Dazzling and flying in the sky. While it's hard to hit a target when it's moving, there's always something that can hit the target with so many attacks. Only a few thumps were heard as several light bullets struck the target flying in the sky. These fools! Stop the attack for me! Stop the attack! The Hippolyte alien was grabbed by Su Ming and kept yelling, because the light bullets all exploded on themselves. The blue robes behind him had been blown to dust under the attack of these light bullets. It seems like the Imperials don't seem to be treating you well. At that moment, Su Ming spoke. Put me down. the Hippolyte said to Su Ming, as he kept struggling. As long as you come back with me, I promise that the human cities here won't be overrun. You think I'm going to take your word for it? Su Ming had a death grip on the Hippolyte, refusing to let go no matter how much the other party attacked him. Choosing a direction, Su Ming led the Hippolyte Starman straight out. 1 instant, 1,000 miles. Soon, the duo arrived at the Himalayas. However, the Hippolyte saw the blood-red space above him to Everest. But it was like seeing a savior. Is there something here? Seeing this, Su Ming asked the Hippolyte. Oh, as a question and answer star, the Hippolyte had absolutely no sense of hiding the truth. That lord is right above here. You just have to come back with me. I can guarantee that mankind will be inviolate for 3 years. So that's it, Su Ming said, leading the Hippolyte to the spacetime rift on Mt. Everest before he came. With that, the temperature of the body gradually rose. Next, whatever I ask, you answer, Su Ming threatened. Feel the heat of my body. If you hesitate, we'll die here together. Chapter 92, The Talking Dark Lopacello. The Hippolytes didn't seem to take Su Ming's threat well. Instead, they were extremely afraid of the temporal rift. What are you afraid of? Su Ming also realized the Hippolyte's fear of temporal rifts. It then moved it one step closer to the temporal rift. No! The Hippolyte could not help but cry out after all. What are you trying to ask? I'll say it all. Oh, Su Ming looked at the Hippolyte in front of him with interest and said, that's fine. The first question is why you are afraid of this crack. Because, before, there have been cosmonauts and monsters who have tried to enter the rift. Go back to your own world, only to be torn to pieces by the rift. The Hippolyte replied, the forces of darkness cannot go back through the rift, which means that the rift will only bring monsters and cosmonauts from other worlds to this one. Can't send them back, can you? Su Ming listened to this and thoughtfully confirmed it to the Hippolyte. That's right, the Hippolyte replied. There have been many cosmonauts and monsters who have tried it, and they have ended up extremely miserable. Very good. Su Ming let out a chuckle and grabbed the Hippolyte alien and took another step into the time rift. At once, the Hippolyte struggled in fear. Don't move or I'll throw you in. Seeing this, Su Ming threatened. I have to say, the Hippolytics were quite obedient in a life and death situation. Instantly there was no struggle. Second question. Who told you that, Su Ming, is the giant of light? This was a question that Su Ming wanted to know very much, and it was also a very important one. I don't know. Everything is at that lord's instruction. The Hippolyte looked skyward and replied cautiously. That lord? This was the second time that Su Ming had wondered about the identity of that lord. Third question. Who the hell is that lord? Su Ming said, once again approaching the temporal rift. This scared the Hippolyte so much that he begged for mercy. You have the generosity to spare me. I can't say anything about that person's identity. If I say it, I'll explode just the same. Su Ming listened to the Hippolyte's words and knew that the other party had indeed not lied to him. The Babar alien who was captured before tried to tell the identity of that lord, but it suddenly exploded. If the Hippolytics were to say it, they would probably end up the same way. Alright then, I'll change the question. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, that lord, how many minions? This is also a very important issue, although the one is hiding in the shadows. However, Su Ming still had to understand the opponent's strength. After all, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. I'm not sure, the Hippolyte said, but what I do know is that that lord's men, besides me and the Imperials, and these legions of monsters, in addition to the Babar, the Magmarians, the Baltanians and other assorted cosmonauts as minions. What about the more powerful ones? Su Ming asked again. Powerful? Do I count? The Hippolyte replied carefully. Doesn't count. Su Ming said with an unceremonious dislike. Then I don't know. The Hippolyte said. I generally only work with Imperials. I rarely see any other cosmonauts. The Hippolyte answer was already considered a lot more than the Babar. This guy is clearly more useful. However, wanting a cosmonaut to defect to a human is simply not doable unless it's out of its mind. You will now give orders to the legions of monsters to disband and leave human territory. The Hippolyte who could command legions of monsters was left with this last value. The Hippolyte hesitated, but the temporal rift that was getting closer and closer in front of it had to make it concede. Yes, tightening his nose, the Hippolyte agreed to Su Ming's request. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the blood-red sky, falling from the sky and it landed in front of Su Ming and the Hippolyte. Hippolyte, the Lord said he was disappointed in you and asked me to clean house. The figure Jia laughed, and then a dark red ray of light was launched out from its chest. Straight towards the Hippolyte attack. Su Ming hurriedly let go of the Hippolyte's arms and dodged away. Under the incredulous gaze of the Hippolytics, it was rushed into the spacetime rift by that dark red light. With an instant Zilla, the Hippolyte's body turned into fragments and annihilated in front of Su Ming's eyes. And it was the figure that appeared to take the Hippolyte out of the equation that made Su Ming look like an enemy. Dark Lopez Cyrus. How did this guy show up? Su Ming couldn't help but get nervous. And what surprised Su Ming the most? Still, this Dark Lopez Cyrus in front of him could talk. Isn't he a Cyclops? Why is he talking? Clenching his fists, Su Ming was ready to fight. And that's when the Imperials arrived, with a legion of monstrous beasts. Looking at the Dark Lopez sailor that appeared in front of him, he was also confused. The scent of hippolytics lingering in front of the time rift was faintly visible. That Hippolyte guy is dead. The Imperials also looked nervously at the scene before them. The existence of the Dark Lopecello was something the Imperials had only heard of. Not realizing that surprised to see this guy show up today. Since we sent this fellow, it seems that His Excellency has lost faith in us. The Imperial alien looked away from the blood-red sky and made a decision. In that case, we might as well leave it at that. Turning around, the Imperials took off into the universe with a host of flying monsters. Dark Lopscallion naturally noticed the scene and, with that, he fired a ray of light at the Imperial alien. The Imperials reacted in a hurry and pushed a Melba down. And at once the Narmerpa exploded in flames under the attack of the light. By the time the fireworks cleared, the Imperials had disappeared into the sky, and did not go forward in pursuit of the renegade Imperials. Dark Lopscallion set his eyes on Su Ming. You're the Ultraman your lordship is trying to solve, right? Dark Lopscallion stretched out a hand to Su Ming in a provocative gesture. Come, fight me fair and square. I can and leave you in one piece if you die. Don't think about running. If you did, there would be no need for humans to exist. Su Ming had wanted to hurry and escape from this place. However, a single word from Dark Lopscallion disabused it of that notion. Chapter 93. I'll wait until Lord Su Ming returns. Clenching his fists tightly, Su Ming had no choice but to blast straight towards the Dark Lopez Cyrus. Good coming. Seeing this, Dark Lopscallion excitedly clenched his fists and also blasted at Su Ming in pairs. The two of them threw a punch at each other, and Su Ming stepped back a distance. And it was clear that the opponent is stronger than himself. Noticing the temporal rift around him, Su Ming instantly had a fixed segment in his mind. With that, he yelled out to Dark Lopscallion. Again, another punch was thrown, and his opponent spared a counter-blast. Su Ming intentionally lowered his force and stepped back again after the counterblast. The Dark Prospero, on the other hand, was getting closer to the time rift. Your power still goes a bit short. No fun. Dark Lopscallion flung his wrist, not at all like a mechanical giant. Yeah. Seeing this, Su Ming pulled his two arms back, then stretched and crossed them in front of him. The Ryo-Yap ray directly coalesced and fired at the darkness of Lopez Sailor. With a swish, the light shot straight at Dark Lopscallion. What Su Ming didn't expect was that the other party didn't put up any resistance. Instead, he took the light attack with his mechanical body, a constant output of energy. Su Ming, however, realized that his light rays just kept colliding and splattering sparks on his opponent's body, while Dark Lopscallion showed no signs of injury at all. You are too weak. Dark Lopscallion shook his head as a black blade of light fired off and, interrupting Su Ming's light. Just this. It's also called, the universe's strongest light giant? Damn. Su Ming's chest continued to rise and fall as he secretly cursed. This Dark Lopecello in front of him is just too strong, and with his current strength, can't deal with it at all. However, Su Ming didn't dare to take off, because this guy was threatening himself with a human. Su Ming didn't dare to bet. Make sure you throw this guy in. Glancing at the temporal rift beside him, Su Ming clenched his fists. With that, a ray of light was launched towards Dark Lopscallion's head. An unsure Dark Lopscallion looked up overhead, only to see a waterfall explode out of it then landed with a crash on top of his own mechanical body. The extremely cold temperatures on Mount Everest instantly solidified this water into ice, froze the Dark Lopecello. Good chance. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly rushed over to Dark Lopezero and yanked him to his feet. It was about to be thrown into the time rift. Just then, the ice on Dark Lopezero's body instantly shattered. Then Su Ming felt himself being grabbed backhanded by a mechanical arm, and then the sky spun around and his entire body flew out. With a bang, Su Ming smashed on top of the mountain, and his body felt like it was falling apart. Ouch! He screamed out in pain, but Su Ming regained his footing. For the sake of humanity, Su Ming knew he couldn't just fall down. If I'm going to die, I'm going to pull it back. With this thought in mind, Su Ming charged towards Dark Lopez Cyrus step by step. Out of your depth. Dark Lopezero, however, smiled disdainfully, then formed both arms into an L shape and unleashes a Dark Lopez ray on Su Ming. Su Ming immediately stopped when he saw this, and his two arms quickly assumed an L shape, similarly firing light rays back at them. But it's clear that the other guy's energy and light are more powerful than his own. Although he himself was now a 30-million-year-old giant of light, he was only using the light of the cover's shadow, not himself. The timer on his chest kept blinking up and Su-ming only saw the other party's dark red light gradually engulfing his own, followed by a loud explosion. Watching the explosion of fire arise from Su-ming's position in front of him, Dark Lopez Sailor grunted and then he turned around to head for the sky. When it first took off, a large, charred, silver hand, however, grabbed Dark Lopezaro's foot in one hand. Dark Lopscallion turned to look, but it was Su-ming who was still alive. I can't believe I'm not dead. Slightly surprised in his mind, Dark Lopscallion felt his body lose its center of gravity in the air and then it fell toward the ground. As soon as Su-ming ripped Dark Lopez Cyrus back to the ground, the timer was flashing red at breakneck speed. Give me death. Su-ming pounced on Dark Lopscallion, slamming fist after fist into its chest. The hard and thick body, however, made it impossible for Su-ming to cause damage to it. As soon as he pushed Su-ming out of the way, Dark Lopezello's two arms were once again in the shape of an L. Unleashed the Dark Lopez rays on it again. Su-ming's body was scorched black piece by piece as he rolled on the ground to avoid the light. A monstrous beast with bad luck appeared from the crack in time and space, quite unexpectedly blocking Su-ming's way. Blown out on the spot by the light, after the smoke from the explosion cleared, Su-ming's body had already disappeared in place. Dark Lopsero couldn't help but stare, then quickly turned around. Go to hell! Only Su-ming's body came swooping down and pushed Dark Lopsailor towards the temporal rift. With a piercing sound, the arm of Dark Lopez Cyrus that touched the temporal rift was instantly torn apart. Even a body of steel cannot resist the power of time and space. Luckily, Dark Lopsailor stabilized his form and didn't completely crash into the temporal rift. Crazy. This was the summary that Dark Lopezero had made of Su-ming during this bit of the battle. The Ultraman in front of me is this unmitigated lunatic. He was already dying, and he even wanted to fight again. Just then, Su-ming pounced once again. This time, Su-ming tightly grasped the other arm of Dark Lopez Sailor. Then he rushed into the spacetime rift. Dark Lopscallion reacted with a flash of red light in his one eye. The other arm instantly snapped, and then accompanied Su-ming as he loved to enter within the spacetime rift. Just a little. Watching the mechanical arm in his hand being torn apart, Gaia's shadow dispersed into particles of light, and then Getty appeared in the midst of the pitch-black rift. Dark Lopscallion saw only the dissipating particles of light that, with that, all that was left was the crack of the ghostly streaming arcs of electricity. What a lunatic! Dark Lopsailor looked up into the sky, then flew up with both feet. Mechanical arms are not beyond repair. They just take time. However, having sacrificed two arms to deal with Su-ming, this Dark Lopez Cyrus was not expecting at all. Capital. The legions of monsters had dispersed, but the warriors hadn't left yet, all staring silently at the sky. Waiting for Su-ming's return. It was just that dusk and sunset, moonlight and stars, but Lord Su-ming never appeared in the sky. Superintendent Jingza, why don't you go back first? If there is any news about Lord Su-ming, we'll be sure to let you know, a warrior said as he persuaded Jingza. No, Kajikawa said, shaking his head firmly. I'm going to wait until Lord Su-ming returns. Chapter 94 A World Where 8 Ultraman Exist. Chapter 94 A World Where 8 Ultraman Exist. In the blue sky, a crack suddenly ripped open, and then the body of a dog-shaped monster fell from the sky. It turned into light particles in midair and dispersed, then coalesced into a ball of light that fell to the ground. I don't know how long it took, but Su-ming woke up quietly and realized that he was lying on the concrete slab floor, looking around and realizing that this is a modern city. Obviously not his original world. Sure enough, it's right as I suspected. You can reach a different world through a time and space rift. The conjecture was right. Just that Su-ming didn't know. Why do monsters and cosmonauts get ripped to shreds when they come into contact with the spacetime rift? Su-ming stood up, but then quickly sat on his butt on the floor again. The battle just now had exhausted itself. What Su-ming needed at this time was rest. Eyes open to look ahead. In front of this square, there was actually a bay. However, when Su-ming's gaze fixed on the huge bronze statue in the bay, breathing sharply, that bronze statue is Monbiotics. His chest continued to rise and fall as Su-ming tried to stand up, but he couldn't make any effort at all. With the bronze statue of Mombius appearing in the bay, Su-ming could only think of one scenario. That would be Armageddon, the Ultra Otter 8 Brothers movie. The scene where Mombius is turned into a bronze statue by the Hippolytics. The probability is that we can determine that this is the world of the Super Otter 8 Brothers. Su-ming's gaze was fixed on the bronze statue in the bay as he pondered in his mind. The ability to turn yourself into an Ultraman. If that's correct, it was gotten through contact with various Ultraman, shaking hands with Kigo Masaki, getting the ability to transform into Gaijin, and making contact with Deja. Then it got the light of Deja, and Armageddon, Super Ultra Otter 8 Brothers in the world of Unsurprisingly, there should be 8 Ultras, except for the Monbiotics Ultraman in the bay, who has been turned into a bronze statue by the Hippolytics. There's also Primeval Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, Severn Ultraman, and Ace Ultraman. The other 3, on the other hand, are the Heisei 3, Deja Ultraman, Dinah Ultraman, Gaia Ultraman. I'm afraid there are more than 8. Suming remembers that there was a time when Fujinomiya Hiroya appeared in the middle of the plot, which means that the Aguju Ultraman, one of the Heisei 3, will also appear in this world. 9 Ultras in all. If we can make contact with these 9 Ultras, then, Suming placed his hand on the area of his heart, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. If one could turn into 9 Ultramans, as long as one's stamina held out, even an army of monsters should be able to handle it. It's just that Suming can only sit and rest here right now, trying to reach out to the other Ultramen. Have to wait for them to show up for that. Sitting down, Suming fell asleep on the floor. By the time he woke up again, it was evening. When Suming sneezed and sat up, he found a pile of coins in front of him. Is this treating me like a beggar? The corner of Suming's mouth twitched. Then he looked at the coins on the ground. Standing up, Suming's physical strength had almost recovered from this simple rest, but the stomach rumbled. Finding a direction, Suming intended to see if there were any food for sale. However, within a few steps, Suming retreated back and pocketed the coins on the ground. After all, he didn't have any money in this world, and he could still use that money to buy things to eat. Without realizing it, Suming walked and came to Chinatown. This place was basically full of Dasha people, and Suming felt doubly kind when he saw them. Coming to a noodle shop, Suming asked the owner for a bowl of noodles and clear soup. After eating, the boss looked at Suming like a down-and-out youth and didn't charge him. Do a good job. Cheer up, young man. The boss patted Suming's shoulder and, encouraging Suming, he said, "You're still young. It'll be better if you're more spirited." "Thanks, boss." Suming said a word of thanks to this boss who was so eager to cheer him up, and then secretly left the money for his meal. Get out of here. Not exactly a down-and-out youth himself, but close. Finding a private hotel in Chinatown, Suming made do with a night's stay, but didn't expect that this sleep Suming slept until the next night. Feeling the vibration of the house and the shouts outside the door, Suming woke up with a start. The Monster Legion hit the capital? Waking up, Suming remembered that he wasn't in the real world, but this world is actually pretty much like the real world. Monsters and Ultraman both originally existed in movies and television and eventually invaded the world. What's different is that the monsters just invaded, and an Ultraman showed up to resist. Not so much that the world is headed in the direction of the end times. Before Mobius was turned into a bronze statue, it should have already solved the monster ponton. Suming left the room step by step and walked in the direction of Chinatown. So the monster that has appeared now, it's just Hilpagon and Goldrath back there. Coming outside of Chinatown, everyone was running for shelter, toward an underground bomb shelter. Suming didn't run, but slowly walked in the direction of the crowd. Up ahead, a familiar figure in a professional suit was arranging for the crowd to take refuge. It's Daegu, or rather, the parallel world of Daikoku. Now the Daikoku of this world hasn't awakened the memories of the parallel world yet, right? Seeing Daegu, Suming deliberately ran forward and then inadvertently fell flat on the ground. Pounced on Daegu. Seeing this, Daegu's hands rushed to support Suming and opened his mouth to ask, "Are you alright?" "It's okay, just tripped." "Thank you." Suming nodded, feeling the changes in himself. And yet there was nothing at all like the warmth that had passed through his heart before. It seems it's because Daiko hasn't awakened yet. We'll have to wait for Daiko to turn into Dija before touching him. Dryly, Suming did not leave the place, but helped Daegu assist the masses to take refuge. This assistance, that is, pointing the way, allows people to run toward the bomb shelter refuge. Soon enough, the crowd evacuated, leaving only the duo of Daegu and Suming in place. The two monsters, Goldrath and Hilpagon, also took a step toward Chinatown. A black wind swept down from the sky and turned into the Hippolyte. Somehow, Suming felt that the Hippolyte in front of him looked a bit familiar. It can't be the one that was torn apart by the temporal rift in the real world, can it? Suming's brows wrinkled slightly, but the Hippolytes all looked the same way. It's really hard to tell the difference. Just as Suming was still thinking about it, Daegu let out a cry of alarm and, pulling Suming to the ground, "Be careful." End of chapter. Chapter 95, but there's no ninth Ultraman in the dream? Chapter 95, but there's no ninth Ultraman in the dream? Suming was pulled back a few steps by Daegu, only to see an irregular yellow arc of electricity crackling and sweeping across the sky, looking to turn himself and Daegu into ashes. Puff! The extremely fast arc of electricity suddenly stopped in front of Suming's eyes, away from his face. It's only a finger difference. Time froze, preventing this arc of electricity from advancing an inch. and the heartbeat in Su Ming's ears gradually became clearer and clearer. The speed is also getting faster. Under the sound of an extremely heavy heartbeat, the runic aperture projected out from Su Ming's heart area. The light reflected above Su Ming's face. Su Ming let out a breath and chose cover shadow without hesitation. The runic aperture then quickly passed through Su Ming's body. Buzz! Uka's tightly closed eyes snapped open and, only to see the yellow chaotic web of electric arcs dissipated by the impact of the light, and a huge body wrapped in the light appeared in the field of vision. Oh, Ottoman? Daegu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the giant of light in front of him with a face full of incredulity. The young man who had just joined himself in arranging for the evacuation of the masses. Surprisingly, it was the Ultraman he had been looking for. Su Ming turned around, nodded to Daegu, and then said, Deja, I'll wait for you. With that, Su Ming rushed towards the monsters raging in the middle of the city, leaving such a sentence behind. Su Ming for the sake of letting Daegu awaken quickly, otherwise with himself alone. I'm afraid it's going to be a bit of a struggle against 3 enemies. Deja? Daiko's heartbeat inexplicably picked up speed when he heard those 2 words. Does it mean that? A cartwheel away. Su Ming connects with a flying leg kick that just misses the top of Goldratha's head. With a click, the sharp horn shattered in response. With that, Goldrath hissed out in pain and looked angrily at the unwelcome guest that had appeared before him. Ultraman? There's even an Ultraman in this world. The Hippolyte Star was obviously a bit surprised after seeing Su Ming. It was supposed to pick this world without Ultraman to invade. The only threat, Monbiotics, has also been turned into a bronze statue, but to his surprise, another Ultraman has appeared in the world. Su Ming looked at the 3 opponents in front of him warily, intending to break them down one by one. Having just raided Goldrath and kicked both horns off his head, it is the solution to its arc release ability. Su Ming was also equivalent to having one less enemy. The next opponent was Hilbegon. As for the Hippolytes, Su Ming currently had nothing that could deal with the other side. One can only make a defense against it for the time being. Aiming at the 2 large horns on the head of the Hilbegon, Su Ming charged forward once again. Where's the guy that's been badgering me? Just then, the Hippolyte fired a red light that, it hit Su Ming straight in the chest. With a bang, Su Ming was blown to the ground by the light and tumbled a few times, but soon Su Ming stood up, ignoring the Hippolyte. Straight at Hilbegon. Not to be outdone, Hilbegon charged at Su Ming. Just at the moment when the 2 were about to come into contact, Su Ming formed a sword with his hand, and the light coalesced within it. The swish brushed against Hilbegon. By the time Hilbegon reacted, only one of the 2 horns on his head remained. Another landed on the ground, emitting a wisp of white smoke. Angrily, Hilbegon and Goldrath slammed into Su Ming together, trying to rely on brute force to knock Su Ming down. Seeing this, Su Ming flew directly into the air, intending to avoid these 2 brainless monsters. However, the Hippolyte would not let Su Ming go, and flew up into the sky with a stump from both horns. He went straight after Su Ming. The people on the ground couldn't help but cheer when they saw that an Ultraman had appeared to stop the monster, constantly cheering for Su Ming. When Daegu saw this, he was also extremely happy inwardly, but it was only the words that Su Ming left behind before he went that. It made Daegu look back for a long time. Deja. As he walked, Daegu froze when he saw that he was blocked by 3 middle-aged and elderly men in front of him. Uncle Hey-8, Uncle Juzai, Uncle Hokuto, why are you here? With a puzzled look on his face, Daegu asked the 3 old uncles. The 3 men in front of us are none other than Susumu Hayashida, the Star Group, Beidou Shinji. Just in the middle of this parallel world, the 3 people who have not yet awakened the memories of the other world are just ordinary people. Daegu, when you were a kid you told me that if you don't give up until the last minute, Ultraman will definitely come. With a smile on their faces, the Star Corps slowly opened their mouths to Daegu. Did I ever say that? Daiko said doubtfully as he was caught up in his memories. Right, Hakutoji replied, nodding his head. The reason we haven't forgotten our dreams is because you believe that Ultraman's gaze stays in our hearts. Believe in Ultraman's gaze. Daegu's brow furrowed slightly, but in his mind, he was connecting to his childhood memories bit by bit. Yeah, you guys have always believed in Ultraman. Susumu Hayashida nodded and said to Daikoku. Uko's eyes snapped open, and then realization dawned on him. The 3 uncles in front of me. It's encouraging your own childhood dream. That is to become an Ultraman when the world is in peril. Maybe this sounds outrageous, but Daegu knows that the dreams one has been having lately are not coincidental. Not only did he have the dream himself, but Flybird and I Dream also had the dream of becoming Ultraman. That means that Uncle Dream also had a dream that he turned into an Ultraman. Gritting his teeth, Daegu ran towards the battlefield. Su Ming is chasing each other with the Hippolyte in the middle of the sky. On the ground, Goldrath and Hilbegon were using their massive bodies to destroy the buildings in the city. Light bullets fell from the sky every now and then and exploded on the ground. In the light of the fire, Daegu vaguely returned to the scene of his childhood when he wished upon a star with Fidget and I Dream. On top of that lawn stood a little girl in a white dress with red shoes. You finally remembered our agreement. The little girl turned her head and looked at Daegu with a smile on her face and said. Daegu nodded solemnly, then detached himself from this illusionary realm and, eyes firmly on the rampaging Silbagon and Goldrath. I realize now that the last of the 7 warriors was myself. Saying that, light condensed in Daegu's hand and the divine light rod appeared in his hand. Just as Daegu wanted to transform, a sudden thought occurred to him. As of now, Feijo, the I Dream duo are most likely Ultraman. Uncle Hay-8, Uncle Hokuto Seiji, Uncle Hyogo Hideki, and Uncle Jusenkyo are also Ultraman, with the addition of Mobius, who was turned into a bronze statue, and himself. That makes 8 people, plus that one Ultraman on the battlefield that's actually 9, but there were only 8 Ultramen in the dream, right? End of chapter. Chapter 96, Good Physics and the Hippolytics Must Run. However, the fire from the battle in the sky made Daegu stop thinking about these things and, the most important thing now was to get rid of all these monsters. Memories from a parallel world gradually appeared in his mind. And Daiko, as a member of the victory team. At this point in time there is a complete awakening. Clutching the rod of divine light in his right hand, Daegu slapped his right arm on his left arm and, with that, he twisted his waist into a perfect solitude and raised the divine light rod high in the air. Deja! Daegu cried out, then rushed up into the sky as a ray of light. Then it became a pillar of colored light falling from the sky, in full view of the crowd. The silver, purple, and red-colored Deja Altman, blocked in front of the 2 monsters. Another Ultraman. It's like the Ultraman just now, but it's good to have Ultraman. Monsters are dead. Go Ultraman. Ultraman beat them. People couldn't help but cheer when they saw another Ultraman appear. In a world where, despite the existence of Ultraman's movies and television, however, only Showa-era Ultraman existed, and there was a break in Ultraman during the Heisei period. So, the people of this world only know the old-time Ultras, such as the Otter brothers, not aware of the Deja Dynagaya Heisei's Ultraman, not to mention the fact that there is an evil DJ Shadow in the DJ Ultraman. Daiko turns into Deja, and all of Deja's fighting skills from the parallel universe are revived in his brain. With a cha bellow, Daiko rushed towards the 2 rampaging monsters. A punch that knocked down Goldrath, who had broken both his horns. Another kick over the broken corner of the Hilbagon. Suming was still chasing the Hippolyte in the sky when he saw Deja appear on the ground, and the mind settled down. The plot is on track, just waiting for the other Heisei trio and the Otter brothers to show up. The pursuing Hippolytes behind them kept firing out light bullets, attacking Suming. Suming kept dodging in mid-flight, then rushed within the clouds in the night sky. The Hippolyte didn't hesitate and followed closely after them. I saw a flash of electricity in the clouds, and then the Hippolyte's body fell from the sky. It hit the ground hard. The clouds gradually dispersed, and under the moonlight one could see that Su Ming's arms, which were in the form of an L, slowly opened up. Apparently it had just unleashed the mandatory kill. The Hippolyte is worthy of being a party boss. The blood is really thick. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. This also shows how powerful the tearing power of that space-time rift was. Surprisingly, it was able to rip even a boss like the Hippolyte into pieces. And then there's the one, as the Hippolyte population calls him, being able to order various bosses to act for you, as henchmen. It's bound to be nothing simple. Moreover, the Lord clearly has the power to directly destroy human beings, but it doesn't do that at all. Su Ming didn't believe that the one would be kind to humans. The only answer is that he simply isn't interested in Earth and has designs on humanity. Hilbagon and Goldrath got up from the ground and, waving his giant claws, he charged at Daegu. Daegu fired a continuous blade of light from his hand, striking the 2 monsters in unison. Several sparks splashed out, but they failed to stop the 2 monsters. Before the 2 monsters could rush at him, Daiko's 2 arms crossed down at the forehead crystal, and the body turned into a silver and red color. Deja Ultraman, the powerhouse type, feet crossed in a bow step, both hands punching out with 2 thumbs, and the 2 monsters were blasted back several steps under Daegu's powerful force. Su Ming also landed on the ground, with his back to Daegu. In the foreground were the Hippolytics who were patting the mud and dust from their bodies. Damn you! Being sneak attacked by Su Ming in the middle of the clouds made the Hippolyte extremely angry. With a wave of his hand, a cylindrical glass container descended from the sky and covered Su Ming in it. Again! Su Ming had been turned into a bronze statue once, so he naturally knew the power of this cylindrical glass container. Seeing this, Daegu hammered his fist on top of the cylindrical glass container and, that's how Manbiotics Ultraman was turned into a bronze statue in front of him before. And Daiko didn't want to see that happen a second time. However, even though Daiko was in a powerful type of state, he simply couldn't hammer this glass container through. although glass containers appear to be glass, but it is not known what special material the Hippolytics made it out of. Seeing that Daegu's rescue was ineffective, Su-ming also launched a self-rescue at this point. Before the mist could fill this container, Su-ming's two palms closed together, and a stream of water then erupted. Soon the stream of water had filled the entire glass container. The mist that could turn a person into a bronze statue simply could not enter the cylindrical container that was already bursting at the seams. Su-ming did not stop releasing the flowing water. The water pressure brought more and more pressure to the glass container. The pressure on Su-ming himself is getting heavier and heavier. Finally, at a critical point in the pressure resistance of the cylindrical glass container, it exploded with a crash. The water splashed and scattered all over the floor. What? The Hippolyte Starman couldn't believe that his stance had just been broken by his opponent. How did you do that? Exasperated, the Hippolyte Starman actually sent a query to Su-ming. It's simple. Physics yet. But that's only if the people inside can handle the intense pressure. Su-ming said. The light had already coalesced between his arms, and the Hippolyte reacted to it, quickly leaping up from his spot. But I didn't expect that. Su-ming instantly turned around and both hands were in the shape of an L firing out rays of light at Goldrath behind him. Goldrath, who had made no defense, was hit on the spot in the chest by the light. Then it fell to the ground in disbelief and exploded with a bang, filling the sky with fire. It worked! Ultraman has successfully tackled a monster. Awesome Ultraman! Awesome Ultraman! Go for it! Go for it! The crowd on the ground had originally seen Su-ming being put into a glass container. However, he did not expect that within this short period of time, Su-ming would be able to instantly kill a monster back, and for a moment, he was surprised and cried out. Daegu was also a bit confused, but then he reacted and ran with Su-ming to each other, crossing paths. As the two of them brushed past, with great understanding, they extended a hand for a high five. With that, Su-ming rushed towards Hilbegon, while Daegu ran towards the Hippolyte. A warm current surged into Su-ming's heart, and vaguely, Su-ming could feel that Deja's light is back. Just a moment after high-fiving Daiko, Deja's power returned. Chapter 97, The Power of Dinah and Gaia. Chapter 97, The Power of Dinah and Gaia. Daiko and the Hippolyte are tangled up in a fight, while Xiao-ming is all over the place. And a cartwheel went off, the heel of his foot knocking into the horns of what was left of Hilbegon's head. There was a click, a burst of sparks, and one of the remaining horns of the Hilbegon snapped off in response. Then he hissed again. With red eyes, Hilbegon slapped Su-ming with a powerful force. Not having any experience in dealing with Hilbegon, Su-ming raised his arm and tried to fend it off. Only to be slapped out of the way by this powerful claw of Hilbegon. Not bad for a power monster. After rolling around on the ground in a sorry state for a few times, Su-ming then remembered that in the original storyline of Deja Ultraman, it seems that Hilbegon had a battle with Guddy. Gardy's shields went right out the window under a few slaps from Hilbegon. He then died in the bloody maw of the Hilbegon. Step by step, Hilbegon walked towards Su-ming, eventually hissing continuously. Opening that somewhat powerful biting mouth, it was about to pounce down on Su-ming. The Hippolytics weren't as low intelligence as the monsters, and seeing that Daiko's power was unusual, then he kept dodging Daiko's punching and kicking attacks, only to use light bullets at a distance to attack Daiko. By the end of the day, it was flying up into the sky, constantly firing out light bullets to frequently attack Daikoku, whose speed had been reduced. Daiko did a double take and tried to fly up into the sky to get closer to the Hippolytics. Only to be blasted to the ground by the Hippolytics just as they took off. Not far above a tall building, ******* aka and Mimon frowned as they watched the battle between Ultraman and the monster in front of them. Bit by bit, memories of parallel universes awakened in the mind, and, closing his eyes, the two kept remembering what had happened in the other world. Sowoku was right. The frowns of Feitoru and Maydream gradually unfurrowed and look at each other and say, in another world, we're all Ultraman. Ivanuku was my senior. The bird of prey smiled and looked to the battlefield. It's a shame that I don't seem to be in your world. What I didn't realize though is that contemporary famous scientist Hiroya Fujimiya turned out to be my battle partner in the other world. My dream smiled back and spoke. The two rays of light coalesced in the air and pooled in the hands of Feiyu and I Dream. Dinah Altman's transformer, the flash sword. There's also Gaia Ultraman's transformer, the sapphire cone, revealed amidst the light. Immediately afterward, two shouts went straight up into the sky. Dinah, Gaia. With the duo's shouts, Feiyu and I Dream both transformed into rays of light and flew towards the battlefield. Dinah slammed into the Hippolyte in the sky, sending it crashing to the ground. Gaia, on the other hand, landed hard on the ground with a thud and a big splash of muddy dust, and it shook Hilbegon straight up. Feiyu, I Dream. Seeing this, Daegu couldn't help but be surprised. You all managed to transform. Yeah, Daegu. We're coming. After the bird of prey flushed over the Hippolyte, it too landed on the ground and addressed Daikoku. My dream reached out a hand to Su Ming, who was lying on the ground, and Su Ming stood up as he pulled back, nodding to the Gaia Ultraman in front of him. A warm current flowed within Su Ming's heart once again, and Su Ming's grip on Gaia's hand tightened. It should have gotten the light of Gaia. Thinking of this, Su Ming once again nodded his thanks to my dream. With that, the crowd once again attacked Goldrath and the Hippolytics. This time, it's Gaia Deja against the Hilbegon, and Dynat and Gaia's Shadow against the Hippolytics. Taking advantage of this opening, I dreamt of converting my form directly into V2. Then the slam on Hilbegon started the fall. The Hippolytics have been in combat for some time now, and Su Ming, with his general, the energy was pretty much depleted as well. As a visitor from a different world, Su Ming was not like the Ultraman that appeared in this world. Had more energy. The timer on his chest flashed after unleashing several sure kills. The Hippolyte's light bullets fired in succession, attacking Su Ming. Su Ming wanted to dodge, but it was too late. But Flyer held up the otter barrier in front of him in time to ward off the light bullets. Thank you, Dinah. Su Ming nodded his thanks to him. No need to be polite. Flying Bird came to Su Ming's side in a very self-conscious manner, patting Su Ming's shoulder. He said, "But why do you look so much like Deja? I don't think I know your name?" Another wave of warmth surged through his heart, and Su Ming froze in his tracks. Replied, "You can call me Shadow. Shadow. Good. The real battle only begins now." With that, the bird of prey turned his hand across the room, and a blade of light was launched that, thumping off the light bullets thrown by the Hippolytics. The Hippolyte sees this, and realizes that none of these ultramarines are simple. Then he wanted to escape from this place. That's when there was a sudden boom, and Hilbegon was also knocked out by the combined efforts of Daiko and Mimon. All eyes were on the remaining Hippolyte. Seeing the situation, the Hippolyte, after firing a few light bullets to disrupt the crowd, flying upwards, he fled towards the sky. Seeing this, Dago crossed his arms down at the forehead crystal and turned into an aerial type, catching up directly to the sky. Soon after, a rampart lightbolt scored a direct hit on the Hippolyte, knocked it back to the ground. Flying Bird and I Dream rushed forward and took control of the Hippolytics, and Daiko came back and transformed back into his composite form. Both arms pulled back and then stretched out to the left and right sides as the J-Pelio light gradually coalesced. Swish! The rays of light pounded straight toward the Hippolytics. Flying Bird and I Dream also let go of the Hippolyte and rolled to the left and right, respectively. The violet-white rays of light fired with unerring accuracy at the exhausted Hippolytics. Only a boom was heard, and the arrogant and incomparable Hippolyte was directly blown into slag. Su Ming was a bit confused when he saw this scene. This Hippolyte is not the one I recognize? Thought this Hippolyte looked kinda familiar. Now it looks like he's got the wrong person. Already dead in this time and space. This guy couldn't have been transported to the real world by the time and space rift. Jia. Just then, a fearful sound emanated from all corners of the city, ghostly with an air of evil. Only a dark purple stream of light rushed up from amongst the various inconspicuous corners of it coalesced into a huge mass of energy high in the sky. The souls of those annihilated monsters also all entered within that dark purple energy mass. There's Jesla, Ponton, who was wiped out before Su Ming even came to this world. There's also the recently wiped out Goldrath, the Hilbegon, and the Hippolytics. P.S. Happy New Year's Day everyone. Phantom Moon wishes you all the best in 2022. The scores are rising. Games are won every time. Wages and bonuses increase every month. End of chapter. Chapter 98, a Guju also showed up. Fear it. Fear it. The voices of gloom and doom resounded through the cities. The dark purple energy mass in the sky gradually turned into a black mist. Immediately, after all the purple streams of light merged within the black mist, a terrifying roar came from within that black fog. Dark Shadow Mage, Su Ming and the three of them gathered with Daegu, hovering in the sky. Maybe other people didn't know, but Su Ming knew that within this huge black mist, it was the Dark Shadow Mages hiding in the shadows that brought together the souls of monsters and the fears of humans to create the supergiant monsters. Kijik Chimera. The black mist in the high altitude slowly dispersed, and under the gaze of the crowd, this fused monster revealed that huge body. The beast's head is joined to its chest, and the parts that make it up are Hippolytus. At the top are the two heads of Goldrath and Hilbegon, and at the bottom is the head of Jesla, in addition to waving four combined arms to the left and right. The rear end is still Ponton's two chicken heads. The size of the body was huge, bringing a powerful sense of oppression to the people on the ground. Even Ultraman looked incredibly small in front of this combined monster. This beast is not easy to deal with. This thought arose in the minds of all the people, but they were not the least bit intimidated. Su Ming naturally wasn't afraid of this monster. The evil god Gitanju had fought through it all. What's a Kigakimura? However, not being afraid was not afraid, but it was still difficult to rely on Su Ming's four to win the fight. A different hissing sound emanated from within each head. The Kija Chimera was the first to attack the four Ultramen. The purple light bullet swished and then fired towards Su Ming's four people. One by one, the attacks carried powerful energies as they continued to blast downwards. Spread out. Su Ming was the first to react and rushed straight into the high sky. After all, the Kigakimura attacks diagonally downwards, and is able to dodge a lot of light bullets at high altitude. Daiko quickly flew to the left, Flyer to the right, and Mimon downward. Flying downward, my dream was attacked the hardest by the light bullets, one after the other, smashing into it made my dream lose its center of gravity and fall hard to the ground with a thud. The surrounding buildings also produced explosions amidst the light bullets, and for a while, fire filled the sky. Su Ming charged straight at Kigakimura and rode on the head of Hilbagon. Daiko and Flighteru see Mimon in trouble and try to land a rescue. However, they were also caught in the frequent attacks of purple light bullets. Research building. As an outstanding scientist of international standing, Hiroya Fujinomiya has a research building of his own in the bustling city of Yokohama. And now, Fujinomiya Hiroya looked at Gaia Ultraman, who had fallen on hard times, and clenched his fists. I dream. With the memories of the other world already awakened in his mind, the light around Hiroya Fujinomiya's body coalesced, and eventually, it converged on his hand to form the blue treasure cone. With a swish, the two wings of the sapphire cone opened up, and Hiroya Fujinomiya clenched his fists, his arms up in front of his body. The blue light rushed up into the sky, and Fujinomiya Hiroya's figure disappeared into thin air. My dream had just gotten up from the ground when he saw a purple light bullet impacting towards his face. Suddenly, blue light appeared in front of them, blocking that purple light bullet that, to the amazement of all, the blue glow. Could it be? Feeling the familiar scent in front of me, my dreamy gaze never left the front. Eventually, the silver, blue and black body appeared in the crowd's view. A Guju Ottoman, Fujimiya. I dreamed of shouting out in surprise that I didn't realize that Fujimiya Hiroya had awakened memories of the parallel universe as well. Aguja's crouching form slowly rose to its feet and nodded to my dream. A blue lightsaber then appeared in his right hand and charged into the sky with a swish. Countless purple light bullets were fired down, and the lightsaber in Aguja's hand kept swinging, chopping and slashing amongst the light bullets. Those light bullets all shattered and disappeared into nothingness in Aguja's sword. Soon after, Aguja rushed to Kigakimura's chest. The tentacles of the four hippolytics that fired the purple light bullets were found. Then, a quick cut was made on the Kigakimura. Only 4 sword lights were flashed, and all 4 tentacles of the hippolyte were broken. Without a source, the purple light bullets stopped firing. Everyone except Su Ming got a chance to catch their breath. Xiao Ming held Silbagon's head above Kija Chimera's head as he bobbed around. The timer on his chest kept flashing. His energy was about to bottom out. In the end, Su Ming couldn't hold on and was thrown out by Hilbagon's head, lost his center of gravity and fell downward. Suddenly, a hand held Su Ming's back, stabilizing him down. Turning his head to look, Su Ming was slightly stunned. It was none other than the Aguju Ultraman who had just rushed up. Warmth flowed through his heart, and Su Ming's chest rose and fell for a moment. With that, he nodded to Aguju Ottoman. Originally, Su Ming was thinking about how to make Fujimiya Hiroya transform as well. I didn't expect the other side to come on their own after the plot had changed. Obviously, after some touching, the light of the Aguju Ultraman was also obtained by Su Ming. Before Su Ming could open his mouth to say thank you, he only saw Aguju condense a ball of light from his chest timer. It was channeled into its own flashing red timer. In no time, Su Ming felt the energy filling up, and the timer changed back to an azure color. Thank you, Aguju. Regaining the strength to fight, Su Ming nodded his head and said thankfully to Aguju. The other returned a very condescending nod, and then set his eyes on Kija Chimera. However, Su Ming set his eyes on the bronze statue of Manbiotics Ultraman on the bay. It seems that Ultraman, who first appeared in this world, was forgotten by the crowd. Just then, there was a burst of people cheering from the ground. Su Ming lowered his head and looked. The 4 giants of light were standing silently on the ground. It's none other than Primeval Ultraman, Severn Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, and Ace Ultraman. Apparently, it was Susumu Hayashida, the Star Core, the Hakutoji and Hideki Hyogo who awakened their memories. It's turning into the Otter Brothers for backup. It's the Otter Brothers. It's the Otter Brothers we saw on TV as children. Great. It's fantastic. The Otter Brothers are here. Come on Ultramans, take down the monsters. The sound of cheering and jumping was unceasing, conveying to the clouds above in this silent night sky. Daiko and Haitora naturally understood when they saw the Otter Brothers show up. And it was 4 uncles who awakened the memories of a parallel universe. Only the 4 Ultraman hands waved, and the 4 energies converged into one. Entered the bronze statue of Mobius. Chapter 99 Because there are still people who love the light. Chapter 99 Because there are still people who love the light. Amidst a golden infinity symbol, Manhwa lifted the bronze statue state. Regaining his mobility, the timer on his chest turned back to azure blue, flew out of the middle of the bay and landed in front of the 4 Otter brothers. Mobius shouted out with great excitement. Brothers, you finally remembered. Well, Mobius, fight. The Otter brothers nodded to Manhwa and then looked to the sky. With a swish, the 5 Ultramen rushed into the battlefield together, and I dreamed of flying back again, and prepare to take on the beast together. The people on the ground felt safer than they'd ever felt before, and with 10 Ultraman in, there's no need to fear monsters at all. Gaius Shadow, Deja, Dinah, Gaia, Aguju, Mobius, Primordial Ultraman, Savion, Jack, Ace. All of the Ultramen gathered together and levitated in the air to face Kija Chimera head-on. Different hissing noises came from within the various heads of the Kija Chimera. It seems to be a declaration of war against the Ultras. Su Ming was self-aware enough to know that he was in the middle of a fight like this one. I can only do my bit to deal with 1 or 2 of them. The various Ultramen unleashed their rays on Kija Chimera together, consuming it first. With that, they spread out and dealt with one part of the Kija Chimera. Ace Ulfman cuts off one of Goldrath's big horns with a guillotine. Aguju followed suit, cutting off its other horn with a single sword stroke. Sparks flashed as Jack Ottoman rushed over Hilbegon's head. Hilbegon's great horns broke off in unison, leaving him a bald head. Primordial Ultraman was extremely brave and charged into Gusla's maw. Releasing the spectrum rays, it rushed out again in the midst of the fire. Saban circled between Ponton's 2 heads, dodging light bullets as he continued to. The Emilium rays kept releasing. After a messy battle, the Ultramen gathered in the air again and distanced themselves from Kija Chimera, only to see the various heads of this giant monster begin to gather energy and, gradually these energies converged on top of the main body of the Hippolyte in the center. With that, the boom was released against the bay, and the terrifying rays of light with destructive energy turned the bay into a sheet of lava, and the bay bridge melted and broke in the heat. Seeing this, the crowd of Ultraman quickly released their mandatory rays and coalesced their attacks on Kija Chimera. With a thud, the light exploded on the Kija Chimera. The power of destruction was also forced to interrupt its release. Subsequently, the various Ultras felt something in their hearts. Together, they released energy to repair the bay that had been turned into lava, and then quickly put up a huge otter barrier in front of them, only to see the Kija Chimera release light with destructive power once again. It blasted straight at the crowd of Ultraman. The massive otter barrier easily withstood the attack, however, and it rebounded the destructive force back and blasted Jesla in the head. In pain, Kija Chimera fled toward the middle of the universe. Without any hesitation, the group of Ultraman charged straight up into the sky. After chasing it out beyond Earth, Severin removed the ice axe from his head and threw it with force. A channel of energy was released from the hands of each Ultraman, converging on top of that ice axe, only to see that the ice axe gradually grew larger and dispersed into several under the energy boost. It then caught up with the Kija Chimera and swished and cut at various parts of its body. Soon enough, the Kija Chimera was sliced and diced all over the place. The ice axe also transformed into one back on Severin's head, the giant monster, which had reached the decapitation line of various Ultraman, with Ultraman Prime leading the way and releasing the obligatory ray of light. The other Ultramans unleashed their own quick must-haves. These rays of light converge in the universe to form a pillar of 7-colored light that, it blasted straight into the Kija Chimera. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion spread in all directions, with Kija Chimera at the center. This giant monstrosity, a fusion of several souls and countless negative energies of fear, it just blew up under the attacks of the Ultras. With that settled, the multitude of Ultramen flew back to Earth, hovering above the bay. It didn't just undo the transformation, because it wasn't the source of that hazy voice that just made that Kija Chimera. The black hand hidden behind the curtain has not yet appeared. Dark Shadow Mage, it's time to show yourself. Su Ming thought secretly in his heart. Having just fought with so many Ultramans, it really got his blood pumping. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. If his own world could also awaken so many Ultramen, maybe the end times wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, 100 years after he or she once died, the people who starred as Ultraman have long been. Just as Su Ming's thoughts drifted to the heavens, a purple mist once again appeared from among the corners of the city in huge numbers, converging on the bay. A purple mist, even larger than the Kija Chimera, slowly coalesced and a guy in a black robe whose face could not be seen was revealed. So big, how horrible, how can the Ultras, can they handle it? People couldn't help but worry. After all, the Ultraman had just fought a. Moreover, this purple mist black-robed man that appeared in front of him was several times larger than the monster just now. Jia Jia. Letting out a wry laugh, the Dark Shadow Mage spoke. We are not going away. We will summon powerful monsters countless times, sealing the heart in the darkness of despair. From all parallel worlds, obliterate Ultraman. Su Ming's heart thumped in his chest just after these words were said. With that, his eyes were dead set on the massive Dark Shadow Mage in front of him, erasing Ultraman from all parallel worlds. Did this guy? As his chest continued to rise and fall, the target in Su Ming's mind was pointed directly at that lord in the real world. The Hippolytes are also under his command. Could it be that lord's true identity? It's this guy right here. Based on the Dark Shadow Mage's words, Su Ming judged that it's extremely likely that this guy is that lord of the real world. He must be completely annihilated here. Because I still have to guard the people who love me. A sentence was shouted out from Su Ming's mouth, and then Su Ming realized that golden light surged out of his body and the power has been increased dramatically. No matter what kind of darkness is in the depths, the light in people's hearts will not disappear. At this time, Daegu also shouted out to the Dark Shadow Mage, and then with the general on Su Ming. A golden glow emerged. One after another, a shining light appeared on all the Ultraman's bodies. I can't believe that I have also turned on the power of the only mind. Surprised, Su Ming condensed light in front of his body, and then his two arms were in the shape of an L. Unleash this golden light towards the Dark Shadow Mage. If it's the time rift that hasn't brought you to the real world yet, then die for me now. P.S. The monthly votes have reached the criteria for a raise, so I'm ready to add more. End of chapter. Chapter 99. Because there are still people who love the light. Chapter 99. Because there are still people who love the light. Amidst a golden infinity symbol, Manhwarecap lifted the bronze statue state. Regaining his mobility, the timer on his chest turned back to azure blue, flew out of the middle of the bay and landed in front of the four Otter brothers. Mobius shouted out with great excitement. Brothers, you finally remembered. Well, Mobius, fight. The Otter brothers nodded to Manhwarecap and then looked to the sky. With a swish, the 5 Ultramen rushed into the battlefield together, and I dreamed of flying back again, and prepare to take on the beast together. The people on the ground felt safer than they'd ever felt before, and with 10 Ultraman in, there's no need to fear monsters at all. Gaius Shadow, Deja, Dinah, Gaia, and Aguju, Mobius, Primordial Ultraman, Savion, Jack, Ace. All of the Ultramen gathered together and levitated in the air to face Kija Chimera head-on. Different hissing sounds came from within the various heads of the Kija Chimera. It seems to be a declaration of war against the Ultras. Su Ming was self-aware enough to know that he was in the middle of a fight like this one. I can only do my bit to deal with one or two of them. The various Ultramen unleashed their rays on Kija Chimera together, consuming it first. With that, they spread out and dealt with one part of the Kija Chimera. Ace Ulfman cuts off one of Goldrath's big horns with a guillotine. Aguju followed suit, cutting off its other horn with a single sword stroke. Sparks flashed as Jack Ottoman rushed over Hilbegon's head. Hilbegon's great horns broke off in unison, leaving him a bald head. Primordial Ultraman was extremely brave, and charged into Gusla's gaping maw. Releasing the spectrum rays, it rushed out again in the midst of the fire. Severn circled between Ponton's two heads, dodging light bullets as he continued to. The Emelium rays kept releasing. After a messy battle, the Ultramen gathered in the air again and distanced themselves from Kija Chimera, only to see the various heads of this giant monster begin to gather energy and, gradually these energies converged on top of the main body of the Hippolyte in the center. With that, the boom was released against the bay, and the terrifying rays of light with destructive energy turned the bay into a sheet of lava, and the bay bridge melted and broke in the heat. Seeing this, the crowd of Ultraman quickly released their mandatory rays and coalesced their attacks on Kija Chimera. With a thud, the light exploded on the Kija Chimera. The power of destruction was also forced to interrupt its release. Subsequently, the various Ultras felt something in their hearts. Together, they released energy to repair the bay that had been turned into lava, and then quickly put up a huge otter barrier in front of them, only to see the Kija Chimera release light with destructive power once again. It blasted straight at the crowd of Ultraman. The massive otter barrier easily withstood the attack, however, and it rebounded the destructive force back and blasted Jesla in the head. In pain, Kija Chimera fled toward the middle of the universe. Without any hesitation, the group of Ultraman charged straight up into the sky. After chasing it out beyond Earth, Severn removed the ice axe from his head and threw it with force. A channel of energy was released from the hands of each Ultraman, converging on top of that ice axe, only to see that the ice axe gradually grew larger and dispersed into several under the energy boost. It then caught up with the Kija Chimera and swished and cut at various parts of its body. Soon enough, The Kigakimera was sliced and diced all over the place. The ice axe also transformed into one back on Severn's head. This giant monster has reached the decapitation line of various Ultraman, with the first Ultraman leading the way, releasing the obligatory ray of light. The other Ultramans unleash their own quick must-haves. These rays of light converge in the universe to form a pillar of 7-colored light that it blasted straight into the Kigakimera. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion spread in all directions, with Kigakimera at the center. This giant monstrosity, a fusion of several souls and countless negative energies of fear, it just blew up under the attacks of the Ultras. With that settled, the crowd of Ultramen flew back to Earth, hovering above the bay. It didn't just undo the transformation, because it wasn't the source of the hazy voice that just made the Kigakimera that. The black hand hidden behind the curtain has not yet appeared. Dark Shadow Mage, it's time to show yourself. Su Ming thought secretly in his heart. Having just fought with so many Ultramans, it really got his blood pumping. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. If his own world could also awaken so many Ultramen, maybe the end times wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, 100 years after he or she once died, the people who starred as Ultraman have long been. Just as Su Ming's thoughts drifted to the heavens, a purple mist once again appeared from among the corners of the city in huge numbers, converging on the bay. A purple mist, even larger than the Kigakimera, slowly coalesced and a guy in a black robe whose face could not be seen was revealed. So big, how horrible, how can the Ultras handle it? People couldn't help but worry. After all, the Ultramen had just fought. Moreover, this purple mist black-robed man that appeared in front of him was several times larger than the monster just now. Jia. Letting out a wry laugh, the Dark Shadow Mage spoke. We are not going away. We will summon powerful monsters countless times, sealing the heart in the darkness of despair. From all parallel worlds, obliterate Ultraman. Su Ming's heart thumped in his chest just after these words were said. With that, his eyes were dead set on the massive Dark Shadow Mage in front of him, erasing Ultraman from all parallel worlds. Did this guy? As his chest continued to rise and fall, the target in Su Ming's mind was pointed directly at that Lord in the real world. The Hippolytes are also under his command. Could it be that Lord's true identity? It's this guy right here. Based on the Dark Shadow Mage's words, Su Ming judged that it's extremely likely that this guy is that Lord of the real world. He must be completely annihilated here, because I still have to guard the people who love me. A sentence was shouted out from Su Ming's mouth, and then Su Ming realized that golden light surged out of his body and the power has been increased dramatically. No matter what kind of darkness is in the depths, the light in people's hearts will not disappear. At this time, Daegu also shouted out to the Dark Shadow Mage, and then with the general on Su Ming. A golden glow emerged, one after another. A shining light appeared on all the Ultraman's bodies. I can't believe that I have also turned on the power of the only mind. Surprised, Su Ming condensed light in front of his body, and then his two arms were in the shape of an L. Unleash this golden light towards the Dark Shadow Mage. If it's the time rift that hasn't brought you to the real world yet, then die for me now. P.S. The monthly votes have reached the criteria for a raise, so I'm ready to add more. End of chapter. Chapter 100 Light in My Heart. Chapter 100 Light in My Heart. 10 golden rays in all. Launched toward the supergiant Dark Shadow Mage with powerful energy, converging on their way to be launched, and scattering in all directions like a heavenly maiden. The incomparable splendor of light impacted above the Dark Shadow Mage's body one by one, strand by strand. The purple mist on the Dark Shadow Mage's body was dispersed and extinguished by the light. Under the erosive attack of the shining light, the Dark Shadow Mage's body exploded with a bang, and fire filled the sky, illuminating the night into day. We are not going away. Before the dark purple mist burned out completely, the Dark Shadow Mage's voice came again. With that, only a little bit of starburst remained on the bay. Su Ming took advantage of the light still emanating from his body. Once again, the golden light was unleashed towards where the Dark Shadow Mage had originally been, but it didn't attack anything at all. However, Su Ming didn't stop releasing light. He just kept moving his position and trying to make an attack. Soon, the timer on Su Ming's chest flashed again, and then both hands dispersed. Ended the light release. Perhaps the energy was consumed too quickly. Su Ming was unsteady for a moment and almost fell out of the air. But fortunately, the manhbiotics on the side supported Su Ming, allowing him to stabilize his stance. What's wrong with you? Although Manbiotis had never met Su Ming, but after all, they were Ultramen who fought together. Then he asked to Su Ming with concern. Thanks. I was just worried the guy wasn't dead through and through. Feeling the warmth that surged into his heart, Su Ming thanked Manbiotics and explained. Don't worry, where there is darkness, there is light. At this point, Primordial Ultraman came to Su Ming and said to him, Young man, as long as you believe in the light, their schemes will not succeed. But, Su Ming sighed and shook his head. The real world isn't as lucky as this place. If the Dark Shadow Mage was really that lord, it would be a shame not to get rid of him now. Although the Dark Shadow Mage was annihilated. After listening to Su Ming's words, the crowd also felt that the danger was not yet over. And so, side by side, they stood by the bay, holding down the city, until the sun rises in the east and breaks through the clouds through a ray of light. It was only when the Ultras thought the city was safe. At least the Dark Shadow Mage isn't going to show up for a while. The light shone on one of the Giants of Light, and with that, a giant body turned into light particles and disappeared into the air. On the beach, 10 men appeared. 10 warriors. In front of these 10 warriors waited their respective loved ones couples. Su Ming and Fujimiya Hiroshi were also sensible enough to stand with Hibino Mirai. Thanks to the two of you for the battle just now, Su Ming said before the two of them, thanking them once again. You're welcome, we're all Ultras, as we should be. Future showed a mouthful of white teeth and smiled. After talking to Lena for a few moments, Daegu came to Su Ming. There are many doubts that the mind wants to raise, because, after awakening the memories of the parallel universe, Daiko knew the identity of Daiko Shadow. It's the evil Deja of the other world. But the evil Deja here isn't Kigo Masaki. Instead, it was Su Ming, a young lad. Daegu. Before Daegu could speak, Su Ming would speak. Your memories of there shouldn't be any of me. Su Ming had guessed from the very beginning that Daegu didn't recognize himself after awakening his memories. This would suggest that the memories that Daiko awakened were memories of the regular Deja world plot. Not having memories of the world in which they existed. No, replied Daegu, shaking his head. We know each other from another world? Did my memories not come back fully? Not really. Su Ming sighed and said, I'm rather special, and as you can see, what I turned into was evil Deja. Young man, what you have become is light and not evil. At this point, Susumu Hayashida walked over and patted Su Ming on the shoulder and said, we're all Giants of Light, Ultraman, all warriors fighting for humanity. I understand, Gramps. Su Ming nodded, warmth surging through his heart, and replied to Hey Jin, the heart of zeal cannot be extinguished. Beidou Xingji also walked over to Su Ming and said, all friends are friends within the four seas, and since they are Giants of Light, how can they be evil? Hokuto is right. The cluster of stars spoke up, light is light. Even in the midst of the darkness it will blossom into its own light. On the other hand, Hyang Hideki nodded silently and gave Su Ming a thumbs up for encouragement. Su Ming didn't expect that he, an otherworldly visitor, would be so cared for by the four Otter brothers, and a smile spread across his face. How nice it would be if they were in the real world too. Su Ming was even thinking that after finding the spacetime rift to go back to bring back all the Ultras here. In this way, is not the renaissance of mankind just around the corner? Thank you, seniors. Su Ming walked forward and extended his hand to the Otter brothers one by one. Susumu and the others didn't refuse the goodwill of their juniors, and one by one, they shook hands with them. When it was finished, Su Ming bowed to the four men, Jack, Sevorn, and Ace's glow. It was also deposited within the heart. My brothers from the other world, I'm leaving too. At that moment, Hibino Mirai's body radiated light and said to Hey Jin and the others. Daiko was a little upset for a moment when he saw that Hibino was going to leave in the future. However, he could only say goodbye by shouting Gig in front of the future. Wait, take me. Seeing this, Su Ming directly rushed over. But before Su Ming could touch the other party, the glowing future disappeared into nothingness. Apparently left the world. What's wrong? Seeing this, Daegu couldn't help but ask Su Ming. Pity. Su Ming just sighed, regretting that he hadn't been faster. If he could go to the other world with the future, he might be able to reach the land of light. But countless Ultraman existed. Whether it's adding transforming objects or shaking people into the real world, it's excellent. However, after thinking about it, Su Ming was relieved, because even if he came into contact with Hibino Mirai, probably couldn't leave this universe with him either. Now that I've gained more shape-shifting abilities myself, back in the real world, there's no need to worry about another invasion by legions of monsters, either. Only, how to return to the real world now was a big trouble. This planet seems to have only had this one monster, and how did the time rift come to be? End of chapter. Chapter 101, Running to the Universe. Chapter 101, Running to the Universe. However, Su Ming thought about it, and it seemed that every time an army of monsters appeared to attack the city, all because one is in the real world. This time, when one enters the spacetime rift, one is certainly bound to die from the perspective of a cosmic being, if they feel they are no longer a threat. So real-world humans shouldn't be attacked by legions of monsters anymore, right? After all, before Su Ming's resurrection, the human race was still tenaciously surviving. Now, it should be possible to live just as hard as before. I've also given them the design drawings for the Ozak. Dealing with a few scattered monsters next. It should be a little easier. Looking at the sky, Su-ming only saw the Chang'e star in the sky flashing out light. In this world, Su-ming had almost taken a break for more than a year. The year had gone by very quietly, with no monsters or cosmonauts showing up. The transformers of Hei, Jean and Daiko, among others, were also still in their hands and had not disappeared. It can be said that they have completely gained the light of themselves in the parallel universe. In the middle of the year, everyone returned to their childhood dreams. Olga went from being a state employee to an astronaut, and I dreamed of doing scientific research with Hiroya Fujimiya, developing an anti-gravity device and a stronger power system. Flyer became a professional baseball champion. Eventually, the spaceship that raced to the universe was finally made, thanks to the efforts of all the people. Less than 78 nebula of the Star of Otter. This was a question that Su-ming had been wondering. Was there a kingdom of light in the parallel universe as well? Whether or not, Su-ming decided that he would go forward with the crowd. For this reason, during this year, Su-ming also learned a lot about the universe, as well as participating in various aviation training through Daegu. So, on a windy day, the spaceship, then, departed. It's really a ing spaceship. Su-ming stood within the cabin, looking out of the window through the special glass, and spat in a low voice. Other people's spaceships? They're the kind of battleships that just seem to be full of technology. And this one, under one's feet, is really a ship. Or, rather, a transformed ship. The ship, loaded with anti-gravity devices, rose to the sky to the cheers of the populace. Under the escort of 4 fighter jets, it rushed out of the Earth and flew into the universe. These 4 fighters are no slouches, either. They're carrying Susumu Hayashida, Hideki Hyogo, and the Star Corps, Hokuto Seiji, and their respective wives, Fuji Akiko, Sakata Akiko, Yuri Yanu, and Minami Yuzuko. Inside the airship, it's Mimon and Tunji, Hitora and Ryo, and Daiko and Rina. At this point, Su-ming felt superfluous. I thought Hiroya Fujimiya was coming too, but this guy's sitting on Earth. Prevent the appearance of monsters or cosmic beings. Of course, through the ship's special communications system, no matter how far apart they are able to contact Hiroya Fujimiya on Earth. With this kind of lineup, it doesn't matter if the ship flips over, right? The corner of his mouth twitched as Su-ming looked out the window at the vastness of the universe and spat. We're all Ultraman, and if we do run into any danger, it's not a danger. Less than 78 the nebula rushed in the direction of the nebula. The scenery along the way became a colorful line that made Su-ming marvel. The universe is so big that there must be no shortage of planets suitable for life. So the people of Earth aren't lonely in the middle of the universe. The main reason is that technology is not yet advanced enough to be able to explore other planets. I don't know how long I've been traveling forward. Maybe an hour or two. Maybe days and nights. Or maybe it's months. When Su-ming woke up in the dormant silo, the ship had stopped sprinting and floating silently in the universe. Daegu, what's going on? With confusion, the bird of prey came into the cab and asked Daiko. The ship is showing an obstruction ahead that cannot be dodged. Before Daiko could answer, my dream opened her mouth to explain. Susumu Hayashida and the others had already parked their fighters among the silos of the ship, came inside the cockpit. Don't worry, be calm when things go wrong. Hakutoji looked out the window, only to see a huge meteorite changing its orientation. Like it was alive. It was blocking the ship's progress. Su-ming naturally saw the sight, but he didn't expect it to be any kind of monster. Suddenly, brown mechanical limbs crumbled violently out of the midst of this massive meteorite. It made Su-ming slightly startled. This kind of material. Su-ming blinked and quickly identified the other party. What's in this meteorite is Gabanu. As the words fell, the meteorite exploded with a bang, and the brown mechanical life form, Gabnu, appeared before the ship. It's Gabnu. Daegu naturally remembers this guy. Among the memories of the parallel universe, Copernicus also impressed Daegu. Just as the crowd was frowning, a huge black shadow blocked a patch of shining starlight over the ship. I dreamed of bringing the image up on the screen, and what appeared on the screen was a giant island. Cosmic Hollow Island? Speedy looked at the screen suspiciously and opened his mouth. No, it's the island of Gabniu, Daegu replied. Among the memories of the parallel universe, the birthplace of Gabniu, it was in the middle of such a giant cosmic empty island. Only by destroying the empty island can Gabniu be completely wiped out. This mechanical monster is clearly onto us. But why? Asuka asked again. Because, we're going to rush out of the galaxy now. Su-ming replied at this point, saying, the origins of the Gabnu are unknown, but they will prevent the emergence of powerful energies on Earth in case the Earth's human population rushes out into the cosmos. But it's bad luck for them to meet us. Su-ming smiled and looked at the crowd and said, got it. I'll take care of this guy. Asuka nodded and took out her flash sword and transformed right into a becoming Dyna Ultraman in a brilliant glow. He lunged at the Gobnu in front of him. The empty island above needs to be eliminated as well. My dream said. Then go. After saying that, I dreamed of pulling out the sapphire cone, shouted Gaia, and rushed towards the empty island as the light of the earth. However, not to be outdone, the four of them, Susumu Hayashida, stepped in to help their juniors. After my dream transformation one by one turned into light and rushed out of the ship, heading towards that cosmic empty island. Against such a large empty island, it's naturally still a bit difficult to rely on just one Gaia. Need some help too. Daegu, you take the helm and sit tight. I'll go help Flybird. Su-Ming saw that Dyna and Gobnu in front of him were already entangled in a fight, and he didn't have any intention of staying idle. Closing his eyes, the heartbeat in his ears grew faster and clearer. P.S. 100 chapters. The chapter with the monthly votes plus more will come tomorrow, and the recommendation votes will be given by everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Mobius is not the future. Chapter 102, Mobius is not the future. Under the sound of an extremely heavy heartbeat, the runic aperture projected from the heart area. An image of Ultraman alternated in turn within the aperture. Primordial Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, Severn Ultraman, Ace Ultraman, Monbiotics Ultraman, Deja Ultraman, Gaia's Shadow Ultraman, Dyna Ultraman, Gaia Ultraman, Aguju Ultraman, and Getty the Giant Dog of Light. The 11 images represented Su-Ming's 11 transformation abilities. It's safe to say that the world of Super Otter 8 Brothers was not a wasted trip this time around. Only now, most of the image is in a dulled state. Because Asuka and the others had transformed to fight. The only ones left who can transform are Gecko Ultraman, Aguju Ultraman, and Deja Ultraman, Monbiotics Ultraman, and Getty. Fujinomiya Hiroya was sitting on Earth, and Su-Ming didn't dare to turn into an Aguju at this point in time. In case something happens on Earth now, Fujimiya Hiroshi won't be able to transform. With Daegu at the helm, sitting in the airship, Su-Ming wasn't considering turning into a Deja. So, the only transformations left are Gaia's Shadow, Monbiotis, and Getty. Try Monbiotics. Making a choice on the image of Monbiotics, the runic aperture quickly passed through Su-Ming's body. Daegu only saw the glow of the infinite symbol infinity rushing out beyond the ship. With that, the figure of Monbiotics Ultraman appeared in front of him. What? Daiko froze as he looked at the Monbiotics that had appeared. Is it the future? No. It was clearly Su-Ming who transformed. Ming turned into a Monbiotics? Su-Ming turned around and nodded to Daegu in the airship. Then his hand reached out and, summoning the Dream Beam lightsaber, he charged at the flyer and Gabanu. Flying Bird is tangling with Gabanu, wrestling with each other in the vacuum, just when the two were not on par, and the flyer was trying to transform his form into a strong one. Sparks flew as the Monbiot lightsaber slashed at Gabnu's back. Immediately, Feiyu pushed Gobunyo away and looked at Su-Ming, who was on the side, in a slight daze. Mobius? Scratching his head, Feijo was very confused as to why Monbiotis had appeared. Less than 78 nebula now? It's me, Su-Ming answered to Fei Bird, and then swung his lightsaber in his hand to slash at Gobunyo once again. This was the first time Su-Ming had used a weapon after transforming, although he hadn't had any professional training. But a simple chop is still possible. Copernicus moves slowly, has high defense, and under a lightsaber slash, sparks just kept popping off the body. Then let's use the forbidden technique of the Land of Light. Su-Ming muttered darkly and turned his head to Feiyu, saying that, Flybird, you go help Uncle Hey 8 and the others. I'll take care of this. Fiki looked confused and puzzled. You took on Gobnu all by yourself. Before Fei Bird could finish, Su-Ming's body violently glowed red and burst into flames. Then with flames all over his body, he rushed to Gobnu. One hugged the mechanical beast. Boom! Under the incredulous gaze of Feiyu, Mobius's body exploded along with Kabunu's. The flames are all over the place. It's not going to blow itself up. It's just a little monster. Feiyu couldn't describe Su-Ming's actions in words anymore. As for trading your life for this monster's? Just as Feiyu was thinking about Su-Ming's afterlife, only a particle of light coalesced at the place of the explosion, and Mobius's body reappeared in front of the flying bird. Fei Bird, why aren't you there yet? Su-Ming asked suspiciously, seeing Fei Bird still frozen in place. I've already taken care of Gobnu, but the move was too energy intensive for me, so I couldn't go help. Glancing down at the blinking timer on his chest, Su-Ming waved his hand at the flying bird and, with that, he lifted his transformation status and returned to the airship as a stream of light. Birds of prey. What the hell kind of move is that? You can come back to life after blowing yourself up? I want to learn too. Asuka glanced once more at Su-Ming, who had returned to the airship. With that, he flew towards the mechanical hollow island with a dazed look on his face. On top of the empty island, Ultraman Primeval, Ultraman Jack, Ultraman Severn, Ultraman Ace. There's also Gaia Ultraman who's already fighting a bunch of kobolds. The Otter brothers have an extremely tough fighting style. One by one, skills were thrown at the group of mechanical monsters. Primordial Ultraman's hands coalesced 8 points of light will don't want money like. One by one, they were thrown at the running Kabunu. Ace Altman picked a big gobnut. The 8-minute wheel of light coalescing in his hand sawed straight down at the neck. Lances appeared in Jack Altman's hands, cutting wildly at a group of kobolds. The Otter sparks flashed as a group of Gobnu's mechanical heads landed on the ground with a thud. Severn used, naturally, the ice axe above his head, which looked rough and blunt. But it's actually extremely sharp. Under the swing of Severn's ice axe, the ground was covered with more than a single mechanical limb of a kobold. All of these were gobnuts that had been decimated by Severn. As for I Dream, that is, Gaia, after rushing over, it went straight into the subspace inside the island. Within this separate space inside the island, a giant gobnail head is flickering on and off, seemingly in control of all gobnail's actions. This guy, he should be the Gabanui Life Center. Seeing this, I dreamed and gathered up my must-have kills and fired them directly at the huge Gobnu head. The entire island shook as the light touched the head of Gobnu. Everyone stopped what they were doing. As soon as the bird flew up, he saw the primordial Ultraman and the others retreating and flying away from the island. But the bird of prey wasn't stupid, and after reacting, it took to the air. I only saw my dream come out of the ground and flew out with it. Quick, destroy Gobnu's mechanical island while you're at it. My dream finished and took the lead in gathering light. Then, all the Ultramen gathered their respective must-haves. 6 rays of light were fired in unison at the mechanical island, and under this powerful attack of light the Gobnu's mechanical island simply couldn't take it. It exploded on the spot in the eyes of all the Ultramen, fire scattering in all directions, and the huge Gabanui head inside disappeared at that moment. Apparently destroyed in the explosion. Solved. Daegu and the others inside the airship were happy to see this. Before Daegu could be happy, an eerie laugh came from above the airship. Ho ho ho. The laugh seemed rough and heavy through a membrane. It's the Baltanians. Su Ming immediately reacted when he heard the voice. This unique laugh could only come from a Baltanian. The multitude of Ultramen in the universe who had just blown up Mechanical Island looked in the direction of the laughter as well. A single Baltanian was seen swirling over the ship, then releasing rays at the ship. End of chapter. Chapter 103 Undiscriminatory Attacks by Friendly Forces. Chapter 103 Undiscriminatory Attacks by Friendly Forces. No good. Watch out. Not good. Primordial Ultraman reacted extremely quickly, and before the Baltanian's ray attacked above the ship, a spectrum ray was fired to cancel out the ray. With that, the people inside the airship looked up at the clear top glass, a little alarmed for a moment. I'm going to fight. Su Ming, you take the helm. Daegu hurriedly pulled out the divine light rod, then pulled Su Ming to the console and opened his mouth. Asterisk, is there a mistake? Su Ming said as he pulled Daegu back again. Where would I be able to fly a ship like this? I've only learned basic fighter piloting during this year. 2. Just then, the 6 Ultramen who had already transformed flew out and took a shot at this group of Baltanians. 8 Baltanians in all, except for the Primordial Ultraman and Jack Ultraman dealing with 2. 1 for each of the others. You guys, why are you in this universe? Primordial Ultraman didn't bring any hesitation at all, and threw out dozens of 8-point light wheels in his hands, putting both arms in the shape of a cross again, a continuous release of his spectrum rays. It's just that the Baltanians are all oohs and ahs and oohs and ahs and oohs and ahs. Others simply cannot understand the meaning. Let's take care of them first, Jack Altman said at this point. This universe, it may be changing. The appearance of the Baltanians is indeed a bad sign, since these evil cosmonauts also exist in this universe. Sooner or later, these cosmonauts will find Earth. Yes, the crowd of Ultramen did not bring any hesitation, and a mandatory kill was unleashed. However, these 8 Baltanians converged together, and then one by one, they began to split. In an instant, this part of the universe was surrounded by Baltanian figures. It's the Baltanians' ability to split. Seeing this, Su Ming said with a frown, wouldn't it be better to just find the real essence? Everything else should be an illusion. Daegu was surprised by the roiling Baltanian, but not impressed. No. Su Ming shook his head and said, the Baltanians' bilocations, counting them all as entities. The substantial attacks can be delivered. What? Daegu was stunned, not realizing that the Cosmic Man could be so powerful. It's much more powerful than the Kalimbo he encountered in the parallel universe. Kilim would only have illusory altars, but the Baltanians were real altars. I'm going to help them, Daegu said, addressing Lena. Lena, take the helm. Understood. Lena nodded and took Uku's place, as Lena, who has awakened the memories of a parallel universe. Naturally, the memory of Ace Pilot is also present in my mind. For to take control of this one ship, it wasn't that hard, so why did you just pull me at the helm? Su Ming was momentarily speechless when he saw this. Dago scratched his head and replied to Su Ming, I was too nervous just now, so I forgot. Su Ming. Regardless, Dago pulled out his divine light rod and transformed out to fight. The Baltanians plus their doppelgangers were horribly outnumbered, and although Su Ming had just finished fighting, but it also just uses the glow of the manbiotics. There are other rays available now. Placing his hand on his heart area, Su Ming began to meditate. The heartbeat pounded in Su Ming's ears once again, growing faster and faster. Until it's beyond the realm of normal human beings. Time is frozen at this moment, and the stars in the universe are frozen in time. The rampaging Baltanians and doppelgangers also stopped moving. Under an extremely heavy heartbeat, the runic aperture projected out from Su Ming's heart. Looking at the runic aperture that had dimmed 2 more images before him, Su Ming chose cover shadow without hesitation. Only when Su Ming reached out his hand, the image happened to change to Getty. Not. Wrong. Again. Seeing this, Su Ming could not help but open his mouth and shout to the runic aperture. It was just that the runic aperture didn't pay any attention to Su Ming's words. It just passed through Su Ming's body quickly as usual, and then time began to flow again. The starlight continued to shine, and the Baltarians continued to wreak havoc. The light rushed out of the ship and crashed straight into a Baltanian. Su Ming, who had long ago stopped being a human, bit down towards the Baltanian's arm. Only a click was heard, and the arm of this Baltanian was instantly bitten off. With that, he flashed straight out a distance, running really fast. Su Ming saw this, and couldn't help but spit out. Getty is Getty, right? It's not like you can't fight. However, a group of Ultraman saw light rushing out of the ship and thought Su Ming had transformed. Everyone froze when Getty the monster appeared in the crowd's eyes. Was the ship attacked by this monster? Hyuka Hideki couldn't help but say nervously, it doesn't seem to be. Birds of Prey watched in confusion as Getty bit off the arm of a Baltanian and said, that monster seems to be a puppy? Dago froze and froze, finally recalling the parallel universe's puppy who sacrificed himself to awaken the light in his master's heart. But why is the puppy here? With puzzlement, Dago looked to Getty and, no, since the cover shadow was changed by Su Ming, the puppy monster must have something to do with him. If I remember correctly, the Manbiotics just now was transformed by Su Ming, right? At that moment, Flytrap interjected. At this statement, the Otter brothers looked over. Isn't Mombius the future? How come it's Xiao Ming? Right. Daegu ignored the doubts of the many bigwigs and spoke the ultimate truth. I think that this monster was transformed by Su Ming. What? Everyone was confused. Su Ming actually turned into a monster? Just then, Su Ming turned his head and raised his beast paw to beckon to the crowd. It seems that the monster was changed by Su Ming. There is no escape. In that case, let's go to war. As the words of the primordial Ultraman fell, a group of Ultraman scattered and, once again, he charged at a single Baltanian. This time, there was no simple punch and kick attack. All of them directly unleashed their mandatory kills. Because the number of enemies is simply too great. If one attacked them all over again with punches and kicks, they wouldn't be finished until next year. A direct release of a surefire attack is the most useful. The Baltanian doppelganger wasn't as capable as the main body, and after the light swept through the change directly exploded and disappeared. Su Ming was beating up the Baltanian when a ray of light swept over and nearly blasted his body. Turning around, Su Ming realized that it was Ace Altman who was constantly releasing various skills. Wipe out one Baltanian at a time. Sorry about that. I almost didn't react to the sight of the monster as one of my own. Waving to Su Ming, Beidou Xingji explained. End of chapter. Chapter 104, Shake the Man? Or Not to Shake? Chapter 104, Shake the Man? Or Not to Shake? Su Ming was momentarily speechless, but he didn't say anything. It's not unusual to be attacked indiscriminately by our skills in a situation like this where there are many enemies. After nodding his head to indicate that it was fine, Su Ming turned back to the. Su Ming continued to unleash his own surefire attacks on one Baltanian after another. At that moment, Saiwan Ultraman's ice axe brushed past Su Ming's face and it almost cut Su Ming's head off. Su Ming froze in place on the spot and turned around again. Only to see Severn Ultraman waving and apologizing, smiley face. I'm so sorry, my eyes are a bit blurry with age. I almost tackled you as a monster. No, it's okay. Su Ming, stunned, nodded to Severn Ultraman as well, and then turned back around once more. Attacking the Baltanians. After thinking about it, Su Ming turned his head to look back again. After confirming that Primordial Ultraman was not in his vicinity, he sighed in relief. When Su Ming turned his head back, he saw Jack Altman holding an Altspark in his hand, straight at himself. Groove. Su Ming shouted as he hastily stretched out his beast claws. Don't do it, own people. Jack Altman heard Su Ming's voice, then he reacted and didn't move on. Instead, he decapitated a Baltanian off to the side. That's not a good joke. Letting out a long breath, one covered his pounding heart. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. It's better to become a cover shadow. Just as Su Ming was about to transform again, only a crack with an arc of electricity suddenly appeared around a Baltanian. With that, the Baltanian was instantly swallowed. What? Seeing this scene, Su Ming was stunned. A rift in time and space appeared. This should be my best chance to return to the real world. Su Ming clenched his beast claws and, in his mind, he thought, but, this is the best chance to travel to the Land of Light. Looking at the spaceship behind him, though, in the midst of the Super Otter 8 Brothers storyline, there was no follow-up shown for this spaceship, but by relying on a bunch of Ultraman, that can't reach the Land of Light? But, there was no episode where the people reached the Land of Light. Su Ming thought about it, and even in the follow-ups to the Ultraman series, no word on this ship either. It was thought that they might have failed to find the Land of Light and gone back to Earth. The Land of Light can be visited later. As for the time rift, the opportunity is rare. Soon, Su Ming made a decision. With that, he observed where the temporal rift was likely to appear, one Baltanian at a time. By now, Su Ming had already figured out the time rift's routine. That is, appearing next to a monster or a cosmonaut and sucking it right out of them. What was that thing that just appeared? Flycatcher and the others also noticed the time rift taking a Baltanian away and voiced their confusion. That seems to be a kind of wormhole-like rift. Idrian replied. A wormhole? Daegu wondered. Can a Baltanian swallowed into it survive? Not necessarily. Maybe dead. Maybe transported to the other side of the universe. Idrian continued to reply. Wait, how is this thing the same as when Su Ming approached me before? Describe the time rift so much like that? Before that, Su Ming had specifically sought out my dreams to understand about how to travel to a parallel universe. After all, I dreamed of furthering my education in the direction of the theory of parallel universes. In Su Ming's mouth, this kind of cracks with electric arcs. For the temporal cracks, it was also something that allowed Su Ming to open to this universe. Su Ming. Seeing this, the crowd placed their eyes on Su Ming. Only Su Ming was surprisingly calm among the Baltanians. He seems to be watching something. Daegu said. My dream nodded and said, I think that's right. He's looking for where the next crack will appear. Su Ming was indeed searching. However, there was another thing Su Ming was going to do as well. That's shaking people. Take the ultras here and shake them all into the real world. Quickly coming to Daegu and the others, Su Ming said hurriedly, woof woof. Sis. Bursting out, a runic aperture of cover shadow images appeared directly in front of Su Ming. With that, he rushed in. In the light, Su Ming turned into Gaiku Ultraman. Crowd. I meant to say that the kind of crack that just appeared was a temporal crack. After Su Ming was able to speak, he explained directly, at the other end is my hometown. There as in this world. It was a world where monsters and Ultraman only existed in movies and TV. But one day this rift appeared and brought back all kinds of cosmonauts and monsters. The world without the appearance of Ultraman became a hell on Earth. So now, I need Ultraman in my homeland. Will you all come with me? After quickly explaining the situation in the real world, Su Ming's words were tinged with solicitation as he said to the crowd, of course. At this point, the first Ultraman spoke up. As Ultraman, it would be an honor to save a world. The others listened and nodded frequently, expressing their willingness to go along. Thanks a lot, guys. Just one thing I'd like to make clear up front. My hometown has countless more monsters now, and cosmopolitans are all over the place, so if I go forward to fight, my life may be in danger. To shake people to go, Su Ming was not willing to pit people against each other, so naturally, he had to tell the current situation. All the more reason to go forward. At this point, Ace Altman said, it's just that the airship is still sailing. If we go together, we are only afraid that the airship will encounter danger. Uku, you three young science stay behind. And the mission to find the Land of Light. It's all yours. At that moment, Saban said as he looked to Daiko, Hyde Tora, and Mimon. As for the four of us, we'll go to another universe and make a break for it. I don't know, Jack Altman said to the crowd with a nod. We got it. The three Daikos nodded as well. Indeed the spaceships here needed to be protected as well. Not all of them can leave this world together. In addition to that, there is another point that is most important. Seeing this, Su Ming said to the crowd that, once you go forward to that world it's hard to come back because this time rift is full of randomness. Daegu and the others hesitated for a moment as they listened to the, why don't we go? The uncles stay. The ants are still in the airship. Seeing this, Su Ming also fell silent. Indeed, one shouldn't let the world's hard-to-reunite couples break up. Forget it. Making up his mind, Su Ming looked at one Baltanian after another. I've acquired the light of all of you, and I'm able to deal with those guys myself. P.S. This chapter is for this month's monthly votes of 80 plus more. Waiting for another 80 to be added. Recommendations are 800 per day plus one shift. End of chapter. Chapter 105, Ultraman Returns to Earth. Chapter 105, Ultraman Returns to Earth. When the crowd heard Su Ming's words, they couldn't help but stare. What do you mean? Has gained the light of your people? You mean like turning into a Mobius? Without waiting for the crowd to think more, Su Ming had already rushed into the Baltan group. In the midst of battling the Baltanians, observing the emergence of the temporal rift. Soon, another temporal rift engulfed a Baltanian and vanished into thin air. The Baltanian who was devoured seems to have a physical alter ego as well. Su Ming noticed this. The Baltanian's detachment would also be swallowed. One spacetime rift after another appeared, taking one Baltanian or doppelganger away. The appearance of temporal cracks has reached its highest frequency. It was the same as when they took Sagatsuki away. Suddenly, a spacetime rift ripped open in front of a Baltanian beside Su Ming. With a strong suction force it sucked that Baltanian in. Without bringing any hesitation, Su Ming directly followed the Baltanian and rushed in. In an instant, it disappeared into the universe. Su Ming. The crowd froze at the sight. Su Ming just left? Back to his hometown? Let's find a chance to get in there too. Save that world. The Otter brothers, seeing this, also spoke, their eyes locked on a single Baltanian. It was only after Su Ming left that a few more Baltanians were devoured in the universe. Then there were no more temporal cracks. It was clear that the frequency of temporal cracks was approaching zero. After waiting for a long time, the crowd didn't find any more temporal cracks. Primordial Ultraman couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Looks like there's no chance. Let's clean up all these Baltanians first." With that, the crowd continued to battle the remaining Baltanians. Silence in the middle of the universe. A temporal rift flowing with dark red arcs of electricity suddenly appeared and spat Su Ming out. Then it disappeared again. Su Ming, who had already been forcibly lifted from his transformed state, snapped his eyes open in the vacuum. A strong sense of crisis descended upon the body. Just as Su Ming sensed that his life was in danger, time suddenly froze and runic circles of light were projected amidst the pounding heart. Then, before Su Ming could make a choice, the runic aperture with the image of the primordial Ultraman then quickly passed through Su Ming's body. Wrapped in light, echoing the sound of the valley breaks through the vacuum cannot transmit the sound of the law of transmission and out. Then, the figure of primordial Ultraman appeared in the universe. Am I turning into Ultraman? Su Ming froze and surveyed his body. After confirming that he hadn't mistaken Jack Ultraman with primordial Ultraman, he realized that he was now in the middle of the universe. This time, surprisingly, it didn't come out of the temporal rift on Mount Everest. After searching around for a while, Su Ming realized that there were no temporal cracks in the vicinity. In other words, the time rift that sends itself back is time-sensitive. The fleeting kind. I was able to turn into primordial Ultraman. It means that the universe here really isn't the universe of the Super Otter 8 brothers. Thinking that, Su Ming confirmed the direction and flew towards Earth. In the world of the Super Otter 8 brothers, Xiao Ming learned about the universe for a year. Recognizing orientation in the universe is still doable. It's not that far from Earth. And based on one's current flight speed, it should arrive soon. Having spent over a year in another world, and not knowing what time this world is in right now, how long has it been since he left? Are people okay? With anticipation in his eyes, Su Ming quickly hurried in the direction of Earth. Storming Earth as an Ultraman has a high chance of being discovered by the cosmos. But Su Ming had no other way. After all, he couldn't return to Earth in a human body. However, in the eyes of the cosmopolitans, Su Ming was already dead. Dead in the spacetime rift. The only Hippolyte who knew that Su Ming had once traveled to the time rift and came back alive was also dead, and no one knew for sure that Su Ming was able to come and go between reality and the outer world. So, if you now appear on Earth as a first-generation Ultraman, less than 78 Nebula's Ultraman, after all, until then, including cosmopolitans, everyone only knows that Su Ming can transform into Guy Shadow, also known as Evil Deja. In this way, the Unicron wouldn't be able to hit the Dragon City HQ there. After all, the first generation of Ultraman, not Su Ming. Change. Su Ming had already figured out that he had to make a big deal out of going back this time. By fanfare, I don't mean announcing to everyone that he's back as the first Ultraman. Instead, they're going to turn into more Ultraman and show up on Earth to keep the cosmos at bay. If there was only one primordial Ultraman, perhaps the universe will even send out legions to round up this sole Ultraman. But what if there were a lot of Ultras on Earth? Without realizing it, Su Ming had already approached Earth. Looking at the familiar and incomparable azure planet in front of him, Su Ming directly rushed into the atmosphere. The attraction of the earth also arises for Su Ming at this moment. Slowly, Su Ming flew towards the ground. Looking at an old city on the ground that had been reduced to rubble, Su Ming inwardly sighed as well. The invasion of monsters has indeed caused indelible damage to the world. Just as Su Ming was about to disengage his transformation state, a strange rhythmic sound came from the ground and, in addition to the rhythmic sounds, there were human cries for help. Help! There's a monster! Help! This monster is scary! I remember this beast. It looked like Jaden, cosmic dinosaur. Jaden! Looking down from the sky, Su Ming then saw the crowd that was fleeing. Behind these people was a black and white humanoid monster that, the head, abdomen, and back are black, and the dorsal carapace shaped like an asp is branched with white dots. Such a coincidence? Sort of a nemesis of the first Ultraman, Jaden the cosmic dinosaur. Since there were monsters appearing, it was impossible for Su Ming to stand by coldly. It switched its orientation in the sky and charged straight down towards Jaden. Strange rhythmic noises resounded through Jaden's body. Just as Jaden was trying to release light to attack the crowd, Su Ming fell from the sky and tackled it backwards, riding directly on top of Jaden. With a loud thud, Jaden fell heavily to the ground and was met with a succession of silver fists. Ultraman! It's Ultraman coming to save us! I can't believe an Ultraman actually showed up. Great! We're saved! One by one, the people who had been spared sank to the ground in relief. Looking at Ultraman, who was frantically attacking Jaden, his hands trembled, but he smiled with excitement. End of chapter. Chapter 106, you can also use light against Jaden. Chapter 106, you can also use light against Jaden. Being saved in the midst of life and death is a feeling that not everyone can relate to. People stood up after a reprieve and distanced themselves from the battlefield, watching the battle from a distance. Su Ming's ride from the sky really hit Jaden hard. To this day, he was still being constantly hammered by Su Ming's fists. For people who haven't heard from Ultraman in 2 years, I didn't realize that Ultraman was now back in the picture. This explosive visualization of information leaves people in disbelief. Also, after 2 years, the Ultraman that appears doesn't seem to be the Ultraman from 2 years ago. According to official sources, the Ultraman that Lord Su Ming turned into 2 years ago, it's Shadow Ultraman, and now the Ottoman in front of us. This Ultraman, it seems like the first lesson of Ultraman in class. Right, I remember. His name is Ultraman. It's the first Ultraman. I can't believe it was Primordial Ultraman who saved us. What a shocker. Yeah, I feel like I'm dreaming. It was not long before people recognized the identity of the initial Ultraman in front of them. After the survivor bases were established, naturally, schooling was also resumed. It's just that the learning is in addition to the basic courses that also added was a mandatory program from childhood that was Monsters and Ultraman. Students who receive an education that must begin with a movie or television viewing of the first Ultraman. The last Ultraman movie and television series was produced by some valley 100 years ago. In addition to this, students will have to learn about some of the common monsters that, as well as information on some important bosses. As for the other uncommon ones, they are learned selectively. Jaden the Beast. It's in the middle of a study course for common monsters and small important bosses, so people are extremely familiar with this cosmic dinosaur. 2. Yuzhou's double fists were still swinging at Jaden's face, hammering the beast, which had just been arrogant and uncontrollable, to the point of losing its temper. While Jaden is very capable and good at what he does, and was once a red-hot boss monster, even killing Ultraman, but times have changed. Regular Jaden is no longer on the table. Yuzhou gets off of Jaden and kicks him out. Jaden braked hard and stood up, looking over at Su Ming. A fast-paced, eerie rhythm ensued, a sign of Jaden's anger. Although his head had been hammered by Su Ming for half a day, the strength of Jaden's bones was 100 times that of steel, so no matter how much more he was hammered by Su Ming, he only suffered some flesh and blood. With both hands in one, Jaden turned his head towards Su Ming and then a hot fireball launched out from its head. Swish swish swish, attacking towards Su Ming. Is this the legendary 1 mega-degree fireball? When Su Ming saw this, he was slightly stunned, and then he condensed an 8-minute wheel of light in his hand. Throw it at the flying fireball. Several thumps. A fiery red flame exploded in the air, and the fireball exploded on the spot after coming into contact with the 8-minute light wheel. Fire fills the sky. Seeing this, Su Ming probably understood that Jaden's trillion-degree fireballs don't even reach 1 trillion degrees, a temperature that can only be reached in a Big Bang or a black hole. If Jaden could launch it, I'm afraid the solar system would have to be destroyed. After the fire cleared, Jaden held out both hands, and the ultimate ray of light fired from his hands. A wave-like super-powerful ray of light attacked towards Su Ming. Su Ming saw this and braced his 2 hands against the outer barrier, trying to ward off this ray of light. only to see Jaden's light make contact with the outer barrier. Su-ming instantly felt extremely powerful pressure impacting from the front. With a bang, the outer barrier exploded on the spot, and Su-ming was sent flying by the explosion. Ultraman! Watch out, Ultraman! Jaden, this light is strong. Right, make sure you try to dodge it. Seeing this, the people fleeing the city kept shouting at Su-ming. People who have learned about Jaden know that Jaden's move, the ultimate ray, but the stunt that once killed Ultraman in the episode. Su-ming got back to his feet and nodded to the position of the crowd. This ray of light from Jaden was indeed very strong, and Su-ming didn't expect that even the outer barrier wouldn't be able to withstand it. Re-preparing himself, Su-ming looked towards Jaden, and coalesced an 8-pointed wheel of light in his hand. Swish through it, only to see Jaden's 2 arms erected in front of him, and then a barrier surrounded Jaden's body. The 8-point light wheel crashed into the barrier and shattered on the spot. Jaden's barrier? It's still really hard. Seeing this, Su-ming quickly rushed towards Jaden. Before Jaden could react, he was knocked to the ground by Su-ming, and the barrier around him dissipated. With that, Su-ming condensed an 8-pointed wheel of light in his hand, following Ace's attacking style of chopped on Jaden's neck. Sparks continued to fly out of Jaden's neck, and it was clear that that attack worked against Jaden. A few moments later, Su-ming directly shoved the 8-minute light wheel into Jaden's cackling nest. With that, he took off into the air. Before Jaden could react, Su-ming's 2 arms were in the shape of a cross. The spectrum ray went straight for the launch that lay on the ground. Don't! Ultraman! You can't use light against Jaden. Ultraman! Jaden absorbs light. Not only does Jaden absorb light, but he also reflects its energy. People saw this and cried out anxiously. However, Jaden had just pivoted the octagonal light wheel away from the light, and before he could react by absorbing the light, straight from the spectrum rays, then with a boom, it exploded on the spot, turning into broken pieces and scattering all over the ground. The crowd was momentarily speechless as they looked at Jaden, who had been hit by the light and exploded. I guess it's not like Jaden can't be dealt with by light. Knowing the good intentions of the people, Su-ming nodded to the crowd after eliminating Jaden and, without stopping, it flew straight away from the scene. Looking at the distant Ultraman, the crowd stared at the sky for a long time. After a long time, someone finally spoke up. What a lucky day. That's right, we've seen the reappearance of Ultraman. Go back and be sure to report this to your superiors. This group was supposed to be a squad from a survivors supply gathering team. I didn't expect to run into Jaden on the way to the supply gathering, but now, as a blessing in disguise, not only is Ultraman saved from Jaden, even was able to bring back the broken pieces of Jaden. It is important to realize that the bodies of monsters are very valuable to the Institute. Bringing back these broken pieces of Jaden will surely allow you to move up a level from being a supply gathering squad. Su-ming's silhouette quietly appeared nearby, watching the collection team gather this Jaden shatter. The survivor base. Su-ming had no intention of going back to it openly, and if you go back, you'll have to change your own identity. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Technology in 100 Years. Under Su-ming's covert protection, a group of people finished collecting Jaden's broken fast, back at the survivor base. This survivor base, a survivor base near Kyoto, for the L.A. survivor base. This supply-seeking squad had just returned to the city, and was headed straight for the anti-monster organization's branch of the situation was reported to the organization and the broken pieces of Jaden were given to the appropriate people. Attached, there's also footage of Ultraman and Jaden battling each other. The entire division was shocked on the spot when this news broke. After 2 years, has Ultraman finally reappeared, and the one who showed up was still a first-generation Ultraman, not the Gaijin Ultraman from 2 years ago. That means there are other Ultras in this world? Maybe more than these two? Jaden's shattered branch also took it and sent it directly to the research department at headquarters. Shards of monsters like this are very useful, and they're also shards of the mini-boss, Jaden. The value is even better. By studying the broken pieces of the monsters, the research department has created many new weapons and equipment. The resistance to the monsters has grown stronger over the past 2 years, and the Monster Crusher, naturally, comes from killing monsters. After the disappearance of Gaikuki Ultraman 2 years ago, the special air machine Gayazak came out of nowhere, possessing mechanical monsters capable of human manipulation. The anti-monster organization had wiped out many monsters within the past 2 years, and it was only then that the research department had been given more broken pieces of monsters to study. Gayazak's intensity isn't very high, though, so it can only destroy some of the weaker monsters. The more powerful monsters Gayazak can't deal with at all, turning in the shattered pieces of Jaden. This group of squads all received promotions in their positions, and it was rewarded with tons of tokens. The crowd was jubilantly rewarded, but was given a grounding order by the division. Before HQ had given the word that it was possible to disseminate the Ultraman, no one is allowed to step out of the confinement room. This state of affairs won't last long, though, because if there's an Ultraman around, it was bound to appear again. After all, monsters appeared extremely frequently. Dragon City headquarters. Blue Eagle entered Jing's office with great speed. With that, he placed the plain device in his hand on Jing's desktop, his face anxious and happy. Opening his mouth, he said, "Superintendent, it's too late. Look at this video. What happened? Look at you in a hurry." Seeing this, Jingza set his eyes on the desktop screen. It's a simple video of Ultraman vs. Jeton, but in Jing's eyes, but it made waves. "Superintendent." Blue Eagle breathed a little sharply. "Another Ultraman has appeared. After 2 years, another Ultraman has appeared." After Jingze read it, he also got a little excited, and his face showed delight. Although in the past 2 years, with the TKG Ozarks and various new types of weaponry, but it's also difficult to deal with when facing more powerful monsters. Another Ultraman appearance is a godsend. It's just, this Ultraman is actually the first Ultraman. To Jing's surprise, the Ultraman that appeared today, 2 years later, was the first Ultraman. Lord Su Ming is the Gaian Shadow Ultraman, Blue Eagle said, and fell silent. Lord Su Ming disappeared after dealing with the monster army 2 years ago. Although the anti-monster organization had been sending teams forward to look for traces of Su Ming, they simply couldn't find him. Blue Eagle even rejoined the cave in the Himalayas, where he resided for a year. However, there was no sign of Su Ming at all. The whole thing, it's like it's evaporated. And the Monster Legion hadn't come back since Su Ming disappeared. The ones that frequently attack human survivor bases are the unorganized monsters. Perhaps the first Ultraman was also Lord Su Ming? At that moment, Jingze coldly ventured out, causing Blue Eagle to be slightly stunned. As if, wasn't out of the question? Blue Eagle knew that Su Ming, besides being able to turn into Gaius Shadow Ultraman, it also turns into Getty the Light Monster. It doesn't seem like it's out of the question if it turns out to be a primordial Ultraman. Although Jingze didn't know that Su Ming could turn into Getty, he remembered very clearly that Su Ming said, he can transform if he finds any of the Transformers. Maybe Xiao Ming-sama found the first generation Ultraman's Transformer Beta Magic Wand, Jingze secretly thought in his mind. So, Superintendent, the news of Ultraman's appearance has been temporarily blocked by the L.A. branch. Should we open up about this? Blue Eagle asked at this point in time, and it was a critical thing to ask. Leave it open for now and wait and see what happens. Jingze thought about it and spoke. If Ultraman himself appears in the public eye, then open up the message. With 2 invasions of the Monster Legion, Kajikawa knows that the Monster Legion is here for Ultraman, but without Ultraman, there is simply no way that humanity can continue its civilization amongst the many powerful cosmonauts and monsters. Sooner or later, the human race is also wiped out in the midst of an attack by cosmic beings and monsters. This time, whether it's to protect Ultraman, or humanity, all have to withhold this news for the time being. A supply delivery squad came out of L.A., carrying a large amount of food, driving a large van to the west. On these wagons are supplies that are lacking in some of the survivor bases in the west, and these supplies are more plentiful in L.A., so they need to be replenished by running over from here. Likewise, the supplies will also be transported back to L.A. from the survivor bases in the west. Su Ming was lying so still on top of the big truck. No one realized that there was someone else lying on top of it. The road is not smooth. It was a trail that the exploration team had searched for a long time before settling on one where monsters were less likely to appear. Not only is the trail rugged, but it is also surrounded by wilderness without a wisp of human habitation. 002, 003, 004. Landslide spotted ahead. It needs to be cleaned up before we can move on. The truck driver of the first truck stopped his vehicle when he realized that a landslide had landed in front of him, and the driver in the back was contacted through the communicator. Roger that, we will be waiting in the rear. 001 please activate bulldozing and digging mode. The 3 vans behind them responded to the head van after it stopped. Then the head of the first truck separated from the cargo box of supplies being pulled behind it. In a flurry of mechanical interplay, it changed form, straight into a dual-purpose vehicle for digging and bulldozing. Asterisk. Su Ming didn't hold back his foul mouth when he saw the scene in the No. 4 van. Is this a ING transformer? From a truck head to a bulldozing and excavating dual-purpose vehicle. Su Ming was indeed surprised. However, Su Ming didn't forget that it was now 100 years after he had once died. Technology has evolved so much that it seems normal for this kind of technology to appear. Chapter 108, Interrupting Transformation. There aren't a lot of road blockages caused by landslides, and with this deformed truck dealing with cleaned up quickly. Then that bulldozing and digging dual-purpose vehicle transformed back into the front of the truck and relinked with the cargo box behind it. 002, 003, 004. Landslide cleared. You may continue traveling. Please use caution. Truck number 1 notified the rear truck and then continued on its way. Copy that. The van in the rear signaled and then followed closely. A truck drove past the location of the landslide, and Su Ming was still lying on the No. 4 truck, looking up at the sky obscured by clouds. If it had been before, Su Ming would have looked straight up at the sky with his eyes, and he would normally have been dazzled for a while. But since being able to turn into an Ultraman, Su Ming realized that his eyes could actually look directly at the sun. It has to be said that the transformation into Ultraman, one's physical fitness has also been strengthened a lot in a subtle way. The white clouds moved slowly backward, and as the van continued to move forward, Su Ming's eyes caught a glimpse of the sliding mountain, only to see that there was a hole in the middle of that mountain. It looks like it's freshly dug. Could it be that the landslide was due to this big hole being hollowed out? The mud and rocks inside were thrown out? Su Ming was slightly stunned and was trying to sit up. Suddenly, a huge head poked out of the large hole and looked down at the van. Monsters! Su Ming's eyes were wide open. No wonder the mountain was hollowed out. Turns out a monster had taken up residence. This head is King Raider. Staring closely at the poking out monster head, Su Ming recognized this fellow at a glance. Before Su Ming could inform the people in the van to flee, King Raider then jumped straight down from the large hole. King Raider is a warlike monster, be it human, monster, or cosmonaut. If it moves, it will attack when it sees it. Su Ming realized that trouble was coming. King Raider landed violently in front of van number 1, smashing the road to pieces. The driver of truck number 1 saw this and slammed on his brakes, then panicked and notified the truck behind him that, "Get out of the car. Run away. There's a monster." It's a very simple and clear signal. The trucks in the back didn't need to be notified by truck number 1 also saw the huge body of King Raider and hurriedly braked before abandoning their vehicles and fleeing. Su Ming was standing in the van, his hand on his chest, and was closing his eyes and starting to meditate. As a result, the van braked violently, and Su Ming's entire body flew out to the front, falling to the ground with a bang and gnawing a mouthful of mud. The driver was not the only one on top of the truck. There were also workers and traders loading and unloading the goods. When the crowd heard the announcement of the monster's appearance, they fled to the back. A big man saw Su Ming pouncing on the ground and hurriedly pulled him up. "Brother, the monster is coming. Run." "I know. I'm here." Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, the big man hurriedly interrupted. "It's too late. I'll take you with me." The big man saw how Su Ming had fallen and carried him on his back. With that, he ran off to the rear. Su Ming looked at the ever-receding scenery and was filled with question marks. "Dude, I can run myself." After this big man ran wild for a moment, Su Ming said in a hurry, "It's okay, I'm not a big problem." The big man said to Su Ming as he ran. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched when he heard, "Brother, you do not have a big problem, I have a big problem." Everyone fled from the trucks, and it's clear that people who work in occupations like transportation in the middle of a post-apocalyptic world, escape is definitely professionally trained. Originally, Su Ming was worried that the driver of the No. 1 truck wouldn't be able to run out, and when the crowd stopped, it was only then that Su Ming realized that the driver of truck number 1 was the fastest one. The group ran for about 500 or 600 meters, stopping to catch their breath over and over. Su Ming also got off the back of this kind-hearted big man and thanked him. "Thanks a lot, brother." "You're welcome." The big man gasped for air while saying to Su Ming, "By the way, what truck number are you from and why do you look kind of familiar?" I'm from van number 4. Su Ming scratched his head and said, "No, I'm from the 4th. Why haven't I seen you before?" With a puzzled look on his face, the big man looked at Su Ming and said, That's what." I mouthed off. "I was going to say number 2. Su Ming hurriedly explained. A statue of himself has long since been established at one of the survivor bases. Most people on this planet know what they look like. It's just that the statues aren't colored, and when you meet a real person sometimes it's not immediately recognizable. Number 2? At that moment, a man stepped aside and spoke up. "And I'm from truck number 2. Why haven't I seen you before?" Sorry. I got so flustered at the sight of the monster. I forgot I was from van 3. Su Ming spoke and left the big man and this guy who came over. The big man stood in place and scratched his head, looking at Su Ming's distant back. "It always feels like I've seen it somewhere before." Just then, there was a boom, and an explosion came from not far away. When the crowd heard the explosion, they were first shocked, and then their faces were all very ugly. The van was destroyed by the monster. Everyone knew that the van was destroyed and that none of the supplies inside were bound to be left. This location is extremely far away from the L.A. survivor base, and without a van to walk to it, it takes days. It's the same distance from those survivor bases in the west. If we run into any more monsters on the road, There won't be any trucks left to fend for their lives. Su Ming took advantage of the fact that everyone's gazes were looking away and quickly ducked behind a large tree to the side. The ground began to shake at that moment, a sign that King Red was advancing. Countless rocks tumbled down the hillside from King Red's heavy pedal forward, smashed the road to pieces. I'm afraid this road won't work anymore. A man saw this and said with a sigh. Not to mention the rocks that fell, but the path that King Raider took. Trucks simply can't drive over this. The monster seems to be approaching. Run! I have no strength left. You guys run! No way! We have to go together. Some fled, dragging their weary bodies with them. Others had no strength but to stay and wait for death. The others, on the other hand, stayed and died with the powerless. King Raider's form appeared around the corner of the mountain road. As the massive beast tracked down the scent of humans and found the crowd, it pounded its chest with its massive fists and roared. This gorilla-like behavior is not much of a comedown in the eyes of the people, and brings to them only fear, because soon the beast will come along and trample the people all underfoot. Su Ming was behind the big tree, making sure there was no one around him. He quickly placed his palm on his chest. Eyes closed, he began to meditate. Chapter 109. Ultraman appears all over the world. King Raider approached the crowd one step at a time, and as the people looked at the monstrous hulking form of the don't dare breathe a word, the heartbeat in Su Ming's ears was getting closer and faster, and eventually, under an extremely heavy heartbeat, time was frozen. The runic aperture projected from the heart of an image of Ultraman alternates between them in turn. Ultraman, Jack, Ace. Su Ming now only wants to choose among the Otter brothers. The emergence of the Otter brothers on Earth. It would give the cosmic people the illusion that Ultraman from the Land of Light has also descended into this world. Ace it. After a slight hesitation, Su Ming chose Ace Altman. The image of the runic aperture stops as it rotates to Ace Altman. It then quickly moved towards Su Ming and passed through his body. The crowd only saw a ray of light appear out of thin air, and then it rushed towards King Raider's body. Boo! Under the rush of light, King Raider's body collapsed with a loud thud and slammed backward onto the ground. Displayed in front of King Raider was the silver and red Ace Ultraman. Look! It's Ultraman! I can't believe an Ultraman showed up. It's Ace! Ace Ultraman! Ace Ultraman of the Ultraman brothers. The Ultraman from the Land of Light in the M78 Nebula. The people were shouting the same thing as those who were pursued by Jeton yesterday. All of them are joyful amidst their amazement. Joy tinged with excitement. Su Ming chose Ace Ultraman because he wanted to try out the Ultraman known as King of Law. How spendy the skill release really is. As soon as King Raider stood up, two flames condensed in Su Ming's two palms. Boom Boom pushes through with a double boom. Before he could stand still, King Raider was attacked by the flame palm and was knocked back amidst the charred smoke bursting out. The flames in his palms dispersed, and Su Ming fired small light arrows from his hands again. Bang Bang attacked on King Raider's body. However, King Raider's body was thick, and this kind of attack could only be considered child's play for him. Standing up angrily, King Raider hammered the ground so hard that then several boulders crumbled out of the ground, and blazing flames burned from the top of the boulders, and then, under King Raider's slap, it smashed over toward Su Ming. Vertical guillotine blade. Su Ming didn't hesitate and directly used one of Ace Ultraman's mandatory kills. Both hands drew a blue blade of light in front of his body and slashed forward horizontally, only to see that blue blade of light collide with the flaming boulder that King Raider had fired at him. Then it cut through with ease, slicing the pieces of flaming boulders in half. The stone block became smaller, and after flying in front of Su Ming, it turned to be chopped down by Su Ming using a hand knife. Instead, the blue blade of light slashed horizontally across King Raider's body, chopping a deep scar through its rocky skin. One more hit. Horizontal guillotine blade. Seeing that the attack was effective, Su Ming rose up in the air and once again slashed a white blade of light at King Raider. Seeing another blade of light attacking, King Raider stretched out his massive arm to fend it off. However, he heard a swish sound, and the boulder-like arm landed vertically. With one slash, he chopped off King Raider's arm. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of King Raider, who had lost his arm, and even if he no longer had the ability to think, King Raider also knew that his life had been threatened. One more hit. The ring guillotine. Su Ming's two arms formed an X shape and swung out at King Raider. The X-shaped blade of light also flew straight towards King Raider. Seeing this, King Raider didn't dare to resist any longer and turned around in an attempt to escape. Multiple guillotine knives. Su Ming opened his arms, and several cross-shaped sword blades rushed towards King Raider. Before the ring guillotine attacked on its body, the cross-sword blade had already cut up on its body with ease. And finally, the ring guillotine cuts into King Raider's body. Wow! As if a huge stone landed on the ground, King Raider's body was cut into several pieces and smashed on the ground. Hit the finish line and call it a day. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded and then flew into the sky. disappearing from view. Ace Ultraman has many powers and is nicknamed the King of Light. Su-Ming had only used the skills of the Guillotine Blade series in the middle of this battle as well. People looked at the faraway Aesop, and then at the broken pieces of King Raider scattered all over the place. Couldn't help but gulp. The name of Ace Altman's body-splitting maniac. It really lives up to its name. Someone popped up with this sentence, followed by many unconsciously nodding in agreement. All in all, lives were lived. Then Kamor went back to report to the organization before dealing with the broken pieces of King Raider here. This cargo team went back and, like the collection team that had met Primordial Ultraman earlier, grounded. However, despite being grounded, they were rewarded with a large amount of coins. People are willing to do so. News of Ace Altman and King Raider soon reached headquarters, and when Jingza heard about it, there was a moment of silence. Did the Otter brothers really come to Earth? Though in his heart he believed more that these Ultraman were made by Su-Ming. But the fact that two Ultraman in a row were part of the Ultraman brothers had to make Kajikawa suspect that the Ultraman of the Land of Light had descended to Earth as well. Superintendent, I think it's possible. Is the news embargoed? Blue Eagle opened his mouth and asked. Blockade. Jingza didn't hesitate and spoke directly. The next day there was an Aesop, so wait a few more days and see. Understood. 2 days later, the survivor base at Raya City in the western part of Dacia is attacked by Gamara, and Jack-O-Lantern appears. Wipe it out. A few more days later, the Eagle City survivor base in Europe is attacked by a Hilbagon, and Dejo Ultraman appears. Wipe it out. At the Polar survivor base, the monster Lihubas appears and is destroyed by Dyna Ultraman. At the San Francisco survivor base, the monster Gusla appears and is destroyed by the Monbiotics Ultraman. The South Pacific Westland survivor base is attacked by Garn Q and destroyed by Gaia Ultraman. Off the coast of the survivor base in XA City, the large crab monster Ganza appears and is destroyed by Aguju Ultraman. One after another, news about Ultraman appeared all over the world. Both the people of Earth and the people of the universe were confused by the appearance of so many Ultraman. However, compared to the cosmopolitans, the humans on Earth were more jubilant than confused. A lot of places almost had to set off firecrackers for New Year's Eve. It's just a shame that there are basically no firecrackers from 100 years ago in the middle of the post-apocalyptic world. The two teams that were grounded were also released after one of the Ultras showed up. It's hard to break a confidentiality agreement. These two teams of people. I can't wait to write a book and spread the images I saw that day, because keeping a secret of this magnitude is just too hard. But after these two groups realized that the whole world already knew that an Ultraman had appeared, it's all goofy. And there's more than one Ultraman that appears. Chapter 110, Mombius, you've got a lot of nerve, don't you? Above Mount Everest, a separate space in the middle of the universe, within the Great Hall, my lord, 10 Ultramen, including Su-Ming, have appeared on Earth. The Magmarian knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully to the black crystals above the Great Hall. Off to the side, Dark Lopez Cyrus stood quietly, not saying a word. It's all a bunch of Ottomans. The black crystals faintly emitted a dark red glow, and his voice was heavy. Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, Severn Ultraman, Ace Ultraman, Monbiotics Ultraman, and Deja, Dyna, Gaia, and Aguju. The Magmarian replied. I can't believe there are Otter brothers, said the black crystal after a moment of silence. Is it hard to believe that all the Ultramen from the Land of Light have come to Earth? My lord, given the current circumstances, it is possible. The Magmarian nodded and, to the black crystals, but besides the Otter brothers in the Land of Light, there's also Deja, Dyna, Gaia and Aguju. The situation is indeed not good. The black crystal was silent once again for a long time, then said, it seems that the Ultramen have been able to come to this world through the time rift. So my lord, why don't we just invade the planet and kill all the humans? The Magmarian suggested. I had thought you were capable of being smarter before I promoted you. However, instead, the black crystal snorted coldly and said to the Magmarians, yet I didn't realize you were as stupid as the Hippolytics. Duh, my lord. The Magmarian trembled as he heard, my lord, I was wrong. Poof, only to hear the black crystals humming again, saying, killing all the Earthlings and invading the Earth. If I wanted to do that, I would have done it after I came to this world, and I wouldn't need you to tell me. I need something, and it's not this planet. With that said, the black crystals stopped. Anyway, do what you need to do, and if you don't change it, don't do it. Understood, my lord, the Magmarian replied with a trembling voice. How is it possible for so many Ultraman, Cyclops, to appear on Earth all at once? You go and explore the situation. The black crystal gave the order. Aye, my lord. With a nod, Dark Lopscallion headed out of the Great Hall. As for you, Magmarian, the black crystal said. A dark energy flowed out of it and into the Magmarian's body. Go to the human's base and poke around. And, Find the earthly body of Ultraman. Understood. The Magmarian nodded excitedly as he felt the powerful darkness infused into his body. Then he headed out of the Great Hall. Come out, all of you. After the duo left, the black crystal suddenly made a sound. A ripple then rippled out, and several cosmic people walked out from it. Separately, the Mephalasians, the Zarabians, the Baltanians, and the Chimerians. Zarabians, Baltanians, you guys go out into the universe and take care of the renegade Imperials. After the black crystals finished speaking, 2 more dark streams of light flowed out. Into the body of the 2. Understood, my lord. Ho ho ho. The 2 nodded in response. Star Mephiles, you'll be in the middle of the Great Hall, taking care of things in general, commanding an army of monsters. Chimerian, you 2 have infiltrated the human race to find the earthly body of Ultraman. 2 more dark streams of light scurried out and entered the bodies of the 2 cosmopolitans. Understood, my lord. Himalayas. Su Ming took 1 step towards the top. Enough monsters have been destroyed in the meantime, and it is certain that the broken pieces of these monsters it's also enough for the research department of the anti-monster organization to do some research. After making a big fuss on Earth, Su Ming intends to dive over that into Everest. Find out who the so-called the Lord is. Being able to turn into 10 Ultraman, Su Ming was already fearless. I can't say that I can completely eliminate that Lord, but at least I can kill him 7 times in 7 times. The cold, chilly wind blew against Su Ming's face, but Su Ming did not feel the slightest bit of cold. Some warmth welled up in his heart, protecting Su Ming's body. After walking for half a day, Su Ming could only feel the ground vibrating with. Then a monster popped up in the middle of the snowy slopes ahead. It's the dinosaur monster from the other day. Su Ming was slightly stunned and was about to transform to meet the battle. However, the dinosaur monster's mouth was still dripping with egg liquid and some eggshells remained. After it rushed out from amongst the snowy slopes, a Raider King also rushed out from amongst the huge arm swung violently on top of its chassis, directly sending it flying far away and rolling down the mountain. Another Raider King. Su Ming blinked and guessed what was going on. It looks like the dinosaur monster ate King Red's egg again. I just saw that King Raider's breath rolling down the mountain, running after the dinosaur monster. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't transform either, but continued to move forward. The runic aperture projected out from Su Ming's chest as he reached the bottom of Mount Everest. Passing through the aperture, Su Ming transformed into Manbiotics Ultraman in the middle of the infinity symbol infinity. With a stomp of both feet, Su Ming flew upwards towards the dark red space with a swish. Skimming over Mount Everest, Su Ming didn't stop, but went straight up. After rushing out of the universe, he was met with a dark red vortex. Without hesitation, Su Ming summoned the Dream Beam lightsaber and then charged in. Buzz! Passing through a ripple, Su Ming felt like he had entered another world. It's a separate space. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Su Ming had a general understanding of this world that was like a world beyond the heavens. At the other end of the dark red vortex was a magnificent and incomparable shrine. While Su Ming took 1 step towards the temple, his surroundings began to dim. On stepping into one of the halls of the god, the entire hall turned a dark black color, revealing an aura of evil and darkness. Sure enough, is this where the biggest boss lives? All the way to the center of the hall, Su Ming didn't see any monsters or cosmic people. What was there was just a huge black crystal above the great hall. The crystal emitted a dark red glow, and it just didn't look quite the same. Black crystal stones? If it was placed on the previous Earth, it should still be able to fetch a good price. Su Ming took a step forward with the lightsaber in his hand, sizing up the extraordinary crystal. Mombius. Suddenly, a voice came from within this black crystal stone in front of him, causing Su Ming to be stunned. A few steps back in a row, the stone is alive. Making combat preparations? Su Ming set up his starting stance to face the black crystals. I didn't realize that you were so bold. The black crystals let out a weird laugh and said to Su Ming, Chapter 11 Then die for the master. Take it easy, Monbiotics. The black crystals continued to emit an eerie laugh to Su Ming, he said, since you have the guts to come here, I'm afraid you've also left some backstabbing in place. Su Ming was slightly stunned at the words of this black crystal, and then he reacted. In Mombius' voice, he replied, Humph, I didn't think you'd find out. Sure enough, the black crystals brayed and laughed. You don't need to tell me that, and I know what your backhandedness is. The Otter brothers are protecting you in the shadows, aren't they? Cough. Yeah, I didn't realize the Ace brothers were hiding so deep. I can't believe you found out about all this. Su Ming choked several times in a row and replied to the black crystals, saying, immediately afterward, the antagonist said to the black crystals, since you already know that, I won't hide the fact that I'm here because I want to meet who's behind being able to manipulate so many cosmic people and monsters. Now see. So what? The black crystal emitted a dull black light and said to Su Ming. Su Ming heard this, It was also understood that the black crystal in front of him should be the boss behind the Monster Legion and Cosmic Man. I just didn't expect that this final boss was actually a black crystal. I have come to warn you on behalf of the Kingdom of Light. Su Ming thought for a moment and said with a serious look on his face, "Stop hitting on humans. No matter what world they're on, all of us in the Cosmic Guard will fight evil forces like you to the end." Land of Light. The black crystals were indeed silent for a long time when they heard those 3 words. As one of the earliest batch of otherworldly visitors to this earth, the black crystals have for so long. This is the first time I've heard the words Land of Light here. It seems that the forces of the Land of Light have indeed descended upon this world, but I'm still recovering. After a moment of dark thought, the black crystal spoke. "I can control the legions of monsters from attacking the humans, but you, the Land of Light, and no strikes against my forces." Su Ming was confused. What's going on here? How come all of a sudden the other side has gone soft? It looks like it's jealous of the Land of Light? While it seems to me that this agreement you're talking about is okay, but after all, the leader of the Cosmic Police Force is Zophie's brother, so I'll have to go back and inquire before I make a decision. Su Ming pretended to ponder for a moment and replied to the black crystals, "If the Kingdom of Light doesn't attack here, the Monster Legion won't attack the humans, and that's a godsend. It's just that Su Ming can't show it too obviously, and he has to pull farther. Move Zophie out first, then the Father of Otter, even move the King of Otter out." "Yes, I'll wait for your reply." The black crystals flickered twice and then went silent. Su Ming didn't attack rashly either, but cautiously walked out of the hall and found the dark red vortex. "Leave the place." After Su Ming had left, the Methylasian appeared in the middle of a transparent ripple. "My lord, we're just going to compromise?" The Methylasian stood respectfully and asked the black crystal. "Not compromising, just holding off." The black crystals lit up and, in reply to the Methylasian, "Based on what's going on now, the forces of the Kingdom of Light are still coming to this world. My strength has not yet been restored, and 1 out of 10 can only do so much. On the day my strength is restored, even if the Father of Otter comes, it will be to send him to his death." At the end of his words, the black crystal's tone became sinister. "Does Monbiotics need to send someone to follow them?" The Methylasian listened. Nodding, he asked, "Maybe we can use this to find out where he went." "No need," the black crystal said. "Now that we can be sure that the Kingdom of Light has descended upon nothing else matters. Recall the Cyclops. There's no need to try. As for the Magmarians and Chimerians, let them lurk among the humans for now and wait to see what happens later." Understood. It had to be said that the effect Su Ming wanted had been achieved. Let there be different Ultramans all over the world, especially the Ultraman brothers. This approach has really made a difference. The other side believed that the Ultraman of the Land of Light had come to this world, and an agreement was made. However, it could also be a ploy. Su Ming didn't completely believe the words of the black crystals. If it's true, then it only means that there are still some restrictions on this black crystal. Some restrictions that can be let loose. For this, Su Ming could probably guess a thing or two. The black crystals were certainly not originally such a large stone, whose boss would be from a rock. Either his strength had not yet been restored, or he was practicing some kind of amazing divine skill and needed time. After all, that's how it's written in the novels. After Su Ming left, he didn't directly lift his transformed state either. Instead, they are alert to whether anyone is following them around. Afterwards, it flew directly into the depths of the universe. After a meteorite passes through, Su Ming changes from Monbiotics Ultraman to Severn Ultraman, flying back toward Earth again. Just as Su Ming was about to approach the Earth, a dark red stream of light suddenly rushed out from the Earth. It slammed towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly reacted and dodged the stream of light with a sideways movement, only to see the stream of light hit the top of the moon with a boom, and then violently rush towards Su Ming. "It's that guy, Dark Lopez Sailor, a photo op." Su Ming also saw who the visitor was. Sure enough, what the black crystals said just now can't be trusted. With a sinking heart, Su Ming took the ice axe from his head and held it in his hand. Turning around, he swung at the charging Dark Lopscallion. The light of the blade flashed, and a violent explosion was created amidst the collision of the two. Both sides were pushed some distance away by the shockwaves from the collision. Su Ming looked at the fireworks from the explosion in front of him, and without hesitation, throwing the ice axe in his hand straight out, followed by green emelium rays emitting from among the green gems on his head. Only a piercing sound was heard, and another explosion was produced. The ice axe spiraled back and was planted back on top of Su Ming's head. When the flames cleared, all that could be seen was an additional slash above the mechanical body of Dark Lopez Sailor. It was the wound that was inflicted by the ice axe cut. This guy's arm sure picked back up. Seeing Dark Lop Sailor's intact arm, Su Ming thought darkly, "It seems that I'm afraid this guy won't be able to die at all without giving his opponent a fatal blow. Damn you, die for me." Darklopscallion was extremely angry as he was cut by the ice axe and received a wound. Removing the 2 head tags on top of his head, he gripped them and quickly attacked Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming once again removed the ice axe from his head and held it tightly in his hand. Dark Lopez Sailor is based on Sailor, and Severn is half his grandfather. Then die for the master. Chapter 112, The Path to Enhancing Strength. Clank! Gold and iron clashed, and sparks exploded between the collision of the head darts in their hands. Neither Su Ming nor Dark Lopez Cello had taken half a step back. A few more clashes between sharp blades. The sparks produced gave this dark universe a little more color. Eventually, the two parted under a fierce push from both of them against each other. Darklopscallion mounted the head dart back to his head, and Su Ming planted the ice axe again. The energy of the sun and starlight converged on the deck of Su Ming's chest, and with that, Su Ming's arms formed an L shape and fired powerful rays of light at the Dark Lopez Sailor. Severn cluster rays, and Dark Lopez Sailor fired Dark Lopez rays at Su Ming. Dark purple light and golden yellow light create a strong collision in the middle of the universe. Neither resisted the other. In the midst of the collision of these 2 rays of light, sparks came out in all directions and it made the space sizzle. Eventually, a loud popping sound produced a violent explosion in the sky, and fire filled the sky. Even rushed to Earth. However, the flames dissipated into the universe before they could enter the atmosphere. Su Ming retreated back and forth, and Dark Lopez Sailor was also shaken back a long distance. It crashed on top of a meteorite drifting through the universe. Just when Dark Lopez Sailor was still unwilling to charge at Su Ming again, a stream of light rushed from a short distance away, stopping in front of Dark Lopez Cyrus. Dark Cyclops, stop it! The Mephilusion blocked the Dark Lopecello's path, preventing it from saying, Mephilasion, what are you stopping me for? Darklopscallion is clearly not happy. Let me go take that guy out. The Lord said to stop. The Mephilusion continued. From now on, the well with Ultraman will run dry. What? Darklopscallion apparently didn't believe the words of the Mephilasion. My lord clearly told me to test the waters. This was just ordered. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Lord yourself. I'm sorry, the Mephilusion said, stepping out of the way. Of course, you can continue to attack, only with consequences. Damn it! Darklopscallion looked at Su Ming, who was not far away, and hammered his fist into the air. Then he left in a dark red stream of light. The Mephilus alien looked at Su Ming and froze slightly. I can't believe it's Severn Ultraman. After a moment of dark contemplation, the Mephilus alien flew in front of Su Ming. Mephilistines, seeing that the one that came was actually a mini-boss as well. Su Ming hurriedly made his battle preparations. Just why Dark Lopez Cyrus ran away, Su Ming didn't know. Don't do it. Seeing that Su Ming was about to start a fight, the Mephilus alien hastily stretched out his hand and said, I was sent by the Lord to stop the Dark Cyclops. Su Ming's voice immediately shifted to Savan's voice line after he heard the Mephilasian's words. Is it the black crystals that Monbiotis was talking about? Su Ming slowly lowered his hands and said in a flat tone, exactly. The Mephilusion nodded and replied that I wonder if Monbiotics Ultraman, has it been reported to the Cosmic Police? And what was the result? Though Mombius was gone for a brief period of time, the Mephilistophiles surmised that the Cosmic Guard's point of influence should be nearby. Otherwise how would Severn have known about this so quickly? And, between Ultraman, there are special ways of passing information. Zafi, the captain of our Cosmic Police Force, has agreed to do it. I originally came to reply, only to encounter that fellow. Su Ming said, snorting coldly, but it's just a guy who imitated my son's production. It's so arrogant. That's fine. I'll bring the Cosmic Guard's reply to your excellency. So farewell then. After nodding, the Mephilusion left the area and went back to resume his duties. Su Ming, on the other hand, was relieved. Against a Dark Lopez Sailor, it's not too bad to fight with a Sailor Moon. If there's another Mephilus, I'm afraid we're gonna have to expose Earth's Ultraman. It's all a secret that the same person changed. But, with the strength I've turned into Savan, it's still a bit of a struggle to fight monsters and cosmonauts. Su Ming shook his head as he flew towards Earth. If the Star Corps themselves were to come and deal with Darklopscallion, I'm afraid it would be no more than 10 moves. Just take it down. How can I improve my strength? Su Ming couldn't help but scratch his head, but he scratched the ice axe at once and then gave up. Turning into streams of light, Su Ming landed in the southwestern part of Daxia. Humanity should be a little better off for the rest of its days. The Monster Legion won't attack the survivor base, which kind of dispatches the biggest threat as of now. The remaining threat, that of the scattered unorganized monsters that teleported through the time rift from time to time. These monsters are very free on Earth. To attack humans, that's not something the black crystals can control. However, with the current combat strength of humans, They should be able to cope with these scattered monsters. As long as it's not overpowered. It's still possible to destroy one or two of them with the Tekai Gyozark. It looks like it's time to raise your strength as soon as possible. Su-ming looked in the direction of the Himalayas. In the real world, it's basically impossible to gain more power. Only in the world of Ultraman. Time Rift. Here I come. Step by step. Su-ming walked in the direction of the Himalayas. It's the only way to travel to Everest that makes it easier to conceal your form. And if the cosmos finds out, I'm afraid everything must be exposed. The journey from the southwestern part of Dacha towards the Himalaya is not long enough compared to the rest of the world. Su-ming's physique had gradually strengthened after his transformation, and he was able to hold up physically. Along the way, Su-ming also encountered some attacks from monsters. All of these monsters were decimated after Su-ming's transformation, but the closer he got to the Himalayas, the more Su-ming reduced the number of transformations. It's not uncommon for Ultraman to appear frequently here, so at the end of the day, when Su-ming saw monsters, he would dodge them if he could and never transform. About 2 months later, Su-ming trekked up Mount Everest, looking at the space-time rift with lightning arcs flowing before him. Su-ming, the moment he went in, it turned into Getty, resisting the pressure from time and space, and was then engulfed by this raging energy. In the meantime, a rift in space and time appears as the universe reaches out. Then the huge black figure ripped out from it, letting out an elephantine roar. The Dominion of Darkness floats through the universe looking extremely angry. With that, the direction of Earth was confirmed through the star position and slowly traveled towards it. Chapter 113, Super Galactic Legends. Countless Ultraman. In the universe, a spaceship called the Panglong was being tightly wrapped around a mechanical dragon. A shower of sparks. If it weren't for the high degree of compression resistance of the Panglong's skin, I'm afraid it's already bursting in the middle of this mechanical dragon squeeze. The Zap team members inside the Discord were considering how to deal with this cosmic dragoness from the depths of the universe, when a shadowy light entered the ship, firearms in hand, and aimed at the crowd. It's the Chimerians, one of the team members shouted out, then similarly held his firearm at the figure. The two sides exchanged fire frequently, but they didn't realize that they were both masters of human tracing, and not a single one of them was injured. Instead, the interior of the Discord was damaged by a shotgun attack. However, the enemy is at least cosmic, and apart from the gun attacks, the self also emits a light bulb attack. Several members of the team tumbled to the ground, gasping for breath under the blast of a single light bomb. Just then, a rift in space and time suddenly appeared in the side of the Chimerian, pulled it in instantly. With that, Su-ming's body fell out of it. The crowd was dumbfounded and froze at the sight. There's a crack inside the Panglong? And swallowed the Chimerian who just showed up. Swallowed and then spit out a human? Is it hard to believe that the rift turned the Chimerians into humans? Just as the crowd was alert and confused, Su-ming slowly opened his eyes. There were still light particles left on his body from being forced to undo his transformation, and they slowly dissipated. Just after waking up, Su-ming saw a row of gun muzzles pointing at him, and couldn't help but be confused. He said, "You're a Chimerian? A member of the Zap team?" "Hidden Chi?" questioned Su-ming with a goaded tone. "What Chimerian? I'm an Earthling?" Su-ming immediately reacted to the fact that these people seemed to be treating themselves as cosmic beings. "Terrans? What about the Chimerians?" The leader, a middle-aged man who looked relatively strong, boldly came to Su-ming. Scrutinizing it carefully, he opened his mouth to ask. "This man is the captain of the Zap team, Hiroshi Hyuga. Though I don't know how or why you recognized me as a Chimerian, but I am indeed an Earthling," Su-ming explained again. The crowd once again sized up Su-ming, and then slowly lowered the guns in their hands at the captain's signal. Just then, the whole Panglong vibrated. The cosmic dragoness that had rolled the Discordian up began to power up, ready to squeeze the entire spaceship. "What's the situation?" Su-ming couldn't help but ask. Himself was now obviously, as could be seen through the window, in the middle of a spaceship. However, the ship seems to be under attack by something. The Discordian dragon was bound by the cosmic dragoness. It is now going to completely destroy the Discordian dragon. The team member Hidden Gift replied to Su-ming and said that there was no harm in telling Su-ming about this kind of thing. Cosmic dragoness? Su-ming was slightly stunned when he heard this. Immediately, the connection between the names Panglong and cosmic dragoness appeared in his mind. Then a wonderful expression came over his face. If Su-ming remembers correctly, in the Ultraman series, the world about the cosmic dragoness and the Discordian is none other than Super Galactic Legends. Belial was released from a cosmic prison, invading the Land of Light to capture the Plasma Spark. Sailor Ultraman first appeared in the public eye, and one of the members of Zap, one of the main characters in this episode, Earth's Leonix Ramon, or Ray for short, is taken to the M78 Nebula by Mobius, who has come for help. All of this should have happened just before Su Ming came here, and the plot progresses to the point where the Discordian is attacked by the Chimerians and the Cosmic Dragonas. Dyna Ultraman then appears and destroys both enemies, taking the Discord to the Land of Light. So Dyna Ultraman will show up later, right? As Su Ming was thinking about it, the Panlong was subjected to another squeeze, and the entire hull vibrated once again. The sparks sputtered out at some parts. It can't be done. If the Panlong is squeezed any further, I'm afraid we'll die here when we're done. Haruna June, the only female member of the airship, looked at the pugnacious red data on the screen and said anxiously. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't possibly let Cosmic Dragonas attack the discordant dragon. Dyna Ultraman was slow to show up, and if we waited any longer, the Discord would be finished. The crowd panicked, making all sorts of moves to try and stop Cosmic Dragonas from attacking. Nor did they pay any attention to Su Ming, a human who had appeared out of nowhere. Su Ming slowly placed his hand on top of his heart area and closed his eyes to meditate. The heartbeat is getting clearer in the ears. The rate is getting faster and faster. The cacophony around them also became extremely slow, and the sparks from the Discord stopped and settled in sputtering. Everything was quiet. Under the sound of an extremely heavy heartbeat, the runic aperture projected out from Su Ming's heart area. The light reflected above Su Ming's face. An image of an Ultraman alternated among them in turn. Except that, among the patterns, there are 5 channels that are in an eclipsed state. Primordial Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, Severn Ultraman, Ace Ultraman. There's also the Monbiotics Ultraman. It shows that in the midst of this world, or this universe, it's that there are these few Ultramans that exist and have transformed or haven't transformed into humans. It seems there really is a universe of light. Su Ming calmed his excitement, and then he had to make a choice. However, Su Ming was stunned when the image rotated to Dyna Ultraman, because, surprisingly, the image of Dyna Ultraman is bright and in the transformable option. Did Dyna Ultraman not appear in this universe? Or did the bird of prey not transform? Amidst Su Ming's hesitation, the image lingered for a long time, and the runic aperture chose Dyna by default. Then, with Su Ming continuously waving his hands, the runic aura quickly passed through the entire body. The crowd of Team Zap only saw Su Ming turn into a ray of light and rush out of the Panlong. Then the huge silver, blue and red body was revealed in the middle of the universe. Dyna Ultraman. It's Ultraman. That man just now. He's actually Ultraman. It's Dyna Ultraman. The crowd looked out the window in wide-eyed amazement. I had thought that the man was a Chimerian changeling, but I didn't realize that the opponent turned out to be Ultraman. The crowd was also excited to see Ultraman appear, and with the aid of Dyna Ultraman, the Panlong is saved. Su Ming levitated outside of the Panlong ship, looking at the Cosmic Dragonas that wrapped around the ship in front of him, still trying to figure out how to get it unstuck. However, he did not expect that Cosmic Dragonas would directly let go of the Panlong when he saw Su Ming directly and charged at Su Ming. Chapter 114 Frozen Land of Light. Good timing. Seeing this, Su Ming followed the example of Dyna Ultraman in movies and television, and with one hand, he slashed out several blades of light, attacking towards the onslaught of Cosmic Dragonas. However, Cosmic Dragonas resisted the layers of damage amidst an explosion of light blades. That's not right. That's not what the script says. Su Ming was extremely surprised to see this situation, because that's how Dyna Ultraman appeared in the original episode to kill Cosmic Dragonas in seconds. Why can't you do it yourself? It seems that the Dyna I turned into isn't as powerful as the Dyna that Asuka herself turned into. Su Ming thought about it and could only explain it with this reason. It's the same thing when you're dealing with monsters in the real world yourself, and when it's any other Ultraman himself. Things that only required a few simple moves. Su Ming hard to fight for a long time to resolve. Unicronus didn't stop after the attack. Instead, he continued to charge towards Su Ming. With a bang, Su Ming was sent flying under the attack of this mechanical dragon. Since small skills won't solve you, what about big moves? Against Cosmic Dragonas, Su Ming didn't believe that there was much of a difference between his own strength and that of his true self. Since the Honored One is a small skillful one-trick pony to solve Cosmic Dragonas, then use a more powerful must-have yourself. Souljet Rays. Without any hesitation, after stabilizing his stance, Su Ming's 2 arms were in the shape of a cross. Firing colored rays at the Cosmic Dragonas that had once again mangled over. The powerful must-kill with violent energy impacted straight onto Cosmic Dragonas. For the mindless rushing Cosmic Dragonas, such behavior was a death sentence. The light blasted into the head of Cosmic Dragonas with a violent explosion, and the universe was filled with fire. The body of Cosmic Dragonas exploded in a magnificent explosion, scattering debris throughout the universe. Pity. When Su Ming saw these fragments scattered, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Couldn't gather up the broken pieces of Cosmicronus on his own, either. Otherwise, It can also be brought back to the real world for the Ministry of Science and Research to study, and may be able to study the battleship in the world of Triga Ultraman, the Nasdius. After resolving the monsters, Su-Ming turned into light and returned within the Pan Long ship. The crowd was incomparably awestruck, and their eyes turned reverent as they looked at Su-Ming. The other guy is an Ultraman, the Giant of Light. You're Dinah Altman, right? Cryptogamy excitedly came to Su-Ming's face and opened his mouth. Not really. Su-Ming scratched his head and replied, right. You guys want to go to the Land of Light, right? How did you know that? Said Hidden Gift, after a slight blink of an eye. Our team member Ray was taken to the Land of Light by the Monbiotics Ultraman, and we wanted to see what was going on, too. No problem. I'll take you there. Seeing this, Su-Ming nodded but you'll have to provide the approximate coordinate location of the M78 Nebula. The members of Team Zap were confused when they heard Su-Ming's words. Aren't you Ultraman? Why don't you know where the Land of Light is? Captain Hiroshi Hyuga asked Su-Ming with doubt. Even though I'm an Ultraman, it's true that I've never been to the Land of Light, because I'm not an Ultraman in the Land of Light. Su-Ming explained. I see. Hiroshi Hyuga nodded his head as he listened. Then please also take us to the M78 Nebula. I'll provide the coordinates for the M78 Nebula, though we've never been there before. Yet it has been able to detect the position of the M78 Nebula. With the friendly exchanges between the two sides, Su-Ming also understood where in the universe the coordinates of the Land of Light were. Having furthered his knowledge of the universe in the world of the Ultra Otter 8 brothers, Su-Ming was naturally able to understand this information. The runic aperture appeared in front of Su-Ming, who leapt in and rushed out of the airship as a ray of light outside transformed back into Dinah Ultraman, whose energy has not yet been used up. With that, a ray was fired in the middle of the universe, opening a space-jumping wormhole. This skill, Dinah Altman can indeed do, and as for the other Altmans, Su-Ming hadn't tried it for a while. After nodding to the Panglong, Su-Ming flew in with it towards that space-jumping wormhole. Through a space jump, Su-Ming brought the Panglong to the M78 Nebula. It would have been hard to find a planet in the middle of a nebula, but Otter Star, being the Land of Light, is much brighter than the rest of the planet. Su-Ming confirmed the location in a flash and flew over with the airship. However, upon arriving outside the bright planet, the crowd froze. Each member of the team, who had been discussing how spectacular the Land of Light really was, froze at that moment, because the light of the Land of Light has completely disappeared. What the crowd saw in the distance was only a remnant of light, and the Otter Star before us, it had become icy. All the buildings were frozen under the ice. Many of the Ultras were directly frozen in the air, completely losing their light. What's going on? Captain Hiroshi Hyuga entered the Land of Light in the Pangram with suspicion and caution. Su-Ming also came to this Otter Star together and landed under that extremely thick layer of ice. It looks like the plasma spark has been taken by Belial. A short distance away, an ice-covered tower had dimmed, and it was clear that the tower, known as the Plasma Spark Tower, has lost its centerpiece, the Plasma Spark. Dinah Altman, what's going on? One by one, the team members walked down in their special spacesuits and raised their heads to Su-Ming. You guys are asking me. It's my first time here as well. Su-Ming shook his head and replied, but I can probably tell that the plasma sparks of the Land of Light disappeared. I don't know, except for something. Then the Land of Light froze over. Is it surprising that? The crowd listened to couldn't help but look at the tall tower that had become an icicle. Even with the loss of the energy core, as an Earthling, still able to feel the powerful radiant energy in it. Within this spacesuit, one could feel the skin burning a bit. Ray doesn't seem to be here. Captain Hiroshi Hyuga surveyed the surroundings, and there wasn't a bit of life at all. Lying on top of the ice and looking down, one could see that underneath the crystalline ice, it's the countless buildings of the Land of Light, and the countless Ultraman frozen in panic. Ultraman, a superhuman being in the eyes of mankind, but still powerless to be sealed here. And in unimaginable numbers. You could say it was basically the end of the country. I probably know where Ray is, except that place is dangerous. Are you guys sure you want to go? Su-Ming said to the crowd of Team Zap at that moment. Dangerous? Then wouldn't Ray be even more dangerous? Cryptoji listened and then spoke. We're going, because Ray is one of us. Chapter 115, Dangerous Monster Graveyard. Monster Graveyard. As a graveyard where the souls of a great many monsters and cosmonauts are buried, the place was filled with a dark and spooky aura, as if hellish lava was tumbling at the bottom. The only thing standing in the middle of this space, it's a black faulted island. It was supposed to be a secluded place, but now it's a noisy place because of the resurrection of the monster herd. And what brought back to life these ever-hissing hordes of monsters? It was the Ultraman who had just finished looting the Plasma Spark energy core from the Land of Light Belial Ultraman. Thousands and thousands of years ago, Belial struck the plasma sparks, but he didn't realize that even after fusing the souls of the Librandorians, he couldn't destroy the Land of Light and was imprisoned in the cosmic prison by the King of Otter. Now, because the Zarabians sent the ultimate combat instrument here, Belial manages to escape from amongst the cosmic prisons and storms into the Land of Light once again, successfully grabbing the plasma spark. Through the core energy of the plasma spark and the ultimate combat instrument, Belial managed to subdue hundreds or thousands of monsters that were resurrected in the monster graveyard. The Ultraman who regained his ability to transform by the only light he had left, Ultraman Prime. Savion Ultraman fights monsters on the battlefield. In addition to the duo, there's the Monbiotics Ultraman, who escaped with his life, as well as the Zap crew that was brought in from the Pangea. Ray. As an Earthling with the power of Ray Blando, Ray has another title. That would be the Terran Leonix, with the ability to control monsters. And the way Ray fights, it's all about controlling the monster Gamera to attack through a small battle meter in your hand. However, the current situation is not encouraging. Belial discovered Ray's existence and was held in a cosmic prison for 10,000 years. The heart is naturally perverted. And the perverted Belial, on the other hand, has taken an interest in Ray, because Belial, who possesses the soul of a Librandorian, is none other than Leonix from Ultraman. We're of the same clan. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Belial said with a maniacal grin as he pointed the sharp black claws of his hands at Ray. Become one of my men. Kill them all, Belial said, pointing to Primordial Ultraman, Severn Ultraman, and Monbiotics Ultraman. Then Ray went berserk under the influence of Belial's energy, directly into the form of Leonix, controlling the frenzied, red-haired Gamera, charged at the three Ultras, and Belial was sitting easily on top of the bluff, enjoying the fight. It even made the monstrous hordes back off and not interfere with the battlefield. It was a real conundrum for the three Ultras. Ray brought the monster graveyard in on his own, but I didn't expect to lose my mind under Belial's influence. Hands were definitely not to be laid on Ray, but Gamera came charging in again and the three Ultramen had to make a defense and kept calling out to Ray, trying to wake him up. However, it didn't do much. Primordial Ultraman was even charged right out of the air by Gamera. Mombius was also slapped by the berserk Gamera. Severn Ultraman had it the worst, getting Gamera pressed against his chest and unleashing a super vibrational wave that the entire body fell straight down. Go, send Severn Ultraman to the west. Belial's got a big hand. A Hilbegon and a Goldrath then took a step over. Seeing this, Severn Ultraman removed the ice axe from his head and, fighting the two monsters with all his remaining strength, cutting several sparks. Just as Severn Ultraman couldn't hold on to one knee, the two monsters completely exploded. Dead in front of everyone's eyes. The timer above his head kept blinking, signaling that Severn Ultraman was about to run out of stamina and power. Before it fell, Severn tightened his grip on the ice axe in his hand. It was flung violently towards the exit of the monster graveyard. Everyone noticed this scene, and looked at the ice axe that had flown away from the. There was nothing Belial could do to stop this action, and he could only watch as the ice axe disappeared. Su Mingdang traced the dark aura that permeated the universe to find where the monster graveyard was located. He was about to enter it through that vortex, but then he saw the ice axe rush straight out and it brushed past Su Ming's neck. After freezing in place for a few seconds, Su Ming reacted to the fact that he had just almost been killed by Saban in seconds. It does seem like this place is dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming flew in with the Panlong with a hardened head. Just inside, the crew in the Discord was shocked. The number of monsters in the monster graveyard made the crowd's jaws drop. Where did all these monsters come from? Captain Hiroshi Hyuga's brow furrowed as he looked at the black island above the monster. There's no way on earth that you could ever see such a sight. It's the only way to see such a horrific image in this great big universe. Su Ming also saw the group of monsters on the ground, but he didn't marvel at them. After all, in the real world, the legions of monsters that covered the sky could be far more terrifying. Is that Belial? Su Ming froze when he saw Belial on top of the cliff. A tiger, with scarlet eyes, covered in red and black. Over his shoulder was a black iron rod, the very ultimate battle gauge. Su Ming looked at Belial, who also looked at Su Ming. The monsters on the ground all looked upwards and hissed. Frozen, Su Ming avoided meeting Beria's eyes and, picking the smallest monster in the group of monsters, he yelled out, "I'll take care of this one." With that, a horse rushed down. Dyna Ultraman in the original storyline was a character who turned on the Mangina when he saw Belial. Su Ming has self-awareness. Know that he learns Dyna personally operation certainly not. Instead of rushing up and getting spiked, go down and take out a few monsters out of the field. Wouldn't it be nice to shake hands with the Ultraman of the Land of Light all over again when the episode is over? The monsters resurrected by the monster graveyard were not very strong, and after Su Ming rushed to the ground, in 3 swipes, he took care of one of the monsters, flinging it to the ground and smashing it right into the ground. In addition to Severn Ultraman, who had lost the battle, Primordial Ultraman and Manhwarecap Ultraman saw the situation end. It also rejoined the battle and fought the swarm of monsters. The crew of the Panglong caught sight of the raging thunder at a glance, and on the orders of their captain, Hiroshi Hyuga, landed on the ground. With that, a group of team members rushed straight out and tangled with Ray, trying to wake him up. It had to be said that this was the most enjoyable fight Su Ming had ever had. These monsters simply aren't as strong as they originally were, and when they die and come back to life, the strength is 10-1. As the light continued to be released and the fists and feet continued to bombard, Su Ming's heart was unprecedentedly comfortable. After being pressured by the monster army for so long, it's finally time to abuse the vegetables. Chapter 116, Era who mixed with the wolves. As he fought, Su Ming saw the plasma spark that had been stuck in the ground after Belial's cliff break. This was also the first time Su Ming had seen such a divine weapon, an artifact capable of evolving the inhabitants of the Land of Light from ordinary people into light giants. Great scientific creations. If Kigo Masaki had seen the plasma sparks with his own eyes, I'm afraid he would have turned his mind back again. Because, indeed, the power of science can evolve mankind. While fighting the group of monsters, Su Ming glanced his gaze towards the plasma sparks. It's not going to end like this. There are so many monsters. If Belial tries to resurrect them, it can still be done with a plasma spark in place. So killing these monsters is equivalent to killing them for nothing. The best way to end the fight quickly is to shake people. Shake who? The episode's protagonist, Sailor Ultraman, is still groping for the King of Ultras on planet K76. Or maybe all the warriors of the Land of Light who were frozen in the ice. Sailor Ultraman's words. Severn had shaken that. The ice axe that had just nearly killed Su Ming in seconds was the signal to shake people. The King of Otter wouldn't be able to do it easily. And to be honest, Su Ming was a bit confused. It's hard to keep the Land of Light's Ultraman frozen for so long when it's a straightforward matter. Maybe it's to exercise the other Ultras. Mentally making a case for the King of Otter. Su Ming couldn't help but think of the strange image of the King of Otter painstakingly explaining. Looking at the current situation, Sailor Ultraman shouldn't be there that soon either. Ants bite like elephants. Not to mention monsters. Even if there are now 4 Ultraman including Su Ming on the field also have to be the same to pounce. One of them Saiwan has already collapsed. The remaining energy and stamina are not very good. Primordial Ultraman flashes a red light in the middle of a fight. It looks like a lack of energy or stamina. Manhwarecap's timer also then flickered up, as if it was a deal to play Su Ming. The two needed a short break and were forced out of the fray. All the monster swarms had only one target now, and that was Su Ming who was fighting within the monster swarms. ***. Seeing that the monsters were surging towards him, Su Ming was instantly shocked. If this goes on, all the time monsters spit a mouthful of old blood that would drown me. However, soon after, Su Ming thought of a solution that wasn't a solution. Choosing a direction, he charged straight into where the monsters were densely packed. A rapid heartbeat sounded out of nowhere, and without anyone noticing, Su Ming suddenly transformed from Dinah Altman directly into Getty the giant dog of light. The monsters froze as they saw their targets suddenly disappear. With that, it shifted direction and charged towards Primordial Ultraman and Manhwarecap's Ultraman. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief after turning into Getty, mentally apologizing to Primordial Ultraman and Manhwarecap's Ultraman. He then set his eyes on the plasma spark stuck in the ground not far away. However, when Su Ming traveled in the opposite direction from the group of monsters, a few of the recently resurrected cosmonauts looked over with puzzled eyes. Though sanity wasn't as clear as it should have been, these cosmonauts knew that the beast in front of him didn't seem to be following in the footsteps of the larger group. "Hey, you're going the other way." A cosmic tapped Su Ming's shoulder and said to him, "Woof woof." Su Ming was so scared that he shouted a few times to the cosmic man, then followed the legions of monsters as they marched forward. Shuffling his pace, Su Ming snuck backward again when the cosmonauts around him were basically gone. So much so, that the monsters and cosmonauts who have not yet fully regained consciousness. It's also hard to tell if you're moving forward. Like a Era that had blended in with the wolves, Su Ming's eyes kept noticing the surroundings. Prevents detection by monsters or cosmonauts. As the large troop hissed, Su Ming also wanted to pretend to roar a few times, but every time it comes out, it's a woof woof sound. At last, with one cautious step backward, Su Ming came to the side of the plasma spark. Feeling the powerful energy in the plasma sparks, Su Ming only felt that his entire body and mind had been sublimated in general. Just then, the crew of the Discord managed to wake up Stormy Ray as well, bringing it back to its original form. Seeing this, Belial also got angry and didn't want to play this game anymore. Holding the ultimate combat gauge in his hand, he threw out a ray of light to kill these humans. Seeing this, Primordial Ultraman rushed over and deflected the blow for the crew of the Discord, but he himself was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Su Ming was slightly stunned, remembering that in the original episode it was Severn Ultraman who blocked the attack, and the ice axe still flew out after Dinah and the Discord showed up. And now, both Severn Ultraman and Primordial Ultraman are down. The ice axe also flew out early. It all seemed to have changed a bit by his own arrival. However, it was not up to Su Ming to think so much now. Looking at the plasma spark that was inserted on the ground in front of him, Su Ming stretched out his giant claw and held it by the torch. With that, he pulled it up with one hand. Immediately, light overflowed and the entire Black Island stirred. What? Everyone turned their gazes to Su Ming's position, and naturally, Belial also turned her head to look over. Only, to Belial's surprise, the one who pulled up the plasma spark he had managed to snatch was a monster? Is there a mistake? Get back in the ultimate combat gauge. Pointing a finger at Su Ming with his ultimate combat gauge, Belial said in a loud voice, trying to retrieve the monster in front of him into the battle meter. However, nothing happened. Su Ming was still standing intact. That monster seems a bit different? Manbiotics looked in Su Ming's direction and said suspiciously, he seems to be out of Belial's control and picking up plasma sparks? Hiroshi Hyuga also looked at Su Ming with a puzzled expression on his face. By the way, where's Dinah Altman? At that moment, Hidden Key realized that Dinah Ultraman, who had been fighting the swarm of monsters, had disappeared. Belial also realized that something was wrong with the situation. The monster that picked up the plasma spark wasn't even manipulating itself. Die for me. Making the most direct approach, Belial flung the ultimate combat gauge in his hand and the light projectile was fired towards Su Ming. Su Ming was a little flustered when he saw the light bullets flying straight at him. This was Belial's attack, and one was now using Getty's fighting body. If you get hit by this light bomb, you might just warp on the spot. In the heat of the moment, Su Ming blocked the plasma spark in his hand in front of his body. Only a thud was heard, and the light projectile was dispersed as it touched the plasma sparks, disappearing into thin air. Blocked. With a woof, Su Ming stomped on both feet, holding the plasma spark and flew directly outside the monster graveyard. And seeing this, Belial took a group of flying monsters and chased after them. Chapter 117 Mobius may become the main character. Su Ming quickly rushed out beyond the monster graveyard, and then did not leave directly. Instead, he hid behind the cemetery gate. Soon enough, Belial rushed out with a group of flying monsters, holding the ultimate combat gauge, flying straight ahead. Seeing that Belial was far away with a few flying monsters, Su Ming turned back sharply and, back in the middle of the monster graveyard, then it flew towards Mobius and Primordial Ultraman on the ground. Originally, Su Ming was planning to send the plasma sparks back to the Land of Light first, shaking a group of people over first, but he certainly didn't fly as fast as Belial himself, and then thought for a moment, feeling that this operation is too risky. It's better to leave it to the more combat-capable Hatsunio Ultraman or Manbiotics Ultraman. That dog-like beast, it's flying towards us? Mobius froze as he looked at Getty, who was flying towards him, and said to Primordial Ultraman, well, I don't think it should be hostile. Primordial Ultraman nodded and said to Manbiotics. Su Ming landed on the ground and then reached the plasma spark in his hand towards Manbiotics, then spoke up, woof woof, Mobius, Primordial Ultraman? Su Ming. After a pause, Su Ming shoved the plasma spark directly into the hands of Manbiotics. With that, he pointed to the teleportation vortex in the monster graveyard and kept gesturing, signaling for Manbiotics to send plasma spark back to the Land of Light. You mean, let me acquire the power of the plasma spark and wipe out Belial? Mobius froze slightly and said to Su Ming. Su Ming? Hearing Manbiotics' words, Su Ming was directly dumbfounded. Did you not understand your own comparison well enough? Or maybe Manbiotics has always coveted the power of the plasma spark? Or maybe Manbiotics' comprehension skills are that bad? Mobius, it could mean just that. At that moment, the Primordial Ultraman on the sidelines spoke. Perhaps you could actually be recognized by the plasma spark energy core, thus destroying Belial. Primordial Ultraman continued. But, can I really do it? Mobius looked at the plasma spark in his hand and couldn't help but hesitate. Didn't you not think of that when you wiped out the Amphiorans? Primordial Ultraman said as he reminded Manbiotics. Su Ming was even more confused. Can't you even see what I'm trying to say? And even encouraged Mobius to touch the plasma spark? Is there a mistake? Just then, amidst the vortex of the monster graveyard, Belial reared back. A group of flying monsters still followed behind them. After seeing Su Ming and plasma spark, he let out a roar. You guy sure is playing me. With a roar, Belial then charged down with the ultimate combat gauge in his hands, carrying the force of 1,000, trying to wipe out Su Ming and the two Ultraman completely. Good. Mobius glanced up at Belial, who was rushing down the Then he set his eyes on the plasma sparks. In that case, it's better to let go rather than wait for death. After saying that, Manhwa stuck the plasma spark on the ground under Su Ming's surprised gaze. With that, he reached out his hand and touched towards its core. Asterisk asterisk, don't you stick it in ah. It'll kill oh ah. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly shouted to Manhwa. Even Sailor Ultraman in the original storyline wouldn't dare to access plasma spark's energy like that, would he? Various seems to have been screwed like this before and almost got killed. However, in the years of Manhwa and Primordial Ultraman, all that was heard was Getty's woofing. Puppy monster, thanks for your support and encouragement. It seems you do want me to defeat Belial, and I will do it. When Mobius heard Su Ming's call, he raised his head and spoke gently to Su Ming. Then, hands plunged into the core of the plasma spark. Su Ming, Belial's grip on the ultimate combat gauge slammed down hard. The moment this iron rod was about to touch Mobius, light exploded from among the plasma sparks, and for a moment, the entire monster graveyard shone brightly. Belial was even directly knocked out by the light and smashed hard on the ground. Su Ming only felt a flash before his eyes, and then his entire body flew out. Primordial Ultraman did the same thing, except that as he was knocked away by the glow of, it also got some of the power of light and restored the energy that had been expended. The timer on his chest changed from a blinking state back to the color it was when it was full of energy. A ball of flame rose up from where Manhwa was. At once, most of the flying monsters in the sky were burned to death, and one by one, they landed on the ground and turned into annihilation powder. Only when the light gradually dissipated did Su Ming see what had happened to Manhwa. All that was seen was Mobius in front of a plasma spark, burning with flames all over his body. Compared to its original burning brave form, its current appearance resembled it, but its body was literally burning with a blazing flame. Even the eyes became pupils of flame, with 2 extra flame marks. This is burning brave form? Primordial Ultraman dropped to one knee and, after reacting, he said with confusion, but it seems that Mobius' burning brave form isn't like that. I did it! Mobius said excitedly as he turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Puppy monster, thanks a lot. I did it. I'm recognized by the plasma spark. You're welcome. Su Ming was dumbfounded at this point. Who the hell knew that Mobius could actually pull it off? Shouldn't Sailor be the main character of this show? And Manhwa touched the plasma sparks in such a violent way, and in turn got the energy of the plasma sparks directly? Still, it's better to succeed than not to succeed. Having gained the approval of plasma spark, Mobius should have a fight on his hands with Belial as well. You brat! Belial rose from the floor and, pointing the ultimate combat gauge at Manhwa, he shouted, why should you be recognized by plasma spark? Having said that, Belial, with all the fury of a huge dark red blade of light slashed out of the ultimate battle gauge and attacked towards Manhwa. Belial, die! Mobius has become fearless. After having been strengthened by the dream that appeared in his hand was longer and larger than the lightsaber, and even burned with a fiery flame. With a fierce swing, the Manhwa lightsaber slashed a fiery blade of light that, slashing against Belial's dark red blade of light. Boom! Flames and darkness exploded in the midst of their touch, and for a time, flames filled the monster graveyard. The entire monster graveyard vibrated and the space became somewhat unstable. Chapter 118, Be My Fighting Partner. The battle rippled out too far, and Su Ming was once again sent flying by the collision of forces. No, we have to get out of the way. And if Manhwa takes on Belial, there shouldn't be any problems now. Getting back up from the ground, Su Ming flew directly towards the exit of the monster graveyard. Just then, a ripple rippled through the vortex of the exit, followed by a silver, red, and blue. The Ultraman with a silver armor plate covering his chest and a pair of one-sharp head darts growing from his head suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming. It was the belated arrival of Sailor Ultraman. In Sailor Ultraman's hand, still holding an ice axe, it was Saiwan Ultraman who sent out the distress signal. Sailor Ultraman, you're late. The main field has been taken over by Manhwa. Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, he suffered a heavy blow to his chest. Then the whole body slammed back into the ground of the monster graveyard. Damnable monster! Even trying to escape, Cyrus wiped his nose with his thumb, then looked to the battlefield. Soon enough, the desired target was found. Severn Ultraman, who had lost his energy for a long time, quickly dropping to the ground and picking up Severn Ultraman. Cyrus sent it over a flat rock in relative safety. With his eyes fixed on Severn in front of him, the man he now knew as his real father. A little heartbroken, Cyrus placed the ice axe on Severn's chest and held Severn's hand. After a long time, Cyrus turned around, looked towards the group of monsters, and stormed in for the slaughter. Su Ming's body was as if it had fallen apart, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to brace himself from the ground. He was just trying to get out of the way for a while, and then he was almost tackled by Sailor as a monster? However, the warmth that surged through the heart represented that after one's contact with Sailor Ultraman, gained the power to transform into Sailor. Are you okay? A voice sounded next to him, and Su Ming turned his head to see that it was actually Lei. The current battlefield is so intense, and Sailor is killing it with extreme insanity. Ray also didn't dare to put Gamara out to fight for fear of being taken out as an enemy. Su Ming was kicked down by Cyrus, and as a bystander, Ray and the other Earthlings saw it clearly. Therefore, Ray then walked over and comforted Su Ming, the monster, saying, "I'm okay." Su Ming nodded and replied to Ray, except that it was indeed woofing that was heard in Ray's ears. "If it is possible, would you like to enter my battle meter and fight alongside me?" Just then, Ray spoke up. "I just saw your behavior, and I think you're pretty smart. Unlike other monsters, and more importantly, you have a good heart. You're stepping on a horse." Su Ming looked at Lei with an expression of looking at a little cutie. Expression. It really wasn't that Su Ming wanted to curse. It was really this operation of Ray's that made Su Ming passively curse. "I treat you as a friend and you want to take me over? How about, if you can, please become my battle partner?" Ray said, raising the small battle instrument in his hand. He signaled Su Ming to enter it. "I think I heard your heartbeat. Are you excited too?" Su Ming was silent for 3 seconds. A huge runic circle of light then appeared in front of him, quickly passing through Getty's body. Wrapped in light, Getty's body dispersed. Then the figure of a giant of light manifested. A Guju Ultraman. Ray froze as he saw the monster in front of him turn into an Ultraman. The members of the Discordian Dragon also froze on the spot when they saw this scene. A monster turned into an Ultraman? Or was the monster just changed into Ultraman? There was a long silence, and Ray nearly gouged 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom in the monster graveyard with his toes. Then he awkwardly smiled to Su Ming and said, "Ahaha, today's wind is very noisy, ahaha, the sky is so blue, ha." Su Ming looked up at the monstrous graveyard full of dark red color, and then looked down at Lei. With that, he turned around. A blue lightsaber appeared in his hand, and Su Ming brought with him the pretentious flair of the Aguju Ultraman, straight into the group of monsters. The legions of monsters had been mostly exterminated in the midst of Sailor Ultraman's massacre. Su Ming, on the other hand, was charging and slashing, waving his lightsaber in his hand, eliminating one monster after another. With a weapon in hand, it's easier and easier to deal with these newly resurrected monsters. Sailor Ultraman sees a new Ultraman coming for support. After destroying the monsters before nodding to Su Ming, "You were so nonchalant when you just kicked me, and now you're here to give me the otter nod." Su Ming secretly spat out a sentence, and then a blue light bullet coalesced in his 2 hands. "Throw it at the group of monsters." Photon helix. The light bullets exploded in the midst of the monsters, blasting one to pieces. Without hesitation, Su Ming quickly condensed a second photon spiral. Once again, it fired off into the swarm of monsters. Another violent explosion killed and wounded the monsters. And while Monbiotics was fighting Belial furiously, with flames sputtering out wildly, however, Belial was always able to use the ultimate battle gear to resist Monbiotics' attacks. For a while, the 2 sides were still hard to separate, unable to determine the winner. Seeing this, Su Ming once again rushed to Sailor's side and said to him, "Sailor, there are too many monsters here for you to grasp when you're still young. Leave it to me. Mombius only has one opponent there, and he's fighting hard right now, so go help him." "Okay, I understand." Sailor glanced at Belial, who was battling Monbiotics, and was momentarily speechless. "I see. Monbiotics did have a hard time wiping out Belial on his own though." Cyrus thought for a moment. Then he charged at Belial. Seeing this, Su Ming once again released a few photon spirals, followed by a lack of energy. Without hesitation, Su Ming began to meditate in his mind, and soon time was fixed in his heartbeat. The runic aperture was projected, an image alternated in turn, and when Su Ming saw the bright image of Severin Ultraman, it froze. Didn't Saiwan Ultraman run out of energy and lose the battle? How? Su Ming was in too much of a hurry when he had just turned into a Guju, so he didn't notice, but now that he saw it, Su Ming quickly figured it out. Isn't the fact that Sailor Savin Ultraman lost his life the same thing that turned Deja Ultraman into a stone statue? When Su Ming reacted, the image had already been at Severin for a long time. The runic aperture acquiesced to Savin as the choice and quickly passed through Su Ming's body. The crew of the Discordian on the ground, only to see a Guju Ultraman turn into a beam of light that dashed into the rocky spot not far from where Severin lay flat on his back and charged. Then the light flooded into the timer hit on Severin Ultraman's head and Severin's eyes, which had already dimmed, brightened. Chapter 119 Father. Su Ming brought his own light surging within Severin's body, filling the space that had been dimmed down instantly. When the light completely fills the space, Su Ming only saw a middle-aged uncle standing in front of him. The clusters. Young man, how did you come to be in my body? With a puzzled look on their faces, the Star Troop opened their mouths and asked Su Ming. Elder Zhu Xingtuan. Seeing Zhu Xingtuan, Su Ming was a bit nervous and, after all, this operation of his own was considered a hatchet. I got the sailor's light in another universe, so, I'm able to use your energy. After thinking about it, Su Ming explained this to the Star Corps. After all, there was no shortage of operations like borrowed power for himself. Don't be nervous, I'm just a little curious. The Star Troop laughed and said to Su Ming, since your light has brought me back to life, it is considered one with me. One mind? Su Ming was slightly stunned, and only after thinking about it did he realize that this kind of operation by yourself is indeed somewhat similar to the one mind. Ha, well, maybe fighting with you will keep me young at heart, the Star Cluster said, thinking of Cyrus, though I'm a fatherly man too. All the crowd could see was Saban slowly getting up from the ground and looking towards the battlefield, which was already at the climax of the battle. With that, the ice axe in his hand automatically returned to the top of his head under the effect of his thoughts. The crew of the Panglong looked dumbfounded. The dog-like monster, which first turned into a silvery blue Ultraman that, it turns into light again and enters Saban's body to bring Saban back to life. By now, the crowd was afraid to think about whether Severn was an Ultraman or a dog monster. Who the hell are you, kid? On the battlefield, Belial has gradually been unable to withstand the combined attacks of Sailor and Manbiotics. Blocking a wave of cuts from Sailor's head dart with the ultimate combat gauge, he couldn't help but ask Sailor. Me? I'm Sailor Ultraman, the son of Sailor Ultraman. Sparks burst out as Sailor slashed at the ultimate combat gauge in Belial's hand. The Mombius followed up with a complementary sword that shook Belial completely out of the room. Severn Ultraman? Oh ha ha, Belial said, pointing in a direction that, isn't his body just lying there? A dead man only. You guys, Sailor rushed straight forward. The cosmic fist technique taught by Rio Ultraman attacking frequently. Knocking Belial back with a series of strikes. Facing this agile and flexible punching technique of Sailor, Belial really struggled to fight. After realizing that he couldn't engage in melee combat with it, Belial directly distanced himself from it. With that, the ultimate battle gauge in his hand kept sending out light bullets and attacking Sailor Ultraman. There were even arcs of electricity bursting out from it, sweeping towards Cyrus. Just as Sailor was preparing to deal with the attack of these moves, an ice axe spiraled in and, shattering one light projectile after another, it then spiraled away. Both Belial and Cyrus froze and looked in the direction the ice axe flew from. Only, what surfaced in Belial was the color of anger, while Cyrus was the color of surprise. Saiwan Ultraman, I can't believe you're still alive. The ultimate combat gauge in Belial pointed at Saiwan. Viciously. Saiwan? Excitedly, he looked behind him at Severn Ultraman, who was hovering in the sky. Cyrus mouthed Sven's name, growing up believing he had no father and was an orphan. Though Cyrus learned that Severn was his father, he didn't dare to recognize him directly. Only Saban landed slowly, then nodded to Cyrus and turned his gaze back to Belial. Mombius also looked at Saban in surprise. Brother Saban, who had just clearly fallen to the ground. A miraculous recovery. Father. Sailor looked at Severn Ultraman and managed to get those two words out of his mouth. Oh my son. Su Ming watched as his hand, which he couldn't help but reach out, stroked towards Sailor. Sailor, for his part, stood frozen in place, allowing Severn's hand to reach out and, wanting to feel the father's love that I've never felt before, being shouted at by Sailor as a father. Su Ming takes enough advantage and becomes a father in advance. By the way, Mr. Zhu Xing, I wonder if your wife is inside Saban's body. Su Ming asked to the Star Corps in confusion. However, the star clusters just laughed and closed their mouths. In Su Ming's opinion, Sailor's real mother may not be able to appear in the Land of Light for whatever reason, or maybe she's simply no longer in this world. How else could one bear to see their son live like this on the Land of Light? But when it comes to the wives of the Star Corps, in the world of Super Ultra Otter 8 Brothers, the clusters of stars and Urianu are finally in love. And in the main series, Urianu, the beloved of the cluster of stars, appeared in the final episode of Severn X, reuniting with the cluster of stars. Su Ming believed that Sailor Ultraman's mother was most likely the Uriana from Earth. Except that, perhaps because of his age, Urianu is no longer in this world. Or maybe, Urianu has become one of the Ultras. After all, Sailor has another silver, red and blue color on him, while Saban only has silver and red on him. This suggests that Cyrus' mother, supposedly, was a blue warrior. The touching father-son scene was extremely irritating for Belial to watch. You two, father and son, go to hell together. The ultimate battle gauge descended from the sky and smashed out of Belial's hand with a vengeance. It violently blasted a deep crater where Severn and Cyrus had been. Father and son? Su-ming said mockingly to Belial as he managed to have a sliver of control over the situation. Belial, you who defied your ancestors, how will you have the face to face your ancestors after you die? In the land of light, which you have frozen, is the homeland of you and your father. Father? Belial flinched slightly and it seemed to recall some past events buried in the depths of his memory amidst Su-ming's mouthpiece. The Great Otter War hadn't happened yet, and I was just a kid myself, a partner one grew up with, a good neighborly brother. Ken. Soon, Belial's buried memories were washed away by a dark red energy that, turning to grin at Su-ming, he said, Severin, you're getting ahead of yourself, becoming a father and you want to come and talk sense to me. I still don't know whose bastard this boy is to you and whoever he is. With that, Belial waved his hand and a group of monsters rushed from behind him. Belial liked the general feeling of being a king more easily than fighting himself. You guys, when Cyrus heard Belial scolding himself like that, he became enraged and charged at his opponent. I won't forgive you, Belial. On one side of the impact, Sailor's two hands were directly in the air in the shape of an L, releasing a collection of light rays that wipe out a piece of the monster. Chapter 120, True or False Belial. Savin was naturally extremely angry as well. His own son being called a bastard. This was simply intolerable. Although Belial is in the same generation as the father of Otter, but Savin didn't even think of the evil one as an elder, and rushed straight at Belial, clenching his fists before punching and grappling. As far as fighting skills go, Severin is one of the best. 2. Even Leo Ultraman was once specially trained by Severin. Just moments before Severin's fist made contact with Belial, Su-ming only felt a warm current surging through his heart, and then he was slightly stunned. Did I just get the light of Belial? A thought flashed through Su-ming's mind, and with that, Savin quickly pulled away from Belial as well. What was that just now? The group of stars asked Su-ming. I just realized that a light energy entered my body from Belial, and this energy ended up targeting you? That's Belial's light. Su-ming didn't realize that the star clusters could also feel this glow, so he opened his mouth to explain. What do you mean? The Star Corps were a bit confused as to how Belial could still be glowing when she had clearly fallen into darkness. I'll try. Mr. Zhu Xing, let's join hands and fight again sometime, Su-ming said, placing his hand on his heart area and meditating with his eyes closed. The sound of the heartbeat grew clearer and faster in the ears, until an extremely heavy heartbeat was produced that, the runic aperture projected out from in front of Su-ming. In front of Savin's gigantic body, a giant runic aperture likewise appeared, except that all are in a timeframe stasis that, only the star clusters that were one with Su-ming could see the scene. This is, the Star Corps looked at the runic aperture projected in front of Su-ming and froze slightly. Above this runic aperture alternated, by turns, many images of Ultraman, including himself, Monbiotics, and Primordial Ultraman who were present, until the image rotated to the latest page. Su-ming let it pause. Above the runic aperture was the image of Belial Ultraman. This Belial Ultraman is not the evil dark Belial that lies before him. Rather, it was the not yet fallen into darkness, silver and red Belial. That's okay? Su-ming froze. The thing is, the Belial pattern in front of me is surprisingly still bright. That is, the mutable state. Only the runic aperture quickly passed through Su-ming's body, and at the same time, a ray of light surged out from Savin's body and passed through the giant runic aperture. Then time began to flow again, and all the people could see was a pillar of light coming down from the sky and it landed in front of Belial. Belial was extremely puzzled as he felt his own familiar and unmistakable aura in the pillar of light. All eyes went to this pillar of light, and Severin seemed to think of something that, it felt as if this great battle had gotten even better today in general. When the huge silver and red body was revealed in the pillar of light, it made the crowd freeze. Belial Ultraman, primordial form, how is it possible? The Ultramen present were dumbfounded, with the exception of Severin. That's Belial Ultraman, the Belial Ultraman who has not yet fallen into darkness? What happened? Even Belial himself was dumbfounded as he looked at his bright form self in front of him. You guy, who the hell is that? It took you half a day before Barry appointed it. Su-ming and ventured this sentence. Who am I? Su-ming laughed, then surveyed his body. I am Belial Ottoman. Damn it! Belial was instantly annoyed. You imposter. With that, Barry held the ultimate combat gauge and swung it at Su-ming. Without a weapon, Su-ming naturally dodged to avoid the attack and did not dare to take it hard. Seeing this, Sailor Savin Ultraman yelled to the still confused Sailor and Monbiotics. Sailor, Mombius, cover our side. Belial. Understood. Sailor and Monbiotics both reacted to Savin's words as well, and there was a flurry of attacks towards Belial. The situation is changed from 3-1 at the beginning to 4-1, with Su-ming playing the biggest role. It wasn't so much a powerful attack as it was a way to throw Belial off his game. After all, after fighting, there was an additional bright form of himself on the opposite side of the room. It's not easy for anyone to feel bad about it. Originally, in the original storyline, Belial alone plus an army of monsters would have had a hard time defeating a Sailor Ultraman. Now that there's an extra Sven, in addition to Sailor Ultraman, as well as Mobius, who gained the Plasma Spark enhancement, even if Su Ming couldn't do much, he was still able to make some interference. Belial is losing frequently, and the ultimate combat gauge has been thrown to the side. He is finally cornered by Sailor and Monbiotics on top of a cliff in the monster graveyard. Sailor was seen placing 2 head darts on the left and right sides of the timer. With that, powerful twin rays fired out of it and impacted towards Belial. Monbiotics also released the Monbiome ray that burned with fiery flames and attacked towards Belial. Dithyram rays. Su Ming's palm slightly formed a claw shape and his 2 arms were in a cross, releasing a sure kill towards Belial. Saiwan Ultraman also unleashed his strongest skill, Cluster Light. With 4 bursts of light, Belial's body pounded toward the cliff beyond. This guy's defense is really high. It didn't blow up even like this. Seeing that Belial was still not dead under the attack of these 4 rays of light, Su Ming could not help but spit out a comment. When all the light from the crowd had been released, Belial's body was like a kite with a broken string, straight down towards the lava below the cliff. Is there any way to make the spirits of the monster graveyard disappear completely? Seeing this, Su Ming came to Sabin's side and asked him. No, Severn replied, shaking his head. The monster graveyard is supposed to be where the souls of dead monsters are laid to rest, and there is no way to destroy their souls. Then it's over. Su Ming looked in the direction where Belial had fallen. Inform down that get everyone ready to fight. What's wrong? Severn asked suspiciously. Belial didn't die so easily, and what will appear later is the toughest enemy of all. As Su Ming spoke, the entire monster graveyard had begun to vibrate. A soul burrowed out of the ground and rushed toward the magma below the cliff. Ray! At this time, Su Ming saw this and came directly to Ray's side. Can I help you? Seeing Su Ming coming over, Ray asked Su Ming knowing that the big battle was about to depart. You go to Belial's ultimate combat instrument. Su Ming pointed to the ultimate combat instrument off to the side and said, later on, if one of those giant merged monsters shows up, you will utilize the power of your Leonix to control this merged monster. Chapter 121 Shaking Hands with the Father of Otter. Can I really do this? When Ray heard Su Ming's words, there was some doubt in his heart. Of course, why else do you think Mobius asked for your help? Just because you can manipulate Gamera? Su Ming couldn't help but spit out after hearing that. That's pretty nonchalant. The corner of his mouth twitched as Ray looked over at Su Ming's silver-white Belial body and spat. Su Ming naturally wouldn't be polite with Lei, but instead turned to look at the sensational cliff. Countless monster souls scuttled out of the ground of the monster graveyard and rushed towards the magma at the base of the cliffs. After all of these souls were incorporated, an ultra-huge body, tumbling out of the magma, waving its enormous black wings, came above the monster graveyard. 100-body monster. Beludora. What kind of monster is this? Seeing this, Primordial Ultraman couldn't help but say with caution. Sure enough, Belial didn't die that easily. Sabin couldn't help but say in shock at the sight of this gigantic guy made up of hundreds of monsters combined. The beast is fully formed except for its head and wings and chest. The rest of it is all put together by a combination of monsters. This Belial guy, at the top of this monster, Sailor said to the crowd as he looked to the top of Beludora, like a giant demon. Ultraman was small enough in front of Bellatora that the crew of the Pangea, on the other hand, was even tinier. Su Ming led Lei to the side of the ultimate battle gauge, while the other ultras, instead, they attacked Beludora. The brothers Leo and Astra followed, arriving at the monster graveyard. Though shocked after seeing Beludora, he still launched his attack. Yes, Ray stood next to the ultimate combat gauge, touching one hand to it, and looked over at Beludora. Since it's also a battle gauge, I can control monsters through you too. Right, monsters, at my command, disintegrate. Ray went straight into the form of Leonix, surging the full power of his own Leonix into the ultimate battle gauge. Only the ultimate battle gauge glowed faintly and, with that, he controlled the actions of one of the monsters in Beludora's body. Originally, the monster in Beludora's body was still unleashing its skills to attack the Ultraman, but after being ordered to do so by Ray, they began to fight amongst themselves. A barrage of ray light bullets and lightning arcs bombarded the other monsters, and Belial at the top realized that the control of the lower part of Belludora's body has been taken away. Damn it! What's going on? Belial kept screaming, but it was clear that the momentum was too great to put up a fight. An explosion arose in Beludora's body, and a group of Ultramans saw it. Fires light musters at Belludora frequently. Sailor even came in front of Plasma Sparks, extending his hand slightly and, sensing the powerful force, the pair of head darts on his head were enhanced by the Plasma Sparks and detached right out of it flew into Sailor's hands, and then with a flash of light, became a curved blade, a Plasma Spark blade. Sailor, at that moment, Mobius looked over and said to Sailor, That's not how you get the energy from a Plasma Spark. You have to stick it right in. Stick it in? Sailor looked at Monbiotics with a confused look on his face, wondering if the other was out of his mind. I've just finished my own special training with Leo, and it's so hard to regain my freedom, and you're telling me to stick it in? I think I was expelled from citizenship straight away before I even touched a Plasma Spark. Was Mobius trying to get himself directly tenderized to death? What's in it for Monbiotics? Really, didn't lie. At this point, Mobius said, once again, you see my new form is the energy gained by plugging right in. I call it, the Fiery Plasma form. Nice name. Sailor complimented Monbiotics, not believing Monbiotics bull ***** at all. With that, a Plasma Spark chop was sent towards Beludora, with a monstrous roar of flame rushing to the heavens. The entire monster graveyard echoed with the sound of a violent explosion. The commotion created by such a huge monster blowing up even penetrated this space. It reaches out into the universe. Just settle it? The crew of the Panglong was dumbfounded, not realizing that such a big monster was gone right out of the gate. Come to play? So is it going to be another grueling battle? And then somebody who awakens a little bit of, and then blow this monster away? Su Ming said rhetorically. Although it seems like that should be the case, it's not necessary. The hidden gift of the Discord froze and replied. The matter of Belial was settled. And, together, Sailor and Monbiotics took the Plasma Spark back to the Land of Light and reinserted it back into the Plasma Spark Tower. The entire frozen Land of Light regained its light, instantly lifting all freezing. All of the Ultras were re-energized and restored to their original peak condition. Only, when Su Ming arrived at the Hall of the Cosmic Police Force, apart from Saven, Hatsunio and Monbiotics, and the other Ultraman almost killed them outright. Stop it! Seeing this, Severn shouted in a hurry. Only, the impatient Ace could no longer brake the car, and sawed through with the 8-minute light wheel in his hand. Saven, you must be confused by him. He's Belial. While sawing, Ace also shouted, stop it now. He's not Belial. Primordial Ultraman also shouted in a hurry. Brother Ace, I don't know much about it, but he's really good. Mobius rushed over as well, Mobium's lightsaber drawn to block Ace's octagonal wheel of light. Really? Seeing this, Ace froze slightly, dispersing the wheel of light in his hand and looking at Su Ming. Belial? The father of Otter suddenly landed on top of the hall and, after seeing Su Ming, it was obvious that he froze. You've recovered? Without purposely attacking Su Ming, the father of Otter took one step towards Su Ming and said, just now, Belial was okay with his blackened state, but now he's surprisingly back to his original state. It's really surprising. Father of Otter? Su Ming was obviously a bit excited to see the father of Otter. This is the father of Otter. If I could just shake his hand, or touch him somewhere, wouldn't that be? Biggie, nice to meet you. Walking forward, Su Ming directly stretched out a hand and said to the father of Otter, Belial, you don't recognize me? The father of Otter looked at Su Ming with confusion as he stretched out a hand and, I'm Ken. Ken? Ah yes I know. Su Ming still held out that hand. Come shake hands. Handshake? The father of Otter looked at Su Ming warily. It was obvious that the other party carried strong intentions. Chapter 122, Sailor's Mother. Nice to meet you. At this moment, a large red hand suddenly reached over and held Su Ming's hand. Then, Su Ming felt a strong and vigorous force coming from his palm. Then the sky spun around and his entire body recoiled to the ground. When Su Ming came back to his senses to look at the owner of the big red hand, it was none other than the real son of the father of Otter, Terra Ultraman. It's also the chief instructor of the Cosmic Vigilantes. Being thrown around like this by Tai Luo, Su Ming only felt a warm current enter his heart. Got another new shape-shifting ability. Thank you, Tyro. Please to add a transformation ability. Su Ming was naturally happy, and then thanks Tai Luo. Saying this, Tyro asked, scratching his head and looking to Severn, is this Belial out of his mind? Probably not. Saban scratched his head as well, then recalled the time when he and Su Ming had been one-minded, the light that flooded into his body when he touched Belial, then reacting to the fact that this guy must have gotten the light from Tyrol. That's why I thanked Terra. It's just a matter of whether or not we should tell Tyro about it. After thinking about it, Severin decided it would be better if he didn't say anything. After all, such a little light is not a problem for Terra. To say it is to tear down Su Ming. Standing up from the ground, Su Ming thought that it was better for him to have changed into an Ultraman. After all, Belial's status is too embarrassing here. the runic aperture appeared in front of Su Ming, and after it had penetrated through Su Ming's body, Su Ming went from Belial Ultraman to Gaiku Ultraman. The crowd froze when they saw that the Belial in front of them had suddenly turned into a Deja. What's this? What Ultraman? Ace said suspiciously. But how did he do it? Isn't he Belial? Scratching his head in confusion, Terra asked. No, said the father of Otter, after carefully sizing up Su Ming. You are a human from Earth. It's still you who can see clearly. Su Ming nodded his head after hearing this. That's right. At one time I was just a normal person, but then something happened to my body that was able to transform me into a contact Ultraman. Really? Ace came forward and patted Su Ming, then said, come on, you change one for me to try? And on the sidelines, Mombius was silent for a long time, and finally spoke up. Haven't we met before? At those words, all eyes were on Manbiotics. Su Ming also looked at Manbiotics, and it occurred to him that, when he was in the world of Super Ultra Otter 8 Brothers, he had seen Manbiotics himself. Also, got the power of Manbiotics at that time as well. That's right, Mombius, that's me. Su Ming came in front of Manbiotics and said with a nod. After fighting the Dark Shadow Mage at that time, Su Ming also had a future with Hibino. That is, Mombius introduced themselves to each other and sort of got to know each other. But all Manbiotis knew was that Su Ming could turn into Gaiku. Yet, he didn't know about Su Ming's other transformation abilities. Surprisingly, it's really you, Su Ming. Manbiotics was really confused. How did you get to this world? What's going on, Mombius? Seeing this, Terra asked to Manbiotics, wanting to know what was going on. Brothers, as I once told you, I went to a world where Ultraman and monsters only exist in movies and TV. Mombius explained. There's another world there, too, Brother Man, Brother Saiwan, Brother Ace and Brother Jack. I remember. I heard Mombius say that. Primordial Ultraman said with a nod. I also remembered that me and Minami Yuko there are married, right? Ace piped in Hakutoji's voice and said to Manbiotics. Right, Mombius said, nodding. In addition to Ace's brother getting married to Nanyuko-san, there's Man's brother, Severin's brother, and Jack's brother there who are all married too. Oh, Jack chuckled. It's all about who you become married to. Mr. Hyogo Hideki and Akiko Sakata got married. At that moment, Su Ming came up and replied, Mr. Susumu Hayashida, married to Akiko Fuji. For his part, Mr. All-Star Core is with, Su Ming said. But then he saw Cyrus suddenly fly into the middle of the hall and couldn't help but pause. Why? Who's married to who? Sailor came into the middle of the hall, having sought out Severin Ultraman, his father, for a proper talk. But I didn't realize it was so hilarious. The crowd fell silent at this. It's okay, go ahead. At that moment, Savan said to Su Ming, indicating that there was no need to care. Then I'll say it, Mr. All-Star Core's wife is Urianu. After Su Ming finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Cyrus froze slightly before reacting to who the Star Core were. What did you say? Coming in front of Su Ming, Cyrus asked, somewhat agitatedly. Who did you say the Lady of the Order of the Stars was? Urianu, a woman Mr. Plague of Stars once knew on Earth, a member of the same super vigilantes as Mr. Star Squad. Father, Cyrus heard and ran straight to Severin. Who is my mother? Was it the human woman from Earth he was talking about? Severin kept his head down and was silent. Father, in his excitement, Cyrus grabbed Severin by the shoulders and cried out with a plea. Cyrus. At that moment, Severin spoke, and the crowd turned their eyes over. Su Ming was also extremely curious. Perhaps the true life of Sailor Ultraman would be revealed today. Your mother is, indeed, Urianu. Chest heaving for a moment, Severin said that. It's been kept from you for so long. It can't be kept from you any longer. Since we recognize each other as father and son today, it's only natural that I should tell you about your mother. But, when we get home, I'll talk to you about it slowly. With that, Severin looked around, opting to go back and tell Cyrus again. Okay. Cyrus tugged his fists together and nodded to Severin. These thousands and tens of thousands of years have endured through, and there is no hurry for such a moment. Su Ming was greatly disappointed when he heard Sai Wen's words. He had thought that he could gossip about it, but I didn't realize it was just gone. But Sailor Ultraman's mother turned out to be Urianu, which Su Ming had sort of guessed. It's kind of a strong message, too. It's just that so much time has passed that human lifespans are no match for Ultraman. Shaking his head, Su Ming reacted to what he was doing, worrying about other people's family matters. The main event hasn't been done yet. Looking towards the father of Otter, Su Ming took a step forward and then extended a hand. It's so hard to be able to come to the land of light, and I'm really happy to be able to meet you. Getting shameless, Su Ming said directly to the father of Otter after extending his hand. For the sake of the light energy of the father of Otter, This face is not to be desired. Chapter 123, Hitting the King of Otter with an Idea. The father of Otter didn't understand Su Ming's shameless behavior. Just a faint nod. Since the other guy meant no harm and was a righteous ultramarine, a handshake wouldn't have mattered. Extending his hand, the father of Otter shook Su Ming's hand. Thanks for your help in this disaster caused by Belial. Holding Su Ming's hand, the father of Otter said, You're welcome, you're welcome. Su Ming only felt a warm current surging into his heart. Father of Otter's transformation ability. Take hold. To be honest, I really didn't help much at the monster graveyard. After all, my strength is low. Just then, another figure with a red cloak on its body came over and Su Ming just loosened his grip with the father of Otter and fixed his eyes. Surprisingly, it's the mother of Otter. Tara just didn't know any better and took a shot at you. I'm so sorry. The mother of Otter came straight to Su Ming, stretched out a hand, and said to Su Ming. Su Ming froze as he looked at the outstretched hand of the mother of Otter in front of him. Shake, or not to shake, touching the mother of Otter won't also be possible later. Before his head could make a choice, Su Ming's hand had already unconsciously clenched out. At the moment of contact with the hand of the mother of Otter, the warmth surged into Su Ming's heart as normal. If there's no transformation, the strange look on Su Ming's face was sure to be seen by the other Ultramen. It's okay, I was just being abrupt. Saying this with his mouth, Su Ming was already imagining the image of himself turning into the mother of Otter. It's a bit of a pretty picture though, probably not something the average person would accept. Savan, who was on the sidelines, froze at the sight, and then wanted to say something. Stop talking and wanting. The other Ultras didn't think anything of it. Although Su Ming had just confided in his special ability, this kind of ability wasn't taken seriously by those who hadn't seen it on the spot. Father, what's wrong? Seeing this, Cyrus asked Severn with some confusion. It's fine. Severn shook his head, not saying the words that came out of his mouth after all. The rest of the day became Su Ming's free time. Having indirectly helped the Kingdom of Light defeat Belial, Su Ming was naturally a guest of the Kingdom of Light, wandering around the magical land of light, and it was led by manhwarecap who knew Su Ming. I hear the King of Otter has come to the land of light and is preaching in the Plaza of Light. Walking, Mombius said, Would you like to come along and hear what the old King of Otter has to say? King of Otter? Su Ming's eyes lit up when he heard those words. Go now. Okay, go in this direction. Mombius nodded, and then headed off in one direction. Su Ming followed closely behind manhwarecap, but in his mind, he was thinking about how to run into the King of Otter. How about a fall in front of the King of Otter? Su Ming couldn't help but think, will he help me up? Or maybe do it the old-fashioned way and walk over and shake his hand? Constantly thinking about how to reach the King of Otter. Without realizing it, Su Ming had already arrived at the Plaza of Light along with manhwarecap. There are countless Ultramen gathered here. Only, most of these Ultramen are not that strong. And Su Ming didn't know the abilities of these Ultramen, so he didn't have much of an idea. Right now, Su Ming's main target was the Ultraman who was speaking above the square, King of Otter. As an extremely powerful Ultraman, the King of Ultras has always been the king in the hearts of all Ultras in the Land of Light. In the midst of all the difficult crises in the Land of Light, the King of Otter always steps in to fix these problems. Red eyes, black cape, head like a crown, and the chin is thickly bearded. The body is a mix of silver and dark purple, and looks different from other Ultraman. As expected of the King of Otter, it's just more special. Su Ming observed the King of Otter from the stage. Unable to help himself, he said, Yeah, well, the King of Otter usually stays in the Land of Kings, coming and going without a trace. It's rare to see one in 100 years. Mombius nodded and said to Su Ming, But from what you just said about being able to get other Ultraman's transformation abilities by touching them, you won't be able to turn into me as well, will you? Manhwarecap suddenly reacted and asked Su Ming, this? Su Ming smiled and scratched his head without answering. Manhwarecap understood at first glance, strong. I don't even feel it. When did it happen? You held me up when I was fighting that merged monster in the other universe. Su Ming replied. There was a moment of silence before Mombius responded. No, you just shook hands with the father and mother of Otter too. Shouldn't. Wait, you can't turn into the mother of Otter now. Manhwarecap, who thought about it, was shocked. I don't know. I didn't try. But this ability of mine is really passive. It's not an active skill. I can't blame me. Su Ming spread his hands helplessly and explained. Well, it'd be weird if it did change. Your gender is clearly male. The way Manhwarecap looked at Su Ming's eyes changed. With that, the two of them together set their eyes on the King of Otter on the high platform. Dream, you say? Is it possible for me to touch the King of Otter? While listening to the King of Otter's speech, Su Ming asked Manhwarecap, What do you want? Mombius froze, then said, You don't want to. Shoo. Su Ming hurriedly covered Manhwarecap's mouth. You've got a lot of guts. Mobius said to Su Ming, pointing at him, but it seems kind of exciting to think about. What's with me being bold or not? I just want to shake hands with my idol of worship. Am I wrong? Su Ming said in rebuttal to Manhwarecap. Yes, shake hands with your idol. Yes, Mobius said with a smile and a nod. Why don't you give it a go then? I'm kinda looking forward to it, to be honest. It's too abrupt to just go up there. Say what you will until the King of Otter finishes his speech. Su Ming finished shaking his head and said to Manhwarecap, then let's wait for the King of Otter to finish his speech. Mobius nodded, feeling that Su Ming had a point. I don't know how long it took, but the King of Otter's speech was finally over. This presentation to the Ottomans of the Land of Light. All that was said was just some great truths about the need to have light and goodness in your heart to be taught by Belial as an example of the opposite, which also honors the Cosmic Guard for their dedication to the Land of Light, as well as Terra, who desperately tried to protect the last rays of light. Also, with special compliments to the members of the Pangea from Earth, as well as the Terran Leonix, Ray. Chapter 124 Riotous Energy. The theme rises as a crowd of Ultraman cheers. With a round of applause, the King of Otter is then going to fly away from here and return to the land of the kings on the King's Star. Hurry! Get on it! The King of Otter is leaving. For some reason, Manhwarecap was even more anxious than Su Ming, constantly urging Su Ming to come forward. How do you want me to go on? Su Ming helplessly looked at the King of Otter far away. Straight up and touched the King of Otter a little? Then you remember to bring me my jail meal tomorrow at the cosmic prison. Forget it, for the power of the King of Otter. Fight! Just as Su Ming was about to take off, a group of Ultraman cheered even more when they saw the King of Ultras leaving, even followed it all the way. At once, Su Ming and Manhwarecap were drowned in the sea of people. Mobius was fine, but Su Ming was miserable. With each otter squeezed, a warm current rushed into the heart of the. Under the touch of so many Ultraman, Su Ming only felt that his heart was as hot as if it was on fire. I can't, Mobius, I can't. I feel my heart burning. Unable to withstand it, Su Ming directly tumbled to the ground and was forced to lift his transformation state, changed back to human form. What? Mobius reacted and hurriedly protected Su Ming, just in case Su Ming gets accidentally trampled between the giants of light. My heart. Su Ming gripped his heart, his clothes ripping apart under his violent tug, revealing his crimson chest, the pounding of a heartbeat coming from one of the. Manhwarecap looked at Su Ming's heart area in shock, and could perceive that Su Ming's heartbeat speed had far exceeded the limits of Earth humans. Not at all a heart rate that a normal person could produce. What's going on with your skin? Looking at Su Ming's already rolling and reddening chest, Manhwarecap cupped Su Ming in her hands and, flying directly towards the Silver Crusade headquarters in the Land of Light. Too much light energy. Su Ming cried out in pain. I feel that my heart is about to burst. Light energy? Mobius said, turning back to the group of Light Country residents on the ground. Were they the ones who ran into you? It's really a passive skill. In awe, all Manhwarecap could do was fly fast. The Silver Crusaders of the Kingdom of Light, a backup team led by the Mother of Otter. Mainly responsible for all aspects of medical care. Soon, Mobius brought Su Ming to the hall of the Silver Crusade. It's Mobius? What's the hurry? A female Ultraman of the Silver Crusaders asked in disbelief when she saw Manhwarecap. Can you cure the disease of Earth's humans? Manhwarecap asked the female Ultraman as she placed the Su Ming in her hands on the huge bed. The other hesitated for a moment, then said, I'd better inform the captain. With a large wave of her hand, a screen appeared in front of the female Ultraman, which then contacted the Mother of Ultras. Su Ming could no longer hear the voices around him. Under the blur of consciousness only felt a constant buzzing in his ears, and could vaguely distinguish that it seemed to be Manhwarecap talking. Is it possible that I'm going to be left here? These were the last words that appeared in Su Ming's mind. When the Mother of Otter heard about Su Ming's accident, she quickly rushed back to the Silver Crusade's headquarters. After seeing Su Ming, who was already unconscious on the bed, the Mother of Otter first stretched out a hand and, hovering above Su Ming. Not a moment later, the Mother of Otter said, his body is a mess inside. What the hell happened? Just went to hear the King of Otter preach, and then that was it. Mobius replied, too many people touched Su Ming's body, causing the Yi passive in his mouth to trigger. Passive? The Mother of Otter said, shaking her head. All I know is that his heart contains a lot of different light, and if I can't control it, I'm afraid it will. What's going to happen? Mobius asked. Before the Mother of Otter could reply, a runic aperture appeared very suddenly above Su Ming. It then passed through Su Ming's body. In the light, Su Ming turned into Dyna Ultraman. Manhwarecap froze. Why the sudden transformation? Is it better? Mobius, he's in bad shape. Mother of Otter said to Mobius. That would be his ability to turn into other Ultraman. Looking at Su Ming, who has turned into Dyna Ultraman, Manhwa tries to wake him up, but it didn't work at all. Apparently, Su Ming was in a comatose state even though he had transformed. Just then, the runic aperture reappeared, and then slowly moved downward. Once again, it passed through Su Ming's body. After the runic aperture passed through Su Ming, a ray of light covered Su Ming's body. Su Ming went from Dyna Ultraman to Deja Ultraman. Changed again. Mobius looked away. Before Mobius could react, the runic aperture appeared once more. Once again, it passed through Su Ming's body. Under the light covering him, Su Ming transformed from Deja Ultraman to Gaia Ultraman. Mobius, do you know how many ultras he can turn into? Seeing this, the mother of Otter couldn't help but ask Manhwa. I'm not sure, Mobius said, shaking his head. All I know is that he was just run into by a lot of ultras. Unsurprisingly, the runic aperture once again appeared before Su Ming's body, turned Gaia Ultraman into a Guju Ultraman. Then it went from a Guju Ultraman to Belial Ultraman. It went from Belial Ultraman, again, to Gaia's Shadow Ultraman. Eventually, it went from Shadow Ultraman to Getty the Giant Dog of Light. Mobius was stunned, almost forgot. It's the monster he turned into when he was at the monster graveyard. This monster is no ordinary monster. The mother of Otter scrutinized Getty for a moment. One hand nudged the timer on its chest. It's a light monster. The duo waited quietly for a long time, but they didn't see Su Ming transform again. After all the other transformation objects were in this universe, and Su Ming couldn't transform successfully. It seems to have stopped. Seeing this, Mobius said to the mother of Otter. The mother of Otter nodded and released green energy that merged into Su Ming's body. These healing energies, on the contrary, eased down the messy energies in Su Ming's body quite a bit. I also only temporarily calmed the restlessness of the energy in his body. His heart had trouble with so much energy for a moment. That's why it happened. The mother of Otter explained. The transformation he just did unconsciously should have been some sort of self-help act to allow some light energy to forcefully cool down. Seems pretty advanced. Mobius nodded as he listened. In any case, the King of Otter shouldn't be far away by now. And if you ask for help from the King of Otter, maybe there's hope for recovery. Chapter 125, Drawing Light. Chapter 125, Drawing Light. Mobius flew away from the Silver Crusade headquarters with Su Ming again. To know that asking for help from the King of Otter just went straight on. While chagrined, Manhwa chased after Getty's body while holding it up as he chased after Light Abroad. It would be fine if the King of Otter returned to the King's planet, but if he entered the Land of Kings, Mobius can't be found. It had to be said that Mobius's luck, or rather Su Ming's luck, was relatively good. Instead of going straight back to King Star, the King of Otter went to the monster graveyard to check it out. In the middle of the universe, the two meet. Of course, the King of Otter is not alone, and by his side, the brothers Leo and Astra. Manhwa? Leo froze when he saw Mobius staring at Su Ming and, is this the monster you solved? Looks a bit like an earth dog on the outside. Astra said as she also sized up Su Ming who was being held in both of Mobius' hands. No, said Mobius in a rush to explain. He's not a dog. I know he's not a dog. I mean the beast looks like a dog. Astra replied. No, said Mobius, explaining again. I mean he's not a monster, he's a dog. No, he's a dog monster. Not in short, he's a monster and a dog. Yeah, I know. He's a monster like a dog. Astra said with a nod and a slightly puzzled look at Manhwa. Mobius, the King of the Otter spoke. Just as Mobius was confused in his words. He's not a monster. He's an earthling, right? Yes, King of Otter, please save him. In front of the King of Otter, Mobius held up Su Ming, who was in the state of the giant dog of light. Said to it, let's see. The King of Otter waved his big hand, and then Su Ming's body detached itself from Manhwa's hands, slowly floating towards the King of Otter. Mobius seemed to remember something, and was about to remind the King of Otter that however, he saw that the King of Otter had already placed one hand on Su Ming's chest area, followed by, wow! A blazing fire suddenly burned up from Su Ming's body. The already overloaded heart receives the power of the King of Otter again, and the energy bursts right through. King, look out! Astra reacted in a hurry, thinking it was a monster doing a sneak attack. With that, he kicked Su Ming out. Right after Astra's feet touched Su Ming's torso, the fire on her body grew even hotter. Don't! Before Mobius could cry out, he saw another punch from Leo that sent Su Ming flying out. Looking at Su Ming, whose body flames had once again exploded into a layer, Leo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, there's something wrong with this monster. Mobius, you've been tricked. Mobius. After a long silence, Manhwa quickly chased after Su Ming, who had been sent flying. Even the King of Otter gave chase. King Star, the Land of Kings. This is the place where the King of Otter is often located. and it is an extremely mysterious location. In addition to Father Otter, Mother Otter and the Rio brothers, no one else knows how to enter this space. What you mean? Manbiotics, is that Su Ming? As an Earthling. Yet, they are able to touch Ultraman and thus gain the transformative powers of other Ultramans. The King of Otter stood in front of a platform of light, on which lay the body of Su Ming's deity. That's right, that's what Su Ming said himself. Mobius nodded to the King of Otter. That's why when I touched his body just now, it burst into flames. After the King of Otter understood, he also understood. Then Brother Leo touched Su Ming again. So once again, the sparking energy explodes. So, this Earth human has gained the ability to transform into us? And the ability to turn into the King of Otter? Astra said suspiciously, looking at Su Ming with a surprised gaze. This is the first time I've seen this kind of Earthling. It's not possible to say right now, Manbiotis said as she looked at Su Ming with a bit of worry. It's a different story whether or not he'll survive with all his energy sparks bursting out of his body. Leave it to me. With a wave of his silver and black cape behind him, the King of Otter then held out his hands and, placing it on top of Su Ming's body, I'll try to see if I can pull some of the energy out of his body. Saying that, a powerful suction force was generated in the two palms of the King of Otters, drawing energy from Su Ming's body. The flames outside his body have been cooled by the King of Otter using a special light that. Su Ming was only in a coma right now, but his body was a mess. Only a cluster of light particles was seen pulling out of Su Ming's body, and gradually, the entire space was filled with light particles while the timer on Su Ming's chest flickered. How is it? Is it better? Mobius asked, puzzled at the sight. Not really, the King of Otter said, shaking his head and lowering his hands. The shape-shifting ability he draws on cannot be drawn out, and what has just been drawn out is the energy in his body used for fighting and moving around. Ha! Mobius looked towards Su Ming. Only Su Ming's deity body directly lifted its transformation state after its energy was exhausted, changing back to its human form. Su Ming, whose body's skin was crimson, had his eyes closed tightly, was constantly gasping for air, and was trembling slightly. It's been deactivated from its transformed state, so it should be fine now. Seeing this, the King of Otter once again tried to extract the light energy from Su Ming's body. Under the expectant gaze of Manbiotis, the King of Otter failed once more. How can? Astra and Leo, who were on the sidelines, were stunned. The always omnipotent King of Otter couldn't save an ordinary Earth human. There's something special about his body. The King of Otter paused and said, originally, he is not capable of becoming an Ultraman. It was because of some outside factor that the ability to allow him to transform was created. There was a moment's silence, and the King of Otter pondered for a long time. Since we can't extract it, let's seal these abilities for now. With that, the King of Otter punched a bolt of energy into Su Ming's heart. Under the effect of this energy seal, Su Ming's heartbeat gradually slowed down. The skin on the surface of his body also slowly changed back from eating red. Needless to say, this method of the King of Otter does work. This method worked, but since then, he has lost the ability to transform. Eyes looking towards Su Ming, the King of Otter said, but, why is a light still visible in his body? A ray of light? Manbiotics heard this and looked at Su Ming carefully. Did the seal fail? No, the King of Otter said with a shake of his head, this is not the light stored in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 126 Shaking Talent is Hard. Chapter 126 Shaking Talent is Hard. Mobius took Su Ming back to the land of light. After lying in bed for many days, Su Ming finally woke up. I'm alive. Hazily sitting up from the bed, Su Ming surveyed his surroundings. It's a room made of green crystal, supposedly within the country of light, but it didn't look like the room where Ultraman lived. Just as Su Ming was puzzled, Hibino Mirai opened the door to the room and walked in from the outside. You look surprised, Hibino Mirai said with a smile on her face when she saw Su Ming waking up. This is my home. Your home? Su Ming jumped straight off the bed and kept moving his muscles and bones, realizing that his body had returned to normal. Is this still the land of light? Well, we're still in the land of light, Hibino Mirai said. While we also have larger dwellings, we also own houses in human form. After all, we used to look no different than Earth humans. That's why we Autobots consider Earth our second home, Hibino Mirai said, and a screen floated up in her hand. It shows the inhabitants of the land of light before they became Ultraman. So that's how it is. Su Ming nodded as he listened, then asked, who healed my body? The Mother of Otter? Having expected an affirmative answer from the future. However, Su Ming saw the future shake his head and said, I sought the help of the Mother of Otter, but the Mother of Otter was not able to cure you either. It was the King of Otter who stepped in to restore you. Worthy of being the King of Otter, Su Ming said in slight awe after hearing that. Being one of the mysterious 4 AOs, Ultraman sure has a lot of powers. He must have healed my body right off the bat, right? Not really. Future shook his head and said, the King of Otters struck twice and none of them were able to cure you, and they ended up sealing your heart. So that's it. What? Su Ming said, reacting to the fact that you're saying the King of Otters sealed my heart? That's right. He said that after sealing your heart, you would lose the power to transform. Future explained with a bitter smile on his face. When Su Ming heard this, he quickly placed his hand on his heart area and then closed his eyes to meditate. However, no matter how much Su Ming sensed the beating of his heart, couldn't even hear any heart beating faster. It can't really be sealed. Su Ming said to the Future in disbelief. Future, you killed me. Ha? Future looked confused and said in doubt, don't think about it. Ha? Do you want me to take you to the best mental illness hospital in the Land of Light? No, you're killing me. Su Ming explained. I want to see if I can transform in case of danger. Why don't we just go to the hospital? I've heard that even Hikari has been there to consult a psychiatrist. Future asked Su Ming with tentativeness. Su Ming was speechless, but Hikari had also consulted a psychiatrist. This was something Su Ming hadn't expected. I'll do it myself, Su Ming said, slamming his head into the crystal wall to the side. All that followed was a pain in the head and a large bag on his head. Finished, Su Ming sat paralyzed on the ground inside. It's completely over. This is nothing now. Had come to gain even more power, but now it's backfired on him. All shapeshifting abilities are sealed. Su Ming regretted why he had squeezed into the crowd. He should have thought of that. Without the ability to transform, Su Ming knew that if he returned to the real world after it's just an ordinary person who can't turn into a giant of light to deal with monsters. Even Getty can't change. He patted his head, but it hit the bag that had just risen on his head, causing Su Ming to shrink back with a hiss. But the King of Otters said something else. At this point, Manhwarecap added that. He said there is another light in your body that does not belong to the heart. There's another glow? Su Ming froze. Whose is it? I mean, I can still transform? I don't know. You ran into the King of Otter, Astra, and Leo again back there. It might be one of the three of them. Manhwarecap thought about it and said to Su Ming. So that's what happened. But I can't drive my heart right now. Even if there's a glow, you can't transform. Su Ming had wanted to try, but then he thought that he was already unable to transform. However, if the last light left behind is the King of Otters, it'll be worth anything. Having lost his transformation ability, Su Ming was also unable to go searching for the temporal rift. Sojourners stayed in the Land of Light. Mombius' residence then temporarily became Su Ming's residence. It's just that without the ability to transform, it's not convenient for Su Ming to walk in such a big place as the Land of Light. That's why whenever you go out, you also ask Mombius to take yourself. However, when Su Ming made a trip to the research center in the Land of Light, he didn't want to go any further. Hikari the scientist is really capable of researching a lot of outrageous things, problems that can't be solved with one's own or someone else's abilities. In Hikari this is for the most part not a problem. However, when Manhwarecap asked Hikari to check among Su Ming's body, Hikari, however, shook her head. There's nothing I can do about this situation. Looking at Manhwarecap and then at Su Ming, Hikari said, what the King of Otter can't fix, I can't even more. In that case, that's a shame. Mombius looked at Su Ming and said, do you have to have the power to transform? Aha. Su Ming nodded and said, in my world, there are still numerous invading monsters that need to wait for me to take care of them. And if I don't have the means to transform, then my hometown is finished. Is there a possibility? Mombius suddenly said, after hearing Su Ming's words, you can go back with the Cosmic Guard and we'll help you with the monsters on Earth. This may still be true. Su Ming, who had been entangled in this problem, came to his senses at this point. Originally, when he was able to come to the Land of Light, Su Ming wanted to bring some manpower back to support him. After all, the Ultramen of the Land of Light are capable and unattached. Go to real-world Earth as an experience. Although this planet is in hell mode, if the crisis in the real world was resolved, it wouldn't matter much if one could transform or not. Then this is easy, Mombius said. Come with me to Cosmic Police Headquarters and find Captain Zophi. Report the situation to him, and we should be able to send out manpower soon. That's a good feeling. Su Ming nodded and jumped onto the Manhwarecap's palm. End of chapter. Chapter 127, where the spacetime rift is located. Chapter 127, where the spacetime rift is located. An alternate universe where Earth has been invaded by monsters. But the news that there was no light giant guarding it reached the ears of Cosmic Police Captain Zophi. Since the situation Su Ming described was particularly serious, Zophi asked the Father of Otter to make another determination. Father Otter, as Grand Master of the Cosmic Police, a promise was made to send the Cosmic Police to that Earth. According to you, the only way to get back to your world is through one of those weird time rifts. The Father of Otter looked at Su Ming in front of him and asked with doubt. As far as I know it is. Su Ming nodded, looking towards the father of Otter and spoke. I traveled to and from other worlds through the time rift every time. So, where will this temporal rift appear? The father of Otter asked the most crucial question, and the only way to find the space-time rift that Su Ming spoke of was to. It's only then that you have a chance to go forward to the other world to support it. Generally speaking, a temporal rift will appear beside some monstrous beast, swallowing it into take it to that world. Su Ming explained. It seems that this space-time rift has instability. I don't know. Hikari, who was invited by the father of Otter, said after a moment's thought, even devouring monsters is random. That would make it hard to bring the cosmic police over there. Ha! Shaking his head, the father of Otter was also in a conundrum. An alternate universe Earth. Saving is a sure thing, but how to save has become one of the most difficult questions. If I could see the temporal rift you speak of, I might be able to mimic the fluctuations of his. Make one out yourself. After thinking for a long time, Hikari looked at Su Ming and said, in your opinion, where is the most likely place for a temporal rift to occur? I suddenly thought of a place. Su Ming tapped his head when he heard Hikari's words. Opening his mouth, he said, Mombius, can you go with me to check it out? I want to make sure that the guess is correct. Ha! Mombio said with a slight blink of an eye. Of course it's no problem. Now that I have a thought, come to the vigilante and inform Zophie when there's a situation. I'll hand it off. The father of Otter nodded and said to Su Ming, no problem. Monster Graveyard. The monster graveyard, which had just been through a major battle, didn't need a special crew to come and fix it. According to some special spatial rules, the monster graveyard evolves and repairs itself. For example, a large crater that had been smashed through somewhere was gradually restored to its original state within 2 days. Another example is a rock cliff that broke off somewhere and grew back. Su Ming stood in the hands of manhwabiotics and came to this strange space, where even earthlings can breathe freely, because the air is kinda oxygenated. Su Ming jumped down from manhwabiotics and kept surveying the surroundings. The soul of the monster is not adrift in the skies. After all, there's no Belial or ultimate battle gear to summon. Where would a monster's soul normally be in a monster graveyard? Turning his head, Su Ming said to manhwabiotics, if there are no special circumstances, the souls of monsters are usually underground in the cemetery. Mombius thought for a moment and replied, what is it? May I see it? Su Ming ground the ground with his feet and said to manhwabiotics, forcing it open is definitely not an option, but I know where I can see it. Mombius held his hand out, signaling Su Ming to come up. When Su Ming heard manhwabiotics say that, he went straight up to manhwabiotics' hand. Since the other side knew how to see the souls of monsters, it was much easier. Soon, manhwabiotics led Su Ming towards the bottom of this black island. Looking at the red magma rolling around at the bottom, Su Ming couldn't help but grip a little bit tighter on Mombius' big hand. After all, now that he didn't have the ability to transform himself, if he fell in it would be the end of the line. At the bottom of this black island, Mombius found a crack that, with that, he took Su Ming and drilled in. The rift wasn't small, and upon entering it, it was an eerie world. Just flew some distance. Su Ming and manhwabiotics then saw a single black transparent capsule embedded in the black stone wall. Within these transparent capsules lay dormant the corpse of a monstrous beast. A veritable graveyard of monsters. These are the monsters that died buried here. An incomparably dark aura surrounded Su Ming, and the more he entered inside, the colder Su Ming felt. At the end of the day, it was necessary for manhwabiotics to add an insulation shield to Su Ming. It's really like netherworld hell in here. After looking at many monster corpses along the way, Su Ming couldn't help but spit out the words, in the gloom, except for the monstrous corpse. There were also a few souls that wandered around the corpse. Su Ming wasn't afraid of these things. After all, he had once laid inside a coffin board himself. So you want to see the souls of monsters for what? Mombius wondered as he flew. Stop it, Mombius. Just then, Su Ming suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Mombius also stopped in time. What's wrong? Looking towards Su Ming in his hands, manhwabiotics asked. Su Ming pointed to a transparent capsule at the back and said, inside that capsule, there don't seem to be any monsters. Yeah, Mombius said, flying back some distance, then stopping and, not really, only the transparent capsule in front of me was empty. There aren't any monster corpses in there at all. It shouldn't be. Every capsule is formed with monster corpses. I don't know, said Mombius, scratching his head with one hand. It takes a dead monster to form a capsule on its surface and encase it, but the capsule looks intact. No signs of damage at all, Mombius said, moving closer to the transparent capsule. And, the souls of monsters are usually free around monster corpses. The soul of this monster is gone too. Keep looking at the front of the capsule, Mombius. Su Ming pointed ahead, signaling manhwabiotics to continue flying forward. Mombius nodded and slowly flew forward. As expected, not to Su Ming's surprise. In addition to the transparent capsule that had just been, some of the other transparent capsules were also devoid of the monster's corpse, and the soul had disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Mobius wondered, as he flew along. It shouldn't. Su Ming's face, however, revealed a smile. Speaking to Manbiotics, he said, the bodies and souls of monsters that disappeared so strangely that they were able to take them away without any trace. There is only one truth. Time rift. Ha? Mobius was confused for a moment. It's the space-time rift that can reach the other universe. Earth? End of chapter. Chapter 128, The Peaceful Hikari. Chapter 128, The Peaceful Hikari. While not witnessing the appearance of the temporal rift, but it does seem likely that these vanished monster bodies and souls were transported away by the temporal rift. Back at the Cosmic Police, Mobius reported the situation in the middle of the monster graveyard to Zophie. Zophie thought about it, and then sent her men out to stake out the monster graveyard. Fittingly, after almost a week of patrolling the monstrous graveyard, someone's discovered the real reason why the monster's body disappeared. In the lobby of the Cosmic Vigilante, Zophie played the video conveyed back by the Vigilante members. The image on the screen was of a Gamara quietly sleeping in a capsule. Time passed drop by drop, and just when everyone thought it was a still picture, a crack that flowed with red arcs of electricity suddenly opened up within that capsule, instantly swallowing Gamara's body. The body was engulfed, but Gamara's soul remained where the body had been. Instead of disappearing, the spacetime rift created a powerful suction that swallowed Gamara's soul as well. This video made Su Ming truly certain that the disappearance of the monster's corpse was caused by a temporal rift. Word soon reached Hikari's ears. In order to gain access to the fluctuations of the temporal rift, Hikari herself arrived at the bottom of the monster graveyard to explore. It must be said that Hikari's luck was better, and that in only 2 days. Then he witnessed a monster corpse being taken away by a rift in spacetime. The fluctuations of the temporal rift were also successfully recorded by Hikari. The Cosmic Research Bureau of the Land of Light. I have recorded the ripples of the spacetime rift, and to simulate this ripple to tear the rift apart, it's going to take some time. In front of Su Ming, Hikari said to him, it's fine, as long as it's made. It's a real pain in the ass. Su Ming nodded and said to Hikari, originally, Hikari was working on otter capsules and otter metals and stuff like that, but it was delayed for a few days because of Su Ming's business. This made Su Ming feel a little guilty, but seeing the unfinished sublimator on the lab table, Su Ming wanted to give it a try. Of course, it's just a thought. Another week apart, word has come from Hikari that the device to simulate the ripples of the time rift has been created. It's ready for teleportation. Awesome! Worthy of being the strongest plug-in producer in the Land of Light. Hearing this news from Hibino Mirai, Su Ming directly jumped up from his bed. Come on, let's go to the Cosmic Guard Hall. Brother Zophie and the others are waiting for us. Hibino Mirai smiled and said to Su Ming, walking out of the house. Future directly transformed and flew towards the police hall with Su Ming. Soon, the duo reached their destination. Father Otter, Mother Otter, and the Otter brothers were in the middle of the hall. There was also Hikari within the hall, waiting for Su Ming's arrival. Thank you, Hikari. Standing in Mobius's hands, Su Ming said as he thanked Hikari. If we can successfully shake people back into the real world, in addition to the Ultraman of the Cosmic Police, the one to thank most is Hikari. You're welcome. It's the responsibility of our Otter clan to maintain world peace. Hikari waved her hand, then revealed a short metal rod in her hand. Pressing a button on this short metal rod, Hikari held it in front of her and slashed it. Then, the red arcs of electricity mingled with the temporal rift appeared in front of Su Ming's eyes. This is it. Seeing this, Su Ming said with slight excitement, this time pen that opens the rift is yours. Hikari said, making the short metal rod in his hand smaller. He handed it to Su Ming. You seem to be constantly troubled by the fact that you can't go back to the... It's going to be a lot easier to use this. Thanks a lot. Holding the time pen in his hand, Su Ming placed it in his arms. It had to be said that this was the biggest gain Su Ming had gotten from this trip. Zophie looked at the time rift and nodded, signaling the Otter brothers to go. According to the Cosmic Vigilantes, this mission to another Earth to keep the peace, the first Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, Savion Ultraman, Ace Ultraman, and the first Ultraman, the first Ultraman, the first Ultraman, the first Ultraman, and the first Ultraman, Tylo Altman as the main executive. After all, the mission they were going to go on was extremely difficult, so the Universe Police sent the Showa Genpu. As for Zophie, as the captain, she was to stay in the Land of Light and sit on the sidelines. Of course, in addition to Showa's 5 Genji Ultramen, the Manbiotics Ultramen, Sailor Ultraman is also on the list of those going forward. The reason for letting Manbiotics go forward was because Manbiotics and Su Ming were more familiar and more communicative. Letting Sailor go forward or because Sailor hadn't been to Earth? And this mission, though difficult, but at least Sailor is an Ultraman who has been specially trained by Leo and the King of Ultras, so there's no harm in going through the experience. By the way, have you guys figured out how you're going to get back by then? It was at this moment that Su Ming raised the most crucial question. The time rift, basically, only goes in and out. The main thing is to come back again, and it is also not necessarily the original world. And according to the cosmopolitans of the real world, as long as they return to the middle of the time and space rift, it is the end of certain death. Don't worry about that. I thought of a way to do it when you were talking to me at the time. Hikari heard Su Ming's words and then said, every ultramarine warrior who goes there records the time ripple. They will automatically disappear after a certain amount of time and return here. It's as if Mobius traveled to another universe in the first place, and that's how he came back, Hikari said, pointing at Monbiotics. That's right. Mobius nodded and said to Su Ming, just rest assured. It's good to have a solution. Su Ming nodded, sort of relieved. It's quite a relief to have a scientist like Hikari in the Land of Light. However, on entering the time rift, we must stick together as a group, or we may be transported to a different time and place. Su Ming concluded with a caveat. After all, he'd been in the time rift himself at the time, along with Gatanger and the Baltanians, wherein when each individual teleports seems to be not quite the same. The first time he went back to the real world, Su Ming was teleported to Mount Everest. The second time it appeared very suddenly in the universe. Got it. The Otter brothers heard what Su Ming said and turned into their human forms. Even Monbiotics placed Su Ming on the ground and turned into Hibino Mirai. As for Cyrus, he was transformed into a young, handsome man that, it looks a bit like the cluster of stars did when they were young. The Otter brothers took each other's hands and formed a fist around them with Sailor, Monbiotics and Su Ming. Before entering the time rift, Zophi created a shield of light to envelop the pedestrians in it. Avoid the red arcs of electricity. Then, a group of 8 people disappeared into the lobby of the Cosmic Police Force. Entered the time rift. End of chapter. Chapter 129, The Grey World. Chapter 129, The Grey World. A dark red crack in spacetime suddenly appeared in the incomparably gray sky. 8 silhouettes then appeared from it, falling downward in a freefall motion. Otter bracelet. Change. Only one of them shouted. Then the bracelet on the wrist of Higashi Kataru, personified by Terra Ultraman, flashed with light and turned into a hot air balloon. The 8 figures then stopped their freefall motion and slowly drifted toward the ground in the hot air balloon. That's pretty handy, Tyro. Seeing this, Su Ming looked at Higashimitsu Taro in surprise and said, just call me Togo Taro. Togo Taro smiled and said to Su Ming, I'd better add a salutation then. Su Ming nodded and said to Togoku Taro with a smile. Soon, the crowd was on the ground and the hot air balloon also transformed back into the otter bracelet to be put back by Higashi Kataru. The place where the group landed was within an abandoned village. The houses in this village look like they've been corroding for a long time, and they've pretty much collapsed, too. The original inhabitants should also have all relocated to the nearby survivor bases or have died in the disaster of the monster invasion. It's a village, but it sure looks deserted here. Cyrus surveyed the surrounding area and opened his mouth. That's not the main thing. You guys look at the sky. Hibino Mirai pointed overhead, only to see a dark cloud with an extremely depressing aura drifting in the sky. The scent of darkness. Hakutoji raised his head and spoke after looking at it. How come? I was fine when I left. Su Ming frowned tightly and looked at the scene in the sky, his heart tensing up. Could it be that, after he had left, the Black Crystal had reneged on its agreement to invade Earth? Not out of the question, it has to be said. I'll check my bearings and find a nearby survivor base. Su Ming's heart couldn't help but panic a little, and he then took out the compass he was carrying. However, the direction is not precisely specified on the compass, but is constantly rotating on the dial. Look out! Suddenly, Hibino Mirai grabbed Su Ming and jumped backward. The Otter brothers also leapt up and out of the way in a hurry, only to see the spot where the crowd was originally located explode violently, with mud splattering out in all directions, bouncing off in all directions. Then a roar came, and a monstrous beast was seen burrowing out of the blasted mud. Underground monster. Magra. The beast isn't terribly well known. It is a monster that was once defeated within the initial Ultraman TV. Seeing this monster, Heijin couldn't help but freeze. Then he took out his beta magic wand and was about to transform. Old Uncle Ultraman, I'll take care of this one. Only Sailor smiled disdainfully and looked at Megara as she said to Heijin. With that, a pair of Sailor's glasses appeared in his hand and he placed them over his eyes. Only silver, red, blue, green and other colorful rays of light were seen wrapping around Sailor's body. With that, in the midst of spinning, Sailor transformed successfully and landed on the ground with a thud, splattering a large amount of dust. Sailor, make sure you land gently next time. there is gravity on Earth. The cluster of stars kept waving their palms to disperse the dust that filled the air in front of them. Lecturing Sailor. Yes, father. I know. Sailor nodded, then took to the air in a spiral, followed by a kick to the monstrous Magra. The beast sensed life on the ground and tried to come out to feed on it, but I didn't realize that what was waiting for it would be the end of its life. Only to hear a bang. Megara's body was directly kicked out of the air by Cyrus. It slammed down on top of the abandoned village, crushing a patch of corroded and saved houses. Habino Mirai's mouth pursed as she saw this scene and thought of something bad. Still no words. After all, these villages were abandoned and nothing would happen even if they were smashed. Margero was flabbergasted when he was kicked out. After all, after living in this world for so long, monsters have eaten, people have eaten, and just haven't come across any guys who can send themselves flying this far with one blow. Before Magra could react, Sailor fired a volley of Emilium rays at the beast. There was a bang and a small spark of fire exploded. What? Surprisingly, it didn't just wipe it out? Sailor saw this and said with some confusion. Sailor. That's when Susumu Hayashida spoke up and, the monsters here aren't the same as those in the monster graveyard. The monsters in the monster graveyard are more fragile, having just been revived. So naturally they can be easily defeated. As for the monsters here, they can't be measured by the strength of the monster graveyard as well. I know. Sailor nodded as he listened to Hayatijan's words and, since one blow won't destroy it, let's have another. Sailor said. Both arms gathered light. Then his arms were in the shape of an L. Unleashed a surefire kill cluster ray at Megara. The white gold light blasted into Magra's body, followed by a boom that Megara's body instantly exploded, dead beyond repair. The Star Core had been about to say something, but after seeing that Magra had been annihilated, and nothing more was said. After all, Cyrus specializes in cosmic boxing. Severin just wanted to remind Cyrus not to forget what he had learned. Undoing his transformation, Sailor transformed back into the handsome young man back in the group. Just then, a wisp of smoke and fire floated in the distance, and when Su Ming saw this, he also directly determined the direction. Where there's smoke and fire, there's likely to be human presence. The group then walked quickly in the direction of the fireworks. Canton City Survivor Base. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and a group of warriors took up positions outside the city gates, ready for battle. Guddi's shields have also been activated at maximum power. Protect the entire survivor base to death. Outside the city gates, a monstrous beast flared its teeth and claws, ready to attack the city of Canton. King Hilbegon, King Goldrath, King Ponton. A block of armed equipment was placed in front of the formation, ready to attack. Just then, the ground of Canton City began to vibrate with, but these warriors were not nervous. Only 3 figures broke through the ground, and then the Tekaigai Ozarks appeared beyond the shield, in front of the 3 monsters. Minister, 3 monsters? We have 3 special airplanes. We should still be able to deal with them. The Hiroshima City staff officer in charge of commanding the fighters said in front of the minister of the lower Hiroshima City division. The minister's expression also changed from nervousness to a more relaxed look. Thanks to the special airplanes. Otherwise, if we dealt with the monsters like before, the deaths and injuries would have been inevitable. As the 2 spoke, the 3 monsters attacked as well. And the 3 Ozarks sprang into action, charging straight at their respective opponents. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Legendary Characters in Textbooks. Chapter 130, Legendary Characters in Textbooks. King Ponton's 2 cockheads kept spewing out light bullets of different colors from the attacking towards the battle formation of the survivor base. Jaden Barrier. Activate. With a single command, a barrier was spawned from the guardy shields of the completely deflected the light bullets fired by King Ponton. Needless to say, Jaden's barrier for this monster is still very powerful. The Jeton barrier is really good, and it's already considered a very strong defense when used in actual combat. The staff officer couldn't help but nod and say, it's just that HQ hasn't researched Jaden's ability to absorb energy yet. Otherwise these monsters are worthless. The 3 Gyazaks slammed into the 3 monsters, knocking them to the ground on the spot. This world doesn't find materials as hard as Galliola's shell. The hard metal materials can only barely be used instead. Apparently, the pilots of the special airplane Guy Ozark have been professionally trained to. After pouncing on the 3 monsters, he quickly gathered energy at the tip of his nose and fired it violently at the pouncing monsters. With a loud boom, the 3 special airplanes took off into the air with the impact from the light emission. The 3 monsters also exploded under the impact of the light, creating an explosion that filled the sky with smoke and dust. Except that, according to the law of smoke without injury, after all this smoke clears, all 3 monsters patted the dust on their bodies and got back on their feet, and kept hissing, obviously more angry. What? The pilots of the special airplanes were within the battle formation and not inside the Gyozak. The trio, with their telepresence glasses, watched in extreme amazement as the three monsters got back on their feet. However, this was only the first combat plan, and the three fighters used the second plan at once. Straight out of the sky and down towards the ground, burrowing in. Then, after confirming the location of the three monsters with a magnetic field inside the ground, rushing up from their crotches. Boo! Another slam, and the three monsters were knocked up on the spot. Then three more rays of light fired out and blasted the crotches of the three monsters. There were three explosions, and smoke filled the air once again, as the three special airplanes, Gyozarks, were about to leave their spot when several light bullets suddenly burst through the smoke, as well as a furious yellow arc of lightning. Without any room to dodge, all three Gyozarks were hit at the same time, all of them receiving heavy blows. Blown away. No good. The power system is failing. Guangcheng no. One can't maneuver. Hiroshima City 2's energy bank is damaged. Unable to provide energy. Canton City 3 electromechanical path is completely destroyed. Unable to remotely control the battle. At once, the three special airplanes were directly incapacitated, and the three monsters, which landed on the ground with a thud. One step at a time, he walked towards the three-part Gyozark. No, these three special airplanes are the safeguard of Canton City. We can't let them be damaged at the hands of the monsters. Seeing this, the minister of the Guangcheng branch hurriedly said, "Understood." The staff officer listened and immediately gave the order. Launch, Gamara Ultra Vibration Wave. The muzzles of the electronic technology cannons in front of the formation were all aimed at the three monsters at that command. Then, a total of 6 ultra-vibrational waves fired out and blasted towards the three monsters. Bang bang! The attack hit the monsters with precision, but failed to finish them off. Instead, it attracted the hatred of the three monsters. The Tekanaut is not completely damaged by the three monsters, but the monster took one step towards the survivor base. Swish! A light projectile from the mouths of King Ponton's two chicken heads fired at the survivor base for no money, and Goldwrath kept firing thunder arcs that blasted at the survivor base. As for Hilbegon, he blocked the two monsters with his heavy body, and acted as a tank to resist the attacks of fighters in front of the battlefield. The outermost guardy shields were closed, otherwise the attack couldn't hit from inside the shields. Therefore, the warriors in the battle formation were also exposed to the attacks of the monsters. Quickly, take cover in the trenches. While the trenches didn't do a whole lot of good, however, it is possible to avoid some of the impact damage from explosions. The monsters' attacks kept firing in, and the fighters had no choice but to duck into them. Only, by the time we got to the back, Hilbegon had led the two monsters to the front of the battle formation. The gaudy shields activated again, protecting those within the battle formation, and the warriors stopped their attacks. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Hilbegon raised his hand and, a slap on top of the gaudy shield. Only a click was heard as the gaudy shield was tapped without pressure by the Silbegon. The warriors, completely exposed to the three monsters. All it takes is one kick and you're dead or wounded. Run! Having lost all means of defense, the staff officer and the minister gave the fighters their final orders. But, it was too late. Hilbegon was the first to put his foot down, and just as the warriors were ready to give their lives for human civilization, light suddenly surged out and filled the entire battlefield. What? The warriors watched in shock at the rays of light, blinding in the gray world. Hilbegon's foot was in the midst of this light, but he couldn't get it down. Boom! There was only a loud thud, and Hilbegon's body flew up violently. It then landed in the dirt not far away, splashing a large amount of mud and dust. Ponton's body was violently knocked out as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. For his part, Goldwrath felt a tug on his tail. With that the whole body was flung to the side of the Hilbegon. "You guys are okay," a voice rang in the warriors' ears. The crowd looked up and saw a young man standing in front of them amidst the light. "No, nothing? Who are you? What a familiar figure. I think I've seen it somewhere." "I think so. Seems like you see it every day." "I remember when you said that." "Who?" "It's Lord Su Ming." "Lord Su Ming?" The warriors looked at Su Ming in front of them in surprise, each with wide eyes. Statuesque figures that originally existed only in legends came to life. Looking again at where those three monsters were originally located, three huge figures stood in front of them. "Altman, it's all Ultraman. It's been a year since Ultraman has been seen, and surprisingly, he's reappeared. I've learned about this Ultraman in my textbook. It's the first Ultraman. I know this Ultraman too. It's Ace Ultraman. I recognize this Ultraman, with two horns on his head. It's Terra Ultraman." Seeing Ultraman appear, a group of warriors became fanboys in general. After all, these are legends that once existed in textbooks, but are now real. End of chapter. Chapter 131 Darkness Envelopes. Chapter 131 Darkness Envelopes. A year ago, news of the Otter brothers appearing all over the planet spread throughout the world. But after that, Ultraman hadn't been seen for a long time, and monster invasions came one after the other. Although more advanced weapons have appeared, every time they dealt with the monsters they always produced a significant number of casualties. Until today, when the monsters invaded the survivor base in Kwangchang. It's amazing that Ultraman showed up 3 at once, and along with the appearance of Ultraman, there is also Su Ming, who is rumored to be in the mouth of the people. We'll take care of these 3 monsters. Primordial Ultraman took the lead, pouncing right on top of Ponton, constantly slashing at both of Ponton's heads with his hand knives, beating them to a constant hiss. And Ace is even more direct, using the Otter Nimbus to create an ace blade that, holding this sharp silver sword, he then swung it at Hilbegon. Tyrol turned his gaze to Goldrath, who was back on his feet. However, he saw the arcs of electricity constantly flowing between Goldrath's 2 horns, about to attack. Otter bracelet, change. I saw a flash of light on Terra's wrist, and the otter bracelet turned into a bucket that, with that, Terra threw the water from it over Goldrath's body. Goldrath's entire body was soaked, and electric arcs continued to flow from the 2 horns on top of his head, spreading down towards the surface of the body. A shower of sparks exploded, and white smoke continued to rise from Goldrath's body. Obviously attacked by his own arc, Ponton pushed the muscular primordial Ultraman away with great effort, then quickly got to his feet and, quickly releasing a light bullet, he attacked towards the primordial Ultraman. Naturally, primordial Ultraman wouldn't let his opponent attack, and coalesced a wheel of 8 points of light in his hands, against Ponton's light bullets. Though Ponton fires his light bullets relatively quickly, but a single 8-minute light wheel from the first Ultraman can wear down 3 of Ponton's light bullets. In the midst of the 2 attacking each other, the 8-pointed wheel of light was getting closer and closer to Ponton. The final bang cut into one of Ponton's heads, only to hear an explosion, and Ponton wasted a head on the spot. Ace held his silver sword in his hand and swung it back around Silbegon at breakneck speed. A sword stroke came down, and several more sword marks appeared on the highly defensive Hilbegon's body. Only 2 snapping sounds were heard, and the 2 large horns on top of Hilbegon's head fell off on the spot. Upon closer inspection, the shedding of the large horn cuts is extremely flat. You can see how sharp the blade of Ace is. Awesome. Aesop will still use a sword. Of course I will. It's obvious you didn't study hard enough in the first place. All I remember is that Ace Ultraman was an Ultraman who couldn't tell from which skill he used. The fighters were talking as they saw the fight between Ace Ultraman and Hilbegon. After all, just now Silbegon got in the way of 2 monsters. How about a thick skin that can't break the opponent's defense? Now, when Ace came, he was the one who finished it off, much to the delight of the crowd of fighters. Just as the crowd murmured, Primordial Ultraman fired a spectrum ray that launched straight at Shilbegon. Instead, Ace Ultraman slashes towards Ponton with a horizontal guillotine. Both monsters didn't expect to fire a sure kill from somewhere else, and were instantly hit. All that could be heard was the sound of the Silbegon falling straight to the ground with a loud bang, and then exploding violently out of existence. Ponton, on the other hand, had his 2 heads momentarily separated from his body, and then his body fell toward the ground. Brothers, you're too fast too. Seeing this, Taro couldn't help but feel a little anxious. With that, both arms were braced, and then his whole body burned with flames. Charged at Goldrath. Could this move be? Some warriors couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw the blazing flames on Tyrol's body. One of the most impressive texts in the beginning. It's this super powerful move of Terra Ultraman, the Ultra Bomb, a move to die with the opponent. Boom! Only to see Terra clinch up against Goldrath. Goldrath felt the scorching heat and panicked and kept struggling, but it was a futile and useless endeavor. Electricity arced through Tyro's body, but Tyro didn't feel no pain. Under the gaze of a violent explosion arose at the location of Terra and Goldrath, and flames shot up into the sky. In the midst of this fire, a particle of light coalesced and transformed back into Terra Ultraman. All 3 monsters have been destroyed, and all 3 have been released from their transformations, changing back to his human form to return to Su Ming and the others. Lord Su Ming, the minister of the Guangqing branch, hastily lifted the G8 ground shield and, rushing out and running to Su Ming, I am the minister of the Guangqing branch, and I am able to meet Lord Su Ming and all of you. It's really a great honor. After the words were said, Minister Hirosion looked behind Su Ming, a total of 8 people, and just now the first Ultraman, Ace Ultraman, Terra Ultraman shapeshifter also enters this 8-man team. That means it's highly likely that all 8 are Ultraman. So this is Guangqing. Su Ming nodded and said, Minister, how did the monsters come 3 at a time this time? Normally, when monsters invade a survivor base, they come one by one, but the 3 monsters came together as if they had a deal. It's clear that this monster invasion is organized and premeditated. Lord Su Ming, you still don't know? Minister Guangqing said, slightly surprised. With that, He pointed to the gray sky. Look at the sky. It's already covered in darkness. What the hell? Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he asked Minister Guancheng. Not only Guancheng, but many survivor bases have been attacked by monsters. I don't know, Minister Hiroseong said with a sigh. And the main target of these monsters is at the capital headquarters. The headquarters, right now, is under attack by a large number of monsters. Flying Shadow Fighter. As a top-of-the-line fighter developed in the last few years, the Flying Shadow has been assigned to various anti-monster organization chapters. As for Su Ming and his group, they were now sitting on 3 separate Flying Shadow Fighters, rushing towards the capital. All along the way there were dark clouds covering the sky, and no light was visible at all, although the Flying Shadow was fast. But the special vision of a bunch of Ultraman is able to see monsters everywhere on the ground. It seems like things are really bad in this world. Hibino Mirai looked out the window and, worriedly, the last world I went to that didn't have Ultraman and it wasn't quite so monstrous as to have so many monsters everywhere I looked. And there's a parallel world where the Ultramarines awakened to take care of these monsters at the beginning of the disaster. The world is indeed too sad in comparison. The broken city, full of ruins, countless lives have obviously perished in this post-apocalyptic world. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Urgent. Chapter 132. Urgent. Capital. Within the year, the Ministry of Science and Research, through some of the monsters defeated by Ozark, a large number of weapons and equipment have been researched. While these weapons and equipment aren't quite as easy to use as they are in movies and television, but it was able to block the invading monsters outside the capital for a while. Hilbegon, Gold Wrath, Ponton, and even more Behemothstein, King Air, Golzon, the Jaden, Garn Q, Kinko Bridge, King Black, 10 monsters, accompanied by an overwhelming darkness, attacked the capital. Maximum power to activate the Jaden barrier and protect the capital city survivor base. Superintendent Jingza was personally present on the battlefield, giving direct orders to command the battle formation. As the order was given, the Jaden barrier directly covered the entire survivor base in the capital city. The defense force of the survivor base in the capital has been greatly enhanced. Ozark, Capital 1, Capital 2, Capital 3, Capital 4, Capital 10, all stand by to attack. Deputy Director General Li Yuan was also on top of the battlefield, speaking to the pilot of the long-range special airplane beside him. This battle is a matter of life and death. So, with the exception of the pilot of the special airplane that remotely controls Ozark, manual pilots were placed in all 10 of the special airplanes Sky Ozark. If the remote control fails due to some factors, it is changed to manual operation. The pilots placed in the TACs were certainly dangerous, but this battle could not be neglected. If they lost, the entire capital city survivor base would be finished. The experimental gear has also been temporarily installed on the Geozak, so hopefully it will do the trick. Li Yuan looked at the monster that was gradually approaching not far away and clenched his fists tightly and said, "Why do you think the Ultras haven't shown up in a year?" Looking up into the dark sky, Li Yuan opened his mouth and asked Jingzai, "If they were there, we could definitely get through this." Older brother Li Yuan. Jingzai patted Li Yuan's shoulder and spoke, "We humans, although you can rely on Ultraman, you have to rely on yourself. If one has been living under the patronage of Ultraman, as it is today when disaster strikes, because of some factors no Ultraman showed up, so wouldn't we just be sitting ducks?" But, Li Yuan was about to say something, but was interrupted by Jingzai. "You've seen the Ultraman series of movies and TV shows, and there's a good line in there." Jingza looked to Li Yuan and spoke, "Ultraman doesn't directly help humans out of danger. Rather, it comes when mankind has persevered and done all in its power and is unable to fight the enemy. They have given us human beings experience against an enemy that has sharpened us time and time again, but it's also keeping us close." Li Yuan couldn't help but freeze when he heard Jingzai's words. Then he smiled and said, "You're quite thoughtful, old brother Jingza. You're still so optimistic in this situation. Ha ha, there's no need to stay immersed in sadness and sorrow when one lives this life. It's better to be able to live with a smile on your face than a cry." Jingzai finished speaking, his eyes looking towards the battlefield. 10 dark wraiths, the monsters, have come out of the woodwork. Beemenstein was extremely fast and slammed right into the shield, while penetrating the Jaden barrier of spell defense. However, it slammed headfirst into the Guddi barrier and failed to break through. After all, it's not like Behemothstein is a power monster. The main thing that made it difficult to deal with was the extremely fast speed and the interdimensional stomach that was capable of devouring everything. The monsters on foot, having come to a halt after the heavy stampede, gathered their energies and launched the first attack on the capital city survivor base. Some powerful attack energies such as light bullets and rays of light were launched straight towards the capital city survivor base. The warriors in the battle formation, Jingzhe and Li Yuan both watched the scene nervously, only to see a bunch of attacks sealing on the Jaden barrier. It was basically defended by the Jaden barrier, which was released at maximum power. But there was one ray that was different, and that was Jaden, who knew the Jaden barrier. The rays from this guy went right through the Jaden barrier and blasted on top of the Guardy shields. There was a click, and the inner circle of Guardy shields simply shattered. Guardy shields damaged. Backup shields being activated. The squad in charge of controlling the shields hastily reorganized a Guardian shield that protected the capital city survivor base. That Bamenstein had seen the Guardy shield shatter, and wanted to rush in again. Yet another headbutt on top of the shield. It looks like the Jaden barrier is still useful. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jingzhe and said, as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he saw Jaden in the midst of the enemy's formation swing both arms and a ray fired again. This time, the rays did not penetrate the Jaden barrier, but simply merged into it. In the next second, the Jaden barrier of the capital survivor base instantly turned into particles and disappeared, dispersing on the spot. What? The crowd couldn't help but look at this scene in horror. Then, the group of monsters once again gathered their energy and launched themselves towards the survivor base. Quick counterattack. Gamara super vibration wave. Guardy destruction rays. Li Yuan gave the order in a hurry. Then the fighters aimed the muzzles of their E-cannons in the direction of the monsters. There was a flurry of light attacks fired. This counterattack did have some effect, as the attacks from both sides touched each other. Counteracted some of the light bullets and light rays. However, there were still some attacks that blasted on top of the shields of the survivor base. There were a few more clicks, and the Guardy shields shattered once more. The capital city survivor base was also completely exposed to darkness. Special airplanes, strike! Just as these monsters were about to launch another attack, 10 special airplanes came barreling out of the ground. Topped with a sharp nose and attacked a monster. At once, one of the monsters fell to the ground, splattering a great deal of dust. The powerful Gulzin and Hilbegon, however, were not at all pounced upon by this attack. Instead, the two grabbed the two Tekongaikai Ozarks and slammed them into the ground, only to hear two sparks flying from the thumping end. The two special airplanes were smashed directly under the powerful force and destroyed their heads. The pilot inside looked through his broken shell at the two monsters that had grabbed the Tronauts. Unable to stop himself from shrieking, the Bamenstein in the sky, unhindered by the Guardy shield, also rushed downward. Superintendent, look out! A warrior saw this and shouted out a warning. Jingzhe and Li Yuan snapped their heads up to look in the direction that Behemothstein had rushed down to exactly where the two of you were. Run! Li Yuan pushed Jingzhe aside as he, turning to his belt, he pulled out his gun and opened fire on Bamenstein in the sky. Amidst the splashes of sparks, Behemothstein was also getting closer and closer, and the maw on its belly opened up and a powerful suction force was generated, trying to suck all the fighters on the ground into it. End of chapter. Chapter 133, we're late. Chapter 133, we're late. Hypervibrational waves. Fire. The muzzle of the electronic cannon was aimed at Bamenstein in the sky, firing a ray of light that mimicked Gamara's certain death. However, the powerful suction on Behemoth's stomach sucked the light right into it. Fully engulfed. It won't work. Bamenstein has the ability to absorb light, and light attacks are ineffective against it. The fighters operating the electronic cannons saw this and shouted anxiously, watching a warrior take off into the air due to the suction created by Behemothstein. Then it flew toward the seemingly endless maw. Even Li Yuan and Jingzhe, who had been pushed aside, flew up, sucked into the maw of Behemoth's stomach as the crowd stared in horror. Suddenly, intense light flashed across the sky, and then the crowd saw only the light of a sword blade that, with that everyone regained the Earth's gravity and fell toward the ground, and Bamenstein in the sky paused in place, and then, before the eyes of the crowd, it cracked in half alive and smashed downward. Before Bamenstein could hit the ground, a ray of light pierced right through both halves of Bamenstein's body, blowing it apart completely. Everyone had a look of astonishment in their eyes as they looked towards the sky. Only an intense light flashed out, eventually revealing a huge silver and red body. It's Ultraman! Someone exclaimed out in shock, pointing to the sky and shouting, Ultraman is here! Ultraman is finally here! It's Ace Altman! Under the gray sky, the huge body of Ace Altman was silently suspended above his head. The arms were still in the shape of an L, but the light had been released long ago. Aesop, please save our warriors! Jingzhe hurriedly looked to the sky, pointing in a direction and yelling at Ace Altman. A short distance away, Gulzin and Hilbegon were clutching two more Geozact airplanes. The lives of the fighters inside are in danger. Ace turned his gaze to where Kajikawa was pointing, but was unmoved. Just then, a flying kick with flames fell from the sky and a kick sent Gulzin flying, and the Tekken in its hand landed on the ground. Then an infinity symbol appeared in front of Hilbegon. The Monbiot lightsaber slashed at its chest, sending it flying. Clutching the broken tekanot, Mobius held out a hand at its exit end. Then the warrior inside jumped out and landed in Mobius' hand. With excitement and gratitude, the warrior was sent back into the battle formation by Monbiotics. Cyrus also sent the fighters from the other special airplane over. With that, he turned to deal with the beast in front of him. There are 8 Geo Zakatsu airplanes left to deal with the monsters. Since Baymenstein had been eliminated by Ace Altman, a section was then vacated to stay and guard the battle formation. The mighty beasts approach step by step, and the TACs retreat in a series of battles. Suddenly several more flashes of light came, transforming into ultramarines, and entered the group of monsters, fighting one by one. For a moment, everyone was shocked, like Hero became a warrior in a survivor base. The crowd who hadn't heard from Ultraman for a year were filled with shock when they saw him. Ultraman is back, with an agitated look on his face. Li Yuan looked at Ace on the roof of the building and another looked to one of the Ultramarines fighting the monsters outside the battle formation. Ace Ultraman, Jack Ultraman, Severn Ultraman, Terra Ultraman, Mobius Ultraman, Sailor Ultraman. A total of 6 Ultraman appeared on the battlefield. Elder brother Li Yuan, you see that I was right. Jing Zai's face showed a joy that he couldn't hide, and he looked at Li Yuan and said, we just need to fight until the last moment. Ultraman will definitely show up. Li Yuan laughed out loud and didn't say anything about it, but in his heart, he redefined Jingza's words. Ugh. While looking at the Ultramen who were fighting, Jingza inexplicably sighed out a sigh of relief. It's a pity, but Lord Su Ming didn't come back. Although all of these Ultramen in front of him could have been transformed by Su Ming in Jingza's eyes, but the only one that Jingza recognized was naturally the cover Shadow. After all, in the real world, Su Ming had only transformed once in front of the public. That would be Shadow Ultraman. Superintendent Kajikawa. It's been a long time. Don't miss it. Just then, a voice came from behind Jingza. Hearing this familiar voice, Jingza's body was stunned, and then he violently turned his head. The one who entered his eyes was none other than that daydreaming Su Ming. Lord Su Ming. Those who shouted out in unison with Jingzai were all the surrounding warriors besides Li Yuan. The fighters from the survivor bases in the capital and Dragon City had basically all met Su Ming in person. After all, Su Ming wandered around the base and beyond from time to time to learn about this future world 100 years from now. And everyone's still okay? Ha! Su Ming waved his hand and greeted the crowd. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces flashed through Su Ming's eyes one by one. The warm gazes of the crowd caused Su Ming's heart to jump a lot faster, involuntarily placing his hand on his heart area. Su Ming froze when he felt the strange sensation. Lord Su Ming, you finally returned. Jingza walked quickly to Su Ming, pretending to be calm, but his voice was still a little shaky. Yes, I'm back, Su Ming said as he let out a breath and looked at Jingzai with a smile on his face. I came back this time with reinforcements. Saying that, a white-haired old man with glasses walked out behind Su Ming. This is Mr. Susumu Hayashida. Su Ming stretched out a hand and opened his mouth to introduce himself to Jingzai, saying, Susumu Hayashida? That name sounds familiar. Hearing the name, the warriors around them endeavored to recall it, and soon then someone found the blind spot. Hey 8 Susumu, it's from the second lesson of the elementary school Ultraman subject. Ultraman, primary Ultraman. Many people reacted instantly when they heard the words that. The old man in front of me also overlapped with the image in the textbook. As for why it's the second lesson, it's because the first lesson is about, well, the monsters that invaded Earth. I was just wondering why Zophie and Primordial Ultraman, of the Ultraman brothers, hadn't shown up, so Primordial Ultraman is here. What about Zophie? Could it be that Lord Su Ming? Is Lord Zophie? The warriors were once again talking. Kajikawa saw Hayatijin extend a hand to him and, hastily shaking hands with it. It is truly a blessing in this world's misfortune that you are able to come and save this planet. We're, late. Hayatijin, however, let out a small sigh. The devastation and ruins along the way left Hayatijin in disbelief. Although it's an alternate universe to Earth. However, in his heart, Susumu Hayashida still sees it as Ultraman's second home. End of chapter. 134. Reaching out to the rest of the world. 134. Reaching out to the rest of the world. In Susumu Hayashida's mind, Earth is his second home. If his first homeland, Koh-Onur, also became this apocalyptic state, Hayata-jin couldn't imagine it. Hearing Hayatijin say that he was late, the surrounding warriors couldn't help but feel a little tempted to shed a tear. There was no blame in Jingza's heart. There was only touching. It's already the greatest good fortune for the Ultraman of the Land of Light to come to the aid of this Earth. And the other guy is still blaming himself. Thanks. 1,000 words turned into this one, and Kajikawa bowed deeply to Hei Susumu. The crowd of warriors, too, bowed together. On the battlefield, it's 6 against 9, but it's not that hard. Sailor's heart is high, and he'll just let manhbiotics go. Picked two of the most powerful monsters by themselves, Gorzen and Hilbegun, as opponents. In Sailor's words, it's fights like this that are enough to work on yourself. Manhbiotis was kicked aside by Sailor and fought with Ponton and Jaden. For Mobius, being able to take care of the monster in front of him was all that mattered, no matter who the opponent was. Jack Ottoman comes with a 1v2 must-win buff, and attracts the hatred of both monsters, attacking towards it. The two monsters, one is Goldrath and the other is King Blake. In doing so, the two monsters have another debuff that the bodyguard monster Blake King protects whoever dies from the debuff. Jack Ottoman scores with a nice long shot to the body. Plus, it's Savin Ultraman vs. King Airy and Kinko Bridge, Ace Altman vs. Garn Q. The battle was going very well, and while these monsters had the dark power of but it wasn't a very difficult foe for the old Showa warriors of the Land of Light to deal with. Sailor and Manhbiotics were even strengthened by plasma sparks only a short while ago. One was braver than the other, and soon settled their respective opponents. The four monsters burst in succession under the two Ultraman's surefire kills. So fast, so strong. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but gasp out in shock. Back when I was watching the video to learn the part in Ultra Galactic Legends where the monster graveyard, it made the crowd realize how powerful Sailor Ultraman was. And even more so when Manhbiotis eliminated the great enemy of the amphibians. That's why Manhbiotis is also an extremely powerful Ultraman in the eyes of the crowd. The new generation of Ultraman is powerful, but the old Showa warriors won't disgrace the Ultraman brothers. With his ice axe in hand, Severin slices the mechanical monster that is Kinko Bridge on the spot, turned into a pile of mechanical parts. Then came another slash at King Airy's body. It caused the discharging King Air to hiss in pain. Gankyu sucked Ace within the strange space in his eyes, and then was struck dumb with the body stiffened right up. Then several rays of light shot out from its body in all directions, with a smooth cut mark appearing on the surface of his body. Garnk was in pieces amidst the glow. It goes without saying that Jack Altman, with this double boosted, shooting Goldrath and King Blake in unison with the Spectrum Ray, fire filled the sky. All the monsters were taken care of, and a bunch of Ultramen flew to the front of the battle formation. Looking down at the warriors, he gave an encouraging nod to the crowd. It's finally settled. Jingza looked at the group of otter warriors and couldn't help but burst into tears. If there was no support from Ultraman today, I'm afraid that the capital city survivor base would have fallen completely. Just as the crowd was rejoicing, Su Ming looked to the sky and frowned slightly. As a general rule, once the invading monsters have been dealt with, the black clouds in the sky will then disperse. And now that the monsters had all disappeared, the sky was still incredibly gray and oppressive. Superintendent Jingza, I heard that many survivor bases have been attacked by swarms of monsters. Su Ming opened his mouth and asked Jingza. Exactly. Jingza reacted only after hearing Su Ming's words. On the side, Li Yuan had already prepared the data and handed the tablet device in his hand to Jingza. Except for the monsters and the survivor bases in the capital and Guangqing that have been taken care of, and the Pinehurst survivor base, the Siberian survivor base, the Eagle survivor base, Westland survivor bases, a total of 30 survivor bases are fighting the monsters. Li Yuan spoke after handing the information to Jingza. That much? Not only Su Ming, but He Jin felt that the number was too much when he heard it. It is indeed so much. Li Yuan nodded and pointed to the sky and said, this darkness in the sky has been going on for a week, and it wasn't until today that the monsters started attacking the various survivor bases. Though I don't know what's going on with the black clouds in the sky, but it gave enough time during the week for the various survivor bases to prepare for the war. As things stand, we can only go to the various survivor bases to deal with those monsters first. With a finalization in his mind, after learning the locations of the various survivor bases, He Jin, raising the beta wand in his hand, he transformed into Ultraman the First. Immediately after the transformation, Primordial Ultraman exchanged words with the Ultramans and decided to spread out. Looks like we should have brought more people with us. Ace heard the news and said to the crowd of Ultraman, but for now, it's up to us to fix things. Old Uncle Ace, this is my first time practicing on Earth. Leave it all to me. Sailor wiped his nose with his thumb. Battles on Earth are a lot more interesting than Planet K-76. Cyrus, be careful with everything. Seeing this, Savin just reminded Cyrus of his concern for his son. Understood, father. Nodding, Cyrus picked a direct direction and flew out. Then, one by one, the Ultramen left the place and went in all directions. Soon there were no more gigantic figures before the eyes of the crowd. All that was left were the warriors who were busy collecting the broken pieces of the monsters. Of these, Kinko Bridge had the largest collection of personnel in terms of mechanical debris, and in Li Yuan's words, it's trying to work on a Kinko Bridge special air machine similar to the one in Zeta Ultraman. Su Ming looked at Jingza and sighed. Once again, I've lost my ability to transform. I'm afraid it'll be a while before I can regain my strength. If he could still transform, Su Ming would definitely transform and go forward to support him. It just simply can't be done right now. It's okay, Lord Su Ming. Jingza froze and opened his mouth to say to Su Ming that, it doesn't matter what happens as long as you come back. There's a connection nah. Su Ming said as he looked into the dark sky and let out a breath. Darkness has begun to encroach on this world. And here, with enemies on all sides, there must be strength against unknown dangers. Lord Su Ming. Jingza also breathed out with Su Ming and opened his mouth. I wonder if you could tell me how you lost your shapeshifting ability. Perhaps the Ministry of Science and Research could help you. End of chapter. Chapter 135, Black Crystal's Backing Contract? Chapter 135, Black Crystal's Backing Contract? Hearing Jingzai's words, Su Ming's gaze froze as he looked at Jingzai. Then a picture of relief appeared on his face. You can't help me. Because the one who sealed my ability to transform is the King of Otter. Maybe our scientific research can do its best to. What? Kajikawa was about to say something else. After hearing Su Ming's words he was directly dumbfounded. King of Otter? Yes, because the light energy in my body stormed out and so he sealed my transformation ability. Su Ming explained. Otherwise it's still a question if I can come back. So it is. Jingza nodded in understanding. After all, the King of Otter was incredibly powerful. It is even capable of being one-minded with the destroyed universe. If such a powerful being seals Lord Su Ming's transformation power, that's really not much to go on. So, the King of Otter, his old man didn't come? Jingza looked at Su Ming and, carefully, he asked, if his old man comes, we should be able to be completely saved. King of Otter. Su Ming heard this and couldn't help but shake his head and say, you know what? When I went to the Land of Light, the Land of Light was nearly destroyed by Belial. Do you think the King of Otter is so powerful that he knows Belial has invaded the Land of Light? Su Ming said rhetorically. I should know. Jingza thought about it and replied. Knowing that, by virtue of the power of the King of Otter to reseal Belial, that was a breeze. But he didn't make a move and instead let Sailor go forward. Su Ming said. It's been great having the Otter brothers and Sailor Monbiotics come this time around. The King of Otter only peeks at the screen. After spitting out a sentence, Su Ming didn't say anything else. Jingza, however, didn't dare to answer. After all, the King of Otter was such a powerful being. Maybe it came across the universe peeping through the screen. Only Lord Su Ming dared to spit on the other side like that. The battle in the capital had ended, but the black clouds in the sky remained. And Jingza didn't dare to slack off. In addition to cleaning up the battlefield, orders were also given to quickly repair the shields and barriers, ready to fight again. Su Ming and Jingzai returned inside the capital's headquarters. Messages were soon received from the various survivor bases. The Ultramen have landed all over the world and have taken the fight to the swarm of monsters. With time running out, the various Ultramen come up with the killing blow that attempts to spike monsters that haven't reacted yet. Needless to say, this approach is very useful. Almost every Ultraman battle opens with several monsters killed in seconds. So much for efficiency. Perhaps it was because they had just come over from the Land of Light. These Ultramen didn't seem to have a lot of energy. All sorts of surefire rays are put on randomly, and the chest timer doesn't light up at all. One monster fell, and the first wave of survivor bases were successfully rescued. After taking care of the monsters, once again, the Ultramen travel to the other survivor bases to solve the monster invasion, fighting until late at night. Although the sky was so dark and cloudy that it was impossible to tell night from day, but time still knows. Almost at 7 p.m. All the survivor bases were out of harm's way. The invading monsters are all destroyed by Ultraman, and after resolving the crisis, these Ultraman all flew to the capital city survivor base. Guys, hard work. Under the leadership of Su Ming, Kajikawa and the others bowed deeply to the Ultraman who had taken on human form before them. If it weren't for the help of all of you, we humans, I'm afraid that we would have to start completely overthrowing ourselves today. Jingza excitedly looked at one of the Ultraman human bodies in front of him and opened his mouth. Indeed, if Su Ming hadn't brought Sailor, Monbiotics, and the Otter brothers back with him today, then the human race on this planet would be completely finished. Maintaining the peace of the universe. This is what we, the Cosmic Guard, should do. The Star Corps stood in front of them and opened their mouths to speak to Jingza, a former captain of Earth's super vigilantes. The Star Corps knew better what kind of mood Jingza was in right now. That's all nothing, Sailor said from behind the cluster of stars. If you ask me, these monsters are all too weak to be worth mentioning. Jingzai's heart was inexplicably a little more at ease when he heard Cyrus' words. Looking to Cyrus again, he couldn't recall which Ultraman the other was. After all, there's an Ultraman human body in front of us. All of them except Sailor Kyungtaek had seen it in the video footage. However, the more Jingza looked at the resemblance between Sailor and the cluster of stars, it then dawned on him. The opponent is Sailor Ultraman. No wonder you can say such strong words. According to Lord Su Ming, these Ultraman are from the Land of Light. Moreover, when Su Ming went to the Land of Light, Belial was invading the Land of Light. In other words, these Ultraman are from the world of super-galactic legends. As the director of the anti-monster organization, there were definitely more things going on in Jing's head. This can still be guessed. And please use the dinner. Holding out a hand, Kajikawa invited the crowd forward to use the dining room for dinner. After all, the Ultras had been fighting monsters all afternoon, so it was certainly impossible to say that they weren't tired. Jingza naturally had to entertain these Ultraman reinforcements from the other world. That would be respectful. Higashi Kutaro smiled and nodded, taking the lead. It had been a long time since Terra had eaten Earth's food since leaving the planet. People grow old, though it's the Earth of other universes, but the food shouldn't be too different. The Otter brothers saw that Togotaro was all gray at the temples and still a little childish. Couldn't help but smile. A brother is a brother. No matter how old he gets, he's still a brother in his brother's eyes. The crowd did not refuse, and ate earthly food that had not been eaten on this earth for a long time. Another comfortable night's rest on Earth. After an afternoon of fighting monsters, you can hold your own, but you always need to rest. After all, the world is full of crises and one must always be ready to fight. It's a pity that I can't go ahead and fight in person. Su Ming was lying alone on the roof, looking up at the pitch-black and incomparable night sky. Seeing these depressing black clouds, Su Ming had some urge to quickly clear them away. This must not be an ordinary monster invasion. Secretly murmuring, Su Ming thought of the black crystals in the god's temple. Being able to mistake such a large-scale monster invasion, Su Ming's first thought, it's this guy. Looks like it's time to go there and see what's going on. Thinking about this, Su Ming sighed. Not being able to transform was still really distracting. Just then, a figure also leaped onto the roof and walked towards Su Ming with steady steps. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Flying Kick in the Air. Chapter 136, Flying Kick in the Air. Looking at the stars alone? Hibino Mirai walked towards Su Ming and spoke. But there's nothing in the sky. Mambiu. Mirai? What are you doing here? Su Ming was just about to call out Manbiotic's name. Instead, he turned his mouth and called for the future. And after fighting all afternoon, won't he take a break and rest? Can't sleep, even though this isn't the Earth I've ever been on. But I'm still worried about the safety of this world. Future shook his head and spoke. Weren't you unable to sleep as well? Compared to us, you should be more anxious. There are plenty of people who can't sleep. Su Ming laughed and looked towards Hibino Mirai. Suddenly something came to mind. Future, there's something I might need your help with. What is it? Future was confused and asked Su Ming. Are you able to be one with me? There's a place I want to go tomorrow. It might have something to do with the clues to this monster invasion. Su Ming said to Hibino Mirai as he looked to the northwest. One heart? Future was a bit surprised when he heard Su Ming's words. It's possible to be. But I've never really done anything like one mind. It won't be long. Maybe just a day. Seeing that Future didn't refuse, Su Ming smiled and extended a finger to him. Early the next morning, it wasn't even bright enough for Su Ming and Mirai to leave a message for Kajikawa and Higashi Mitsutaro, respectively. Then he left the Kyoto survivor base. Are you ready? Su Ming, take it easy. In the middle of the dense forest, Future said as he looked at Su Ming with slight nervousness. Future, I'm ready. Su Ming's face was relaxed as he said to Future. Don't worry, I don't get nervous at all. Okay then, you lie back. Future pointed to the ground and said to Su Ming. Su Ming didn't care about the mud and grass all over the ground and directly lay down. Then, only the Future turned directly into Manbiotics, and then with a big wave of his hand, the surroundings turned pitch black, with only a glow illuminating the duo. Then, Su Ming saw Mambius' body transform into an illusory residual shadow that, it was poured into Su Ming's body. The dark space dispersed and the surroundings returned to their original environment. Su Ming stood up from the ground and reached out with his hand, the Manbiotic's breath appearing behind his wrist. With that, Su Ming quickly rubbed one hand across the surface of the red crystal sphere on the Manbiot's breath. That red crystal ball spun rapidly. Light emanated from Manbiome's breath, and Su Ming rushed his hand into the sky. Shouted, Manbiotics. With that, the infinite infinity symbol formed by the light rises up into the sky. The huge body of Mambius rushed out of it. Great! It worked! Su Ming's voice emanated from Manbiotic's body and said with a happy tone. Phew! It worked! Future's voice also emanated from it. Said as if relieved. Next body control will be yours for now. Future continued. Well, if we're going to fight, it's still up to you. Su Ming said. After all, I must not be as good as you if I have to operate it. Gig! Su Ming controlled the body of Manbiotics and flew towards the top of Everest. It was also the first time that Mambius had seen the temporal rift that Su Ming was talking about. is this the time rift you traveled through to the land of light? Mobius's voice emitted. To Su Ming, he said, it looks exactly like the one we passed. Yes, this spacetime rift resident on Earth's Mount Everest. It's also the main way for monsters to come to this world. Su Ming said, the worlds that one travels to after entering the time rift are randomized. So monsters and cosmonauts can travel to other worlds that will through here as well? No. Monsters and cosmonauts will only be torn apart instantly when they enter this. Hiss. Without making too much of a stop at the spacetime rift, Su Ming and Manbiotics charged straight up into the clouds, broke through the atmosphere into the universe. Only a dark red vortex was seen spinning slightly in the universe. This is the passage to another separate space. Without hesitation, Su Ming controlled Manbiotics' body into the vortex. A ripple rose, and then the two of them arrived in a dark red space. Within this space, a large, dark hall stood on top of the empty island. From time to time, it gave off a darkness that repelled the light. Have you seen this great hall before, Mobius? Su Ming asked as he flew. No, Mobius said thoughtfully, I've been in the land of light since I was born in the... I've only just seen this darkened hall. Then it's fine. Su Ming said, there's a black crystal inside that. It's supposed to be some kind of boss, with some legions of cosmonauts and monsters under his control. I see, Mobius said. I'll leave the communication to you next. He flew straight to the Great Hall, but Su Ming was not able to enter it directly. In front of the door of this Great Hall, a black film of light covered it, blocking Su Ming's path of entry. Just as Su Ming was puzzled, Manbiotics instantly took control of his body and, then a backflip to the sky followed by a quick diagonal kick upwards. Only a huge brown and black foot with flames was seen coming towards Manbiotics in a counterkick. Boom! A flame exploded in the sky, followed by Mobius returning to the ground. The owner of the foot in the sky, on the other hand, stabilized himself in the air and fell towards the ground. Sailor? Seeing the Dark Lopez sailor in front of him, Manbiotics' heart was filled with shock and, how do you? He's Dark Lopscallion, also known as Dark Cyclops. Su Ming's voice rang out in Manbiot's mind and said to Manbiot, it's a dark mechanical giant made in imitation of Sailor. I can't believe this is happening. In the world of Super Galaxy Legends, Mobius didn't even know about the existence of the Dark Lopscallion, as the Dark Lopscallion was only made later in the event. Oh, I'm not the guy you're talking about, Dark Lopez Sailor said, clenching his fist as he came crashing down on Sailor. With a wave of his hand, the Manbiotics lightsaber appeared and then slashed at his opponent's fist. Cyclops, what are you doing? At that moment, a voice came from, shouting to Dark Lopsero, stop it. Light exploded between the two, blocking the encounter. With that, the figure of the Mephilusion appeared before the two. Cyclops, do not strike at the giants of light without your lord's orders. The Mephilusion looked to Dark Lopez Cyrus and spoke. What's the situation? Manbiotics froze, then handed over control of his body to Su Ming. You mean your lord didn't break the covenant? Su Ming mimicked the voice of Manbiotics as it came out and said to the Mephilusion. End of chapter. Chapter 137, so the name of our land of light is so good. Chapter 137, so the name of our land of light is so good. How could our lord break the contract? The Mephilus alien replied to Su Ming, saying, we haven't sent an army of monsters to invade a human settlement since the last time. However, Su Ming maintained a skeptical attitude towards the words of the Mephilusion. This was because at the moment, Su Ming knew that only this black crystal could control the monster army, able to send so many monsters to attack the major survivor bases and lay down roiling darkness. And only the bosses here can do it. Let him in. At that moment, a low voice came from within the Black God's Hall. Much to the slight surprise of both Dark Lopez Cyrus and the Mephilusion. Understood. As the Mephilusion listened, a ray of light merged over the black barrier of the temple's gate. Then the black barrier gradually disappeared and finally disappeared. Well, since His Excellency has ordered you to go in, the Mephilus alien extended a hand and said to Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the two of them, and the Manbiotics lightsaber in his hand did not disperse, just walked into the Great Hall. Seeing this, Dark Lopscallion followed closely behind Su Ming, monitoring his every move. The Mephilusion followed suit. The hall was extremely wide, and a bizarre monster statue was carved on top of the walls and stone pillars, filled with darkness. Su Ming had been to this shrine once and didn't find it curious. Manbiotis was here for the first time. Then I wanted to get a sense of the surroundings. Why? It's not your first time here, Ultraman Manbiotis. Without realizing it, Su Ming walked to the black crystal stone. Only the black crystal faintly emitted light and said to Su Ming, it's natural to be cautious when you're deep in the enemy camp. Su Ming heard this and, extremely calmly, he replied to the black crystals, who knows if you'll place any traps? A trap? The black crystals laughed out loud as if they had heard something funny. Ha ha, I've never acted honorably. What need is there for a trap against you? A manhwa? It's the first time I've heard someone from the dark side of the force say they're honorable. Su Ming couldn't help but spit out the words. These words had caused the black crystals to be speechless for a moment. Seeing as you're so polite, I'll have something to say. Su Ming paused, speaking to the black crystal. The legion of monsters that invaded the human survivor base, were they sent by you? No, the black crystals said bluntly, to Su Ming. Didn't the Mephilusions tell you that we've never moved against humans since the last pact? Do you think I believe it? Su Ming said, looking coldly at the black crystals. If you look at this world, you're the only one who possesses this kind of ability. Only me? The black crystals couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard the words. I would like to be the only one, but unfortunately, you're wrong. What? Su Ming froze slightly and reacted. Could it be that the dark forces that, and it's not just your lineage? I say, you're a little too closed-minded in the land of light. The black crystals said with mockery. It's been over a year since you came to this world, and you still don't even know it. A rift in time and space appeared in this world, teleported dark forces such as monsters and cosmonauts from other worlds, but couldn't send them back. Naturally, these cosmonauts and monsters would then take root in this world and begin to develop their own power. The Mephilis alien on the side explained to Su Ming at the black crystal's gesture. What's more, spacetime rifts don't just appear on Earth's Mount Everest. In the middle of the universe, there are occasional cracks in spacetime that. It's just that those spacetime cracks tend to appear for a short period of time, and most of them are fleeting. Only the temporal rift on Earth is the most stable. That I do know. Su Ming nodded, indicating that the time rift was relatively well known to him. So the world, except for us grown-ups, there are also many cosmonauts who have come from other worlds. Since time and space rifts can appear in different parallel worlds, some of the cosmonauts who appear in this world are even parallel homunculi, the Mephilusian said, pointing to himself. Like me. You? Su Ming said as he looked over at the Mephilusian and sized him up for a moment, which means that there are other parallel time and space you in this universe besides the one you have here? That's right, the Mephilusian said, nodding. The same goes for other cosmic beings and monsters. You're Ultraman in the land of light, perhaps the same 2 or 3, or even more. There's still this, Su Ming said as he fumbled with his chin for a moment. That's something we really don't know. So, you all should know about the invasion of Earth by an army of monsters. I'm sorry, said Su Ming. I know, and I guessed you guys would come to the door. The Mephilusian nodded in an affirmative answer. My lord? The Mephilusian said, looking to the black crystals and, like asking for permission for something, tell him that we had nothing to do with it this time anyway, and that if he wants trouble he doesn't have to find it on us. The black crystals lit up and said, since your lordship has given the word, I'll tell you, the Mephilis alien said, looking at Su Ming. The one who sent an army of monsters to invade Earth this time is the evil Heart King Dark Shadow Mage. I can't believe it's this guy. Su Ming and Manbiotics were both slightly shocked when they heard this name, having just tackled a Dark Shadow Mage in the world of the Ultra Otter 8 brothers. I didn't realize that another one had teleported over in the real world, and this time, the attack unleashed is much stronger than the world of the Super Otter 8 brothers. I've never seen a Dark Shadow Mage appear amongst the many forces before, either. It should have only come to this world within the year. The Mephilusian continued. Well, I've said all that needs to be said. Be my guest. After saying that, the Mephilusian extended a hand, signaling Su Ming to leave the temple. Su Ming did not stay here after getting this information. Knowing who the enemy is enough. What is the origin of that black crystal? And what is this contract you speak of? On the way back, Mombius was filled with confusion and the conversation that Su Ming had just had with the black crystals and the Mephilusians was mostly unintelligible. Su Ming was also patient, explaining the current situation to Manbiotics bit by bit. So the name of our land of light works so well. Hearing Su Ming use the kingdom of light to scare the other party, Manbiotics couldn't help but laugh. End of chapter. Chapter 138, More Than One Power. Chapter 138, More Than One Power. Although there is the credit of the fox, it is mainly because the strength of this black crystal has not yet been restored, Su Ming said inside Manbiotics. How can you tell? What's there to see? Does your king of otter turn into a rock every day for fun? Says so. The two flew all the way back to the Kyoto survivor base, and Su Ming explained many things to Manbiotics, like what the forces of the Black Pantheon have had with the Cosmopolitans, and their own beef with them, and the origins of Dark Lopez Cyrus. Soon, the duo arrived at the Kyoto survivor base. Mombius breaks away from Xiao Ming, transforms back into Habino Mirai, and returns to the Otter brothers, and the situation was explained to the congregation. What black crystals? Su Ming, you're not enough. Why don't you take me? Let me meet him. After Cyrus heard that there was a dark force, the Black Pantheon, he said as he heavily patted Su Ming's shoulder. Just now Mobius also said that although they are based outside of Earth, yet he has a contract with Su Ming and is not our enemy for the time being. Hey, Atijan said to Sailor at this time. Okay. Sailor scratched his head and said, but that robot that imitated me, what's the name? Dark Lopez Sailor? He's got some nerve. So why do you think they don't make robots after Mobius? Su Ming said rhetorically to Sailor. Because they think Sailor is awesome. Of course. Future chimed in, saying that seems to make some sense. The mood is much better now. Sailor had a puzzled feeling, and then didn't say anything even under the glares of the star clusters. Although father and son had only recognized each other for a short time, Cyrus still respected and loved his father, especially when the King of Otter told Sailor that if Savin hadn't stopped him in time in the first place, maybe it will be a time to go down with Beria, Dark Shadow Mage. This enemy's data was still brought back by Monbiotics at the time. Hakutoji looked into the future and spoke, while there are Otter brothers in another universe, it's not us either. Well, Dark Shadow Mages can summon monsters and cosmic beings, and it will collect the fear in people's hearts and increase its own power. Future nodded and spoke, saying that, if anything, if it's on this Earth, he shouldn't have collected any less fear emotions than he did in that previous world. Su Ming was also silent for a long time after hearing this. Future analyzed it very well. This world has been invaded by monsters for so long, can there be any less fear? However, the main thing at the moment was to find out exactly where the Dark Shadow Mage was. This guy is so goddamn unpredictable, there's no telling where people are. Lord Su Ming, may I come in? Just then, there was a knock on the door of the room, and the voice of Blue Eagle came. Blue Eagle, come in. Su Ming was slightly stunned and spoke. I expected to see Blue Eagle last night, but I didn't find him until today. Su Ming thought Blue Eagle had died heroically during the year. Lord Su Ming, I was supposed to come over last night, but it was delayed because something happened on the road. Blue Eagle's face showed excitement when he saw Su Ming, and then he explained. It's okay. Su Ming smiled and said, it's good to still see you, to live hard. Understood. Blue Eagle was inexplicably a little touched in his heart when he heard Su Ming say this. Wait. Just then, the Star Core came up to them, placing his hand on Blue Eagle's forehead. He then sent out his Otter Nimble. Suddenly, a dark purple-black aura surged from the top of Blue Eagle's head and quickly floated out the window. What's that? Sailor saw this and was about to go and block the black aura but he was stopped by a handful of Star Core. Your name is Blue Eagle? The Star Troop looked at Blue Eagle, their brows slightly furrowed as they opened their mouths to ask. Right. Blue Eagle looked at the star clusters with a blank stare and nodded. Facing a crowd of Ultraman bigwigs, Blue Eagle didn't dare to talk nonsense at all. Have you encountered anything strange lately? The Star Core continued to ask. Strange thing, said Blue Eagle, after scratching his head and thinking back carefully. Nothing else? Except that within this year lately I have been searching for Lord Su Ming's trail there in the Himalayas. I have nightmares every night, and because of that, I came back after a good rest. Nightmares every night. The Star Core listened and pondered. Blue Eagle, you don't have to go looking for me if I disappear again in the future. Su Ming didn't realize that Blue Eagle had just come from the Himalayas there, and then said to him with a straight face. But, no buts. Ming, understand. Su Ming, have you noticed that the black gas drilling out of Blue Eagle's head looks familiar? At this moment, Future tapped Su Ming's shoulder and asked him. Well, I can see that. Su Ming nodded. It seems that the fear generated by the Blue Eagle was taken away. Nightmares every night. The Dark Shadow Mage actually relied on this to create fear in humans. Fear by day because of monster invasions. Fear by night because of nightmares. The Dark Shadow Mage has been absorbing fear emotions day and night, and his strength should have grown to a certain level by now. Looking to the sky, the star cluster made a decision that set out now. Make sure to wipe him out first before he gets any stronger. Yes, the crowd nodded, and then, under Blue Eagle's astonished gaze, one by one, with the exception of Hyoga Hideki, they took out their transformers, and then the light shone out in this room. A stream of light rushed out of the Kyoto survivor base. Where had Blue Eagle seen this scene before? His face was full of confusion. After waiting for a long time, Blue Eagle calmed his excitement and looked at Su Ming and asked, Lord Su Ming, aren't you going? Me? Su Ming smiled and said, I can't go. Just then, a stream of light suddenly flew back from the window and entered Su Ming's body. Then, on Su Ming's wrist, the Monbiotic's breath appeared. Fight together. Mobius' voice came from his mind, and a smile gradually appeared on Su Ming's face. Mobius, the other hand rubbed across the crystal red orb of Monbiome's breath, and at Su Ming's yellow, the light of the infinite symbol infinity flashed out, and then, Su Ming turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the window. Blue Eagle looked stunned, then reacted. Lord Su Ming can even transform like this? A host of Ultraman flew through the sky, and at the forefront, was Psi-1 Ultraman. Making contact with the black gas, Severin was able to see the route it was traveling with his outer nimbus. If you find the endpoint, you will be able to find where the enemy is. End of chapter. Chapter 139, The Source of Ultraman's Power. Chapter 139, The Source of Ultraman's Power. The route of the flight is not a simple one. First, he circled around the capital city survivor base 3 times, causing the crowd to gather and watch. Keep praying on the ground. Then it flew straight east again, and the crowd had to follow the route that. But I didn't realize it circled the globe. Brother Savan, is this Black Oregon? No sooner had Mobius asked the question than he saw that the darkness in the sky was growing. One dark purple energy after another converged from all over the world. It coalesced toward the middle of the sky. Accompanying these energies as they converged over was a monster soul that flew up from the ground. Brothers, quick, destroy these souls. Mobius had seen the Kiga Chimera. Naturally, I know why these souls are coalescing up there. Hearing Mobius' words, the crowd hurriedly dispersed into action, rushing towards one revealed monster soul after another. These monster souls are extremely fragile until they coalesce into one. The Ultramen were quickly wiped out for the most part, and Monbiotics, at Su Ming's suggestion, it directly rushed towards the cohesive mass of dark purple energy in the sky. What to do with this? Mobius froze for just a moment, then put his hands in the shape of a cross and unleashed the dream beam rays at the dark purple mass of energy. But this mere ray of light, like a stone sinking into the sea, engulfed in a vast ocean of energy. The Ultramen who had finished destroying the souls of the many monsters also assembled and unleashed their mandatory kills one after another. This time, it wore down the mass of energy a lot. However, it only wore it down a bit, and was not able to completely eliminate it. That's a lot of negativity to absorb. Ace Ultraman saw this and couldn't help but say, with so many rays of light failing to solve the problem, the only next method is to fight directly. The monster souls have been destroyed by us in great numbers, but still, some of it is incorporated into this energy mass. Jack looked at the energy mass with some concern. I saw the souls that were integrated into it in much greater numbers than the previous Kiga Chimera. Mobius also looked at the energy mass in front of him and said worriedly, this opponent, it's going to be stronger than the last one, and it's only a monster coalesced by a dark shadow mage, not the dark shadow mage himself. Su Ming added and said, I only saw the dark purple energy mass in front of me getting bigger and bigger. Finally, as in the world of Super Ultra Otter 8 Brothers, an immense and unimaginable monster appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In addition to its unusually large size, this monster has 5 heads, at the top each stretched out and wiggled. They are Golzon, King Airy, King Blake, Gold Wrath, and Hilbegon. Unlike the Kiga Chimera, except for the 8 heads of the parts of the body are covered with mechanical metal, and the legs look like Kinko bridges, while its chest, instead, it's the big eye from Garn's Q. Beneath the eyes was the devouring maw of Behemoth's stomach. The tail is generalized with the Kiga Chimera, the 2 heads of the Ponton. It really looks like it's going to be bigger than the Kiga Chimera, Mobius muttered, looking at the massive beast in front of him and froze in disbelief. Mobius, this isn't like you. At that moment, Sailor's hand clapped Monbiotics on the shoulder and said, Belial merged with the... Isn't the monster called Bellatora by the King of Otters old man stronger than this? It's still not solved as it is. I wasn't scared, just a little surprised, Mobius said to Sailor with a smirk. But then again, this monster isn't really the same thing when it comes to comparing it to Bellatora. That's a 100-body monster. Much more than that. Okay, then, let's go. The Ultramen charged at the giant monster. Everyone found their respective targets to deal with and attacked. Monbiotics, turn right on the last form you acquired. Annihilate this guy in one fell swoop, Su Ming said from within Monbiotics. Otherwise, we're fighting above the capital city survivor base right now. Below the battlefield was none other than the capital city survivor base. At this point, the crowd inside the survivor base looked at the immense and incomparable beast in the sky in horror. A monster dozens of times bigger than Ultraman. What is this horror? People kept talking on the ground with fear in their eyes. Can the Ultras really win against this monster? We've lasted this long. Will we? Can't win at all. It's so big. A voice was raised among the people, most of them in fear of the beast, and the dashed hopes of the heart. The crowd hadn't seen a bigger monster than this one since the monster invasion. This is by far the biggest, most terrifying monster to appear in people's eyes. Ultraman can win. A voice rang out from amongst the crowd that it was Blue Eagle who hurried into the crowd. No matter how powerful the opponent, Ultraman can win. No way. Different opponent this time. What makes you think Ultraman will win? The man of despair in his heart issued a question to Blue Eagle. Because you should have studied subjects related to Ultraman as well, right? When have you ever seen Ultraman lose? Blue Eagle said rhetorically. The man froze slightly, then thought back carefully. After a long time, he spoke in a broken voice. Well, like there really isn't one? Poof. A quick smile appeared on Blue Eagle's face. There's no way Ultraman can lose, because Ultraman has never had a history of losing battles. Just then, a path automatically parted among the crowd and then Director Jingzai appeared in the crowd's view under the escort of many warriors. With a kind and optimistic smile on his face, Jingzai first looked at the battle being fought by the Ultramen in the sky and then to the crowd. Then said, Blue Eagle is right. Ultramen can't lose, because, as we have always believed, Ultraman can be victorious. Looking towards the people in front of him who were still a bit confused, Jingzai opened his mouth with an uplifted look. At this point, hearts need to be rescued from fear. Doesn't the studies video show scenes like this all the time? Now how are we not experiencing the plot in the movie and television? Jingzai paused and spoke. Since monsters have appeared in this world, Ultraman will also show up to save us. We should believe in Ultraman and the light. Just like in the movies and TV, people's faith is Ultraman's greatest strength. This is the power of the mind alone. End of chapter. Chapter 140, How to Turn on the Mouthful of Light. Chapter 140, How to Turn on the Mouthful of Light. Jingzai had always believed that since the world had monsters and Ultraman, then mind-only forces should relatively exist in this world as well. The so-called only mind, as long as the universe exists, are changed by the mind. As long as the faith in your heart is extremely strong, you can change everything. Turn the tide of battle. The battlefield in the sky was extremely intense. The Otter brothers follow the principle of weakening before amplifying. Keep cutting down on the body parts of this giant monster, like the horns of one monstrous head, or a few outstrikes sticking out of nowhere, or maybe some gunports that fire attacks. In short, wherever the threat was felt to be high, the crowd focused their attacks on it. When Mobius heard Su Ming's words, he directly transformed into plasma flame form. The name of this form, given by Mobius himself, is said to sound superior. Lights and flames burst out from within Monbiotics, and the patterns on the surface of his body changed. The Mombian lightsaber in his hand was giganticized into 1,000 feet under the light's empowerment, directly stabbing through the sky. A sword chopped at this huge monster. The Ultramen, who were attacking various parts of the monster, were startled by there was a flurry of movement away from the giant monster, only to see that under Monbiotics' chop, the monster's huge body was split in half on the spot. But instead of dying there, it became two monsters, one with 3 heads. Even the 2 heads of the Ponton Link at the end were split in half. Mobius, what kind of move are you doing? Terra looked over at Monbiotics, puzzled. I don't remember teaching Monbiotics this trick in the first place either. I don't know. I just converged my power on the Monbiome lightsaber, and then the sword became this big. Monbiotics was also confused. To be honest, this move was still something Su Ming had told himself to try. I didn't expect it to work. I seem to remember Max having that ability. Severn flew over too. Surveying Mobius changed new form, he said to the crowd. He can also make his sword gigantic. Old uncles, what are you doing? Get on with it. Cyrus, however, was at his most sensible at this point, bracing himself for the giant monster to be cut in half, quickly unleashing his strongest must-hit, the plasma spark slash. The crowd of Ultramen also reacted to Sailor's shout, quickly gathering their light and released with it. 2 explosions rang out one after the other, and the 2 halves of the giant monster's body put up resistance, though responded by releasing the light, but failed to succeed against the wave. The sky is ablaze with fire. The people on the ground first saw a giant lightsaber split the monster into 2 halves, and then they all cheered when they saw a violent explosion from the monster that was split into 2 halves. The smile on Jingzai's face spread out even more. His words were confirmed, that no matter how powerful, how fearsome a monster, Ultraman was able to win and destroy them all. The light will prevail. See, no matter what, Ultraman will win. Blue Eagle even shouted out directly, for he knew that in addition to being Mobius Ultraman, he is also Lord Su Ming. The crowd cheered, with Ultraman in the sky taking in all the action. However, instead of celebrating, the Ultramen became more alert, because next is the most important, the most crucial battle, Dark Shadow Mage. Attention everyone, as Su Ming's words fell, an eerie laughter resounded in the ears of the crowd. Fear it, haha, fear it. Sooner or later, humans will perish in the darkness. All will die in fear. A ghostly and evil voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, not just the Ultraman crowd, but the crowd at the survivor base on the ground, and congregations around the world. The Dark Temple. The Black Crystals are talking to the Methyllistines about something, but suddenly a voice played out in the void. Fear it, ha ha, fear it, Black Crystals, Methyllistines. Is the Dark Shadow Mage out of his mind? The Mephilusion couldn't help but spit out. It's nice to terrorize the humans, but they're even terrorizing us. He really doesn't have a brain. To use common sense in cosmobiology. The black crystal was silent for a moment, then lit up and said in a low voice, "This fellow dares to provoke our dark divine hall. My lord, I'll go and finish him off." Dark Scallion listened and then headed for the temple gates, but the dark crystal called out directly to him, "Dark Cyclops, you're no match for him." "I don't know," the black crystal said without hesitating to strike. "What's more, there's no need for you to do anything. Someone else will take care of him for us." "You mean Ultraman, my lord?" Dark Scallion said with a disdainful tone that, "They can't always handle dark shadow mages. Anyway, we'll just sit back and reap the benefits." People's ears rang with the intimidating voice of the dark shadow mage. Implanting fear in people's minds creates more negative energy. What's that sound? It's horrible. It's horrible. What is it? There's something about it that gives me the creeps. People keep looking around. Only some purple mist people wearing black robes appeared above some buildings, gazing at this place silently and letting out eerie laughter. Then, countless negative energies converged from all over the world. And, one by one, the black-robed purple mist people rushed into the sky and coalesced into a huge body. He showed up, looking at the giant dark shadow mage in front of him with his feet on the ground and his head in the sky. The crowd of ultras couldn't help but be a little surprised. The dark shadow mage in front of me, absorbing all the negative energy of fear in this world. The body size has grown to the point where the feet are on the ground and the head can reach the sky. I said, "I don't know if it's a mistake or not." Mobius and Su Ming noticed that the dark shadow mage's gaze seemed to be directed towards himself. "I will destroy the Ultraman in every parallel universe and plunge the world into darkness." Could it be a dark shadow mage from that world? Monbiotics and Su Ming reacted with the same thought in their minds. "I can't believe I didn't completely destroy him at that time. This time, it's not so easy to mouth off the light." Staring tightly at the dark shadow mage, Su Ming and Monbiotics clenched their fists. If Daegu was there, it should still be relatively easy to open a mouthful of light energy. It was indeed a bit difficult to ask Su Ming to open it again now. End of chapter. Chapter 141, Songs with Miracles in Them. Chapter 141, Songs with Miracles in Them. It was unexpected and reasonable that the giant monster could be killed by Monbiotics with a single sword. After all, the beast was a suture monster, and huge as huge does. Max Ultraman has also killed a giant-sized million basilisk with a single sword, and Mobius, enhanced by Plasma Spark, is able to do the same. But the Dark Shadow Mage is different, and a Dark Shadow Mage who absorbed the negative emotional energy of the entire planet. Moreover, this move could only be performed once, and there was clearly not enough energy to use it a second time. "Mobius, how did you defeat the Dark Shadow Mage back in the other world?" Primordial Ultraman levitated to the side and asked Monbiotics. At that time, because of the words of Su Ming and Daegu, a shining light emanated from all. Mobius recalled. When the crowd heard this, they knew that the original path was not going to work to solve the Dark Shadow Mage. It still has to be crushed through by outright strength. The opponent was in a state of void and mist, so the crowd could only use light attacks. First the assembly released the light once, and it blasted right on top of the Dark Shadow Mage's huge body, but it only eliminated some of the purple mist that. It didn't do substantial damage to the Dark Shadow Mage. The Dark Shadow Mage brayed out a laugh, not giving a damn about the Ultraman's attacks. "Steady." Suddenly, Su Ming said inside Monbiotics. "What stabilized?" With a confused look on his face, Mobius asked Su Ming. "Dark Shadow Mage, dead." Su Ming continued. "Ha!" As the large force separated out, Mobius charged at the head of the Dark Shadow Mage. Generally speaking, people who can, laugh won't live for more than 2 episodes. Su Ming said. "So steady this time. There's more of that?" Not taking what Su Ming said seriously, Monbiotics swished and slashed the Dream Beam lightsaber into the Dark Shadow Mage's face. The blade of light swung out, dispersing a purple mist but failing to damage the Dark Shadow Mage. The various Ultramans have pulled out all the stops, but it's a real problem to face this kind of opponent with a ghost nature. Specium rays, cluster rays, metallium rays, stellium rays, mumbim rays. A ray of light attacked at different parts of the Dark Shadow Mage from different directions. And yet, it couldn't even hurt the other side half as much. Explosions rang out one after another, burning through the purple mist and bringing up rolling black smoke. The Dark Shadow Mage swatted at the Ultras with a large hand. Despite his size, the Dark Shadow Mage's speed of movement speed is not slow, slapping one of the Ultras out of the way with swiftness. Even Cyrus was slapped to the ground by it, crashing into a large crater. "Damnable guy. Tough to deal with indeed." Getting up from the ground, Cyrus said as he patted the dirt and dust on his body. This can be considered the first time since Sailor's debut to suffer defeat. All things are born together. Just because Cyrus was tapped by the Dark Shadow Mage doesn't mean the guy is going to be better than Belial. It's not unlikely that Belial will be able to deal with the Dark Shadow Mage in some special way once he gets here. Let's just say that one thing leads to another. Sailor was able to beat Beria easily, but there's nothing effective against Dark Shadow Mages. Unless, it's possible to turn on this form of Cookie Sailor. Su Ming, do you have any methods that will allow us to re-enter that state at that time? Mombius's plasma flame form was broken up and transformed back to its original form on the spot, falling heavily to the ground. Mombius was clearly not happy. To think how easy it was to deal with the Dark Shadow Mage, but now he had to suffer the ravages of his opponent. Before Su Ming could reply, the Dark Shadow Mage stomped on the grounded Ultraman again. The crowd reacted quickly and quickly flew towards the sky to avoid the heavy stomp. At once, a sinkhole footprint appeared on the ground. I can't help it. Su Ming looked at the huge body of the Dark Shadow Mage, and his heart was all helpless. If he could turn on Shine, he would have done it already. Why wait for Monbiotics to say it? Not good. The Ultras seemed to be in danger. The people at the survivor base couldn't help but say nervously when they saw this scene. This guy is so big, even Ultraman would have a hard time dealing with him. I remember having learned in my textbook that this guy is called the Evil Heart King, the Dark Shadow Mage. Yes, he got so strong by absorbing the negative energy of fear. No wonder. Our world has been invaded by monsters for so long. There is definitely a lot of negative fear energy. Superintendent Blue Eagle came to Jinza's side and offered, "We humans, it should help too." "You're right," Kajikawa nodded, slightly contemplative. "Do you have any ideas?" "There is a way, but I don't know if it will work." Blue Eagle looked a little torn between. Opening his mouth, he said, "I'm afraid this is going to be a bad idea if we don't get it right." "What way?" Jinza froze and looked to Blue Eagle and asked. "Doesn't the Dark Shadow Mage thrive on absorbing negative fear energy?" "Then, get people's emotions up, aka brave words," Blue Eagle said in reply to Jinza. "You have a point." Jinza nodded, and then instructed to aside. Notify the major survivor bases and use the survivor base radio to play songs that fill the air with positive emotions." "Understood." In the sky, the Ultramen are gathering to prepare for another battle. Just then, a song suddenly played from the survivor base below. Su Ming was slightly stunned, and when he heard this song, his heart surged inexplicably. "What is this song? Why does it make you all excited to hear it?" "I think so," Mombius and Sailor said after hearing the song. As the song progressed, the people at the survivor base joined in a chorus of, "How can we stand still when a new storm has emerged? Traveling through time and space, doing my best, I will come to you." Cyrus shook his fist and looked to the Dark Shadow Mage and said, "I feel that the body is inexplicably ablaze with Me too." With a bang, Mombius exploded back into plasma blaze form, and the purple mist that partially covered the Dark Shadow Mage's body. Instead, it was eroded by some particles of light that drifted upward and faded away. "Very well, it's time for the showdown," Su Ming said in an uplifting manner as he saw the scene. "The power of mankind. It is infinite." As the words fell, a golden glow emanated from Mombius' body, and then the golden light of each Ultraman's body rose to the sky, illuminating the darkness that had been suppressed in the sky for so long. End of chapter. Chapter 142, The Protection Mechanism of the Warriors of the Land of Light. Chapter 142, The Protection Mechanism of the Warriors of the Land of Light. Superintendent. We seem to have actually made a difference," Blue Eagle shouted excitedly as he saw the Ultramen in the sky suddenly come together and burst into golden light. Superintendent Jinza, however, was smiling, nodding his head constantly to Blue Eagle. The mouths were still singing the song with the crowd that contained the miracle. "Damn, miracles really can come out of miracles." Su Ming laughed and cursed inside Monbiotics. And with that, unleashed the mandatory kills with the Ultras. The Dark Shadow Mage clearly froze for a moment. Seeing the golden light emanating from the body of each and every Ultraman in front of him, his heart was full of disbelief. "How can I seem to look at the humans on the ground before the Dark Shadow Mage realized that what exactly is it that makes the Ultras so wrapped up in light? Damn humans!" Stepping out on his giant feet, the Dark Shadow Mage stomped toward the capital city survivor base. However, a golden figure in the sky would not sit idly by. Directly, the mandatory light shifted its direction and shot towards the Dark Shadow Mage's leg. With a loud boom, the Dark Shadow Mage's leg dissipated on the spot in the glow of the golden light explosion. Having first eliminated one of their opponent's legs, the Ultras shifted their target once again. Releasing light rays towards the Dark Shadow Mage's chest, he attacked. Boom! Under the power of the shining light, the Dark Shadow Mage could not resist at all. The purple mist on his body quickly dissolved as if it had met a natural enemy. The body of Tong Tian Zhaodi kept getting smaller and smaller under the bombardment of golden rays. Getting smaller and smaller. Eventually, it exploded in the sky with a clatter, and starbursts of fire filled the sky. It dissipated away with the wind, and the sky, which was originally covered in black and purple mist, returned to a clear sky. The oppressive clouds of darkness dispersed on their own after the demise of the Dark Shadow Mage as well. No one has discovered where these clouds come from or where they go, because what remains is only a turquoise blue sky and bright sunshine. The Ultras hovered in the sky for a long time. Each one of them exerted a greater or lesser amount of outer nimbus searching for the presence of any residual negative energy from the Dark Shadow Mage. An opponent like this one, who is inherently elusive and difficult to confirm the location of the body, it's better to be careful. This time, Su Ming and Manbiotics didn't hear the Dark Shadow Mage leave behind harsh words as he exploded. It does look like it was completely wiped out. Over Mount Everest, in the universe beyond Earth, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the vortex that existed in the Dark God's temple. A special energy is drawn from the Earth. The power of darkness was drawn away from the Earth by this suction, and the source of a stream of them drilled into the vortex. It's better to be wise, my lord. In the middle of the temple, the Mephilistines absorbed the dark power that swam through this space, said with great joy. The dark power of the Dark Shadow Mage is quite delicious. A vortex appeared in the hands of Dark Lopez Cyrus, inhaling these dark forces continuously into his body, filling it up. These are only a small portion of the dark forces, the vast majority of the darkness that wanders through the pantheon. It all went into the black crystals. Guys who don't know how to die. In the end they still become our rations. The black crystals said with a mocking tone as they kept drawing in energy. Sit back and watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits again. The Mephilusian said, patting himself on the back. This is something we could not have thought of, and only you, my lord, could have thought of this. When we're done devouring the Dark Shadow Mage's energy, we'll just strike, wipe out all those ultras. Dark Lopscallion said as he absorbed the energy while pointing beyond the temple. Be at ease, the black crystal vocalized, the kingdom of light, and that's all the ultras that have come out. The stronger ones, but they haven't come out yet. But my lord, they've just finished tackling the Dark Shadow Mage. They must be physically exhausted right now. I'm sorry, Dark Lopscallion retorted with some urgency. Cyclops, calm down. The Mephilusian looked to Dark Lopez Cyclo. Your Excellency has his own judgment. With our current power, we can't fight against the entire Kingdom of Light. But if that's all the Ultramans coming from the Land of Light, then we've missed the opportunity of 1,000,000 years. Still not giving up, Dark Lopscallion said to the Mephilusian. And what if it isn't? The Mephilusian said rhetorically. Steady on, Dark Cyclops. At that moment, the black crystals glowed faintly and, absorbing all the dark energy, he said to Dark Lopscallion, my strength, 1 in 10, is, the day I recover, I'll have no fear of the Kingdom of Light either. The Ultramen returned to the middle of the capital's headquarters and did not head to the survivor base. Jingza and Blue Eagle also returned to the headquarters, constantly thanking the Ultramen. Mombius also left Xiao Ming and transformed back into Hibino Mirai. Coming to this earth to fight makes it very energizing indeed. Sailor patted Su Ming's shoulder and said to Su Ming. This made Su Ming feel a bit puzzled. It was a pleasure to fight with you and I look forward to our meeting again. Future also looked at Su Ming and spoke with a smile. No mistake, right? Su Ming reacted and looked at the crowd. You guys are leaving? That's right. Hey 8 stepped forward and nodded to Su Ming. However, we'll be back again. Listen to Manbiotis. There are other threats to the world. There isn't just one Dark Shadow Mage. That's not the question. The question is, why are you leaving now? With a puzzled look on his face, Su Ming asked the crowd. Because this is a different time. Future opened his mouth and explained. A world where Ultraman and monsters didn't exist. We warriors of the Kingdom of Light don't stay here for long. It's as if I returned to the original world on my own accord after defeating the Dark Shadow Mage in the other world in the first place. Su Ming listened to Manbiotics and froze slightly before he thought back. When Mombius and the Otter brothers took care of the Dark Shadow Mage, after saying goodbye to the crowd, he disappeared. The world of the Ultra Otter 8 and the real world in general, both Ultraman and Monster originally existed only in movies and television. I didn't realize that this was the protection mechanism of the Land of Light's Ultraman. As for why the Ultra Otter brothers of the Ultra Otter 8 world are okay, perhaps it's because they're the product of a mind-only force, not the Kingdom of Light itself. It's okay, gentlemen, we'll be back again. Seeing that Su Ming and Jing Zhe both looked dismayed, the Star Core spoke. Hikari can open the temporal rift. We should be able to meet again soon. End of chapter. Chapter 143, Lord Su Ming. How about a transformation? Chapter 143, Lord Su Ming. How about a transformation? The people in front of him, including Hei-8 Susumu, disappeared within the light as they waved goodbye. All that was left behind was an empty room. Leaving so suddenly made Su Ming feel a sense of crisis inside. This protection mechanism is still a real pitfall. Sigh. Su Ming shook his head and said, once the Otter brothers leave, they are left alone again to face this post-apocalyptic world where monsters are invading. Most importantly, one can no longer transform. If there was a crisis, it would really be a call to arms. Lord Su Ming, Kajikawa wasn't disappointed to see the Ultramen disappear. Though, the Otter brothers said they'd be back. I know, but I can't transform anymore. If anything, I'm afraid it's hard to cope. Su Ming told Jingzai what he was worried about in his mind. It's okay, Lord Su Ming. Kajikawa beamed and looked at Su Ming. Please believe that the power of our humanity. The power of humanity. Su Ming was slightly stunned when he heard these words, and then a smile appeared on his face as well. Indeed, it was the humans who were able to defeat the Dark Shadow Mage this time. A song, Miracle Repeat, turned the miracle on, filling the crowd of Ottomans with light. The possesses enough power to fight the Dark Shadow Mage. If I play one more song, will I be able to transform? Thinking about this, Su Ming wasn't so annoyed. We humans also have technology and our own power to fight monsters. Jingza continued. Besides, didn't the Otter brothers say they'd be back again? Well, I hope they come back with more people. Su Ming nodded and looked out the window. If the Otter brothers come back then, and move the whole of the land of light over here, this apocalypse should be lifted. Of course, this is just Su Ming's illusion. Cosmic Police will send more Ultramen here at most. After all, the Ultraman brothers have seen how hard this world is to handle. Just then, the sky outside the window, which had originally returned to clear, darkened once again. An alarm sounded throughout the entire headquarters base, causing Su Ming and Jingzai to look at each other before leave the room in a hurry. On the high platform, Su Ming looked at the sky that was once again plunged into darkness and his brows tightened. Could it be that the Dark Shadow Mage was not completely wiped out? Jingzai looked towards the sky and couldn't help but say in confusion. No. Su Ming shook his head and said, although he was no longer able to transform, Su Ming had personally experienced 2 battles with Dark Shadow Mages. Regarding the dark purple mist on the Dark Shadow Mage's body, Su Ming was still able to distinguish it. Compared to the darkness laid down by the Dark Shadow Mage, the darkness that now covered the sky, be more terrible, and more intense, and more evil. What is more evil than the King of Evil Hearts? Su Ming muttered, looking at the lightning and thundering sky and said. Just then, Jingz's communicator suddenly received a message. Superintendent, it's not good. The darkness has fallen again. This outbreak of darkness landed on a small island in the South Pacific. The Westland survivor base has been engulfed in darkness. Lord Su Ming, I'll have to excuse myself for a moment. If there's anything, order Blue Eagle directly. Jingza heard the report and turned to Su Ming, then left the high platform. Yes, as he watched Jingzai go away, Su Ming's fists couldn't help but clench up. It's really not a good time for the Otter brothers to go. If only they could have stayed a little longer. The mandatory return to town is a real bummer. Taking one step towards the headquarters, Su Ming felt that he should do something now. Darkness has fallen. The world needs light. It needs the giant of light. It needs Ultraman. Blue Eagle came to Su Ming's side under Jingzai's order and waited for Su Ming to give orders. The current situation was naturally very urgent, and apart from Su Ming and Jingzai, only Blue Eagle knew that Ultraman had left the world. Looking out the window into the darkness, Blue Eagle was nervous but didn't dare to show it. Blue Eagle. Just then, Su Ming spoke. Subordinate. Blue Eagle immediately responded to Su Ming and said, can you enter the underground research room? Su Ming looked at Blue Eagle and opened his mouth to ask. Yes, Blue Eagle replied with a nod. Lord Jingza has given his subordinate more authority too. It's all about access for your lordship. Good. Su Ming nodded and said, go, take me down. Understood. Led by Blue Eagle, Su Ming took the elevator heading to the underground laboratory. It soon reached the depths of the earth. In the midst of this nook of the experimental field, researchers never seemed to stop the experiments and studies in their hands. One was very anxiously busy, especially when the darkness was received to descend again. Ground-based analog waves are transmitting images back from the South Pacific. Soon we will be able to see the source of the darkness unleashed. A researcher looked at the screen, waiting in silence for the image to be transmitted. Su Ming glanced at it, and then he walked straight into the depths. Blue Eagle, take me to the area where the monstrous broken pieces are being studied. While walking, Su Ming said. Blue Eagle also knew his way around, leading Su Ming all the way forward and eventually stopping at the monster research area. This is it, Lord Su Ming. Blue Eagle pointed to one of the scientists that was busy. Introducing. This one researched the Guardi shield, the Gamara Ultra Vibrational Wave, the NDR, Wahakwa of the Jeton Barrier. After listening to Blue Eagle's introduction, Su Ming walked straight forward and, speaking to Dr. Hua Shui, he said, hello Dr. Hua, I'm Su Ming. Dr. Hua Shui, whose temples were slightly white, had been in the middle of a busy day when he heard Su Ming's words. He was about to refuse to speak, but suddenly paused and turned around. Su Ming? Yes, it's me. Su Ming nodded. In this place, should all scientists recognize themselves? After all, he himself was resurrected in the first place with the help of these scientists. Even, they have seen themselves when they were resurrected. Lord Su Ming, the other says you've regained your strength? Dr. Hua Shui sized Su Ming up for a moment, then said, why don't you change your body and show me, so I can study it? Su Ming slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to be so direct. Just call me Su Ming. If it weren't for you guys, I'm afraid I'd still be lying in a coffin. Ha ha. Hua Shui suddenly laughed for some reason and looked at Su Ming and said, everyone is used to it. Lord Su Ming, how about a transformation? Su Ming scratched his head awkwardly and spoke, it's not that I don't want to change, that's why I came to see you today. End of chapter. Chapter 144, Sagetsuki Mutiny. Chapter 144, Sagetsuki Mutiny. This whole thing? Hua Shui looked at Su Ming with suspicion. And, did it lose the ability to transform? That's right. Su Ming nodded and said, Dr. Hua, you're pretty accurate. So come to me to regain the ability to transform? Wahako continued to ask. Right. Su Ming said as he nodded once more. Darkness has descended once more and, if you can't transform, I'm afraid it's very difficult. This is why you can't transform? After hearing this, Hua Shui fumbled his chin and asked Su Ming, the ability to transform has been sealed by the King of Otter. Su Ming replied directly, Hua Shui, Lord Su Ming, do you think that I, a young scientist of 28 years old, it can help you unseal the King of Otter? Hua Shui paused and looked at Su Ming and said, ha? Su Ming's eyes widened as he once again surveyed Wahak's speckled gray hair and, 28? Dr. Hua is indeed 28, said a somewhat embarrassed Blue Eagle, dryly coughing twice to remind Su Ming. He said, but this, Su Ming stopped here and didn't say any more. After all, it wouldn't be polite to say any more. My hair is just gray too. Look there. Wahak couldn't help but smile, pointing to a bald scientist. Dr. 1. He's only 25 years old and has lost his hair into this look. Su Ming, so my hair is just turning gray, which is already considered better. I don't know. Wahak continued with a smile. Dr. Hua's ability to research the abilities of various monsters is already impressive. Blue Eagle, who spoke up from the sidelines, added, you get what you pay for with gray hair, don't you? Your boy is right. Nodding, Hua Shui looked at Blue Eagle and said, it wasn't really that hard to work out what the monsters could do. I was just inspired by watching some more videos of technological products in the Ultraman series. I'm working on the Victory God Lightstick from Trigger Ultraman right now. If we can develop it, we'll be able to use the power of monsters directly. Hua Shui said, coming over to the lab table and pointing to a piece of equipment. This device is not yet complete, and has many routes of different colors attached to it, and the mold looks that it does have some of the look of a Victory God Lightstick. Dr. Hua is still really strong. Su Ming did not expect that. It's amazing that the other side is looking to the video for inspiration to make a weapon. So, the seal of the King of Otter. I can't solve it underneath. Shaking his head, Hua Shui spoke, but one can try. How do I try? Su Ming asked, how about an electric shock to try? I've seen a lot of seals unlocked with electricity, Wahako suggested. Then, try it. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming sort of gave up. Soon, Su Ming was lying on a lab table. Wahak and Blue Eagle watched from the sidelines, also a bit nervous. This is Su Ming, after all, the only person on Earth who can turn into an Ultraman. Would have a hard time making a resurrection potion to revive him if he was just electrocuted. Kid, your name is Blue Eagle, isn't it? Before activating the electric shock, Hua Shui suddenly opened his mouth and said to Blue Eagle, that's right, under the name of Blue Eagle, a member of the original Hope Squad. Blue Eagle nodded, wondering why Wahak suddenly asked for his name. Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you knew the location of the undead magician. Rebuild. We can still try to salvage it if something goes wrong. Hua Shui opened his mouth. Blue Eagle, why don't we just forget about it? Lord Su Ming, coming to Su Ming's side, Blue Eagle spoke. After all, the undead magician had long since disappeared, and even if he knew where nor did he have the strength to take the crumbs from him. It's okay, Blue Eagle. Su Ming shook his head and turned his gaze to Hua Shui. Dr. Hua, start. Good, then I will lay down my life today. Dr. Hua said, and without any hesitation, he directly pressed a button on the side. Immediately, electric current flowed out from the experimental bed and passed into Su Ming's body. Su Ming only felt a numbness in his body, and then his hair all stood up. Soon enough, the onslaught of electricity stopped, and Su Ming, with Blue Eagle's assistance, was get off the lab bed. How is it, Lord Su Ming? Do you feel anything? Blue Eagle looked at Su Ming expectantly and opened his mouth to ask. Su Ming placed his hand on the heart area and closed his eyes, but nothing happened. Failed. Shaking his head, Su Ming said, if it weren't for the fact that his physique had been enhanced after his transformation, I'm afraid it's also hard to resist such a powerful current. Worthy of being Lord Su Ming, he was able to remain unharmed by such a strong current. Hua Shui, who was on the side, looked at Su Ming and couldn't help but open his mouth. Today is all about letting me grow my knowledge. If there's no other way, we'll take our leave. Su Ming sighed and pointed to the hair on his head that was still standing up until now and said, there really isn't much that can be done. Hua Shui said to Su Ming after thinking for a moment. However, after I've studied the Ultraman series for so long, generally after Ultraman's transformation abilities are sealed, all of them can be resealed by the power of only mind. You can try it, Lord Su Ming. Dr. Hua still knows about the mind-only power is worthy of being an excellent scientist. Su Ming nodded and spoke. I'll give it a try. The duo just left the underground lab. Looking at the entire lab, with so many scientists, Su Ming just found the most outstanding one. While other scientists could take a stab at it, time is running out, and Su Ming couldn't afford to toss one scientist after another. Ascending to the ground, Blue Eagle picked up on his comms a transmission from an analog wave on the ground that, it seems that it was the same scientist in the underground lab who had just succeeded. Only a rolling black mist, like a route in the sky, could be seen. It spreads from the universe to the middle of the South Pacific, where a small island had originally been located. It had been crushed underneath a huge black figure. The sea was churning and the island was no longer there. A red-eyed Zoga in the sky, scuttling about, chirping from its mouth, like celebrating the return of the dominatrix. The Dark Temple. My lord, the Zoga in the Monster Legion have all defected and flown to the southern hemisphere of the planet, the Mephalasian said with some urgency in the middle of the Great Hall. Zoga was supposed to be a mandatory inclusion in the Monster Legion. Now it's gone rogue again. The voice of the Black Crystal was unrelenting. The darkness there in the South Pacific. You know who it belongs to, don't you? My lord. Got it. The Mephalasian nodded and said to the Black Crystals that, ruler of darkness, the evil god Gatenjos. End of chapter. Chapter 145 Purpose. Songhua River. Chapter 145 Purpose. Songhua River. Zoga was meant to be the dark vanguard of Gatanger, and now Gatanger has appeared on Earth. It is natural to rebel against our forces. The tone of the Black Crystals didn't seem to care whether or not Zoga guns defected. My lord, I'll go and destroy all those traitors. Dark Lopscallion, impulsive as ever, clenched his fist at the Black Crystal. No need. It's not time for us to strike yet. The Black Crystal said calmly that, the Kingdom of Lightside hasn't made a move yet, and if they were able to take care of Gatanji, there would be no need for us to make a personal move. Gatangio is an evil god, but not a cosmic one. Instead, they look like monsters with little intelligence. The Mephalasian said with a hint of disdain in his tone. Do not be gullible. The Black Crystals emitted a faint shimmering light that, there aren't many guys who can plunge the entire planet into darkness. Not to mention, Gatangio has at least 10 million years to live. Understood. The Black Crystals waited for the Ultramen to step in and finish off Gatangio, and sit back and reap the benefits themselves. But the Black Crystals that reside deep in the Dark Temple don't know that the power of the Land of Light, as it is called, has left this world. Now there was only Su Ming left, who was so anxious that he couldn't transform. Cosmonauts can't go back to their original worlds through the time rift, but the Ultraman of the Land of Light was able to have his own unique way of getting out of here that no one in this world expected. The image transmitted back from the analog wave on the ground was Gatenjo's alright. Su Ming knew that this evil god, who was only capable of allowing darkness to engulf the earth, it must be the one that teleported back from the Dija world earlier. I just don't know why this guy is just showing up now. Calm down for a moment. At Su Ming's request, Blue Eagle played a video from the Ultraman series on the room's monitor, and with his memory, he found out one fragment of the only mind transformation. For example, one repairs the broken sailor glasses transforming into sailor. For example, Axel Ultraman was brought back with the memories of his teammates, such as the ending of Deja Ultraman where the children turned into light. Deja Altman. Su Ming fell into deep thought after watching the video of Deja defeating Gatangio with the light of humanity. There's still one more way to go, and I just don't know how to get there. On the Songhua River in the northeast, there was also a stone statue of Diga that had been teleported back from the Diga world resting quietly at the bottom of the river. If he could turn into light and enter the stone statue, he would still have a battle with Gatangio. In the past, when Su Ming couldn't turn into Ultraman yet, I once tried to enter the stone statue of Dilger with the so-called mind-only power, and it failed at that time. But now, Su Ming had already changed into the Giant of Light. Into over light. Maybe, give it another go. Blue Eagle. Looking toward Blue Eagle, Su Ming spoke resolutely. Depart, Lord Su Ming. Where are we going? Blue Eagle asked suspiciously. Northeast, Songhua River. Ha? Blue Eagle didn't know what Su Ming was going to do in the northeast Songhua River, but there's always the privilege granted by Kingser. Blue Eagle went straight to the armament base and asked for a flying shadow fighter. After such a long time, the Blue Eagle had long since learned how to fly the newer fighters. Carrying Su Ming, with stealth mode turned on, he flew off to the northeast. The flying shadow was indeed extremely fast, but it could only fly below the black clouds. These clouds of darkness closed off the entire planet, and there was no way to get up close and personal. Blue Eagle was gonna break right through the clouds to the top, but the idea was dispelled after seeing an eagle being struck alive by lightning after touching a black cloud. Anyway, unable to distinguish between day and night, Su Ming and Blue Eagle arrived at the Songhua River after the sky remained dark, the flying shadow stopped above the plains, and the Blue Eagle followed Su Ming. One step at a time, I walked to the edge of the Songhua River. Su Ming roughly observed that the location where the stone statue was found in the first place was not here. So, the two of them looked down the Pine River as they went. Little by little, time passes. Blue Eagle's comms showed the latest news. After the Sealand survivor base was engulfed in darkness, the Aussie City survivor base was also lost in darkness. The people in the two survivor bases have all lost contact. In addition, the Zoga swarms scattered and flew all over the world, striking at the major survivor bases. All survivor bases made defensive preparations, ready and waiting to fight Zoga. I don't know how long I've been walking. Even a well-trained elite warrior like Blue Eagle felt his feet get a little sore when Su Ming stopped. Lord Su Ming? Found what you were looking for? Blue Eagle froze slightly and looked at Su Ming in front of him and asked. Aha. Su Ming nodded and pointed one hand towards the center of the Songhua River in front of him. Look at that. Blue Eagle followed Su Ming's pointing and looked over. And where his eyes reached, it was a blank river surface. Nothing. Only a little black mist fell from the sky, floating thinly and scattered on the river. Nothing? Scratching his head, Blue Eagle said suspiciously. Yes, there is. Look again. Su Ming shook his head and said to Blue Eagle. Blue Eagle rubbed his eyes and looked once more into the center of the Pine River. Just as the surface of the Songhua River, which had been devoid of anything, changed, layers of white mist appeared out of nowhere on the Songhua River, which was flowing calmly. Layer by layer, these white mists rolled into a circle and took over the entire river. Blue Eagle was shocked, not expecting to see such a spectacle on the Songhua River. The thing is, obviously there was nothing there just now. I'll get in the water first, and if you're still good in the water, you can go ahead and check it out too. After Su Ming finished speaking, he took the clothes off his body, held his breath, and jumped directly into the Songhua River. With a much improved physique, Su Ming's swimming and resistance to pressure became easier. After swimming out for some distance in one breath, his head was exposed to the surface of the river again to take a deep breath and dive into the river again. Blue Eagle didn't stay on the bank, and when he saw Su Ming jumping into the river, he took off his clothes and also jumped into the Songhua River. As Su Ming swam all the way to the center of the river, Blue Eagle realized that he himself had entered the middle of the circle of white mist. Su Ming and Blue Eagle's heads peeked out of the river's surface for a moment to catch their breath, looking towards the pitch-black, unbelievably black clouds. Su Ming knew that now that the moonlight could no longer shine through the darkness, the stone statue of Dia lost its absorption of light. As opposed to absorbing the moonlight so little by little, it's best to just turn into light to revive the stone statue. Su Ming murmured, burrowed into the river and swam down towards the bottom. Blue Eagle followed in a daze, not realizing what was at the bottom of this river. However, the things Su Ming valued were naturally extremely important things. End of chapter. Chapter 146 Ancient Monstrous Dragon. Searching for the Rod of Divine Light. Chapter 146 Ancient Monstrous Dragon. Searching for the Rod of Divine Light. The cold river water washed over Su Ming and Blue Eagle's bodies, but the two did not retreat. Swim straight to the very bottom. Here, the huge stone statue of Dija lay quietly at the bottom of the river, and when Su Ming saw it between not really any different. When Blue Eagle saw the stone statue of Deja, he barely held his breath, and it was only because Su Ming held Blue Eagle's mouth and nose that he didn't let the water choke in. Wide-eyed in the water, the Blue Eagle kept pointing at the stone statue of Deja, and looking at Su Ming again. The expression seems to be excited. Su Ming nodded and swam to the chest of the stone statue, quietly caressing his heart, wanting to feel the light of the Jed that was already inside. However, by the time Su Ming couldn't really hold his breath, the miracle hadn't happened. Blue Eagle had been trying to wait until Su Ming managed to revive the stone statue, and both of his faces were suffocating red. Finally seeing Su Ming himself quickly rushing towards the river, Blue Eagle desperately threw water and swam up. Ha! Ha hoo! Ha hoo! Ha hoo! Ha hoo! The duo gasped for air under their breaths, taking quick, deep breaths at the surface of the river. Blue Eagle did not expect that Su Ming would fail, and thought that it would just succeed in turning into light directly. Su Ming also didn't expect that he, who had turned into Deja Ultraman, would still fail, not without some chagrin. Since they failed, the duo didn't stay in the middle of the river, but swam back to shore and, "Put your clothes back on, Lord Su Ming." Blue Eagle had wanted to give Su Ming advice, but realized that he didn't have any ideas at all. Su Ming pondered for a long time and returned to the flying shadow with Blue Eagle, opened up a flatbed of their own. Su Ming skimmed through the movies and TV shows related to Deja Ultraman. While crossing over a poster image, Su Ming stopped. This monster. The poster on the tablet is a picture of none other than Deja Ultraman stomping on an ancient dinosaur monster. This ancient dinosaur monster was not a Gulzan, but Su Ming found it quite familiar. Straight away, Su Ming consulted the information on this monster. Gen Demonoid, monster from Time Flight. Not much is said about this monster, as the guy only appears once in the show. That's quite a mouthful of a name. It's better to call it Dinosaur Monster, Su Ming said, thinking back to the original dinosaur monster he saw in the Himalayas. If memory serves, that monster looked exactly like this one on the poster. I may have an idea. Su Ming's mouth whispered to himself as the conjecture in his head continued to enlarge. Dinosaur monsters can be transported into this world, represented in the world of the prequel to Deja Ultraman, Ancient Resurrected Giant, where a temporal rift also occurs. The dinosaur monster, after all, only appears in this theatrical version. The monsters that appeared in the theatrical version, with the exception of this dinosaur, the other is the big boss, the earth puppet demon god Drakov. Of course, the ancient monstrous dragon that was destroyed by the human heroine at the beginning counts as one of them, and what Su Ming was looking for was this ancient monstrous dragon. On this dragon's body, in addition to a dark pheasant sword, perhaps there was also a divine artifact, the bronze divine light rod. Blue Eagle, is there any way to find this beast, or have you ever seen it? Su Ming said, the tablet on the ancient strange dragon page to show Blue Eagle. Blue Eagle frowned slightly, then thought back, to anyone else, they might not really know if they'd ever seen the beast, but not Blue Eagle. Blue Eagle often resided in the Himalayas after Su Ming disappeared, searching for traces of Su Ming, and the temporal rift on Mount Everest is the main channel for the monsters to appear. So basically, there are monsters that have appeared on Earth that Blue Eagle has seen. I think I saw it once, Blue Eagle said, nodding, thinking back. It was my first time living in the Himalayas and I had just finished building a cave. When I went out, a large summer dragon with a long, the monstrous beast with the body of a western dragon flew over my head. Now it seems to be this monster. Blue Eagle finished, looking at Su Ming. What's wrong with this beast? There is. The problem hits home. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face, pointing to the southwest. The Blue Eagle, target Himalayas. Understood. South Pacific. Gatangio had been flying slowly through the universe for over a year before returning to Earth. But, Gatangio realizes that the planet doesn't seem quite the same. Lului is gone. So, by the time Gatangio arrived in the waters of the South Pacific, then he just found a small island and stopped. With that, he began to unleash his own darkness, to plunge the Earth into darkness and dominate all mankind. No matter on which Earth, none of Gatangio's goals will change. Destroying this world is exactly what this evil god is going to do. Though Earth is different, Saga, the vanguard of darkness, still exists in this place. At the summons of Gatangii, countless Zogas flew here from all directions. This was followed by an attack on the major survivor bases. However, having been through a battle, and knowing that there may still be light on Earth, Gatangio, giants of light, understanding this, the Dark Dominator paid attention as he unleashed the darkness and, always ready to step in and take care of this potential enemy, Su Ming and Blue Eagle reached the Himalayas. The duo wore protective suits and hiked to the place where Su Ming had watched the monster Pegula lay her eggs in the first place. The monster eggs had just been laid by Pegula at the time. It was then eaten by one of those dinosaur monsters that burrowed out of the snow. Su Ming remembered that he seemed to have seen that dinosaur monster once more later on. The beast seemed to be running away at the time as well. However, Su Ming didn't come here looking for this dinosaur monster that only stole eggs and ate them to escape. Instead, it came in search of an ancient, strange dragon from the same time period as it. The Himalayas are so big, and there are countless monsters, not to mention the danger. I'm afraid it's going to be a difficult thing to find it. 2. Sighing, Su Ming kicked his foot on a large rock. Maybe the stone was too loose, or maybe Su Ming's strength became too great. That rock was kicked straight out. Then, beneath the stone, a hole was revealed. Curious, Blue Eagle shone his flashlight inside the hole and just one giant egg lay still inside. a low roar of a dinosaur sounded, and Su Ming and Blue Eagle froze slightly, then turned their heads. Only the dinosaur monster was standing silently behind the two of them, its eyes looking into the hole. The saliva dripped from his mouth. Su Ming and Blue Eagle reacted quickly and hurriedly ran in both directions, but after running for some distance, it was realized that the dinosaur monster didn't seem to be concerned about the two humans. Stopping in their tracks, the duo looked back and watched, only to see the dinosaur monster eating up the monster eggs in the hole. Just then, an angry roar rang out and the dinosaur monster that was eating the egg instantly reacted. End of chapter. Chapter 147 Deja Alone. Chapter 147 Deja Alone. The dinosaur monster has been on the run more times than I know how many times. How many monster eggs have you eaten to get that experience? Even the escape route looked like it had been set. Su Ming and Blue Eagle raised their heads to the sky, looking toward the place where the angry roar had come from. It was the ancient monstrous dragon that the duo was looking for. It seems that the dinosaur monster ate this guy's egg. Su Ming took a step and walked to the side of the Blue Eagle and opened his mouth. Since dinosaur monsters are active in this area, it's not surprising that the ancient monsters that teleported with it would show up here. There was still leftover egg fluid on the snow from the dinosaur monster, and only egg shells were left in the hole. The two monsters have what amounts to a same-world relationship, not a kindred spirit. It's not unusual that it would fight. Seeing that the two monsters were far away, Blue Eagle was about to ask Su Ming if he wanted to chase after them, while Su Ming leapt forward and jumped into the big hole full of eggshells. Is this Lord Su Ming wanting to taste the flavor of monster eggs? Blue Eagle froze slightly and looked at Su Ming. Instead, Su Ming kept rummaging through these broken eggshells and eventually found a sword. Dark Pheasant Sword. In the original The Ancient Resurrected Giant, that sword that the heroine recovered from the body of the ancient monstrous dragon, perhaps in passing when it's laying eggs or pooping. Then, Su Ming tossed the sword to the Blue Eagle above the hole for safekeeping, and then continued rummaging. The work was done, and with Su Ming's efforts, a short stick made of bronze. It was found among these broken eggshells and a few olives. Do not stick body a little dirty. Su Ming directly with the hand will be rubbed clean. With that, he climbed up into this big hole. Lord Su Ming? Blue Eagle had a puzzled look on his face as he looked at Su Ming, who was full of smiles. The stone statue, perhaps, can be revived. Su Ming smiled and displayed the bronze divine light rod in his hand as he opened his mouth. This is the divine light rod. Blue Eagle exclaimed out in shock. It's the bronze divine light rod. So that's what you're looking for, my lord. Excitement also appeared on Blue Eagle's face. Since Lord Su Ming had found the bronze divine light rod, it would be possible to revive the Deja stone statue. Even the Himalayan skies are dark. The black mist of Gatangia spreads around the world, and already some darkness has entered the area. Su Ming, holding the bronze divine light rod in his hand, also realized that he couldn't delay any longer. The threat that was Gatangi. It has to be worked out. Lord Su Ming, you change. Blue Eagle held the dark pheasant sword in his hand and looked at Su Ming. With a determined look on his face, he said, the world needs you. It's a bit of a middle-of-the-road line, but it's true. Su Ming smiled inside, nodding and said, now the world is really left to fight its own battles. Blue Eagle, pilot the flying shadow back to the capital headquarters and wait for my good news. Understood. Watching the Blue Eagle step down into the Himalayas, and seeing the flying shadow take off. Eventually, he disappeared stealthily into Su Ming's gaze. Su Ming then realized that if the transformation fails, you'll have to walk back to the capital. Damn. It has to work in order to not walk back to the capital. Holding the bronze divine light rod in his right hand, Su Ming followed Dagu's posture and, slapping his right wrist on his left wrist, he then raised the divine light rod with an enchanting twist of his waist. Pressing the rough bronze button, golden arcs of electricity blossomed violently from the bronze divine light rod, and then Su Ming closed his eyes tightly, only to feel that he sensed the Deja stone statue at the bottom of the Songhua River in the far northeast. On the Songhua River, at this moment the white mist was churning, and the white mist that had originally formed a circle formation looked like it had boiled over. It kept tumbling over the river. A dazzling burst of light erupted from the center of the river, and then this light violently rushed out of the river. It exploded countless water splashes and flew straight toward the southwest. Everyone in the survivor bases along the road gasped out in shock when they saw the scene. A ray of light unexpectedly appeared in the originally pitch-black sky, rushing straight to the southwest. It even cut a line through the darkness in the sky, revealing some starlight for the time being. Headquarters, Skyglow flying objects have been spotted at the Chengdu survivor base. Headquarters, Skyglow flying objects have been spotted at the Ningcheng survivor base. HQ, Xincheng survivor base has detected a Skyglow flying object. HQ, Skyglow flying object detected at Hidden Plains survivor base. A message traveled from the major survivor bases to the capital headquarters. The executives in the conference room who had just gotten the news of Ultraman's departure couldn't help but be surprised. Superintendent Jingza, this glow is. Looking at the images transmitted on the screen, some people voiced doubts that, in general, only Ultraman gives off that kind of glow. I don't know either. Jingza also shook his head in confusion and spoke. But it is a good thing that the light reappears when the darkness does. Is it not Ultraman? Some were still wondering what the glow really was, and another issued a guess. It could also be Transformers or Superman or something like that. Su Ming's body transformed into a ray of light after the bronze divine light rod blossomed into a golden arc of electricity. Then it merged with the huge mass of light that flew from the northeast. The sound of crystal bells ringing through the snow. Deja Ultraman's silver, purple, and red body was wrapped in light and hovered silently in the sky. Some of the monsters were attracted by the noise and found Deja. But Deja's goal was not these monsters that wandered into the mountains. Shifting direction Deja flew straight in the direction of the South Pacific. My lord, lights are appearing in the Himalayas. The Mephilusion hurried into the middle of the dark temple and reported to the black crystal. Oh, it's the forces of the land of light? The black crystal emitted a faint glow and said, no, it's the Deja Ottoman. The Mephilus alien reported. He showed up and headed for the South Pacific. Deja Ultraman. The black crystal was silent for some moments, and then said, it did appear on Earth before, so it's appeared again after such a long time. Yeah, the previous appearances of Gaia Ultraman, Aguju Ultraman and Dinah Ultraman. It hasn't reappeared until now, the Mephilusion said. They're probably hiding among the humans. It doesn't really matter. As long as Gauss Ultraman doesn't show up for a while, shouldn't be much of a threat to us. The black crystals lit up and spoke to the Mephilusion. This is a world where Sailor shows up, Dinah shows up. If Gauss also appears, then, I am afraid that the Dark Temple will have to shift its position. Did ya take care of Gatangia alone? At this point, the Mephilistines asked a most critical question. P.S. Third shift. This chapter is a bonus for the monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 148 The substitute is really comfortable. Chapter 148 The substitute is really comfortable. Whether or not Deja alone can take care of Gatangio, everyone doesn't know. Yet the people believed that the light that appeared in the sky would be able to overcome the darkness. Clattering down into the icy waters, he stepped on top of the island that had been crushed across by Gatangio. The churning waves splashed against Su Ming's thighs. I didn't realize that in the end, I would be the one to deal with you. Looking at the massive body and conch shell of the Gatangi in front of him, Su Ming could not help but laugh bitterly twice. In the world of Deja at least there's the duo of Daiko and Masaki who can fight together. In the real world, it's all about you. After the executives in the conference room at the headquarters in the capital city saw Deja Ultraman on the screen, not by a sudden realization, the light that swept through the sky was Deja. Deja who defeated Gatangio in the middle of the movie and television. Jingza looked down at the communication device in his hand, on which was a message conveyed by Blue Eagle. Lord Su Ming, transformed. Lord Su Ming has turned into Deja Ultraman. Jingza silently looked at the screen. Clench your fists. Gotta win. Stepping on the heavy waves, Su Ming rushed towards Gatangi. Gatangio, who had originally fought a battle on the other side of the world, after the year or so of, it has long since been restored as it was, and with the experience of the first fight, Gatangio scurried right out of the sea with countless strikes. It bounded towards Su Ming, and at the same time released a black mist that attacked Su Ming. However, Su Ming was fearless. Why? Because it's not even himself manipulating Deja's fighting body right now. Pinch hitting is really comfortable. Like it was lying within Deja's body acting as a source of light energy. Su Ming could only feel the seal of his heart loosening slightly, from which an unending stream of light energy flowed out, replenishing the energy consumed by Deja. That is, the heart isn't able to trigger the transformation anymore, though, but it acts as a rechargeable battery. Moreover, the stone statue of Deja had just been revived, and the residual consciousness of Deja's original body directly manipulated the fighting body. The autonomy fights against Gatangia. All that could be seen was Deja quickly swinging out a blade of light, cutting into the tentacles of Gatangio as they flew over. Continuous explosions of sparks crackled like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Can't stop. A streak of fire exploded from the tentacles of Gatangia, and those encroaching toward Deja's. All of them fell into the seawater amidst the cuts of the light blades. Gatangio didn't realize how much tougher his opponent had gotten after a year. While using the power of darkness to repair the fallen tentacles, Gatangio sprang out of the waters behind Deja with two huge pincers and slammed into Deja. Deja's quick reflexes, sensing danger behind him, turned around in a hurry and, one hand was in front of his body, but the power of the giant pincers of Gatangio was immense, and Deja, who had parried the attack of the giant pincers with his arms, he was directly knocked out and landed in the black mist released by Gatangi. There was another crackle, and sparks exploded in Deja's. These black mists were not just black mists, they also had a certain degree of aggressiveness. It was hard to break out of the black fog, and Deja's chest heaved slightly as he shook off the. It seemed to be a little hard to endure because the fighting body strength wasn't as strong. However, after catching his breath for a few moments, Deja crossed his arms over his forehead crystal and, with that, he slashed down to the left and right sides, and his body turned a silver and red color. Gatangio's giant pincers attacked again, and this time, Deja simply formed both hands into claws and one grasped one of the huge pincers, and as for the other, allowed it to strike at him. Taking just a slight step back, Deja steadied herself and, with that, his arms exerted a tremendous amount of force, and with a click, he bent the pincer that he was grasping with both hands. Feeling some of the pain, Gatangio made an elephantine hissing sound. With that, the massive body crumbled up and the waves churned and slammed into Deja's body, as the upturned huge wave fell over Deja's head, amidst a curtain of water. Only a ball of fiery red light coalesced, and then, after the water had completely fallen into the sea, revealing the form of Deja, the dilithium light stream fired out violently. The ball of light turned into a stream of light and was pushed out by Deja, blasting it right on top of Gatangio's body. An explosion boomed, and white smoke billowed out over the carapace of the Gatanja. And yet, it didn't do the necessary damage to it. With one unsuccessful strike, Deja took advantage of the stream of dilithium light to wash away the black mist, rushing through the waves towards Gatangio, then a quick punch to the side of Gatangio's head. Continuous power punches. It made even Gatangio feel a pain he hadn't felt in millions of years. Though only slightly damaged, the head was constantly being blasted and, it's a really hard thing to do. Unable to take it anymore, Gatangio let out an angry elephantine hiss and once again leaned back on the front half of his body. With that, the dark purple ball of light coalesced in front of his body, about to unleash a sure kill. Deja, be careful, that's a petrifying ray. Suming shouted in a hurry when he saw the situation inside Deja. Deja reacted quickly as well, with a quick downward stroke of his arms at the crystal of his forehead. It turned into a silver-purple aerial type within 0.5 seconds, a cartwheel into the air before the petrifying rays could be fired. Coming up behind Gatangio, a continuous barrage of punches, kicks, and blades of light attacked Gatangio, and in front of the dark purple petrified light fired straight ahead and hit a lonely spot, a few raindrops in the air. After coming into contact with the petrified light, it turned into small pieces of stone that fell into the seawater, and otherwise did not petrify anything. Deja darted into the air as a purple light, and then the light coalesced between his arms. Fires a continuous barrage of rampart light bombs at Gatangio. A light projectile attacked on Gatangio, snapping and exploding a few times. It sent Gatangio's into a rage again. The petrified rays didn't attack the opponent just fine, and they were constantly being attacked by the opponent. The attack was insignificant, but it did annoy Gatangio's. A black mist erupted out of his body, completely wrapping up Gatangio's body. Deja was on the outside and could only see the glowing red eyes of Gatangio, attacking again with rampart light bulb. Instead, Deja found his attack blocked from the thick black fog. Of course, it's not that the attack is completely ineffective, it's just that this light bomb can only disperse some of the black mist that, it's not possible to get a direct hit on Gatangio's body. That dispersed black mist was soon replenished in full again from the body of Gatangio. Wrapped the entire body. If the carapace on Gatangio is a top-tier physical defense, then these black mists are top-notch magical defense. End of chapter. Chapter 149, Enough Energy. Chapter 149, Enough Energy. That's a bit tricky. Although it wasn't Su Ming fighting in person, seeing fighting with the residual consciousness of Deja, even with such swiftness it was difficult to cause damage to Gatangio, and Su Ming knew that it would be even worse if he were to go on his own. Deja, don't be weak. In order to encourage Deja, Su Ming shouted from within his body. Look, can't run out of light. Skills at your disposal. Pointing to his chest, in Su Ming's heart area, a steady stream of light flowed out. Deja didn't know if he'd heard it or not, but he landed directly on the ground. Facing the black mist-wrapped Gatangio transformed back into a silver, purple and red composite. Both arms were held up in fists in front of the chest, and then opened. An intense glow emanated from Deja's timepiece and charged at Gatangio. The timer flash did succeed in dispersing the black mist from Gatangio's body. And it scattered to no end. Gatangio was also a bit baffled at the moment, not knowing what was going on. But now that his body was exposed again, Gatangio was no longer on the defensive. Instead, the offense was issued on all fronts. Hissing first, Gatangio called out to the Zoga swarms that were flying in the sky. As the vanguard of darkness, these large black birds charge at Deja with no desire to die. Deja's hands were quick, and he wrapped his arms around the neck of Zoga, who had rushed down for the first time. With that, he pinched the Saga's head, and then aimed it at the Saga that continued to swoop down in the sky. A fire-red light bomb was knocked out of Zoga's head by Dija, attacking towards the other Saga. The following Zogas that flew down were hit one by the light bullets, the weaker ones exploding on the spot, turned into broken pieces and fell into the sea. After the Zoga in his hand spat out no light bullets, it was flung by Deja in the direction of Gitanjiro. With that, both arms were directly in the shape of an L, releasing a simple version of the light that would just blow it away. As for the Zuga group in the sky, it continued to rush towards Diga, who had a flash of crystal on his forehead that, shifting to powerful on the spot, he then spread both arms wide and held a charging down Zuga in a tight hug. Extremely high heat from the body traveled within the two arms embracing Saga's body. Deja threw it back towards the Zoga group. Then, with a casual claw of the light projectile fired down from the mouths of the other Zuga, converting its energy into a ball of Dilahune light, Deja threw it on top of the body of Saga, who had thrown it back. Boom! A violent explosion arose in the air, a massive cloud of sparks engulfing a group of Zoga. Under Su Ming's shocked gaze, a group of Zuga were wiped out by Dija on the spot. It wasn't just Su Ming who was shocked. When the people in the conference room of the capital headquarters saw this scene, all shocked too. It's amazing how tough Diga Ultraman is, and the way he attacks and defends in such a fluid way, without a hint of procrastination. Even the Deja Ultraman in movies and TV. Isn't this powerful, right? Some voiced doubts amidst their surprise. Sometimes, reality may have to be differentiated from movies and TV too. Deputy Director Li Yuan sat beside Jingze and spoke. When Jingze thought that such a powerful Deja was being operated by Su Ming, it wasn't Su Ming who was operating. Su Ming was constantly learning inside Dija. Brain couldn't figure out how Deja was able to be so skillful and so easy to return the favor. Gitanjiro again extended his already restored tentacles towards Deja, who was in a powerful type of state that the action was slightly slowed down. This time but the tentacles managed to wrap around his arms and legs. But it's not a hard problem to solve. Under Deja's powerful hands, a tentacle was pulled and burst, cracking in two on the spot. The sparks kept coming out. Seeing those sparks, Su Ming even thought that Gitanji was a mechanical monster. But that's just a leaky manifestation of unstable dark energy. It wasn't just humans who were watching the battle. In the midst of the dark temple, a black circle of light projected out and a clear image was formed in front of the Mephilistines and the Dark Lopezero, compared to the analog wave communication system on the ground. This amazing way of broadcasting images is significantly clearer. No delays. Deja is actually this strong? The Mephilis alien said with some surprise at the sight of this scene. He didn't draw on human power. There's a problem. Just then, the black crystal spoke. This Deja Ultraman, there's definitely something wrong. What's the problem? Dark Lopsailor queried. Doesn't it just look like Deja that? That's what it looks like. Your Excellency is not talking about appearances, but manipulating Deja's consciousness. The Mephilusian thought for a moment, understanding the words of the black crystals. What do you mean? Dark Lopscallion froze and asked. Unlike a lot of Ultras, Deja Ultraman is sort of a more mysterious Ultraman. The Mephilusian introduced. He's a super ancient light giant from some universe, though, but no one has ever seen where his true self is. The honored one? Dark Lopscallion was even more puzzled. Isn't Ultraman the Ultraman of the... Where is there such a thing as an original split? You're wrong, the Mephilusian said, shaking his head. What's special about the Deja Ultraman is that he'll leave his fighting body, the Deja stone statue, behind in many universes. Resuscitation in union with the light of the heart. So, there may be only one Sailor Ultraman in the world. But Deja Ultraman, there are likely to be countless of them. As the Mephilusian finished speaking, Dark Lopicello fell silent as well. Isn't this like your own mechanical body that can be mass-produced? This Deja Ultraman, perhaps not an ordinary fighting body. The black crystals faintly glowed and said to the duo. The Mephilusian was slightly startled that looking towards the Deja who was fighting in the middle of the black circle of light. Could it be that this Deja Ultraman is the main body? Boom! Releasing the J-Pelio ray with the power type. Which is what Deja is able to do with his current condition, the most powerful move. Gitanjiro lets out an elephantine roar, indeed taking considerable damage. Awesome! One more shot. A steady stream of light was released from his chest, and Su Ming clenched his fist inside Deja and shouted. Compared to the original episode where Daiko unleashed 2 surefire kills and ran out of energy, here, there are far more surefire kills that Deja can unleash. Deja didn't object to Su Ming's words, and once again, in the manner of storing up the power of the Dilahune light stream, cross your arms over your chest and row down to the left and right sides. After the fire-red energy coalesced, the two arms became L-shaped. Unleashes the powerful J-Pelio ray at Gitanjiro. There was another boom, and sparks flew from the head of Gatenjos, and a great deal of smoke burst from it. The sparks fill the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 150, The Great Nautilus of Immortality. Chapter 150, The Great Nautilus of Immortality. It worked? At the capital headquarters, someone saw this scene in the conference room and exclaimed in shock. Everyone was watching the smoke on the screen expectantly, waiting for it to slowly dissipate. And Blue Eagle, who was already waiting at the door for Director Jingza, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this sentence. According to some inexplicable theorem, as long as some flag planting is shouted before the result is known, the result is bound to be bad. Fittingly, after the smoke cleared, the body of Gatenjio was revealed intact before the eyes of Deja. In front of its large mouth full of sharp fangs, a dark purple ball of light also coalesced, and then the ball of light transformed into a petrified penetrating ray and shot straight at Deja. Deja froze slightly and reacted quickly. The forehead crystals flashed out, and the body changed color while a ray of light was launched from the right hand, and it went against the wave with this was petrified penetrating light. Watching as the light from the pair of waves was gradually engulfed by the dark purple light from Gatenjos, Deja crafted a barrier swirling with rainbow ripples left and right and pushed forward. The ray of light shot straight at the top of the barrier. Then the rippling barrier that was like a water bubble looked like it was boiling over. The movement in Deja's hands didn't end there. As purple and red energies converged in the second hand, a barrier of light was once again crafted by it. The rainbow ripple barrier turned into stone fragments shattered on the spot, and then the petrified penetrating rays fired on the barrier of light that had finally coalesced in both of Deja's hands. Just as soon as the penetrating petrifying ray touched the barrier, it was manipulated by Deja's. It was reflected back at an angle of 30 degrees tilted above the conch shell of Gatenjia. Not a moment later, the barrier in Deja's hand once again dissolved into petrification and fell into the sea. And Gatenjio ended the release of the light. Only the light that was reflected back through the carapace of Gatenjia. Gatenjio let out an elephantine hiss on the spot, tilting his body up and churning the waters. Then, little by little, it petrified. Still fighting like that? Su Ming was confused. After the residual consciousness of Deja took over operation of the fighting body, Su Ming had guessed countless ways to defeat Gatenji, but the only thing I didn't realize was that I could use this trick. Use this spear to attack his shield. The carapace of Gatenjos is hard, of course, but the penetrating rays of Gatenjio were able to penetrate this hard shell. After Gatenjio had been completely petrified and had become a hideous stone statue, the whole world was shocked. Deja actually defeated Gatenjia directly. So strong. That's not how it's written in movies and TV. Indeed, it's so powerful. But is that even defeating Gatenjio? Blue Eagle had been a little amused to see Gatenjos petrified on the equipment screen outside the conference room and, however, hearing the people in the conference room flagging again as they went along, their faces couldn't help but sink. Honestly, Blue Eagle wanted to rush inside the conference room to see which guy was planting the flag. However, the conference room was filled with high-level personnel, and Blue Eagle really didn't dare to go in. After turning Gatenjia into a stone statue, Su Ming was sort of relieved. The silver, purple and red composite jet was about to deliver the final blow to Gatenjia. Timer light. Extending both arms to the left and right in a manner that coalesces the light rays of Jpelio. Gathering countless amounts of energy, he eventually placed two fists on either side of the timer. Deja unleashed a powerful force of light and blasted it on top of the stone statue of Gatenjio. With a loud boom, Gatenji was struck by this light on the spot and then exploded. Seeing the rocks splashing in front of him, Su Ming also let out a sigh of relief. Although it was Deja's residual consciousness that operated the battle, it went through a sort of difficult battle. One battle down, Deja himself unleashed light and skill that, basically none of them did any substantial damage to Gatenjia. It was Gatenjio's own light that ultimately defeated it. Su Ming only felt the residual consciousness that was manipulating his body gradually dissipate inside Deja's body. With that, his own consciousness took control of the entire fighting body of Deja. It worked. Great. Gatenjio is taken care of. It was fantastic. Thank you, Deja. Thank you, Ultraman. People around the world cheered. Compared to the Dark Shadow Mages, the horrors of Gatenjos went even deeper. Even with this dark invasion battle resolved in such a short period of time, those Zoga swarms attacking around the world have caused considerable damage to major survivor bases. There were casualties. Naturally, as is inevitable in the struggle against darkness, it's finally over. In the conference room, Deputy Superintendent Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and, looking to the screen at the Deja Ultraman standing in the sea, he opened his mouth. Yeah. The darkness has finally been defeated. Someone else chimed in and spoke up. There shouldn't be any more danger now, should there? Blue Eagle at the gate. Hearing this, the corners of Blue Eagle's mouth twitched and, it's already the third time. There won't be any more surprises coming up. Cam. I planted the flag myself. Unbeknownst to him, Blue Eagle was brought off the spot a flag short. After cursing, Blue Eagle set his eyes on the screen of the device in his hand. Deja stood quietly above the ocean and didn't leave it at that. Just then, an intelligence officer knocked hurriedly on the door of the conference room of the. With that, he pushed the door directly into the room and opened his mouth and shouted, "Superintendent, it's not good. A large number of Zoga swarms are attacking the headquarters. It's coming this way." What? Jing's eyes stared slightly at the screen and, the greatest darkness of all, Gatangio, has been dealt with. As the vanguard of darkness, how come the Zoga swarm hasn't dispersed yet? Superintendent, look. At that moment, someone pointed to the screen and gasped out in shock. Just see the original place where Gatangio's blew up the rubble. The black smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the intact Gatangio. No way. Su Ming had just taken over the fighting body when he heard the sound of an elephant roar. Then he froze on the spot. The big nautilus that is Gatangio's is still alive. What just got blown apart by the light? Was a ing appearance rock? Cursing, Su Ming quickly rushed into the sky if he felt something. At the bottom of the sea where it was, a huge pincer rushed up from it, and if Su Ming hadn't left it was then stolen by Gatangio's. So petrification just petrified the surface of this guy. Simply clenching his fist, Su Ming condensed the Japeri light on the spot. It was then launched towards Gatangio. Snap! Sparks sputtered out, and Gatangio's leaned back on the spot, ejecting a cloud of black mist that, it turned into a straight line and attacked Su Ming in the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 151, even if you fall, you still have to fight. Chapter 151, even if you fall, you still have to fight. The black fog rolled and attacked, eventually rushing over Su Ming's body. With a crackling and exploding sound, Su Ming fell from the curve of the sky and dropped into the seawater. Like a Filipino fish fry team blowing up a fish, the waves splash a big. Then Su Ming disappeared into the waves. Deja fell into the water. Stand up, Deja. Around the world, people watching this live stream saw this and kept shouting across the room. However, Su Ming never appeared on the surface of the sea. Gatanji let out a joyful growl, as if mocking Su Ming's insouciance. Suddenly, there was a flash of red light at the bottom of the sea. Then the massive body of Gatangio was lifted up on the spot by two large silver hands that stuck out of the sea. Then, Su Ming, who had transformed into a power-type Deja, used all the power of the power-type increase, lift Gatangio's high in the air. Swish swish, reacting the instant that Gatangio was lifted up by Su Ming. The tentacles underneath them wrapped around Su Ming's body in unison. Arms, thighs, waist, chest, neck, none of them were entangled in the tentacles, and the remaining giant pincers came barreling towards Su Ming. It smashed hard into Su Ming's chest, but Su Ming resisted strongly. Then the temperature of his body gradually rose, and water vapor floated up from above Su Ming's body in strands. The hot bubbles also gradually and continuously bubbled up beside his calves as he stepped in the middle of the seawater. Slap! Red light appeared, and all the tentacles entangling Su Ming exploded. The bound body was freed on the spot. Gatanji once again let out the sound of an elephant roar, and then spewed out black mist above Su Ming's head. Su Ming ignored everything and held up Gatanji's 2 feet and stomped violently, flying towards the sky at a very slow speed. Since I can't beat you, let the sun execute you. Su Ming knew that Deja's residual consciousness was a difficult character to deal with. The chances of being able to defeat it on your own are slim to none. But if it could be thrown into the sun, by the light and heat of the sun, Gatangio must die. What does Deja want? It's like he's going to send Gatangio into the universe. I can't. Flying like this is too slow. I might not even get to the universe yet. The people watching the fight were right. After flying in mid-air, Su Ming was ultimately unable to withstand the black mist released by Gatanji, lost his center of gravity and fell through the air, and Gatangia refalls back to the island where the sea was crushed down, falling into the water again with a crash. Su Ming's chest continued to rise and fall. Deja, if you still have a conscious existence, please come out and fight again. This guy is too much to handle. I need your power. With his heart constantly calling out to the remnants of Deja's consciousness, Su Ming knew that it was perhaps the last power one could call upon for help. His own manipulation of Deja's fighting body was certainly not as smooth as Deja's residual consciousness came to be. Come on, Strone. Raising his huge body, he set off a shocking wave of. With a roar, Gatanju once again condensed a dark purple ball of light, transforming it into a petrified penetrating ray and launching it towards Su Ming. Su Ming's chest continued to rise and fall, and it was too late to dodge when he saw that Gatanji had once again fired off a sure kill. Quickly condensing the Dilahune light stream, Su Ming shot against it. The world is watching this critical light pair of waves. The people all clenched their fists at this scene, their faces tense. The capital's headquarters has prepared its defenses for an attack by the Saga group. The crowd in the conference room, with the exception of a few staff officers who had gone to command the battlefield, everyone else was still watching the fight. It has to be a win. Gotta win. Dija Ultraman. A miracle is bound to happen. Miracles will surely happen again. All were praying, and little by little the light arose without the people realizing it, faintly floating in the sky. Su-ming also did his best to shoot light against Gitanji. Bit by bit, the stream of dilithium light was gradually swallowed up by the dark purple light, and eventually, it directly dissipated under Su-ming's surprised gaze. Dark purple light penetrated Su-ming's chest, and the timer on his chest flashed on the spot. People all over the world saw the scene, and for a moment, their eyes widened as they even forget to breathe. Silence, deadly silence. People didn't realize that Deja, who had been on the upper hand in the battle, surprised to be hit by the rays of Gitanjio, feeling only a burst of pain coming from his chest and abdomen. Su-ming reflexively lost the strength to support his body and bent over. But yet, in the midst of the junction between awareness and blurring, he forced himself to straighten up again. Only now did Su-ming realize why. Even if Daegu was penetrated by light in the movie and television, hold up your body, too, because, standing behind him, were the lights of 10,000 homes. It's human beings all over the world, and the same goes for Su-ming now. Memories from the resurrection to the present keep flashing through my mind like a walking light, playing one by one. Like, it's okay to die once and die again. It had long since been rejected by Su-ming, because Su-ming knew that humanity needed him. This whole planet, this whole world of humanity, needs him. Someone is needed to lead people from darkness into the light. The petrification starts at the soles of the feet and spreads, little by little, towards the upper body. In a fighting stance, it was Su-ming's last stubbornness. I must not fall. With a strong conviction, Su-ming's cluttered consciousness snapped awake. Su-ming knew that he couldn't die. Once you die, the world will never be the same again. Only, it was already a blur and I couldn't see anything in front of me. Deja, being completely petrified. How did this happen? Deja turned into a stone statue. No way. Deja. Voices of sadness, voices of disbelief emanated from within one of the survivor bases. Despair, spreading across every part of the world. Gitanjio saw that Deja had turned into a stone statue. One of the remaining giant pincers swished at it, trying to shatter it. Just then, a scene that no one expected happened. Only the stone statue of Deja crossed both arms over his chest, blocking the giant pincers of Gitanjio. What? In the midst of the dark temple, both the Mephilations and Dark Lopez Cyrus who saw this scene let out a gasp of surprise. Even the black crystals froze on the spot and were silent for a long time. Lord, what's going on here? The Mephilusian asked the black crystals in a tone of rare panic. Deja, who had been turned into a stone statue, was able to defend himself against Gitanjia's attacks. This is outrageous. End of chapter. Chapter 152, There is only one way. Chapter 152, There is only one way. Though he looks like a monstrous beast, Gitanjia is indeed an uncompromisingly dark and evil god. It was reasonable to say that a target that was petrified by itself could never move again, but the stone statue of Deja in front of him completely overturned Gitanjia's perception of petrification. Although Su-ming was conscious at this time, his eyes were unable to see anything at all. Being in the state of a stone statue, and even going beyond the norm to make the stone statue of Deja move directly, which had been what Su-ming was able to do. The biggest miracle of all. Incredulous, Gitanjio threw out several tentacles to bind towards Su-ming. Although Su-ming was unable to see the outside world, his perception was exceptionally clear. After Gitanjia's tentacles were flung over, Su-ming brought the 5 fingers of his palms together and transformed them into the shape of a blade. Slash at the tentacles of Gitanjia. Jabla. Sparks flew, and the tentacles that Gitanjio flung over broke off on the spot and fell into the sea. Deja. He's even still fighting. People watching the battle live were shocked. Being turned into a stone statue would have been the only way to die, but Deja was still fighting. Superintendent, what's going on here? The people in the conference room of the capital's headquarters also showed surprise. In addition to disbelief in his heart, there was also a complex feeling of emotion. Why is Deja Altman trying so hard to protect humanity? Why? Even after turning into a stone statue and losing the light, you still have to fight the darkness. We human beings endeavor to put up the greatest resistance. Ultraman is also carrying the weight for us. Jing's sighed and said to the crowd, will such an earth still be consumed by darkness? The answer is I don't know. But even if we'll be devoured, at least we tried. Fought for human civilization. Fought. Jing Zhe's words were recorded and spread to the major survivor bases. It's true that Ultraman has worked hard, and every human being should work for the sake of the world. Do something you can do. Dega's motto applied to the people, and all of them made up their minds that the Even if you can't turn into light to help Deja like in the movie or TV, you still have to shout for Deja. Shout out. Fight. Deja. No matter what, we will always believe in the light. Deja. Never fall. The light particles converged in the air bit by bit, gradually increasing in number. Su-ming maneuvered his stone body and charged towards Gitanji step by step. The clenched fist slammed hard into this dark evil god's body. Punch after punch. The giant fist of stone blasted at the head of Gitanjo's one at a time. In a fit of pique, Gitanji roared and released a rolling black mist. Su-ming sensed the dense darkness approaching and was about to back away. However, it was found that these black mists did not produce an attack effect when they touched the stone statue. Su-ming was confused, and so was Gitanju. The black mist's attack had no effect on the stone statue. Su-ming roared in a deep voice, spiraling towards the head of Gitanjiro with a kick, then stepped back slightly and, distance yourself from it. Gitanjiro took advantage of this, and with an elephantine roar to the sky, then the dark purple ball of light quickly coalesced in the head and transformed into a petrified penetrating light that fired towards Su-ming. After turning into a stone statue, Su-ming was slower, and had no barrier to defend himself against. The light went through his chest on the spot. Deja. People couldn't help but feel a tug in their hearts when they saw the scene on the screen. Having just had his body penetrated once by the rays of Gitanji's light, he was now being penetrated once more. This time, I'm afraid Deja won't be able to hold out. Su-ming placed his hand on his chest, which had been penetrated by the petrifying light, only to find myself acting like nothing happened. There was just a little bit of a strange sensation when the light went through his chest, but nothing else. I'm already a stone statue, and you want to petrify me? Although he couldn't see Gitanjia, Su-ming pointed forward with one hand and said to the misguided evil god, Deja, it's okay? People would have seen Deja run through the light again. There was supposed to be a glow emanating from some of them, full of human hope ready to show solidarity with Deja. But, when it was realized that Deja was surprisingly fine at all, the light on his body gave a slight lurch and then disappeared. Su-ming didn't know that this was happening, and instead took a step towards Gitanjio. The sea lapped against the petrified thighs, churning under the roar of Gitanjo's. Su-ming clenched his fists and launched a melee body art attack once again. First, he threw out a few punches in succession, and then leaped up with the full force of the stone statue's body, riding on top of the huge black conch shell of Gitanji. However, as Gitanjio realizes that both the black mist and the petrifying light have been rendered useless, then the fight changed. Countless tentacles once again sprang out from the bottom of the sea and proceeded to bind Su-ming's body in layers. After Su-ming struggled to no avail, he threw it hard on top of the reef at the bottom of the sea. Then, the entire huge body leapt up and violently pressed down on Su-ming's body, extending his arms to fend off. Su-ming habitually protected his chest. However, with 2 clicks, Su-ming suddenly lost control of the stone statue's arms. After Su-ming stood up from the seawater with great difficulty, he realized that both of his arms had been broken. Letting out an explosive cry, Su-ming stepped heavily on the seawater and slammed straight into the top of Gitanjia's body. Since you've lost your arms, you can attack with your body. No. The people watching this fight were so upset that they didn't even want to let Deja fight anymore. Blue Eagle, at the door of the conference room, had long since burst into tears, for he knew that the stone statue of Deja is Su-ming. Jingza couldn't sit still any longer, and immediately gave the order to the Flying Shadow, which is partially defended against survivor bases, is split to support Deja in the South Pacific, though it would be a flat-out sacrifice to go. Humans always use their power. Su-ming was sent flying by Gitanji. The giant pincer stuck dead center on Su-ming's neck. Tears flowed from the eyes of the vulnerable children as they saw Deja being abused by Gitanjio in this manner. Su-ming's consciousness gradually subsided. Airs of light. Just as the realization was about to disappear, a sentence called Su-ming back. Who is it? Deja? In the midst of the chaos, Su-ming slightly opened his eyes, and to his eyes, there was a rainbow of ripples. The dominion of darkness may be powerful, and difficult for an ordinary fighting body to deal with. The voice from Deja's residual consciousness said to Su-ming, if you want to defeat it, in addition to a more powerful light, there's only one thing to do now. What way? Hearing that he was able to defeat Gitanji, Su-ming's consciousness cleared up a bit more. Leave it to me. Your consciousness is already struggling to support itself. Just after this battle, you will no longer be able to use the spark prism to turn into the light giant Deja. As the last words fell, Su-ming's consciousness also fell asleep. Then, the stone statue of Deja, which had been stuck by the neck of Gitanjio, moved. End of chapter. Chapter 153, A Darkness Stronger Than Darkness. Chapter 153, A Darkness Stronger Than Darkness. The rolling black mist in the sky seemed to be strongly tugged by the spiraling in a swirling pattern toward the lower South Pacific. However, It wasn't Gatenjos who was the target of these black mists. Instead, it's a stone statue of Diga that has lost both arms. What's happening? People watched the situation in amazement and couldn't help but be stunned in front of the screen. The black mist released by Gatenjos looks like it's recycling fast, sweeping madly toward the South Pacific. Then a steady stream poured into the timer on the chest of the stone statue of Dija. The arms that originally fell into the seawater because of the breakage were also slowly suspended under the black fog, returning to the original position of the stone statue of Dija, as if it had never been broken. Then the timer on Deja's chest lit up, the petrification gradually lifted, and the stone statue of Daya, which had absorbed the power of endless darkness, after recovering, it was no longer the original silver, purple and red body. The only colors on Deja now were silver and black. Dark Deja, Dark Deja. People couldn't help but gasp out in shock at the sight of Deja reviving. Textbooks ever studied, except for the introduction of monsters to the, and then there is the introduction to Dark Ultraman. Things like Belial, Dark Lopez Cyrus, Zaki, super ancient dark giants, etc. And Dark Deja, the head of the super ancient dark giants, the strongest dark giant in the world of Deja. 30 million years ago, Gatangio froze at the sight of Deja's revival, and then let out an elephantine roar. It was about to launch another attack on Dark Deja. However, when Gatangia spewed out a black mist, only to find that the black mist was no longer under his control. From the moment the spewing black mist came into contact with Deja, Gatangia realized that he himself had stopped spewing the black mist, but it was still being transmitted towards Deja in a steady stream. Only the black mist transformed into a dark force that it surged toward Deja's timer under a strong pull, letting out a horrified growl. Gatenjos leapt forward and flew straight up, trying to escape this place. However, a large, silver-black hand grabbed a handful of Gatangia's tail and, with a sharp thrust, he flung it back into the sea. So strong. Dark Deja is strong. Seeing this scene, the people who had been falling into tears were surprised and stopped crying. The clumps of light particles coalescing in the air no longer knew where to go. It's amazing that Gatenjos is trying to escape. In the presence of Dark Deja, why did Gatangia flee? Sleeping over? Su Ming didn't know that people didn't know. Only Deja himself knows. Being able to absorb the power of the darkness of Gatangi, the other party would never be able to defeat themselves. It was futile to send out any more attacks. Huge waves churned up with the fall of the Gatangio, and without hesitation, Deja, berserk dark energy coalesced on top of his right fist, and then turned into a staggering shadow and rushed in front of Gatangi. Then it blasted out violently. Boom! Only a huge hole appeared in the conch shell of the Gatanger, and the right hand of the Dark Deja, had broken the conch shell and smashed it in. There was a buzz, and Gatangio let out a roar of pain. Then, with one hand, Deja grasped toward the bottom of the sea, pulled the giant pincer up, and with a mighty yank, argue again. Gripping the giant jaws of the Gatangayu in his hand, Deja thrust them hard into its hideous maw. A kick to the body of Gatangia and Deja backs up with a spinning cartwheel. Extend your arms forward and then to the left and right sides. Dark energy gathered from all directions and coalesced in front of Deja's body. Eventually, this energy was fired straight out at Gatangia after Deja's hands were in the shape of an L. It blasted at the body of this evil god. A trail of sparks exploded across the body of Gatangia. The entire black, massive body exploded violently amidst extreme instability. Fire shot up into the sky, and Gatenjos exploded in a magnificent explosion, obliterated in a dust cloud of stars and fire. The ruler of the darkness, who ultimately died in the darkness. It was the ending no one expected and the ending everyone was looking forward to. As long as the evil god is dead, it's all over, right? One would think so, except that the darkness in the skies had not yet lifted. Dark Deja stood for a long time above the South Pacific, not knowing what he was waiting for. Superintendent, Dark Deja shouldn't be considered an enemy as well. A horrible conjecture was made, and the crowd could not help but shudder at the thought. A terrifying existence that even Gatangaya would run away from, if they were to make an enemy of mankind. I'm afraid it wouldn't be surprising if human civilization was destroyed. However, while this crowd was worried, the darkness in the sky all rushed down towards the South Pacific. In the midst of the endless devouring of Dark Deja, the entire sky of the earth, it's all back to the way it was. The sky is clear where the sun shines, and the stars shine brightly at night. And Dark Deja disappeared into particle dots after devouring all the darkness. The sea returned to calm and the waves subsided. The island that Gatangia had originally crushed underneath him was also re-exposed to the sea. On the seawater wet ground, the figure of a young man lay silently asleep. The flying shadow in the sky spotted the figure on the island and rushed to headquarters for instructions. Jingzai didn't even think about it and directly sent people to land and explore the situation. It's Lord Su Ming. After landing on the island, The fighters soon found the young man. Xiao Ming's face has been in people's minds for a long time. Plus it's another venue for Ultraman to fight monsters. It was recognized at once. At this time, Su Ming's entire body was soaked with seawater. His breathing was weak, and his body was extremely hot. In its arms, the bronze divine light rod had long since shed its external patina. It turned into a crystal clear black rod of divine light. Dark divine rod of light. The dark temple. The image played by the black aperture has disappeared. The whole fight. Black crystals. The Mephilations and also Dark Lopez Cyrus were watching the whole thing. Even the black crystals didn't expect that Dija Ultraman had transformed into Dark Dija. Ultraman also has a dark one. Dark Giant. The black crystal said in a deep voice. Dark Deja was the first Dark Ultraman to appear in this world. The Mephilusian said. And he helped the humans destroy Gatangia. The darkness of Gatangia has all been absorbed by the Dark Dejar. We can't profit from it anymore. Dark Lopscallion's chagrin was indeed this one thing. But the one who turned into Deja. I know who it is. The black crystals lit up and an image of a human turned into a bronze statue appeared ahead. So, the Hippolyte was right. End of chapter. Chapter 154, Kidnapping. Victory God Light Rod. Chapter 154, Kidnapping. Victory God Light Rod. The Hippolytics were right. But the Hippolytics are dead. The black crystals showed no remorse for the death of the Hippolyte. And for such henchmen let's just say he died a good death. But it's amazing that Su Ming has survived all this time and has become a Deja. Maybe the Su Ming was involved with the Kingdom of Light before. The black crystals do not trust humans, believing them to be cunning creatures. Thus, those stone statues standing in the survivor base were known by the black crystals after it was then used as a smokescreen. If Su Ming was the only Ultraman before, the black crystals might as well have just ordered the army to press on. But now, there's an extra power from the Land of Light. The black crystals become much more important to consider. Su Ming slowly awoke, only to realize that his surroundings were dim. Lord Su Ming, you're awake. A voice came from the side. Su Ming turned his head and only a scientist in a white lab coat was standing by, looking at himself silently. Hua Shui, Dr. Hua. Su Ming's hazy eyes gradually became clear and the look of Hua Hak in front of him also came back to his mind. It's a scientist from the capital's headquarters. Only, when Su Ming tried to get up, he realized that his limbs were bound. Looking at his own body in surprise, Su Ming snapped out of his senses and himself seemed to be tied to the lab bench table. Dr. Wahaku, what are you doing? Emotions sank in his heart and Su Ming looked at Hua Shui, who was wearing a smile on his face, and opened his mouth to ask, why did you tie me up here? Where is Director Jingza? Superintendent Jingza? Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it now. A seeping smile appeared on Hua Shui's face as he spoke. It took a lot of wasted effort to get you here, and how can you send it back for nothing? What? Hearing this, Su Ming also realized that something was wrong with Dr. Hua Shui. If he wasn't wrong, Su Ming realized that he should have been kidnapped, and the mastermind behind it should be the guy in front of us, the scientist who currently contributes the most to mankind. Hua Shui. Ha ha. Hua Shui let out a loud laugh. In the middle of this closed secret room, without any fear of being discovered by anyone else. I've wanted to study your body for a long time. It's just that those stubborn old men wouldn't allow it. But I didn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With that, Hua Shui placed his hand on a button next to the lab table and pressed it directly. Su Ming only felt a sudden stabbing pain in his arms, followed by his blood being drawn away from his body bit by bit. The beaker next to the lab table also gradually filled with red blood. This blood is enough. Hua Shui laughed and pressed the button again, and the syringe left Su Ming's arms. Then, the instruments on the lab table scanned over Su Ming's body and the data of Su Ming's current body was stored in the computer headquarters in the capital. Not just the headquarters of the anti-monster organization. The entire capital city survivor base had entered an extremely tense atmosphere. Su Ming was rescued back by the Flying Shadows fighters, but disappeared this morning. And what the surveillance captured, entering Su Ming's room through the paramedics, were two men, based on the physical features and dress of the duo. Exactly the same as the duo from the Ministry of Science and Research who also disappeared. Dr. Wahaku and Dr. Tomoya Matsumoto. These two guys, they actually kidnapped Lord Su Ming. An unprecedented anger appeared on Jing Zai's face and he slapped the table. Blue Eagle, pass the word that all fighters are to move out in search of Wahaku and Matsumoto Tomoya. Even if we turn the entire capital over, we'll find these two guys. Understood. Blue Eagle was also extremely angry, having originally guarded Lord Su Ming's doorway himself, just being away for a while because people have 3 emergencies, and this happened to me. Not to mention the self-loathing in his own mind, Blue Eagle vowed that when he found Wahaku and Matsumoto Tomoya, even without the superintendent's orders, the two would be tortured until they were as good as dead. Deputy Superintendent Li Yuan didn't expect that either. It was surprising that Hua Shui, who had contributed so much to humanity, would do something like kidnapping Su Ming. It's just that, why is it that after Wahaku and Matsumoto Tomoya entered Lord Shueming's room, it just disappeared straight away then? Li Yuan carefully watched what was on the monitor screen. After discovering that Wahak and Matsumoto Ji also entered Su Ming's room, they never came out again. Subsequently, after the Blue Eagle came back and realized that Su Ming wasn't there, he directly pulled the alarm. The process was just 3 short minutes. 3 minutes and what can be done? Tied to the lab table, Su Ming asked Su the same query. The headquarters was heavily monitored, and there was no way Wahak could just take himself away so openly. At that moment, the scientist named Tomoya Matsumoto smiled and stepped aside, holding in his hands, it's the Victory Hyperion. This Victory Hippo gun is not the kind of gun that the Victory team is equipped with in the middle of the Dija Ultraman. Rather, it's a high-tech firearm equipped by the elite Victory team in the middle of the world of Triga Ultraman. The ability to read the data energy and the secret key to produce a different attack. The Victory Hyperion gun has another name in another form. The Victory God Light Rod. You have successfully made the Victory Divine Light Rod. Seeing the sudden appearance of Tomoya Matsumoto, although Su Ming did not recognize the man in front of him, but recognized the weapon in its hand. Victory God's Light Rod. Hippogriff form. Yeah, just the other day it still wasn't made. Wahaku smiled and, opening his mouth, he said, but the Ultramen have defeated so many monsters. We've been experimenting all day and night with the secret key to Beimenstein has been produced. And what a villain with questions and answers. Hear this. Su Ming secretly spat out a sentence in his heart. It's just that there's a little problem with this Beimenstein secret key. Tomoya Matsumoto continued, and with that activated the secret key to Behemothsteins, inserted it into the Victory Hippo gun. Then, with Tomoya Matsumoto pulling the trigger, a bolt of energy was fired that, a vortex was formed. It stands to reason that what was emitted should have been an interdimensional vortex capable of devouring everything. This vortex, however, is capable of transporting objects to other places. After listening to the explanations of the two, Su Ming also understood how these two guys got themselves out of the headquarters. Needless to say, the duo are definitely talented when it comes to science. Only, they are going about it the wrong way. Actually, why would you do such a thing when you could just talk to me about studying my blood? It's not like I'm not giving. Sighing, Su Ming spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 155 8 years. Chapter 155 8 years. Hearing Su Ming's words, Hua Shui and Matsumoto Ji also fell silent. Really, if you guys are going to be able to work on something this awesome, I'm really willing to draw blood for you guys to study your bodies. Su Ming once again emphasized, so there's absolutely no need for you guys to do something like this. Hua Shui, Tomoya Matsumoto. After Su Ming finished speaking, he glanced his gaze to the side, only to see a few things sitting on the lab table. In addition to the communication device, which had been turned off, was the dark divine light, and the gift of Hikari. A time and space pen capable of opening time and space cracks. When Hua Shui saw Su Ming turn his gaze to the table, he took a step forward. Then, under Su Ming's gaze, he picked up the dark divine light rod. Straight away, he pressed the transform button. This thing, it seems only you can use it. Hua Shui laughed and, it's kinda research worthy, though, according to the movies and TV, this stuff can turn your body into darkness, right? As opposed to the transforming light of a normal god's rod of light. Dark side lightsticks turning into darkness is sort of the correct term. Su Ming was relieved to see Hua Shui pressing down to no avail. If this evil-minded guy turns into Dark Deja, I'm afraid the world will suffer again. As for this, Hua Shui put down the dark divine light rod and picked up the time pen. Is it also a shifter? Useful. Su Ming's eyebrows raised as he opened his mouth to ask. Listening to Hua Shui, it seemed like he couldn't use the time pen. Of course it's useless. Hua Shui tossed the time pen aside and came to Su Ming's side. However, once we're done studying your blood and analyzing your body, it should be ready to use. Found it. The survivors have searched all 4 areas, east, west, south, north and south, and there is no sign of Lord Su Ming. There's no sign of the two guys Wahako and Tomoya Matsumoto either. Go outside the base and keep scouting. Understood. Also, notify all the major survivor bases to send out all the forces they have lying around. A global manhunt for Wahako and Tomoya Matsumoto. Tomoya Matsumoto, originally a brilliant scientist from the island. While marshalling a collection of scientists to save human civilization, he managed to make it to the capital's headquarters. Of course, this guy has another identity, that of a close friend of Wahak, the Victory Divine Light Rod, which was developed together with Hua Shui through inspiration from movies and television. The duo began their experiments in an underground laboratory that had been secretly prepared long ago, analyzing Su Ming's blood bit by bit, studying the data of his body. Su Ming, on the other hand, after resting for a few moments and recovering some strength, with a violent effort, he broke free of the lab table that bound him. At once, the alarm sounded, and Wahaku and Tomoya Matsumoto ran forward, holding their victory hippogriffs as well. Because of being studied, Su Ming only wore a pair of boxers on his body. Naked, Su Ming quickly ran to where the dark divine light rod and time pen were placed. Grabbed these two important things in one hand. I didn't realize that even with a weakened body, you could still break free from the lab table. Hua Shui opened his mouth as he pointed his victory hippo gun at Su Ming. Shouldn't that be what you should be worried about? Holding the rod of dark divine light in his hand, Su Ming looked at Hua Shui and Matsumoto Jia and spoke. Do you think that if I transformed, you would still have a way to live? Wahak, retreat first. Tomo Matsumoto also reacted by firing his victory hypergun straight to the side. A vortex appeared from it, and then, Matsumoto Tomoya was about to rush into it as he pulled Wahaku. Seeing this, Su Ming's gaze slightly condensed, and he directly pressed the transformation button on the dark divine light rod. Then I only saw dark purple and golden arcs of electricity flowing from the dark divine light rod, and with a fearful collision, blowing up a cloud of smoke. Ahem. This smoke represented the failure of Su Ming's transformation. It also meant that Su Ming's situation was in crisis. Failed? Wahak and Matsumoto Ji, who had thought that Su Ming was going to succeed in his transformation, also reacted and turned around directly. Since Su Ming had no way to transform, he was a fish to be slaughtered. Unbelieving, Su Ming pressed the dark divine light rod once again. One could only feel some light particles within his body scurrying out and coming into contact with the dark divine light rod, followed by another collision. Another smoke exploded, and Su Ming failed to transform once again. Is it because my body is only light? In his eagerness, Su Ming turned his gaze to the vortex that Tomoya Matsumoto had created, leaped forward. However, right after Su Ming was about to touch the vortex directly disappeared. The subdimensional vortex of teleportation. 2. Has a time. A maniacal smile appeared on Tomoya Matsumoto's face as he took a step towards Su Ming. I say, Lord Su Ming, just cooperate with our research. You can't transform now anyway. Ha! Su Ming revealed a cold smile, and then he pressed the time pen with one hand and swung it out immediately. After the light in the body came into contact with the spacetime pen, the power of spacetime triggered out, and then a spacetime crack was scratched out by Su Ming. So it was Hikari who added a guard. Su Ming also understood why Hua Shui couldn't use this time pen. It was entirely because there was no light on the other side. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly rushed into the spacetime rift. Wahak and Matsumoto Ji also reacted quickly and rushed towards the temporal rift together. However, the crack disappeared directly after Su Ming passed through, and the duo pounced. Facing each other, the two of them only knew that this time, they were considered to have stolen a chicken. Forget it, I got the blood anyway. Let's study it first. Wahak shook his fist and walked quickly to where the computer was. Tomoya Matsumoto shook his head, and after sighing, he had no choice but to listen to Wahak. Take this path of no return. Dark red arcs of electricity intersected, and after Su Ming appeared at the other end of the spacetime rift, the body had been scorched black. Without any protection through this crack, it caused Su Ming's already weak body to suffer even more serious damage. If Su Ming hadn't already strengthened his physique long ago, I'm afraid he would have been annihilated in that arc of electricity. Panting heavily, Su Ming was lying on the ground, naked and wearing a pair of boxers, surveying the surroundings. Where is this? However, before Su Ming could finish carefully surveying his surroundings, then he fainted because his body was overwhelmed. When Su Ming woke up again, he saw the familiar ceiling. You finally woke up. The same familiar voice came from beside Su Ming's ears. It's been 8 years. I really didn't expect to see you again. Su Ming. 8 years. Su Ming turned his head in a slight daze, and to his eyes, was a familiar middle-aged man. End of chapter. Chapter 156, Luli. Chapter 156, Luli. The man in front of him was more mature than before, though, and looked a little more stable. However, Su Ming still recognized the other party's identity and shouted out the other party's name. Masaki. Does that mean I'm back in the world of Deja? Su Ming was slightly stunned, and then he reacted to why the ceiling was so familiar. This was because this was exactly the house that Su Ming had previously lived in the world of Deja. Why do you say that this world is a Jed world? Is it because I can't move my sword in Shadow Tea? Masaki Kigo said with a smile on his face, poking fun at Su Ming. That's not true. Su Ming smiled, sort of a sigh of relief, of thanks to the fact that he came to the world of Deja. If it were any other world, I'm afraid it would be much harder in an unfamiliar environment. You looked pretty beat up when I picked you up. What happened? Sitting on a stool next to the bed, Kigo Masaki opened his mouth to Su Ming and asked, "There are 2 still unhealed needle cuts in each arm. The body was scorched and black, and it wasn't even clothed. Captured for experimentation." Sighing, Su Ming opened his mouth and said, "Afterward, it escaped through a temporal rift, only to be electrocuted by an electric arc into this state." "Oh, who took you in?" Kigo Masaki asked, raising an eyebrow and opening his mouth. "Although I used to kinda want to study you, it's not like I'd use kidnapping as a way to do so." "No, don't you transform?" Su Ming was about to speak, but was interrupted by Kigo Masaki. "Don't tell me you don't want to transform and hurt humans. I can see that you don't look like that kind of person. I meant to say that I lost my ability to transform." Su Ming spread his hands, explaining to Kigo Masaki. He said, "Why else do you think someone would dare to kidnap me? It's too much for them." "Oh," Masaki Kigo froze slightly and looked at Su Ming. "Really? Do you want me to look into it? Maybe I can help you regain your shapeshifting ability." "That's fine, but you have to let me recover first." Su Ming was fine with that. There's no way the King of Otter's seal can be undone so easily. "If you can, I'll wash my head upside down." "Ha?" Kigo Masaki was stunned. "What do you mean? Your shapeshifting ability was sealed by the King of Otter?" "No. What's the King of Otter? The King and Ultraman?" Surprised, he looked at Su Ming. Kigo Masaki realized that it seemed as if there was a heavenly message coming out of Su Ming's mouth. I'll explain it to you later." Su Ming touched his extremely hungry stomach and spoke. "Is there anything to eat? Get me some." "No." Su Ming, with a full meal and wine. Su Ming also regained his strength. To be honest, most of the reasons for passing out are because of hunger. Since he was rescued after fighting Gatangia, Su Ming hadn't eaten anything until now. Something about the King of Otter, the Kingdom of Light, and the various Ultramans in the universe. Su Ming all but roughly explained some of it to Kigo Masaki. When Kigo Masaki learned about something like the Plasma Spark Tower, he froze on the spot. "I turned out to be right," said Kigo Masaki, patting his head. "Humans are indeed capable of evolving into light giants. It can be, but it's not at that point yet." Su Ming nodded and said, "Maybe one day the solar system's sun will be gone, too, and Earth will become the second land of light." Kigo Masaki nodded thoughtfully even after hearing that. It was also mentioned in Su Ming's introduction that in the evolution of the Land of Light, the countless residents of the Land of Light have been sacrificed. The cost of this evolution is great, and I'm afraid the Earth can't afford it. There's no need to take this step at all until it's the end of the world. So, you took a trip to the Land of Light, and then touched one too many ultras, resulting in an energy storm? Kigo Masaki returned to the subject and asked Su Ming. "That's what happened. And then the King of Otter sealed off my shape-shifting ability to save me." Nodding, Su Ming said, "You've been through a lot of trials and tribulations, though." Taking a sip of the tea in his hand, Kigo Masaki said, "In the 8 years since you and Gitangio were teleported away from this world, I've only been fighting the occasional monster or something." "Where's Daegu?" Su Ming asked. "Daiko, he's the same," Kigo Masaki replied. "Been on the victory team that, dealing with monsters as they appear. Sounds pretty easy." Su Ming let out a bitter smile and spoke. "This guy, Gitangio, was just wiped out in my world a few days ago." Masaki Kigo paused. Then his eyes widened. "You fought alone?" Kigo Masaki knew that there was no other Ultraman in Su Ming's world. Only Su Ming. "Sort of." Su Ming thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I was no longer capable of transforming, and only became capable of fighting after I awakened the stone statue of Dija. But I was still no match for the Dominion of Darkness. In the end, it was the residual consciousness of Deja himself who took control. It took turning into Dark Deja to take care of this Gitangio guy." Masaki Kigo only felt that the more he heard, the more outrageous and mysterious it became. Dark Deja. Kigo Masaki had seen it once before, but that was after Daikoku had lost control. Su Ming's transformation into Dark Deja had surprisingly easily taken care of Gitangia. You know, in the beginning, in order to deal with this guy, no matter how much the three of them fought, they couldn't get each other killed. "By the way, you're able to turn into Dark Deja now?" Speaking of this, Kigo Masaki pointed at Su Ming's heart. "No way." Su Ming shook his head. "Told you, I can't transform anymore. Even with this it's useless," Su Ming said, pulling out the dark divine light rod, and then pressed it in front of Masaki Kigo. Only golden arcs of electricity and dark purple arcs were exchanged, and then with a bang a cloud of smoke exploded. Su Ming's transformation failed. Only, Su Ming did not expect that the moment he pressed down on the dark divine light bar, the ultra-ancient ruins of Lului, located in the South Pacific, shook hard. Anomalies in Lului. Feeling the vibrations under her feet, Megumi Izumi reported back to the calm, then continued onward. "Because the world hasn't stopped monsters from appearing, So when the battle between Ultraman and the Dominion of Darkness was over, the rumbling, ultra-ancient ruins became the target of the TPC's investigation, aiming to discover more ultra-ancient stone statues through this ultra-ancient relic. Guard the earth with a revived giant of light. The Phantom Mercy and Izumi had long ago told Izumi what kind of terrifying presence there was in Luli. There was just no way to stop this investigation with Megumi Izumi's skills. Solely, Megumi Izumi was directly involved in the mission. End of chapter. Chapter 157, The Woman in the Black Skirt is Looking for the Wrong Person. Chapter 157, The Woman in the Black Skirt is Looking for the Wrong Person. 8 years. When Su-Ming first heard this keyword appear in Masaki Kigo's mouth, just to get a general idea of what's going on. Where did I get picked up by you? Su-Ming opened his mouth and asked Masaki Kigo, on what used to be a battlefield in the South Pacific. Kigo Masaki did not hide that. Instead, he answered directly. After the great battle with Gatanjio, a deserted island rose there on the battlefield. The TPC confirmed the name of the island, Lului, through their investigation. And the place where you appeared is a corner of the island. Kigo Masaki continued. It's also a good thing I happened to go there to investigate the situation. Otherwise you'd be screwed, because no one usually shows up if they're there. Su-Ming was also slightly stunned after hearing Masaki Kigo's words. I didn't think I'd show up on Lului. But, hearing the 3 words Lului, Su-Ming looked at the dark divine light rod in his hand. If nothing changes in the next episodes, Carmilla, Hitler, the 3 dark giants of the realm are about to appear. Even if it appears, it has nothing to do with me, right? It's not like I can use the dark divine light rod. Su-Ming scratched his head and put away the dark divine light rod. In his own once small villa, Su-Ming did not see Inuyasha. According to Kigo Masaki, Inuyasha traveled around the globe, subduing demons around the world, resettling here. It was simple for Su-Ming to do things. It's about restoring your shapeshifting abilities. In any case, the real world needs Su-Ming, and if he can't turn into Ultraman, there can be no real way to deal with a crisis in the real world when it occurs again. The King of Otter's seal Su-Ming felt some loosening. The light energy that flowed out when he turned into Deja before was the phenomenon of loosening. If we can find the giant's stone again, turning into light again to enter the stone statue might loosen the seal a bit more, or even lift it completely. Thinking of this, Su-Ming looked at Masaki Kigo. By the way, why did you go to Lului? Of course it's a return to the old ways, studying super ancient civilizations. Kigo Masaki smiled and said, or rather, study the giant stone statue. According to TPC, there are intact super ancient metropolises in Lului. The chances of a giant stone statue existing inside are high. With that said, Kigo Masaki looked to the south end. There will be something I want there. But I didn't expect to find the stone statue and pick up a living treasure. You're the one who's alive. Megumi Izumi enters the interior of Lulu's ruins with the police department's scouting party. Soon, the group passed through a tunnel and arrived in front of an ancient gate. On each side of this gate were carved the faces of 2 giants of light. As well as carving the bodies of 2 giants. Of course, it's not what you'd call a gargoyle statue. Instead, they are frescoes carved into the walls that half protrude. The team of explorers saw the murals and felt even more convinced that the purpose was right this time. Inside the ruins of Lului, there must be super ancient stone statues of giants. Soon the gates opened under the operation of the scouting party. When the crowd saw the scene inside the gate, they were stunned on the spot. A look of fear filled Megumi Izumi's eyes. For inside the gate, there were 3 different postures. A giant stone statue with a twisted body. Ultra-ancient stone statues of giants. It's a stone statue of Ultraman. And there are 3 of them. I knew it. There really are giant stone statues here. The police department's Captain Zobel, after seeing this scene, showed a surprised look on his face. The order was then given to prepare the 3 stone statues for transportation from Lului. Seeing this, Megumi Izumi rushed straight to the police department and the others, shouting, "Don't! It's even more terrifying. Dark giants." "I'm sorry," Captain Saki said to Megumi Izumi, with a cold look on his face. "Even if you're the captain of the victory team, there's nothing you can do to stop it, because it's an order from the higher-ups." Megumi Izumi was silent, because she really had no way to disobey the TPC's orders, but Megumi Izumi knew that if these 3 dark giants were released, the entire world would be plunged into darkness once again. This is an even more terrifying existence than Gatanjio. Kigo Masaki left the cottage and went to Setic to get ready for action. Because Su-Ming said he was going to Lului to look for the giant stone statue, Kigo Masaki also became interested. Mainly, it occurred to Su-Ming that in the midst of the Lului ruins, apart from Carmilla, Hitler, beyond the 3 dark giants of Darum, there are many broken stone statues of giants of light buried there. With so many broken stone statues, there might be 1 or 2 good ones. After 8 years, Kigo Masaki's previous regrets. The optogenetic factor converter that can turn humans with optogenetic genes into light has long been made. When the time comes to find the stone statue, just use this instrument to turn it into light. Although Su Ming's body may not have any light genes, but after all, they were also people who had been turned into giants of light. It shouldn't be a problem to transform with the optogenetic factor transformer. Lying on the bed for a moment, Su Ming blinked, but saw something different. A woman? Only a woman in a long black dress, her face adorned with strange patterns and ornaments, was seen. Step by step, he stepped out of the mirror. At this, Su Ming sat up on the spot. Carmilla. The woman in front of her was none other than Carmilla, one of the three dark giants. The love interest of Deja Ultraman 30 million years ago. Deja, I finally found you. Only to see Carmilla with a smile on her face, she opened her mouth and said to Su Ming. Su Ming was slightly stunned, then reacted. The feeling is that Carmilla thinks she's Deja herself, presumably because while in the real world, Deja's residual consciousness took over the fighting body, and it also turned into a dark form. But none of this has anything to do with himself, and now he even has his only transformer. The dark divine light rod can't even be used. You're recognizing the wrong person. Su Ming finished shaking his head and replied to Carmilla, saying, though I can turn into Deja, but besides Deja, I can also turn into Gecko, Hatsun Yoshi, Jack, Ace, Saven, Tylo. What are you talking about? Carmilla asked as the smile on her face faltered slightly and she opened her mouth. Of course, if you're a giant of light, I can even turn into you too. Su Ming added the last sentence and said. Just then, the door to Su Ming's room was opened and a handsome man in civilian clothes walked in. It's none other than Daiko, who's back from his vacation with Rina. Su Ming, long time no see, Daegu said extremely happily when he saw Su Ming. It's been 8 years. I didn't expect you to come back. I just happened to be finishing up my vacation and came straight here when I heard from Masaki that you were back. Sorry I didn't notice just now. With that, Daiko turned his gaze to Carmilla. End of chapter. Chapter 158 Dark Divine Light Rod. Chapter 158 Dark Divine Light Rod. Daegu, do you want to go out first? Su Ming frantically hinted to Daegu and opened his mouth, saying, it's a little dangerous here. Daegu froze slightly and looked over at Carmilla. Could it be the cosmos? Wait, Deja? Carmilla instantly set her eyes on Daiko with a perplexed look on her face. Though I don't know if Daiko is related to Deja himself, but in the original episode, Carmilla was looking for Daegu, and now she's coming to herself instead as the wrong person. Why? Said Carmilla, looking over at a confused Daiko, taking a closer look at then a confused look came over his face. Why is he also a Deja? Well, I'll tell you what, you've really got it wrong. Su Ming got out of bed and said to Carmilla that he's the one who can actually turn into a Deja, and me, I'm just a pirate. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but I seem to understand some of what you mean. Carmilla walked over to Daiko, and then brought her hand towards Daiko's body. What are you doing? Daegu jumped in shock and opened his mouth to shout. Only a dark force appeared in Carmilla's hand and burrowed right into Daiko's arms, and then the rod of divine light flew out of Daegu's arms under the entanglement of dark power. The rod of divine light. Daegu was about to reach out and grab it with a cry of surprise, but the divine light rod was grabbed by Carmilla with one hand. Even the spark prism has become bright. Carmilla's gaze narrowed slightly and, with that, the rod of divine light shattered into powder in its hand. Sure enough, you're Deja. After Carmilla grunted twice, another rod of divine light appeared in her hand. Only this divine light rod was dark and filled with the power of darkness. Throwing it into Daegu's hands, Carmilla disappeared with a wry laugh. Daegu froze as he looked at the dark divine light rod in his hand. Then his face revealed a look of horror. Once upon a time, it was this rod of dark divine light that nearly allowed itself to destroy the entire planet. Daegu, what's wrong with you? Su Ming walked up to the frozen Daegu and waved with his hand. With that, Daegu came back to his senses. This dark divine light rod can't be given to me, otherwise something terrible will happen. With that, Daegu threw the dark divine light rod to the ground with a snap and a spark. Su Ming shook his head inside, then picked up the dark divine light rod on the ground. Su Ming, this thing is dangerous. Don't touch it. Seeing this, Daegu hurriedly shouted to Su Ming. Daegu, you don't have to be so nervous. Su Ming surveyed the divine light rod that Daegu had thrown away for a moment, and then pulled another one of his own out of his pocket. The two dark divine light rods were exactly the same, crystal clear with a dark color. It looks solemn and mysterious. Why, Su Ming, you have one too. Daegu was shocked, his head buzzing when he saw the two dark divine light rods in Su Ming's hands. It's okay, Daegu. Look, Su Ming said, and both of his hands pressed the transformation button of the dark divine light rod. Then, two consecutive blasts of smoke went up, making the room smoky. Cough. Su Ming said to Daegu while coughing. You see. Ahem. Daegu coughed as well, constantly patting the smoke in front of his eyes. What did you do? Fail a transformation. Walk. Let's go outside and talk. When Daegu learned that Su Ming had also turned into Dark Deja in his own world, Daegu was stunned. Because according to Su Ming's description, after Su Ming's transformation there was a residual consciousness of Deja playing for him. And after you transform yourself, you're completely in control. And the way they fought in the beginning all came out of thin air from memory. Could this be the difference between having an optogenetic factor or not? Daegu scratched his head and carefully looked at Su Ming. However, Su Ming didn't have any flowers growing on his face either. And there's no difference from ordinary people. Battles that have the residual consciousness of Deja. Even Dark Deja won't get out of control and storm off. I don't know, Daiko said, fiddling with his chin and analyzing, but that time I transformed. I went straight out of control. Daegu, let me ask you a question. Su Ming suddenly opened his mouth and asked, was your transformation into Dark Deja that time autonomous and willing or not? Sort of what I'd like to do, said Daiko, thinking back a little bit, because there was no light there at the time and the vampires angered me. I wanted to prove that darkness can be controlled. So, I see. Su Ming nodded and said, in fact, as long as you are transforming in the, is reluctantly turned into a Dark Deja, it would not have gone out of control and stormed off. In the original storyline of the final Holy War, Daiko, while holding the rod of Dark Divine Light, but doesn't want to turn into Dark Deja, and put down a word in front of Carmela, that is that everyone can become light on their own. So in the original episode, even though Daiko became Dark Deja, but it was able to control its power without losing control, but also, as a result, did not have access to the great power of Dark Deja. Otherwise, how could the strongest ultra-ancient dark giant from 30 million years ago be abused by Carmilla? Really? Daegu was still very hesitant after hearing Su Ming's words. Because of the things he had done after once turning into Dark Deja, Daiko was extremely frightened when he thought about it. Anyway, go ahead and take it, Su Ming said, placing that rod of Dark Divine Light from Daegu in the other party's hand. Daegu thought about it, sighed, and still took the Dark Divine Light rod. Even if one doesn't want to turn into Dark Deja, but when it comes to monsters that can't be dealt with, it's still possible to fight fire with fire. Daegu left Su Ming's residence. Though just because of that the Divine Light Rod became the Dark Divine Light Rod, making Daikoku depressed. But there's nothing to be done about it but to be honest about the reality of it. Kigo Masaki makes preparations and informs Su Ming to go forward to the underground lab of the CDEC Corporation. For once, the duo doesn't go there by helicopter or ship. Piloting it were the two huge mechanical monsters in front of them, the Gyazaks. In those 8 years, after Kigo Masaki's efforts to produce a few more mechanical monsters, but to find the giant stone statue, it's still Ozark's turn to go out. It's not the first time Su Ming has piloted the special airplane Gyozak. After slightly recalling how it operated, he followed Kigo Masaki out of the underground lab one after the other. The two flew all the way to the Pacific Ocean, and then fell straight into the sea. With that, they charged off in the direction of the South Pacific. Kigo Masaki had already confirmed his bearings, and after reaching Lululi, drill a tunnel with Ozark right into the interior of this ultra-ancient island. Su Ming froze as if he thought of something, but scratched his head and didn't fully recall it. P.S. Happy New Year everyone, today 3 more. End of chapter. Chapter 159 First Aid for Megumi Izumi. Chapter 159 First Aid for Megumi Izumi. Kigo Masaki's Gyazak was in the lead, followed closely by Su Ming's Gyazak. Soon, the two of them beat a path and officially entered within this island. 3 stone statues of giants stand silently between the grottos. And the members of the TPC Police Bureau on the ground had quickly set up steel frames in preparation for relocating the 3 stone statues. Megumi Izumi watched the scene closely, setting her sights on the crates of blasters nearby. Gritting her teeth, Megumi Izumi made her way to these blaster bombs and picked up the remote control that set them off. What are you doing? Captain Zaber quickly reacted when he saw the scene and, rushing in front of Megumi Izumi, he shouted, "Put this down!" The members of the police department on the sidelines all pointed their guns at Megumi Izumi as well. On alert. No, Megumi Izumi said as she kept shaking her head and looking towards the 3 giant stone statues. They cannot be taken away. They are giants of darkness. Don't be impulsive, Captain Seki said cautiously, as he reached out to Megumi Izumi with one hand. Never press this button. I'm going to detonate these stone statues and nip the disaster in the bud. Megumi Izumi gritted her teeth and then said, "You're the captain of the TPC victory team." Captain Saber took a step closer to Megumi Izumi and, opening his mouth, he said, "You can't do that. If you press it, every member of the police department here will die." No. Megumi Izumi's grip on the remote control loosened a bit when she heard Captain Saki's words. Then, The remote control for the blaster was lost to Captain Zobel's swift snatch. Snatching up the remote control, Captain Saki sent a sigh of relief, then looked angrily at Megumi Izumi. The hand formed a slap and flung it at it. Just as the palm was about to touch Megumi Izumi, a rune of light rushed out from within his body, bouncing Captain Zobel off the ground. What the hell? Captain Zobber slammed into the ground, only to feel his body feel like it was falling apart. With that, he turned his gaze to Megumi Izumi in horror. Only a white-haired shadow sprang out of Megumi Izumi's body. It then merged back into Megumi's body, and then Megumi directly transformed into Yui Ren's appearance. Future generations of humans. In the midst of the glow, Yui Ren spoke. These 3 stone statues it's the super ancient dark giants, Carmilla, Hitler, and Darum, who were sealed by Deja Altman, and if their seals are lifted, the earth will be plunged into darkness again. Who are you? Captain Siki hadn't seen Yuri before. After seeing Megumi Izumi turn into this white-haired woman who emitted light, she couldn't help but be shocked. I am the head of the ultra-ancient Earth Police Corps, Yui Ren, also the captain of the TPC Victory Team, Megumi Izumi. After Yui Ren replied, if she felt something, she looked above the 3 stone statues. Only the 3 stone statues slowly revealed their colors, lifted their petrified state, and by the end, completely unsealed and completely alive. In such a short amount of time, the 3 stone statues just lifted the seal and returned to their original state. As for the members of the police department, such as Captain Zobel, all of them looked in horror at the 3 stone statues that had been restored to their original state, and then they all aimed their guns at the 3 dark giants. Hydra and Thurum let out a low growl, awakening after millions of years of slumber. The duo kept moving their muscles. Then, smashing and kicking all the steel frames in front of him, he proceeded to step towards the people on the ground. The dark giant isn't as benevolent, destructive, evil, and dark as the giant of light. It's those 3 that are synonymous with them. Sparks flew and mud and dust filled the air. The people on the ground kept firing off shots, attacking at the 3 dark giants. Yui Ren, Carmilla, fearless of the gun's attack, looked at the human in front of her and, then he locked his gaze on Yui Ren's body. In Carmilla's eyes, Yui Ren was nothing less than a life and death enemy. 30 million years ago, Phantom Mercy abetted the strongest dark giant, Deja, to turn to the light and turn Carmilla. Hitler, the Rum are all sealed. When enemies meet, they are all red, only to see Carmilla's eyes explode with a red light then a blue light whip appeared in his hand and flung it straight at Yui Ren. Snap, only to see Yui Ren's hand stretch out, then a runic formation appeared in front of Yui Ren. That whip of light flung itself on top of the runic formation, shattering that runic formation to pieces. However, the rune formation also blocked Carmilla's light whip attack. I didn't realize you were still alive. Citra and Thurum looked to Yui Ren, too. With that, they each blasted their fists on top of the walls of this great hall, releasing a flock of strange birds. Mini Zoga! What monster! Attack! Captain Zobber shouted in a hurry when he saw these monsters attacking down. The members of the police department sent their attacks on the flock of strange birds, and although they shot down several of them, but it failed to fend off these monsters. Many Zogas pounced on the faces of the members of the police department one by one, and the screams kept coming, and the 3 of them, Carmilla, approached Yui Ren step by step, wanting to put this life and death enemy to death. However, Yui Ren rushed out of the hall as a particle of light and arrived in the relic passageway. Then, with both hands propped up, releasing a particle of light that sealed the entire lowly relic in the Pyramid of Light. Those small Zoga swarms that rushed out after touching the walls of the Pyramid of Light, it all fell to the ground. Instead of dying, however, these small Zogas flew again after landing on the ground. Flying back toward Luli, and after making the final seal, Yuri transformed back into the form of Megumi Izumi, fainted on the floor. None of the members of the police department within the Great Hall were spared. All of them, including Captain Saki, were killed by the Mini-Saga group. The 3 of them, Carmilla, walked out of the Great Hall into the middle of the aisle, but there was no sign of the white-haired Phantom Mercy. All that could be seen was the black-haired Megumi Izumi lying still and unconscious on the ground. This guy, I think he's Yui Ren. Darum put his hand out to Megumi Izumi, and Carmilla and Hitler didn't say anything about it, just watched the scene in silence. Just as Darum was about to touch Megumi Izumi, the ground suddenly shook and then the 2 Gyazaks lurched out of the ground and crashed into Darum's arm. Even Darum, the Gundamite warrior, failed to withstand this unguarded onslaught. The whole body stepped back 2 times, and then looked at the 2 identical monsters that appeared in front of him warily. Looks like we got here just in time. Seeing Megumi Izumi behind him through the panoramic video, Su Ming opened his mouth. It's okay. Kigo Masaki glanced at Megumi Izumi as well. Instead, he found himself piloting a Geozak that nearly crushed the captain of this victorious team. End of chapter. Chapter 160, Super Ancients Powerful News. Chapter 160, Super Ancients Powerful News. Shifting his position slightly, then Kigo Masaki jumped out of the Geozak, carrying Megumi Izumi quickly into the middle of the Geozak. Su Ming froze slightly, and then piloted his own Ozak to block in front of Kigo Masaki, prevent three dark giants from attacking. It's you, only Carmilla said, pointing at Su Ming's Ozark. I didn't think you'd find yourself up here. I'm not here for you. You misunderstand. Su Ming's voice came out of Gyazak's microphone. I just came here to look for some rocks that no one else wanted. Humph. Stupid human. Carmilla wasn't stupid, and when Su Ming mouthed that others didn't want to, Carmilla also understood what it was. After all, the humans who had just been wiped out by the small Zoga swarm had come looking for the so-called stone. It's just that this unlucky bunch found hell. Hand over Uriai. Darum couldn't care less. The two Ozarks that had just attacked but Tharum's arm. Taking heavy steps, Darum took one step at a time toward Kigo Masaki's Seagullzak. Su Ming had thought that Masaki Kigo would quickly escape with Megumi Izumi. However, Kigo Masaki's Ozarks, however, didn't budge much. Masaki? In a moment of desperation, Su Ming piloted his Geozak and crashed into Darum. However, this time Darum was prepared and saw Su Ming's movements that a punch was thrown against it. With a bang, Su Ming was sent flying on the spot, and then crashed on top of the stone wall. Splash a lot of dust. Kigo Masaki placed Megumi Izumi in a spare seat off to the side, froze after being fully strapped in with a seatbelt. The black Izumi Megumi in front of her eyes had somehow turned into a woman with white hair in Masaki Kigo's eyes. The memories of the inheritance from 30 million years ago suddenly flooded into his mind. Masaki Kigo met a white-haired sorceress who released a rune ray of light from her hands. Sister. Once again, those two words were uttered involuntarily, and Kigo Masaki froze slightly. Then he shook his head. Damn, am I having some kind of disease? After Kigo Masaki reacted and saw Tharum rushing forward, with a fierce kamikaze, he turned Gearsak's ass against Darum. All that was seen was a punch from Darum, followed by a crack in Kigo Masaki's Geozak tail. If Garilla's armor hadn't been used to make the shell, I'm afraid Ozak would have trouble defending himself against a punch from Darum. It's kinda hard, Darum said as he shook his fist and looked over at Jorzak. Kind of a Galula shell. Let me do it. After Hitler finished speaking, his entire body transformed into a purple residual shadow that, quickly, he charged at the two Ozarks. Without hesitation, Kigo Masaki dove straight into the ground, and seeing this, Su Ming also re-entered the hole in the ground, wanting to return the same way. However, a short blade appeared on Hitler's wrist. The two light bullets were slashed out in a quick attack towards the two Geozaks. There were two thuds, and the two Geozaks couldn't avoid it, and were attacked on the spot by light bullets. There was a moment's hesitation in his escape, and Darum stomped the ground with a fierce. Then the two Geozaks were directly shaken out. Damn! Kigo Masaki glanced at Megumi Izumi, then pulled out his transformer and, straight away, he pressed the transform button. The light rushed out from within Ozark's eyes. Then it crashed into the flying attacking Hitler. There was only a crash, and then Hitler's body fell back and stopped beside Carmilla's. Tharum too looked warily at the sudden glow from this and clenched his fists warily. Something like light made all three dark giants uncomfortable, only to see that the light landed in front of the three Carmillas, and then slowly revealed itself. Huge silver, red, and black body with jewel-like blue eyes that, as well as a similar appearance to that of Deja Altman. It's none other than Shadow Ultraman. You are. Hitler pointed at Shadow, but couldn't remember after half a day's thought. It looks a bit familiar, Darum said as he touched his fist. That great battle 30 million years ago, we've definitely crossed paths. Shaped like the appearance of Diga, but not Diga, or even the Giant of Light. Carmilla gave a ghostly smile and looked at Shadow and said, Shadow. It's been 30 million years, I wonder if you've forgotten me. What? Masaki Kigo was extremely confused at the moment, having no idea what the three dark giants in front of him were talking about. No wonder it appeared when Yui Ren was about to be killed, said Hitram with a look of realization after hearing the name. So it's Gaiku, the brother of the head of the Earth Police Corps. Unfortunately, even if you look like your master, you're not a Deja. I'm sorry, Darum said with a shake of his head, but that doesn't take refuge in you being the one to move my muscles when I wake up. After saying that, Darum took a heavy step and charged at Guy Shadow. Kigo Masaki was not having time to digest the sudden news, but Su Ming, who was in the other Ozark, was listening plainly. I didn't realize that a super ancient civilization from 30 million years ago sounded like a pretty complicated story. Guy Ying is Yu Ren's younger brother and worships Deja. Where the hell did this dog blood plot come from? With a plot like this one that hasn't even been officially stated, Su Ming can only say that. The writers at a certain Valley company were in tears when they heard it. Guy Shadow, aka Kigo Masaki, and Darum fought. Instead, Carmilla set her sights on the Geozak piloted by Su Ming. Hitler, get him out of there. Pointing at Su Ming's Geozak, Carmilla said to Hitler, who was on the sidelines. Citra nodded, then rolled up a gale and rushed out. Then, the short blade in his hand cut frantically at an extremely fast speed on the surface of Geozak. Brush. Su Ming only saw a trail of residual shadows skimming across the surface of Ozak, and finally, the entire Geozak was cut into pieces, revealing Su Ming within this mechanical monster. Wasn't even Garilla's epidermal material able to withstand his attack. Su Ming's brow furrowed as he quickly jumped down from this damaged Geozak, ran towards the one of Kigo Masaki. Right at this moment, a large silver-purple hand grabbed Su Ming and controlled his movements. Then, under the control of this large silver-purple hand, Su Ming was sent to Carmilla. I didn't think we'd meet again so soon, Carmilla said to Su Ming with an enchanting laugh. What? I didn't go looking for you, but you actually came to Luli to look for me on your own? After saying that, Carmilla looked around but didn't find Daegu's figure. Gaius Shadow is here, but Deja didn't come with you? End of chapter. Chapter 161, Traces of Deja. Chapter 161, Traces of Deja. Daiko and Rina end their vacation, during which Daiko pays a visit to Su Ming, and then back to the winning team. When the duo returned to the base, they heard bad news. Captain Megumi Izumi follows the police department to Lului to investigate, but has been lost. And, of course, all the officers of the police department have not responded. This made the mood of the TPC's executives sink. Superintendent Sawai, who agreed with Staff Officer Nagumo's proposal to investigate Lului, also sighed continuously. But as things stand, we can only send a team forward to explore the situation, and there is no better team to go ahead and explore than the Victory Team, which has had many battles with the monsters. One by one, the members of Team Victory are eager to go to war and retrieve Captain Megumi Izumi, though all sound is lost, and generally speaking it's likely that the whole army is gone. But the members of Team Victory believe that Captain Megumi Izumi must still be alive, especially Vice Captain Zongfong. Captain, you must be alive. Right, aboard the Atlantis. Zongfong clutched the necklace in his hand, the pendant of which was set with It was the only picture of myself with Captain Megumi at one of the team's gatherings. For this operation, the entire Victory Team, including Nozui, who spends a lot of time sitting in front of a computer, determined to save the captain. Daiko placed his hand on his chest, where a rod of dark divine light rested, and Daiko swore that this power of darkness would never be used until it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, Daiko wants to use human power to defeat his enemies. Xiao Ming was caught in Carmilla's hands, and Kigo Masaki was stuck with Hitler and Darum and couldn't get out of the way. Even if he sees Su Ming fall into the hands of the enemy, he can't save Su Ming. If I'm not mistaken, on your body, there are traces left by him. After staring at Su Ming for a long time, Carmilla spoke again. This trace was still left not long ago, which means that you've seen him. Wait a minute. Have experienced life, death and great storms. Su Ming didn't have any fear of Carmilla either, and when he heard Carmilla say that, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Didn't you think of Daegu as a Deja not too long ago? How come you're saying I have traces of Deja left on me again? And what the hell are traces of? I've got leftovers from Deja's meal on my mouth? Your mouth is quite capable of speaking." Carmilla looked at Su Ming with amusement around her. Uku does look like him. Or rather, Uku is his reincarnation. But, Carmilla's words turned to Su Ming. "I didn't notice before that. But now there are traces of darkness left in you that have been discovered. And that is a power that belongs exclusively to him. Alright, I admit it." Su Ming spread his hands needlessly. Looking to the huge face of Carmilla in front of her, she said, "I did turn into Dark Deja not too long ago, just not in this world." True enough, Carmilla's gaze narrowed slightly, and the orange glow in her eyes brightened up even more as "You have been one with him. Come on, where is he?" The strength of Carmilla's palm couldn't help but tighten a few points, making it difficult for Su Ming to catch his breath for a moment. However, in order to obtain the whereabouts of Deja, Carmilla naturally wouldn't threaten Su Ming's life. "I wouldn't know even if you pinched me to death." Su Ming gritted his teeth and then said, "He disappeared after he defeated Gitangio." "What?" Carmilla snapped, and then her hand grew a little stronger. Looking a little angry. "You lied to me. 8 years ago, I felt the darkness outside of Lului. It was at that time that Gitangio appeared, and it was at that time that he disappeared. And you, the marks that remain on you, they were left a while ago." The more Carmilla spoke, the tighter her hands became. Su Ming's face reddened under the squeeze. After coughing a few times, he said, "Gitangio, the other world it traveled to 8 years ago. Deja also fought together with me in the other world to defeat Gitangio. Another world? Carmilla willed, looking to Su Ming. Take me to that world and I'm going to find him. Or maybe you're still lying to me and you're him. Carmilla was about to step up her efforts to persecute Su Ming. However, he saw Su Ming pull out a dark crystal rod from his arms. Dark divine rod of light. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate. Pointing at the ground, Su Ming spoke. Seeing this, Carmilla hesitated for a moment before placing Su Ming on the ground and there was no blocking Su Ming's demo. Su Ming gasped slightly, then extended the dark divine light rod in front of him. Under Carmilla's expectant gaze, the transformation button was pressed. Then, dark purple arcs of electricity flowed out and Hitler and Darum stopped fighting with Kigo Masaki and also looked at Su Ming in shock. Yes, it's this familiar dark power. The dark power that is stronger than anyone else. Carmilla let out a delighted laugh at the sight. If nothing else, he would be able to see the Deja he had been longing for next. As expected, under the overflow of dark energy, and the light overflowing from Su Ming's body collided and exploded into a cloud of smoke with a bang. Carmilla, Hitler, the rum, told you all that I'm not Dark Deja, and you just don't believe me. Su Ming took advantage of the smoke blowing out, while shouting, while quickly rushing in the direction of Kigo Masaki. Kigo Masaki also reacted, reaching out to catch Su Ming in his hands. Put Su Ming on the ground again. Su Ming? Quick, go inside that Ozark. Sis, Megumi Izumi is still there. Kigo Masaki pointed at the Gayazak and shouted at Su Ming. Su Ming was speechless for a moment, then reacted and quickly rushed within the Geozak. Then Ozak was activated straight away and drilled into the ground again. Hitler and Narum rushed towards Gayazak, trying to stop Su Ming from leaving. Kigo Masaki, however, stepped in front of the two and took a fighting stance. With me here, you guys don't wanna hurt sis. Damn, am I in over my head today. With that said, Kigo Masaki gathered his energy on the spot. Then with both hands in the shape of an L, unleashed toward Hitler and Darum, with both hands outstretched. Hitler and Darum created two barriers to block Kigo Masaki's light. This also added time to Su Ming's escape. It was only after Ozark had been completely out of sight that Kigo Masaki leapt forward and it crashed through the Lului ruins and rushed into the sky. Carmilla, however, snorted coldly and turned her gaze to the hole in the ground where Su Ming had left. He won't be able to escape. With traces of Deja on him, he's the key to finding Deja. Never let him leave here. Boom! As Carmilla's words fell, Darum slammed his fist down hard on the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 162 Optogenetic Factor Transformer. Chapter 162 Optogenetic Factor Transformer. A punch landed, and the ground instantly plummeted, followed by a bolt of dark energy from Carmilla into a hole in the ground. It seems to affect the entire Luli relic. Su Ming only felt as if he had deviated from his original trajectory, but there was nothing he could do about it. Had to keep rushing out. Pantomime aside, Megumi Izumi came to her senses and after seeing her surroundings and Su Ming, can't help but be a little surprised. Su Ming? Quite directly, Megumi Izumi called out Su Ming's name, even though she hadn't seen him for 8 years. But the change in Su Ming's appearance wasn't big. After all, it had only been a short while for Su Ming. Captain Izumi Megumi. It's been a long time. Su Ming couldn't spare much heart at this point, and could only stretch out a hand that said with a wave of her hand to Megumi Izumi, "Where did you go when you disappeared for 8 years? And where is this place?" Megumi Izumi felt the weightlessness and didn't unbuckle her seatbelt and leave her seat. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked Su Ming, "Let's not explain so much now." Su Ming looked at the little bit of light that appeared ahead of him and, gritting his teeth, he maneuvered Gayazak and said, "Let's escape this ultra-ancient relic first." Boom! There was only the sound of a wall of earth being blasted and stepped on. Then Su Ming drove the Geozak out of the ground and was held steady by Darum. "Great! We finally escaped." With a smile on his face, Su Ming said as he looked towards Megumi Izumi. However, a white glow faintly flared up from Megumi Izumi's body as she looked towards Su Ming. "You and the Dark Giant. It's a gang, isn't it? Or rather, you're not Su Ming at all." Su Ming froze, then looked at the panoramic video, then was confused. "No, it's not." Scratching his head, Su Ming looked at Megumi Izumi. "This I don't know how it fell into the hands of the enemy." Izumi, though helpless, Megumi Izumi made a response. Before Darum shakes the duo out of Ozark, Megumi Izumi's body emitted a white glow, and then the entire person turned into a white-haired, white-robed witch. Su Ming grew his mouth to look at this scene, his face filled with shock. Although it was said that Megumi Izumi was a descendant of Uriai, and was even able to summon Uriai, but it's a little too outrageous to just turn into Uriai. But the outrageousness was all the way home, and Su Ming wouldn't say anything sardonic at such a critical moment. Beneath Yu Ren's palm, a runic formation gradually coalesced and appeared. Then, Yurin pulled Su Ming and jumped in together. Su Ming only felt the scene in front of him change, and then landed on the dusty ground. I have to thank you this time. I didn't expect to be saved by you instead. Needless to say, Su Ming knew that this was Yuren's special ability. I just didn't expect Yuren to teleport with someone. I don't have much energy. I can only do short-distance teleportation spells. However, Yuren turned her gaze to Daram, who was still shaking Ozak, not far away, said to Su Ming. Su Ming followed Gumi Hui's gaze and was dumbfounded on the spot. The teleportation formation of the emotional residence benefactor teleported the duo from inside of Gayazak to the outside. Find a way to run. Su Ming was trying to see where there was a way to run. However, a huge stone statue had in front of him that, however, it left Su Ming stunned. This is, pointing at the giant-headed stone statue in front of him, Su Ming reacted, himself now situated in the midst of a vast, super-ancient metropolis. Only the metropolis had become a battlefield, and the battlefield was strewn with the limbs and arms of the giant stone statues, and that, the entire battlefield had become part of the yellow earth amidst the erosion of the years. This one's a super-ancient warrior of light, but was sacrificed in the midst of the great battle between light and darkness. Yuren took one step and walked up to this giant head stone statue and, speaking with a reminiscent look on his face, he said, "So that's how it is, but I have a question I want to ask you." Su Ming looked towards Yuren. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Would it be better if I called you Captain Azumi Megumi now, or Yuri? Feel free." Yuren didn't answer, but rather said two words very simply. Names and titles no longer mattered to her at all. "Well then, looking at you now, I'd prefer to call you Yuren." With that, Su Ming violently pulled Yuren to his side. Then, a blue whip of light snapped and fell on the place where Yuren had originally stood. The stone dust splattered. Scorched smoke rose from the yellow soil, and Su Ming habitually blocked Yuren as if she were an ordinary person. Eyes tightened on Carmilla, who appeared in front of her. "You're the one who messed up, aren't you, Carmilla?" With no trace of fear in his eyes, Su Ming looked at Carmilla and, opening his mouth, he said, "And I said how the direction of this hole in the ground is unconsciously shifted. Ha ha ha, you're very smart." Carmilla let out a ghostly laugh, and said to Su Ming, "Yet, you are not my Deja." "Yeah, I've already demonstrated that I don't turn into a Deja." Su Ming laughed in the same way. The face didn't change. "So why are you chasing me? You tell me where Deja is and I'll let you out of here," Carmilla said. The light whip flung itself at Yuren. "But this woman, she must die." Buzz. Another rune formation appeared in Yuren's hand, blocking Carmilla's attack. The blue light whip bounced back, and the formation in Yuren's hand shattered. "Don't say I don't know the whereabouts of Deja. Even if I did, you wouldn't let me go, would you?" Su Ming laughed, then set his eyes on the broken pieces of stone statues that littered the ground. There is still a glow in these stone statue fragments, and that, there also exists a remnant of their consciousness. If anything can get herself and Megumi out of there today, I'm afraid it's just these ultra-ancient giants of light. Without hesitation, Su Ming, under the shocked gazes of Carmilla and Yuren, charged towards the stone statue head in front of him, then slapped one hand on top of it. However, there was no response. Su Ming didn't give up and rushed towards another stone arm that was half buried in the yellow soil. Tapped again. Still no response. "What are you doing?" Not to mention Carmilla, even Yuren was confused. This behavior of Su Ming's was no different from being stupid in the eyes of Carmilla and Yuren. Not answering Yuren's words, Su Ming continued to charge towards the next stone statue fragment. Tapped again. On Su Ming's wrist, a device that was not too big or small as if it were a watch glowed faintly. This is the optogenetic factor converter that Kigo Masaki has invented and improved countless times over the past 8 years. From a large piece of equipment changed to look like a watch. It is evident that Kigo Masaki has put his heart and soul into this instrument. "I just can't believe that there isn't an intact stone statue here." Su Ming shouted lowly from his mouth and rushed towards a stone statue that revealed half of its body. End of chapter. Chapter 163, Unknown Super Ancient Giant. Chapter 163, Unknown Super Ancient Giant. Snap. There was a crunching sound. After Su Ming slapped on this stone statue with half of its body exposed, the optogenetic factor converter on his wrist stirred, emitting an intense glow. Then, Su Ming's body turned into a particle of light and surged into this stone statue, only to see the stone statue tremble, and color return to its originally worn-out body. A silver and red glow slowly surfaced on the stone statue, which showed half of its body, and then the entire stone statue reappeared as it had 30 million years ago and violently sprang out of the earth. There was a loud boom and a splash of mud and dust. Su Ming controlled this giant's fighting body to land on top of the yellow earth. It shook the entire super-ancient metropolis. A silver and red body with a gold deck on the chest similar to Dinah Altman's. As for the head, it is also somewhat similar to Dinah's, but with more beard-like things. Su-ming didn't recognize this ultra-ancient light giant, but being able to use his battle body. It's been very lucky. And the seal in the heart area was just as Su-ming had guessed. After entering the stone statue to fight, partially unraveled again, according to Su-ming's own senses, before turning into light into the two stone statues. Should be able to completely unseal it. Very good. Taking a fighting stance against Carmilla, Su-ming was secretly pleased in his heart. The seal of the King of Otter does not appear to be a simple seal. Turning himself into light to enter the stone statue of the, sort of expands its own light storage. The stone statue of Deja counts as one, as does this unnamed, ultra-ancient stone statue. When the light reserves are raised, the seal is lifted by 1 point. How? Carmilla was genuinely shocked, not expecting Su-ming, a human, too. Surprisingly, he was able to enter the stone statue and fight on his own. Surprised, aren't you? I am too. Su-ming spread his hands and said to Carmilla that, but it's a good thing there's this stone statue, too, or I wouldn't know what to do. Yu-run was also extremely shocked, not expecting Su-ming to be able to revive the ultra-ancient light giant. Of course, Phantom Mercy knew that the super-ancient giants of light had already died in battle. Only perhaps broken, perhaps weathered fighting bodies were left behind. Su-ming was able to find an intact fighting body. It's already kind of great. So what if you can revive the light giant? The guy lying here. Why do you think they're lying here? Carmilla laughed, looking over at Su-ming. Of course I know. Su-ming rubbed his fists together and said with a similar grin. It's not thanks to you that they're lying here. I'm different. Though, when Su-ming's words fell, a sentence came to mind from the Yu-rin at the side. A quote that was said to Daegu. You are different. You are both light and, also human. Looking at Su-ming in front of him, Yu-rin didn't expect this human from the other world to have such a high level of awareness. Thinking of this, the corners of Yu-rin's mouth couldn't help but rise a few points. Different? What's different about you? Carmilla held the blue whip of light in her hand and, waving it around a few times, he said, in the end, it's just a soul under my whip, but if you tell me where DJ is, maybe it will be an easier death. I'm different because I do tactical retreats in addition to fighting. After Su-ming finished speaking, he quickly gripped the Yu-run on the ground. Then he turned into a stream of light and rushed to the top of this relic. With a thud, the top of this relic, after 30 million years of decaying, it was easily crashed by Su-ming. It was just that Yu-ren, who was held in Su-ming's hands, was somewhat silent. Indeed, Su-ming was different from the warriors of light from 30 million years ago. Soon, Su-ming rushed out of the ruins and straight into the sky. Seeing that Masaki Kigo was still silently hovering in the sky waiting for his appearance, Su-ming just wanted to extend his hand in greeting. However, he didn't expect a purple stream of light to suddenly burst out, and then quickly rushed on top of Su-ming's body. With a bang, Su-ming was knocked out on the spot. Getting back on his feet, Su-ming was about to clench his fists in preparation for a fight. He realized that Yuri was still in his hand before he hastily placed it on the ground. Protect yourself. Leaving behind a sentence, Su-ming flew towards the purple light mass that had rushed him. Masaki Kigo also reacted, and together with Su-ming, they charged towards that purple light mass. That purple mass of light transformed into Hitram. The short blade in his hand continuously fired purple streams of light at Su-ming and Masaki Kigo. Seeing this, Kigo Masaki kept firing small light bullets back from his hands as well. As for Xiao-ming, trying to fire a light bomb like Kigo Masaki, used the small skill launching methods of Shadow and Deja and it didn't work at all. I can't release it from the wrong position. With no choice but to cross his arms in front of him, Su-ming could only defend himself against his opponent's light blade attack. Bang bang. Several consecutive light blades blasted above Su-ming's arms. Su-ming's unrecognized light giant body simply couldn't withstand it, and proceeded to fall towards the ground on the spot. Boom! Falling heavily to the ground, a large amount of dust splattered up. Su-ming covered his torso and fell hard enough. It seems that unknown super ancient light giant compatibility indeed unknown mainly because I don't know his fighting style. Getting back up from the ground, Su-ming looked to the sky. Kigo Masaki had already tangled with Hitram. Only the two hadn't been fighting for long. Darum stormed out of the ruins again, and it also brought out large swaths of Zoga. Then, try the basic skills that every Ultraman should know. Saying that, Su-ming let his arms be in the shape of a cross and aimed at Darum in the sky. Then the mind meditated, tugging at the power of light in the body. Luckily, Su-ming's move worked. Only blue light was seen firing out from within Su-ming's arms, straight into the sky. Darum charged. Boom! The Rum was trying to deal with Kigo Masaki along with Hitler, but he didn't expect a sudden attack. An explosion rang out and a cloud of smoke and fire burst into the air. Shocked, both Kigo Masaki and Hitler stopped fighting in their hands and a double look at the Rum's position. Only the fireworks dispersed with the wind. and Tharum's form was gradually revealed. There was no damage to his body other than a few more scorched blacks. What? Su Ming froze, having thought he'd solved Dharam with a single move. I didn't expect my opponent to resist his sneak attack. Not bad for a super ancient dark giant. Gitangio hadn't even been able to be killed by a single move of his own, and it was normal that Dharam hadn't been killed by a single move. After all, it's not like he's the Daikoku from the original episode who was able to suck all the energy out of his opponent. You seek death. Extremely angry, Dharam looked towards Su Ming on the ground and impacted towards him with the force of 1,000 pounds. End of chapter. Chapter 164. I'm sorry, Kigo Masaki. Chapter 164. I'm sorry, Kigo Masaki. Facing Dharam's anger, Su Ming did not dare to take it hard. The other guy is a super ancient Gundam warrior, and he doesn't know what the hell kind of super ancient warrior he is. If you have to fight hard, you will definitely lose. So, when Dharam came crashing down on Su Ming once again mobilized the light energy in his body, and with his arms in the shape of a cross, he once again released the light. The blue light blasted into Tharum's body. Yet, instead, a red shield of light appeared on Tharum, who had been prepared for this, and charged down hard carrying the light. Boom! Under Su Ming's surprised gaze, Dharam slammed into his body. A large crater appeared on the ground, splattering the sky with smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, and was watched by Kigo Masaki and Hitler, it was Su Ming, who was dead, weighted down by Dharam. In reality, Kigo Masaki didn't know who this giant of light, who had suddenly burst out of the ruins, was, but was able to guess that the other party was probably Su Ming. After all, the optogenetic factor transformer was given to Su Ming by Kigo Masaki himself. Naturally, he also understood Su Ming's purpose. Go to hell. Dharam condensed red light in his hands and clenched his fists about to smash on Su Ming's head. Just then, a voice suddenly came out and, making Dharam stop what he was doing. Leave him alive. The key clue to finding Deja is still in his possession. Only Carmilla slowly descended from the sky, hovering on the ground with a long whip in her hand. Then without turning back, the blue light whip flung itself into the sky and the snap hit Kigo Masaki's timer and knocked it right off. Seeing this, Hitram fired blue streams of light on the spot and attacked Kigo Masaki. Knocked to the ground, Kigo Masaki could only roll quickly to avoid the attack. However, it was blown away because of the aftershock from the explosion of the stream of light blasting on the ground. The timer keeps flashing, and Kigo Masaki is forced to deactivate his transformation in midair, turned back into a human and landed on the ground. After rolling around on the ground a few times, he fainted on the spot. Seeing this scene from the sidelines, Yui Ren rushed to Kigo Masaki's side and cast a spell to heal it. Su Ming was spared by Dharam because of Carmella's words. Then the transformation was also lifted by Dharam's non-lethal attack. After you're human again. Su Ming didn't realize the presence of the transformer from the giant stone statue that had just been on his body. The stone statues of the super ancient giants here died because they lost the battle, so there was no intention of leaving a fighting body for future generations, even if he managed to get into the body of the giant of light. Su Ming also did not see the residual consciousness of this giant of light. While the original episode showed the broken stone statues having some consciousness of their own, but there may not be too many of these realizations to sustain them in autonomous combat. But none of that matters. What matters is, Carmilla's large hand had already reached out towards Su Ming, who was lying on the ground. In response, Yuren had no way to save Su Ming and could only watch the scene. Just then, a light cannon suddenly blasted into Carmilla's body, then exploded on the spot. The fire emanated from Su Ming's eyes, almost rippling into his body. Who is? An angry Carmilla let out a low sound and looked in the direction from which the artillery had been fired, only to see a huge battleship slowly enter within the confines of Luli's ruins. It was the Atriites piloted by the Victory. I'm still here, and I'm not afraid I'll be blown away by artillery fire. Su Ming was speechless for a moment, then he fought to get up and, running in the direction of Yui Rin and Kigo Masaki, the three Carmillas were attacked by the Atriites, and their anger was migrating over the tiny humans. As for Su Ming, Carmilla didn't care about his escape. Carmilla was able to get it back no matter what, because Su Ming's body had traces of Deja. Look, Captain! The crowd on the Atriites couldn't help but get excited when they saw Yui run on the ground. Nope. Nuri spoke up as he zoomed in a bit on the image on the screen. Not like a captain, but rather like the Phantom Mercy in a time machine. No, that's the captain. Sufan, however, looked at Yuri's face on the screen and said firmly. Everyone could not recognize Megumi Izumi, but Sufan believed that one would never misidentify Megumi Izumi. But those three guys, they're the legendary Dark Giants, right? The Victory Team's crowd had heard about the Dark Giant from Megumi Izumi long ago. The police bureau of the TPC sends someone to investigate Luli, and the Victory Team crowd would have liked to intervene. However, the police department would not allow it. and only Megumi Izumi participated in the investigation with the consent of Superintendent Sawai. That was why only Megumi Izumi, the leader of the victory team, had come for this operation. Seeing the true faces of the three dark giants, Daegu couldn't help but stare slightly in disbelief. With that, he placed his hand on his chest. If you use the Dark Divine Light Rod to turn into Dark Deja yourself, along with the three dark giants, I'm afraid the world is about to end. No, never use that power, Daegu thought to himself. However, that's when Horii spoke up. We've seen Dark Deja before, too, but these three dark giants, none of them seem as dark as Dark Deja? You're stupid. Even I know that dark giants aren't distinguished by their appearance, Shinjo said as he patted Horii on the head. What's that on? Horii froze and opened his mouth to ask. By the power of darkness, of course, Sukata said in reply to Horii as he gazed ahead. Lena didn't care about the crowd's conversation at this point in time. Instead, the operator of the Atreides lifted off quickly. With just a swish, the light whip in Carmilla's hand flung itself at the original position of the Atreides. All, prepare for battle. Zhong Fong immediately gave the order. New City, prepare the Atreides cannon. Understood. After the rise of the Atreides, energy gradually coalesced in front of the battleship and then it fired out at Carmilla again. Hydra fires a quick stream of purple light rushing towards the Artidus cannon, and Darum crafted a shield of red light in his hand and pushed it toward the Artidus cannon. A spark exploded amidst the tripartite energies with a loud boom, and the attack from the Artidus cannon swung away. Su Ming also came to Yu Ren's side at this time. After seeing the unconscious Masaki Kigo, to Yui Ren, he asked, "Is he alright?" "It's okay, just passed out." Yui Ren shook her head and replied, fiddling with his chin. Su Ming blinked and looked at Kigo Masaki. A bold idea suddenly appeared. Masaki transformations also have cover Shadowstone statues, right? So, crouched down and Su Ming touched his hand to Masaki Kigo's bosom and said, "I'm sorry, but in order for us to survive, lend me this for now." End of chapter. Chapter 165, Trembling Hands. Chapter 165, Trembling Hands. Seeing this scene, Yu Ren did not stop Su Ming. Indeed, only Su Ming was now able to transform to deal with the three dark giants. As for Daegu, looking towards the Atreide ship in the sky, which was already barely holding on, Yurin shook her head. However, the light of Daikoku was still there, but it was without the transformed rod of divine light. Su Ming fumbled around in Kigo Masaki's arms for a while and quickly found the rod. It was similar to the divine light rod, with an overall crystalline light blue color, and the lines above the two wings were red. Cover Shadow Spark. This was the name that Kigo Masaki had given to his transformer, and Su Ming held it in his hand and pronounced it as well. It should work. Since I've transformed into Gaiku, I think I can use the Gaiku spark to transform. After all, there's a precedent of using the divine light rod to turn into Diga before, and after being able to replicate the transformation ability, Su Ming felt like a universal charger. Wherever there was a stone statue of a giant of light, he himself was able to turn into light and go into fight. Looking towards the three dark giants in the sky, Su Ming raised the covered shadow spark in his hand and then the transformation button was pressed. Only a blinding light flashed out and then Su Ming turned into a ball of light and rushed towards the three dark giants. And with a boom, he saved the Atreides, which had fallen into a downward spiral. With the help of his transformation's hegemony state, the Atreides, which was frozen against the dark giant, also instantly stopped releasing its Atreides cannons. Distance yourself from the battlefield. Look, it's Gaius Shadow Ultraman. Lena was surprised to see Shadow. It's Masaki. Daiko had just whispered the words when he realized that Kigo Masaki was still unconscious on the ground. Could it be Su Ming? Looking at the screen, Daiko could only see Yuri still watching from the ground, and Kigo Masaki still lying on the ground. Lena, Metro, land Lului and save the captain. Zhong Fong gave the order and opened his mouth. Understood. With a nod, Lena and the Metro duo found a suitable spot and it slowly descended towards the bottom. Su Ming turned into a cover shadow, only to feel that he had returned to his peak state. Moreover, a Gaijin transformed through a Gaijin spark is more powerful than one transformed with a heart. Gai Shadow, overdrawing your physical strength to fight, you really aren't afraid of death. Steadying himself after being charged, Durham's double-fisted against the hammer, cocking his head to move his muscles. Looking to Su Ming, he said, in that case, prepare to die. Hitler also stabilized his body after Su Ming's impact and said as he hovered in the sky. Wait. Carmilla's orange eyes lit up slightly as she looked at Su Ming and said, he's no shadow. Hitler and Thurum's eyes also instantly emitted a strange light to look at Su Ming, as if able to see through the shifters of the cover's shadow. The eyes of the three dark giants of the appearance of Su Ming appeared. I can't believe it's you guys, Darum said as he landed on the ground and took 2 steps forward. What? I can't transform into a cover shadow. Su Ming laughed. If you're all giants of light, I can even turn into you. Nonsense. Hearing Su Ming's words, Hydra instantly fired a blade of light at him. How could we possibly be something as disgusting as a light giant? Delusional. The Rum was also enraged by this, and then stomped his foot violently on the ground. The shocking Hori, who had just gotten off the Atreides, onto his butt. Only Carmilla was silent for a long time, and her hand seemed to be trembling a little as she held the blue whip of light. After bowing her head for a moment, Carmilla snapped her head up to look at Su Ming. Then he made an extremely strong force to throw a whip at Su Ming. Boom! It was also fortunate that Su Ming reacted and quickly dodged to the side. The whip of blue light flung itself violently atop a rocky hill in the ruins of Lului. The blast produced a violent explosion, and a strand of dark power slowly evaporated from the place of the explosion and drifted into the sky. As for Su Ming, didn't expect Carmilla to react so violently. If this whip were to be thrown at me, I'm afraid I'd be settled straight away. Giants of light, camp of light, all must die. Hissing and shouting out, Carmilla's body radiates a powerful dark force. The light whip in his hand manifested several strips to attack Su Ming. The trajectory of this one whip was not the same, as if calculated. Closing off every dead end that Su Ming could dodge. Unable to do anything else, Su Ming had no choice but to hold up a barrier with his head. But he didn't expect the barrier to be instantly dispersed by a whip of light, and then the rest of the whip was all thrown at his body. Sparks flying. After being sealed for 30 million years, it's really impossible to be mentally normal. Secretly spitting out a sentence, Su Ming shook the soot from his body. With this set of attacks, he was sort of crippled for the most part without moving anything. But that's okay. After all, Su Ming hadn't expected himself to be able to beat these three dark giants right now. Looked to the ground, only to see that the victory team crowd had already taken Yui Ren and Masaki Kigo on board the Atreides. Su Ming knew that his stalling had been a success. Next, just wait for the Atreides to leave. By going inside the ruins again and finding a giant intact stone statue by himself, he could completely unseal the heart. When the time comes, turn yourself into the father of Otter. Turn another king of Otter. Even if the three dark giants are together, they still have the power to fight. Hitler makes a quick impact on Su Ming, while Durham slams his fist on the ground. A huge chunk of rock crumbled up and was thrown towards Su Ming with flames. The Atreides had taken off slowly, heading beyond the ruins of Lului. The crowd at Team Victory knew that three dark giants were powerful enough to plunge the entire planet into darkness. The Atreides cannon alone could not have fought it. Only the Giant of Light could defeat them, and staying here was tantamount to dragging their feet. Daegu, aren't you going? Lina came to Daiku's side and asked him quietly. Instead, Daegu was silent for a long time, then pulled out the dark divine light rod from his arms. I've lost the light. With a gloomy face, Daegu said with some disorientation. Lina was also slightly shocked when she saw the dark divine light rod. How terrifying Dark Deja was back then. I've seen it with my own eyes. But even so, Lina trusted Daiko and spoke to him. Daiko, I trust you. You'll be able to control yourself. Daiko. Just then, Megumi Izumi, who had turned into Yuri, came over and, do you know how Dark Deja was able to turn into light 30 million years ago? Daegu froze and spoke. I don't know. 30 million years ago, Deja was the strongest dark giant. Yurin recalled the events of 30 million years ago and slowly spoke. End of chapter. Chapter 166, Consciousness sinks into darkness. Chapter 166, Consciousness sinks into darkness. Most of the giants of light died in the struggle between light and darkness. That battle was extremely bloody and brutal. Yuren's gaze lowered as he recalled the battlefield from millions of years ago and said, may I interject? Just then, Hori raised his hand and said, are we better off calling you Captain now, or Phantom Mercy? The fact that Yurin and Megumi Izumi looked exactly alike was a point of confusion for the Victory Team crowd. But Sakata was 100% sure that the other party was Megumi Izumi. So by now, the crowd didn't know what to call Yui Ren. It's all good, Team Hori. Yuri said as she looked to Hori. Right now, I'm both the Phantom Mercy and your captain. So it really is the captain. Newtown rubbed his head and laughed when he heard that. An imperceptible smile appeared on Zhong Fan's lips. After letting the crowd know who they are, Yui Ren continued to speak up and said to Daiko, the Giants of Light are no match for the Giants of Darkness, especially the strongest dark warrior of them all, Deja. And yet, said the Phantom Mercy, after a pause, Dark Deja, however, threw himself into the light at a critical moment, sealing Carmilla, Hitler, and the Rum. And the remaining dark giants lost their leader and gradually routed. Don't you guys think it's strange? Newtown asked, with a puzzled voice, when he heard the story why would Dark Deja suddenly turn to the light? Yeah, well, Dark Deja took over Daiko's consciousness last time. He's so berserk. and how could he make the move to take on the light? Lena was also a bit puzzled and looked to Yui-run. 4. Dark Deja was evoked to the true heart in the midst of the evil shrouded within. A smile appeared at the corners of Yuri's mouth as she said to Daiko, in fact, even the dark force isn't an evil force. As long as one is able to control it with their heart, they will be able to turn darkness into light. Do you understand? Daegu. Yui-ren looked to Daiko and asked to him. Daegu exhaled deeply, mulling over Yui-ren's last words over and over again. Ryoga nodded. I almost got it. Like Su Ming said, as long as there is light in the heart, then even if it's Dark Deja, and also able to be controlled by me in battle. Saying that, Daegu clenched the dark divine light rod in his hand and took one step towards the hall beyond. Just, with a loud boom, Su Ming had paralyzed on the ground under the siege of the three dark giants. Daegu, if you don't come, I'll be gone, shouting in the direction of the Atreides. Su Ming crossed his two arms in front of his body to fend off the light blade attack fired by Hitler. With a few pops, sparks exploded from Su Ming's body, and the timer on his chest began to flash. Daegu? Carmilla looked over at the Atreides and grinned. Come on, into the posture of darkness 30 million years ago. After saying that, Carmilla's dark energy coalesced on top of the blue light whip and lashed out toward the Atreides, only to see purple arcs of electricity violently streaming out of the Atreides. A large, silver-black hand grabbed the whip of Carmilla's light before it flung itself at the Atreides. There you are, Daiku. No, Deja. Looking over at Dark Deja, who appeared before him to stop his attack, Carmilla said with a sultry laugh, a silver and black body with two silver streaks decking the chest. Among the dark giants, in addition to being the strongest, Dark Deja is also known as the most handsome giant. Despite knowing that the Dark Deja in front of him was Daikoku, but Carmilla had taken it for Deja after seeing the figure she hadn't seen in millions of years. In other words, Daiko became a replacement for Deja. Su Ming stood up with great effort and walked over to Daegu's side. Amidst the heaving of his chest, he asked to him, there's nothing wrong with this transformation, is there, Daikoku? However, what greeted Su Ming was a huge silver-black fist. Bang! As his entire body flew backwards, Su Ming incredulously got up from the ground and looked towards Dark Deja. No, it can't be. Only to see Dark Deja step up to Carmilla's three dark giants. Showing strong hostility towards Su Ming. It's from millions of years of animosity between the giants of light and the giants of darkness. Not good. Daegu's consciousness, swallowed by the darkness. Yui-Rei on the Atreides couldn't believe the scene, either. I didn't realize that after his own enlightenment, Uku still hadn't been able to resist the power of darkness. Daiko, Lena and the others also looked at the scene in horror, not knowing what to do for a moment. Hurry! Zhongfang gave the order in a hurry. Lena, New Town, get out of here in the Atreides. The terror of Dark Deja had been seen by the crowd 8 years ago. Plunging the entire world into darkness is enough to destroy the entire human civilization. Understand. Although her heart was not willing to let go, this time Lena gritted her teeth and, maneuvering the Atreides towards Lily beyond, because Lena knew that she couldn't let her teammates go all the way. Captain, do you have any countermeasures? After giving the order, Zhongfang came in front of Yuren and opened his mouth to him. Find a safe place to land first, and after that, I'll try. Yuren pondered for a moment and replied to Zhongfang. Ha ha ha. No one was more excited about the immediate return of Dark Deja than Carmilla. Continuing to let out a maniacal laugh, Carmilla said excitedly in front of Dark Deja, Deja, you're back. You're finally back. Hydra and the Ram were also extremely excited. After all, 30 million years ago, Dark Deja, it's the faith in their hearts. I blame that Yui-Ren. Carmilla looked in the direction the Atreides had left in. Indignantly, he said, if you hadn't been mesmerized by her, you wouldn't have done that at all. Dark Deja nodded and did not utter a word, but it was enough to drive the three Carmillas crazy. The Dark Deja in front of me is the real Dark Deja. It's a super ancient dark giant belonging to 30 million years ago. After the excitement, the three, for dark giants all turned their gazes towards Su Ming. Su Ming, who was about to flee the scene, gave a slight lurch, knowing that he didn't have a chance. Why don't the four of you put together a mahjong table first? I'll pass. Masaki called me back for dinner. Laughing awkwardly, Su Ming said as he looked towards the four dark giants staring at him. Then, the energy on the soles of his feet coalesced, and with a violent stomp, he rushed back into the ruins, because Su Ming knew that he must have no possibility of escaping now. The only way is to find another complete stone statue that touches the seal of the heart. Carmilla, Hitler, and the Rum saw this, and did not immediately pursue the. After all, as long as he was in Lului, Su Ming was under the trio's control. End of chapter. Chapter 167, I'm sorry, I'm not Diga. Chapter 167, I'm sorry, I'm not Diga. Daiko used the dark divine light rod and transformed into Dark Deja. And the Luli pyramid boundary sealed by Yuri shattered. An unending stream of small Zugas originally blocked off in the ruins of Luli rushed from them to the rest of the world. And an extinction plague no less than that of 8 years ago was descending on this planet. With the attack of the mini Zoga, an overwhelming darkness flooded the world from the ruins of Luli. The site of that extinction 8 years ago reappeared in the eyes of the people. And for a time the humans around the world are panicking. The TPC executives didn't expect to cause such a disaster. But for those executives, instead of panicking in the face of great adversity, they gathered together to discuss their response once again. According to a report from the Victory Fleet's Atreides, the dark giants that appeared in the ruins of Luli were Carmilla, Citra, and Darum, the three in the picture of the monolithic gargoyle that was transmitted back earlier. Intelligence officers reported at the meeting said, "Where's Captain Megumi? Did you find her?" Superintendent Sawai asked the intelligence officer with a hint of concern between his eyebrows. Victory team leader Megumi Izumi confirms that it has been recovered, safe and sound. It's just that none of the members of the police department have any leads yet. After the intelligence officer nodded his head, he looked to the police department's chief, Gigant. Damn it. Chief Gigantier clenched his fists and sighed. They are the best of our police department. Director Jigong, we can only take one step at this point in time. Staff Sergeant Nagumo of the police department spoke up. For now, the biggest problem is still the Dark Giants. Against the Dark Giants, the only way to win is by relying on the abilities of the Giants of Light. So I suggest that another team be sent into the ruins of Luli. I'm sure there's a stone statue of the Giant of Light in there. In addition to the stone statue of the Dark Giant, Senator Nan Yun was not surprised by his words, but when the people thought about it carefully, they felt that there was some truth to it. However, the proposal was eventually rebutted, and the person who refuted it was also the police commissioner. Mr. Gigant, Nan Yun, this countermeasure is too risky. I don't agree. With a reluctant look on his face, Yoshi just spoke up. I can't afford to risk another member of my police department going to Luli right now. It's tantamount to death. We don't have to call out the police department. Isn't the Victory team's Atreides near Lului? Give this mission to them. An imperceptible smirk appeared on Staff Officer Nagumo's face. To the crowd. And the Victory team has been fighting monsters for years. There's also the most contact with Ultras. They'll have more experience. I don't think that's a good response either. Just then, Superintendent Sawai looked at Staff Officer Nagumo and spoke. So, it's better to think of another method. Lului, the giant stone statue in the ultra-ancient ruins, is not only being fought by Senator Nagumo. Su Ming, who had already managed to enter the middle of the ruins, was also hitting the giant stone statue. Back in the midst of the ultra-ancient city that has been reduced to ruins and is littered with stone statues with broken limbs and arms, Su Ming began to search for the giant stone statue again. There was a lack of energy, so Su Ming directly lifted his transformation state, and he was still able to hold on in terms of physical strength. It's not a big deal. Carmilla and the others not chasing and surprised Su Ming, but now was not the time for surprises. Su Ming ran up in the middle of this large yellow earth metropolis and once again began to search for the giant stone statue. According to Su Ming's thoughts, there should be quite a few intact giant stone statues here. After all, at the beginning, after trying to reach the third stone statue himself, he managed to enter it as a light. However, after Su Ming ran all the way to shoot more than 10 stone statues, and yet no miracle happened at all. It's not a broken optogenetic factor converter, is it? Blowing on the converter worn on his wrist, Su Ming said doubtfully, or maybe he was just more lucky at first, so he got a shot at an intact stone statue. Outside the ruins of Lului, Carmilla was gathering around Dark Deja, her eyes full of excitement, and Hitler and Darum had the good sense to step aside and control the direction of the mini Zoga's charge, to ensure that all parts of the world can be covered by Zoga's attack range. Deja, 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 clasping both arms around Dark Deja's shoulders. Carmilla cried out obsessively, "My Deja, you're finally back." Dark Deja never took his eyes off Carmilla, who was in front of him, bringing Dark Deja an extreme sense of familiarity, and dormant memories of the ultra-ancient, which are gradually awakening. Carmilla, after a long time, Dark Deja spoke, but his voice was exactly the same as Daikoku's. Deja. Carmilla was extremely excited to hear Dark Deja call out her name. Although he was a bit surprised by the voice of the Dark Jinn in front of him, he didn't care about the details anymore. Carmilla, do you really like me that much? I'm sorry. Daiko's voice came out of the Dark Deja again, asking Carmilla. Love it, of course, Carmilla replied, without even thinking about it. You were the strongest dark warrior 30 million years ago, a warrior who combined strength and handsomeness. But, after a moment, Carmilla calmed down a bit. Then with sadness, he asked, why did you leave me behind 30 million years ago? Have I ever done anything like that? For such a thing, Dark Deja did carry doubts and could be said to be completely uninformed. Right, Carmilla said indignantly. You listened to that Yui Ren's fancy words and left the three of us behind, absorbed our dark power to transform it into light, and then sealed us one by one, knowing that only today we have lifted the seal at the hands of foolish humans, said. Carmilla placed her hand on Dark Deja's chest. Tell me, you didn't do that, did you? Dark Deja was silent for a long time without speaking. Carmilla looked more and more angry, but calmed down quickly. As soon as you come back, I can let it go because, well, I love you. Love. Mouthing the word, Dark Deja looked over at Carmilla, and as if sighing, then he shook his head and said, I'm sorry Carmilla, I lied to you. Carmilla flinched slightly as she heard Dark Deja's inexplicable words, then an unsettling feeling appeared in his heart. Actually, I'm not a Deja. The voice of Daiko emanated once again, from within the darkness of Deja. To Carmilla, she said, I'm sorry, I'm Daegu. What? Not only Carmilla, but even the Ram and Hydra, who were eavesdropping, were shocked on the spot. The three pairs of eyes looked at Dark Deja with disbelief written all over them. No, you've got to be kidding. Unwilling to believe the truth, Carmilla's body trembled slightly as she pointed at Dark Deja. End of chapter. Chapter 168, The Power of Transformation. Chapter 168, The Power of Transformation. You've got to be kidding. Joking right. Carmilla pointed at Dark Deja as she staggered backward, her body a little unstable. I'm sorry. Daiko's voice came out once more, addressing Carmilla. I'm sure Deja had no choice but to seal you. Otherwise why just seal you? Stop saying that. Carmilla covered her ears and yelled. Hitler and the Ram came running over as well, standing beside Carmilla and looking at Deja. Double asked, Deja, what are you talking about? If it was before, I really don't understand what's going on between you guys. Uka shook his head. To the three Carmillas, she said, now I seem to have some sympathy for you guys instead. After Deja cast off the darkness and threw himself into the light, a former friend and lover but sealed by Deja himself. In my opinion, Deja really did something wrong with this move, Daiko said slowly. In modern human terms, Deja is scum. Carmilla would have been lying to herself, knowing from the beginning that Dark Deja was a Daikoku changeling. It was only seeing that Dark Deja seemed to have recovered his memories from millions of years ago that made him so excited. And now, Daiko's self-disclosure was like throwing a bucket of cold water on Carmilla. Make it angry and sober. You guys, let him know what happens when he teases me. In the midst of her madness, Carmilla points to Daegu and barks orders at Hitler and Darum. The two dark giants then charged towards Daegu. Su Ming ran within the ruins, panting so much that he was close to using his tongue to dissipate the heat like a dog. After running for half a day, Su Ming shot about 100 stone statues, but didn't find a complete one that. This also shows how tragic the Great War was 30 million years ago. Just as Su Ming sat his butt on the ground to rest, the entire ultra-ancient ruins began to vibrate. Then, under Su Ming's gaze, the Durham crashes down from the top with Dark Deja by the neck, slamming into the ground. All that was seen was a ripple in the ground, and then Dark Deja and Darum were swallowed in together. Su Ming was still in a daze, but he was also swallowed by the ground that had suddenly become a ripple. Being inexplicably swallowed, Su Ming was just about to open his mouth to cry out in shock, but he directly swallowed a mouthful of seawater. Opening his eyes again, Su Ming realized that he was in the middle of a pitch-black ocean. Only this bottom of the sea is the bottom of the sea within the ruins of Lului. There are still super-ancient buildings in there. Dark Deja and Naram are fighting each other in the sea. It didn't seem as amicable as it had been out there before. To say that the two dark giants were just itching to come here to practice, Su Ming didn't believe it. So there is only one answer. Dark Deja's consciousness didn't sink into the darkness. It was Daiko who faked it. Looking towards Dark Deja, Su Ming could only see that his opponent had been hung up by Darum. In terms of strength, without the augmentation of the potent type of, there was no way Daegu could beat Darum, who was known as a Gundam warrior. As soon as he threw Daegu out of the way, Darum laughed mockingly. Wretches who can't utilize the full power of darkness. I don't want to use the power of darkness, Daegu said in retort to Darum. If he didn't have to, Daegu would never use the Dark Divine Light Rod transformation, because Daiko knew how powerful the dark power contained in Dark Deja was. Most of all, that dark power was completely uncontrollable on its own. Sure enough, it's Daikoku. When Su Ming heard Daegu's voice, he slowly swam downwards, only the breath that Su Ming was holding in his mouth. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on to it anytime soon. 2 minutes tops. This was the limit of how much Su Ming was able to hold his breath after his physique had been upgraded. Daiko doesn't use the power of darkness. There is no way to win a fight with Darum based on physical skills alone. The other exception, however, is for Darum to unleash a surefire attack. As long as this move was released, Daegu would definitely be able to absorb the opponent's energy and transform it into light. Su Ming. Just as Daegu was still about to strike, he saw Su Ming, who was swimming down in the sea. Unable to stop himself from exclaiming, Su Ming couldn't talk in the water, so he could only demonstrate to Daegu with his body movements. First, he posed for a mandatory release, and then he pointed to the timer on his chest. It means that Daiko induces Darum to go against his wave, and then absorbs the other's energy. Gain the power of light. I get it. Daego looked at it halfway and nodded to Su Ming, then looked at Darum, then both arms stretched out to the left and right, gathering dark power in all directions. Su Ming? Daegu eyed the Ram ahead of him. To Su Ming, he said, you mean to tell me to trust my heart, not to be afraid, and to be brave enough to use the dark power right, to a golem. Su Ming was so anxious that he tried to open his mouth, but he was filled with a mouthful of seawater and almost didn't choke to death. Well, if that's right, that's it. Soon, the power of darkness coalesced in front of Daegu's body and said confidently. Seeing this, the Ram also laughed. Why? I thought you said you didn't use the power of darkness, but that's what makes it interesting. Otherwise, you're too weak, said the Ram, red arcs of electricity appearing above his fists. Then a fist slammed into the ground at the bottom of the ocean. The red energy blasted all the way toward Daegu, and Daegu's arms were in the form of L. Unleash the darkness J-Pelio ray on Darum. Boom! Two explosions rang out, and where Daegu stood, nothing but fire appeared to. It was also blown out in a cloud of mud and dust that drifted out into the sea. Darum took a hard hit from the darkness J-Pelio ray, but instead, realizing that the sure shot unleashed by Daiko wasn't very strong, and that Darum didn't even feel threatened at all. It's over, my friend. Looking towards the dust that drifted away into the sea, Darum made a noise and said. However, after the dust cleared, what was revealed was the red and black Deja Ultraman, tornado shape, Deja Altman. This new form for Daikoku is the fusion of the forces of light and darkness with each other, living together in one body. However, having passively transformed the Rum's energy into light, naturally, Daiko was reluctant to use the power of darkness again. The power of light, it's back. Clenching his fists, Daegu felt energized. Then, stepping to the bottom of the ocean, he impacted toward Darum, slamming his fist into Darum's chest. Boo! That punch took Darum extremely by surprise, then was shocked that Daegu had absorbed his dark power and transformed it into light. But Darum hadn't expected that the opponent had actually used his own rigid power. Stealing my power. You guy. I'm sorry, Darum said, covering his chest and looking up at Daegu. That's how you betrayed us 30 million years ago. End of chapter. Chapter 169, Infinite Possibilities. Chapter 169, Infinite Possibilities. Having the power of light, Daegu also crafted a red ball of light for Su Ming by hand. Protected within. Thank you, Daegu. After getting a chance to catch his breath, Su Ming took a big breath before thanking Daegu and said. Instead, Daegu faced Darum and took a step towards him. Seeing this, Darum, who had been slammed down to the submarine floor by Daiko, hurriedly stood up and prepared for the battle. Now that Daegu also possessed great power, the two sides in this battle were considered even. Why? Darum slammed his fist into a super ancient building, collapsing it and, why would a former friend betray us? With resentment and anger, Darum madly rushed towards Daegu, launching a frenzied attack on him. Having been sealed for 30 million years, the Rum's resentment was also extremely deep. In particular, the scene of being absorbed of power 30 million years ago was once again recreated, causing Darums to rage. It looks like a vicious battle, Su Ming said, shaking his head from within the ball of light. And I wonder why Daegu doesn't go down dead. In the original episode, after Daegu absorbed Darum's dark power and transformed it into light, then a shot of Dillahume lightstream blew it out of the water for good. But now, Daiko didn't do that after transforming the dark power of the. Instead, he chose to physically fight Darum. Su Ming couldn't believe that Daegu didn't know that he could kill Darum in seconds. So, these moves of Daiko's, like he was waiting for something. It should be a moment. Darum jabs at Daegu's body. Instead, Daiko just crossed his arms against his chest and didn't return the favor. However, whenever Darum touched Daegu's body, the dark power would then be sucked away by Daiko for a few moments, and the red part of Daiko's body was getting brighter and brighter. By the end of the fight, the Rum had no strength left to attack, and could only get down on one knee and the face looked at Daegu with a resigned look. Kill me. Though defeated, Darum had no fear of death and hissed and shouted at Daegu, I won't kill you. However, Daegu shook his head and said, why would I kill you? Kill me and you will have one less enemy. The Rum didn't think much of it, and answered directly, if you're going to do it, do it. No bull *******. I'm not going to kill you. Daegu seemed to sigh, and said to the rum that 30 million years ago Deja didn't even kill you, so how could I go and destroy Deja's former friend? These words reached Darum's ears, causing his body to be slightly stunned. After Su Ming heard it, he also looked at Daegu with some surprise. I didn't realize that Daiko had this kind of realization. You know, in the original storyline, Daegu was flat out pushing all the way through, killing everyone he saw. It's not at all like the way it is now that it still comes with sparing opponents. Why friend? The rum clenched his fists, dead set on the ground, and, instead, the words came out of his mouth as if he were gritting his teeth, but that made Su Ming very puzzled. After all, it's pretty rare for English to come out of the mouths of super ancient giants. Couldn't someone have traveled back to teach him English? Secretly spitting, Su Ming didn't say anything. It was only after the rum had finished, again to himself, he said, yeah, why just seal us instead of wiping us out completely? Despite being a Gundamite warrior, Darum has the ability to think for himself, too. Even though he had lost his mind a bit from being sealed 30 million years ago, he was now gradually calming down after a battle with Daegu. I think that Deja is protecting you by sealing you. At that moment, Daiku spoke up and, the power of darkness, though strong, tends to make people lose their minds, but the power of light is relatively soft and with endless possibilities. So I guess Deja left Earth after he sealed you guys. It was to go forth and find a way to turn you into light, not to leave you behind. As Daegu's words fell, a ripple rose up around him. Then the crowd returned to Luli within the super ancient city. The ball of light protecting Su Ming also disappeared, allowing Su Ming to land on the ground. Unfortunately, while I had an exchange with the residual consciousness of Deja a while back, but it was not learned where he had gone. Su Ming walked forward and said with his hands spread out, ha ha ha. Just then, an ear-piercing sound came, causing both Su Ming and Daegu to be on guard. Then, Carmilla and Hitler's figures appeared in front of Su Ming and Daegu. Both were still in human form. Carmilla in a long black dress and Citra, on the other hand, was dressed in dark purple leather with strange, ultra-ancient decorations on her head. Deja, he has abandoned us, Carmilla cried out with a great deal of resentment. Otherwise, after all this time, why has he never returned? When he shows up, I'll kill him. Su Ming slightly stared, then looked at Carmilla and said, it's possible that he encountered a powerful enemy in the universe, or perhaps he met an untimely end somewhere. These are all possibilities. However, after Su Ming finished speaking, he saw Carmilla's murderous gaze look over. For a moment, Su Ming's cold hairs stood straight up. Sure enough, a woman's mouth deceives a ghost. Spouting off about killing Deja, but still turning out to be a husband protector. Cut the crap, now that Diga is out of the picture. Then you, who can turn into Diga? Just die for him. When Hydra finished speaking, the short blade on her wrist glowed purple, and then the energy coalesced and attacking towards Daegu. Seeing this, Daegu didn't dodge, and with the experience of absorbing the dark power for the first time, this time Daiko's movements were much more skillful, only to see Daiko's two arms spread wide, facing the light's attack straight on under Hitler's surprised gaze. That purple light was pouring into Daegu's body in a steady stream. Only a rainbow-like glow was seen emanating from Daikoko's body, and the colors on his body gradually changed. There was more purple coloring on the body, which was only black and red, and it was clear that this is the ability to absorb Hitler's agility. Stop it, Hitler! Seeing this, Carmilla hurriedly shouted to Hitler, I won't believe it, I'm going to kill him. Yet, Hitler was filled with the rage of 30 million years of sealing. The firing of the light in his hand became more powerful, even shifting from purple to purple-green. Stop it, Carmilla didn't transform, but a whip of light appeared in her hand and a whip reeled Hitler back, interrupting Hitler's light release. You forget that 30 million years ago, how did Deja absorb our dark power anymore? But it can't be helped, Hitler said to Carmilla, as her chest continued to rise and fall. We can only use the dark power attack, otherwise how are we going to deal with him again? Hitler was right, and Carmilla was right, but it was too late for that. Daegu had absorbed Hitler's dark power and transformed it into the energy of light. End of chapter. Chapter 170, Help Me Change Too. Chapter 170, Help Me Change Too. The color of his body changed completely to a silver-red violet. Daiko has transformed into the burst form of Deja Ultraman. The tornado form is a force of darkness and rigidity. The burst form, on the other hand, is a combination of three powers: darkness, rigidity, and agility. Hydra used up all of her already small amount of energy and fed it all into Daiko's body. Was transformed into the power of light. Now that Hydra is as weak as the rum, both from energy drains. Again, one knee on the ground. Carmilla saw that it was too late, so she had to untie the whip of light that was wrapped around Hitler's body. Turning his gaze to Daegu, Why don't you go down dead? Carmilla asked Daegu. After a moment of silence, you clearly could have put Dharam and Hitler to death. I just spoke to Dharam. Daegu stood silently in front of Carmilla's. Answering, he said, Deja didn't wipe you guys out 30 million years ago either. So there's no way I'm going to lay my hands on you. Just then, Su-ming thought of the last words Carmilla said at the end of the original episode. Then he looked at Carmilla and spoke to her. Carmilla, it's not the light you hate, is it? Rather, it's that Deja didn't take you with him when he turned into light. Carmilla, who hadn't wanted to pay any attention to Su-ming, heard these words and her heartroom trembled violently. Then he looked at Su-ming. You, how did you know? Carmilla took one step towards Su-ming and the long hair on his head lifted without wind. I love him, I really do. But why? As a love-hate warrior, Carmilla has never been able to distinguish between love and hate, even after being sealed away for 30 million years. Just now, Daiko didn't suffer from Carmilla's attack even after he transformed into Deja. Carmilla was also filled with excitement and elation when she initially saw Deja appear. So, Carmilla didn't just go ahead and blame Deja for that. Rather, he wanted to find out more about the situation before determining whether or not Deja had changed his mind. You saw me from the beginning. You saw Daikoku. And yet you didn't just kill him. Su-ming looked at Carmilla and said, I knew at that time that you weren't really dark inside. If we were to replace it with some Ultraman from the Land of Light. Speaking of which, Su-ming remembered Belial. It's only been how many years since Belial was imprisoned in the cosmic prison by the King of Otter. And it doesn't even come close to how long the three Carmillas have been sealed. And with that, Belial was released and then also turned the Land of Light upside down. The entire Otter Star nearly perished. Looking at it that way is enough to show Carmilla's poise and calmness. I'm not dark inside. Ha ha ha. Carmilla looked as if she had heard something funny, but tears fell from her eyes. But even so, Deja, he's still a person went away. A man gone Why don't you take us with you when you turn into light? Why? Carmilla cried and cried. This caused Su-ming and Daegu to be at a loss for words for a while. Daiko sighed and deactivated his transformation, coming to Carmilla as well, but his mouth moved halfway around. But he didn't know what to say to comfort him. Carmilla, maybe there's still a chance I can meet Deja. Just then, Su-ming spoke. What? Carmilla froze slightly and looked at Su-ming. You're going to see Deja by what means? The first time I communicated with Deja, I also communicated with his consciousness remaining in his fighting body. Su-ming spoke up. As far as I know, Deja has left his fighting body behind in many universes, waiting for someone with a heart of light to awaken it. At the time of the first awakening of the stone statue, the residual consciousness that Deja left in the stone statues will then awaken, turning his gaze to the remaining stone statues all over the place. Su-ming said, at that time, just the perfect time to ask Deja. Carmilla fell silent after hearing Su-ming's words. Hitler and Dharam have also deactivated their transformations. Taking on a human form came to Carmilla's side. The physically exhausted duo looked a little pale, but it didn't affect their communication. Carmilla, I'm sure Su-ming can ask for you. At that moment, Daegu spoke up and said, there was a time when this world was in crisis, and it was also Su-ming who led Masaki and I to create a miracle. You're making me sound like I'm channeling an NPC. Su-ming spat at Daegu and said, you change back. After a long silence, Carmilla looked to Daegu and said, Daegu was confused and felt baffled. Carmilla, however, did not speak again, and a short rod that was very similar to the divine light rod appeared in her hand. The transformation button was pressed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Carmilla transformed on the spot and, with that, the blue light whip for combat appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Daegu couldn't help but get a little nervous and hurriedly took out the divine light rod and turned into Deja. Su-ming, however, noticed that Daegu's divine light rod had basically regained its original color. The stripes above its wings, however, were still black. The two of them both transformed, and just when Su-ming thought that the two were going to fight, Carmilla swung her light whip at Daiko and said to him, it's going to hurt a little, so bear with it. Su-ming was dumbfounded. After all, who would say such things before a fight? However, Daiko instantly realized that Carmilla was transferring energy to herself. 30 million years ago, that's how Deja absorbed my dark power. Transform it into light, Carmilla said as she lashed at Daikoku. Didn't you want to turn back into a light giant? I'll give you the energy now. Pop, snap, pop, only to see sparks continuously splattering from Daiko's body under the light whip's attack. Under an extremely heavy light whip attack, the silver stripes in front of his body transformed back to gold on the spot, and his dark head changed back to silver. It worked. Su-ming was not expecting that Carmilla would directly give her power to Daegu. It seems that the original tragic ending has been altered, and now Carmilla, Hitler, the rum, a different future will emerge. only to see Carmilla and Daiko both deactivate their transformations and then Daiko hastily assisted the slightly weakened Carmilla. Carmilla, you don't have to be like this, Daegu said, looking at Carmilla's slightly whitened face with some concern, because I believe that everyone can become light on their own. Dija himself depends on our power. You've got quite a mouth on you. Just then, Darum smiled and said to Daegu, as if he had thought of something, Su-ming pulled out his dark divine light rod and, handing it to Daikoku, Daikoku, would you see if you could trouble yourself to change again and help turn mine into light a bit as well? Daegu. The three Carmillas, who were already somewhat deflated, were momentarily speechless at the sight of this. End of chapter. Chapter 171, The Husband's Revenge. Chapter 171, The Husband's Revenge. With the release of Carmilla's trio of Luli's miniature Zoga also returned to Luli from all over the world under the trio's control. Those darknesses that spread out in all directions with Luli at the center, they all dissipated in an instant, and the sun shone back on the earth to the amazement of the people who were already filled with despair. The executives of the TPC looked out the window at the azure sky and also found it quite unbelievable. It's clear that just a moment ago it was roiling darkness, and there are still overwhelming swarms of Zoga attacking the city. But just for a moment, everything that was a threat to mankind disappeared. What happened? Yoshi just accompanied Superintendent Sawai to the window and looked out at the windy and sunny seascape, wondering. It should be the victory team and them. Superintendent Sawai's mouth broke into a smile as he looked into the distance and said, I've always believed in them and they haven't let me down. In a sense, the darkness did subside because the victory team. After all, Daiko was part of the winning team. After persuading, or rather convincing, the three Carmillas to surrender, Daego sincerely invites the three to enter the life of the modern world. 30 million years have passed, and the society of the present is completely different from that of the super ancient. Daiko assisted Carmilla and said to her, so you can start acclimatizing now, into this different world. Is it really possible? There was some confusion in Carmilla's eyes. The reason why the invasion of humans had stopped, it was because of the promise Su-ming gave that the next time he saw the consciousness left behind in Deja, he would help himself to the question. Although the promise was nebulous and even distant, Carmilla believed Su-ming, because no one else has had access to Deja's consciousness, except Su-ming. Only Su-ming can do this. Carmilla thought that it would be worth waiting as long as she had the slightest chance. 30 million years have passed. Would you care about such a little time now? Of course, in addition to Su-ming's promise, there were also those words from Daegu. Deja didn't abandon the three Carmillas. Rather, it was because of some compelling reasons that he was not able to return to Earth. Come on, let's get out of here. Supporting Carmilla, Daiko said to her with a comforting tone. Carmilla nodded and was about to follow Daegu away. Just then, a voice called out from among the tunnels of the grotto connecting the ultra-ancient city. Daiko! Daiko, where are you? Daiko! Beyond the gaze of a group of figures in white uniforms soon appeared at the entrance of that cave. It was the crowd from the victory team. After Carmilla reclaimed the darkness, and recalled Zoga, the victory crowd made the decision that the intends to come looking for Daegu. Daegu and the others' gazes looked towards Team Victory and the others, and Team Victory and the others looked towards Daegu and the others. For a time, the gazes of the two sides carried each other with surprise, alarm, and surprise, even produced some sparks. Of course, it went without saying that the spark must have come from within Lena's gaze, seeing Daegu assisting this woman in a black dress, well-built and good-looking. Lena couldn't help but grit her teeth, but said nothing. Found Daiko, Horii said, looking at Daiko with wide eyes. But Daegu's arm is holding up. You're the one who talks too much. Shinjo tapped Horii on the head and nudged his gaze hard towards Rina, signaling Horii to shut up. Horii, seeing that the atmosphere didn't seem quite right for quiet, also hurriedly quieted down. Just then, Captain Megumi Izumi stepped forward. At this point, Megumi Izumi had changed from Yuri back to the captain of the victory team. The dress changed back to the victory uniforms with it. When Megumi Izumi saw Carmilla, whom Daiko was supporting, she was also slightly stunned. Then he calmed down for a moment and spoke. The gathering of darkness outside is definitely related to the great ancient, the woman in the black dress, and the two unrecognizable men next to her. It was those three dark giants, Carmilla, Citra, and Darum. Megumi Izumi looked at Carmilla and continued, saying that, however, it seems that Daiko and the others have finished fighting. Captain, you mean, Daiko talked them down? Zongfang wondered. Probably. Megumi Izumi nodded. In her eyes, the dark giant was terrifying, though, but there is a real possibility of being persuaded to surrender, like Dark Deja, 30 million years ago. Noah was just convinced by Yui Ran to join the side of the light. Daegu. Lena gritted her teeth and squeezed those two words out of her mouth. On the Atreides, Phantom Mercy had told the crowd everything. 30 million years ago, the war between light and dark, the demise of the ultra-ancient metropolis, and Deja and Carmilla. Hitra, the Rum's relationship. Carmilla is a former love interest of Deja's. The words, which had been ringing in Lena's ears for a long time, could not be calmed. And now that Lena had seen Dago holding Carmilla, even intimately, in addition to the clenched fists, the blood in his eyes had been clearly visible. Lena, Daiko responded as well, reaching out a hand to wave at Rena and shouting. Tears, however, streamed from Lena's eyes and, with that, without a word, he turned back and ran towards Lily beyond. Ha, Daiko. Carmilla saw this and looked over at Daiko and laughed. I seem to be treated as an enemy. Lena, Daiko saw this and let go of Carmilla's arm in a hurry and chased after Lena in the direction she had left. Carmilla stumbled and fell to the ground, then turned her gaze to Su Ming. Come on, hold me up. Won't you get up yourself? Su Ming said in reply to Carmilla with a slight blink of an eye. If you don't help me, I'll summon the darkness again, Carmilla said with a calm face as she looked at Su Ming. Su Ming, Dago got Lena back, after all, but it still took a lot of talking plus Su Ming's testimony to explain it. As for the Carmilla trio, everyone kept their mouths shut, at Megumi Izumi's orders. This includes Kigo Masaki. I'm not following your captain's orders. Masaki Kigo spoke up arrogantly. And, I just have my own considerations. In fact, Carmilla didn't give the other party any good looks after meeting Megumi Izumi. After all, Yuri was Carmilla's archenemy 30 million years ago, and there is a so-called revenge for the husband. Su Ming had become a bystander through and through this time. It wasn't until Su Ming helped Carmilla leave this ruined city that he found an intact stone statue of a giant. It seems that this giant stone statue is the final key to the successful unlocking of my seal. Handing Carmilla over to Kigo Masaki to assist her, Su Ming also returned the covered shadow spark in passing, then sleep-slapped on top of the intact stone statue of the giant. End of chapter. Chapter 172 Strange Stone Statue. Chapter 172 Strange Stone Statue. Carmilla saw the stone statue that Su Ming suddenly ran over to photograph. A very strange expression appeared on his face. The scene just now where Su Ming turned into a light revived stone statue by slapping the statue. It wasn't as if Carmilla hadn't seen it. With her current actions, Carmilla also knew that Su Ming was trying to revive the giant stone statue in front of her once again. Only, there was something special about the intact giant stone statue in front of us. Is something wrong? Kigo Masaki saw the look on Carmilla's face and, immediately responding, he then asked Carmilla, there is something wrong, but it's too late. As Carmilla's words fell, Su Ming slapped his hand on top of the stone statue as well. As Su Ming had expected, movement arose on the optogenetic factor transformer on his wrist. Only Su Ming's body turned into a particle of light and entered the stone statue. And then the entire giant stone statue regained its color and vitality and revived on the spot. Everything's fine. Ha! Kigo Masaki watched the scene in front of him warily and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The light genetic factor successfully turned Su Ming into light, and Su Ming successfully revived the giant stone statue. Instead, Carmilla gave a look of amusement and didn't say anything. Very well, the last seal. Su Ming, after successfully integrating into the stone statue, then he sensed that the last shackle blocking the heart was about to open in the light. However, the next second, Su Ming violently covered his chest and bent over, looking ahead with a horrified expression on his face. This time, the recovered giant statue was originally silver, blue and red in color, but now the colors on the body were fading. What's going on? Su Ming exclaimed out in shock, suddenly feeling that the light on his body seemed to prime in the opposite direction. A black particle arose within the body of the revived giant, spreading up and down the entire body. What the hell happened? Under his confusion, Su Ming looked at the crowd on the ground, only to feel his vision gradually blurring before his eyes. Consciousness slowly confuses. What happened? Carmilla. Daiko held Lena's palm in one hand and, frowning at Carmilla, she asked, You're the owner of this place. You must know what's going on. Master, not so much, Carmilla replied to Daiko, but I do know that there is something truly special about this hard-won and intact stone statue of a giant. The peculiar thing is that he was originally a giant of light, but fell into darkness later on. Join us in the camp of the dark giants. Looking towards the giant that had completely blacked out in front of her, Carmilla opened her mouth. So even Seo Myung can be black and right. Daegu also looked towards the giant that had fallen into complete darkness, gritted his teeth, and spoke. Even though Su Ming is light, he's been turned into a dark Deja before. Isn't that right? Even with a lower fitness with darkness, he once became darkness, Carmilla replied. Su Ming did feel that his consciousness was gradually being filled with dark power. Emotions from this ultra-ancient giant, the dark giant, tumbled through his own mind. The heart was filled with resentment, anger, disbelief, and madness. These negative emotions have directly affected Su Ming, making me, the revived giant, a complete dark giant. Once again, a giant of darkness. Prepare for battle. Understood. With Zhong Feng's command, the victory team crowd quickly pulled out their victory hippogriffs. Prepare for battle. Since Sukata was leading the battle this time, even after retrieving Megumi Izumi, the right to give orders also remained in Zhong Feng's hands. Of course, Sukata knew that Megumi Izumi was there, and that he shouldn't be so no. But Megumi Izumi has already been through an ordeal, and Sukata just wants to give the object of his constant affection a break. Vice Captain Zhong Feng, he's Su Ming, not the enemy. Just then, Megumi Izumi spoke up. I understand, but we are in the presence of dark giants, and weapons may only exist for defense. Sufan nodded, and after assuring himself that he wouldn't hurt anyone indiscriminately, he said to Megumi Izumi, Kiko Masaki looked to Carmilla, until salvation might be just around the corner. Hastily, he opened his mouth and asked, what should we do in this situation? How can we get him out of his transformed state? To disarm it, unless the energy runs out, or the event time is up. Otherwise it would be very difficult for him to change back without being conscious. Carmilla didn't feel anxious. She even found it amusing. These 30 million years of loneliness have sort of given Carmilla the idea of playing law time. This is not a good way to see a play. Su Ming lost control and stormed out of control. His consciousness sank into the darkness, and then he began to wreak havoc, empty the surrounding ultra-ancient buildings instantly. Not even the super-ancient architecture on the ground ever thought of that. Himself will suddenly one day Su Ming shoot down. Let me stop him. Seeing this, Dagu took out the divine light rod that had been completely restored to its original state and said with a solemn expression on his face, then press this thing that turns people into light, only to see Daiko's body turn into light, then grow larger and larger, and after successfully transforming, a starting stance was struck against Su Ming. That's pretty funny. Hydra and Narum couldn't help but smile at the sight of it. Hitler and Narum have been equally lonely for 30 million years. I also knew a good show was coming when I saw it. Wake up, Su Ming! A slap was thrown at Su Ming, who had just taken control of his body and was instantly confused. Then, without hesitation, he returned the slap to Uku. The snap was crisp and loud. In response, Daegu has no idea when it's Su Ming who's in control. When wasn't Su Ming controlling this body in battle? What flowed within this giant now was the power of darkness, a power that Su Ming could not control. So, Daiko takes another punch. Su Ming, stop! Daegu backed up in a row, stretching out a hand and shouting at Su Ming that, stop it, I'm Daiko, ha ha ha. However, Su Ming laughed out in the midst of a seizure and, not even if you're the king of heaven, today, don't even think or walk out of Lului. Wait, Su Ming's consciousness recovered again, and he was about to say something to Daegu. However, Daiko instantly slapped him again. Su Ming, have you recovered? Daiko was trying to wake Su Ming up with a physical wake-up call. However, Su Ming's consciousness, however, was once again engulfed at that moment, and what greeted Daegu was another heavy slap. No, his consciousness is being devoured again. Kigo Masaki on the ground sees this and is anxious to get on top himself. However, he had not yet recovered his strength and had changed his cover shadow once only a short while ago. So, Kigo Masaki knows that he's no Su Ming, being able to release so much light to use for transformations. End of chapter. Chapter 173, A Sword Cutting Through Darkness. Chapter 173, A Sword Cutting Through Darkness. What about this? Daiko rushes forward and pounds Su Ming, knocking him down and then pinning him down. With that, he turned to Carmilla on the ground for help. You're asking me? That's the wrong person. Carmilla spread her hands. There was a hint of a smile in the midst of helplessness. After all, the person who persuaded Deja to turn into light 30 million years ago couldn't have been me. That means, when everyone heard Carmilla's words, they all turned their gazes to Megumi Izumi. Wasn't it Yui Ren who persuaded Dark Deja to the Lights Camp 30 million years ago? I'll try. Megumi Izumi sighed and said, it's not always possible to succeed but I try. Good. Hurry up, Captain. I can't hold him down much longer. Daiko said, the crystal on his forehead flashing a red light that, with that, the color of his entire body turned into a silver and red color. The strength of the power type made it a little easier for Daegu to pin Su Ming to the ground as well. Su Ming's consciousness was engulfed, only to keep struggling under Daegu's suppression, and he let out a hiss, looking extremely crazy. Megumi Izumi took one step and walked over to Daiko and Su Ming. He looked up into the face of the giant that Su Ming had turned into. Then, with a white glow emanating from her body, Yuri's silhouette detached itself from Megumi Izumi's body and, silently suspended in the air, it then merged back into Megumi Izumi's body. Izumi Megumi's white glow blossomed after the phantom ray void was integrated into her body. After the crowd felt that it was no longer so blinding, The Megumi Izumi in front of them had already turned into the sorceress in white robes. You run! Su Ming! Looking up at the dark giant that Su Ming had turned into, Yurin slowly spoke up and, "May the light dispel the darkness in your heart and awaken you from your sinking." Saying that, Yurin made a seal with both hands, and the white light formed an extremely complex formation of light. Then under the incantation recited by Yui Ren's mouth, the formation of light flew towards the gigantic head in front of him and directly imprinted on it. The crowd only saw the formation formed by the white light merge into the dark giant's head, and then that dark giant's body stiffened and stopped struggling. Daegu felt no movement underneath him and stood up to check on him. Then he said, "Captain, you run. Su Ming won't die, right?" The entire body of the dark giant lay stiff and unmoving on the ground. Even the chest didn't look like it was heaving. Only the azure timer on its chest represented that the other party was still alive. "No," Yui Rin said, shaking her head. "Next, it's up to Su Ming himself to wage a battle against the darkness." A fight against the darkness? When the crowd heard Yui Rin say that, they all turned their gazes to the dark giant. Only the three of them, Carmilla, disdained the fact that Yui Ren was talking out of her ass. Sea of consciousness. Su Ming was within a piece of darkness, and without being told Su Ming knew that. Himself was pitted by the giant stone statue he had just seen. Miscalculated. I didn't realize that this stone statue was a stone statue of a dark giant. Su Ming looked at the darkness around him and thought about how to leave this hellish place. 30 million years ago, this city was once reduced to a battleground between light and darkness, and one should have known that the stone statues buried here include dark giants in addition to light giants. But I also turned into light to come in at the beginning. Ugh, never mind. Better think about how to get out first. Within this dark space, Su Ming could float and fly on his own. However, wherever Su Ming arrived it was pitch black, so it was the same whether he flew or didn't fly. Just as Su Ming reached out to touch everywhere, a formation of light suddenly rushed into this dark space, bringing Su Ming a blinding light. Chance. Seeing this, Su Ming hastily reached out and grabbed at the light. According to the usual plot in Ultraman, this light must be an aid from the outside world, and as soon as one catches the light, then you can turn back into a giant of light. However, when Su Ming's hand was about to touch the light, one could only see the formation of light spreading out at great speed, gathering up the surrounding darkness. Eventually, in front of Su Ming, the darkness of the entire space was gathered and became a dark giant. It was the dark giant that had now transformed, and the entire space, too, became slightly brighter under the closing of the formation. ***. Su Ming's outstretched hand couldn't break in time and touched directly on top of the other party's timer. Then in a fit of excitement, he actually snapped that timer right out with the force. However, the dark giant in front of him didn't seem to care if the timer existed or not. Above its body a dark aura was constantly emanating, and its chest, which had its timer snapped off, was releasing a steady stream of black gas. ********. So scary? One of the reactions in Su Ming's head was to tactically retreat first. After all, he was a human now. The opponent was still in the form of a dark giant, and he couldn't beat the opponent even if he thought about it with his toes. However, the dark giant moved. Letting out a hiss he threw a punch at Su Ming, and with a bang, it smashed Su Ming out 100 meters away, with black smoke continuously coming out of his chest. No way. Which dog thief got this guy out? Covering his chest, Su Ming kept spitting out, "Maybe he'll be beaten to death here today," only to see the dark giant walk towards Su Ming step by step, and Su Ming slowly stood up, intend to die with honor. Anyway, he couldn't beat this guy, and he was going to die either way, so he might as well let it go. After all, in Triga Ultraman, the protagonist, Kengo Monica, has also physically wrestled with Dark Triga in the Sea of Consciousness. Come on. Su Ming clenched his fists and charged straight through towards the dark giant. The other party also did not look flustered in the slightest, and steadily blasted a fist towards Su Ming. Boo! A powerful shockwave spread around from the collision of the two fists. Su Ming had never thought that he had such a powerful force in this place. Looking down, Su Ming realized that there was a ray of light flowing from the heart area into the limbs. Good. That makes it a fight with this guy. The fist in his hand glowed with light as Su Ming once again charged towards the dark giant. Another pair of punches were thrown, and this time, the dark giant took a few steps back and, sitting on his ass. You're just a dark giant after all. A loser from 30 million years ago. A light emanated from Su Ming's body as he took a step toward the dark giant. Within my heart, there can exist a swarm of light giants. Using his hand to form a sword, Su Ming's hand carried an intense glow that, it chopped straight down towards the dark giant. Jab! The entire space looked like it had been torn apart as light flooded into the pitch-black world. Then, Su Ming only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and his entire body stood on top of the yellow soil. End of chapter. Chapter 174, Finding Another Dija Stone Statue. Chapter 174, Finding Another Dija Stone Statue. With his hands still in the chopping position, Su Ming blinked and surveyed his surroundings. Only to find the victory team members, along with the three Carmillas and Kigo Masaki looking at them. Of course, Daiko, who had turned into Dija, was also staring at himself. Su Ming? Carefully testing the waters, Masaki Kigo opened his mouth to Su Ming and asked. Just now, the dark giant, whose body was lying stiffly on the ground, suddenly turned into particles and dispersed. Su Ming then appeared on the ground. This puts the crowd on the defensive for a bit, to avoid a situation where Su Ming's body was occupied by a dark giant. It was me. Su Ming replied to Masaki Kigo. That guy was cut down by me with a single slash. So strong? How? Kigo Masaki couldn't help but ask. Defeating a dark giant with a human body is just plain sick. It's not me who's relying on it. It's it. Su Ming pointed to his heart and replied to Masaki Kigo. Isn't it a part of you? Kigo Masaki froze. Then he realized and said with a smile. Sometimes I still want to slice you up and study you. Actually, if you can research it, slicing it doesn't really matter. Su Ming spread his hands indifferently and said to Masaki Kigo. Fine, I'll cut you up when I get back. With a twist, the crowd finally left Lului. The three Carmelas, however, did not leave with the crowd. For in this world, only Lului, a super ancient city, has appeared on Earth, and this is the home of the three. However, Carmilla said that she would go and live amongst human society from time to time. This makes it tricky for the victory team and others to realize that Carmilla, Hitler, the Rum are dark giants, and if there is any conflict in the midst of human society, that started a fire that was no ordinary brawl. Su Ming went back with Kigo Masaki. After knowing the secrets of 30 million years ago, Masaki Kigo finally realized why he couldn't help but want to call his sister whenever he saw Megumi Izumi. But I'm not Gaiku himself either. This is sort of the aftermath of transforming into Gaiku. Kigo Masaki is troubled by this and can only say that he tries not to meet Megumi Izumi. As a top physicist with a high-flying male persona, Kigo Masaki expressed his helplessness at the aftermath of this destruction of his own persona. Su Ming sensed his heart area, but realized that the last seal had yet to be undone. Although it was said that at first it turned into light into the stone statue. The stone statue, however, was already a dark giant by nature, so it could not be a so-called light storage container at all. The Lului ruins were so big, Su Ming planned to look around again to see if there were any other stone statues, and the TPC executives gave an order. Completely seal off Lului and allow no one near the investigation. After all, there's a darkness unknown to mankind slumbering in here, and if we get another dark giant or two, that would be a crime for the ages. As for the report from the victory team crowd on this mission, it only mentions Deja's presence in Lululi. After defeating 3 dark giants, there was no more. The new Guts players are still being recruited and trained, so you all will be working hard for a while. Superintendent Sawai stood in front of the victory crowd and opened his mouth to address them. A new winning team is still being built, but the new one is different. Sort of a team that the police department set out to build. And, of course, the receivers on the winning team. There was no disagreement among the victory crowd about this. Everyone still has dreams in their hearts. Once a successor takes over, the crowd can get to work on building their future. Superintendent Sawai knows that Victory has a great team. If they were to be bound to the identity of the Victory team for the rest of their lives, I'm afraid that this would be a lifelong regret for the Victory team crowd. As for Megumi Izumi, Director Sawai has already made arrangements. That is to familiarize it with the work of the Intelligence Bureau and prepare it to take over the Intelligence Bureau's position, and in charge of getting ready to meet Habitat for Humanity. Instead, it was a young man, Shizuma Mitsukuni, who was attached to the TPC Intelligence Bureau. Su Ming piloted Geozak around the TPC's blockade. From the bottom of Luli Sea, you enter the island and search for the stone statue many times. However, each time it was fruitless. This bothered Su Ming. After all, the seal was this close. As long as the last one was lifted, the heart's ability should work just fine. But every time Su Ming went to Luli, Carmela would urge Su Ming once more. Leave it to Su Ming to find the stone statue of Dija. After thinking about it, Su Ming simply set his goal directly at finding another Dija stone statue. This would both lift the seal and ask Deja about Carmilla. It feels a little risky. Su Ming stroked his chin for a moment, thinking, he himself is now a bit like the Tang monk who crossed the river of heaven. The old turtle wants the Tang monk to ask the Buddha how long he will live. The Tang monk forgot to ask and was plagued. What if there's no residual consciousness of Diga around after he turns into Diga? Back when Carmela asked, it was another apocalypse. Masaki, if you want a slice, you still have a chance now. If it doesn't cut it, I'll have to go. Su Ming said to Kigo Masaki in his underground lab. Slicing is not necessary. You can let me draw blood. Kigo Masaki thought for a moment. To Su Ming, he said, maybe the next time you come back, you'll be able to see your son. Su Ming, sure enough, you still want to study me. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched. Then he stretched out an arm and, here, smoke it, and as for the son or whatever it is, don't mess with it. Then screw the grandchildren. Kigo Masaki wasn't polite either, and stuck a needle in the vein of Su Ming's arm. It didn't take long to draw a full tube of blood. Screw it up however you want. Su Ming retracted his hand, then took out the time pen from his arms. I also need to hurry up and find another stone statue to remove the seal. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Masaki Kigo nodded and said to Su Ming with a smile. A little bit of light particles wrapped around the spacetime pen, and Su Ming drew a spacetime crack in front of him. Then he looked at Kigo Masaki. Masaki Kigo also understood what Su Ming meant. After all, it was agreed before. Straight away, he pulled out the Gaiku spark, and Masaki Kigo transformed into a human equivalent-sized Gaiku on the spot. Then a ball of light was created to protect Su Ming. With the ball of light protecting him, Su Ming stepped into the temporal rift. Dark red arcs of electricity intersected and collided on top of the ball of light protecting Su Ming, splashing a trail of sparks. Su Ming, who had traveled through several spacetime rifts, wasn't afraid of these electric arcs either. Without batting an eyelid he entered it completely. The spacetime rift closed, and Su Ming disappeared before Masaki Kigo's eyes. Beyond Earth, in the middle of the universe, a spacetime rift suddenly appeared. Then, Su Ming's figure was thrown out from it. The ball of light protecting Su Ming dimmed quite a bit, but it was still able to exist for some time. Protect Su Ming from the threat of stress and lack of oxygen in the middle of the universe. End of chapter. Chapter 175 Space Station Lost in the Universe. Chapter 175 Space Station Lost in the Universe. It seems to pay off and then it doesn't. In the middle of the universe, Su Ming looked at the azure planet in front of him and scratched his head, saying, on this trip, it was considered to have found a way to lift the seal, and this was the biggest gain of all. Unfortunately, by the time he came back now, Su Ming still couldn't transform, and even the seal was still one layer short of being lifted. Feeling the sphere of light protecting him gradually depleting its remaining energy, Su Ming hurriedly used the dog paddle swimming method in the universe, desperately paddling his limbs in the direction of Earth. I have to say, Su Ming's way of swimming is quite effective. The distance from the Earth is shortening little by little, but even if it was fast enough, it was still far away for Su Ming, and with the energy of the light ball shield, it simply won't last that long. No, if this continues, I'm afraid I'll be trapped in the universe. Even if Su Ming's body had been strengthened quite a bit due to his transformation, it was still human flesh and blood. It would never survive in the vacuum of the universe. As long as the light ball shield was broken, then there was no need for anyone to make a move. Su Ming would definitely die. It was already considered relatively lucky for Su Ming that the spacetime rift had not appeared in a more distant universe, but even if it was more fortunate, Su Ming felt unfortunate. How nice it would have been to go straight back to Everest. Now I might actually die. Constantly planing his limbs, Su Ming frantically paddled forward. Just then, a cosmic space station that once circled the Earth floated by from a short distance away. Seeing this, Su Ming froze slightly, then quickly shifted his direction and swam toward that cosmic space station. Look, there seems to be a man swimming outside? Inside the station's observation room, one astronaut pointed to the screen and said to another, "You're tired and bleary-eyed, aren't you? Wait, there's really a person swimming?" The other astronaut was instantly shocked, pointing at the screen and shouting, "That's right. It looks like he's swimming toward our space station." Really? I think he was yelling something else. The mouth looks like Chinese. Should it be screaming for help? With special ropes tied to their bodies, an astronaut in a spacesuit floated from the space station to Su Ming's location. Then, under Su Ming's slightly surprised gaze, he entered within Su Ming's sphere of light. The astronaut pointed to the space station not far away, then to Su Ming, then to himself. Then, grabbing Su Ming's hand, he stuck back down the rope in the direction of the space station. There's even someone in the space station? After being confused for a while, Su Ming opened his mouth to speak. After hearing Su Ming's voice, that astronaut was also confused. A vacuum can actually transmit sound? Surprised, the cries of the astronauts came out of their spacesuits. Actually, this isn't really a vacuum, is it? Su Ming pointed at the light sphere shield and spoke. It even breathes. Asterisk. Su Ming was successfully brought back to the space station by the astronauts. To Su Ming's surprise, there were only 2 astronauts in such a large cosmic space station, or a Daxia astronaut. After unfolding the gravity simulation system, Su Ming and the 2 astronauts sat within the hall. It was hard to know where to start for a while. After a half day of silence, Su Ming spoke. "My name is Su Ming. You should know me? Don't recognize. The two astronauts shook their heads and replied to Su Ming, saying, "Are you famous?" It's okay. This caused Su Ming to be a bit surprised, not expecting that amongst humans. It's amazing that there are people who don't know they exist. It's okay if you don't know me. Now we count as acquaintances. But that's good. At least it will be easier to communicate. Thinking about the time when his hair was almost jerked off by the people on Earth, Su Ming felt a pang of fear. We are the astronauts of Daxia. That is our name. The two looked at each other and displayed their identity nameplates for Su Ming to see. The two astronauts looked to be almost in their 30s. One was named Lu Pei. One named Yu Lu. The two of them got to know each other on the matter of why Su Ming had appeared in the universe. And slowly, Su Ming also knew why there was still a cosmic space station here. According to the duo, this cosmic space station has been out of contact with Earth for a long time. Ever since the time rift appeared on Earth, the space station lost communication with the space headquarters of various nations on Earth. In the space station, a cloud of sparks could be seen bursting from time to time on the surface of the Earth, and sometimes shrouded in darkness. So at the time, there was a lot of panic on the station. Astronauts from other countries have made their way back to Earth and have not been heard from since. After only Lu Pei and Yu Lu remained within the entire space station, the duo had also discussed their intention to return to Earth to find out what was going on. It was at this time that a strange irregular colored sphere appeared near the station. And it made a clanging sound. Then again, the space station suddenly disappeared off the planet, transported elsewhere. It had been about 10 years before the space station drifted back beyond Earth today. Then, he saw Su Ming swimming in the universe. So that's how it is. After listening, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. The one that teleported you away from the outside of the Earth would be the four-dimensional monster Bruton. Monstrous beast? The two were confused. So that thing is a monster. Does that mean that the loss of Earth and the space station at that time had something to do with this beast? It's not exactly right. Su Ming looked at the two and spoke. Prepare yourselves. I will now tell you what is happening on Earth today. It's okay. We're astronauts. We're strong inside. Go ahead. Lu Pei spoke to Su Ming with great confidence. Well, the Earth has suffered an extinction catastrophe, and now monsters are rampant. Almost all the cities were destroyed. Su Ming spoke. Lu Pei. Haha, you're really good at joking. After laughing a few times, Lu Pei looked at Su Ming and, well, just don't make snide remarks to old guys like us who've been out of touch for 10 years. It's not funny. I'm not joking. Su Ming said seriously. Earth, it has changed drastically. Mr. Su Ming, are you telling the truth? Yu Lu, who was at the side, heard Su Ming's words and after calming down for a moment, he confirmed to Su Ming. It's all true. Su Ming nodded and said solemnly. Monsters and cosmonauts from movies and television have appeared to invade the real world. Your teammates back on Earth have likely all met an untimely demise, as the initial disaster came so quickly that the humans weren't ready for it, and there were a lot of deaths and injuries. End of chapter. Chapter 176, do you still need a bottle? Chapter 176, do you still need a bottle? There are oxygen and water cycle converters on the station. Food-wise there was a good stockpile of compressed cookies and whatnot, and there were only 2 people surviving on the entire station. So even if the food was a little out of date for 10 years, it doesn't matter much. There are even vegetable test plots in the space station and the duo have grown their own food. However, after hearing Su Ming's words, Lu Pei and Yu Lu realized that they were out of touch with Earth. Returning to Earth now would be no different than entering another world. It was just like when Su Ming was first resurrected. By the way, why are you in the universe? Even swimming? After digesting the news Su Ming brought, Yu Lu asked Su Ming. And Su Ming has prepared his speech long time ago. I was thrown into the universe by a monster, and that ball of light only protected me for a while. If it wasn't for you guys, I would have died there. In a sense, Lu Pei and Yu Lu did save Su Ming's life, but now you want Su Ming to say he's Ultraman. It was estimated that the duo would only think that Su Ming was telling jokes. So it is. The two of them, Lu Pei and Yu Lu, didn't know whether to believe it or not, but just nodded to show that they understood. By the way, you guys are now going to. Since the space station had drifted back to Earth, Su Ming guessed that the duo also had their minds set on returning to the surface of the planet. Aha! We were preparing to go back to Earth, but if the situation on Earth is what you say it is, I'm afraid we'll be homeless when we get back. Yu Lu sighed and spoke. Actually, the situation isn't that bleak. At least the survivor base is established, and the anti-monster organization is growing stronger. Plus Ultraman has appeared on Earth, so it's okay. Su Ming paused and explained. Altman. The two were momentarily speechless after hearing those 3 words. I can actually understand monsters appearing. After all, there's that probability of biological mutations and whatnot. But I really don't understand much about Ultraman showing up. Man, you didn't come over here specifically to tease us, did you? The corner of Lu Pei's mouth twitched as she looked at Su Ming and said, whether Su Ming was teasing Lu Pei and Yulu or not, the two had finally made up their minds to return to Earth. After being adrift in the universe for so long, it would be impossible to say that you don't miss Earth. The duo had dreamed of returning to Earth during those years, and this process of returning to Earth is completely underway today. The inspection of the return capsule. Over the years Lu Pei and Yulu never dared to fall behind. For the sake of one day still being able to return to Earth, Su Ming was also honored to wear a spacesuit and enter within the return capsule. The thrust spurted out under the self-T work of the duo of Lu Pei and Yulu. The rocket flew back in the direction of Earth with the return capsule. What's that on the screen? Just as the trio's return capsule was about to enter the atmosphere, Lu Pei suddenly looked at the screen in front of her and said in surprise. Su Ming and Yulu also looked at the screen, only to see the image on the screen. That is to say, in the cosmic stars beyond the return capsule, a steel dragon quickly swept past in front of it, heading deeper into the universe. This is the monster, Cosmic Dragonus. Su Ming blinked and opened his mouth to explain. Suddenly, the return capsule shook violently, and the originally weightless trio instantly felt the gravity of the. With the exception of Su Ming, both of them felt a strong sense of discomfort. After all these years of drifting through the universe, even if the space station had a gravity simulator, it wouldn't exactly simulate gravity on Earth. The return capsule gradually fell downward, and after a certain distance, opened its huge parachute. Then the poor feeling of the trio's gravity calmed down a little. Su Ming didn't have any discomfort problems. After all, he was already an Ultraman. If you can't even adapt to this situation, you've become light for nothing. So, after the return capsule landed on the ground in the Halbi Prairie, only Su Ming can act. Looking at Lu Pei and Yulu, who could only stare straight at him in the return cabin, Su Ming had a headache. There are no survivor bases in this prairie. It's totally impossible to go back on your own with two astronauts who just returned to Earth. Finished, leaving the two of them behind was something Su Ming could never do. But now that Su Ming was also unable to transform, there was no way to bring the duo back to the survivor base. A misstep. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming carried the duo out of the return capsule. One by one, they were placed in the meadow. The two were unable to move, but lying on the grass and smelling the aroma of green grass. Instead, a joyful smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that we would still be able to smell grass in this life. What a way to die with no regrets. Cut the sarcasm. The corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched. Even if we live today, I'm going to bring you both back too. The fresh prairie air entered to brush the faces of the three men. Su Ming ripped the seatbelt off in the return cabin. Then with Lu Pei on his back and Yulu strapped in front of him, he just took one step at a time towards the south. Northeast. In the northeast of Daxia. Just head south, over the Daxing'an mountains and you'll reach the survivor base. Before and after for the mail. Su Ming cannot do anything. Who let two astronauts who have been adrift in the universe for 20 years save themselves? Mr. Su Ming, your strength is really great. Along the way, Lu Pei and Yulu didn't miss talking to Su Ming, although I don't know why Su Ming is unaffected. However, Su Ming's approach of tying the two to his body and insisting on bringing them back to the survivor base moves Lu Pei and Yulu extremely. I was born with divine power. Su Ming gasped and replied to the duo. Mr. Su Ming, if you can't hold on, just throw me on the ground. I'm fine. Save your energy by talking less. Su Ming, old brother, it's really worth it for me, Lu Pei, to have met such a good person like you in my life. I said, can we not just hand out random good guy cards? And so it went, all the way around until a couple of cows scattered on the ground appeared ahead of us. Su Ming just stopped. I've got some compressed cookies on me, so you guys lay here for a while and I'll get some milk to go with your food, and it's about time for dinner. After walking all morning, Su Ming was able to have a break. Elder brother Su Ming, it seems like you didn't bring any bottles with you, did you? Yulu laid down on the grass and looked at Su Ming and asked, special circumstances, you think you still use the bottle? Su Ming said, taking one step at a time towards the herd of cows. In no time at all, a cow was fought off and then moved Lu Pei and Yulu under this cow. Elder brother Su Ming, what do you want? The two were confused when they saw this. End of chapter. Chapter 177, Monster in the Prairie. Chapter 177, Monster in the Prairie. A slight cool breeze was blowing on the green grassland. The sun, which was about to disappear into the horizon, bringing the last vestiges of warmth to the cows on the prairie. However, one of the cows in the herd has strayed from the herd, carried by a human and transported aside. Surprisingly, the cow didn't fight back, but just landed on the ground after very well behaved eating the grass on the ground. Old brother Su Ming, how can you let us down? Gritting their teeth, Lu Pei and Yulu said to Su Ming from below, this cow, more than 10 years have drifted over in the universe. Isn't it just a cow? Su Ming opened his mouth and said, how do you think the first person who discovered that milk was drinkable discovered that it was drinkable? Lu Pei. Ulu. Although Su Ming's point is very reasonable, but the two of them just eat raw milk. It does seem a little out of place. No, we won't go down on this today even if we die of hunger and thirst. Sip, sip, sip. I didn't realize it would taste good just like that. Lu Pei even burped after drinking his fill. Just living in the universe for so long. It's not something you can recover from overnight when you return to Earth, even with a full glass of milk. Yulu also very much agreed and tried to nod his head, but realized that he couldn't make it. To be honest, if it wasn't for Su Ming's help, it would have been difficult for the duo to even sip the milk. The sun was setting in the west and it was getting dark. Su Ming, however, did not stay on the Hulbi Prairie, but carried a searchlight on his head, once again back and forth for the men towards the direction of the Daxinganling. After all, while it was possible to build fires on the prairie, the fuel was mostly hay, which did not burn well. It was a big night, and Su Ming did not intend to let Lu Pei and Yulu spend the night here. Originally, Su Ming wanted the cow to carry the duo forward. However, after realizing that Lu Pei and Yulu could hardly even stand upright at the waist, they gave up on this intention. It's a good thing that Su Ming has recovered almost all of his strength after the break. It wasn't that hard to walk up the road a bit more. The Hulbi Prairie would be populated. It's not like it's been devastated by monsters and there are wild cows living here. As Su Ming walked, he paid attention to the sky to see if there would be any one-half smoky one-half rising in the middle of the sky. Only the sky had darkened to a starry sky, making it hard to notice the smoke. Honestly, you're going to have a hard time getting over the Great Hingan Mountains. It's just not going to work. Lu Pei looked at the starlight in the sky and opened her mouth to say to Su Ming, I know, but one has to try right. After all, it's not like there's a living soul here. Su Ming gasped as he replied to Lu Pei, elder brother Su Ming, I think you could try messing with a distress signal or something. This was, Yu Lu suggested, like setting up a SOS, burning black smoke into the sky. Didn't you say that? There are a lot of new fighters on Earth right now. Maybe just, makes sense, but it's nighttime, so it'll be daylight before we can ask for help. Su Ming nodded and prepared to try this method the next day. However, right after Su Ming finished saying this, some weird movements came from the surroundings. As astronauts, Lu Pei and Yulu also realized something was wrong and quietly held their breath. Looks like there's been a bit of trouble, Su Ming said, undoing the seatbelt on his body that was binding the two of them. Then he placed Lu Pei and Yulu on the grass. As expected, a pair of green eyes appeared around Su Ming under the starlight. In the searchlight, Su Ming also saw what these troubles were: wolves on the grasslands. Hulbi Prairie wasn't damaged or attacked by many monsters, so there's quite a lot of wildlife and a lot of animals have migrated here. The presence of wolves can be expected. Old brother Su Ming, I have an idea. Right at this moment, Lu Pei opened his mouth and said, you told me to lie here to attract their attention and run on you's back. Elder brother Lu, it's good that you're leaving. I'm already satisfied that I can return to Earth. Yu Lu couldn't help but be moved to say when he heard Lu Pei say this. Alright, I'll cut the crap. Su Ming moved his wrists and clenched his fists. Tonight, we're adding food. Eat wolf meat. Bang! Only a wolf was seen lunging at Su Ming. Then it flew away. Then the wolves came out en masse. All of them rushed towards Su Ming, opening their bloody mouths and biting at him. Wanted to tear this unknowing human in front of him into pieces. However, Su Ming's power was not something these beasts could withstand. A fist shadow quickly blasted out as Su Ming dealt with the wolves pouncing over in all directions. They even killed a few to cover Lu Pei and Yu Lu to prevent other wolves from sneaking up on the two immobile astronauts. It didn't take long for the ground to be littered with dead coyotes. A larger head wolf led the rest of the wolves away from Su Ming by more than 10 meters. Realizing that this one seems to have hit a hard spot, the blood of his kind, however, only enraged this alpha wolf. Just as the head wolf wanted to pounce on Su Ming again with his pack, a loud bang came from the grassland. All of the wolves' bodies exploded with fur after this loud noise that occurred. Then quickly departed into the distance. Elder brother Su Ming, you're really something. Lu Pei turned his head and saw the wolves retreating. Smiling, he spoke. You're a fierce warrior for taking out so many wolves. Looks like we're really adding to the meal tonight. Yu Lu also smiled and said to Su Ming, hush. However, Su Ming looked away and gave Lu Pei and Yu Lu a silent gesture. The two couldn't help but shut their mouths in surprise at the sight. Then in the midst of the silence, there was another boom, only to see the grass not far away suddenly explode, and then a huge monster rushed out from it. Zigera. How? Su Ming didn't expect that Zigera would appear in the real world, but it stands to reason that the time-space rift connects many parallel timespaces. Even cosmonauts have the same existence, and it's no surprise that Zigella, who is considered a monster, would show up. Only, now that Zigera has appeared, I'm afraid no one will be able to deal with this guy. Zagella? Lu Pei and Yulu were slightly stunned and did not react to what kind of monster this was. After all, the duo hadn't systematically learned about monsters before the monsters invaded the duo then stayed adrift in the universe. This monster will spread its flowers all over the world and put mankind in a state of hallucination. Die in peace. Su Ming's brows furrowed. You can't transform yourself yet, and if Zagella does just bloom, humanity could be really ruined today. End of chapter. Chapter 178, Fighting with Flames in the Sky. Chapter 178, Fighting with Flames in the Sky. Generally, Zagera doesn't bloom until darkness falls, but not Zagella, who teleported through the time rift. This guy didn't know how long he had been hiding here, and he didn't expect to be met by Su Ming at this time. The teleported Gatenjos are defeated, and Zagera is only opening now, which is not too late to be considered late. All in all, it's not good for humanity. Just as Su Ming was thinking about what to do, the whistling of fighter jets came from the sky. Then, a flaming projectile attacked Zagera's body. Saved. Su Ming's first reaction was that he was saved. He didn't have to carry Lu Pei and Yulu over the Daxingan Mountains to find the survivor base anymore. Zagera has just appeared, and the buds are still closed, which means it hasn't yet blossomed all over the world. When the buds of this monster bloom, it will be the day that Zagera pollen is sown all over the world. It's not clear how the anti-monster organization instantly spotted Zagella, but in general, all it takes is for someone to come along and stop it from blooming. But, I'm afraid it's hard to tackle this monster just by firing flaming bombs with the flying shadow. Zagera is a plant-type monster, and fire is its natural enemy. But the flaming projectiles fired by the flying shadow were basically swatted aside by Zagella's tentacles. Set the prairie on fire. Just as Su Ming was worried about whether the flying shadow would be able to successfully deal with Zagera, a Ministry of Special Airplanes guy Ozark fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Then, he aimed his head at Zagera and fired a super vibration wave. Monster-type attacks have to be very effective. A spark exploded from Zagera's torso and burst into flames. The tentacles kept pouncing on themselves, and Zagera put the flames on her body out on the street. Then it let out a sharp hiss and retracted back into the ground. Seeing this, Gazak and the flying shadow naturally wouldn't just let Zagera escape. The flying shadow blasted flaming bombs from the sky into that huge hole in the ground, and the Ozarks. Instead, he burrowed right in and launched himself inside the ground to attack Zagera. Tada! The sound of a helicopter came from the sky, and under Su Ming's gaze, a helicopter landed in the meadow. Then, one by one, fighters jumped out of the helicopter and, with a bazooka on his back, he opened a siege on Zagera's cave. The one who led this battle was indeed someone Su Ming knew. Li Yuan, deputy director of the anti-monster organization. It looks like there's still a lot of firepower on Earth. Lu Pei saw with his own eyes that Zagera had been repelled by the flying shadow and Gayozak, and he couldn't help but smile with joy. It seems that the Earth is not as untouchable as one might think. That one shark just now, it looks like it's mechanically manufactured, right? Yulu did take an interest in Gayozak. Is there a specialized warrior inside to control it? That's right, that's called an extra air machine. Ozark. Su Ming nodded and said to the duo that, you guys stay here and don't move. I'm going to call for help. Well, we can't seem to move either. The two nodded and agreed to Su Ming. Su Ming then walked straight towards Li Yuan. When Su Ming approached Li Yuan, he was surrounded by a group of warriors pointing their firearms. What man? Why is he here? A warrior with a fierce look on his face looked at Su Ming and shouted. However, but the more he looked at Su Ming, the more familiar he looked. Li Yuan also reacted and turned to look at Su Ming, then was shocked. You are. In his excitement, Li Yuan lost his temper in his speech and, Lord Su Ming, right, it's me. Su Ming nodded and said with a smile in reply to Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan suddenly tapped his head, then shook his head and said, no, it must be fake. I'm not falling for Zagera's trick and hallucinating too, am I? Everyone ignore this illusion. It's a trap for Zagera. Li Yuan reacted. To the warriors, he said, aim your guns at Zagera's cave. Understood. A group of warriors also reacted to the fact that, apart from their own group on this grassland, where would a stranger appear, let alone Su Ming? Su Ming, it's really me, Superintendent Li Yuan. Su Ming came in front of Li Yuan and, looking at the other party with an odd expression on his face, he said, I'm back. However, Li Yuan did not change his face and looked resolutely ahead. A mere illusion. Also want to influence me, Li Yuan? Simply dreaming. Superintendent Li Yuan, I'm really Su Ming. Su Ming went numb. Not good. Why is the illusion still there? Li Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that I've been completely hit? No, I can still think. Superintendent Li Yuan, Su Ming was speechless, and directly shook Li Yuan's hand and spoke. Look, I'm not an illusion. I'm real, alive. Ha! Looking at Su Ming in surprise, Li Yuan said in confusion. Zijera's ability is stronger again? Surprisingly giving illusions a real touch? Su Ming. Just then, a warrior beside Li Yuan clenched his teeth and then he spoke to Li Yuan. Superintendent, is there a possibility that this really isn't an illusion? That this really is Lord Su Ming? No way, Li Yuan said categorically. Lord Su Ming hasn't been heard from since he was kidnapped by the two traitors, so how could he possibly show up while we're attacking Zijera? But the superintendent. The warrior pinched his thigh and spoke up. Zijera's hallucinations only give pleasure, and I squeezed my thigh but felt pain. That means what I saw wasn't a hallucination. Ha! Li Yuan. After a long period of silence, Li Yuan pinched his thigh hard, then looked at Su Ming. Then tears blurred his eyes. Superintendent, are you crying from the pain? A warrior on the sidelines asked. Lord Su Ming, you have finally returned. With excitement, Li Yuan hugged Su Ming and shouted. Su Ming sighed, but his heart was full of warmth, and he could tell that Li Yuan was already a bit overwhelmed. The vast majority of humans in this world, compared to the two scientists who kidnapped themselves, still have deep feelings for myself. After all, he was initially. It was resurrected as a last hope only in this 100-year future. It was at this point that Zijera could no longer stand the attack launched by the underground Ozarks. It scurried straight out of the cave. What greeted it, however, was a bazooka in the hands of the fighters, as well as the flaming bombs that kept coming out of the flying shadow. Bang bang! A loud explosion came over Zijera. Sparks filled the air and even the darkness of the night was illuminated into day in this instant. Lord Su Ming, we need your help. Very directly, after hugging Su Ming, Li Yuan opened his mouth and turned to Su Ming for help. Zijera, it has hallucinated Director Jingza. End of chapter. Chapter 179 Pollen of Paradise. Chapter 179 Pollen of Paradise. According to Li Yuan, it had now been 3 months since Su Ming had been kidnapped. Compared to the time Su Ming disappeared before, it is already very short. During these 3 months, the whole world has been searching for Su Ming and the two guys who kidnapped him, Wahako and Tomoya Matsumoto. Unfortunately, even if Su Ming shows up now, he also couldn't find the two guys, Wahako and Matsumoto Tomoya, and he didn't know where the duo had gone to hide. Just yesterday, orange flowers grew near survivor bases around the world. The flowers were identified as Zijera, which is capable of bewitching people. The major survivor bases quickly launched investigations, and eventually, used the ground analog wave to find where Zijera's main body was, which was here, the Hobi Prairie. But yet, before moving on, those orange flowers around the survivor's base gave off pollen in the wind, sending people into a state of utter bliss. Only the fighters who had already boarded the fighters and the Jiazakt airplanes, people including Li Yuan, were not affected by the Zijera pollen. Even Superintendent Jingzai was caught up in Zijera's hallucination and couldn't get out of it. Superintendent Li Yuan, I'd love to deal with this guy too, but I can't transform at the moment. Sighing, Su Ming explained to Li Yuan. Hearing Su Ming's words, Li Yuan was slightly stunned, but instead, he stirred up his confidence and, to Su Ming, he said, "It's okay, Lord Su Ming. This time we'll rely on humanity's own strength to defeat it. I was just too excited to see you. I couldn't control my emotions and lost my temper." With a somewhat embarrassed look, Li Yuan spoke. "Next, I'm going to command the battle. Lord Su Ming, you watch. The power of us humans is infinite." Yes, Su Ming nodded and looked towards the battlefield. The power of mankind is indeed infinite, and in a duel with the Dark Shadow Mage, doesn't it already show? Retreating to the side of the two astronauts, Lu Pei and Yu Lu, Yu Zhou helped the two to sit on the grass. Watch this battle of mankind against an invasion of monsters. Boom boom, loud bangs kept coming, and a steady stream of flaming bullets were fired at Zijera's body. Let its plant body burst into flames. However, it was by no means possible to completely wipe out Zigella with just these attacks. Zijera's roots are deeply embedded in the earth, spreading around the world. This is what allows it to bloom and blossom and confuse people all over the world. So, to wipe out the Zijera completely, it also has to be exterminated from its roots. Vibrations came from beneath the green grass, but Li Yuan and the others did not panic. Just a sharp hissing sound from Zijera. Then the huge orange-colored bud on its head bloomed with it, spewing out dense yellow pollen. The pollen didn't spread aside, but wrapped around Zijera's entire body, leaving the space inside in a state of oxygen deprivation. Soon, the flames on Zijera's body went out due to the lack of oxygen, and the pollen that wrapped around its body spread out in all directions. No good. Seeing this, Su Ming let out a cry of dismay. Li Yuan and the warriors were all in human bodies, so if they were affected by these pollen, definitely incapacitated and in a state of hallucination. When that happens, there will be no one left for Zijera to deal with. Just then, the ground suddenly exploded with a bang, and a path of dirt exploded on the ground. Next, the Tekaigai Ozarks that had originally burrowed into the ground to attack Zigara rose up out of the ground and blocked Li Yuan and the other fighters, quickly releasing a super vibration wave. The pollen that was charging toward Li Yuan and the others was dispersed by a super vibratory wave. Let Li Yuan and the warriors be spared. Just as the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, Zijera hissed again and countless amounts of pollen spewed out into the sky. Su Ming watched the scene with wide eyes and hurriedly covered Lu Pei and Yulu's mouth and nose. The two also reacted and held their breath. However, it didn't do much good, and after that overwhelming fall of pollen, Lu Pei and Yulu, who were holding their breath until their faces turned red, fell directly into a hallucination. Under the big breath, there was also a joyful laugh. Su Ming froze, then looked at the several small black dots in the sky, which were the warriors in the flying shadow. These elite fighters quickly ejected and parachuted after sensing something bad, but even then, it could only manage to save his life, or sink into the world of bliss. As for the flying shadow fighters, they were already flying nowhere. The odds are that an airplane that has lost its pilot is hopeless. All those Tekaigai Ozarks have stopped functioning. 2. One section was parked sideways in the meadow. It was obvious that the fighters who were controlling the special airplanes were also hit and incapacitated. Li Yuan and the warriors beside him were doing the same, all laughing inexplicably, and it looks like psychosis. Seeing that she had managed to confuse the humans, Zijera's two tentacles danced and, looking extremely pleased with himself, the humanized Zijera made Su Ming's fists clench, and he couldn't transform himself right now. There was no way to deal with this guy in front of me. Is this how mankind is going to perish in comfort? Su Ming shook his head and shook off this thought in his mind. With that, set his eyes on Ozark, the special airplane cover not far away. This time, I will also use human power to defeat the enemy. Having made up his mind, Su Ming quickly ran towards one of the Gyazaks. Without hesitation, he opened the hatch directly into it and skillfully switched to manual driving mode. Zijera didn't even notice the presence of another Su Ming on the ground. Then, at the sound of its surprise, Gyozak lunged at it. Rocket headbutt. Bang! Maneuvering Gyazak. Su Ming controlled this mechanical monster to slam headlong into Zijera. The sharp tip of that special nose stuck directly above Zijera's flower. It made Zijera let out a hiss before collapsing to the ground. Very good. This attack is deadly. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but nod. The fatal point of Zijera, 4-1, lies at the root of the earths. Another point is the flowers that give off pollen. As long as the flower in its head is destroyed, Su Ming believes that the warriors on the prairie should all come to their senses. Hypervibrational waves. Stand by. Suspended in the air in its. Su Ming aimed the head of Ozak at Zijera's flower. Then, the ultra-vibration wave was released with a swish and blasted towards the flower in its head. However, Zijela also knew that she had to protect her stamen, and hastily blocked it with two tentacles that, trying to block a hyper-vibrational wave attack. Boom! An explosion rang out, only to see the two tentacles that Zijera had blocked in front of her. One was blown right off. End of chapter. Chapter 180, must be shot. Chapter 180, must be shot. The plant tentacles fall to the grass and bleed green blood. Seeing that this attack of his was useful, Su Ming glanced at the number of times he could still release the super vibration wave and, a little thought, it can be put on twice more, which means there's still one more wave to go. The last one must be treated as a mandatory attack to destroy Zijera. Fiddling with his chin, Su Ming saw that Zijera had risen from the ground and gathered her buds and, protected within. It's okay, there's 2 more rounds. One more first, Su Ming said, adjusting his position. Aiming Ozak's head once again at Zijela's pod, he then released a hyper-vibrational wave. Boom! Zijera sensed the crisis and threw out the remaining tentacle to fend it off. Sparks exploded and the remaining tentacles were blown off and fell to the ground. With the loss of his arms, Zijera could no longer use his most direct attacks and could only freeze in place. Very well, come the final blow. Just as Su Ming unleashed the last of his super vibrational waves on Zijera, 2 tentacles suddenly darted out from behind Zijera and wrapped around Gyazak's body. For a moment, the special airplane Gyozark was unsteady and blasted the last of his mandatory shots into the sky. No way. Feeling the entire trunk rocking and swaying under Zijera's control, Su Ming directly turned on the strongest horsepower, allowing Gyazak to rush out of the control of the 2 tentacles, and then, stuck headfirst in the grass because of lack of energy. Su Ming, with a clang, the hatch of the special airplane was opened by Su Ming. Then, Su Ming jumped right off of Gyazak. This guy even has 2 tentacles. Su Ming spat as he ran. Ozak's 2 remaining hypervibrational waves have been used up. Su Ming could only abandon Gyaizak and flee the battlefield as well. It would be difficult to finish off Zijera without a necessary kill. Su Ming sighed. Looking back, he saw that the Tekai that he had just been fighting had been destroyed under the Zygless tentacles. Then, Su Ming opened the hatch of the other Gyozak and entered it. Zagila, seeing another Ozak move, Zygela hastened to make her tentacles and, trying to work it out as it were, but Gierzak had already aimed his head at Zijera, and a rapid release of hyper-vibrational waves. Boom! Powerful energy blasts out of Ozak's head, blasting off another one of Zijera's outstretched tentacles. Su Ming's mouth broke into a smile when he saw the two super vibrational waves that he was still able to release on the energy meter. This one should take care of it. Maneuvering once again, Giorzak charged at Zygela. Su Ming slammed one of the heads against Zijera's bud, followed by a quick release of hyper-vibrational waves, unleashing a surefire kill right in front of your face. Zygela can't dodge at all. Only a spark exploded out in the grassland with a deafening boom. Zijera was blown to pieces by the hyper-vibrational wave and disappeared over the grassland. However, Su Ming knew that he had only superficially solved Zijera. In fact, Zijera's roots are still spreading underground, because Ozak isn't so strong as to take care of Zygela once and for all. Su Ming could only do this step first and finish off his main body. Hopefully the next time you show up, I'll have regained my shape-shifting abilities. Jumping down from the hatch of the Gyozak, Su Ming glanced at the huge hole in the, opened his mouth, then, walked back to Li Yuan and the others. After Zijera was eliminated, the crowd passed out. Su Ming could only patiently guard the crowd and wait for them to awaken. Within a few moments, someone woke up ghostly, and for a moment sat on the grass in a bit of a daze. Slowly, everyone awoke from their stupor, and Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. From what the crowd has said and done since waking up, it's clear that the effects of Zijera's pollen influence have worn off. How was Zijera taken care of? After hallucinating, Li Yuan's consciousness fell into extreme bliss. Didn't really notice how Zijera was wiped out. The surrounding warriors shook their heads, each looking at each other, but none of them stepped forward. Finally, Li Yuan placed his gaze on Su Ming, who was not far away. Only Su Ming nodded and, opening his mouth, he said, "I was the one who piloted the Ozark to finish off the Ziggurat." Sure enough, it was Lord Su Ming who did it. With a smile on his face, Li Yuan walked towards Su Ming and said, "Because once the pollen of the Ziggurat is emitted, there is no way that humans will be spared. Only the ultras. It's the giants of light that are immune to Zijera's pollen." But Superintendent Li Wen, there is one thing I want to remind you of. Su Ming pointed to the huge hole in the grass and spoke. Zijera wasn't completely wiped out. Piloting a Gayozaktronic, I can only take out the instance in which they appear. Its roots deep in the earth still remain. That is to say, at some point in the future Zagila will show up again. Li Yuan's brows also frowned slightly when he heard Su Ming's words. However, being able to eliminate Zijera was already a lucky thing, and Li Yuan didn't have the luxury of being able to completely solve it now. It's okay, at least we have a chance to prepare for the battle. Looking towards the hole in the grassland, Li Yuan opened his mouth. Su Ming brought Lu Pei and Yu Lu back to the capital headquarters. The crowd came back in a Gyozak. After all, there weren't just those two Gyozaks that went to war. The executives of the anti-monster organization are also shocked that there are two astronauts floating around outside the universe. Having searched the inventory information on the computer, the crowd realizes that Lu Pei and Yu Lu were indeed lost more than 10 years ago. That is, after the monster invasion. Now that he saw the two who had no idea about the situation on Earth, it was a bit of a change of scenery. Under Jingza's arrangement, Lu Pei and Yu Lu checked into a medical rehabilitation center, used to treat muscle atrophy, and after effect of spending time in the universe. And thanks to the fact that space technology was already relatively advanced at the time, it's what kept the muscle atrophy from being so severe for both. Otherwise, after a decade or so in the universe, returning to Earth would be the equivalent of being paralyzed. Jingzai and Blue Eagle were also extremely excited after seeing Su Ming. However, in front of Su Ming, he still acted relatively calm. Blue Eagle constantly blames himself for not watching Su Ming in the first place before he was kidnapped by the two traitors. Kyung Taek, on the other hand, asks about what happened after Su Ming was kidnapped. After comforting Blue Eagle, Su Ming told Jingzai everything that happened after he was kidnapped. This included the fact that Hua Shui had already produced the Victory Divine Light Rod. These two guys, they actually want to study Lord Su Ming's body. After keeping this matter in mind, Jingza focused on the matter of Su Ming being researched. When it is captured and returned, must be shot. End of chapter. Chapter 181, Transforming Before the Child. Chapter 181, Transforming Before the Child. Jingza, who has always been steady in front of outsiders, in front of Su Ming, often put everything in the center of Su Ming's consideration. Emotions like this would basically only be shown in front of Su Ming as well. Even so, When Kyung-taek said he would shoot the two traitors, Su-ming's expression was also a bit surprised. Though they have great scientific ability and are even able to produce the victory godlight rod, Jingza spoke, but for something like kidnapping Lord Su-ming to happen is something I will never allow. Su-ming's face moved slightly after hearing these words. Kagemusha has indeed been defending himself from the time he first resurrected himself until now. Su-ming felt that with this generation of humans 100 years later, only Jingze was closest to him. The other is the Blue Eagle. Returning to his place, Su-ming took a slight break for a few days, himself back to real-world Earth mainly to see if there would be any disasters and changes that would occur. As of now, there are no other bigger catastrophes happening other than the hazard that is Zijera. Or rather, mankind has become stronger against the monsters, and originally those powerful monsters that, it's not even a problem now. And then came the It was time to go in search of the last stone statue. Su-ming had prepared a short blade, as well as a small strong flashlight, even had an insulated suit on. As for other things, Su-ming couldn't carry more. After saying a quick hello in advance to Jingze and Blue Eagle that he was going to be gone for a while, Su-ming then drew out his temporal pen in the room and scratched out temporal cracks in front of him. Looking at the space-time rift in front of him that was interspersed with dark red arcs of electricity, Su-ming directly walked in. With the protection of the insulated clothing, those electric arcs reduced the electric shock damage to Su-ming. However, even with the suit, Su-ming still endured some electric arcs. It's worthy of the time rift's arc. Even insulated equipment is able to penetrate. When Su-ming exited the temporal rift, he sat on his butt on the ground. The insulated clothing on his body had become tattered and torn under the arcing attack of the Su-ming's own body also had some scorched black color. But for Su-ming, whose physique was different from normal people, this little injury was nothing at all. Taking off the broken insulated clothes on his body, Su-ming stood up and surveyed his surroundings, only to see himself deep in the middle of a wilderness. Not like a populated place. It looks like it should still be on Earth. Choosing a direction, Su-ming plucked away the weeds and headed ahead. Just after Su-ming had taken a few steps, the ground vibrated violently and then an explosive sound came from not far away. There was a loud splash of debris, and the rocks that struck randomly in the sky almost hit Su-ming. Something's up. Su-ming didn't choose to hide after hearing the sound. Instead, he quickly ran in the direction from which the explosion had come. Normally, with the sound of such a powerful explosion, it is when there is a monster or cosmic man event that occurs. There are monsters and cosmonauts out there. So in this world, there should then be Ultraman. As expected, after Su-ming had run some distance, a huge monster let out a roar from hell and descended from the sky. Boom! After the bloody-mouthed beast landed on the ground, even this overgrown wasteland had turned into a pool of blood. I can't believe it's this monster. Su-ming was slightly startled when he saw this fellow in front of him. The beast in front of us isn't some ordinary monster that. It has a fearsome title, Yama Monster. Seigaku. This monster was not a guy Su-ming could afford to mess with right now. Putting away the short blade in his hand, Su-ming was about to flee from the scene. Instead, he met a young man wearing a gray and red Geo Team uniform. The man was holding something similar to a cell phone that, shouting into the air, "Axe, let's fuse." "Okay, let's go." A mechanized voice from the phone said to the man. Just as the man was about to slap the top of the cell phone, he saw Su-ming, who was staring at him, and then froze on the spot. Did you just say, Ikes?" Amidst the awkward stares, Su-ming said something nonsense. If Su-ming was not mistaken, the man in front of him, it is the earthly body of Ike's Ultraman, the Great Empty Earth, or Earth for short. A look of panic appeared on Earth's face after she heard Su-ming utter those words, quickly putting away the Ike's terminal in his hand. He then stammered and opened his mouth and said, "No, you heard wrong. Besides, why would anyone be here if it's so dangerous? Go and take refuge," Earth said, pointing a direction for Su-ming to flee the scene. However, after Su-ming saw the Earth, it was as if he had thought of something, running in the direction where the first explosion had just come from. That is, the direction Seigaku came from. "Hey, stop, there's a monster up ahead. It's dangerous." In a moment of desperation, Earth once again took out the Ike's terminal and proceeded to slap the top of it. In the midst of a colorful virtual X character, Axe Ultraman flew out and a head kick lands inside the head of Seigaku, knocking him out cold. Su-ming, on the other hand, turned around and nodded his thanks to Axe. It wasn't that Su-ming was looking for death, because both Seigaku and Ike's had appeared. Su-ming also determined that the world he had come to was the world of the Ike's Ultraman Theater Edition. In this theatrical version, in addition to the appearance of Ike's Ultraman, there's also Deja Ultraman who shows up and fights alongside. And the place where Seigaku just broke the seal and blasted out is a super ancient pyramid. Inside this pyramid, not only is there Jasper, who can turn into a primordial Ultraman, there's also a stone statue of Deja. Deja's stone statue. Good luck lately. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth and, flying towards the broken pyramid, he was just one stone statue away from unsealing the seal, and also to ask the residual consciousness of Deja about Carmilla. This one was just right. However, in the original episode, in this world, the god's light rod appears on a young boy named Yudo, who eventually presses it and turns into Deja. Make sure you transform before that kid does. This was the true thought in Su Ming's head. It's Deja's residual consciousness that substitutes for him after he transforms. Anyway, might as well take this opportunity. The grueling errand, into your own hands. However, Su Ming didn't know if this stone statue could transform into it through the optogenetic factor transformer. After all, it was the battle body left behind by Deja himself, not unlike the giants of light that were forced to perish in Luli. End of chapter. Chapter 182, What the hell is looking for a light person? Chapter 182, What the hell is looking for a light person? While Ix and Sayago were locked in a bitter battle, Su Ming ran furiously all the way to reach the broken pyramid. Then, directly into this collapsed pyramid, he began to look for it. The stone statue of Deja shouldn't have broken. After all, Yodu managed to transform in the original episode. So, the stone statue should still be in these ruins. After Su Ming had searched for a while, a building with only half of its body exposed. The stone statue of the giant that was stuck diagonally in the middle of the land was displayed in front of Su Ming. Although part of his body was buried by debris, he was, on the whole, intact. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly came to the position where he could touch the stone statue and slapped his palm down. The imagined movement didn't occur. Su Ming patted the optogenetic factor transformer on his wrist that failed to take effect, and was a little confused for a moment. Bad? By all rights, as long as it's a stone statue of the giant of light himself, he should be able to transform into it. But the optogenetic factor transformer really didn't produce any movement. Retaining a skeptical attitude, Su Ming took another look at the genetic factor transformer. Then he pulled out the dark divine light rod in his arms and stuck it on top of the stone statue of Deja. However, there was still no movement. Pity. Su Ming temporarily gave up on this operation of directly turning into a Deja. After all, he had tried it and it didn't work. The other way is absolutely successful. Except that it requires the same props that's the divine light rod. The rod of divine light was in the hands of the child named Yodu, and after Su Ming had exited the pyramid, surveying his surroundings for a moment, he realized that there were no other living figures other than Axe and Saikagu, who were fighting. Escaped already. According to the plot, Yudo should still be around at this time with his mother, Tamashiroji. Of course, it's also possible that it's past plot time, and that Yudo and his mom have already left the place on a plane. Since no living person was found, Su Ming knew that the second possibility was the most likely. Yudo and Tamashiroji, mother and son, had already been on the Geo Team's plane, back at the Joe's headquarters. Boom! Just as Su Ming was thinking about how to get to Team Joe's headquarters, Ix, who was fighting Sai Gaogu, was sent flying by Sai Gaogu with a hammer blow, crashing hard on top of a small hill and crushing a large forest, waving his arms like a wolfsbane. Sagayaga took one step towards Axe Ultraman, trying to destroy it completely. Seeing this, Ix quickly stood up and distanced himself from Sagayagu. Then, directly after activating the Ix transcendental form, and with a 7-colored axe head dart in hand, he made an axe beyond slash at Saikagu. 7 colored energies converged in the blade in Axe's hand, and with a swift impact, Ix aimed his blade at Sagayagu and impacted straight at him. This is considered to be one of Axe Ultraman's powerful must-haves, and generally speaking, by making this move, the enemy is bound to be decimated. However, just as 9 rushed to Sagayagu with the power of the 7 colors of a huge tail with spikes slammed into its face, sending it flying straight away. Then, a red light glowed above the barbs on Saikagu's back, and the berserk red energy converged in Saigaogu's bloody mouth. Boom! Pointless, this raging energy transformed into a riot of light that, like a waterfall pouring out towards its Ix. Dumbfounded, 9 didn't have time to make a parry, and was directly hit by the raging light that, an explosion roared out. In the midst of the explosion, 9 forced the transformation to be lifted, sending the Earth to safety. The Earth's face was gray and black in one spot, and it seemed that the battle had taken quite a toll on the Earth as well. One heart and one mind is no joke. Ix! The Earth, lying on its back, came back to life and, grabbing the Ix terminal on the sidelines, a shouting match occurred. Above the Ix terminal, densely covered with blood-colored lines, make it completely useless. In other words, the 9 terminal was sealed, and so was the Earth's transformation. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. Meanwhile, the sky is the limit for sealing people, so it's a good idea to meet each other. Coming to the side of the Earth, Su Ming looked at the Earth, who was sitting on the ground at a loss for words, patting the other on the shoulder. He said, "Don't worry, Axe's seal will be lifted very soon." "Really? Axe was just sealed. Turnovers?" said the general. The earth sprang up violently from the ground, looking at Su Ming warily as he opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you, showing up at this place and seemingly knowing about himself and Ike's?" It was even said that Axe was only sealed. The man in front of him was definitely not some ordinary human. Maybe it's the cosmic man. "Don't be nervous." Su Ming didn't expect Earth's reaction to be so intense, and quickly explained, "I'm just a passing light seeker. Earth, what the hell is looking for a light man? I'm telling you, don't mess around, haha." Earth carefully sized up Su Ming, then said, "If you know something, say it right away, or don't blame me." With that, Earth pulled out a tech-savvy firearm from his waist. "The man in front of me is most likely a cosmic being, and I don't know how threatening that is yet. Being prepared is definitely needed." Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly explained, "I was called here by the light of the ultra-ancient. Look for the giant stone statue named Deja." Wanting the Earth to believe in him, Su Ming was only able to make things up. As for saying that you are from the real world, this kind of statement to the Earth, which we just met, is not a good idea. It's basically not going to be believed. However, Su Ming felt that the reason he had made up was quite good. Next, he could logically find Yudo's divine light rod and borrow it. It's very riverine, isn't it? River. As for the plot after the transformation, Su Ming have thought about it. Anyway, Deja consciousness substitution. You don't have to operate anything yourself. Just follow the original plot and unseal the seal smoothly and you'll be okay. You mean, Deja? The stone statue of Deja, which Earth had just seen in the pyramids. An Ultraman that not even Axel Ultraman has ever seen. Or the Giants of Light who visited Earth in the super-ancient period. It's as mysterious as it sounds. I didn't expect the man in front of me to open his mouth and say something about Deja. Now that Axe is sealed, maybe we really can only rely on the Deja Ultraman and the relics to defeat Sagaegu. The Earth stared at Su Ming in front of her, thinking in her heart. As for Saikagu, he produced a lake of blood right after he finished off Axe Ultraman, burrowed into the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 183, really unusual. Chapter 183, really unusual. Monsters that don't know how to patch up can be pretty friendly monsters, even if it is the Yama monster Saikagu. Su Ming just stood in front of the Earth with a dumbfounded look on his face as the Earth stared at him. After a long time, the Earth finally spoke. "You've just been inside the pyramid ruins, and what's going on there? Was the stone statue of Deja Ultraman destroyed?" For now, Earth chose to trust Su Ming, so it was also important to figure out the current situation. "The Deja stone statue is intact," Su Ming replied, "but to revive the Deja stone statue, it also requires a prop called the Spark Prism." After Su Ming finished speaking, he placed his gaze on the Seal X terminal in the Earth's hand, also known as Deja Altman's Transformer. "Transformer," Earth said slightly, displaying the Ike's terminal in his hand. "It seems that you are indeed here to revive the Deja stone statue. I was really rude just now." The reason why the Earth had changed its attitude towards Su Ming was because Su Ming had made a good point. Generally speaking, unless an Ultraman shapeshifter, there's no way anyone else could understand so much. Therefore, the Earth is sure that the man in front of him is the human body of the Deja Altman. Something about finding the light man. These are common terms used by Ultraman shifters. "It's good that you believe in me." Su Ming exhaled and said to the Earth that, "To reintroduce myself, my name is Su Ming. My name is Big Sky Earth. Just call me Earth." Yudu, the little boy with the god's light rod, has traveled with his mother, Tamashiroji, to the Geo's base. The one who led the duo into it was naturally a member of Team Geo, Akane, because Tamashiroji is an archaeologist and can read the super-ancient writing in the pyramid ruins. So there is some understanding of why Sagaego came into existence. It's because Mr. Kurosaki broke the seal of the pyramid and took Jasper with him. It took Sagaego to break the seal. Tamashiroji, wearing round-framed glasses, frowned as he explained in front of the Geo team's crowd. "Jasper, is that the key item that sealed Saikagu?" The crowd immediately understood that the most crucial thing was still that turquoise round stone. As for Tamashiroji's child, Yodu, he played in Dr. Vandonian's lab. But after playing around, Su Ming arrived here together with the Earth. Su Ming had already explained to the Earth what he was looking for. It's on the body of the little boy Yodu, and if you find Yodu, the Deja stone statue can be revived. So, after returning to the base, Earth gave the 9 terminal to Dr. Vantonian to study, while Su Ming set his sights on Yodu. "Big brother." Yodu was a little scared when she saw Su Ming keep staring at her. "Don't be afraid. Big brother is going to fight the monster now and needs your help." When it came to dealing with small children, Su Ming also had his own way of dealing with them. The little boy in front of me, Yudo, was a schoolboy, and not very skinny. cajoling with words. Verbal explanations are of course the most direct method. Can I help Big Brother deal with monsters too? Yuto's eyes lit up when he heard Su Ming's words. However, after seeing the civilian clothes Su Ming was wearing, there was a look of skepticism in his eyes. But Big Brother, you're not a member of the Geo team? It's okay, I'm friends with Brother Earth. We'll deal with the monsters together. Su Ming said, called Earth over and said to him, Earth, do you think so? Yes. Yodu this Big Brother is called Su Ming. He knows Daxia Kung Fu and, it's a chivalrous man who's great against monsters. The Earth saw this and helped Su Ming confirm the identity. So that's how it is. Yodu nodded, then looked at Su Ming. Big Brother, what do you want me to do for you? Yodu, Big Brother needs one of the super ancient hammers you picked up. Su Ming pointed to the blue backpack behind Yodu and said to him, this hammer is a weapon that was once used by my ancestors to kill monsters and beasts. It was passed down from generation to generation and disappeared in my grandfather's generation. Earth, it's the first time I've ever seen a kid cheated so justifiably. So that's what you're talking about. Big Brother, Yodu quickly set the blue backpack down, opened it and rummaged through it, and soon a hammer encased in mud and stone then appeared. This is Dr. Vandenberg, on the other side of the room, looked at the super ancient hammer and pondered. As much as I would like to borrow it and look at it, it's not really convenient when everyone else has said it's an heirloom. Very good. Yuto, Su Ming said as he took the hammer from Yuto's hand and rubbed Yuto's head. Save the world. And you're the one who gets the big credit. So exaggerated. Earth laughed breathlessly and was about to take Su Ming away when an alarm came from the entire lab. Something's up. The 9 terminal has not been repaired yet, but it has been able to communicate with the IX inside. Earth couldn't care less and hurriedly left the lab with Su Ming. Saikagu has reappeared, perhaps thinking that the stone statue of Deja had broken in the pyramid. So Sagayaga directed his gaze to the jasper stone that was subdued in the pyramid. Bishi, on the other hand, is taken to the Carlos building for an antique broadcast by Kurosaki, who broke into the pyramid. So, Sagayaga set off from the ground and stalked his way through the city towards the Carlos building. However, just as Sagayaga was halfway through his dive, it was blown out of the ground because it went into a large septic tank causing a methane gas explosion and then was blown out of the ground. Su Ming was speechless when he heard this news. Wasn't it Team Geo that forced the Electro Gamara out of the ground with its super vibrational waves in the original episode? Before that, Su Ming had never heard of any monster being blasted out for drilling into a septic tank and setting off methane gas. In fact, Saikagu, who had been blasted out of the room, was also confused and thought he was under attack by humans. So, it started to wreak havoc in the middle of the city, and all the way to the Carlos building. The G.I. Joes responded in a hurry, evacuating people along the way, and rushed to the Carlos building, ready to take back Jasper. Su Ming, on the other hand, followed the Earth in a car to reach the scene of Sagayaga's destruction. Prepare to deal with this beast from hell. Very well. Today is a good day to take Saigaogu and sacrifice it to the heavens, Su Ming said, crouching down and tapping the mudstone-covered, ultra-ancient hammer in his hand into the ground. With a few clicks, chunks of mud fell off this hammer, revealing its original appearance. The Rod of Divine Light, also known as the Spark Prism, the crystal-clear stick carries a golden 2-winged opening, refracted dazzlingly in the sunlight. It's true, said the Earth on the side after seeing this and freezing for a moment. Sure enough, he was right in choosing to trust Su Ming. This guy in front of me is really unusual. End of chapter. Chapter 184, but I'm no longer here. Chapter 184, but I'm no longer here. By being able to perceive the threat posed by the Jasper, Saigaogu was able to confirm where the Jasper was located. At the moment when the divine light rod in Su Ming's hand refracted its light due to the sunlight, Saigaogu snapped his head down and looked to where Su Ming and the Earth were. Roar! Opening his bloody mouth, Saigaogu roared as if he had seen his enemy. The sound wave that rushed from its mouth came slashing with a gale. It made it difficult for Su Ming and Earth to open their eyes for a while. What a mouthful! Earth spoke while blocking the gale with her hands. What bad breath! Su Ming said in a muffled voice while pinching his nose. After Saigaogu's sonic gale attack, Su Ming stretched up the divine light rod in his hand and the transformation button was pressed. Only Su Ming turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. Then with a boom in the middle of the pyramid ruins in the distance, the stone statue of Deja also turned into a ray of light and darted out. Then the two merged and awakened in the air here. The silver, purple and red body appeared in front of Sagayagu, and in Sagayagu's confusion, welcome to an iron fist. With a loud boom, Saigaogu was blasted out on the spot and flung hard onto the ground. Deja revived. The Earth could not help but rejoice at the sight. Earth, I feel like I'm free for a bit. Just then, the Ike's terminal in Earth's hand glowed faintly. The blood-colored lines on the surface were suddenly a few points less. Is it because of Deja's appearance? Earth said. Looking to the battlefield at Deja Ultraman, Su-Ming successfully transformed and lay very salty on the ground of light inside the radiant Deja. Alright, I'll hang up next. Waving his hand into the air, Su-Ming said, please, Deja. Deja residual consciousness. You've turned into a Deja before? Hesitant residual consciousness dispersed in different stone statues. So each residual consciousness does not share its memories. Generally speaking, after the operation has been taught, the residual consciousness that Deja left in the stone statue dissipates on its own. So, in the midst of this stone statue of Dia, it was only after Deja's residual consciousness saw Su-Ming that it was puzzled. Changed, even talked to you. Su-Ming nodded, looking towards the void of light in the air, and explained, then it seems to be another me. But in that case, shouldn't you have learned to fight already? Deja responded and asked Su-Ming. No, I'm a very stupid person. Su-Ming shook his head in a hurry after hearing that. You were operating so fast I didn't see it clearly. Deja. Well, you'll have to watch this one. Deja finished and took over control of the body. Then, after Sagaegu had regained his footing from the ground, a blade of light blasted at Sagaegu's body. Roar! Seeing Deja appear, Sagaegu once again let out a growl and waved his wolfsbane-like arms then he charged at Deja. Cha! With an explosive cry, Deja leapt up, then formed a sword with his hand and slashed at Sagaegu's shoulder. Despite the power of that slash hand, Sagaegu was a Yama monster. After all, it's not that easy to deal with. Stiffly resisting Deja's knife hand attack, Sagaegu slammed a wolfsbane into Deja's arm, and set it aside. Deja was also forced to back away, just as Deja crosses both arms downward, to transform into a powerful type of Seo Min, who was lying inside of Deja, spoke up. I just met Carmela a little while ago. Ha! The steady Deja stumbled and almost fell when he heard the three words in that sentence. The form didn't shift successfully even after both arms were downstroke. What did you just say? Deja's voice appeared in the space of light and asked Su-Ming. I said, I just met Carmela a little while ago. Su-Ming repeated it with both hands leaning on the back of his head, lying on the ground. Carmela. After a long silence, Deja asked Su-Ming, is she unsealed? Unraveling. Oohs and ahs. Su-Ming was about to reply when the entire space suddenly turned upside down. Sagaegu slammed the frozen Deja out of the way with a single blow, and charged at it again at a quick pace. Then, mounting Deja, he hammered away at Deja. Anger that had been sealed away for so long was not something that could be quelled overnight. You mean unraveled? Deja's voice once again entered the space of light and asked Su-Ming. I say, can we deal with Sagaegu properly first? It's easy to get killed chatting like that. Su-Ming almost kneeled to Deja, all the while being held down and hammered by Sagaegu and still asking himself about Carmela. That's okay, it's just a fighting body anyway, Deja said indifferently, and there's an old friend there, so don't worry. Su-Ming, that's putting it mildly. It's just a battle body, but isn't he still inside a battle body? However, Deja was only paying lip service to this, and while being hammered by the Sagaegu, the crystal on his forehead emitted a bright red light, and then his body transformed into a powerful silver and red type. Putting forth his strength, Deja backed Sagaegu away from him and got up from the ground, both arms downstroke from left and right to gather light energy. A fiery red bullet of light formed in front of his chest. Why is this just shifting forms? Su-Ming was confused when he saw this. I thought you said you didn't learn how to do it, but it sounds like you're pretty good at it. Deja's voice came out, causing Su-Ming to be momentarily speechless. I mean, this form shift is so awesome, haha. Turn around and you're ready for the big one. Strong or you're strong, Su-Ming said with an awkward smile. Say, how is Carmela now? Deja flung a stream of dilahune light from his hand towards Sagaegu and asked Su-Ming. Right, and hi dash, or it seems like Hydra and Darum, how are they doing? Su-Ming, aren't they your lovers and friends? Names can be forgotten. Su-Ming was speechless. It can't be helped. I'm just a remnant of consciousness now. It's normal to have trouble remembering some things, Deja said helplessly, because the main memories are still the ones used for fighting. Fine. Su-Ming spoke. Carmela, Hitler, the Rum are unsealed, and they asked me to give you a message asking where you are now, and that they were going to look for you. Looking for me? The stream of dilahune light blasted straight into Sagaegu's body, exploding into a fiery flame with a loud bang. Looking at the smoke that filled the air in front of him, Deja froze for a moment and said, but I've dissipated into the universe. End of chapter. Chapter 185, Deja's Past. Chapter 185, Deja's Past. Dissipate into the universe? Su-Ming's heart thumped when he heard those words. Then he knew that the next words were bound to be not the answer he wanted. Or rather, not the answer the three Carmelas wanted. That's right, Deja said, taking advantage of the fact that Sagaegu was knocked down, gathering a stream of dilahune light again. 30 million years ago, 30 million years in another universe. I dissipated into the universe. Sure enough, is it this tragic plot? Deja's words made Su Ming think of a dogma drama from 100 years ago. If the domestic writers of the time had been able to make up this trope, what specifically caused you to dissipate? With doubt, Su Ming then asked Deja. The original Deja was so powerful that he dissipated into the universe 30 million years ago. It made Su Ming feel somewhat impossible. Even Su Ming thought that it was Yu Ren's conspiracy. What are you thinking about? Seeing Su Ming with a frowning and contemplative look on his face, Deja's voice came through. Here's the thing. Su Ming froze, and when he saw that Deja was about to tell the reason, he listened carefully as well. When we go back to Deja world, we can explain to Carmilla and have an explanation. 30 million years ago, Carmilla, Deja said, but got stuck. Hitler. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched as he added, yes, Carmilla, Hitler, the rum, and me. Deja continued, we were so affected by Cthulhu's darkness that not only did we go berserk out of control, but we were also sealed in Cthulhu's temple by the swarm. The stream of dilithium light in Deja's hand flung out again and, blasting Saikagu, who had just gotten to his feet, off again. Only Sageagu's thick skin was not fatally injured. Thulu? Su Ming's mouth grew wide when he heard those three words. It is said that the prototype of the evil god Gatangia is from the Cthulhu myth of Gatanotoa. As for Cthulhu, the old dominion in this mythos, too, the god of slumber, Katanatoya, on the other hand, is Cthulhu's dependent, or rather, Cthulhu's son. Su Ming did not realize that in the world of Ultraman, there was also a Cthulhu, only to hear Deja say that Cthulhu is not the god of slumber. It's the so-called king of darkness, however, and the setting in the Cthulhu mythos is somewhat out of the way Su Ming can also understand. This is the world of Ultraman, after all. But how could you be affected by Cthulhu's darkness when you're so powerful? Su Ming thought about it and couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's only Carmilla and the others who are affected, Deja said. As for me, I'm the equivalent of a bad stomach. Ha? Su Ming didn't quite understand this expression of Deja's. Eating a bad stomach? What does that mean? Well, is that Cthulhu, the old thief, has had his dark power drained from me. I didn't have time to digest that much and then I lost my mind, Deja explained. So that's how it is. Su Ming nodded his head as he listened. But I've heard that Gunstar sealed Cthulhu, so why would it have sealed you guys in Lulu Lee anymore? This one is because Cthulhu's dark power was gained by us through autonomous access and passive absorption, Deja said. I happened to run into Yuri coming to me one day after I regained my sanity. Just take advantage of the recovery to transform the dark power. That's not right. Didn't the light energy in you come by transforming Carmilla and their dark power? Su Ming vaguely remembered what Carmilla had said. The light energy in Deja came by absorbing and transforming their dark power. That's right. When I transformed my dark powers and became a giant of light, then they were spotted by Carmilla, who was still out of control, Deja said, recalling the situation. I then tried to transform them into light giants as well, but I failed. I can only do this by absorbing the power of darkness from their bodies and transforming it into light into my own, to minimize the amount of time they are held in the temple. As if sighing, Deja said, After I finished absorbing and transforming the darkness they released, they were turned into stone statues, and eventually lay dormant in the temple. I can't believe there's a story like this, Su Ming said with a slurping sigh after hearing this. Sure enough, Deja hadn't intentionally betrayed the three Carmillas before sealing them away. This kind of story that no one had expected was really wonderful to hear in Su Ming's ears. No, after all that talk you haven't said why it dissipated. Su Ming looked up at the light in the air and asked, is it bursting with power? According to the thinking of some dogged screenwriters, it's still possible to be burst after absorbing the power. Like your own heart. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched once again. Earth, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was already confused, because after converting from Deja to his silver and red form, it then began to continuously release that fiery red stream of light, one after the other, knocking Saikugu ever backward. It's like a relentless output machine. Is there an Ultraman who has unlimited light energy to release? Dumbfounded, the Earth's head doesn't look down as Deja coalesces another stream of dilithium light. Just ask the Ike's terminal in your hand. As far as I know, it's still a possibility if it's there in the land of light, Ike's explained. But this is Earth. The look on Earth's face was wonderful. On the one hand it was outrageous that, on the other hand, it's the feeling that Sageagu is dead. Sageagu did feel like he was dead too. I didn't realize that after such a long time, the giant of light that had once sealed himself away had become even stronger. Su Ming had sat up, light energy gushing out of his chest in a steady stream, replenishes the power for Deja to unleash his must-have kills. In fact, even without Su Ming to replenish his power, Deja could unleash more surefire kills. After all, in the original episode, Deja changed into 3 forms and unleashed 3 classic must-haves as well. Only, Su Ming's mind wasn't on Sai Gaogu right now, either. Deja is telling the most important part of the story. I left the temple, along with 2 other warriors of light. They defeated Gitanjia, who had been summoned by Cthulhu, and eventually Gitanjia was sealed by the Gunstars at the entrance to the Temple of Luli, Deja said. But by that time, the civilizations of the Ultran Ancients had become extinct amidst the pollen and darkness that swept over Zajara. We went too late, then we left our fighting bodies on Earth, used to counter the future resurgence of Gitangio. End of chapter. Chapter 186, please kill it. Chapter 186, please kill it. The giants left their fighting bodies behind and returned to their homelands in their original form. These were the words of Yui Ren herself. But what Deja and Su Ming said next was not the same thing. Having left my fighting body on Earth, I flew out into the cosmos. The target is the Dark Sauce system, which is Cthulhu's lair. Deja continued. The Cthulhu body descended on Earth. Some of the souls, however, are still guarding the Zoth galaxy, waiting to be resurrected again. And then, Su Ming opened his mouth and asked, what did you go there for? To absorb the transformation energy again? No. Deja seemed to chuckle. I destroyed the Zoth galaxy. Hiss. Hearing the extremely easy words spoken by Deja, Su Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Blow up an entire galaxy? What kind of operation is this? If he dares to set his mind on me, then he must be made to know what he has messed with. Deja grunted and slammed the charging Saikagu in front of him with a punch. Su Ming was noticing that as soon as Deja recalled his own fight, the Saikagu, who was still on the line in front of him, will be out of luck, because at that time, the Dillahume lightstream that Deja had gathered would be even more powerful. After I blow up the Joss galaxy, it also changed back to its original form, a mass of energy where light and darkness meet, swimming in the universe. Deja got to the crux of the matter. And the other energies that dissipated were transformed into a fighting body that drifted away in all directions. Some of the fighting bodies traveled to other universes. Some battle bodies can still fight on their own, and those that are still able to act are considered to be my bilocations, right? It's also a way for the world to remember what I stand for. The information explosion of these words heard into Su Ming's ears, making it difficult for Su Ming to digest for a while, because these are all information that one did not know 100 years ago, at least not seen in movies and television. Sagayagu was numb. Rushing towards Deja, he was again blasted back by one of his opponent's inexplicably powerful punches. Retreating to the rear, he was again blown over by a steady stream of fiery red light. Though after all this time, Sagayagu's defense has qualitatively improved. Not so much as to be blasted by so many streams of light, but as a monster, the pain would still be there, and it wasn't an ultra beast after all. The earth is also numb. Along with the numbness was Axe in Axe's terminal. Axe, how long are they going to fight this? The corners of his mouth twitched, and Earth had never felt like this before. The kind of thing that just starts out very energetic and then the numbing off sensation. I can't analyze it either. Axe's terminal flickered, and a voice from Axe said, Deja's energy seems to be inexhaustible, and Sagayagu's defense is extremely high, so if he keeps using this stream of fiery red light, it may take until tomorrow morning to finish the fight. There's no mistaking. Earth would love to join the fight, but the 9 terminal remains sealed. The Earth simply can't do it. Just then, all that could be seen was Deja's arms crossed and, crossing at the forehead crystals down to the left and right sides, it transformed into an aerial type in the color of silver and purple. The Earth was once again excited in its heart when it saw this scene. The situation has changed, and it looks like Deja is going to finish Saikagu off for good. The way Sagayagu looked relieved to see this made Earth look away. Before Saigokul had time to catch his breath, a blue ray of light swished out of Deja's hand and then exploded above Saikagu's head. With a bang, icy cold mist slowly fell from where that light exploded and it soon wrapped around Saigaugu's entire body, eventually freezing Saigaugu into an ice sculpture. Very good. Earth saw this and a smile appeared on his face. This way the battle will be over soon. Why do I see Saikagu's expression like a look of relief? The Ike's terminal flashed, and Ike's voice came out of it. Earth, do monsters even have facial expressions? Boom! Just then, Deja transformed into a powerful silver and red type once again. A punch was thrown at Saikagu's frozen form. At once, the ice sculpture shattered, and Saigaugu gradually regained his movement. Before Saikagu could fully regain his mobility, Deja transformed back into his silver-purple aerial type. A freezing beam once again exploded above Saikagu's head. Saigaugu, who had just moved, was instantly swept away by the extreme cold storm, freezing into an ice sculpture once again. So fast. What a natural form shift. Earth saw the scene from the ground and, unable to help but be surprised. Indeed, by my calculations, It took only 0.5 seconds for Deja to change forms each time. Axe flashed within the terminal and said to the Earth. The Earth looked up again, only to see Deja transformed once more into the color of silver and red. It slammed into Saikagu's body. The ice sculpture shattered again, and Saikagu was once again back in action. Before Saikagu could raise the wolfsbane in his hand, Deja shifted back to the air type and the freezing beam once again exploded above Saikagu's head, and Saikagu was once again frozen. Once again, Deja shifted into a power-up and blasted his fist into an ice sculpture that, once again, Saikagu was back in action from the ice sculpture. Obedience once converted into an aerial type. Deja unleashed a freezing beam that exploded above Saikagu's head, and then Saikagu was frozen. Obey transformed into a powerful type, and Deja blasted through the ice sculpture. Sagagu obediently a recovery operation. Earth, Ikes, Sagagu, Su Ming, roar. Saikagu let out a quick growl once he was back in action once more, and it almost blew the Earth off the ground. Sagagu seems to be furious. Earth saw this, unable to help himself. He said as he used his arms to fend off the gusts of wind brought on by the roar. Based on my analysis, this growl from Sagagu seems to be painful. However, Ikes analyzed it. Deja, is there a possibility that we can just spike Sagagu? Inside the space of light, the corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched as he said to Deja that, it seems to me that Sagagu is shouting and begging you to kill it. How did you know? Deja asked rhetorically, after hearing Su Ming's words. That's really what it shouted. I didn't realize you were versed in the language of monsters. Su Ming, let's kill it then. Su Ming couldn't help but speak. Let it be relieved sooner. No way. Deja, however, refused Su Ming's request and continued. Why do you think I just sealed it in ancient times? Why? Su Ming opened his mouth and asked. Because of the cocky laugh this guy is making. Deja said. If we don't seal it for 1,000 years, it would be really cheap. End of chapter. Chapter 187, Lieutenant, Orange. Chapter 187, Lieutenant, Orange. Su Ming didn't expect that. Saikagu Re-Ancient was surprisingly sealed by Deja and Primeval Ultraman because of its arrogant laugh. However, after recalling Saigaogu's laughter, Su Ming did feel that it sounded quite arrogant. Being a monster that can roar like a laugh is a really special one. Only to see that Deja had frozen Saikagu into an ice sculpture for the first time in I don't know how long. Well, that settles it. After fighting for so long, Deja finally decides to give Saikagu a hard time. Earth and the Joes found some stools from somewhere, just sitting not too far away watching this ever-repeating battle. Even a certain team member snuck a melon in his hand. Changed form. Seeing Deja transform back into a silver, purple, and red composite, Earth instantly sat back. The battle, at last, is coming to an end. Su Ming couldn't sit still within the space of light either, except for the last time when he played 4 games in one day. This is the second time it's taken this long to transform. Right. One last question. Su Ming was in the middle of Deja's coalescing of the J-Pelio light. Opening his mouth, he said, what's next for Carmilla's path? They're still dark giants now. Deja's frame shuddered imperceptibly, and then he sighed and said, actually, the power of darkness is nothing, as long as they regain their sanity. Also, take a message to Carmilla. For me, I'm sorry for her. Okay. Su Ming also sighed slightly. This was just the residual consciousness of Deja, not the subject consciousness of Deja. It would have been a happy ending if we could have just taken Deja back. There was no telling what kind of a look Carmilla would get when she heard what she had brought to Deja. Not to mention the fact that Hitler knew that Deja had forgotten his name after. And what a look it would be. The J-Pelio ray fired straight at Saikagu's ice sculpture. A precise blast above Saigaogu's body. Experiencing the repeated torments of Deja, Saikagu's body writhed in agony amidst the light. Just when Su Ming thought that Saigaogu had been settled just like that, a rift in spacetime suddenly appeared around Sagaogu and swallowed him up. And the rest of the Ja-Peryu line hit the ground. What's going on? Seeing the Sagaogu in front of him engulfed by a temporal rift, even Deja was slightly stunned. Saigaogu was taken away by the spacetime rift. Seeing this, Su Ming opened his mouth to explain. Taken? Taken where? Deja wondered. This feeling of a cooked duck being eaten by a dog was the first time that Deja had experienced it. Take it to that world of mine. Su Ming clenched his fists and couldn't help but tense up. While real-world technology is constantly evolving and improving, even against Zajera there was a fight. But Sagaogu is different. Saikagu's stronger abilities have never had a chance to be shown because of Deja's torture. Now after being repeatedly tortured by Deja, and then transported to the real world, I'm afraid there's a horrible catastrophe going on there. Never mind. You're next. Deja's voice grew softer and, this fighting body will be yours to inherit. Wait for Deja. Su Ming shouted in a hurry when he saw that Deja's remaining consciousness was about to disappear. Is there a possibility that you could retain this consciousness in a special way? No. Deja said. If anything, it's to meet Carmilla. You can wait 1,000,000 years, or 1,000,000,000 years for me to regain my footing, or you can find my bilocation. Take him to Carmilla. After all, the doppelganger is also myself. When Deja finished, he was completely lost. No matter how much Su Ming shouted, he never got a response again. Then, Su Ming felt like he was in control of Deja's fighting body. It was completely integrated into Deja's body. However, Sagaegu had already been teleported away, so there was no need for Su Ming to transform again. Undoing his transformation status in public, Su Ming returned to the ground, taking the divine light rod held in his hand into his arms. Su Ming took a step towards the crowd of Team Geo. As a time traveler, Su Ming also didn't have to worry about exposing himself to these Geo teams that he had a one-sided relationship with. After all, Earth's identity was revealed long ago. The Team Geo crowd wouldn't have had to fight for the attention of Ultraman's power. Most of all, Dr. Vanton Alien on Team Geo is also able to create cards with Ultraman and monster powers. The power these cards possess is enough for Team Geo to fight some monsters on their own. Su Ming knew that the technological power of this world's defense team was extremely strong. Naturally, he also wanted to get a little bit of proprietary technology belonging to this world back to the real world to enhance the real world's defense force. Only, for the time being, if one asked directly, the probability was that the other party would not give it. After all, this was the technological power of the defense force, and it couldn't just be given away. This battle is wonderful. Seeing Su Ming walking towards him, Earth said with a stiff compliment. Su Ming was momentarily speechless, then explained. In fact, it wasn't even doing it just now. It was Deja herself fighting. So that's it. The Earth would look at Su Ming with confidence. After all, this kind of operation doesn't look like a normal Ultraman can fight in any way. By the way, this is the Jasper that was retrieved from the Carlos building. Earth held up a round green-colored stone in Akane's hand and said to Su Ming, this stone was placed together with the Deja stone statue. So I wanted to ask that. Su Ming, do you know what it does and where it came from? Although Sai Gaogu is dead, the seal left by Sai Gaogu is still there. The Ike's terminal is still not working and is still sealed. So now the Earth was also in a hurry and was trying to find a way to unseal Axe. Su Ming naturally knew what a Jasper was, and took the cold, green-colored round stone. Weighing it, he said, this Jasper can turn into an Ultraman. Ultraman? You mean? Earth's eyes glazed over, looking to the Jasper in Su Ming's hand. Is it the one from the Land of Light? That's right. Su Ming nodded and said, but Saikagu had already been transported to my world by a rift in time and space, so Ultraman didn't end up coming out, and as a rule, the Ultraman will show up to deal with Saikagu. I can't believe that's the case. Big nodded, then responded with you mean Saikagu was transported to another world? That's right, that's my hometown. Su Ming nodded his head once again and said to the Earth, so, is this Jasper available? Since it's the stone that sealed Sai Gaogu, it's naturally fine to use it against Sai Gaogu. At this time, Orange, the vice-captain of the Geo team, walked out and opened his mouth to Su Ming. P.S. The chapter name was mistyped. Also, the old book Ultraman Deja to the Heavens has more detailed stories about Deja. End of chapter. Chapter 188 Earth, we fuse. Chapter 188 Earth, we fuse. Orange, the vice-captain of Team Geo, is not a simple human being. Her full name is Tangerine Sayuri, but she is generally referred to as Tangerine. In Su Ming's impression, Orange once became an adapter of Nexus Ultraman in the middle of the movie and television of Axe Ultraman. Placing his hand on top of his chest, Su Ming felt the heart that had been completely unsealed. Vaguely, it seems that you can see the rich light in the heart when you close your eyes. The seal, it has been completely lifted. This meant that Su Ming once again had the power to transform into various Ultraman. The ability to copy shapeshifting naturally unraveled with it. However, Su Ming didn't know if he would still be able to copy the ability to transform into Nexus from the Orange Vice-Captain in front of him. But, used to try, isn't it? Hello, the Orange Vice-Captain of the Geo team, right? I've heard a lot about you. Stretching out a hand, Su Ming said to Orange with a smile on his face. Though it was only a short time ago that I went to the Joe's base, it was only in the labs of the... Su Ming had not seen Orange. So, now it's a first meeting. Orange didn't even know that Su Ming was beating himself up. So he extended his hand to shake Su Ming's as well. Soon, the two hands were separated, and Su Ming quietly felt the heart of the self, but it didn't feel like the warmth that had once flooded into his heart. Is it broken? Su Ming's heart thumped and he showed a confused expression. If it was really broken because of too much light pouring in the Land of Light before, it would be a real loss. Turning his head, Su Ming looked at the Earth and spoke directly. Earth, may I touch you? Ha? Da-Di looked at Su Ming with a confused look, then nodded. You can. Su Ming touched the Earth after it had given its consent. Yet again, there was no warmth coming from the heart, and it was clear that the replication had failed. It won't be really bad. Su Ming was full of consternation. Did I have a heart attack? What's wrong? Earth looked at Su Ming in confusion. I don't understand why Su Ming has this expression. What happened? It's fine. Su Ming shook his head, then resting his eyes on top of the Ike's terminal in Earth's hand. Has Ike's not been unsealed yet? Not yet, Earth said as she turned the Ike's terminal to Su Ming. But after you transformed into a Deja, the seal was a little weaker. In that case, Su Ming spoke up. Why don't I come and take a look at the... Maybe I'll be able to unseal it. Good. Big Nod nodded and handed the Ike's terminal to Su Ming. Axe, who was in the middle of the terminal, didn't have any objections. After all, the other man was helping himself. When Su Ming received the Ike's terminal, the warmth he hadn't felt in a long time suddenly appeared. It then surged into the heart. Holding Jasper in one hand and the Axe terminal in the other, Su Ming's face was slightly pleased. Then the 9 terminal was returned to the Earth. It seems that one's ability to steal numbers is still in place. It's only because Vice Captain Orange can no longer turn into a Nexus, as well as the fact that Earth isn't a normal one-mind, that Su Ming failed to steal the number. No, after contacting the Axe terminal, Su Ming managed to obtain the power to transform into Axe. Well, does it still not work? Earth sighed and asked Su Ming. Hold on to Axe. I'll give it a try. In reality, a seal like this one on the Ike's terminal is nothing. In the original storyline, the sealing of Axe's terminal was by the light of detention. That is, the godlight rod transformation and Jasper's transformation into Hatsune Makoto's light unsealed the seal. So, Su Ming was planning to transform in front of Ike's terminal. See if you can use the light to break the seal. I'm ready. Axe's voice came out from within the Axe terminal and said to Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded and placed his hand on top of his heart. This was Su Ming's first transformation after lifting the seal. Closing his eyes, Su Ming began to meditate, feeling the beating of his heart. Flop, flop, flop. The long-lost sound of a quickening heartbeat rang in Su Ming's ears, and soon under the sound of an extremely heavy heartbeat, time and space froze up. The runic aperture also rushed out from Su Ming's chest, and the light was mapped on top of Su Ming's face. Who better to turn into? Su Ming stroked his chin and scratched above the runic aperture, but just as he started rowing, Su Ming was dumbfounded, for touching so many unknown ultras in the Land of Light. So the images of each ordinary resident of the Land of Light on the runic aperture were all alternating round and round in the midst of scratches as well. Seems like a bit much. This had affected the speed of Su Ming's transformation, and although the time was fixed, but it's still a pain in the ass to paddle so slowly. Is there a way to just be able to jump straight to the page of the Ultraman I want to turn? Su Ming stopped paddling and looked at the runic aperture and said, like, Axe? Ideas just flashed through my mind. The image in the runic aperture in front of him then became the image of Axe Ultraman. Very good. I didn't expect the rune aperture to be so humanized. Su Ming was satisfied. A ringing finger snapped out, and Su Ming confirmed the object of the transformation. Then, the runic aperture slowly passed through Su Ming's body, the light wrapping it completely. Since it's unsealing, there's no need to giganticize. Time resumed its flow, and under the gaze of Team Geo and Terminal Ryakis, light surged from Su Ming's body. Then, the very familiar X virtual character of the Earth flashed out and quickly disappeared. The blinding light gradually dissipated, and Su Ming's body after his transformation was revealed. Earth looked at the Axe Ultraman in front of her, and then at the Axe terminal in her hand. It was dumbfounded. As for Axe in the terminal, who was just about to say that his seal was completely lifted, instead, he saw himself in front of him, and the sound he made stuck hard in the terminal. Axe? The faces of the Geo's crowd showed surprise. Wasn't the young man named Su Ming in front of him the Deja Ultraman who had just fought Saigaogu? And how did it turn out to be Axel Ultraman? Me. Axe in the terminal was solidly jammed as he looked ahead at Su Ming. No need to be surprised. Su Ming reached out and took the 9 terminal and looked at it, then gave it back to Earth. Hasn't this been unsealed? Unlocking is unlocking the seal. But why can you turn into Axe? Su Ming? Asked Su Ming with great doubt. Earth, let's try fusion integration. At that moment, Axe in the terminal flashed and said to the Earth. Yes. The Earth also felt out of place and nodded, slapping one hand on the top of the Ike's terminal. End of chapter. Chapter 189, Technology. Chapter 189, Technology. A hand slapped on the top of Axe's terminal, and both Earth and Axe were ready to fuse. But a cool breeze blew by and nothing happened. What's going on? Earth held the 9 terminal in front of him and patted it and blew on it, always thinking it was the terminal that was broken. Don't blow the Earth. Ike's inside the terminal shouted at the Earth in a hurry. I can't stand it when you're like this. So what the hell is going on? Vice Captain Orange looked at Su Ming and opened his mouth to ask. Just kidding, Su Ming said, lifting his transformed state. No, the seal was lifted. Both Earth and Axe set their eyes on Su Ming and resized him up. The man in front of him could not only turn into Dija, but surprisingly, he could also turn into Axe. You guys try again now. You should be fine. Su Ming pointed at the Ike's terminal and said to the Earth. Yes. Nodding broadly, he once again slapped one hand on the top of the Ike's terminal. All that could be seen was that the Ike's terminal opened its 4 branches into a golden X shape, and then the Earth turned into a dazzling white light, and then the body of Axe Ultraman reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only, this time it was the Earth itself that changed. It worked! The Earth that had merged and integrated with Axe again was extremely excited. Axe himself was relieved. That situation just now was truly frightening. In the middle of the Geo's base, acknowledging that Earth, who had resumed her transformation, had returned to the base. Su Ming also came here along with the Earth. Sai Gaogu descended into the real world, and Su Ming was originally in a hurry to get back. However, thinking of that instability of the spacetime rift, Su Ming didn't leave right away, because of the instability of the temporal rift. So even if Sagaegu was transported to the real world, there's no telling where or when he'll descend. Likewise, there was no telling what point in time Su Ming would return to when he went back. It could be a day or 2 later, or it could be a year and a half. What's scarier is 3 years, 5 years and decades. So quite simply, Su Ming intended to get his hands on some of this world's technological power before he could do so. However, Su Ming and the Geos are not related to each other. It's also not unlikely that the other side will lend their gear over. So, Su Ming had to seek help from the Earth. After all, he had helped Axe lift the seal. The Earth sort of owes itself a favor. You mean, you're in a universe where the defenses have less powerful weapons? Difficult to deal with monsters? After hearing Su Ming's words, Earth spoke up and said, so trying to fend off monsters with the power of this universe's technology. That's right, Su Ming said with a sigh. The universe I'm in has been invaded by a large number of monsters, so the level of crisis isn't comparable to this universe. I understand. Nodded and said to Su Ming, from my point of view, I'd be happy to help an alternate universe Earth, but the vast majority of the Geo team's technology was developed by Dr. Vantonian. I see. What do I say to Dr. Vandonian? Su Ming looked in the direction of the laboratory and asked the Earth. Well, Earth mused for a moment, then spoke up, saying, Dr. Vanton Starman is actually quite nice, so if you're honest and make him another meal of Dasha cuisine, he should agree. Like this? Su Ming heard the Earth's words and, rather, it reminds me that Dr. Vandonian is indeed a foodie. Now that he had a solution, Su Ming went about it, and Earth also helped Su Ming in his spare time by playing for him. As dinner time was approaching, the Earth then entered the lab with a platter of sumptuous Dasha cuisine. Dr. Vantonian, who was still working on the Deja card, saw Earth come in with a tray of food. Can't help but eat it. Earth, something doesn't seem quite right about today's meal. Smelling the scent wafting through the air, Dr. Vantonian spoke up. That's right, today's meal is a Dasha delicacy. Earth smiled and, to Dr. Vantonian, he said, this is still specially prepared for you. Doctor, enjoy. Then I'm welcome. Upon hearing this, the doctor hastily pulled out the utensils reserved for him and began to eat. After sampling each dish, Dr. Vandenstar suddenly responded that looking to the Earth, the young man who came to the lab today is a Dasha man. Right, could it be that he made these dishes? It was indeed Su Ming who did it. Nodding broadly, he replied to Dr. Vandenstar man and said, no merit, I owe someone a favor here. Dr. Vantonian said as he ate, but the Dasha food is really good. With a wide variety of styles, it's so delicious. Yeah, I heard Su Ming say that Dasha has so many cuisines with different flavors. Earth said to the doctor, Doctor, you are eating just one of the dishes now. It's such a shame. I've been here on Earth for so long I haven't even gotten to know the cuisine of Dasha. Dr. Vandenor winds down the table and makes quick work of the meal. I couldn't get enough of it when I was done. I don't know if that's to your liking, Doctor. Just then, Su Ming walked in from the doorway and spoke. It's you. Dr. Vanton alien recognized Su Ming at a glance. I have to say that you do make great food, but, if there's something you want, just ask. I'm still very talkative. Dr. Vantonian wasn't stupid, and he knew what the other party was thinking after seeing Su Ming. Su Ming was not polite when he heard Dr. Vandenstar man say so. The other party also appreciated his own feelings, and with the help of the Earth on the side, he should be able to succeed. Then, Su Ming told Dr. Vantonian about what happened in the real world. It goes on and on about the miserable lives people lead in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world. I can't believe it's this bad. Not only Dr. Vantonian, but even the Earth fell into silence after hearing this. This time, Su Ming spoke in greater detail. The Earth also understands how terrible the catastrophe that befell the Earth and the other universe was. You really do think too highly of me, the doctor said, with a sigh. My technology isn't really very strong, but if I can help you guys, that's pretty good. Thank you so much. When he heard these words from Dr. Vandenstar Man, Su Ming knew that he had succeeded. As long as he got the various equipment from the Ike's world, Su Ming believed that real-world defenses against monsters can take a qualitative leap forward. Earth, come help me transfer the data. Dr. Vantonian beckoned to the Earth. Prepare to transfer some of the technological blueprints useful for the protection of the planet to a storage disk. End of chapter. Chapter 190, Collecting Monsters. Chapter 190, Collecting Monsters. Exactly what kind of technological blueprints Dr. Vandenberg transferred to the storage disk? Su Ming couldn't quite read it either. However, this was not something that Su Ming had to worry about. Just leave it to Jing Zhe to handle if he was doing scientific research. Soon, the storage disk was handed over to Su Ming by Dr. Vandonian, who was beaming with joy. The plan was to make this doctor a meal of daxia cuisine before going back. After all, it was worth trading a meal for so much information. Su Ming knew that being able to get this information without going through the permission of the Geo team captains, or is it because Dr. Vandonian is not an Earthling and the patents for those technological powers are still in the hands of the doctor? If you ask for help from the Geo team headquarters, it's not really possible to get your hands on it. Rested all night. Early in the morning of the second day, Su Ming took Bishi and said goodbye to the Earth. In the middle of the remote wasteland, after Su Ming used his spacetime pen to draw a spacetime rift, turned into Getty the giant dog of light in front of the Earth. While the Earth was still shocked that Su Ming had turned into a monster, Su Ming had waved goodbye and entered the time rift, turning into Getty because Su Ming was worried he'd teleport straight to Mount Everest. Reveal your whereabouts. As for why you didn't bring Earth and Axe back to help, Su Ming doesn't think that's necessary anymore. Having acquired the transformative powers of the King of Otter and the Father of Otter, Su Ming believed that he could completely cope with the invasion of monsters, and could even completely put the real-world disaster to rest. If not, isn't there another Jasper? After passing through the dark red arc net, Su Ming returned to the real world. The place where it appeared was the long-lost Mount Everest, but the one Su Ming turned into was Getty the monster. It's usually treated as a normal teleported monster. Noticing the two cosmonauts watching the temporal rift nearby, Su Ming was thinking of just leaving this place. However, he didn't expect that these two individual cosmopolitans would fly towards Su Ming. Just then, an arc of electricity exploded out of the spacetime rift behind Su Ming. Another monster has been transported into the world. Terrant. 7 monsters fused together in one powerful monster with a history of nearly reuniting the 6 Otter brothers. Good. We teleported in a Terranite today. And an unseen monster. I don't know what it's called, said a round-headed guy from the cosmopolitans who had gathered around. This cosmonaut is a Gaji alien, and this particular look is still easy to remember to please. Just a bald head. Whatever it's called, capture it. The other cosmonaut was covered in black and white striped spots and looked extremely disgusting. This kind of cosmic person with obvious features Su Ming naturally knew its identity. The three-faced monster Data. With that Data pulled out a strange firearm and aimed it at Tyrant. Then before Tyrant could react, he fired directly at it, shrinking the Tyrant into the firearm. This operation caused Su Ming to be slightly startled, although he knew that Data possessed a special miniaturized gun. But I didn't realize that this thing was so powerful that it could even take Tyrant. It's okay, you've managed to suck up even Tyrant with this miniaturized gun. Seeing Tyrant growling within the glass container on the miniaturized gun in Data's hand, the gadgeteer scratched his round head and said to it, "That's natural." Data was extremely smug. In order to replenish the Monster Legion's power, His Excellency has specially enhanced the miniaturized gun for me. How envious, the gadgeteer said with a smile. The abilities that your lordship has enhanced for me. It's just my bilocation ability. I can now have the original strength in each of my bilocations. Data was momentarily speechless when she heard. Are you showing off in front of me? Of course not. How could we? We're fellow officers. The Gaji alien patted Data on the shoulder and looked to Su Ming. Take this monster with you as well. Data nodded and aimed his miniaturized gun at Su Ming, then prepared to press the trigger. Su Ming naturally couldn't just be grabbed like that, and hastily stomped up, leaping down towards Mount Everest. It ran away. After it. Seeing this, the Gaji Starman also rushed headlong down Mount Everest. Data then aimed his miniaturized gun at the falling Su Ming and proceeded to pull the trigger. With a swish, light shone out of the miniaturized gun. A direct hit on the gadgeteers who went after them. In the midst of Data's dumbfounded stare, the gadgeteer was incorporated into a glass container in the miniaturization gun. With that, the furious, snarling Tyrant charged at the Guardians in the midst of the glass container. A frenzied attack was launched against it. What are you doing? The gadgeteer kept yelling at Dada from his glass container. Get me out of here now. No way. Dada refused after a moment of confusion. If I release you from then Tyrant will come out with it. And it will be hard to catch then. What do you care, Terranet? Save me. The gadgeteers were in a glass container constantly responding to Tyrant's attacks. The huge beast in front of him was too much for the Guardians to handle. Fire, ice fog, sharp blade flying sickle, various means of attacking kept attacking toward the Guddy asteroids, and the gadgeteer could only quickly split to deal with Tyrant's attacks. The short answer is to let the doppelganger be cannon fodder. I can't, the Lord knows and blames it, Dada said hesitantly. Blame it down, I take full responsibility. The gadgeteer uttered these words as if through clenched teeth. Fine, I'll let you out of here. As a monster that fought alongside Getty in the Ultra-Ancient Age, Getty naturally has a knack for flying. When he was about to land on the Himalayas, Su-Ming rose up into the air and flew off into the distance. It was obvious that Dada and the Guardians belonged to the Dark Temple side of the Force. Listening to the duo's conversation, they were supposed to be expanding the monster army or something like that. The black crystals are making a move. Did something else happen on Earth? Flying quickly in the direction of the survivors in the capital city, Su-Ming planned to give the tech information he brought back to Jing-Zhe first. It should be a lot easier on himself after the humans are strong enough to rebuild their homes on their own. Soon, Su-Ming landed in front of the main gate of the capital city survivor base. Just as Su-Ming was about to lift his transformation status, the base door in front of him suddenly produced a transparent shield that bounced him off. Sitting on the ground in a daze, Su-Ming looked at the transparent protective shield in front of him before remembering that he himself is still in the form of a giant dog of light. So it seems that he is being treated as an invading monster. I also blame myself for being in a hurry and forgetting to find a remote corner to release the transformation and come back. The alarm sounded, and after Su-Ming reacted to it, the fighters had already aimed one of their weapons at Su-Ming. Ready to fight. End of chapter. Chapter 191. Why did the counselor surrender first? Chapter 191. Why did the counselor surrender first? Just then, the staff officer in charge of commanding the battle reached out his hand and shouted to stop the fighters' preparations. Stop it! Looking at the information displayed on the screen in his hand, the staff officer looked at the monster in front of him in surprise. What's wrong, Senator? A warrior asked suspiciously. We were about to die in battle and why did the counselor surrender first? I'll drop your ass. The staff officer, hearing this, didn't hold his tongue and said, this beast is not the enemy. Not the enemy? Everyone in the room was confused. Then, before the staff officer could explain, Su-Ming turned into a particle of light and lifted his transformation status. The crowd froze when they saw the scene. It's Lord Su-Ming. But why did Lord Su-Ming turn into a monster? You're stupid. Lord Su-Ming deals with monsters even if he turns into one. Don't you see? What just floated through the air were particles of light. The crowd was full of joy after seeing Su-Ming. Some of those who had learned their 9 years of schooling well also recognized Getty the monster for what he was. The counselor also explained to the crowd why Su-Ming had turned into a monster. Because the monster, named Getty, was a giant dog of light. So much for a false alarm fight. Su-Ming entered the middle of the capital city survivor base surrounded by the crowd. Then, in the midst of the enthusiastic crowd, Su-Ming managed to get out of the way and, darting towards the anti-monster organization. However, halfway through his run, Su-Ming saw Blue Eagle, who had come to greet him. It appears that the staff officer sent the message back to headquarters. Blue Eagle, it is now how long since I last left? After seeing Blue Eagle, Su-Ming directly opened his mouth and asked. This is something Su-Ming must confirm every time he comes back. After all, the time interval after each return is different. 2 months. Blue Eagle replied to Su-Ming. This time, my lord, you were away for a full 60 days. 60 days. Su-Ming stroked his chin and spoke. It's only been a day since I was in the other world. I can't believe there's such a thing. Blue Eagle realized that. No wonder your dress and appearance look unchanged from 2 months ago. My lord. Blue Eagle followed Su-Ming as he walked quickly to Jing's office. Knocking on the door, Blue Eagle reported, then waited at the door. Su-Ming, on the other hand, walked in. Lord Su-Ming. After Jingza saw Su-Ming, he stood up in a hurry and, you said last time you left to recover your shapeshifting abilities, and now you're back. Does that mean? That's right, I've regained my shapeshifting ability. Su-Ming spoke. In addition, I also brought some powerful technology. Being able to regain the ability to transform would be enough to make the people of the world universal. Jingza smiled and opened his mouth. It's too much, Su-Ming said, handing over the storage disk storing the technological information to Jingza. These are the technological information from the Team Geo in the world of Ike's Ultraman. I'm sure that you, Superintendent, have learned about Team Joe's technology. as a defense team that makes viewers look outrageous. The Geos do have a pretty successful tech product. As expected, Jing Zai's face became even more joyful. Taking the storage disk in Su Ming's hand, he said, surprisingly, it's Team Joe's technological power. At the time the anti-monster organization was founded, I had the thought that, if we also had the technological power of Team Geo, we might be able to protect more people. Kajikawa kept his eyes on the storage disk and, opening his mouth, he said, I never thought that this day would actually come. Hua Shui has already researched the Victory Divine Light Rod. Unfortunately, he's still nowhere to be found. Su Ming spoke up. If we can find him, not to mention bringing him back by imperial decree, even if you torture, you have to copy the method of making the Victory God Light Rod. Indeed. Hearing Su Ming's words, Jing Zai sighed. I really didn't expect the person who made the greatest technological contribution to the end times to defect from the organization. It doesn't matter, now that we have the tech power of the Geos. That's no worse than the elite victory team's Victory Divine Light Rod. Su Ming looked at director Jing Zai and spoke. It's not too late. Just transmit this information to the underground research department. Yes. When Jingza finished speaking, he inserted the storage disk into the computer and, with that, the two was transmitted to the Underground Institute. Although technological blueprints exist, to develop these weapons and equipment, naturally it still takes some time, right Superintendent? Su Ming suddenly opened his mouth and asked, within these 2 months, is there anything more unusual happening on Earth? Special circumstances. Jingza froze when he heard Su Ming's words, then said, there doesn't seem to be anything very special happening, but it's true that monsters are much less likely to invade human bases. Are monsters invading even less? Su Ming stroked his chin in contemplation when he heard what Jing Zai said. In general, the monsters that have appeared on Earth have basically come out of a time rift on Mount Everest. And now, with 2 cosmonauts watching from Mount Everest, capture monsters whenever they appear and join the so-called monster army. So that's why monsters are much less likely to invade human bases. It's because the monsters on Mount Everest have been corralled. Why are black crystals collecting monsters? Su Ming was puzzled. The only answer that could come to mind was that the dark crystal wanted to completely wipe out the human race on Earth. But if it really wanted to overthrow humanity, it could have done so before Su Ming even appeared. So that answer doesn't really hold up either. Ask about it some other time. Having regained the ability to shapeshift, and having many more shapeshifting objects, Su Ming also didn't wimp out on traveling to the Dark Temple. The big deal is to just go out and exterminate them, once and for all. But the risk is greater is that the opposing force is so numerous that, if an army of monsters were to be detached to sneak up on the survivor base, Su Ming would not be able to distract himself from the battle. Superintendent, there is one more question. Su Ming spoke again and asked, within these 2 months, has there been a monster named Sagayagu appeared? Yama monster Sagayagu? Jingza did know the beast, not that I've ever seen it, but based on the movies and TV, the beast is pretty tough to deal with. Does it mean that? Jingza said, looking over at Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and replied, in the Ike's Ultraman world I went to, Sagayagu was transported back to the real world by a time rift. Because of the instability and randomness of temporal rifts, so unsure of the time and place of Sagayagu's descent, maybe sometime in the future, this guy just popped up on Earth. Same as Gatenjo's back in the day. End of chapter. Chapter 192, Star Wars. Chapter 192, Star Wars. Director Jingza had naturally been informed of the power of Sagayagu. The spikes on his back are capable of launching out and transforming into other monsters that alone is enough of a headache. So for the future arrival of the Sagayagu, mankind has to be prepared as well. After resting for a day at the capital headquarters, Su Ming flew in the direction of the Dark Divine Hall on the second day, but left Jasper to Superintendent Kajikawa. Though I don't know if Jasper could have summoned Primordial Ultraman in the real world, but at least it can give peace of mind. Director Kyung Taek, as the director of the entire organization, fights to save the world from the invasion of monsters. Nature is extremely important. With Jasper in his possession, summoning Primordial Ultraman when things get tough, at least it has the power to defend itself. Blue Eagle had wanted to go forward with Su Ming to the Dark Divine Hall, but Su Ming had told Blue Eagle to stay at the headquarters. After all, the Dark Pantheon is full of bull s. What with Dark Lopez Cyrus, there were also all sorts of strange cosmic people. If Blue Eagle went along, Su Ming would not have the energy to be able to split it up to protect the other party. When he went to the Dark Temple to negotiate, Su Ming represented the Kingdom of Light. It's also the capital to talk to the other person. So, to travel to the Dark Temple, you must become an Ultraman belonging to the Land of Light, or it's going to be Zophie. After thinking about it, Su Ming planned to become the captain of the Cosmic Police Force, Zophie. However, after Su Ming summoned the rune aperture and formulated Zophie as the object of transformation. And yet no Zophie pattern appeared. Wait, I don't think I've touched Zophie yet? After freezing, Su Ming reacted. In the beginning, despite a trip to the Land of Light and touching most of the Ultraman, but Zophie herself hadn't really been in direct contact. Scratching his head, Su Ming didn't expect to encounter such an embarrassing incident while transforming. So which Ultraman is better to become? Hand across the runic aperture. Only an image of an Ultraman with 2 horns on his head appeared. The Father of Otter? Then it's decided that it's you. Father of Otter's identity is that of the Grand Master of the Cosmic Police Force, and by becoming Father of Otter, not only is it a deterrent in and of itself, but it's also pretty appropriate in terms of status. Only the runic aperture slowly passed through Su Ming's body, turning Su Ming into a dense light after the still winds around them continued to blow. With that, the figure of the Father of Otter flew in a southwesterly direction. Although he had transformed into the Father of Otter, Su Ming did not have the Father of Otter's exclusive cape. However, it doesn't affect anything. Su Ming thinks it doesn't matter if there's a cape or not. This thing is now dumped by every Ultraman before a fight, and it looks like wearing it affects the output. Soon, Su Ming flew over Mount Everest, then directly penetrated the atmosphere and traveled to the universe. Looking at the dark red vortex in front of him, Su Ming didn't hesitate and directly flew in. Speaking of which, the vortex is strange. The Earth spins and it spins, just stayed on top of Everest and never left. Entering the dark red vortex, what caught his eye was an empty island suspended in this space, and on top of the empty island was a massive temple, the Dark Temple. Su Ming landed on the square in front of the Divine Hall, and soon there were cosmic people flying out from within the Divine Hall. The Father of Otter has come to visit, and I wonder what he's up to. The one who landed in front of Su Ming was none other than the Mephiles alien. According to Su Ming's knowledge, the Mephilistines had the name of egregious cosmonauts. However, based on Su Ming's contact with the Mephilasians, the other party didn't seem as if they were that bad. On the contrary, it's kinda good at what it does. Of course, Su Ming will still be vigilant for the enemy, even if the other party is polite. Take me to your lord. Not responding to the Mephilasian, Su Ming sent out the muffled voice of the Father of Otter to say to him, the Mephilistines are just a subordinate of the Black Crystals, and if they were to intercede, facing the Father of Otter wasn't enough of a qualification. Hearing Su Ming's words, the Mephilistophiles froze, but didn't get angry. Instead, he replied, I must go forward and inform the Lord. Go on. Su Ming waved his hand and stayed in place to wait. Instead, the Mephilasian flew back into the middle of the Dark Temple to report the news. This made Su Ming a bit puzzled, remembering that the last time he had come here, the Black Crystals knew straight away that they had entered this space. It stands to reason that by now the Black Crystals should know they're here. 2. Why do we need the Mephilistines to report back? It didn't take long, though, for the Mephilistines to come out and to Su Ming, he said, His Excellency said that the first captain is invited to enter the hall to discuss in details. Hearing those 2 words uttered by the Mephiles alien, Su Ming carried a slight doubt in his heart. He himself had come to find out why the Dark Temple was replenishing monsters in a big way into this situation of the monstrous legion. But Dark Crystal said discuss so clearly. I have something to talk to the representative of the Land of Light. Could it be that the agreement is to be destroyed? With doubt and caution, Su Ming walked step by step along with the Mephilistines towards the Dark Temple. If the Black Crystals have swelled to the point where they're going to with the Kingdom of Light, then there was bound to be a big battle when one entered the temple. Passing through the hazy ripples of the Dark Temple's gate, Su Ming entered it, but the imagined fight didn't happen, and slightly loosening his clenched fists, Su Ming was a bit surprised to see the image in front of him. I just saw a cosmonaut and a monster lining up in an orderly fashion in the middle of the temple. Instead, the team's final destination was in front of the Black Crystals. What is this? Doubtful, Su Ming asked the Mephiles alien in front of him. Preparing for the Great War. The Mephiles alien didn't hide it, but answered Su Ming and said, the Great War? These 2 words made Su Ming's heart sink. Sure enough, the Black Crystals are going to renege on their contract? But why let yourself know again? And look at the Mephilistas talking about it with a breezy feeling. My lord said that there is no harm in telling the Kingdom of Light since there is an agreement with it. The Mephiles alien looked at Su Ming and said, a force in the universe is about to attack Earth. When the time comes, whether it's the humans, the Kingdom of Light, or us, the Dark Pantheon, all are targets for the other side's offense. The Mephilasian continued, and so, the Lord is fortifying the monstrous legion with, let all the monsters boost their abilities. I can't believe this is happening. Su Ming listened to the words of the perfect Pharasians and realized that this time, the fight, I'm afraid it's going to be even more difficult, because, it's a star war, a war in which the forces of the universe attack the forces of Earth. End of chapter. Chapter 193. Chapter 193. Just see every cosmonaut or monster walk up to the black crystals. The black crystal stone turned back, releasing a stream of light into its body. This is what the Mephalistines call fortification. Su Ming had just returned to Everest when he heard Gaji Starman and Data talk about reinforcing this, and the duo are fortified in their own way. So it seems that the black crystals are really quite good for reinforcement. However, didn't your lord want to talk to me in detail? It doesn't seem like he's very available right now. Su Ming stood with his hands on his head looking at the black crystals and said to the Mephalis alien, "Please forgive me, great captain." The Mephalis alien replied to Su Ming, "This reinforcement that, it's a matter of life and death for our dark temple." "Okay, then I'll wait." Su Ming didn't have anything to do anyway, and there was no such thing as a time limit after transforming, so then they don't care to wait a while. Seeing this, the Mephalis star invited Su Ming to a side hall of the Dark Divine Hall. Wait quietly. The ones who entertained Su Ming were the Mephalasians. This guy looks quite idle. He should be one of the first cosmic people to be strengthened by the black crystals. Is it convenient to reveal what and whose cosmic forces are about to attack Earth? As Su Ming sat, he poked around at the Mephalasian. "That we don't know, because the Baltanians who went after the Imperials only sent back this message, and then nothing more," the Mephalasian replied. "However, I am a little confused." The Mephalasian looked to the father of Otter. Rhetorically, he said, "Normally, it's Mombius who comes to negotiate. So why is it the first captain himself who came today? As the captain of the Cosmic Guard, I naturally have to lead the way." Su Ming didn't expect the Mephalasians to ask this question, and said with great righteousness, "And I've come to intercede. There is also the aspect of wanting to see for yourself why your lord looks the way he does." "So it is." The Mephalasian nodded, not continuing the questioning. Little by little, time passed, and one by one, the monsters and cosmonauts in the temple diminished. It seems to have gone back to the separate space where the monster army belongs after the reinforcement, until the monsters and cosmonauts who had come to fortify the Great Hall had left. It was only then that Su Ming came out with the Mephalistines. "It's a great honor to have the captain of the Cosmic Guard here." After Su Ming arrived in front of the black crystal stone, the black crystal stone flashed and said a low voice, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm not waiting this long to meet the so-called Lord of the Dark Temple." Su Ming let out a muffled voice and didn't give the black crystals a good look. The black crystals didn't care about that. However, instead, he continued to say to Su Ming, "The Mephalasians should have said everything to you about what I want to convey. That said, I don't know exactly when that force in the universe is going to attack." Su Ming nodded and asked the black crystal, "I don't know about that." The black crystals lit up, saying that, "But since we're going to fight the enemy together this time, we might as well make a covenant. It's not necessary." What the black crystals didn't expect was that Su Ming directly refused without even thinking about it. Now Su Ming is the representative of the Kingdom of Light and the captain of the Universe Police Force. If one had to establish a covenant with the dark forces in the face of a foreign invasion, it would be truly unjustifiable. The black crystals are not kind, and Su Ming knows that the reason why he made a pact with the Kingdom of Light is that the black crystals are not good. Or is it because its strength has not yet been restored? When its strength is restored, it will not care about the covenant. That's right. The Kingdom of Light is certainly more capable than our Black Temple. If we do make a covenant, it will be nothing more than a dragged-down existence for us as an ally power. The Black Crystal didn't know what it was laughing at, and said to Su Ming, "However, when the time comes for an invasion by a foreign enemy, we'll go to the human survivor base to help. It must be that there aren't too many Ultraman that have descended here in the Land of Light." "On what terms?" Su Ming asked directly to the Black Crystal after hearing its words. The other party offered to go to the human survivor base to help, so naturally it was impossible to go there for nothing. Worthy of being the Grand Captain of the Cosmic Police, the Black Crystal emitted a shimmering light and said to Su Ming, "It is just easy to talk to you all. There is only one condition. Your forces in the Kingdom of Light are precious and not precious, and you will be responsible for fending off more powerful enemies when the time comes. Okay, I'll leave the monsters attacking the human city to you. If I find out that one of the survivor bases has been breached, then there is no need for your Dark Divine Hall to exist." Su Ming nodded. Looking toward the Black Crystal, he said, "That's not exactly a verbal threat to punch a door in the face. Rather, Su Ming really did have the strength to destroy the Dark Divine Hall today, but now that there will be an invasion of foreign enemies, this Dark Temple will be put on the back burner for now. Although no covenant was made, this verbal agreement is considered a type of special covenant." Knowing the situation, Su Ming didn't stay at the Dark Divine Hall and directly left the place. Judging from the preparations made by the Dark Divine Hall, the enemy they're facing this time around is powerful. It was not inferior to the power of the temple. However, Su Ming was now able to transform into the King of Otter, and was not afraid of this so-called powerful enemy. Turning into the King of Otter, this was considered one of Su Ming's strongest cards. Back at the headquarters in the capital, Su Ming told Director Jingze the news of the foreign enemy's impending invasion of Earth. However, Superintendent Jingze had doubts and didn't understand why there were still external enemies in the universe. I forgot to mention that temporal rifts occasionally appear elsewhere in the universe, and that many of the cosmonauts who emerged from Mount Everest have left Earth and traveled to other parts of the universe. Su Ming explained to Director Jingze. I see. Superintendent Jingze nodded and looked out the window at the sky. It seems that ending this post-apocalyptic world has added another layer of difficulty. At one time, Superintendent Kajikawa thought that, once the monsters and cosmonauts on Earth were wiped out, humanity can then recover and develop again. But now it seems completely impossible, because there are still many unknown threats in the universe that could invade Earth at any time. Aggression against humanity. Never mind. The first priority is to inform down to prepare for defense in the face of the invasion of foreign enemies. We humans must not be careless. After Jingze finished speaking, he directly issued a notification to the major survivor bases. Jingze never doubted Su Ming's words. For a while, all the major survivor bases were ready to fight. The warriors began to watch the skies vigilantly, probing for any celestial invasion of Earth. End of chapter. Chapter 194, Attacking First. Su Ming hadn't left the headquarters base these days either, and the Great War could break out at any time. The battle will be fought at any moment. As it happened, after 15 days of intense preparation by the crowd, the warriors in charge of observing the universe noticed a number of black dots appearing above the moon. The black spots on the moon should be the alien invaders that Mr. Su Ming was talking about. Jingze sat in the middle of the high-level conference room and looked at the crowd and spoke. Su Ming also sat within this conference room this time, facing this resurrected giant of light. The executives of the anti-monster organization still have quite a bit of respect. After all, the resolution to resurrect Su Ming was passed unanimously by the top management when he was first struck by the catastrophe, and according to age, Su Ming is more than 100 years older than everyone present. These alien invaders, who appeared on this world through a rift in time and space, and the cosmic human forces that have developed outside the universe, Jingze continued, not only are they powerful, and with a legion of monsters of notable strength, although I don't know how strong the other side is. However, Jingze still defaulted to the enemy's forces as the powerful side. After all, if they came across from the universe, their strength would never be bad. What countermeasures does Lord Su Ming have against these cosmic forces that have invaded Earth? Someone among the higher-ups asked Su Ming a question and said. All of them also set their eyes on Su Ming. After all, dealing with those foreign invaders, ultimately, it was Su Ming's own strength that would be relied upon. Direct hit. Su Ming opened his mouth and replied, causing most of the people in the conference room to feel surprised. But, with the disparity in strength between us humans and the cosmic people, it's still a question of even being able to defend. Someone spoke up, and how to go about actively attacking each other. All of you need not worry. Su Ming replied, this aspect of combat offense, it's naturally left to me. I will intercept the enemy's main force outside of Earth. As for some monsters and less powerful cosmic people, I will leave it to you all. Su Ming continued, of course, it's enough for the survivor base to be able to defend itself, without having to purposely attack those monsters. So that's how it is. Then I would like to thank Lord Su Ming. Li Yuan nodded after listening to Su Ming's words, thinking that this plan was considered good, as opposed to letting the main enemy force and the Legion monsters hit the front of the survivor base. Su Ming going forward to intercept the main force outside of Earth will allow humanity to better utilize itself in this battle. After the meeting, Su Ming decided that instead of passively withstanding the attacks, might as well go ahead and launch an initiative on the moon yourself. At this, Jingze expressed his concern. After all, Su Ming was the only one, and how to deal with so many enemies. But Su Ming smiled. If it was before, he did go up there and get pummeled straight away, but not now. On top of the rooftop, Su Ming said goodbye to Jingze, and then, placing his hand on his chest, close your eyes and feel the beat of your heart. The flow of time came to a screeching halt under an extremely heavy heartbeat, and then a runic aura was projected from Su Ming's heart. Looking at the alternating images of Ultraman in front of him, Su Ming silently recited a name in his mind. Then, the image in front of him then instantly converted into a Leo Otterman. As Sailor Ultraman's mentor, one of the protectors of the King of Ultras, Leo Altman's strength should not be underestimated. Leo Ultraman, known as the Crimson Lion. There's no time like the present as a Xiaoming turn striker. After the runic aperture slowly passed through Su Ming's body, Su Ming's entire body transformed into a fiery red light, and then turned into Leo Ultraman. Under Jingze's surprised gaze, Su Ming sped toward the sky. Lord Su Ming honestly does not deceive me. Seeing this scene, Jingze nodded his head inside. Lord Su Ming can really turn into multiple Ultraman. From the beginning of Gaika's shadow to the later Deja, Kajikawa wondered if Su Ming could turn into an Ultraman from the Land of Light. But according to what Su Ming once said, it should be changeable. Wait, if Lord Su Ming can turn into all Ultraman, can Lord Su Ming, the father of Ultras and king of Ultras, do the same? Thinking of this, Jingza gave a slight lurch and looked to the sky. At this time, Su Ming had already left Earth long ago and was nowhere to be seen. Coming outside of Earth, Su Ming first looked at the sky above Mount Everest. There's a dark red vortex going on there. The figures of the Methylasian and Dark Lopscallion rested silently beyond the vortex, watching the direction of the moon. Seeing this, Su Ming flew straight towards the duo. There's an enemy. Dark Lopscallion's eyes flickered when he saw Su Ming flying in and, Vigilance said. The Methylus alien also turned to look at Su Ming, and after getting closer and closer to, the Mephilistines recognized the visitor in front of them, Leo Altman. It's the Land of Light guy. The Mephilusian stopped Dark Lopscallion and said, Dark Cyclops, do not act rashly. Do I look like such an impulsive person? Dark Lopscallion said dismissively. Since His Excellency has given orders, I naturally won't start a conflict with the guys from the Land of Light. Soon, Su Ming arrived in front of his enemies and hovered silently in front of the duo. Soon after, the Mephilistines, the would-be guys, spoke. So it's Leo Altman. I've heard a lot about you. There's nothing to look up to for a long time. Su Ming said as he looked at the Methylus alien. You have also observed those things on the moon. Observed, the Mephilusian replied. However, it has yet to be discovered who the commander of this force is, and the only thing that can be confirmed is that the Imperial Star who defected in the first place joined this force. Oh, Su Ming asked. Then apart from the Imperial astronauts, who else are the enemies on the moon? Nothing more than some monsters, and cosmonauts, the Mephilusian replied. There is no special presence. By the way, you people in the Land of Light, you're ready, aren't you? The Mephilusian said, deliberately looking behind Su Ming. But how come I don't see anyone else? We, the Kingdom of Light, will naturally not expose our whereabouts. Su Ming smiled and replied, you just have to remember to keep your promises. Although, I don't really expect you to make much of a difference either. You guy, Dark Lopscallion pointed his finger at Su Ming. With an unkind look on his face, he said, are you trying to come to a fight? Dark Cyclops, the Mephilusian quickly stopped the Dark Lopscaller. If you don't do what you're told, go back to the monster army. Humph. Dark Lopscallion snorted indignantly when he heard this. Then he turned his head and stopped talking. Chapter 195, Engaged in Turn. Chapter 195, Engaged in Turn. Leo Altman, the Mephilus alien said, looking at Su Ming. We, the Dark Divine Hall, will naturally fulfill our promises, and as for the enemy's main force, we'll leave it to you, the Kingdom of Light, to deal with it. After hearing this, Su Ming did not reply, so he flew directly in the direction of the moon. Getting closer and closer to the moon, Su Ming also saw what that one darkness on the surface of the moon was. One monster, one cosmonaut. These guys seemed to have come to the top of the moon to prepare for the vanguard forces to attack Earth. Without saying a word, a blazing fire appeared on Su Ming's feet. Then it kicked down at one of the weaker-looking monsters. The monster seemed to be feeling its life threatened as it raised its head to look in Su Ming's direction. However, it was too late. With a thud, the beast was kicked out on the spot and, viciously smashing a huge deep crater in the surface of the moon. Then, there was a boom that produced a fiery explosion that filled the sky. The beast's instantaneous explosion startled the surrounding swarm of monsters and cosmonauts. Leo Ultraman, one of the cosmonauts exclaimed, after seeing Su Ming. What's with the Ultraman here? Could it be that the time rift put? The cosmonaut was in mid-sentence when he only heard a word from his ear. You got it. Then a large red hand grabbed the cosmic man by the shoulder. And with that, the cosmonaut's entire body then flew out and slammed into the ground of the moon. Su Ming looked down at the cosmic man in front of him who had been smashed to the ground by himself, and it seemed that these guys aren't exactly booze hogs. At least they had to guess that the time rift was capable of teleporting Ultraman over. Of course, the other guy didn't guess right. Still, Leo Altman's fighting skills are really good, although Su Ming didn't know the cosmic fist technique. But with the body of Leo Ultraman to make military-style fists and grappling fists, the power is not known how many times more powerful. Is that what you call talent? Shaking off his hand, Su Ming looked at the surrounding monsters and cosmopolitans that were gradually encircling him. There was no fear in his eyes. Launch the charge. Take Rio. One of the cosmonauts let out a call, and then the group of monsters rushed towards Su Ming. As for those cosmic people who had originally surrounded them, they had no intention of making a move at all. The power of Leo Altman's lion is well known. Just wear them out with a sea of men. Su Ming clenched his fists and launched himself against the group of monsters that rushed forward. Needless to say, The agility and attack power of the Leo Waterman's body was very powerful, and in no time at all, a single monster then fell around Su Ming, losing its ability to fight. It's just that Su Ming hasn't yet used his light essential kill, and all of these monsters are still lingering on, undead, despite becoming a Leo Waterman. But my fighting ability isn't as strong as his true self. My true self can kill monsters alive by fighting. Rising up into the air, Su Ming distanced himself from the group of monsters. Then, an intense white light emitted from the forehead of Leo's body, and Su Ming extracted it out of launched toward the swarm of monsters on the surface of the moon. This blow, in order to strike down these paralyzed monsters, Su Ming extracted most of Ryo's light energy and directly let the energy bottom out. The effect was also successful. One by one, those monsters that were paralyzed on the ground exploded amidst this light energy, turned into smoke and flying ash, landing on the ground. The timer on Su Ming's chest also flashed a red light. When the surrounding cosmic people watching the battle saw this, each one of them let out a cold laugh. So what if you used up your energy so quickly? So what if you're even more powerful? Leo will die today. One of the cosmonauts smiled evilly and said to the other cosmonauts around him, "That's right, this will be our first victory in our attack on Earth." The other cosmonaut smiled back. Then, the rest of the cosmopolitans broke out of their initial state of shock and a look of relief on his face. It seemed that even Ultraman was nothing more than that amidst the consumption of so many monsters. Su Ming slowly dropped back to the ground, and after the smoke from the explosion cleared, the roar of a single monster violated the law that a vacuum couldn't transmit sound and reached Su Ming's ears. Then, those monsters that revealed their forms from the dust, once again launched an encircling onslaught towards Su Ming. It was like it wanted to completely kill the under-energized Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming did not tense up, but snapped his fingers. Then, a runic aperture appeared in front and passed through Su Ming's body. In an instant, Su Ming changed from Leo Altman to Astra Altman. The timer on his chest, too, returned to its blue, energy-saturated state. What? A group of cosmic onlookers thought they were blinking and kept rubbing their hands over their eyes. Leo Ultraman, surprisingly, became Astra Ultraman? What's going on here? Could it be that because Leo Altman and Astra Altman are blood brothers, so they have the ability to positionally interlock or something like that? One cosmonaut said speculatively. Possibly. Other than that, I can't think of a reason why it would suddenly become Astra. The other cosmonaut said with a nod. The crowd also felt that this cosmic man had a point. The order was then given for the legions of monsters to consume Astra again, beating it to the bottom of its energy. Su Ming clenched his fist and familiarized himself with Astra's body, as Leo's younger brother, and naturally the inheritor of the cosmic fist technique. Astra, known as the Tiger, is no weakling. However, with Su Ming's fighting style, it was natural for him to still use military-style fists and grappling fists. It wasn't as powerful as Ryo's, but it always doubled the damage dealt. And so, once again, a crowd of cosmonauts watched as one of the monsters that had surrounded the past fell to the ground. A piece of it was then tackled by Astra with a powerful ray. Without any surprise, the timer on Astra's chest also flashed red and bright. It represents energy that is about to bottom out. In fact, if Su Ming wanted to fight longer, he could just replenish his energy with the light stored in his heart. However, Su Ming didn't intend to keep fighting using Ryo and Astra's bodies. After all, this war is still not going to work with just Leo and Astra. These monsters and cosmonauts around them were nothing more than pioneers. Only Su Ming rushed into the group of monsters and fought against them for a while. The people of the universe have lost sight of Su Ming. It's just the end of the line. Astra is dead, a cosmonaut said at the sight. Good. It's nice to take down an Astra even though Leo ran away, the other cosmonaut said with a nod. The next second, however, only a large silver-red hand holding a sharp ice axe rushed out from the group of monsters. The monsters in its wake, one by one, blasted to the ground, creating a small explosion on their bodies. Looking again at the owner of this ice axe, it was none other than Severn Ultraman. End of chapter. Chapter 196. No one is allowed to laugh this time. Chapter 196. No one is allowed to laugh this time. What's going on? The crowd of cosmonauts looked at where the swarm of monsters was, constantly searching for Astra. However, with the exception of Saiwan Ultraman, who had just charged out of the horde of monsters, love that no other Ultraman exists. Could it be that Astra Altman and Severn Altman also have the ability to swap places? A cosmic person made this point. It's not out of the question. Astra Ultraman is the younger brother of Ryo Ultraman. Leo was trained by Severn. A few cosmonauts nodded at the possibility, feeling that there was a probability. With that, all of them turned their gazes to the battlefield once again. Su Ming held the ice axe in his hand and cut frantically among the monstrous beasts, and it had to be said that the ice axe that comes with Saiwan Ultraman is still very powerful. And whenever it cuts through, sparks are bound to come out. and when it comes to some of the weaker monsters, they just get sliced and diced. After 3 rounds of transformation battles, Su-ming had already exterminated half of the monster army's monsters. However, these monsters stationed on the moon should be considered the weakest of the monstrous legions screened out as pioneers to explore the Earth. Seeing the monsters fall to the ground in pieces, Su-ming pressed the ice axe in his hand back to his head. Then, a golden light bubbled up from the deck of his chest. Light energies converged in all directions, and Su-ming felt saturated with energy after. Both arms formed an L shape and unleashed a maximum power cluster ray at the group of monsters. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the surface of the moon was once again blown out in a deep crater. And the number of monsters was reduced to the last 100 or so. The green timer on his forehead blinked, a sign that Severn was low on energy. The crowd of cosmonauts grunted and laughed again at the sight. Severn Ultraman's energy has bottomed out, and this time, how do you say? We can all catch an Ultraman. That's right, Astra and Leo are both low on energy. Even if they switch back, one still has to die. Legions of monsters, reap the harvest. With Cosmic Man's order, the remaining 100 or so monsters surged towards Su-ming. Su-ming rose into the air with a swish, and then, time stood still once again. The runic aperture with the image of Sailor passed through Su-ming's body under a gust of heartbeats. Turned Savin Ultraman into Sailor Ultraman. Buzz! The time standstill lifted instantly, and in the eyes of many cosmopolitans, Sailor Savin Ultraman just became another Ultraman out of thin air. What the hell? How did Severn Ultraman disappear? Who's that Ultraman in the air? Why haven't I seen it before? This dude looks like he's from the Showa period. Doesn't he know this? I'm really from the Showa period. Who is this Ultraman? I've really never heard of it. This guy is Sailor Ultraman, son of Severn Ultraman. What? Saiwan Ultraman actually has a son? Terra Ultraman has a son. The people of the universe looked at Cyrus and murmured. After discussing out Sailor's life, one of the cosmonauts looks like he's realized something, shouting out, I know. Sailor Ultraman is the son of Severn Ultraman, so they're able to swap places too. Is there any mistake? When Sailor runs out of energy later there won't be another Saban's grandson, right? The cosmic people are numb. At first, I thought it would be nice to have only one Leo Otterman to deal with, but now it seems that it's overthinking. How could the guys from the Land of Light be so stupid as to come one by one to die? They must have come prepared. Su-ming turned into Sailor Ultraman and looked coldly at the remaining 100 or so monsters on the surface of the moon. Then, with both hands, he took the head dart from the top of his head and held it in his hands and charged again. In the midst of the electricity, sparks burst frequently and the people of the universe had never seen a fight that moved so swiftly, or, for that matter, had never seen an Ultraman who fought so hard in a fight. Even though I don't know the cosmic fist technique, as long as I'm fast enough to slash. Su-ming quickly swept through the group of monsters, like a blue arc of electricity. A spark exploded in the midst of the group of monsters. Originally, Su-ming wanted to transform into Sailor Ultraman's moon god miracle type, used a wormhole to send all these monsters to an interdimensional dimension. But when Su-ming had to transform his form he realized that he was a pure Sailor Ultraman. Doesn't have the power that Dinah and Gauss gave Cyrus. Maybe because Cyrus hasn't met Dinah and Gauss yet. Just get your shape-shifting abilities copied by me. Mentally spitting out the drawbacks of the copy transformation ability, Su-ming turned around to face the group of monsters. Since there's no way to turn into a strong Corona type or a Luna miracle type, then Cookie Sailor can always change, right? It's a power that Sailor himself messed up. Su-ming riveted himself to transform into the radiant form, but held his tongue for half a day without success. What do you guys think this Sailor Ultraman is doing? I don't know. Like it's exerting itself? He can't be taking a dump. But does Ultraman take a dump? Yeah, even if you have to take there's still an occasion. Su-ming didn't know what the people of the universe were discussing about himself, his failure to transform into other forms. Somewhat lost, facing the wailing monsters in front of him, Su-ming finally chose to use the plasma spark chop. However, this move, which Su-ming also failed to use, on second thought, Su-ming realized that he had copied Sailor's transformation ability only after he was kicked by Sailor before he came into contact with the plasma spark energy. So would not the plasma spark chop itself? Su-ming, with his chest heaving, Su-ming looked like he was letting out a deep breath. Then, Su-ming mounted the head darts in his hands on the left and right sides of the timer, opened his arms and launched the strongest mandatory kills under the norm at the 100 or so monsters. Sailor Twin Rays, boom! This time, living up to Su-ming's expectations, the Twin Rays attacked on the monster group in a large area, blasting most of the 100 or so monsters away. Some of the monsters just explode. Some of them make some kind of shield while they're dying. Resisted Su-ming's attack. After all, the rest of these monsters, All of them were monsters whose strength was a bit more powerful among this group of monsters, and it wasn't surprising that they were resistant to fighting. After the release of the twin rays of light, there were more than 50 monsters left. These 50 or so monsters made an effective defense when the must-have was released, so they dodged a bullet. On the other hand, the timer on Su Ming's chest once again flashed a red light, and the energy was once again insufficient. No one is allowed to laugh this time. Among the crowd of cosmopolitans, just as someone was about to let out a sneer, he was stopped by a cosmopolitan. End of chapter. Chapter 197, Exterminating the Vanguard. Chapter 197, Exterminating the Vanguard. This cosmonaut realized that no sooner had the Ultraman in front of him run out of energy. Nothing good ever happens when the cosmonaut force wants to laugh, so no one is allowed to laugh this time. The people of the universe who were originally half-laughing stifled their laughter and hardened themselves. Su Ming turned his gaze to the group of cosmopolitans around him, not worrying about any threats from these guys. The guy who is so greedy and afraid of death that he will definitely run first in a fight. The runic aperture slowly appeared in front of Su Ming, only to see the image of Terra Ultraman appear within it. It then slowly passed through Su Ming's body. Sailor Ultraman transformed into Terra Ultraman amidst the light. The chest timer also changed back to an azure color. So, are Sailor Ultraman and Terra Ultraman related in any way? The cosmopolitans saw this, and after a half-dozen moments of silence, someone spoke up. Saban wouldn't be the sailor born to Terra, would he? What's wrong with you? Saban and Terra are both male Ultramen. Can't males have children with each other? As far as I know, Cyrus is Tyrole's nephew. Severn and Terra are directly related. At this point, a cosmonaut replied. So it is. That makes it right. They're only allowed to swap places if they're related. So the army of monsters is going down. Aren't you guys going on? Once these words were uttered, all the cosmic beings were once again silent, and then they all turned their gazes to the battlefield. Su Ming's body shook as fiery red energy emerged from his body, producing a blazing fire. Then stepping on the heavy steps, he charged towards the 50 or so monsters. The monster that managed to survive to the end was not low in intelligence, and when he saw Su Ming open the outer bomb, he rushed over to him. Then they fled in all directions. Damn! Lost it! Seeing this, Su Ming cursed. If the monsters were to scatter in all directions like that, the outer bomb that he had activated would just go to waste. At most, you can blow up one monster. Stopping his steps, Su Ming suddenly turned around and looked at the cosmic crowd that was watching the battle. Then, with both feet, he charged at the group of guys who had been watching the show. Before these cosmopolitans could react, Su Ming had already scurried into the group of cosmopolitans. Then, boom! A violent explosion erupted violently on the surface of the moon, and then a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the vacuum for a long time. The people of the universe died and were injured. Only a small number of cosmonauts on the periphery escaped intact. A little bit of light particles streamed out from the fire of the explosion. With that, it formed in the air and reformed into the likeness of Terra Ultraman. With a bang, Su Ming landed on his 2 feet and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the results of his explosion. Nice. Needless to say, the otter bomb is still very powerful. This group of cosmonauts have been watching the show for so long. It's their turn. The monsters and cosmonauts that fled in all directions. Su Ming did not go forward to pursue them. There are so many left. It's impossible to catch up with them all. Just sitting there on top of the moon, Su Ming waited for the arrival of the backbone of the cosmic forces invading Earth. The Vanguard had already been crushed by themselves, and those fleeing cosmonauts would surely go back to report the news. The whole thing about getting blasted by Ultraman on the moon. It would soon reach the ears of the boss behind the other side. My lord, the meth-illusion hurried to the black crystals of the debriefing said, the guys from the Land of Light have crushed the enemy's front on the moon. The Vanguard is nothing more than cannon fodder for death. If the Kingdom of Light can't even collapse the Vanguard, then we can consider wiping out the Kingdom of Light in one fell swoop. The black crystals lit up after hearing this news and said, who did the Kingdom of Light send? Those old guys from the Cosmic Police shouldn't be coming out so soon. My lord, this may not be quite what you think, the meth-illusion said as he bent slightly in front of the black crystals. Not the same? Did the Cosmic Police send the Otter brothers out so soon? The black crystals wondered. No, my lord, the situation is this. The Methalistophiles organized his thoughts for a moment, told the black crystals all about observing the battle on the moon, from the departure of Leo Altman, to the outbreak of the battle on the moon, and Leo and the other Ultramen take turns alternating between battles, until Terra Ultraman ends the war with the Ultra Bomb. The black crystals were silent for a long time as they listened. I didn't realize that the Land of Light even had this kind of fighting style. Brighton, the black crystal said. Surprisingly, it's able to swap positions through ties of bonding for one person's rounds. That is correct, my lord, the meth-illusion said. This ability of the Kingdom of Light too It was also confirmed from the population of those who escaped from the universe. This battle on the moon. Our sentries planted in the shadows did catch many of the routed and fleeing cosmonauts. The meth illusion continued. However, after the subordinate asked these cosmopolitans who the guy behind the curtain was, some of the cosmopolitans tried to answer, resulting in a direct explosion. Is that so? The black crystals flashed and did not say anything. This means of hiding one's identity was so similar to what he had performed. It seemed that the other party was not an easy opponent either. What will happen to those captured cosmonauts, my lord? The Mephalasian continued to ask. Kill them, leave no one behind. The black crystals lit up in response. Earth. The human warriors were ready to fight. The warriors who were responsible for observing the cosmic situation, however, noticed a little explosion that arose on the moon. Then the black dots disappeared one by one. When this was reported to Director Jingza, a smile appeared on Jingza's face. Lord Su Ming wiped those guys out. Jingza, who was still worried about Su Ming, was instantly relieved. Since Su Ming was able to eliminate so many enemies in one fell swoop, it showed that Su Ming had recovered most of his strength. Dealing with an alien invasion of Earth and the next battle shouldn't be much of a problem. Superintendent Kajikawa, the research department, said they found something about Wahaku and Tomoya Matsumoto left behind. Just then, Blue Eagle came to Superintendent Jingza's side and reported that it's rumored to have something to do with the Victory Divine Light Rod they developed. Did you find any clues as to where the two of them left? After hearing this news, Director Jingza opened his mouth and asked, not yet, but according to Lord Su Ming, the duo was teleported away by Baymenstein's secret key. Blue Eagle replied, the research department has already been developing Behemoth's data cards through the technological blueprints that Lord Su Ming brought back. End of chapter. Chapter 198, Another Lesson. Chapter 198, Another Lesson. Su Ming remained the same as Terra Ultraman and didn't turn into any other Ultraman. Eyes silently looking out into the universe, waiting for the next wave of attacks to come. However, while Su Ming was waiting, an accident suddenly happened. A rift in spacetime appeared very suddenly above the moon, and then, a monster with a huge body fell violently from it, hitting the moon like a meteorite, splashing a large area of lunar dust. The Mephalistines, who had come to investigate the situation, watched the scene in silence from the sidelines. The heart was also slightly shocked, with the force with which the beast just hit the moon. I'm afraid it won't be a good character to deal with. As it happened, when the dust of the moon's soil cleared away, revealed was the beast with blood-red streams of light running through its body. The beast had a barb on its back, and from its mouth came a devilish sound from hell. It is the Yama monster, Sagagu. Surprisingly, he teleported over at this time. Su Ming was also a little surprised to see Sagagu appear at this time, but it was also just an accident. Soldiers come and go. Sagagu comes and takes care of it once again, and that's it. Surprisingly, it's the Yama monster Sagagu. The Mephalasian, who was observing the situation from the shadows, could not help but be slightly stunned at the sight of the situation. And this Sagagu in front of us doesn't look like a generalized person. Based on the number and thickness of the barbs on its back, it appeared to have lived for at least 10 million years. Only, what puzzles the Mephalistines is that this Sagagu's body looked like it had been injured, revealing a scorched black color. Su Ming naturally saw the scorched blackness on Sagagu's body. Also understand what's going on with the charred blackness on Sagagu. Sagagu, when he was taken away by a rift in time and space in the world of Ike's Ultraman, is taking the final blow from Deja. The charred black scars on its body were naturally caused by Deja. Landing on the surface of the moon, Sagagu was still a bit confused. But coming back from the dead was a great blessing for Sagagu. Just as Sagagu was about to spew out blood-red light and make a blood lake to dive into, instead, he saw Terra Ultraman, also known as Su Ming, in front of him, also a giant of light. Sagagu's eyes immediately turned scarlet after seeing Su Ming. I didn't realize that there were still giants of light stopping them after their accidental escape. Just when Sagagu was about to fight Su Ming to the death, only a runic aperture appeared in front of Su Ming, passed through his body, and proceeded to change Su Ming from Tyrol Ultraman to Deja Ultraman. Sagagu's arms, which were just about to move and were swaying, paused momentarily. The foot that had just taken a step and hadn't yet landed stopped in the air as well. Why this guy again? At this moment, Sagagu's mind had only this one thought in mind. Suddenly, with a feeling in his heart, Sagagu turned his gaze to the azure planet, Earth, not far away. Sagagu realized that he was actually able to sense Jasper's location on the moon. Su Ming rushed Sagagu and set up a starting stance. Then he pulled back with both arms. Then it stretched out to the left and right, gathering light energy from all sides, trying to take care of the previously unresolved Sagagu directly. When Sagagu saw this, he looked horrified, his mouth hanging open. Then, violently spewing blood-red rays of light onto the ground, turning it into a lake of blood. It plunged headfirst directly into the blood-colored lake. Saikoku was kind of psychologically challenged when it comes to Deja Ultraman. After all, not everyone has experienced something like being repeatedly frozen. The Mephilations observing from the shadows were directly stunned when they saw this scene. Terra Ultraman has turned into Deja? The scene was very puzzling to the Mephilistines. If we're talking about Leo, Astra, Savorn, it makes sense that Terra's Ultramen would be able to swap places. As the captured cosmonauts put it, it's because they have a kinship or some sort of bond to be able to perform this particular ability. But why did Terra Ultraman turn into Deja Ultraman? Is there any special relationship between the two of them? As far as I know, absolutely not. The Mephilusion turned his gaze dead on Su Ming on the moon, realizing that things didn't seem as simple as he had imagined. Not to mention that Deja isn't a member of the Kingdom of Light, and even if he was, that couldn't possibly have anything to do with Terra Ultraman. So it's not a special ability between the so-called ties that transforms this one otter. Rather, the ability to swap positions without the need for a tether. The Mephilusion tapped his head and immediately figured it out. So there's more of this ability among the light giants. For future battles with them, make sure you write it down. Besides, a monster as powerful as Saikoku ran away when he saw Deja. This also struck the Mephilistines as odd. Did Saikoku cross paths with Deja? Or was he scared by the Giant of Light? Was going to step in and enroll Saikoku in the Legion of Monsters. The Mephilistines' plans fall apart on top of the accident of Sageagu's escape. Su Ming didn't know that the Mephilistines were observing his fight from the sidelines. He also didn't know that the other party had thoroughly analyzed his transformation ability. Looking at the lake of blood in front of him, Su Ming hesitated and didn't chase after it. After all, one's ultimate goal was not Sageagu, but an invading force from the universe. However, just as Su Ming gave up chasing Saigao-gu, however, rushed out of the lake of blood with a bang, only to see that the original charred black patch on Saigao-gu's body had completely disappeared. The mental state is also much restored. It seems that Sageagu was not trying to escape when he burrowed into the lake of blood. Instead, he entered it to recover from his injuries. This kind of skill kinda works, making spring water to return blood at any time. No wonder he's still alive after being sealed for so long. Seeing this, the energy in Su Ming's chest that was originally going to dissipate was instantly conveyed between his arms. Then both arms formed an L shape and unleashed the Japirio light on Saigao-gu. Boom! The light attacked above Saikagu's body with unerring accuracy. However, the Saigao-gu, who had regained his form, however, was not afraid of the attack of this ray of light. Waving his wolfsbane arm, he stiffly resisted the Japirio light. Then, step by step, he walked towards Su Ming, his mouth hissing from hell. With a ghostly laugh. It was as if he was mocking Su Ming. No matter how he attacked, he would be able to recover in just an instant. Su Ming had just regained his transformation ability not long ago. How could he accept this kind of provocation? Straight away, it converted into a silver and purple aerial type, intending to teach Saikagu another lesson. End of chapter. Chapter 199, The Defeated Dog Saikugu. Chapter 199, The Defeated Dog Saikugu. As soon as Saigao-gu looked at Su Ming transforming his form and began to condense his light, in an instant, he raised his head and fired a blood-red ray of light over his head. After all, it hadn't been long since Sageagu had suffered the loss of Deja's frozen ray. Naturally, you know that the freezing rays are exploding overhead. However, Su Ming quickly condensed the light and hit Saigao-gu's front side straight away. It did not strike at its head. Only yellow arcs of electricity flowed from Saigao-gu's body. Then the entire monster looked like it was fixed by a fixation spell, completely unable to move. Having tasted the frozen light, I'll give you a taste of the power of the bound light. Su Ming smiled and looked at Saigao-gu and said, Saikogu is still in the head-up position, but the blood-red light spewing from his mouth had come to a screeching halt. But, after all, Saigao-gu is also the existence of a party boss. It didn't take long to undo the bonds that bound the light and regain freedom of movement. The head was just about to turn back, but Saigao-gu suddenly realized that he couldn't move his body again. Su Ming's hand was in the proper state of light rays, and just now another binding ray was released. Putting Saikoku in a deadlocked action. What is this ability? The Mephilistines would have seen Sageagu back on the battlefield. Thinking that the beast really wasn't that wimpy, he was met with this scene of Saikogu being immobilized by Deja. Being able to instantly immobilize an enemy. This kind of skill is tantamount to a divine skill. If it is coupled with a compulsory light, it can simply make people invincible. Thought Deja was going to take Saikagu right out of the picture. The Mephilusion was still trying to go out and claim Saikagu over, but saw that after Saikagu had regained his mobility, he was again immobilized by Deja. Why do I get the feeling that Deja seems to be toying with Saikagu? The Mephilusion muttered at the sight. Xiao Ming is indeed toying with Sageagu. This guy is still not honest after being screwed over by what's left of Deja's consciousness. I can't believe I'm thinking of settling myself. He had just regained his shape-shifting ability. Was he that easy to mess with? With another shot of binding light, Su Ming charged straight at Saigaogu, transforms into a powerful silver and red type between runs. Then, making the takedown put Saikugu on the ground. With a bang, Saigaogu fell heavily to the ground, and his immobilized form instantly unraveled. Seeing Diga, who had turned silver red, Saikagu recalled the fear of being dominated by the frozen light, just as Saikagu was trying to escape by spewing out blood-red light to make a blood lake. However, Su Ming rode on his neck and grabbed the two curved horns above his head. Then, all Sagayagu felt was a pull of great force on his head, and the light jetted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Boom! Blood-red light blasted past the Mephilistines, almost blasted the Mephilistines right to death. What a right and wrong place. The Mephilistines reacted only after the release of the blood-red rays had ended. Constantly placing a hand on his chest as if he was exhaling, he said, "Wait." Just then, the Mephilusian thought for a moment, looking up into the depths of the universe. Their centerpiece is here. Su Ming rode on Saigaogu's neck, transforming into a silver-purple aerial type that. A volley of binding rays hit Saikagu directly, immobilizing him once more. Then, looking up at the stars, only to see little bits of dense light flying rapidly from the depths of the universe. It stopped over the moon as a stream of light. It was the second group of enemies, also powerful and balanced in number and strength. Leading this team is an old acquaintance of Su Ming, Imperial aliens who had once met. It's that guy. As a ministry of the Dark Pantheon, the Mephilusians naturally recognized the Imperials among the cosmopolitans at once. In pursuit of this traitor to the Dark Temple, the Baltanians were lost in the universe. The guy with the long hangings on his face. One is dead, and now this one is left. Su Ming looked at the Imperial alien and added a shot of binding light to Sagayagu in passing. Then the shift to the powerful type that. Two large, powerful hands clutched a thick thorn in Sagayagu's back and pulled it out with a jerk. With a piercing sound, a spike was instantly pulled out by Su Ming amidst Saigaogu's hissing. And then throw it up at the legions of monsters over the moon. Enemy attack. The cosmonauts in the sky saw this and rushed to issue commands. The legions of monsters all set their eyes on Su Ming on the surface of the moon. And then with a roar, it landed on top of the moon. And the thick thorn that Su Ming had thrown out exploded in the midst of the group of monsters. It turned into a large, powerful, flaming Corzin. With a loud roar, Flame Corzin drowned in the legions of monsters before he could get cocky. Saigaogu was about to hiss again when Su Ming struck it with another shot of bound light, followed by once again, he pulled out a thick thorn and flung it at the group of monsters. Boom! Another explosion arose, and in the midst of the monstrous horde of, a tough as nails Antonella appeared before the eyes of the many monsters. Seeing another alien that had suddenly appeared, these monsters once again surrounded it, wanting to engulf it. Just then, however, Su Ming plucked up a thick thorn of Saigogu. A stream of them were thrown at the legions of monsters. More powerful explosions rang out as a group of dark arrow demigas appeared in the midst of the monstrous group, tussle with the swarm of monsters. And this operation, the Mephilistines watching from the shadows were dumbfounded that this act of Deja's, totally wool-gathering the Segovian wool. For every thick thorn thrown over by Su Ming, a Sagayagu was injured. It was a world where only Saigaogu was hurt, leaving Saigaogu grief-stricken. Roar! When the ability to bind light failed, Saikagu resumed his actions, reaching out to touch his back. The thorns on his back were unexpectedly all gripped by Su Ming, and the Mephilistines, who could understand the language of the monsters, heard the roar of the Sagayagu after. Unable to help himself, he froze. Sagayagu is courting death? No one knows exactly what Sagayagu has been through since he unsealed himself. Now that I think about it, Sagayagu thought it would have been better to just stay in the seal of the pyramid all this time. At least it won't be as bad as it is now. On second thought, Sagayagu regretted not getting Kurosaki, who had unsealed the pyramid, killed. Stop it, leave the beast in your hands. Just as Su Ming was planning to settle the scrapped Sagayagu, the Mephilis alien quickly rushed down. Deja Ultraman, can I have Saikagu? The Mephilis alien pleaded with Su Ming. I can use it to guard the human survivor base. It was still a strange shame for a powerful beast like Saigaogu to die just like that. The star of Mephilis rose up in love with the beast, so he came to stop it instead. However, Sagayagu arched the Mephilis alien away headfirst, facing Su Ming straight on. It means don't stop yourself from going to your death. End of chapter. Chapter 200, The Same Cosmic Man. Sagayagu arched headlong away from the Mephilusian and roared at it, obviously telling the Mephilistines to off and not old block themselves. Su Ming didn't expect the Mephilasians to rush over. Didn't expect this one to come charging in and get arched out either. Spreading his hands helplessly, Su Ming said, does it look like it wants to live? Roar. Sai Gaogu let out a roar to Su Ming, meaning let yourself die quickly and don't dawdle. Don't think about it, the Mephiles alien said, as he hurriedly stepped in front of Sagaegu. Come back with me and I'll ask the Lord to repair your injuries, and it will also strengthen your body. Roar. However, Sagaegu was not having any of it, and as soon as he slapped the Mephiles alien away from him, with that, he rushed towards Su Ming. Actually, it's kinda sad to just let you die. Su Ming looked at the Sagaegu, who rushed over to his death, and thought for a moment and said to the Mephilusian, otherwise, I'll seal it on the moon. You can persuade him when he wants to get over it. Howl. When Sai Gaogu heard Su Ming's words, he instantly stopped with a sharp break. That phrase, why does it sound so familiar? As if it had been said from the same mouth in a million years? Hearing these words as if he had heard them only yesterday, Sai Gaogu knew that he would not die today for sure. Turning his head again to look at the Mephilistines, Sagaegu wasn't willing to go back with this guy who came out of nowhere. If he's talking so politely to Dilger Ultraman, he must be in Dilger's gang. Going back with him on his own would certainly not end well. The blood-red light blasted quickly into the ground, and Saikagu once again dove headfirst into it. Then, before Su Ming could strike, a pyramid made of lunar soil then rises from the surface of Lake Blood. From the bottom of the pyramid came the cry of Sagagu, as if to say that he had sealed himself off. If you don't come to finish yourself off, don't unseal it again. The Mephilusians were dumbfounded at the sight. It's the first time he's ever seen such an outrageous monster. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. Outrageous to the core. Quite a surprise indeed. It's the first time I've seen a monster that sealed itself away. Su Ming also froze and looked at the Mephilasian and said. Then, it stopped paying attention to the pyramid in front of it. To be honest, sealing something like this, one really doesn't know how to. It was just said to scare Sagaegu. The Mephilusian tried to get closer to the pyramid and touched it with his hand. Found out that Sagaegu was really sealing himself in this underground. Forget it. Such a stupid monster. Even if you bring it back it's still a self-sacrifice. Shaking his head, the Mephilusian also stopped paying attention to Sagaegu. With that, he turned his gaze to the legions of monstrous beasts mingling together in front of him. Mixed into the mix are a couple of Sago ancient rough spikes turned monsters. It has been fought by the legions of monsters as an invading enemy, but as the fight went on, the cosmonauts controlling the legions of monsters realized that some of the monsters are starting to get hexed and tear into the monsters when they see them. What's going on here? The Imperial alien saw this and looked suspiciously at one of the Kytonians beside him. Because the enemy is a monster and the battlefield is so chaotic, I guess I recognized the wrong beast, the Kytonian replied. Just then, a flaming Gorzon was thrown from the herd of monsters it landed hard in front of the Kytonians and Imperials. Looking at the scaly flame Gorzon in front of him, the Kytonian also rose up in love with the beast. It would be a real loss for our monstrous legion if such a strong Gorzon were to die just like that, said the Kytonian as he took out a green potion and poured it into the mouth of the flaming Gorzon. Let me restore your strength. Wait, the Imperial alien shouted as he saw this and hastily held out a hand to stop it. What? You think it's strong too, don't you? The Kytonian, while feeding the flame Gorzon a green potion, turned to the Imperial star. When this battle is over, I'm going to apply to His Excellency for make it my exclusive mount. Don't you Kytonians ride Jettons? No, I meant to say we have flaming Gorzon in the monster army? The Imperial alien asked the Kytonian, pointing at the flaming Gorzon. There's Gorzon. The Kytonian had fed all of the green potion into the mouth of the flaming Gorzon. But that wasn't flaming Gorzon, was it? The Imperial alien said, crossing both hands in front of him instantly. Looks like it. Reacting, the Kytonian looked down at only to see that the flaming Gorzon had transformed into a ball of hardened meat and slammed into himself with a bang. The Kytonian's entire body just flew out of the room, landed unconscious not far from the surface of the moon. The Imperials dodged out of the way in a hurry, and the cosmonauts on the sidelines, each using their own abilities, saw the situation, attack this flame Gorzon. Soon after, the flaming Gorzon, saved by the Kytonian, exploded with a bang and it turned into broken pieces and scattered in all directions. Stop it all. A round-headed cosmonaut looked toward the legions of monsters and let out a yell. After receiving the order, the monsters in the monster army all stopped attacking. Looking again at the monsters that Rough Thorn had just turned into, they had all been torn into pieces. However, there were also a lot of corpses on the ground that didn't belong to the monsters that Rough Thorn had turned into, and it was clear that was just killed by his own beast in the middle of a chaotic battle. Su Ming watched from a short distance away as the round-headed cosmic man barked out orders. I can't help but turn my head to the Mephilusian and say, I remember that you have a Gazian in the Dark Temple as well, right? That's right, the Mephilusian said, nodding. Many of the monsters and cosmonauts that were transported to this world by the spacetime rift are parallel homunculi, so it's not surprising that the same cosmonauts appear. Is there a parallel homunculus for you? Su-ming asked to the Mephalasian. I don't think so. So far I haven't met any of my kind or me from other times. The Mephalasian shook his head and turned his attention to the opposing army of monsters. Then the cluelessness set in, only to see a Mephalasian step out, step by step, in the midst of the cosmic crowd. Raising a banner in his hand, he shouted, "Charge to the Dja Ottoman! Charge!" "No, your parallel homunculus is here." Su-ming smiled, then said, "If you're here, then the army of monsters should have brought it with them, but it was agreed that I would deal with their elite forces, and you guys deal with their army of monsters." Su-ming said, stomping his 2 feet and rising up into the air. "I'll leave the cosmos to me. Monster, you're in charge." Chapter 201, Off the Mark. "Don't! I only came by myself." The Mephalasian reacted and shouted to Su-ming in the sky. However, Su-ming had already turned into a silver-purple residual shadow and flew out a long way. Looking at the horde of monsters rushing before them, the Mephalistians were at a loss for words, and this time, one could truly be sacrificed for the Dark Temple. In vain, I have lived a life of fame, traveling across the 2 universes, and worshipped under the Dark Divine Temple, but I didn't expect to die such a miserable death today. Standing still, the Mephalasian realized that he might be dying, and couldn't help but feel sad. Sigh. To escape, there is really no way to escape. The opposing monster army had already occupied all 3 places, the underground, the ground, and the sky. It's simply impossible to escape. Mephalasian, you still need me to come to your rescue when it matters. Just then, an extremely arrogant voice came from the starry sky. However, the voice was like heavenly music in the ears of the Mephalistians. Dark Cyclops, with a renewed brightness in the eyes of the Mephalasian, shouted to the sky. Immediately, 2 head darts swished and flew next, rushing into the group of monsters in a burst of cutting. Then a vortex appeared over the moon. A monster growled and charged out of it. It was the Dark Pantheon's legion of monsters. Good. It's been a while since I've moved my muscles, too. When the Mephalasians saw the reinforcements coming to help, they shook, and a suit of armor appeared on their bodies. In his right hand, a sharp long sword also materialized. Kill. With a swish, the Mephalasian, under the astonished gaze of Dark Lopsailor, charged into the group of monsters and started to fight. Looks like this guy doesn't need my rescue at all. Dark Lopscallion saw this scene from the air and couldn't help but spit out. I didn't realize he had it in him. Having said that, Dark Lopscallion retrieved the 2 head darts that had finished cutting there. It also kicked into the group of monsters. The enemy cosmonauts simply don't have time to take control of the monster army, because Su-ming had transformed into an aerial type of Deja and quickly charged over, bringing with him, there was also a blue freezing beam. With a bang, the cryo beam exploded above the heads of the cosmopolitans. Then icy cold and incomparable mist fell from the air. Soon, one by one, the cosmopolitans were frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move. Some of the cosmonauts reacted by getting out of range of the freezing beams the other part of the cosmonauts were out of range of the attack. After releasing the frozen beam, Su-ming was just about to change his body when he spotted a familiar figure. Hippolytes? Frozen. Su-ming looked towards a cosmic man who had caged himself in with a glass pillar. This guy is obviously a Hippolyte. After all, having a weevil on your face is still a distinctive feature, but this guy is supposed to be a so-called parallel homunculus. Thinking of this, Su-ming stopped paying attention. There were so many cosmonauts present that if they didn't react in time for battle, I'm afraid I'm going to have to meet an untimely end in a few moments. The enemy's final boss hasn't shown up yet, so, just use the other Ultraman's power first. With that, the runic aperture appeared out of thin air in front of Su-ming and passed directly through his body. Under the gazes of many cosmopolitans, Su-ming went from Deja Ultraman to Primordial Ultraman. Next, it was the plain, unadorned spectrum rays firing straight at the frozen cosmonauts. Boom! A block of ice exploded, but it didn't land on the ground. Instead, the attack was accompanied by the attack of Spectrum's rays turning into particles and annihilating them on the spot. In an instant, the freezing beams coupled with the Spectrum rays Su-ming then skillfully took out a group of cosmic people. Actually, I guess, you really do have to release the mandatory kill first when fighting. Su-ming couldn't help but think after resolving a batch of cosmopolitans. Normally, Ultraman doesn't release his kills until later in the middle of a fight. It's to first beat the monster until it's exhausted and doesn't have the strength to dodge the light attack. After all, a lot of times Ultraman can only be active on Earth for 3 minutes. There's only enough energy for 3 minutes. So, once you've used up your must-have twice, you're out of your depth if you want to use it again. Depending on the situation, most Ultramans fight the monsters physically first. and then the monster is precisely resolved. Su Ming had no such worries. The power of light on its own is enough and there is no time limit for the activity, so the light just has to be released at the right time. For example, just now those cosmic people were frozen by the freezing beam. This was the best opportunity. Su Ming didn't miss it either, and managed to take care of some enemies. Ultraman. The rest of the universe couldn't help but gasp out in shock as they witnessed Deja Ultraman turn into Primordial Ultraman. There were previous returns from the defeated Pioneer cosmonauts. No one has yet to believe it when they say that Ultraman can swap places just by seeing a special bond. Now the rest of the universe believes it. After all, I saw the image with my own eyes. But is there any special bond between Deja Ultraman and Primordial Ultraman? One of the cosmonauts let out a puzzled question. I don't know. Never heard of it at all. A cosmonaut replied. What do you care if he does or not? Don't settle this guy yet. Seeing this, the Imperial Starman flung the murderous light whip out of his hand and bound it to Su Ming's body. Su Ming didn't expect this Imperial alien to have such a high hit rate, having spaced himself out for so long. Once again, he was tied up. With your hands bound, I'll see how you can still release the light. The Imperial alien laughed out loud at this. He himself would have been one of the later defectors, and today, if he had made an excellent show of, it's the next best thing if there's a major battle. Su Ming really couldn't release the light with both hands, and it had to be said that this murderous light whip of the Imperial alien is pretty annoying. I just don't believe that only hands can release light, Su Ming thought, trying to channel the light energy in his body to his mouth. Then, under the astonished gaze of the people of the universe, from the area of his mouth, he crafted an octagonal wheel of light and flung it down at the Imperial alien's murderous whip of light. Jab! A spark flew up and the Imperial alien's murderous light whip snapped in response. Su Ming has thus regained his freedom. How? How is that possible? It's outrageous! Outrageous! This doesn't make any sense. The cosmopolitans were dumbfounded. It was the first time this group of cosmonauts had ever seen Ultraman unleash an 8-point wheel of light from his mouth. Who the hell spits out a gear in their mouth? And a closed mouth at that. Su Ming undid the restraints, and his two arms were once again in the shape of a cross. Another ray of Jpelio light was fired. Chapter 202, 1 against 2. Chapter 202, 1 against 2. With a loud boom, the spectrum rays released by Su Ming exploded amongst the many cosmonauts. But since these cosmonauts were not injured in any way and were not bound to move, so, the sure shot only served as a deterrent. The cosmopolitans retreated back and their eyes changed as they looked at Su Ming. This battle had shown them what it meant to spit out 8 points of light wheels from their mouths. And the Mephilations and Dark Lopez Cyrus killed madly with their legions of monsters. Under the charge of the two armies, an explosion rang out, and it was evident that an army of monsters led by the Mephilistines and Dark Lopez Cyrus had the upper hand. Those legions of enemy monsters not led by a cosmic man. Instead, they began to rout under the attack of one of the reinforced monsters, Dark Cyclops. Those monsters fled toward Earth. Seeing one of the monsters rushing towards Earth, the Mephilusian looked to Dark Lopez Sailor and shouted, "Leave this place to me. You go back and lead the second legion in pursuit." The Dark Lopez Sailor, who was fighting, stopped when he saw that, said to the Mephilusian. Then, it turned around and wrestled with a monster. "Then it's all yours." With that, the Mephilusian took to the air and flew in the direction of Earth. Su Ming naturally noticed this scene as well, originally seeing so many monsters heading towards Earth. Still trying to get back on defense myself. However, when he saw that the Mephilusians had rushed back, Su Ming gave up the idea of going back. The one cosmic person in front of him was the one who was going to solve the problem himself. Just as the battle was in full swing, a violent light bomb suddenly blasted down from the universe. A bang exploded where Su Ming was. Under the astonished gaze of many cosmopolitans and Dark Lopez Cyrus, Su Ming was blown away on the spot, and then only saw white light overflowing from his body, and was about to be forced to lift his transformation status. Flying backwards in the air, Su Ming quickly placed his palm on his chest. Then, a runic aperture appeared behind Su Ming, and Su Ming, who had been blasted out, passed straight through it. Light flickered in mid-air, and Su Ming changed from Primordial Ultraman to Jack Ultraman. What just happened? A cosmonaut saw this and asked suspiciously. It was the Lord who struck. But seeing as Ultraman was about to be defeated, how come it's suddenly good as new again? Pointing at Su Ming, who had landed on the surface of the moon, one of the cosmonauts said. At that moment, the gazes of the people of the universe all looked at Su Ming. Only Su Ming stood intact, gazing at the starry sky. Wait, something seems different. I found it too. This one's not a Primordial Ultraman. It's the returning Ultraman, Jack Altman. What? That means they just swapped places again? But Primordial Ultraman must have been seriously injured. It's still powerful. My lord. Su Ming gazed at the starry sky for a long time, but there was no sign of the enemy. Guys who can only hide in the shadows and sneak attack. Cursing darkly, Su Ming turned his gaze to the many cosmic beings. In that case, just watch your subordinates all die. With a stretch of his hand, otter sparks appeared in Su Ming's hand, and then he charged at the cosmopolitans. Jack Ottoman's hit has to be a 1-2 punch. There was a swish, a flash of otter sparks, followed by a huge crack in the ground. Separated the two cosmonauts from the cosmonauts. The battlefield is divided. 1 against 2 must be invincible. This is a metaphysical ability reserved for jack-o'-lanterns. The two cosmonauts who had been separated were still in a daze. And then he was attacked by Su Ming's punches and kicks. A trail of sparks flew out of the chests of the two cosmopolitans, and after the two cosmopolitans retreated back and forth, and fought back accordingly. At the same time 2 rays of light were launched towards Su Ming, only to see Su Ming very calmly put away the otter sparks. Then with both arms in the shape of a cross, releasing the spectrum rays went against the wave with the two cosmonauts. Thick spectrum rays engulfed the two cosmonauts in light that it kept approaching the duo under the astonished gaze of the crowd. It then engulfed the two of them in an instant. Boom! 2 explosions rang out, and the two cosmic beings that split out became shattered pieces on the spot. It fell all over the place. How can Jack Altman be so strong? A cosmonaut doesn't believe it. After all, both of his companions are in full condition. There's no way it could have been taken care of by a single ray of light from Jack-o'-lantern. Then this cosmonaut flew across that great chasm of a ray of light was launched towards Su Ming. Su Ming reacted by releasing the spectrum ray again against the wave. This time, though, the opposing ray gradually engulfed the spectrum ray. It finally blasted onto Su Ming's body, sending him flying. I'm that strong? The cosmonaut saw this and looked at his hands in surprise. The companion 2 rays of light were not able to take on the jack-o'-lanterns that had passed through the waves. Surprisingly, he was knocked away by a ray of his own light? I'll come too. We'll finish Jack off together. Another cosmonaut saw this and flew to the divided battlefield as well. Wanting to take this opportunity to finish Su Ming off completely. After all, his companion could beat his opponent with a single shot of light, and this time he added a himself. Definitely could have beaten the hell out of Jack-o'-lantern. Su Ming stood up and patted the dust on his body. Then, looking over to another cosmic man who had rushed over, smiling secretly in his heart, Su Ming bent down slightly, ready to fight. The two cosmopolitans didn't hesitate, and once again unleashed their rays of light at Su Ming. The 2 rays of light merged together to become an even more powerful ray of light, wanting to eradicate Su Ming directly. Yet again, Su Ming released a spectrum ray with great ease, going against the wave with the two cosmonauts. Just when everyone thought that Su Ming would die in this confrontation wave, the spectrum rays gradually engulfed the rays released by the combined efforts of the two cosmonauts. Then, it engulfed the bodies of the two cosmopolitans on the spot. Boom! 2 more explosions rang out, and under the incredulous gazes of many cosmopolitans, the 2 companions were wiped out. What's going on here? Why is it that 1 person can win a fight, but 2 can't? Does it mean that jack-o'-lanterns are strong when they meet strong? Weak when it meets weak? I see it as the greater the number, the greater the fighting power of jack-o'-lanterns. Okay, let's spread out the battle. Don't rush up in a rush. With a countermeasure, the many cosmopolitans spread out and prepare for a wheel-to-wheel battle with Jack Altman. After all, the strength of his side was in numbers, and while Ultraman was able to swap places, but there was always just one Ultraman fighting. This plan is sure to wear Jack-o'-lantern down. End of chapter. Chapter 203 top of 050. Chapter 203 top of 050. The battlefield where Dark Lopscallion led the fight was already lopsided. With so few enemy monster armies left, the battle would soon be over. In front of Su Ming, there were only the Imperials, the Hippolytics, the Kettlers, and the Bominians, the Matronians, and the Kytonians who were knocked out of the room at first. Seeing that these cosmic people looked like they had formulated a plan, Su Ming didn't go in hard. Instead, he flew over to Dark Lopez Cyrus. To it, he said, there are still a few straggling cosmonauts over there, so I'll leave you to it. By what right? It was agreed that the main enemy force would be borne by the Kingdom of Light. Dark Lopsailor said with an unkind tone when he heard Su Ming's words. Do you think these motley cosmonauts are any good? Su Ming said rhetorically. It's all dirt. Dark Lopscallion replied. Isn't that right? Since it's a turd, it's not the enemy's main force. Su Ming laughed and looked towards Dark Lopez Sailor. Their true main force is still there. Pointing at the deep universe, Su Ming didn't say anything else, but directly left the moon. After carrying on the battle for so long, even if they were able to keep transforming, the energy has always been enough. That can be tiring too. Dark Lopezero sort of agreed that the strength of the monstrous army he led was still there. Anyway, dealing with these cosmonauts wasn't much of a problem. It was only when Su Ming was about to enter the earth that a whip of light darted in from the depths of the universe, binding Su Ming's body instantly. Then, quickly pull back. Dark Lopscallion was shocked when he saw the scene and, still wondering whether to go to the rescue, the group of cosmonauts pounced. My lord, they're coming. Quick! Stop this, guys, go save Ultraman. Cosmonauts and Dark Lopez Cyrus tangled together, keeping Dark Lopez Cyrus distracted. Su Ming was in the midst of the rapid pull of the light whip, directly condensing a wheel of 8 points of light to cut toward that light whip. ZZ. Sparks kept sputtering out, and under the cuts of the 8-pointed wheel of light, a whip of light did no damage at all. Soon, Su Ming disappeared under the gaze of Dark Lopez Sailor, out of sight. When Su Ming took a good look at this enemy hiding in the shadows, he was stunned. Just a white grid of strange lifeforms flickering and arcing through the universe, and the whip of light that bound himself flowed out of that endless vortex. SPHYNX lifeforms? The white grid in front of you is the final boss in Dyna Ultraman TV, the sphere that devoured Dyna Ultman. Only, the Sphinx in front of Su Ming's eyes didn't look that big, and it also comes with a black hole vortex with a whip of light sticking out from inside the vortex. Is this the boss behind the scenes? Su Ming's gaze rested on Sphia's body. Dark thought. No, this guy isn't the boss behind the scenes. Thinking of a light bullet he had just received, Su Ming realized, this guy is just a part-timer too. Su Ming wondered who was so capable of actually making the sphere work for them, but Su Ming knew that he was now in a predicament. The body has approached the black hole of Sphinx's vortex. Su Ming only felt that his body was going to turn into light particles and scatter under the engulfing darkness. Su Ming quickly crafted a ball of light to protect himself within. Jack Altman's body also instantly dissipated into particles of light. I didn't want to use it so soon, but since we're going to this point, then become those awesome coaxing guys. Just when Su Ming was about to transform into the Father of Otter or the King of Otter, a rift in spacetime, however, appeared from within Sphinx's black hole, and then, teleported a figure over. In a single glance, Su Ming saw that what was being teleported over in front of him was a person. That's right, for the first time in such a long time, Su Ming had seen the time rift teleport a person over. After that person saw Su Ming, he was also extremely surprised, and was about to ask Su Ming where this place was. Su Ming, however, was swallowed by the temporal rift. Top of the O50. In the middle of the icy sky and cold wind, Su Ming stood in a daze on top of the mountain, looking at the O50 halo that glowed before him, a face full of confusion. This is too sudden. Himself is still saving the real world from foreign invasion, just brought to this place by the time rift that appeared? Moreover, the temporal rift that had taken him away had taken someone else to the real world. If one is not blind, the person who had just been transported to the real world, that woman in the long white dress was Queen Amaterasu from the beginning of the original life. Asterisk asterisk, she's not going to get killed by SPHYNX, is she? Thinking about it, Su Ming couldn't help but worry. But, Queen Amaterasu seems to be able to transform as well, and she's quite powerful. After thinking carefully for a while, Su Ming wasn't that worried anymore. Queen Amaterasu's death is not like this. After all, she is a Madonna. Just as Su Ming pulled out his spacetime pen and was about to scratch out a spacetime rift to go back, and yet one thing comes to mind. It's that no matter when one goes back, the time to go back is Schrodinger's time. One can't be sure if it will be a year or a month or a day or two when one goes back. After thinking about it, Su Ming simply didn't go back first. Looking at the O50 aura in front of him, a bold idea appeared in Su Ming's mind. If we can move this back, we should be able to make a lot of Ultraman, right? Mainly, compared to plasma sparks aside, the O50 rumble has no side effects. And pick your own people. But the O50 halo isn't going to move just because you want it to. Really? I guess the whole O50 would have to come after themselves to cut them. Taking a step closer to the aura, Su Ming didn't realize what changes he had produced. Stretching his hand towards the halo again, Su Ming was not bounced out of it, nor did it receive the power of light that it conferred. Probably because I've been able to turn into an Ultraman. That's why this thing doesn't give me light. And it's really petty. Su Ming murmured, not expecting the O50 aura to fire an arc of electricity at this time. It blew Su Ming away. After landing on the ground with a snap, Su Ming rubbed his waist, which was raw from the fall, and stood up. Sure enough, the halo is petty. Can't even talk about it. Just then, a large, scarred hand reached up from beneath the mountaintop and grabbed the platform on the top of the hill. Su Ming saw the hand and froze, then pulled it up with one hand. The man who climbed up here was no other. Instead, it's a known decent guy, Gagula's Gagula. At this moment, Gagura, who had been pulled up by Su Ming, looked at Su Ming with a face full of confusion, his mouth slightly open and eyes lost in thought. End of chapter. Chapter 204 Obi's Light's Choice. Chapter 204 Obi's Light's Choice. How is that possible? With a face full of shock, Gagura stretched out a hand and pointed at Su Ming in front of him, the top of the O50 fighters that he himself has climbed so hard to get to. I didn't realize it had already been taken. Moreover, the man before us, who had ascended first, was very neatly dressed and doesn't look like it's been through the ringer. How could anyone ascend here so easily? Gagura's mind was all in disbelief. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly turned his gaze to the O50 aura behind Su Ming. Only the aura remained and did not disappear. At the sight, Gagura was obviously relieved. Hello, Su Ming. Extending a hand, Su Ming said to Gagura. Gagura, although not an Ultraman, is extremely popular amongst the Ultraman series. It was also a character that Su Ming used to love. Now that it was right in front of him, Su Ming also wanted to get acquainted with it. Gagula's Gagula. When Gagura saw Su Ming extend his hand, he shook it together and opened his mouth to introduce himself. The Su Ming in front of me. It was not yet known if he was a competitor, but it was undeniable that, just now, Su Ming had pulled himself above the mountaintop. Not a moment later, another hand reached down from below the summit to the platform, and Gagula, seeing this, I wanted to go forward and pull, but realized that I had no strength left from climbing the top of this mountain. Without saying a word, Su Ming directly walked over and pulled the owner of this hand up. As expected, it was Kai who challenged the top of the O50. Kai's body was dressed in a cloth coat, and his essence was fine, but also exhausted from climbing the top of this mountain. After seeing that it was Su Ming who pulled himself up, he caught his breath and spoke. Thank you. You're welcome. Su Ming nodded and signaled for him to rest and relax first. Are you also a warrior here to challenge the top of O50? After a short break, Kai looked at Su Ming and asked, I don't know your name. My name is Su Ming. As for the challenge of the top of the O50, Su Ming said, looking toward the O50 aura, thinking about his plan to move it back to the real world, sort of came to challenge it. I'm Kai. Since you and Gagura came up first, it's up to you guys to try to get the aura's approval first. After introducing himself, Kai said to Su Ming and Gagura. While Gagura heard Kai's words, he looked at Su Ming and signaled for Su Ming to go first. After all, Su Ming was already on top of the mountain above his own coming up. Oh, I just tried. It doesn't give a damn. Su Ming spread his hands and said to the two of them, you guys go ahead and try it. Gagula. In that case, Gagura, go ahead and try. Looking to Gagura, Kai spoke. Gagura nodded, not refusing. Climbing to the top of the O50 and gaining recognition from Halo had been Gagura's lifelong dream. Wait. Just then, Su Ming spoke. What's wrong? Gagula was a little puzzled. Do you want to try again? Saying that, Gagura stepped aside, signaling Su Ming to touch the aura first. No. Su Ming shook his head and said with a smile. Actually, the O50 light may not be a good choice for you. What do you mean? Kai and Gagura asked in unison. After all, the duo had climbed up with great difficulty. As a result, Su Ming said that the duo was not suitable for the light here. In fact, Su Ming was only trying to persuade the two of them. After all, O50 Halo is a black-hearted enterprise, and those who gained their light here basically didn't have a good ending. It was important to realize that the quests released by O50 Halo were not something that could be accomplished by the average person. It was the first generation of the robot Ottoman brothers who died in the line of duty. It can be said that O50 is definitely a black-hearted enterprise. Less than 78 nebula of the Land of Light. Gain the power of light there. Su Ming pointed to the sky and spoke. To be fair, the Light Country Cosmic Police are treated much better than the O50. With organization, leadership, teammates on missions, and powerful science and technology. Solid national strength. And N78 Nebula? The Land of Light? Kai heard those two names and froze slightly. Never heard of. Su Ming, feeling like K is still a rash right now. Instead, Gagura blinked and said, I've seen some of the Giants of Light. Yes, I've also heard of this place, the Land of Light, but it's too far away for us. The light of O50 is at hand. And now, too, is our chance, Gagura said, taking a step towards the O50 aura. Since Su Ming was only saying this, there was no need to hesitate. Compared to the faraway Land of Light, Gagura resolutely chose the O50 aura that was close at hand, only to see Gagula bring her hand up to the halo, and to Kai's astonished eyes, a yellow arc of electricity exploded, bouncing it off the ground. Gagura was knocked off his feet and sat on his butt, looking at the O50 aura and froze. One has gone through so much suffering to get here, and to one's surprise, the halo doesn't recognize one's. Think about what you just said. What O50 light is your chance? It's still ridiculous. Don't be sad. Su Ming came over, pulled up the double-eyed Gagura, and said, I just got bounced off the ground like that, and this thing blows me up much more heavily charged than it blows you up. The O50 aura seemed to understand Su Ming's meaning and lit up. It seemed to be asking Su Ming to say it again. Su Ming saw this scene. Certainly do not dare to say it again. Who is fine will still want to suffer. When Gagura heard Su Ming's words, his heart relaxed a lot for some reason. It may be that having someone around who is even more unlucky than you are will make you feel better. Kai saw Gagura fail, and with a nervous look on his face, he also took a step towards the O50 aura. Then, like Gagura, he reached out his hand and grasped at the center of the aura. The imagined arc strike didn't occur. Only Kai put his hand out in it, and then with a violent tug, a ray of light was ripped out of it. Only a silver-red short sword with a disc was seen emitting an eerie glow in Kai's hand. Then, after a moment of Kai's confusion, a halo of light rushed out of the short sword and it imprinted on Kai's chest, giganticizing his body. Soon, in the midst of the light, Kai managed to evolve into the life form of light. Obu Ottoman. Gagura looked dead at Kai, who had turned into a giant of light in front of him. For a moment, a million hard feelings came over me. However, after Gagura noticed Su Ming beside him, who didn't seem to care at all, the unwillingness in his heart dissipated. This person who is still unlucky himself has no complaints. So what does he have to say? Let's just say K got lucky. End of chapter. Chapter 205 Threats O50 Blackheart Enterprises. Chapter 205 Threats O50 Blackheart Enterprises. Kai has no traitorous luck. Su Ming does not know. However, what Su Ming knew was that O50 Halo would definitely not choose Gagura as a light giant. Gagula, as good as she is not as pure inside as Kai. Sometimes harbors some selfishness, mainly O50 wanting honest people, and Kai is that honest person. Gagula is too smart to be fooled. After Kai deactivated his transformation, looking at the Obu sacred sword in his hand, there was a long silence, also known as the Obu Ottoman's transformer. After a long time, opening his mouth, he said, "Why did you choose me? There is actually someone better than me, and that is you, Gagura." But, saying that, Kai turned his gaze towards Gagura, but noticed Su Ming standing beside Gagura. Maybe you're better than me too." After seeing Su Ming, Kai hastily added, "Su Ming, what do you mean? Maybe? You can't see me? The light of Obu has chosen you." Exhaling, Gagura spoke up and said, "Even if there is disagreement, it won't help. I have a question I want to question for a moment." After Su Ming heard these words, puzzled, he asked, "There should be more than just this one oubliette's light at the top of the O50, right?" "Well, more than that." Gagula nodded and replied, "Every once in a while, a light will appear on the top of the O50, and this time it appears, named Obu's light. So Kai is now Obu Ultraman. In that case, Gagura, you can just wait until the next time the light appears." After thinking about it, Su Ming suggested. "Useless," Gagura said with a snort. "Not to mention whether I'll still be alive when the next light appears. I've already been rejected by the O50 light once, and the next time will have the same result. So it is." Su Ming nodded after hearing this. "Looks like the top of the O50 isn't what it seems like it is. It's a circle that keeps giving out light. This thing is spaced out. Also, after giving Kai the oubliette's light, the circle is gone. So it's going to take moving this whole mountain back to make it work?" Frozen Su Ming suddenly realized that his idea of trying to move the O50 light was not very realistic. "It seems that I, Gagura, am not destined to become a giant of light in this lifetime." Shaking his head, Gagura spoke. Although Gagula said so, Su Ming knew that Gagula never gave up this dream of becoming a giant of light, of becoming an Ultraman. In the midst of Zeta Ultraman TV, Gagura then has an idea for a mechanical cybernetic air machine. Actually, that's not quite right. Su Ming pointed at the sky once again. "Isn't there a chance they're in the land of light? Besides the fact that in many places there are stone statues of giants left over from the super ancient period of waiting for someone to revive it." Stone statues of giants? Is it real? Gagula had been about to consider the land of light, but upon hearing the words giant gargoyles, it was a moment of interest. It's true. Su Ming nodded and said, "For example, Dija Ultraman, like Noah Altman, like Gaius Shadow Altman, like Carmilla Altman, Hitler Altman, Ottoman Darum." In order to make his words more convincing, Su Ming counted the Carmilla trio as well. "You've seen all of these Ultraman? You've seen them?" Gagura looked at Su Ming in surprise and opened his mouth to ask. "No." Su Ming shook his head and did not lie. It's true that Noah Altman himself has never seen it. Just then, the Obu sacred sword in Kai's hand fired a ray of light then a flurry of strange symbols surfaced. "What is it?" Kai said in confusion as he looked at the strange symbol in the air. "Let's see." Seeing this, Gagura came to Kai's side and looked at the strange runes in the air and, "It's communicating your mission." "No, it's our mission," the knowledgeable Gagura said with some surprise after reading the information. "I didn't realize that I was an unsuccessful candidate. Surprisingly, it would be among the list of missionaries. It's really a black-hearted enterprise." Su-ming saw this and couldn't help but spit out and said, "Send a light and get 2 beaters. I have to say, 050 is pretty good at saving, although what you said sounds reasonable." Kagura looked towards Su-ming and spoke, "But this mission is being carried out by everyone who is on top of the 050 right now. That is, the 3 of us, not 2. Su-ming, it's still black-hearted." Su-ming's mouth twitched. "Not even a passerby in Tama? Did it say what would happen if it wasn't enforced?" Exhale. Su-ming opened his mouth and asked Kagura. "Failure to perform will withdraw the power of light from Kai." Kagura froze. Replied, "K. Actually, if you guys are busy, I'm fine on my own." Kai spoke up in a hurry. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt descended and blasted on the top of the 050. Kai and Kagura were scared to death, but Su-ming was frowning. Pointing to the sky, he shouted, "Am I wrong? Sending 1 light and having 3 people on a mission. If you're not a black-hearted corporation, who is? No one is going to do this mission today unless everyone gets the light." Su-ming continued to shout, "I'll steal the Obu's light you posted later." Boom! Another heavenly thunderbolt blasted down and landed next to Su-ming, as if warning him. Great! Su-ming wore a smile on his face as he walked towards Kai step by step. Kai, on the other hand, froze in place when he saw this, and did not put away the Obu holy sword in his hand. To be honest, after Kai heard Su-ming's analysis, he also felt that it wasn't quite fair. It was clear that neither Kagura nor Su-ming shared the light. The duo simply didn't have it in them to carry out the mission. However, unexpectedly, Su-ming didn't seize the Obu holy sword in Kai's hand. Instead, he touched the back of Kai's hand. This made the Kagura on the side look blankly, wondering what Su-ming was up to. It was still the first time Su-ming had gone against the 050 side, but it looks like the workers are asking their bosses for their paychecks, albeit in advance. Watch this. Su-ming pointed to the sky with one hand and placed one hand on his chest. Soon, a runic aperture mapped out from the heart area of the, then it quickly passed through Su-ming's body. Under the astonished gazes of Kagura and Kai, Su-ming's body was wrapped in light and giganticized up. Soon, the Obu Ultraman, wrapped in light, reappeared in front of Kagura's eyes. Kai then tries to activate the Obu sacred sword without disbelief and realizes that he can't transform at all. Is this the legendary theft of? Kagura finally understood what Su-ming had just meant by stealing the number in his mouth. Needless to say, seeing this scene made Kagura's heart inexplicably happy. End of chapter. Chapter 206, I know who's behind this. Chapter 206, I know who's behind this. Tapped in blue. Kai tries again to activate the Obu sacred sword in his hand, only to realize that the thing seems to be really broken. After Su-ming transformed into Obu Ultraman, the weather on the top of Mountain 050 began to wind and snow. Electricity flashed and thundered in the sky, as if it had offended something. Su-ming, however, was undaunted and raised his head to look straight up at the sky. Feel your conscience and then see who's right and who's wrong. Pointing to the sky, Su-ming said, "You want to own labor without paying wages, so you're the biggest capitalist of all." Boom! The thunderbolt fell, but it was slapped apart by Su-ming's bare hands. Kai looked at the scene at a loss for words. The power of light that he had only just been given, it seems to have been taken away by Su-ming. Kagura, on the other hand, patted Kai on the shoulder, trying to comfort him for a few moments. "And I'm afraid I can't help but laugh. Solely or not." He didn't say anything. Gradually, the wind and snow calmed down, and the arcs of electricity in the sky disappeared into nothingness. Everything seemed to calm down. After Su-ming and 050 had been in a stalemate for a long time, finally, a ray of light fell on Kagura's body. Gagula was pleasantly surprised to see a glowing number 5 emblazoned on his chest. Then the entire body giganticized into a silver and red Ultraman. Actually, the Ultraman that Gagula turned into looks pretty much the same as the Obu Ultraman. What's different is that the timer on the chest is in the shape of a number 5. Su-ming saw this, but didn't stop there, because the guy only sent a ray of light to Gagula, not to himself. "Where's mine?" Pointing to the sky, Su-ming questioned. After a while, a series of strange characters suddenly appeared in the sky, as if saying something. Su-ming couldn't read it and turned his gaze to Kagura, who could. Although Kagura was happy, he didn't forget that this was the light that Su-ming was going to come with. Quickly translating for Su-ming. What the above means is that Su-ming, you already have the light of Obu and can carry out your mission. And Kay lost her light and won't get a second chance. That's pretty black-hearted. 050, unbeknownst to him, Kai hadn't really lost his light. But this approach did make Kai on the ground feel a little sad and unfortunate. Kagura hadn't been basking in the joy of becoming a giant of light. Instead, he undid his transformation and went forward to comfort Kai. "There's actually someone better than me, and that's you, Kai." "But," Kagura said, looking to the sky without another word, "I'm afraid if I say any more, I'll cause some unnecessary trouble." Kai naturally knew what Kagura meant when he said that he had just turned into an Obu after. That's what was said to Gagula as well. Now that the roles were switched, Kai realized how ridiculous that comfort was. Seeing that Kai's mood had sunk to a low level, Su-ming lifted his transformation status. Anyone else who had this happen to them would have negative emotions, and Su-ming understood Kai. Forget it, one less share is one less share. Spreading his hands towards Kai, Su-ming said helplessly, honestly, one is not short of 50 rounds of this light. Don't be sad, Kai. Patting Kai's shoulder, Su-ming leaned close to his ear and quietly said, I just borrowed your oubliette's light for a bit, and I've given it back to you now. Hearing Su-ming's words, Kai raised his head violently, his eyes filled with surprise. Obu's light didn't. Before the words were finished, Kai was covered by Su-ming. It's still at the top of the 50. If that thing hears us, maybe something else will happen. Even though he just whispered it himself. But being overheard is not a surprise. Now, both sides want to step down. Kai-zai was sensible. And when he saw Su-ming covering his mouth, he didn't continue. Just then, the transformer in Gagura's hand, which was similar to Obu's holy sword, glowed and, forming a character in the sky. It's the same mission as before, meaning now we can go ahead and execute it. I'm sorry, Gagura said to Su-ming and Kai after translating. To be honest, I didn't want to go. Su-ming wasn't getting paid by a black-hearted corporation, so not a fan of the quest. But, there's a trouble on the other side, and you're going to have to go forward to help. So count on me to help you guys out this time. The trouble Su-ming was talking about was naturally the Amaterasu Queen who had been transported to the real world by the space-time rift. Once Kagura and Kai had done their tasks, they still had to send the duo to the real world to find Queen Amaterasu. Trouble? Although there was some doubt about the trouble Su-ming had mentioned, now that the two of them had first gained the power of light, there's also something about being a newborn, and trouble isn't even trouble anymore. By the way, Kagura, what's the name of the Ultraman you turned into? Su-ming pointed at the holy sword in Kagura's hand and asked suspiciously. Kai gets the Obu light, so it's Obu Ultraman. Gagula, however, did not know what kind of light it was. I was given the fifth ray, but it's too hard to call it the fifth Ottoman. Just call me Gagula, Kagura replied with a helpless smile. Gagula Ultraman. The corner of Su-ming's mouth twitched as he read out the name. Why does it feel as if it's a bit strange? Kai is a circle. Gagula is a 5. Together they are 05. Su-ming sort of got the idea, but the 0 in 050 shouldn't be called zero light. After all, 0 translates to zero sailor. Okay, now that we're ready, let's get going. Kagura raised the holy sword in his hand and gestured for Kai and Su-ming to come over together. Kai knew it was too soon to let 050 know the fact that he was still an ob. Then he walked over to Kagura's side, and Su-ming didn't bother transforming and walked over together. A ray of light enveloped the three, and then, under the torque of the light, the trio stormed out of the 050 and headed out into the universe. We're going to the Stargate first now, Kagura said to Kai and Su-ming. In the middle of the universe, after passing through the Stargate it's straight to the Sagittarius Galaxy, where the cosmic demon Balaseb is wreaking havoc. Our mission is to find the person behind the manipulation of Balaseb. Meaning it's enough to know who's behind it, right? Su-ming wondered. Well, it's more than that, of course. Definitely stop the people behind this from continuing to manipulate the Balaseb to destroy the peace of the universe. Gagula replied. I thought the mission was over as soon as I knew. Su-ming laughed and opened his mouth. You know who's behind this? Kai couldn't help but ask when he heard Su-ming's words. I know. Su-ming nodded. Who? Kagura and Kai spoke in unison and looked at Su-ming with a surprised expression on their faces. An evil scientist named Talent. After thinking about it, Su-ming directly spoke the name of the person behind the control of Balaseb. End of chapter. Chapter 207 Gagula Ultraman? Chapter 207 Gagula Ultraman? Hearing Su-ming's words, Kai and Kagura, who had wanted to explore the area step by step, couldn't help but be confused. Seeing that Su-ming didn't look like he was joking, for the time being, the two of them can identify the target as this guy named Talent. Stargate, the interstellar gateway to another universe. It looked to be a purple brilliant vortex of space. It was also the first time Su-ming had seen this thing, and after passing through it, he came directly to another universe. Could there be such a Stargate in the real world? Su-ming thought carefully and planned to explore the universe when he returned. This is the Sagittarius Galaxy right here. Gagula spoke up. I'm surprised there's no welcome to the Sagittarius Galaxy sign. Kai looked around the room, but didn't notice anything different. Were you expecting someone to welcome you? Gagula smiled and said to Kai. Wait, did you hear anything? Suddenly, Kai's eyes flickered to a planet that flew slightly past him. Really just the vacuum can transmit sound. The corners of Su-ming's mouth twitched once again, and sure enough, some scientific laws don't exist in the world of Ultraman. Just like a vacuum can't transmit sound. The thing is, up close and personal would be just fine. Kai the guy heard a planetary shout out. Gagula, Let's go check out that planet. With that, Kai pulled out his own Obu sacred sword and flew alone to an earth-colored planet. Sure enough, he can still turn into an Obu. No, why is this guy still so reckless? Kagura froze, then reacted and flew down with Kai. Su Ming saw the planet in front of him, and bit by bit, the plot surfaced in his mind. On top of the planet in front of us, a balasib is attacking the local population. If Su Ming remembered correctly, Kai was still one step too late. A family was injected with the toxin by balasib and eventually died, leaving a child behind. This, then, is Kai's first stop and first battle after acquiring the light of Obu, planet Rukia. No, it's too slow. Just after Kai was about to pass through the planet's atmosphere and Gagula was getting closer and closer, Su Ming suddenly spoke. Then, a crystal-clear crystal rod appeared in Su Ming's hand. Then the sound of silver bells ringing and colliding rang out. A light flashed out and Kagura only felt Su Ming detach himself. Turn your head. Kagura only saw a silver, purple, and red body quickly fly towards the planet in front of him, turning silver and purple as it flew, and then disappearing as a stump in front of him. What the hell? Kagura's face was filled with confusion, and he looked at where Su Ming had originally been. Another look at the remnants that had disappeared ahead. Kai was trying to make his way to planet Rukia when he saw a sudden stream of purple light darting past him, rushing downward at breakneck speed, getting closer to the ground. Su Ming also saw what was happening on the ground. A monstrous beast with red eyes and a beetle-like appearance was roaring with a shrill sound, and in front of this beast were two men dressed in cloth and aboriginal people with black blindfolds on both eyes. At this moment, the two indigenous inhabitants were being chased by this monster, and their faces were in a state of panic. That's the balasib. Seeing the two aborigines who had not yet been attacked by the balasib, Su Ming knew he had arrived in time. As the two aborigines screamed in panic, only the tail of the balasib carried a spike and stabbed at the duo. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly fired out a beam of binding light, fixing balasib in place. One of the aborigines gritted his teeth and his body trembled as he looked at the poison needles in front of him where the force had touched him. Unable to believe that he was still alive, Su Ming quickly impacted down from the sky, knocking balasib, who had been immobilized, out of the way. With a loud boom, balasib slammed into the mountain wall above the pieces of debris and mud and dust fell from it, and as a result, balasib unlocked the fixation that bound the light. However, although the fixation was undone, the inertia of the barashib's tail stabbing out was still there. With a mighty thrust, balasib drove the spines of his tail into the mountain wall. Then it wouldn't pull out. Su Ming, breathlessly, he looked at balasib, who was tugging at his tail over and over in front of him. Su Ming didn't pay any more attention to this bean batch monster. Turning, he turned his gaze to the two natives frozen in place. At that moment, Kai and Kagura also landed from the sky looking at Su Ming, who had turned into Dija Ultraman. There was a look of surprise on his face. This is Su Ming? Kai sized up Su Ming's body with a start, his mouth growing slightly open. What kind of Ultraman is this? Kagura was also confused, not realizing that Su Ming was already a giant of light. However, Kagura was certain that Su Ming's radiance was definitely not bestowed by O50. Don't look, take them to a safe place. Su Ming pointed at the two aborigines and, to Kagura and Kai, he said, I'm kinda sorry for robbing your newbie monsters, huh? Kagura and Kai heard Su Ming's words and also confirmed that the Ultraman in front of them was Su Ming. According to Su Ming's arrangement, Gagula and Kai brought the two natives back within their small ramshackle house, and within that, one of their children, Su Ming, on the other hand, turned to look at balasib. I didn't realize the thing was still pulling its own tail that was stuck in the mountain wall. Sighing, Su Ming took a step towards balasib. Both arms crossed down at the forehead crystal and shifted into a powerful shape. After coming to balasib's side, he tapped the guy on the shoulder, signaling him to let go. Balasib really did let go. Then, Su Ming pulled on balasib's tail and yanked it violently. There was a snap and sparks flew. All that was visible was that balasib's tail was broken in two, one on the mountain wall and one hanging behind his buttocks. Sorry for pushing too hard. Su Ming scratched his head. Then a punch to the face of balasib hammered it away. Balasib let out a sharp hiss and slammed into the mountain wall again. Before it could react, Su Ming had already condensed a fire-red ball of light in his hand. The fiery red ball of light transformed into a stream of light and was flung by Su Ming onto balasib's body. With a loud boom, balasib exploded on the spot, turning into pieces that fell all over the ground. Hit the finish line and call it a day. Patting the non-existent dust on his hands, Su Ming lifted his transformed state and landed on the ground. Then, to Kai and Kagura, who were still in shock. You guys, when did you get the glow? Kagura pointed at Su Ming, surprised. End of chapter. Chapter 208, Don't Attack Baymenstein with Lights. Chapter 208, Don't Attack Baymenstein with Lights. To think that he had thought that Su Ming was the unluckiest one at first. Gagula just felt stupid. Where is this the unluckiest one? Based on Su Ming's battle maneuvers just after his transformation, it didn't even look like the first time he turned into a light giant. It was obvious that this Su Ming guy had been an Ultraman a long time ago. No wonder 050 Light didn't choose you. Looking towards Su Ming, Gagura spat, saying, so when exactly were you already a giant of light? This is not too long. For me, it was just a year or two before. I'm sorry, I'm a man with no concept of time. For Su Ming, time didn't matter anymore. Frequently traveling between the real world and the world of Ultraman, with time not quite the same in each world. Su Ming had gradually forgotten the time. That's okay. Gagula nodded. But you fight like a battle-hardened veteran. More than 100 battles. Su Ming smiled and replied, by the way, the Ultraman you just turned into is. After being surprised, Kai opened his mouth and asked Su Ming. The Ultraman that Su Ming had just transformed into had never really been heard of before. It's Deja Ultraman. Su Ming replied, I did mention it to you guys. I just remembered. It's what you just said on the top of 050, the giant of light who left his fighting body behind? Gagura reacted and looked at Su Ming and said, exactly. Su Ming nodded. This time, he transformed himself into Deja, using the divine light rod to transform, not with his heart. In contrast to the heart-turned Deja, after the divine light rod transforms into the Deja, one's ability to fight would be that much better. After all, the heart shape-shifting ability was copied. A family of 3 was successfully saved by Su Ming, and the 3 of them had no intention of staying, and it's ready to move on to the so-called mission. Only, just as it was about to take off, another monster fell from the sky. This time it wasn't Balasib, but a red-eyed behemoth. Alright, I'll leave it to you two this time, Su Ming said, pointing at Beimenstein. Remember, this one swallows light. Understood. Gagura and Kai nodded. Not being careless, both raised the holy swords in their hands and turned into 2 giants of light. Obu Ultraman and Gagula Ultraman? The duo answered the battle with Beimenstein straight on, and Su Ming just watched from the ground. The first to fall was Kai, who didn't listen to Su Ming's advice and unleashed the light on Beimenstein. Swallowed by Beimenstein, he was forced to disengage his transformation in the middle of Beimenstein's counterattack. Next, Gagula, a fellow novice, and yet, it was difficult to deal with the beast in front of them that had been fed because of Kai's light energy. After 3 minutes of fighting, he too fell fast and returned to the ground. What are you up to? With a resentful look at Kai, Gagura raised his holy sword about to transform again. However, it didn't transform successfully. Although there was no 3-minute limit, Gagura and Kai's transformations required stamina to sustain them. Having just had a losing battle, the duo simply couldn't hold on and needed to rest for a while. Compared to this situation, Su Ming would not be like this. Although Su Ming consumes physical strength every time he fights, but had become accustomed to this type of expendable combat. It started at about the time of the 4 games a day in the world of Deja. Su Ming found himself adapting to the high intensity of the battle. Therefore, in the midst of the transformation-switching battle, Su Ming was still able to persevere. In the sky, Beimenstein kept flapping his wings, producing a fierce wind that blew against the 3, and then the large mouth on the stomach opened, creating a powerful devouring force to suck the 3 in. Never mind, the second rookie monster will just have to go to me. Sighing helplessly, Su Ming placed his hand on the area of his heart. Then the storm around them stopped at once, and everything was frozen in the sound of rapidly leaping heartbeats. The runic aperture projected out from Su Ming's heart area. An image of an Ultraman alternates among them in turn. Su Ming casually pointed a finger on top of the runic aperture. Then, the runic aperture passed through Su Ming's body, the light wrapping it up, and then giganticized up. Under the shocked gazes of Gagura and Kai once again, Su Ming transformed into the Manbiotics Ultraman. No, isn't Su Ming a Deja Ultraman? Could this be a new form of Deja Ultraman? Kai looked at Su Ming with wide eyes, extremely puzzled. Though I'm surprised too. It's pretty obvious that it's not Deja Ultraman at all. Gagura spoke with equal surprise. Su Ming, he's turned into another Ultraman. Is this the same reasoning that turned him into Obu on top of the mountain? Gagula said in response. Su Ming summoned the Manbiotics lightsaber directly after turning into Manbiotics. Then it rose into the air and cut toward Behemothstein. Compared to a normal behemoth, this behemoth has red-colored eyes, obviously under strange influences. Su Ming did know that this guy has been controlled by Balashibu's Qian. Being able to boost your strength by taking control of other monsters. Qin is definitely a boss monster. The Manbiotics lightsaber swung out countless traces of light in Su Ming's hand, cutting up on Beimenstein's body. Since this guy would absorb light, Su Ming directly fought it in melee. I have to say, Behemothstein was considered one of the smarter monsters, and after letting out a hissing sound, then he quickly pulled away from Su Ming. Being fast is also a specialty ability of Beimenstein. However, Su Ming smiled and unlocked the Dream Beam lightsaber, and with that, fires a manhwa ray at Beamonstein. I thought I said I couldn't attack this guy with light. Kai gasped out in shock at the sight from the ground. This guy's Su Ming. What the hell is he up to? Gagura was also in a hurry, not being able to use light to attack Beamonstein, or Su Ming said so. How come this guy used the light on his own? Where's the light? Are you going to eat it or not? Su Ming, however, was extremely calm, hovering above the sky, light rays firing out from his hands. As if on cue, Beamonstein opened his belly maw straight up and it swallowed the manhwa rays fired out by Su Ming into it. Very well. Su Ming didn't rush when he saw the scene. Let's let you have your fill then. After saying that, the light energy in his heart kept surging out and the manhwa rays released were also a bit thicker. On the ground, Kai and Gagura were in a hurry. Su Ming in the sky, however, continued to feed Beamonstein with light energy. Suddenly as if sensing something was not quite right, Behemothstein tried to close the large opening in his stomach. But it's too late. End of chapter. Chapter 209, Kingless Planet. It only felt like the devoured energy had transcended its limits. Beamonstein tried with all his might to close the large mouth on his stomach. However, like a plastic bag that's been filled to the brim, there's no way to tie a closed knot. As Kai and Gagula looked on in amazement, Behemothstein, starting from the perimeter of the large gash in his stomach, a crack appeared. Eventually, Behemothstein let out a hiss up in the sky, before exploding violently in the air. It seemed that the explosion, due to the fullness of the devoured energy, it filled the entire sky. Dumbfounded at the scene, Kai and Gagura looked at each other. Needless to say, the duo knew what Su Ming had used to blow Beamonstein away. That is, stuffing Beamonstein's belly with his own energy, until the space in its belly doesn't fit. Su Ming once again lifted his transformation status and landed back on the ground. Looking towards Kai and Gagura, Su Ming waved his hand, indicating that the trouble had been solved. Now it's ready for the road. We've just become Ultraman, and we definitely don't have as much experience in this aspect of fighting monsters as Su Ming does. Gagura said to Kai, you'll be able to get as comfortable as Su Ming when you fight more often in the future. Aha! Kai listened to Gagura's words and nodded deeply. Kai then turned his gaze back to Su Ming. A hint of worry appeared on his face. If we leave and another monster comes to attack this planet, what should we do? Kai, we have our own mission at hand. Gagura, who was beside him, heard Kai's words and, opening his mouth, he said, it is impossible to keep wasting time here, but there are monsters here too. Kai said hesitantly, I want the people of the world to be in a life of peace. This wish of yours is also too grandiose. Su Ming shook his head after hearing Kai's words and said, while your intentions are good, it is simply impossible to keep everyone in the world at peace. Not to mention monsters, there are often conflicts between people. Su Ming said, so Kai, you might as well change your wish. I'll do it. Kai, however, shook his head and spoke, alright, but just so you know, both Balashib and that Behemothstein just now invaded this planet because of talent chi. Su Ming spoke, if you don't go to the root of the problem, there will also be a steady stream of monsters invading this planet, as well as others. Kai fell silent after hearing Su Ming's words. It had to be said that Su Ming had a point, but Kai was worried about the residents here. If you want them to have a long and stable life, it's better to go and take care of this talent guy first. Su Ming pointed to the sky and said to Kai, come on, Kai. Gagura also patted Kai's shoulder and persuaded him. Gakula also found Kai's grand wish unreliable. Or maybe Kai is still a stupid, rash kid. Kai hesitated again and again, still persuaded by Gagura and Su Ming to leave the planet called Rukia. Su Ming is right. Only by addressing the root cause of the problem. It's what keeps this place in a state of peace and stability. A group of three, once again traveling between the Sagittarius galaxy. This time, however, Kai flew separately by himself, while Su Ming followed Gagura. It's not that Su Ming doesn't want to fly by himself, it's really that he doesn't know how to fly with the divine light rod. As they traveled through the cosmic meteorites, the trio's goal had been set by Su Ming. It is to go to the planet Jane, where talent is located, and which is also his testing ground and base. However, although the target was set, the location of the planet Jane was not known. Though Gagula had piloted spaceships on missions in the universe before, but the Sagittarius galaxy behind the Stargate was not frequented by Gagura. One can only roughly confirm a bearing. The three just kept flying forward until a green glowing planet came into view. Gagula looked at the planet in front of her and frowned slightly. This seems to be the kingly planet Ganon? We flew to the wrong place, right? Kai asked as he flew to Gagura's side and opened his mouth to him. Yes, if this is planet Ganon, but the planets aren't far from here in. Gagura nodded in reply. Rising King planet Ganon. It should become kingless planet now. Su-ming looked towards planet Ganon and said in his heart, Queen Amaterasu on planet Ganon has been brought to the real world by a rift in time and space. That is to say, there is no queen at all on planet Ganon right now. Look, you guys, what is that? Just then, Kai pointed to the outskirts of planet Ganon and gasped out in shock. Su-ming and Gagura looked in the direction Kai pointed, only to see that on the outskirts of planet Ganon, a ring of black dots. Flying closer for a closer look, all these black dots turned out to be monsters. Balasib, there is a situation. Gagura's gaze slightly condensed as he opened his mouth. Balasib was supposed to be the key target of this mission. Planet Ganon was surrounded by the Bal Shebab, so it must have something to do with Jane. Go check it out, Gagura said, flying directly in the direction of planet Ganon. Kai was close behind, ready to fight. Su-ming was rather thinking that now that there was no backbone on Ganon, and that he was surrounded by Balasib, what's going to happen? Getting closer and closer to planet Ganon, Gagura didn't do anything rash. After all, there were too many of these Balasibs, and with their own team of 3, they definitely couldn't handle it. The best thing to do is to just bypass the circle of Balasib and go up to Ganon first to explore the situation. Very instantly, 2 streams of light rushed into planet Ganon. Those Balasibs had no orders and did not pursue the 3. At Su-ming's suggestion, Gagura and Kai flew in the direction of a large tree that topped the planet. The Tree of Life. The legendary tree that grows only once in each universe. The reason why he flew towards this place was because Su-ming knew that it is this tree that these Balasibs are aiming at. The entire hierarchy of Ganon's planet would have been in the vicinity of this place by now. Prepare for an attack by Balasib. As expected, after Su-ming's trio landed near the Tree of Life, one by one, soldiers in black cloth armor with lances in their hands surrounded them. Who are you people? The leader of the soldiers looked at Su-ming's trio warily and opened his mouth to ask. Gagura frowned slightly at the sight of this. Having come to help Ganon Planet Walker, and now it's being treated like this. Chapter 210, A Spy is at my side. Gagula, I don't blame them. It's a special time for these soldiers. It's natural to be a little wary. Seeing that Gagura did not cringe, and knowing what was going through Gagura's mind, Kai hurriedly persuaded him. Gagula nodded and didn't say anything. Then, Su-ming looked at the soldiers and spoke, I'm here to find your general. Help you destroy your enemies. You're afraid you're not the assassin who came to assassinate our general. A soldier shouted even more vigilantly when he heard Su-ming say that. That's right. Now that the Queen Sama has suddenly disappeared, you guys are trying to take advantage of the situation. Another soldier shouted back alertly. So your queen disappeared. Ha! Gagura froze at the news and looked to the soldier who had spoken the news. The soldier's companions had also turned their attention to a look in his eyes revealed a desire to root out spies. No, our queen didn't disappear. It's the Konoha captain, Captain Moro, who disappeared. The soldier showed a look of fear and quickly changed his words. Gagura froze and said, so your Konoha captain disappeared as well. If eyes could kill, this soldier would have already been done in by his own companions. No, you stop it. The soldier tried to explain something more, but was interrupted by his companion. If we let it go on, I'm afraid that the entire Ganon-Ro planet's old bottom would be shaken out by it. Well, we're really here to help you guys out. I'm sorry, Kay said as she came out of the woodwork at this point. Please let us meet your general. The soldier in the lead hesitated for a long time after hearing Kai's words before asking his companion to go forward and report. If you can't say any later, I'll chop you all up and feed you to Balasib. After letting his companion go forward to report, the soldier said again. Just like that, Su-ming and the 3 of them waited for about 10 minutes, and a man in black cloth armor, the middle-aged man with a special black cloth helmet on his head came before him. That's where planet Ganon disappeared in Queen Amaterasu. The only remaining mainstay after the disappearance of Konoha Captain Moro, the general of Ganon's protective defense force, comes to welcome. Su-ming also didn't know why Lai Ying's parents had given him such a name. However, as you can see from coming to welcome, names don't mean everything. Are you the 3 of you who are coming to save my planet Ganon? After seeing Su-ming's trio, Lai Ying spoke with a hint of disdain on his face. The 3 youths in front of him looked like 3 rash men, especially the guy with the kind of big eyes and the dirt-colored cloth coat. It looks more like the Rash of Rash. Just these 3 people could save Ganon Xingxing, and Lai Ying instantly felt that he had been tricked. Exactly, Kay said with a nod. We can work together and bring to an end those behind the release of Balasib. A planet would certainly have a lot more substance than 3 people, and Kai thought of working with Ganon too. That's a good way to go. Really can talk big, said Lai Ying, shaking his head. You guys go back from wherever you are. I don't want you guys to die on the battlefield for nothing. After all, you're still young. After saying that, Lai Ying intended to leave. Just then, a soldier pointed to the sky and exclaimed out, come to greet General. Balasib attacked. Swish, Countless light bullets fell from the sky and blasted onto the ground. An explosion rang out, causing the veins on Lai Ying's forehead to bulge. "Follow me into battle." Drawing the long sword at his waist, Lai Ying shouted and thrust it back in. Next, an extremely simple-looking bazooka was removed from his back. Then a glowing bullet was fired from it, blasted into the sky toward Balasib, who came crashing downward. When Su Ming saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh that times had changed. Between Kai's most, he draws the Obu sacred sword in public and transforms into Obu Ultraman in the midst of the light. Then he charged up towards Balasib in the sky. "A giant! Giant?" The soldiers exclaimed out in shock as they saw the giant of light appear. How the giant appeared? Where did the giant come from? Is this our legendary war god of Gainan? Has the god of war finally come to protect us? The soldiers had ecstatic looks on their faces. Originally, the disappearance of Queen Amaterasu, the disappearance of Captain Konoha, and the invasion of a foreign enemy, it has disheartened the people of this planet. Now, the legendary god of war appears and fights the invading Balasib. This one filled everyone's hearts with hope. Lai Ying's eyes widened slightly as he looked over at Obu Ottoman, who was wrestling with Balasib. Another look at where Kai was originally located. So, the rash in that rash is the giant of light. In addition to the legend of the god of war, many people on Gainan's walking planet had also heard the legend of the giant of light from the outer planets. The giant in front of him was not a god of war, but the light on his body spoke for itself. Kai made short work of the Balasib group in the sky, and to Kai's surprise, only a few of these Balasibs were large among the group. The rest were around 20 meters in height. Kai didn't hesitate and fought the larger Balasib directly, but with 2 fists and Kai fighting for the second time. Soon, Kai then fell under the siege of the 2 Balasibs and was dropped straight to the ground. "Way to go, warlord!" The soldiers saw this and kept cheering Kai on. To the side, Kagura shook his head, and then pulled out his own shifter as well. In the midst of the light became Kagura Ultraman. Another giant of light rushed towards the battlefield, surprising the crowd once again. Another giant? Another war god? Since when can there be 2 god of war? At any rate, the 2 giants were dealing with Balasib, and the soldiers, though surprised, were, but both are also cheering the duo on. General Lai Ying's eyes stared at the transformed Kagura for a long time, before it was transferred to Su Ming. If both of his companions are giants of light, then General Lai Ying knew that his suspicions must be correct. Just then, those 20-meter-tall Balasibs landed on the ground. It then rushed over in the direction where Lai Ying was. Their goal was clear, to take care of the last mainstay on Ganonwalker's planet. Seeing this, Su Ming knew that he had to step in as well. Placing his hand over the heart area, the runic aura mapped out from it. Then, after the runic aperture passed through Su Ming's body, Su Ming's body giganticized in the light. Ultraman Ace. Chapter 211, I've read the script. Chapter 211, I've read the script. Su Ming has turned into a new giant of light. The scene was watched by Kai and Kagura, but they weren't as surprised as before. However, the Lai Ying and soldiers on the ground were still in a state of shock. The appearance of 3 giants of light at once gave them great hope. Su Ming glanced at Kai and Kagura, who were fighting with the giant Balasib, then set his sights on the smaller Balasibs that were only 20 meters. As a seasoned senior, I'll refrain from stealing the monsters from them. It's good to give them practice. Saying that, Su Ming took a fighting stance towards the small Balasib group that was rushing towards him. Then, a horizontal guillotine blade was released from both hands. Cutting toward this group of Balasib, only a flash of light was seen, and a piece of the charging Balasib didn't have time to parry the attack. It was cut directly in half. In an instant, the ground was littered with the bodies of Balasib. It's against a small Balasib, but it feels so powerful. The soldiers on the ground couldn't help but see the scene. Su Ming didn't stop moving his hands, continuing to unleash the vertical guillotine blade towards the charging Balasib. After all, these were only small monsters, and given Su Ming's guidelines for dealing with monsters, get it over with as quickly as you can. After all, you don't know how many fights you're going to have in a day. Very quickly indeed. Su Ming had exterminated all of the small Balasibs in no time. A monster that was only 20 meters tall was not worth mentioning in front of Su Ming. Having solved the immediate problem, Su Ming turned his gaze to Kai and Kagura, who were still fighting the large Balasib not far from the title. Looks like it's going to be a while. Su Ming shook his head and lifted his transformation status. Then, it came to the face of Lai Ying. Before Su Ming could open his mouth, Lai Ying changed his previous attitude. Very politely, he said to Su Ming, "Thank you for your help. The 3 of you, don't thank me yet." However, Su Ming waved his hand. "I'm willing to help you out with talent chi, but I need your help." "What help?" Lai Ying asked Su Ming with a puzzled face. "I need your airship building technology." Su Ming spoke directly. There's a planet on the other world where technology hasn't reached the point of traveling through the universe, so they need this technology. The technology of airship building. Lai Ying was silent, thinking, in addition to resolving Talent Chi, I will also step in to rescue your queen. Su Ming saw this, continuing, is this condition enough, Her Majesty? Lai Ying couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Su Ming's words. Where is Her Majesty? To say where, I don't know. Su Ming spoke, but there's a high probability that I can find her. Su Ming didn't directly tell Lai Ying that their queen Amaterasu had been taken to another world by a rift in time and space. If Lai Ying finds out, he'll ask to take them to the real world. It's a bunch of trouble if you don't get it right. If we do find the queen, the crafting skills of the ship will be yours. Lai Ying let out a deep breath. Promised, Su Ming said. The opponent is a giant of light. He also fought off Balaseb for Ganon Xingxing, and is a trustworthy person so far. Then I'll leave first. After taking another look at Kai and Gagora who were fighting, Su Ming spoke. My two companions will stay behind to help you for now. Tell me the planets bearing in. I'll go there to solve the biggest scourge. Su Ming left planet Ganon and flew in the direction of planet Jane. It's not that Su Ming wants to leave Gagora and Kai behind. Rather, it is because the Balasibs on the outskirts of Ganon have not left, and if Jane is not dealt with, then the Balasibs will have a steady stream of troops to invade the planet. Although the planets are full of monsters on in, Su Ming isn't worried. Talent, as a boss, is actually an extreme scientist. This guy's goal is to control all the people and monsters of the world with the king of the Balsibs, Keen, spreading the virus of Balasib throughout the universe. In this way, the so-called peace will be realized, and the world will be free of all disputes. It's easy to deal with a boss with a brain like this, usually able to get by with a 3-inch tongue. When Su Ming crosses planet in, he meets a red-eyed monster in Balasib. These, too, are the legions under Talent. After seeing Su Ming, the red-eyed monster didn't attack. However, Su Ming knew that his every move should have been watched by Talent. Landing in front of Talent's base gate, Su Ming lifted his transformation status. This time, it's a miscellaneous Ultraman from the Land of Light, used for flying to get around. Surveying the base full of mechanical engineering, Su Ming took a step inside. Although the structure in the base was complicated, Su Ming, according to a sign that prompted, it came straight into the dark hall where the Talent was located. It looked as if Talent wanted to meet himself as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Walking within the hall, Su Ming then saw a middle-aged man in a black leather robe smiling and applauding at himself, saying, this middle-aged man is the Talent. Thanks for the welcome, huh? Su Ming said and asked, pointing to the black leather robe on Seiji's body. May I ask if you don't have money for clothes? Why are you wearing a snakeskin bag on you? I have to say, the black leather robe on Talent does look a bit like a cut-open snakeskin bag. Talent froze and looked at the clothes he was wearing. Then he reacted, it's true that no one sells clothes in this hole. So it will be. Su Ming laughed, not expecting this Talent guy to be quite humorous. Say it. Su Ming found himself a stool and sat down, opening his mouth. Why did you direct me here? It's not much, Talent spoke up. It's just that I feel that if world peace is needed, still need to get the Giant of Light under control as well. After all, you fellows who call yourselves higher intelligent beings, only violence is used to solve problems, and you have a share in the world's lack of peace, so that's what you think. Su Ming nodded and said, then it's simple. What's easier? Talent opened his mouth to ask. Your method is to control all the creatures in the universe with toxins and make them puppets, right? Su Ming said, after there are only puppets in the entire universe, then there will be no more wars. How did you know? Talent's face was puzzled, and this idea of his own hadn't been spoken to anyone else except for Moro, who had been imprisoned. I read the script. Su Ming replied. End of chapter. Chapter 212 Changing the Target of Attack. Chapter 212 Changing the Target of Attack. Script? Talent is clueless. Life is like a play. It all depends on the acting. Su Ming replied. Since it's a play then, naturally, it's scripted. If you want to rule the entire universe with toxins and make the world peaceful instead, then you'll have to face some powerful enemies. Su Ming continued. What enemy? Talent Chi couldn't help but get serious after hearing Su Ming's words. Stargate knows. Looking towards Talent, Su Ming smiled. No. Talent frowned slightly and nodded. There are other universes beyond the Stargate, and even if you control this one, forces from other universes will also cause unrest in the world. Su Ming said slowly, that's when your dreams are shattered. Talent Chi listened to Su Ming's words, pondered for a long time, and opened his mouth to say, you have a point. I have to control other universes besides the Sagittarius galaxy. Those enemies of yours exist in that universe. Su Ming saw this. Nodding his head he continued, Belial, King of the Otter, and Abusalui, respectively. Su Ming gave a whole bunch of examples and told Talent about the strength of these opponents. It was going to be many times higher than the god of war on Gainan's planet. Talent then fell into self-doubt. How else can one bring peace to the universe when so many powerful opponents exist? So, if you want peace in the universe, you'd better control a powerful adversary first. For example, Belial or Tartarus from the Absolute clan. Su Ming suggested. That way you will have many powerful henchmen. You have a point, Talent said with a very approving nod. Since you also support my philosophy, I sincerely hire you as my chief military today. When I rule the universe, I will be the great emperor and you will be the crown prince. Su Ming, it's better to forget about it. I don't aspire to this. Su Ming opened his mouth and said, but I can help you with some potential opponents. That's such a shame. Talent Chi couldn't help but sigh when she heard Su Ming's words. By the way, I don't think it makes any sense at all for you to besiege Gainan right now. Su Ming spoke up again. Don't you just want to control their war god? You know, the war gods were changed by the queen, and now the queen is missing. So what do I do? Talent asked subconsciously. And N78 Nebula of the Land of Light. Let me think about it. After listening to Su Ming's words, the Talent fell into deep thought. Seeing that this guy was already bewitched, Su Ming left the hall by himself. While passing by the prison, he rescued Ganon Planetary Guard Captain Morrow and 2 of his team members. Then he transformed into a miscellaneous Ultraman, and took the 3 of them in the direction of the planet Ganon. Halfway through the flight, a group of Balasibs came from the direction of the planet Ganon. It swept past Su Ming and flew in the direction of planet Jain. It seems that the fiendish man of Talent is moving the goalposts. Back on planet Ganon, after Su Ming put down Morrow and the 2 team members, he saw a confused Kai and Gagura. Su Ming, did you just go to planet Inan? Gagura asked with a puzzled look on his face after seeing Su Ming return. That's right. I'm sorry, Su Ming said with a nod. I went to talk to Choi Chi, and then I brought Morrow and the others back. What was said? Kai also asked suspiciously. Say, just now all the Balasibs evacuated Ganon, isn't it? It's just making him shift his target of attack. Su Ming replied. Ha! Kai heard Su Ming's words, and looked anxious. Even if the Talent has shifted its target of attack, we still have to go forward to rescue it. Yes, if he did move his attack to another planet, we'll just have to keep chasing after them. Gagura nodded, agreeing with Kai that. Then asked, and N78 Nebula, the Land of Light, Gagula, K. Well, forget I said anything. Gagula tried to laugh but couldn't, then had to turn and look at the Tree of Life. Waving his hand, he said. Su Ming and the 3 of them left the Ganon Rostar. After all, Talent Chi was no longer attacking the planet. However, before he left, Su Ming also obtained the airship crafting technology of the planet Ganonwalker, and a night's rest at the invitation of Morrow and Lai Ying. Flying through the universe, Gagura's holy sword failed to show any hints. For the time being, Talent has withdrawn from Ganon and switched the target of its attack to the Land of Light instead. The mission doesn't seem to be going forward. Come on, go with me to Queen Amaterasu. Landing on an asteroid, Su Ming said to Kai and Gagura. Queen Amaterasu of the planet Ganon's Row has been sent to the real world. Although this mission to find the queen was promised by Su Ming, Kai and Gagura were willing to do this. Anyway, there's nothing much going on right now, so in Gagura's words, he'll do the side quests to upgrade first. Taking out the spacetime pen, Su Ming casually made a stroke, and a spacetime rift appeared before his eyes. This is the passage to the other world? Kai said with some surprise at the sight of the temporal rift. About the same as the Stargate, I think. Gagura surveyed the temporal rift as well. Opened his mouth. There's still a bit of a difference. Su Ming smiled and introduced himself, saying, this thing gets an electric shock when it passes through, and the time and place are randomized. Sounds like a bit of a risk. Gagura joked. Is there a payoff? There is. Su Ming replied. If you saved Queen Amaterasu, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that she'll give her life in return. Queen Amaterasu should look pretty good. After all, Kai heard Su Ming's words, opened his mouth. Maybe. When Su Ming thought of Queen Amaterasu's appearance, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, under the dark red arcs of the temporal rift. The holy sword in Gagura's hand opened a protective shield of light, protecting the 3. Afterwards, it directly entered this crack, the real world. A temporal rift suddenly opened up in the underground cavern, and then the 3 Su Ming people were spat out from it. The trio froze as they looked at the inky blackness in front of them. With that, Kai raised the Obu sacred sword in his hand and let it glow, using it as a flashlight. Where is this place? Seeing the mud and rocks all around him, Kai couldn't help but ask. This should be Earth, right? Su Ming wasn't too sure and said as he surveyed his surroundings. End of chapter. Chapter 213, Sneak Attack After Sneak Attack. Chapter 213, Sneak Attack After Sneak Attack. Here, It seems to be deep underground. Kagura pinched a pinch of dirt from the ground and, opening his mouth, he said, and it looks like a tunnel that the monsters have made. That means there are monsters here? Kai's face was a little surprised as he opened his mouth. Aha! Kagura nodded, drawing her serpent heartsword and, one step at a time towards the top of this underground tunnel. Seeing this, Kai and Su Ming followed suit and also headed up the underground tunnel. However, after walking for a short while, Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Since there are monsters, why don't we just transform and rush out? Kai and Kagura were slightly stunned after hearing Su Ming's words. Then, a light surged through the cavernous tunnel, filling the entire space. Where is this? Kai's voice came from within the body of Obu Ottoman with a dull thud. The corners of Su Ming's and Kagura's mouths twitched as they looked at Obu Ultraman, whose upper body was rooted into the dirt because the cave was too small. Poking Kai with his serpent heartsword, Kagura spoke up. You've got your head stuck in the mud. Oh hoo! Kai nodded in a hurry when he heard Kagura's words, but since the head was stuck in the mud, only the lower itself moved a few times in a very ghostly manner. Then the light emerged from the body of Obu Ultraman. Under the gaze of Su Ming and Kagura, Kai transformed into a human equivalent-sized Obu Ultraman. That'll do it. Kai moved his neck and said to Su Ming and Kagura. Seeing this, Su Ming and Kagura also turned into rays of light and turned into a human equivalent-sized Ultraman. A month had passed since Su Ming had disappeared in the midst of dealing with the invasion of cosmic forces. This battle against the enemies outside the universe was also fought for a month. The Dark Temple forces didn't expect Ultraman to suddenly disappear, so the next burden of dealing with the enemy all fell on top of the Dark Temple. And humanity, once again, has been attacked by legions of monsters. Of course, this time it wasn't the Dark Pantheon's monstrous legions, but those of the cosmic powers. I wonder where all the guys from the Land of Light have gone. The Cimmerian stood on the battlefield of Earth, filled with yellow sand. Quite unintelligibly, he said to Dada at his side. Yeah, ever since the day Jack-o'-lantern was taken away by the mysterious light whip, there's just no more Ultraman out there. Dada nodded and sighed as well, saying that, we're still under a lot of pressure from the Dark Temple. Yellow sands rolled over the battlefield, and in front of it's a legion of monsters racing toward the human survivor base. There's an army of monsters, too, in front of the Cimmerians and Dada, in preparation to fend off the enemy. This legion of monsters protects nothing else. Indeed, it is the human survivor base. For the Dark Temple, there are three major powers on Earth. One is the Dark Temple itself, and the other is the Kingdom of Light. As for three, which is actually negligible, it's humans. But the forces of the Kingdom of Light have suddenly disappeared, and Earth, with the exception of the Dark Templar, then there is only the human side of the force that invaded the universe, an enemy shared by the Dark Pantheon and mankind, had no choice but to. The Dark Pantheon and the humans have joined forces. So, next to the Dark Temple's legions of monsters was a force of humans, human warriors racked with weapons of all kinds, and several special airplane Gaiazaks were deployed to deal with the invaders, along with the Dark Temple's legions of monsters. Mr. Kamarar. Just as the two cosmonauts were still discussing it, a human general named Lu Feng walked over. You should all have marked the monsters right. That's right. The Cimmerian nodded and said, General Lu Feng. A black mist emanates from the monsters of our monstrous legion, fighting alongside human generals. It was for the Cimmerians and Dada too. It is a very refreshing experience. Lu Feng was the same, not expecting that he would ever have a day where he would work with a cosmic person. The words of the Cimmerian were communicated to every warrior, and for a time everyone is ready to fight. The first wave of the enemy's attack, under the smoke and dust, was soon to come. All monsters, sure kill, fire. With the legions of enemy monsters in striking range, the Cimmerian immediately gave the order that shouted. Lu Feng also quickly gave the order to fire the techno-electronic cannon. Jaden Ray, loaded, boom, a surefire attack spread out towards the enemy monster army, as gorgeous as a heavenly maiden. The enemy's army of monsters lets the monsters with high defenses charge ahead of parrying this overwhelming wave of attacks. After having a chance to buffer, unleash a surefire ray in the direction of the human warrior. For them, persimmons are best picked soft. The enemy, however, thought wrong. Humans, nowadays, are not soft anymore. A Jadonian barrier formed in the air, and this skill, unleashed by the human warrior, not only did he block the enemy's attacks for himself, but he also partially defended our army of monsters from the attacks. The technological power of mankind is still not to be underestimated. I don't know, the Cimmerian said with a nod at the sight. The ground shook slightly, but no one cared. On the one hand, the battlefield is so hot that it is necessary to watch the enemy's movements all the time. And on the other hand, it's really quite normal for the ground to vibrate when you hit it. Just as the Chimerian and Data kept commanding the battlefield, there was a sudden thud of, the rear blew up, a shark-like beast bursts out of it and, with a hissing sound it slammed into the Chimerian. The Chimerian looked back, outright confused. A quick glance revealed the black, white and yellow body of the shark overhead. Deep-sea monster Gavara. Despite being a deep-sea monster, Kovira is similar to Ozak in that it's shark-like in appearance. Both can sneak around in the ground. I'll save you. Data saw this and quickly pulled out a gun and fired it at the Gavara falling through the air. All that was seen was Gavara getting shot in the stomach on the spot, followed by a tiny bit of starburst and, no good, pulled out the wrong gun. Data anxiously pulled out her gun again, only to realize she didn't have her shrink ray gun with her at all. Seeing this scene, the Chimerian was momentarily speechless, only to see Gavara fall further and further down, looking to smash into the two characters commanding the monstrous army of cosmonauts. Just then, 3 rays of light violently rushed out from the ground. It slammed into the sky towards the flying Gavara. With just a flash of electricity, the monstrous beast of Gavara exploded in the sky on the spot. It turned into a splinter and scattered on the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 214, Potential Enemies. Chapter 214, Potential Enemies. Wow! The scattering of debris startled the entire battlefield. The explosions in the sky also caught the eyes of everyone on both the enemy and the enemy. Only the 3 rays of light that had shattered Gavara fell to the ground, revealing its original appearance. Exactly 3 giants of light. 3 Ultramen. It's Ultraman. Those guys from the Land of Light actually showed up again, Data said as she looked at the 3 Ultras in front of her in surprise. No, it doesn't seem to be an Ultraman from the Land of Light. The Chimerians saw this and wondered. It's 2 Oubliettes, and a Dyna Ultraman. Didn't Deja show up for that battle on the moon earlier? Data said. It has now defaulted to putting all Ultraman in the Kingdom of Light forces. But, why are there 2 Oubliettes? And also they seem kind of small? The Chimerian pointed to the 3 human equivalent-sized Ultras and wondered again. Nope, it seems like there's only 1 Oubliette, and the timer on the other Oubliette's chest. It's the 5 mold. Data took a closer look and was surprised. How could Su Ming and the 3 of them not expect to rush out along the underground cave that the monster had opened up? Surprisingly, it would be a battlefield in the middle of a battle. On one side of the battlefield are legions of monsters, and on the other side are also legions of monsters and humans. Kai and Gagula don't understand what's going on, but Su Ming was relieved when he saw the human and monster armies standing together. It seems that the forces of the Dark Pantheon have indeed come to the aid of mankind against their enemies. We seem to be surrounded. The unknown Kai and Gagura looked around warily and said to Su Ming, "No, not really." Su Ming replied to the duo, "Our enemy is ahead," pointing ahead to the legions of monsters where no human warriors were. Su Ming giganticized his body. Seeing this, Kai and Gagura also giganticized their bodies in preparation for battle, though having fought Balasib's legions only once before. But with so many different monsters to face this time, Kai and Gagura were still a little nervous. Su Ming didn't hesitate that much. A souljet ray was launched directly at the legion of monsters in front of them, blasting several of them. Never push when you can. Cutting down the number of enemies first is the best policy. Ultraman is back. It's Ultraman. Ultraman has joined the fight. The human warriors were pleasantly surprised to see the 3 giants of light appear. While there's something different about fighting hand in hand with an army of monsters, but the human warriors still preferred the giants of light. General Lu Feng, who was leading the fighters in the battle, saw this and directly transmitted the image back to the capital headquarters. Ultraman is back and this is big news. With Su Ming's trio attacking the monster army, the battle was once again in full swing. Legions of monsters on both sides charged, and the human fighters kept unleashing their E-Tech cannons. The attacks an enemy monster. In addition, the special airplane guy Ozark was not idle and was directly involved in the battle. Kai and Gagura followed Su Ming's example and both released their respective mandatory rays, blasting them at the group of monsters. This battle could be said to be without suspense. Originally, the strength of the two sides' monster armies was different. The Dark Temple's monstrous legions have been strengthened, and all aspects of their abilities have been enhanced, and the opponent's monstrous legions that, just plain old legions of monsters. Plus there are humans and light giants fighting together. The enemy's monstrous army collapsed in no time. Such a weak army of monsters dares to be sent to invade Earth, Su Ming said with a cold smile. It really hasn't died. On the moon, a one-man regiment destroyed an army of monsters. Su Ming's strength was there for all to see. It seems that the other side knows that Ultraman has disappeared. That's why they dared to send these cannon fodder to attack humans. The battle was soon over. What was left behind was a ground full of monstrous corpses and debris. Most of them are from the enemy forces, and some are from our Dark Temple as well. Kai and Gagura wiped out tons of monsters in this battle. It can be said that you get a lot of experience, enough to get upgraded in the newbie period. Kai and Gagura deactivated their transformations at the end of the battle and then looked at Su Ming. Su Ming, however, did not lift his transformed state, as there were still cosmic people from the Dark Divine Hall present. If the Chimerians and Data saw Su Ming, the Kingdom of Light scam would be exposed. Let's go. Waving his hand, Su Ming said to Kai and Gagura, let's go back to the Land of Light. The latter statement was said with a deliberate amplification of the voice. Back to the Land of Light? The Chimerians did hear Su Ming say something that, unable to help himself, he nodded. It seems that really all the Ultramen have joined the Kingdom of Light in this world. Dada's gaze, in turn, went to Kai and Gagura. Although he knew that the duo were the two Ultras that had just been there, Dada really wasn't too familiar with the duo. Kai looked at Su Ming with a confused look on his face and was about to say something, but was stopped by Gagura who was at the side. Well, we're on our way. Reacting, Gagura nodded and re-pulled out his holy sword, transforming once more. Kai saw that Gagura had transformed, and in a daze, transformed again himself. With that, the three of them flew towards the sky together. The Chimerian also heard a whispered, I should have known better than to disengage my transformation. The sky. As Gagura flew, he asked Su Ming, those monsters and cosmopolitans, only a temporary ally, right? That's right. Su Ming nodded and replied, and a potential enemy. I have to say, Gagura is just smarter, compared to Kai. A quick glance reveals the relationship between the Chimerians and Data and the humans. Soon, the trio reached the capital, having not been attacked by legions of monsters here. Su Ming and the three of them then directly lifted their transformations and landed on the ground. Along the way, Su Ming also told Gagura and Kai about what happened in this world. The two were quite shocked to hear that. I didn't realize that the planet had already been dealt a devastating blow. It's no wonder that humans are now living in survivor bases. Just after landing on the ground, Su Ming saw the Blue Eagle who had come to greet him. The news of Ultraman's reappearance on Earth must have gotten back to the capital headquarters. Blue Eagle coming out directly to greet him was also expected by Su Ming. Lord Su Ming, you're back. Blue Eagle was as excited as ever after seeing Su Ming. I told you that you'll be fine. Seo Ming-sama. What? Did they all think something happened to me? Su Ming smiled and opened his mouth to ask. That's right. Blue Eagle nodded. The Dark Temple's cosmonauts told us that the Ultraman of the Land of Light is bound away by a whip of light from the depths of the universe. End of chapter. Chapter 215 Traveling to the Temple of God. Chapter 215 Traveling to the Temple of God. Su Ming nodded after hearing Blue Eagle's words. It seems that the news of his death was told to the humans by the forces of the Dark Temple. However, Su Ming asked Blue Eagle again if he had seen Queen Amaterasu, that is, a woman in a long white dress. Blue Eagle thought hard, then shook his head and said he hadn't seen it. Okay, Blue Eagle hadn't seen any of the others, much less regarding the woman, Queen Amaterasu. Su Ming would have to search for her later. Right, let me introduce you. Su Ming walked while introducing Kai and Gagura behind him to Blue Eagle. He said, these two are my friends, Kai and Gagura, also Ultraman. So the two of you are friends of Lord Su Ming. After hearing Su Ming's words, Blue Eagle, smiling at Kai and Gagura, he said, I can't believe they're all Ultraman too, and so on. Blue Eagle spoke with a slight start. Kai and Gagula? The name seems a little familiar. Looking again at the faces of the duo, and taking a closer look at what Kai and Gagura were wearing, the Blue Eagle seems to have found something remarkable. Some time ago, Lord Su Ming brought back the Otter brothers from the Land of Light. The Blue Eagle was seen. And now, Lord Xueming had actually brought back Kai and Gagura. These two are Obu Ultraman and Amount. Since when is Gagura an Ultraman? With a face full of dumbfoundedness, the Blue Eagle's gaze never looked away again as he looked at Gagura, extremely puzzled inside. So, may I ask if I have rice in the corner of my mouth? Gagura, also confused by the look, asked Blue Eagle suspiciously. Sorry, said Blue Eagle, reacting and apologizing in a hurry. I thought of something strange for a moment. So I fumed for a while. It's okay, just come back to your senses, Gagura said, scratching his head. Yes, it's just a little weirdly embarrassing to be stared at all the time. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw the scene. Blue Eagle has watched most of the movie and television of the Ultraman series. As a good fighter, naturally, they know who Kai and Gagula are. It's just that Gagura, who was supposed to turn into a demon, turned out to be an Ultraman, too. This surprised Blue Eagle. After the group of four had entered the capital headquarters, Blue Eagle had already reported the situation to Director Jingze. Jingze, who knew the situation, hurried over in no time at all, asked Su Ming what kind of accident happened. Su Ming told Jingze what happened in the universe back then, and introduced Kai and Gagura to Kajikawa. Knowing the identities of Kai and Gagura, Jingze's heart was secretly surprised. Then he directly arranged a residence for the duo next door to Su Ming's. The Dark Temple. Compared to the calmness of the past, today's Dark Temple was more in a state of solemnity. The entire hall was neatly lined with cosmopolitans, on guard outside the hall. It's a new type of legion led by Dark Lopez Cyrus, Ace Killer, Mombius Killer, Kinko Bridge, Jaden. My lord, the Chimerian and Data are back, the Mephiles Starman said as he reported to the Black Crystal from above the Great Hall. Have them come in and debrief. The Black Crystals lit up and said. Soon, the Chimerian and Data entered the Great Hall from beyond it. Coming to the Black Crystals, he bent down slightly. My lord, when we were fending off the cosmic forces at the humans' Yellow Earth survivor base, Ultraman showed up, the Chimerian said as he reported directly to the Black Crystal. Oh, the Black Crystal was a bit surprised. What kind of Ultras are they? My lord, it's Dinah Altman, Obu Altman. There's also an Ultraman that looks a lot like Obu Ultraman. Data replied. And Dinah, said the Black Crystal in a bright, hushed voice. It should be an Ultraman from the forces of the Kingdom of Light as well. After all, D just showed up for the previous battle on the moon. That's right, my lord. That's what I thought, said the Mephilusian from the sidelines. In this world, Ultraman surely doesn't distinguish between birthplaces anymore, and must always belong to the power of the Land of Light. But why did the Ultraman of Light disappear a month ago? The Black Crystals could not help but fall into deep thought as they thought about this. After Jack Altman was pulled away by a mysterious whip of light a month ago, it's like the Ultras of the Land of Light have disappeared en masse. All the pressure to deal with the forces of the universe at that time was given to the side of the Dark Templar. It made the Black Crystals in the temple feel some pressure. My lord, at that moment, the Mephilusian said, is there a possibility that during this month, those Ultramen in the Land of Light have gone forward to rescue Jack Ultraman, who was captured in the first place? It's only been back so far. I think it's possible. The Chimerian nodded in agreement as he listened to the Mephilusian's analysis. Anyway, let's wait for the guys from the Land of Light to come and negotiate. The Black Crystals lit up and said, after disappearing for a month, surely they would have sent someone to explain the situation. Seo clearly had the intention of going to the Dark Temple's shrine. In addition to explaining the disappearance of the Land of Light for a month, there was also the description of the enemy in the universe, the small sphere that Su Ming had seen. While the mini-sphere isn't necessarily the final boss, but this guy is still a strong enemy after all, capable of devouring everything in the universe. And SPHYNX's weakness is obvious in its absorption of the defense against the light attack. The instincts will be exposed. A blast of light up at this time would take care of this seemingly invincible guy. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was that after a month of such a long period of time, it's amazing that Sphere hasn't hit Earth yet. Keep in mind that in the original episode of Dinah Altman TV, SPHYNX is capable of devouring an entire solar system in a week's time. It's not too late. Su Ming was also worried that this guy would swallow up all the planets in the solar system before he could act. Then the action was immediately made. Have Kai and Gagula wait for themselves at the capital headquarters. Su Ming directly turned into a manbiotics and flew in the direction of the Dark Temple. Soon, Su Ming reached the dark red vortex above Mount Everest, in front of the universe beyond. Then, it went straight into it. Only, having just entered the space of the Dark Temple, Su Ming then felt a group of gazes lock onto him. Fixing his eyes on the square outside the Dark Temple, he was surprised to see a humanoid weapon standing neatly on the square. When did this place get so crowded? Su Ming did not change his face as he flew directly above the square. What attracted Su Ming's attention the most was still the manbiotics killer in this group of humanoid weapons. After all, what Su Ming had changed into now was the manbiotics Ultraman. End of chapter. Chapter 216, Finding Sphere. Chapter 216, Finding Sphere. Manbiotics Ultraman. Just as Su Ming was sizing up the Manbiot Slayer, a voice came over. Su Ming looked up and Dark Lopscallion was sitting quietly on the black glazed tile roof of the Great Hall. Dark Lopez Sailor, Su Ming said with a calm face as he looked towards the roof. Your new legion looks pretty strong. That's for sure, Dark Lopscallion said, with pride. This is a legion led by me. Our lord is waiting for you in the Great Hall. Go in. Oh, Su Ming said with a smile when he heard Dark Lopez Celo's words. Looks like it's been a long time waiting for me. Entering the large hall, Su Ming was still a little surprised as he looked at the image in front of him, compared to the previous coldness of the Great Hall. Now in this Great Hall, a single cosmonaut stood respectfully in the temple. My lord, the Manbiotics Ultraman is here. The Mephiles alien finished speaking and made way for Su Ming. Su Ming walked step by step to the black crystal stone. With a joking tone, he said, I'm afraid your Dark Divine Hall had this kind of strength before this. Manbiotics. The black crystal didn't answer Su Ming, but asked him, instead, a month ago, why did your Ultraman from the Land of Light disappear for no apparent reason? Disappearing for no reason. spoken as if we, the land of light, have betrayed our trust. Su Ming sked, a battle on the moon. Didn't the Philistines tell you how much power we've expended in the land of light? One after another, we retire from the battle. By the end of the day it was also a light whip in the universe that took Jack Altman away. Su Ming replied, we only came back to save Jack Altman from the, it's only taken this month. Compared to your dark divine hall, we in the kingdom of light are doing everything we can. Su Ming pointed at one of the cosmic beings in the great hall. These cosmic beings present, they basically didn't show up in that battle, right? The black crystals were silent for a moment as they listened to Su Ming's words. Sure enough, things went just as the Philistines thought they would, and those ultras in the land of light. It's off to the middle of the universe to save Jack-o'-lantern. Though some of my men had not fought a month before, within the month of, they get a lot of credit for fending off foreign enemies. The black crystal replied, Monbiotics. Just then, the Mephilusian spoke up and, you traveled to the rescue of Jack Altman, so you should have seen who the enemy behind the scenes is, right? See? Su Ming nodded and, I have come to the Temple of Darkness today to tell you this as well, that the one who brought Jack Altman into the depths of the universe was SPHYNX. Sphaya? The Mephilusian was a little surprised that, could it be that the guy controlling the army of monsters is such a strange life form? No. Su Ming shook his head, saying, I think that Sphaya is just a subordinate of the enemy behind the scenes, and the one who is really hiding behind the scenes is someone else. Now that you know about Sphinx's existence, you, the kingdom of light, should step in and take care of it, right? The black crystals lit up and said, we, the Dark Temple, but we have always protected the humans of Earth when you disappeared, according to our previous agreement. Well, SPHYNX, I'll take care of that, Su Ming replied. However, your Dark Divine Hall has so many subordinates, much more than the Light Country's Ultraman in terms of numbers, so the matter of investigating the enemy behind the scenes must still be left to you. Investigating is no problem. The black crystals lit up and said, but when the investigation comes out, it must be you, the kingdom of light, who will step in to resolve the enemy. Isn't that what was agreed upon, that the main body of the enemy would be left to me? After Su Ming finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the Great Hall. Without delay, I'll go back and tell the captain. Finish off Sphere, to spare the solar system from catastrophe. When Su Ming returned to the capital headquarters, Kai and Gagura were actually drinking sodas. In the post-apocalyptic survivor base, being able to drink sodas is a great pleasure. This drink is so good, how come O50 doesn't have this soda? Kai couldn't help but sigh after he tasted the soda. Although Gagula also likes sodas, he doesn't make it obvious. Su Ming smiled and explained the situation to the two of them. Then together they transformed and flew towards the universe. If Queen Amaterasu isn't on Earth, she's still in the universe. Maybe, it has been sucked into the black hole by Sphaya. As for whether Queen Amaterasu would have already hung up, Su Ming didn't know. However, I don't think Queen Amaterasu will die so easily. After all, she's a god of war. Soon, Su Ming and the three of them arrived at the depths of the universe. It was also the place where Su Ming had met Sphaya a month ago. This time, Su Ming changed into Dija Ultraman. After all, the air type will be faster to catch up. Queen Amaterasu would be in this place? Kai surveyed his surroundings, just an ordinary cosmic starry sky. However, compared to the rest of the universe, this place felt much emptier. You guys should have noticed, Su Ming said with a wary look on his face, his eyes looking around. Notice what? Kay queried. Noted. Gagura got into a state of readiness to fight. As well, a lot of planets were supposed to exist here, but for some reason, they've disappeared now. What? Kai was a bit surprised to hear what Gagura said. Then he looked around again and just realized it wasn't quite right. It was Sphaya who did it. Su Ming said, Sphaya took the planets and meteorites here and devour them all. In that case, Queen Amaterasu is likely to be. Also Kai was slightly shocked when he heard Su Ming's words. Right. Su Ming nodded his head and said, when the time comes, we'll need to enter the black hole. Got Queen Amaterasu out, so she's still alive? Kai couldn't help but wonder. Gagura then slapped Kai on the head, cut the unlucky talk. Ooh-hoo. Just as the trio wandered off into this empty universe, searching for Sphaya, Kai's body suddenly paused. I think I heard something. With a dumbfounded look on his face, Kai said to Su Ming and Gagura that, like a woman's voice. Su Ming looked at Kai in surprise. Surely the theorem that a vacuum can't transmit sound didn't work for Kai? In which direction? While also wondering why Kai could hear that. But Gagula knew this wasn't the time to ask that. Where? Kai pointed in a direction, then quickly flew there. Seeing this, Su Ming and Gagura also quickly followed. End of chapter. Chapter 217, there's no going back here. Chapter 217, there's no going back here. When they brought Su Ming and the three of them to the place Kai had mentioned, The scene in front of them completely shocked the three of them. Only a golden, mighty warrior was seen. Releasing light shot by shot below an endless black hole. But without exception, all of these rays were swallowed by the black hole. It's been a month, you weirdo. What the hell is it going to take to get me to leave? The mighty golden warrior, however, made a woman's voice and cried out to the endless black hole. Gagura and Kai were confused when they heard it. Become Sphaya, a part of us, and you are relieved. What made Gagura and Kai even more confused was that the black hole made a sound as well. Is this Sphaya? Gagura reacted after being confused and, based on what black hole had just said, this guy was the sphere that Su Ming was talking about. That golden mighty warrior is actually a woman? Kai reacted, too, with suspicion. He said, could it be that he's the Amaterasu queen of the Ganon walking star? Although it was not known that Queen Amaterasu could turn into a god of war, a vast universe of, it was again the woman who was fighting with Sphaya, and Kai couldn't guess it was anyone else but Queen Amaterasu. That's right, Su Ming nodded and said, Queen Amaterasu is the heir to the lineage of the Ganon Rostar god of war. Is this Ganon's god of war? It looks like an Ultraman shadow. It's kind of a long way to go. She seems to be in trouble. How else are we going to help her? This black hole doesn't look like it's going to be easy to deal with, said Gagura. Very simple. Su Ming said to the two of them. You two release 2 whips of light at the back of the. Can it be done? Can. Gagura nodded, attempting to coalesce a long whip of light in his hand that. It worked quickly. Kai tried it as well, and a long blowing whip appeared in his hand in no time. Very well. Su Ming nodded and wrapped both light whips around his waist. Then he said, when the SPHYNX explodes later it will create a very powerful suction. When the time comes, don't you turn your heads and pull the light whip and run. Understood. Kai and Gagura nodded their heads in both directions as they listened. Seeing this, Su Ming flew directly in the direction of the god of war. SPHYNX is it? And I thought we could sit down and talk about it. It's sure to avoid unnecessary fighting. Queen Amaterasu once again fired a ray of light that prevented the SPHYNX black hole from creating suction said. Welcome to come take your seat in the black hole and join us. However, Sphaya didn't look like she was going to stop, but continued to generate a powerful suction that, to suck Queen Amaterasu in. Queen Amaterasu had no choice but to blast another ray of light at the Sphinx black hole. This kind of move and behavior, and conversation, has been going on for a month in this universe. During this month, Queen Amaterasu kept repeating the action of releasing the light that, the Sphinx black hole had also been devouring Queen Amaterasu's light. After fighting for so long, Queen Amaterasu did get a bit numb. The arms, especially, are really numb. This was the first time Queen Amaterasu had turned into a god of war, and I didn't expect to fight such a protracted battle. It was also fortunate that the god of war was so powerful that he was still able to absorb starlight to replenish his energy. Otherwise Queen Amaterasu would be finished by now, and after such a long battle, Queen Amaterasu had discovered the weakness of Sphinx's black hole. On the surface this black hole appears to have no body. Avoid that. In fact, the moment it devours light, it exposes the white grid entity in its black hole. This is the best time to fight back. However, Queen Amaterasu alone could not do it. Despite being a god of war, Queen Amaterasu is still a novice in the field. It simply won't release a second ray of light fast enough, nor will it be able to release 2 rays at the same time. Just as Queen Amaterasu fires another ray of light to attack the SPHYNX black hole, let its essence be revealed when, suddenly, a silvery purple figure appeared at Queen Amaterasu's side and, the figure then quickly fired off purple light bullets that attacked Sphinx's main body. Boom! This purple light bullet was swift and fast, attacking directly on top of Sphinx's main body. Then, a violent explosion broke the silence in the universe. Directly, sizzling heat filled the air, and this universe seemed to vibrate with it. After the flames filled the sky, a powerful suction came from where the SPHYNX exploded and, pulling Su Ming and Queen Amaterasu toward that void and deep black hole. Su Ming grabbed Queen Amaterasu and wrapped one of the light whips around her waist. Then, Su Ming felt a pulling force coming from this light whip. Take yourself and pull in the opposite direction of the black hole. Move. Su Ming only had time to shout this out to Queen Amaterasu. Then he used all the flight power of the air-type Deja to escape from here at maximum speed. Only the powerful suction force reduced Su Ming's flying speed by a lot. Like an old man walking, it flew slowly through the universe. Seeing this, Queen Amaterasu also used all her strength to fly in the opposite direction. For a moment, the two were caught in a tug of war. Kai and Gagura were at the back of the room, also making a full effort to tug on the light whip, yanking it in the opposite direction. After half an hour of stalemate, the black hole finally dissipated and the powerful suction disappeared, and all those planets and meteorites that had been devoured by SPHYNX before had returned to the universe. However, there is no way to recover the position. Thank you for saving me. Queen Amaterasu was relieved to see that everything had calmed down and, thanking Su Ming, he said, "They're the ones who should be thanked, or we'd all be swallowed up." Su Ming pointed at Kai and Gagura who were flying over and said to Queen Amaterasu, "Thank you both." The queen said as she looked to Kai and Gagura and nodded her thanks. "You must be Queen Amaterasu." Kai did an otter nod and said to the queen that, "General Li Ying on Gainan's planet and the others are worried about you. I don't know how I just popped in here. There's also a black hole that's going to suck me in. I've really worried them. I have to hurry back now," the queen said, recognizing her bearings, and made to leave this place. "Wait." Su Ming hurriedly stopped the queen from shouting. "You can't get back if you fly like that. Isn't this the Sagittarius galaxy?" The queen stopped her flight after hearing Su Ming's words and asked, "Not only is it not the Sagittarius galaxy," Su Ming said, shaking his head, "or an alternate universe that can only come through a rift in time and space." "What?" The queen was in no doubt, and with a somewhat anxious look of, "My people are still facing the invasion of Balasib. What will they do if I am not there?" End of chapter. Chapter 218 Dare to Fight Me to the Death. Chapter 218 Dare to Fight Me to the Death. Su Ming was momentarily speechless when he heard Queen Amaterasu's words. Honestly, Queen Amaterasu is too much of a saintly person, and it's fine if she's not on planet Gainan. Li Ying and Moro can also make countermeasures against enemies. If she returns to planet Gainan and faces another invasion from Baelshib, it's bound to be like the original episode, trying to negotiate with an enemy that has already invaded planet Gainan. Because this notion that Queen Amaterasu doesn't like war has reached a nerve-wracking level. So this time, teleporting Queen Amaterasu to the real world. 4 Gainan planets. Sort of a good thing. Don't worry, the invasion of Balasib has been taken care of by us, Su Ming explained to the queen. They are no longer prepared to attack Gainan planet. What? The queen was in a bit of disbelief. How did you do that? Sounds like a peaceful resolution to the problem. Oh, it's just that it made them shift their target of attack. Su Ming replied. How can this be? That way there will be people from other planets who will be victimized because of our planet Gainan. Queen Amaterasu's tone also became agitated when she heard Su Ming's words. Don't worry, Su Ming said. The target of their diverted attack is the Land of Light. Queen Amaterasu. No way. That would mean a lot of Balasibs would die in the war. 2. They're all life. 2. The queen said to Su Ming after being speechless for a moment. This time it was Su Ming's turn to be speechless. Sure enough, this Queen Amaterasu's philosophy had reached a level of nerves that, it's the same as talent. Kai was in deep thought after hearing Queen Amaterasu's words that, I didn't realize that the queen had such a deep philosophy, and Balasib was also the point of life that no one had ever thought of. Gagura, on the other hand, was filled with disdain, not realizing that the rescued Queen Amaterasu. I can't believe he's a retard. I should have known not to save him. In the end, Queen Amaterasu returned to Earth with Su Ming and the three of them. Superintendent Jingza was also surprised after meeting Queen Amaterasu. Although Queen Amaterasu used to exist only in movies and television, but now it's real. Long time no see. After shaking hands with Queen Amaterasu, Superintendent Jingza spoke. After all, the other party was also the owner of a planet, and the respect that should be given should still be given. And, in addition to the identity of the Lord of the First Ball, Jingza also knew that Queen Amaterasu also had a war god. During this month, thanks to Queen Amaterasu's confrontation with the Sphinx black hole, it's what kept SPHYNX from devouring the solar system. Su Ming said to Director Jingza from the sidelines. Thank you so much. Superintendent Jingza said again with thanks. You're welcome. Queen Amaterasu felt a little puzzled by the. Still, it was said in a polite reply. Under the arrangement of Director Jingza, Queen Amaterasu stayed at the capital headquarters. Su Ming also explained the situation of this Earth to Queen Amaterasu. When Queen Amaterasu hears that a rift in spacetime has appeared, a look of compassion appeared on his face when he destroyed the entire planet. Why don't humans negotiate with those cosmic people and monsters? Wouldn't negotiations have prevented the war? Queen Amaterasu couldn't help but follow her own imagination and said. Gagura, who was listening to this, left the room with a strange smile on his face. Su Ming, on the other hand, was helpless and explained to Queen Amaterasu the monsters and cosmonauts that invaded Earth, not to mention the fact that it's basically evil, mostly monsters whose nature is to destroy and kill. Do you think it'll negotiate with you? And, even if you are able to negotiate, when humans are used as a piece of fish meat to be slaughtered, will others reason with you? Su Ming continued. At that point, it will become a joke. After Queen Amaterasu heard Su Ming's words, she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Su Ming saw the queen like this. Speaking again, he said, it's like when Gainan Xingxing was invaded by talent, sending Balasib. Do you think others will reason with you? Negotiation is impossible. Negotiations can only lead to one thing, and that is to show the other side that you are weak, and then they will get worse, and then all your people will die because of you. I see. Queen Amaterasu breathed out deeply, and said, "Indeed, you have a point. I was the one who was too fixated on the negative aspects of the war. It's good that you know." Su Ming nodded and, "I didn't realize that Queen Amaterasu had a change of philosophy. Sometimes, wars are waged out of necessity. It's a time of sacrifice, but it's a time to protect more people. Fallen warriors, die well." "I see." Queen Amaterasu looked towards Su Ming, and spoke with glaring eyes. "As long as I'm the only one involved in the fight, no one will get hurt, right?" Su Ming didn't expect Queen Amaterasu to come up with this idea. "Wrong, yes, but, so, I must improve my strength. As long as I can do it, the people of Ganon's planet will never be harmed." With that, Queen Amaterasu stood up and looked at the sun outside the window, with a determined look on her face. Su Ming was a bit dumbfounded. This Amaterasu queen seemed to have led herself astray? The next day, the alarm sounded at the survivor base in the capital. A wild Jaden discovers the capital city survivor base and attacks. Su Ming, Kai, and Gagura heard this news, rushed to the scene outside the survivor base, due to the recent state of combat readiness. So this defense has blocked Jaden out of the Guardi shield. However, soon after, under a ray of light from this Jeton, the Guardi shield instantly ruptured. It also shows that this Jaden is more capable than the average Jaden. "Superintendent Jingza, I'll go to war." Seeing this, Su Ming went forward to fight. Kai and Gagura looked at each other and said that they would go forward together so that the battle would be more efficient. And neither had fought a monster like Jaden yet, so they could add a bit of experience. "Never mind, I'll leave it to you guys since you want to get on. Add some experience, especially Kai," Su Ming said, returning to Director Jingzai's side. As for why Kai was specifically named, it was because in the future, Kai would encounter a Demon King Beast of Light, Mogurton, and was extremely beaten up in that battle. But, now that Kai and Gagula aren't going the same way, I don't know if that will change in the future. Just as Kai and Gagura pulled out their holy swords and were about to transform for battle, dressed in a white dress, Queen Amaterasu ran to the front of the battle formation and shouted, "In order to protect my people, I will become a true god of war. Monster, I am Ganon Amaterasu. Dare you fight me to the death." End of chapter. Chapter 219, The Road to Becoming a War God. Chapter 219, The Road to Becoming a War God. With all the faces confused, Queen Amaterasu turned into a god of war on the spot and let out a war cry. What's going on here? Kai looked at the transformed Queen Amaterasu with a confused look on his face. Is this really Queen Amaterasu? Kai, believe your eyes? This is Ganon's Queen Amaterasu. Although Su Ming was also a bit stunned, he quickly came back to his senses. But, isn't Queen Amaterasu the one who loves peace and hates war? Kai was still incredulous. How did she become like this now? I'd like to think that's good, Gagura said with a smile. At least it doesn't make people sick. Lord Su Ming, Queen Amaterasu she is. Jingza was also a bit confused by this scene and asked Su Ming. It's okay, probably figured it out. Su Ming waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. With the many warriors shocked, Queen Amaterasu began to make her move. First, he struck a mild starting pose at Jaden. Then once again, with a war cry, took a big step toward Jaden. Then his right hand clenched his fist and slammed it down hard on Jaden, only for Jaden to directly activate his ability to instantly move and disappear into place. Appeared in another location. Naturally, Queen Amaterasu would not give up on this and shifted her direction to once again clench her fist and blast towards Jaden. Just as Jaden was about to unleash his instantaneous ability, Queen Amaterasu unclenched her fist and, turning to his crotch, he slammed his foot into it. With a thud, Jaden was kicked into the air before he could react. The fighters on the ground couldn't help but tighten their thighs at the sight of the one after another. They sucked in a breath of cold air. By the way, Jaden, like Behemoth Stein, try not to attack it with light, because it absorbs reflected light. Su Ming acted as Kai and Gagura's mentor at this time. To the duo, they analyzed Jaden's abilities. Our survivor base then researched Jaden's shields, which are able to absorb the monster's light. I'm sorry, Jingza spoke up at this point. So much of the energy within the survivor base is converted from light from other monsters' attacks. That sounds pretty useful, Gagura said, nodding at Jingza's words. I didn't realize technology was so advanced here. It's all because Lord Su Ming gave us the chance to. Otherwise, we can't even destroy one Jaden. Talk about studying Jaden's abilities. Kajikawa sighed first, recalling the 1001 times when he didn't have an Ultraman in the past. Then he looked at Su Ming with a smile on his face. Gagula nodded again as she listened. I didn't realize that Su Ming was so important to this planet. By the way, we need to warn the Queen, Kay said at this point in time, then yelled out to the battlefield. Queen, Jaden absorbs light. Do not attack it with light. I feel as if she doesn't need reminding. Gagura looked towards the battlefield and spoke. At that moment, Queen Amaterasu was squeezing Jaden's neck with one hand and the other hand was clenching its fist in a frantic hammering of Jaden's stomach, hammering while shouting, "I'll make you move and become cannon fodder on the path of the god of war." Crowd. It seems that I misunderstood Queen Amaterasu in the past. Kajikawa recalls the time he was watching Obu Otome Primordial. One's low blood pressure is hardwired to be cured. It seems that the personalities and philosophies of the characters within the plot may not always be true. On the side, Blue Eagle also nodded, agreeing with director Jingza. Only Su Ming knows that Queen Amaterasu is having a bit of a problem. The rapid change in philosophy and the Queen's paranoid personality have resulted in a great perversion of the Queen today. Bang bang. The hammering was continuous, and Queen Amaterasu had squeezed Jaden's neck since, just didn't let go. Jaden had been completely paralyzed under a ton of fist greetings. "You're too weak." After reacting to the fact that Jaden was paralyzed, Queen Amaterasu finally stopped hammering, then tossed Jaden toward the sky. Gainen rising dragon fist. With a fist carrying golden flames, Queen Amaterasu rushed towards the defenseless Jaden in the sky. The slammed on it. Boom! With a rushing sound, Jaden received this punch and exploded on the spot, bursting into flames. This battle was the first battle of Queen Amaterasu's awakening concept. It was also Queen Amaterasu's first step out onto the path of the god of war. It was also one of the most bloodthirsty battles for people on the ground to watch. It was just a very ordinary Jaden, but Queen Amaterasu actually hit the air. After landing on the ground and contacting her transformed state, Queen Amaterasu took one step back. "I was walking, but I felt the white dress under my feet getting in the way." Squatting down directly and pulling hard, Queen Amaterasu's original long white dress turned into a short white dress. Shaking her head again, Queen Amaterasu found the tiara on top of her head inconvenient as well. Straight away, he reached out and grabbed at his head, dropping the valuable headdress to the floor. "Got a knife?" Feeling still a bit uncomfortable, Queen Amaterasu opened her mouth to one of the warriors on the side and asked, "Theirs." The warrior froze and drew the short blade from his belt, handing it to Queen Amaterasu, only to see Queen Amaterasu take the short blade, hold the long hair behind her own head, and raise her hand. "That's much more soothing." After cutting her hair into a short bob, Queen Amaterasu beamed and the short blade was returned to the warrior. The corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched, and Kai and Gagura both looked dumbfounded. If such a queen returns to planet Ganon, I'm afraid Lai Ying and Maro will think the queen has been dropped. From this day on, once an alarm goes off at the capital's headquarters, Queen Amaterasu then transforms and rushes right out of the survivor base. Those ungrateful monsters that attacked the survivor base all died under Queen Amaterasu's fist. I'm going to go work on myself too. There's a lot of monsters on Earth, but the ones that came to the capital's headquarters were all robbed by Queen Amaterasu. So Gagula decides that he's going to take the initiative and go find monsters to work on himself. "I'm going too." Kai also realized that he'd only been in 3 battles since he'd acquired Obu's light, so he himself has to go on his own to find monsters to increase his experience. Just like Gagura. Su Ming, after hearing the duo say this, directly, he asked Superintendent Jingza which survivor base suffered from monster invasions more frequently. The locations given by Superintendent Jingza are the Tibetan Green Survivor Base and the Westland Survivor Base. The reason for the high frequency of monster invasions at the Tibetan Survivor Base is the proximity to the top of Mount Everest, Westland Survivor Base. On the other hand, because it's surrounded by sea, and it has also been completely consumed by the darkness of Gatangio, so it is more attractive to the monsters of the ocean. End of chapter. Chapter 220 Dinah disappeared? Chapter 220 Dinah disappeared? Su Ming then asked the duo to choose between these two places and go forward to join the protection of the survivor base. Kai and Gagura thought it was fine. It was really nice to be able to fight monsters every day and still be fed and housed. Thus, the two of them split up and left the capital headquarters, rushing to these two places. Little by little, time passed and the cosmic forces that were supposed to invade Earth were slow to move. According to the Mephilations in the Dark Temple, since that day when SPHYNX was resolved, and there was no movement in the universe, it makes the Mephilistines suspicious that the leader of the force that invaded Earth was Sphaya. In the midst of the exchange, Su Ming, however, did not agree with this point of view, for though Sphaya has a consciousness and intelligence of her own, but not as smart or flexible as the rest of the universe, doesn't fulfill the conditions for taking in that many cosmonauts and monsters. Then, let's send some more men to scout. The Mephilusian looked as if he sighed. It's a shame the Baltanian is missing, or with its bilocation powers, the exploration would be much faster. After all, the universe is so big, it can still be used like this. Su Ming was momentarily speechless when he heard this, but it's not like there's only one Baltanian. Can't we find another one? Talk about easy, the Mephilusian said, shaking his head. All this time in the space-time rift only weak monsters have appeared. as well as the corpses and souls of some monsters, and too few cosmic beings have appeared. The body and soul of a monster. Hearing those words, Su-ming couldn't help but think of the bodies and souls of the monsters that had been taken away by the temporal rift in the canyon rift below the monster graveyard. If I'm not mistaken, that's where it should have teleported from. Think you should be glad you didn't teleport some more powerful cosmonauts over here, Su-ming said to the Methylasian. Otherwise, a war between the dark forces will break out. I don't believe that you, the land of light, will be able to sit still at that time, the Methylasian replied. That's not necessarily true. Su-ming laughed and said, if you all die together, we're still more relaxed. I must say, you giants of light are despicable. Hearing this, the Methylus alien couldn't help but curse at Su-ming. It's pretty impressive that I can be called mean by the bad cosmonauts, the Methylasians. Su-ming smiled and said, just don't say so much, just remember to go and explore. After saying that, Su-ming flew towards the vortex of the dark divine hall. This time, Su-ming changed into the same manbiotics. After all, one travels to the Dark Temple more as a manbiotics. Su-ming also didn't want to turn into other Ultraman renditions of other different personalities. On the way back, Su-ming was still wondering how the Baltanians hadn't teleported over. After all, in the world of Super Ultra Otter 8 Brothers, Su-ming, traveling on a ship to the Land of Light, encounters a group of Baltanians. Most of this group of Baltanians were taken away by the time rift at that time. It's logical to teleport to the real world. Perhaps teleporting into the universe wouldn't be surprising. After thinking about it, Su-ming felt that this was the case. However, in the next second, a temporal rift suddenly opened up in Su-ming's vicinity. Then a group of Baltanians fishtailed out and one by one landed on the ground. Su-ming was momentarily speechless when he saw this scene. Just before I said there were no Baltanians, and now there's a bunch of them straight away. Just as Su-ming was confused, another temporal rift opened up in front of him. It directly sucked Su-ming in. By the time Su-ming reacted, he had already been spat out by the temporal rift. Looking at the red blanket in front of him, Su-ming knew that he was no longer on Earth, and it's not in the real world anymore. What the hell is this? Surveying the surroundings, Su-ming, however, did not see anything. The land on this planet is all red. Suddenly, two white grid spheres came from the sky and attached themselves to the red rocks on the ground. The red rock and the white grid sphere then fused into a single monster. The beast has 4 large rocky feet and walks like a spider. After seeing Su-ming, the Manbiotics Ultraman, he directly launched an attack. SPHYNX synthesized beasts? Su-ming reacted and quickly flew up. Only an orange ray of light was seen spewing out of the beast's mouth. The shot at Su-ming's original position. There was a loud explosion and red dust filled the air. Sphinx synthesized beast, Delambria. Su-ming sized up the beast once more and, confirming the other party's identity, I'm supposed to be in the world of Dyna Ultraman? Having just eliminated Sphinx, he now encounters the Sphinx synthesized beast. Su-ming wondered if it was a coincidence. However, since it was possible to roughly determine that this was the Dyna TV world, then he could see Daiko and Masaki again by himself. After all, Dyna TV is a continuation of Deja TV's worldview. However, this Durambia should be the first rookie monster that Fei Bird Shin transformed into Dyna Ultraman. So, it seems like I've robbed the monster again? Su-ming fired a direct shot of Manbiotics light at Delambria. Only a subspace shield appeared around Delambria, protecting his entire body. Seeing that his light was useless, Su-ming was in no hurry. After first observing the ground to make sure there were no flying bird letters in it was only then that the attack on Delambria was renewed. Su-ming remembers that in the original plot, Delambia appeared and attacked the TPC's Mars base. Then the Super Victory team sets off to battle, and Shin Hitora is shot down, and eventually turns into Dyna Ultraman. But the world of Deja TV has gone to. It was inevitable that it would affect the Dyna Altman storyline, so it's not really surprising that Hitora Noboru hasn't shown up yet at this point in time. Maybe Dyna Altman is just gone? Thinking back to when I was in the world of Super Galaxy Legends and didn't see Dyna, Su-ming then felt something was wrong. However, this was only Su-ming's speculation, and he would know what was going on when he went to see what was going on. As for Delambria in front of him, being able to craft subspace shields against light attacks, Su-ming wasn't planning to use light against it anymore either. A blazing flame gradually ignited on his body. Su-ming rushed towards Delambria with a scorching energy. Then, a hug was given to the spidery beast. Boom! There was an explosion. Flames rose to the sky, and loud noises cascaded out in all directions. Since light doesn't work, explosions do, right? Su-ming's figure appeared amidst the flames, and the timer on his chest flashed a red light. Then, without looking back, he left this fire-red planet and flew in the direction of Earth. End of chapter. Chapter 221 Metals.